It is currently 2024, and the class awakening ceremony is underway at Lijiang City Second Academy. This event is incredibly important for all the students, but it means so much more to this young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Zhou Yi. Before he could even adjust, right after that, his younger sister Zhou Yun suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. Medical bills. So for this awakening ceremony, Zhou Yi absolutely must unlock a combat class. He needs to make money in dungeons to afford a high-level priest for his sister. Luckily, fate is on his side, along with a starter pack containing an incredibly rare hidden class. This class is insanely overpowered in this world. After receiving the goddess blessing, Zhou Yi gets 3 choices. The light mage is a pure damage dealer. It unleashes massive power, but has almost no defensive skills. In a world ruled by alien races, it is way too easy to get killed. The holy priest has great protection and even a crazy resurrection skill. Unfortunately, their combat power. On the other hand, a holy knight is a well-rounded class with raw power. They can tank and deal damage. Though there are no flashy skills, his holy light and talent make it the perfect fit for him. With that in mind, Zhou Yi chooses the holy knight class. Congratulations on becoming a holy knight. At level 10, once Zhou Yi finishes his ceremony, his classmates immediately rush over to kiss up to him. They beg him, calling him class monitor and asking to join his college entrance exam team to carry them. A summoner boasts they will get top scores together, while a mage begs to tag along, but someone yells to clear out. An upperclassman shoves the crowd aside, his eyes shining as he looks at Zhou Yi and speaks. He tells him he did a pretty good job today, and to rest up before heading to the principal office. Back in his room, Zhou Yi finally has some quiet time to check out his stats. Strength is 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, and he has 10 unassigned stat points. Awakening boosted his base stats and gave him free points. He decides to prioritize his strength first. He needs high damage output to slay monsters as quickly and efficiently as possible. Thinking this through, Zhou Yi works the system, dumping 6 points into strength and putting 2 points. Instantly, a surge of raw energy courses through his veins. This is the real power of those stat points. The system detects his first-time stat allocation and immediately triggers a Holy Knight trial, offering him a Reward 1, receive 10 extra stat points. Reward 2, a random Holy Knight gear. Accept or decline. With rewards this good, matching a random trial zone to his level. Match successful, defeat the E-rank Golabi beast. Please take this trial because if you die in this trial, you die in real life too. Immediately, Zhou Yi is warped to a different space. He looks around warily, realizing he is inside a mine. It makes sense. His textbooks did say that those Golabi beasts mostly live in abandoned mines. They might not be carnivores, but just like any other monster, the moment they spot a human, they turn complete. Sensing danger creeping up from behind, Zhou Yi leaps high into the air, effortlessly dodging a. Since this is his first time fighting a beast, he decides to hold back on skills to see if he can take it down barehand. His body feels incredibly light and his jump is way higher. Those 4-dimensional stats are definitely paying off. Just as he is getting cocky from dodging all those attacks, the Golabi swings its razor-sharp tail and, okay, time to stop showing off. He instantly activates his C-rank level 1 self-healing skill. For 30 seconds, it gradually restores health to party members within a set range. He realizes he cannot underestimate even as the monster charges again. Zhou Yi unleashes his counterattack using 2 skills. Pure White Blade is a C-rank level 1 skill. He channels energy to draw across, unleashing. Once hit, the enemy takes heavy light attribute magic damage and is instantly put into a. Tiger Charge is a D-rank level 4 skill, grabbing an enemy in front, slamming them forward, and throwing them away. It deals massive collateral damage to any other monster that gets in his way while running. Finally, after Zhou Yi lands a heavy flurry of punches, the Gulabi beast officially crumbles. Defeating the Gulabi beast. Reward 1 yields 10 extra attribute points. Reward 2 offers a Holy Knight skill. Reward 3 gives random Holy Knight gear. Attribute and skill points are the actual foundation of. No skill upgrades yet. Right now, free attribute points are absolutely his best choice. Having a suitable weapon ready will also provide some pretty massive help during his future trials. Luckily, the system offers a weapon reward, otherwise his current empty bank account could never afford one. He receives 10 free attribute points and a pretty crude single-handed sword. Leaving the trial area, right then, his phone starts ringing, showing a preset reminder on the screen. 5 p.m. at the hospital. Elsewhere, Zhou Yun is sitting on her hospital bed watching the news when the television suddenly cuts. The head nurse holds up the remote, waves a bill, and loudly demands her medicine fees. 10,000. Zhou Yun trembles as she takes the bill, asking why it is so expensive. Was it not 5,000 before? Is there some kind of... Her brother works 3 jobs just to bring home 5,000. Where on earth are they going to find the rest? The head nurse angrily snaps back that she took lots of pills, suppressants, stabilizers, and even she had 3 major episodes mid-month, forcing the entire night shift to run around caring for her. How can if you have a problem, check the records yourself. Zhou Yun quickly stammers that she did not mean it that way, begging her, let me tell you, if you are not born rich, do not go catching a rich person's disease. Poor people just need to accept reality. If you cannot afford it, then do not. The head nurse does not even finish speaking before a hand. Excuse me, nurse, but I think I just heard you scolding a patient. I wonder if a sharp-tongued nurse like you will still have so much to say once we visit the director's office. A middle-aged man says with a cold, half-amused smile. Next to him stands a massive, imposing bodyguard. You can bet she knows when to fold, quickly deciding to shut her mouth and leave. Before slipping away, she sharply reminds Zhou Yun that today's medicine fees must be paid. Who are you guys? Zhou Yun asks warily, wondering if they are debt collectors. The man pulls out a business card and smiles. He introduces himself as a friend of her brother. A moment later, Zhou Yi pushes the door open, holding the Zhou Yun, I just went to pay the bill, but the system shows there is 100,000 in your account. Do you know what is... Zhou Yi looks away from the bill, glances up at Zhou Yun, and notices 2 total strangers in the room. He warily asks who they are, prompting the middle-aged man to introduce himself. Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin, the secretary to the mayor, and I would love to discuss a few things with you. The mayor is the single most powerful figure in Guangxi City, and his personal secretary can sometimes... Why would someone like him come looking for me? Zhou Yi politely shakes hands, suggesting they talk. Zhao Wenbin happily agrees, but before leaving, he carefully instructs his bodyguard to stay behind and look after Zhou. And just like that, news of his crazy hidden class is already blowing up everywhere. So it is not hard to find people talking about him, like these 3 schoolgirls sitting in a cafe right near Zhou. Have you checked the hot searches? The second academy actually got a hidden class user, and his name is apparently Zhou Yi. Here is the photo released by his school, and he is actually pretty handsome. Zhao Wenbin overhears this, and smiles. Mr. Chao, congratulations on unlocking that S-rank talent, the pretty powerful divine angel, and becoming a holy knight. It was just luck, he says. But obtaining an S-rank talent during a normal... The mayor values you quite highly, so he specifically ordered the media not to come around bothering you. Saying this, he pulls out a small box containing a key and continues speaking to him. He also specifically arranged some training resources to help you prepare for the college exam. This is the absolute only key to that safe, so if you ever have any other requests, just say the word. He is clearly investing heavily because he sees some pretty massive potential in him. Talk about a major power move, all upside, no real downside. But then again, nothing in this world is ever truly free. The mayor clearly hopes he will repay him one day. Seeing Zhou Yi fall silent, Zhao Wenbin decides to pull. Starting today, a highly professional medical team will be taking care of Miss Zhou Yun 24/7. Plus, the mayor has already reached out to a level 36 second transition priest, who will travel to Guangxi. Hearing that, Zhou Yi immediately agrees to accept the generous subsidy from the mayor. After speaking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi goes back to Zhou Yun and explains the whole situation. So that means you just reached the heavens in a single step. Can I please just cling to your leg like a pretty little ornament now? Zhou Yi gently taps her forehead with a warm laugh, telling her to stop talking nonsense and focus entirely on resting up. That is when Zhou Yun asks with quite a curious look, every class has its own exclusive skills, so what did you get? This suddenly reminds Zhou Yi of his new abilities. After his class transition, 3 unique... Since slow healing restores vital health points, he decides to test it out on his little sister. Zhou Yi gently places his hand on Zhou Yun's head and activates his skill. It feels so relaxing, almost like soaking in a hot spring. He asks her if she feels any better. And get this, Zhou Yun snaps out of her relaxed daze, looking at her brother with a face full of sheer The pain is completely gone, and my hands are warm too. You are so amazing. Zhou Yi looks warmly at his sister, secretly thrilled he chose the Holy Knight class. Besides after all, Holy Knights are basically healers. While he cannot completely cure her, being able to ease her painful... The very next day, Principal Luo Heng personally escorts Zhou Yi straight to his office. Along the way, he happily brags that dozens of colleges called yesterday wanting to recruit him directly, and today, recruiters from 4 different top 10 universities called in just a short amount of time. He tells Zhou Yi to perform well to secure the absolute best resources from these high-level class users. Getting scouted by them means he is guaranteed to receive some of the absolute finest training in the future. Zhou Yi asks which schools they are, and the principal lists Rongyang University, Xuan'an University, Anji. Did none of the top 3 elite universities call? Seriously? The top 3 always rely strictly on actual college entrance exam scores, completely ignore. The moment they arrive at the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal hear a loud, heated argument coming from Old Zhao. Sichuan province is over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi. Did you seriously? A fighter jet is nothing. I actually used a super long-distance teleportation array. That requires a level 30 magic core for every single use. You actually wasted that? For a true genius, nothing is a waste. Zhou Yi is definitely joining our Xuan'an University. Well then, let us see whose offer is more tempting. Just then, Luo Heng pushes the door open, proudly announcing that their genius student Zhou Yi has arrived. He then proceeds to introduce each recruiter to the boy. He introduces Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University, Li Bing from Xuan'an, Chu Nok from They love it. This humble attitude is perfect. He has no arrogance despite awakening a hidden class, remaining perfectly calm and humble. Zhao Tianfu immediately, just enroll with us, and you will get 2 million coins, along with 3 exclusive skill books for Holy Knights. Zhou Yi is absolutely stunned by this offer. After all, a normal family in this world earns only about 6,000, yet Rongyang instantly offers 2 million, plus rare skill books ordinary people could never hope to touch. Even the mayor could not give him this kind of luxury. But then, Li Bing just scoffs at the offer. They are so stingy. He mocks their offer. Come to Xuan'an and we will give you 3 million, 3 exclusive skill books a year, and personal training from a level 56 Holy Knight. Level 56, that is a powerhouse standing incredibly close to the absolute peak of Blue Star. Becoming his disciple guarantees a brilliant future. Principal Luo Heng marvels silently, but Chunagok's next, you guys are not showing enough sincerity. Hancheng only offers 2 million in cash, but the moment you enroll, we will immediately grant you a portion of B-grade cultivation resources. Luo Heng gasps, staring at Zhou Yi as if screaming to take it. But get this, despite these mind-blowing, elite offers from 4 top schools, Zhou Yi because he has his sights set on the top 3 universities. Among the top 10, the big 3 Qingjing University and Mado University stand far above the rest. Together, they are every single year, only 1,000 get in. And it is not just for humans. Even powerful races like elves and giants can compete for a spot. These races are already naturally stronger. Plus, with all of Zhongxia's massive genius population, trying to get in? Yeah, that is basically harder than climbing to heaven. So when Zhao Tianfu hears Zhou Yi refuse the offer, his power erupts in anger as he snaps here. I thought you were a promising. I checked your file. You've lagged behind for 18 years with 0 decent resources to help you. Your raw strength is pretty weak, and your base stats are bottom tier. Let's be real, with your current ability, even if you miraculously got in, you'd be dead last. Without the absolute best elite coaching, Zhou Yi grits his teeth, completely overwhelmed by the pressure. If this were his past self, he would have collapsed instantly. But right then, Luo Heng growls, what is the meaning of this, Teacher Trier? Are you really trying to bully my student on my turf? Standing nearby, Chu Yu quietly watches and assesses the boy's reaction. To withstand Zhao Tianfu's raw pressure for over 3 breaths is truly impressive. Realizing he went too far, recruitment isn't just about raw potential, because character matters just as much. With an attitude like that, I will take my leave. Goodbye, Principal La. Since student Zhou Yi has such high goals, I should not overstay my welcome. The other teachers follow. Seeing this, Luo Heng quickly rushes after them to plead for Zhou Yi. Now, only he and Teacher Chu Yu are left. She speaks softly, you have guts. But Teacher Trier Zhongxia has endless geniuses, and those non-human races are naturally superior. Fighting for a spot, Zhou Yi confidently replies, I will use my exam results to prove my real worth. With only a month left, his secret system is about to kick things into high gear. Just wait and see how far. By then, the top 3 universities will be begging him to join. It has been years since she last saw such intense, unwavering determination. Instantly, staying in a safe place for too long makes you soft and cautious, creating a massive generation gap with these. Chu Yu stares at him for a long moment before turning to leave, smiling as she bids him farewell. I will be watching your performance. See you at the exams. Student Zhou Yi. Time flies by like a wild dog. In the blink of an eye, a month passes. And the big day, inside the hall, students are gossiping nonstop about the chief examiner, Demon Dung, claiming they are all absolute. A few years ago, he designed the test, and our province's average score plunged to an all-time low. Zhou Yi rejected direct admission to fight for the top 3. No way, right? He is being way too arrogant, because even the top geniuses in our city wouldn't dare boast like that. What makes him think just because he has a rare hidden class, he thinks he is a god? He is going to crash hard. $1 million bonus? Right then, Zhou Yi walks in. The guy who was happily trash-talking him just seconds ago freezes up, staring. He stammers in a weird voice. Why does he look so different now? He has the aura of a total beast now. And suddenly, the exam dungeon opens. Following a loud announcement, the dungeon details pop up right in front of them. It is the gloomy dark forest realm, levels 10 to 13, with easy. Party size requires anywhere from 1 to 5 players. Warning, the depths of this dark forest are crawling with devil cats and bull monsters. They are ruthless man-eaters. Damn, I hate that we have to go in there. Please don't tell me there is swampy terrain in there too. Those devil cats are lightning fast, and those massive bull. That Demon Dung seriously wants us dead. The maximum party members allowed matches the set difficulty. Past exams capped teams at 3, but this year they are letting us bring 5. Naturally, as Li Xiangyang steps up in front of them and yells out a warning, remember to act within your own limits. The second you face fatal danger inside, use your return scroll immediately to warp back. If you die in there, you die in the real world too, so fail the exam if you must, but keep yourselves alive. The moment Li Xiangyang finishes speaking, the candidates turn into beams of light and teleport straight into the dungeon. Simultaneously, the massive screens flicker to life, displaying real-time feeds of all the examinees inside. Everyone gets a direct look. Class 1, Tun Kwang. Warrior class, hard mode. A solo challenger here. Class 1, Mo Cam, assassin, hard difficulty. Another solo. Then Class 1, Long Fai, Vuong Fuang, and Tan Qian, elementalist, archer, and necromancer, hard difficulty, 3. Class 5, Zhou Yi, paladin class, nightmare difficulty, solo run. Then Class 2, Truong Vai, roles being archer, fire mage, swordsman, and pharmacist, hard difficulty, 4-man team. You see this? That elite class is built different. Almost everyone is soloing these dungeons. Going solo means soaking up all the experience points, which boosts scores but spikes the risk of death. While the crowd is buzzing, a girl suddenly points at Zhou Yi's screen and screams, "Hey, look, that is..." Right then. Up in the VIP section, Education Bureau Director Jia Dao stares with his mouth wide open. He slams the table. A paladin's support abilities are insanely strong, making them absolute powerhouses in any team setup. Why on earth is Zhou Yi soloing? He even picked Nightmare mode with a death rate over 40%. Principal Law. This city has invested an incredible amount of rare resources into Zhou Yi this past month. If he dies in that dungeon, our city's reputation takes a massive, devastating blow. His reckless behavior ignores our support entirely. Principal Luo Heng quickly tries to smooth things, offering a reassuring smile. Director Jia, do not worry. Zhou Yi is not careless. He must have some Back to Zhou Yi, who is on the move when he suddenly spots a high-speed shadow darting across the tree canopy. Looking dead serious, Zhou Yi draws his weapon and readies his stance, gripping his bronze single-edged axe. Armed with this heavy poleaxe, he gets +7 strength but -2 agility. Suddenly, a beast lunges down from perfect timing. Now go die. With a fierce roar, Zhou Yi swings his axe, cleaving the monster clean in half. His stats are 45 strength, 51 constitution, 43 agility. Zhou Yi happily closes his status window, whispering that in just 1 month, even though he is only level, his average stats have already hit 47, matching the level of a level 13 class holder. In the entire Tuhang province, he easily ranks among the very best. Smirking, Zhou Yi calls out to, "Fine, then I am bringing the fight to you." He charges straight toward the beasts hiding in the bushes. His heavy axe suddenly glows with a bright, brilliant, golden aura. Weapon Blessing Level 4, a C-rank skill that channels holy light, boosting strength, physical. Zhou Yi is like a tiger in a flock of sheep, dropping beasts in single swings. Under his S rank, the Sacred Angel's protection, The absolute power of his paladin-exclusive weapon blessing skill is also adding 21 points of pure strength to his axe. Imagine how jealous other players would be if they saw this insane buff. After all, this high-stakes exam dungeon strictly limits players to 3-star bronze weapons or below. Behaves like a 5-star bronze beast once this insane boost kicks in. Every single stat point is incredibly precious in this exam, easily building an insurmountable gap between him. Just then, another wave of monsters tries to ambush Zhou Yi from behind. Zhou Yi pulls back his weapon, spins around, and softly mutters pure white blade. A brilliant, cross-shaped beam of light shoots from his hands, slicing the attacking beasts to bloody. His pure white blade is already at rank 5, packing massive light element damage on its own, but coupled with the Sacred Angel's protection, it instantly vaporizes low-level mobs. Hurling it with absolute, terrifying strength, directly at the only beast lucky enough to survive the razor-sharp claw whistles through the air directly toward the target, piercing its stomach with enough force to pin the creature flat against a nearby tree trunk. Back outside the dungeon, the massive crowd. Wow, that was close. Senior Cha's skill timing is absolutely flawless, releasing that pure white blade at the exact millisecond. That is absolutely insane. They get completely crushed in a single blow. So satisfying to watch. Senior Cha. But how is Senior Cha swinging it around like it is a lightweight toy? Did he seriously dump all of his free attribute points into raw strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowns. As a teacher, his observation skills are much better than these students, allowing him to see much more. His speed and his skill casting are both blindingly fast. And his magical power is devastating, which means his intelligence stat must be incredibly high as well. The swing angle, distance control, and striking force are all managed perfectly. He is truly a Saying this, Tang Tianjun casts an envious glance at Li Xiangyang, thinking to himself, how did such a Elsewhere, Jia Dao speaks up with a dead serious expression on his face. Zhou Yi definitely has great combat awareness, but what he is doing is incredibly foolish, wiping out the first wave of nightmare dungeons. Do not just have strong monsters. Their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and even the best made. The weight of that battle axe is a massive burden on any class user. If you only swing it once or twice, but swinging it hundreds of times continuously, he won't even have the strength left to hold his heavy weapon anymore. In the end, those demon cats will rip him to shreds. On the screen, a new wave of monsters suddenly rushes toward Zhou Yi, causing an instant uproar in the crowd. This is brutal. With over 100 demon cats swarming him, do you guys think Senior Zhou Yi can actually survive this? Every single spectator is now fully focused, holding their breath to see how Zhou Yi responds. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi does not disappoint. He seamlessly blends his weapon attacks and skill. As the final monster collapses, a small vortex appears right in front of Zhou Yi and gradually expands. This must be the entrance to the next stage. Whispering to himself, Zhou Yi steps decisively into the portal. Stepping out of the vortex, a massive horde of monsters is already waiting for Zhou Yi. Outside the dungeon, welcome back to the live broadcast on Ava, and I am your absolute favorite MC host. Right now, we are watching the run of the most famous elite student from the Second Academy. The brilliant S+ talent, our most shining paladin, Zhou Yi. He has just cleared the very first, taking only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Guys, do you even realize what kind of crazy record this is? 3 minutes and 17 seconds, that is a whopping 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Getting overly excited, the host literally shoves his face into the lens, forcing his cameraman colleague to speak. Nearby, a fangirl says with pure admiration, he literally sliced his way through the whole run. Just how insanely high is Senior Zhou Yi's stamina stat anyway? Jiang Feifei wags her finger and chimes in. Dean Jia said wasting stamina on the first wave was foolish. Sitting in the front row, Li Xiangyang warns her. Jiang Feifei, just watch the match quietly. What Jiang Feifei covers her mouth, teasing, Teacher Li, I can see you smiling happily too, so do not even try. Even so, Li Huangdong feels a bit self-conscious, pinching his own cheek and wondering if the happy grin on his. And just like that, Senior Chao enters the gate, making all of us hold our breath as we watch the main screen. Back inside the dungeon, using his appraisal skill, the detailed stats of the monster horde appear clearly before Zhou Yi's. First up are the Silver Tier Level 14 Tauren monsters, possessing Wild Rampage, Savage Charge, War Stomp, and the Iron Body trait. Then there are Bronze Tier Level 12 Fluorescent Cat Demons, specializing in light magic mastery and highly annoying healing spells. Next, we have the Level 13 Flame Cat Devils, Bronze tier fire magic specialists using fireball and fire-breathing skills. Lastly, Bronze tier level 11 cursed cat demons, masters of dark magic and curse spells. Zhou Yi falls into deep thought. The basic beasts act as frontline warriors, fluorescent ones play healer, while the flame and cursed ones are the damage plus, those silver tier taurens deal insanely high burst damage. It is a classic warrior, healer, felt like dealing with scattered soldiers. This second stage is like facing a highly trained, coordinated army. Without giving Zhou Yi even a single moment to think, the massive monster army launches a highly coordinated attack. Suddenly, sinister black hands sprout from the ground, wrapping tightly around Zhou Yi, binding him so he cannot move at all, forcing him to face a horde of monsters and incoming fireballs head-on. Outside, the crowd gasps at the sight. Oh man, talk about danger. Inside the dungeon, faced with this deadly crisis, Zhou Yi actually smiles and warriors charge, priests, buff, mages support, he says. Quite the neat coordination they. Zhou Yi waits until the lead monster's claws are just inches away. Only then does he raise his hands and instantly, a massive cross of light appears, radiating a brilliant golden glow that fills the area, completely swallowing the entire monster horde. This is Holy Cross Light. Level 4, B tier. Screams of pure agony echo everywhere. Once the golden light finally fades away, Zhou Yi is no longer facing a terrifying, clawing horde of monsters, but a literal forest of dead bodies lying on the ground. Who on earth told me a paladin is just a support class? That is literally a B tier area of effect god tier. Just like talents, skills are split into tiers, going from lowest to highest across 7 ranks. The higher the tier, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it gets. At the same time, Jia Dao has some doubts. The government only provides C tier skills at most, so how did this kid Zhou Yi is definitely not simple. Back in the dungeon, now that the rest of the monsters are dead, Zhou Yi points his weapon directly at the beast, calling it out with a smirk. Only you left, bring it on, he says. Right after, the crowd watches as the bull-headed monster instantly acts. It then unleashes War Stomp, slamming its foot down to rip a massive fissure right toward where Zhou Yi is standing. Zhou Yi reacts instantly, leaping high to dodge it. Since he is airborne and unable to dodge, the bull monster uses Savage Charge to barrel straight toward him. Because it is in that iron body state, no amount of incoming damage can break or interrupt its charge. Zhou Yi has absolutely no intention of running away. He uses Aerial Slash to clash head-on with the charging. Next, we see Zhou Yi cross his arms, unleashing his pure white blade skill. He carves a bright cross of light toward the bull monster, while the pure white blade slices deep into the monster, making it roar in agony as its massive body stumbles back. Whispering softly, Zhou Yi slashes down without a trace of hesitation, slicing the bull monster completely in half. Yet, the beast is still alive, lying in a pool of blood and staring up at Zhou Yi with wide eyes. He walks over coldly, stomping his boot right onto its skull. This time, Zhou Yi is absolutely sure the beast is finished, because that familiar swirling vortex has just staring at the swirling portal. Zhou Yi tells himself the next stage is the boss fight, and honestly, the crowd outside is, holy crap, chopping down a 4-meter-tall bull monster with one blow is absolutely insane. Don't forget that bull monster was fully enraged, so this power is unbelievable. His combos are just way too cool. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you. The host checks the timer and yells that the second stage took only 59 seconds, making even truly incredible. Perfectly timed skills and absolute control over his power. It is hard to believe this kid is just a high schooler who awakens. Jia Dao then turns to Luo Heng with a smile, saying, Principal Luo, congratulations, your second academy. Luo Heng happily replies, every dog has its day, and it is finally our second academy's turn to. Deep down, he is filled with anticipation, thinking that since the school was first founded, their best graduate only ranked 72nd in the province. Maybe Zhou Yi can finally take the second academy to hold. Suddenly, someone points at the screen and yells, why is Senior Zhou Yi entering the boss room straight away without taking a break? Everyone rushes to look, and seeing Zhou Yi step right into the vortex without resting, Jia Dao snaps. If he does not recover his peak condition and ends up losing his edge against the boss, he is going to pay a massive price. Luo Heng quickly tries to reassure him, saying Zhou Yi must have his reasons, we just need to wait patiently. With countless top-tier geniuses, anyone wanting to break into the top 100 in the province usually chooses to solo the Nightmare tier dungeon. At the exact same difficulty, if you want, Back inside the dungeon, the second Zhou Yi steps into the third stage, he spots the boss monster sitting just so he casts his appraisal skill on the boss. Level 16 Minotaur King, Golden Grade, Skills Unknown. The level gap is just too wide to scan any further. System note: Human, how dare you set foot in my palace? Prepare to die with that roar. The Minotaur King charges forward. Dawn Blessing, Blessing of Courage, Divine Blessing, and Blessing of Protection. He triggers them all. Zhou Yi activates a rapid chain of buff skills simultaneously, and suddenly, clad in full plate armor, waving his hand, he taunts, "Hey little calf, I am over here." All his novice Holy Knight buffs are now fully active. The furious boss spins around, and Zhou Yi immediately lunges forward to strike. But the Minotaur King, he cannot even believe it. Zhou Yi slips right in front of the Minotaur King to deliver another slash, but the blade feels like it is. With a furious roar, the Minotaur King swings his massive weapon down right at Zhou Yi. The impact triggers a massive shockwave, sending clouds of dust high into the air. Zhou Yi barely dodges the A split second later, the Minotaur King suddenly teleports right in front of Zhou Yi and swings his heavy weapon. Zhou Yi has no time to dodge. The blow sends him flying, crashing through 5 massive stone pillars before, luckily, his Holy Knight defense armor absorbs the brunt of it, or his bones would have been completely shattered. Not bad, that first round showed me exactly what to do. That heavy hit was not in vain, he mutters. Slowly raising, in an instant, a massive number of small golden whirlpools manifest all around Zhou Yi. Next, sharp golden spearheads emerge from the center of each whirlpool, firing straight toward the distance. This is his C-rank level 3 Spear of Victory, which hurls projectiles forged from pure holy power. Seeing the incoming attack, the Minotaur King swings his weapon to parry. No matter how many holy spears Zhou Yi fires, they fail to leave a single scratch. Soon after, a system warning: mana levels are dangerously low. Please replenish immediately. Zhou Yi takes one quick. He keeps his skill active while rapidly brainstorming a counter strategy. This boss is incredibly strong. Now, normally you would just kite this kind of boss, but doing that here guarantees 0 chance of winning. He figures the exam designers would never put students in a truly hopeless situation. There must be a clever way to beat it. During their intense clash, he clearly felt that if he launches continuous attacks from multiple angles, the beast will struggle to defend itself. With that plan in mind, Zhou Yi manually guides the golden spears to strike from entirely different directions. The strategy pays off instantly, as several spears pierce straight into the Minotaur King's knees. Another system warning flash. Zhou Yi clenches his fist, detonating those embedded spears and forcing the massive Minotaur King down onto one. Aside from its poor agility, the Minotaur King has another massive weakness in combat. Its health and defense stats are incredibly high, but it is highly susceptible to negative status effects. Because of this, he must unleash high damage skills in extremely rapid succession. But otherwise, he will completely run out of mana before killing the boss, failing the exam entirely. With the math fully worked out, Zhou Yi knows his golden opportunity has arrived. Taking full advantage of the giant kneeling on the ground, he rains down holy spears from all directions. Mana levels are critically low. Please replenish immediately. He wanted to unleash an ultimate, but, muttering to himself, Zhou Yi charges straight at the Minotaur King, drawing his weapon to deliver one final. He slices the massive beast completely in half. Congratulations, you have cleared the nightmare-level Gloomy Eye Secret Realm dungeon. Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your exam time has been recorded. Clear rank is SSF. Hearing this notification, Zhou Yi stands there dazed, whispering to himself. The top spot. Does this mean I am officially the top scorer of the Suhong District exam? But he quickly snaps. In his heart, he remembers. In the year since transmigrating here, his mother passed away from illness. His little sister fell critically ill, and massive debts piled up. The crushing medical bills for Tio Van made it. Yet in those brutal conditions, he refused to give up, even when his core stats would not increase at all. Instead, he trained his combat skills to the absolute limit, forging an unbreakable will to fight. The arrival of this system gave me a second chance to completely turn my life around, but it also holds my I have to grab this opportunity and push harder than anyone else. My resolve is absolutely unshakable as I finally make my return. With those words, Zhou Yi calms his mind, deactivates his armor, and walks straight toward the swirling portal. Congratulations, you have earned 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level up to 11, 12, and then 13. Congratulations on obtaining the Rainforest Belt, requiring level 10. When fighting inside a jungle environment, This set bonus provides a continuous buff scaled directly off your own constitution stat. Your recovery speed, stamina, regeneration, and mana restoration are all boosted by 3 times their. Congratulations, you have also received the Rainforest Ring, which requires level 10 to equip. While battling in the jungle, you will receive continuous buffs based on your constitution. Obtained 10 wild strawberries. Take note that consuming these items will instantly restore a specific amount of your mana. Received 1 gold tier Minotaur King card, a rare enchanting material. Once successfully enchanted, it grants a massive. Now here is where things get absolutely wild. The moment Zhou Yi steps out of the portal, the entire crowd just. We love you, Senior Zhou Yi. You are literally our god. You are so amazing, and honestly, you are just too strong. Everyone is chanting, Ni God, Ni God. Zhou Yi is completely startled by the noise. Turning his head, Zhou Yi spots a whole crowd of reporters pointing their heavy lenses right at him. Flashbulbs go off like crazy, and through the glare, 2 figures walk up Principal Luo Heng and the director of Luo Heng steps up smiling, saying soloing a nightmare-level dungeon in under 10 minutes is unreal. That is a historic glory our academy has not witnessed in over 100 years. Based on my years of exam analysis, you could easily become the top scorer of Tohang District. Just then, a luxury car pulls up, causing a huge stir. Whose ride is that? And why is it driving right onto the— Wait, is not that the magic S400 that can actually switch into flight mode? Is that the insane S400 worth an entire house in the capital? Yes, that is the one. And it stops right in front of Zhou Yi. Jia Dao personally opens the car door for him, saying your results will be out in 3 days, and we will notify— Thank you, Director Jia. Zhou Yi replies. Before following Principal Luo Heng directly toward the luxury S4, Principal Luo Heng nods, telling him to go home and rest. Not long after, Zhou Yi arrives at the hospital. Following their last conversation, Zhao Wenbin was very quick to fulfill his promise. Tiovan was moved into the most luxurious medical suite here, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition. The moment Zhou Yi steps into the elevator, a nurse greets him with a warm smile, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chao, you are here." "Yeah, I am here to see Tiovan. I have some great news for her." She smiles. "Asking your exam results must be amazing." With that, she presses the button for the 26th floor. But as they go up, both of them suddenly feel the temperature a bit shaky. The nurse mutters, "How strange. Why is it so freezing today? Did someone set the air conditioning way too—" That is when Zhou Yi notices frost leaking through the elevator door cracks, and his face instantly tightens with concern. Reaching the 26th floor, the doors slide open and brace yourself, because what is waiting outside is absolute horror. What on earth is going on here? The entire long corridor is completely entombed in thick ice. Oh no, Tiovan. Panicking, Zhou Yi bolts straight toward his sister's room, leaving the nurse far behind. She tries to call out his name. Zhou Yi smashes through the frozen wall of her hospital room, bursting inside while desperately shouting out her name. A second later, the shocking scene before him leaves him utterly speechless. Tiovan is writhing in intense pain on the bed, cold energy pouring out of her body to form a massive ice dragon swirling. Standing right beside the bed, someone is channeling powerful magic, desperately trying to stabilize. Seeing Zhou Yi prepare to strike the ice dragon, the woman keeping the magic active screams, "Stop, do not attack." Zhou Yi rushes over to her, pleading, "Sister Tin, please tell me what is happening." "If you blindly hurt this dragon, her life core might shatter from the shock," Tin warns. Zhou Yi demands, then Ting explains her frost illness suddenly erupted, and this icy aura instantly froze everyone on this floor. "I can only barely suppress the cold on this floor right now, so you need to get out of here immediately." Zhou Yi anxiously yells out, "Then what about Xiao Yun?" But Sister Qing cuts him off. "Yi, without a high-level priest, there is a—" Calming down slightly, Zhou Yi says, "I understand." Then, he quietly issues a system command. System message: all skill points used to upgrade slow heal from level 4 to level 10. Letting party members within a certain range gradually recover. Restore their stamina and mana with a lasting effect for a certain duration. Immediately after, Zhou Yi unleashes his slow heal skill directly onto Xiao Yun. Sister Qing gasps in sheer shock. It even completely surpasses her own level 23 priest skills. While maintaining the spell, Zhou Yi speaks up. "Sister Qing, I can hold the line here. Go tell Secretary Zhao he absolutely must find a way to bring a high level." But Sister Qing responds that priest's schedule is completely packed. Secretary Zhao only booked her for next week, and rushing them now is pointless. Zhou Yi turns back with a dead serious— "If he can get a high-level priest here, I will owe him one unconditional favor in the future. I swear on my life." Sister Qing stares at him silently for a brief moment before agreeing. rushing out to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi immediately resumes treating Zhao Yun. Trapped in this icy grasp, her whole body writhing in intense pain, it is a fate worse than death. Lately, the frost has grown much worse, but he never expected the cold energy to physically manifest like this. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yi forces himself to keep healing, even as the freezing cold starts creeping into his own hands. As the night grows deeper and Zhou Yi's mana is about to run dry, a strange green glowing sphere suddenly the sphere bounces around like crazy, slamming right into the manifestation of the ice dragon and cracking it. Seeing Xiao Yun's face twist in pain, Zhou Yi yells out, "Wait, do not touch her." Suddenly, the green ball slams right into Zhou Yi, throwing him backward. But wait, look who just entered, carrying a mass. With a deafening roar, the massive ice dragon lunges straight at the mysterious girl. She swings her massive brush like a staff, striking the dragon on its head before rapidly drawing glowing symbols in midair. Her eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant green light. With a powerful swing, she slams her brush directly down onto a magic array erupts, forcing the ice dragon back toward Xiao Yun. The beast rapidly shrinks until, as Xiao Yun's expression finally softens, her intense pain completely fades away. Zhou Yi mutters in utter disbelief, "Is she really okay now?" The girl turns to look at him and asks, "You must be Zhou Yi. I have heard a lot about you. I am Cui Liena, a level 35 second-tier priest from Qingyun City." Zhou Yi quickly greets her. Cui Liena explains that Director Jia practically begged her to come and treat his little sister. Sizing him up, Cui Liena notes that if Director Jia had not mentioned this guy might be the provincial top, seeing him resist this intense frost energy for so long, she realizes Director Jia was not exaggerating. Zhou Yi anxiously asks her, "What is actually wrong with my sister? Is there any way to cure her?" Cui Liena explains that when frost condenses like this, it is a sign of bloodline awakening. He knows that back when the game Eternal first launched, a lot of players chose other races like elves, and after the game merged with reality, those non-human players began showing physical traits of their actual bloodline. For instance, those with elf bloodlines got glowing green eyes and longer, pointed ears. Giants grew up to 3 or 4 meters tall, over the span of 200 years, diluting the bloodline. Generation by generation, these unique traits and power traits, except in rare cases of sudden bloodline awakening. Cui Liena explains that this process is both a blessing and since a successful awakening yields godlike power, making training and learning skills incredibly fast with minimum. But if it fails, the best case scenario is paralysis, and the worst is death. Your sister is being tormented because her fragile body, if my guess is right, she has awakened the rare frost bloodline. To successfully survive this rare awakening, she must completely alter her entire physical constitution. As far as I know, only a legendary treasure called the Glacial Ice Lotus can safely reshape a human body. But this item is incredibly rare. The last time it even appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where a mysterious, in 3 months, the frost inside her will completely erupt out of control. Your only other option is using the to directly seal her bloodline away. Once you make a decision, use this token to contact me. But the price is high, his little sister can never level up again. Once Thoiliert Na leaves, Zhou Yi 5 days later, just as Zhou Yi finishes his daily quest, a system screen pops up. 200 squats, 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, and 200 weapon swings. Daily quest completed. Please select your reward. Zhou Yi immediately calls out for stat points. He almost always chooses free stat points as his daily. For a holy knight, stamina and wisdom stats are extremely crucial. But he cannot ignore he usually distributes his stats in a 2-3-3-2 ratio, keeping everything balanced to avoid any. Just as he is thinking, another screen flashes in front of Zhou Yi. Look at this, the official exam results. Achievement quest completed. Congratulations on ranking number 1 across the entire Tohang province in this examination. Rewards are distributed based on your score. Congratulations on obtaining the S-tier God class beast skill. Congratulations on obtaining the one-time use S-tier God class secret art, the Descent of the Gods. Congratulations on obtaining the rare A-tier skill, Spear of Light. And congratulations on receiving 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exams wrapped up, the moment Zhou Yi became a holy knight, I already knew he was destined for absolute greatness. That is why I advised the city government to focus on nurturing him. It was all thanks to my incredibly sharp eye. A group of students watching this fake principal on TV cannot help but stare in absolute shock. How can the top scorer of the province be a holy knight? Is not that class just a heavy support tank? Do not try to play me. Holy knights are incredibly slow at clearing dungeons. Running a nightmare dungeon at level 10, is this a joke? Hearing that, a girl pulls out her phone to defend him, saying I actually recorded the whole thing. See, now, even the students who doubted his abilities are completely blown away, muttering about how insanely terrible. How is the burst from his holy cross even stronger than a high-tier fire mage's spell? Weapon blessing, divine grace, and courage blessing. Can someone please count how many buffs our province's top scorer? Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment, a red-haired guy is glued to his screen, watching Zhou Yi. 9 minutes and 24 seconds. He cleared it 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou Yi is pretty interesting. But here's the crazy part. He casually points his finger, blowing up a nearby wall with a wicked smirk. Anyone who dares to steal my glory has only one option: death. The next morning, as Zhou Yi is heading to visit his sister, his phone suddenly buzzes with a. Zhou Yi immediately calls Secretary Traitor to figure out what is going on. Mr. Chow, because of your outstanding performance, the government is gifting you 5 million in cash and do you have a preferred neighborhood, or should we choose for you? It seems they already heard the news that he is. Zhou Yi replies, please choose for me. Traitor then asks if he needs a ride, since recruiters from the top 3 elite universities. No need, they are already here, Zhou Yi replies, looking at the man standing right before him. The man hands over a business card with a warm smile and introduces himself as the recruiter for Vinjung University. Just as Zhou Yi is looking a bit surprised, an unfamiliar voice interrupts. I clearly recall Vinjung University calling classmate Zhou Yi arrogant, claiming he did not know his place. The Vindung University recruiter looks up into the sky, staring at a massive. Zhao Tianfu was completely blind to your talent, so he has already been stripped of his position and kicked out of the school. Saying that, the recruiter awkwardly looks at Zhou Yi, promising that if he joins Vindung, no matter what kind of offer your Vindung University makes, Mado University will easily double it. Mado University is definitely taking Zhou Yi, so the rest of you might as well pack up and leave. The muscular man slams onto the ground, speaking with so much confidence that the Vindung recruiter looks. Right at that moment, a woman's voice whispers directly into Zhou Yi's ear, asking if he has consulted Thon Qin. Suddenly, a purple-haired girl with angelic wings sweeps Zhou Yi into her arms, snatching Zhou Yi away. The purple-haired recruiter whispers that while Thon Qin University lacks other things, throughout your 4 years, we will provide A-tier cultivation resources every single term. But as she speaks, a sudden right then, a female teacher dressed completely in black stands right in front of Zhou Yi. Slowly, whatever Thonking University can offer, my Tohang University can match. What kind of move is directly put him down or do not blame me for getting rough, she warns, as a muscular teacher flies up to join the chaos. Exactly. Forced things are never sweet. Zhou Yi. Bado University will not only. Although the purple-haired teacher is absolutely furious, she sensibly lowers Zhou Yi back to the ground and forces. Hey, I am not kidnapping anyone, I just wanted a quick chat with classmate Zhou Yi. Make your choice, classmate Zhou Yi. I am To Mir Ni, a recruiter representing the prestigious Tohang University. At Tohang University, pure strength is king. Climb onto our school, Earth or Heaven ranking boards, and you will get access to S-rank resources. Besides, our Tohang University has dominated first place in the freshman exchange tournament. The purple-haired teacher snaps back, demanding what To Mir Ni means and calling her arrogant just for winning a few matches. Our victories are facts that cannot be argued, To Mir Ni replies, advising Koton to push her thon. While the teachers argue, here is the big question: which legendary school will our main character? Honestly, the special offers from all 3 schools are pretty much identical. Choosing any of them would guarantee a bright, limitless future. But since he wants to focus heavily on practical combat training, after thinking it over, Zhou Yi decides that the fierce To Mir Ni immediately pulls out a scroll, telling him to look over this special recruitment contract for Tohang University. Thay Lurk sighs in regret as yet another brilliant young talent gets snatched away right under his nose by Tohang University. Koton still refuses to give up, offering him a transfer to Thon Kin University instead. Hearing this, To Mir Ni glares intensely at her rival, while Zhou Yi reads the contract. Amazed by reading the contract, Zhou Yi gasps in surprise and turns to ask To Mir Ni. He politely asks her what level she is, and when she reveals she is a level 42, second-tier mage, he is stunned. The outside world is vast, she says, promising he will see plenty of incredibly strong young experts once he. That is perfect, Zhou Yi responds excitedly. After all, he has had absolutely no worthy opponents of his own age lately, so finding strong rivals to fight it. To Mir Ni takes back the signed contract, telling him he has exactly 1 week to pack up all of his belongings. She will return in a week to pick him up, prompting a confused Zhou Yi to ask why the registration date is so incredibly early. Naturally, Special recruits have to arrive early to start their advanced training as soon as possible. This rapid training will spike your power level, ensuring our academy dominates the upcoming national. A week flies by, and right after getting his beloved sister Zhou Yi settled into their luxurious new villa, before departing, he asks Secretary Trio to keep a close eye on his sister. After nagging his little sister Zhou Yi with endless safety tips, he finally gets into the car, prompting a smiling Tomir. It is, so she tells him he better brace himself. Before Zhou Yi can even process her warning, the car dashes straight through a portal, and he remarks that they are not in a rush, so teleportation circles feel a bit unnecessary. But when he looks around, his mind is completely blown by the insane sights flying right past them. Standard teleportation circles are typically heavily guarded military assets, meaning even the tiny portals used. However, Tohang University partners directly with the military, allowing them to construct a massive. To Mir-ni explains with a smile, nodding forward as she announces their arrival. Staring at the grand sights ahead, Zhou Yi mutters that this is completely over the top, while she tells him to follow her. While he is distracted looking at his surroundings, a sudden loud whooshing sound cuts through the air. Standing there is a white-haired girl, her angry eyes burning with absolute fury. She cold-heartedly warns him that she has zero interest in meeting him, and that kick was merely a soft warning to back off. With that, she walks away, leaving a mocking crowd gathered around to laugh at the completely humiliated student. Looks like Dong Thieu finally picked a fight with a real demoness, since he tries flirting with freshmen every year, but justice has. Zhou Yi looks after the white-haired girl and thinks to himself, Ma Wen. She has demon blood in her. Sumir remembers Zhou Yi's background, notices his sharp expression. Quite a few students and teachers in this university town carry non-human bloodlines, so if you run into them, try not to look so shocked. Don't worry even if they're all non-humans, as long as they I haven't lost my mind enough to hate the entire demon race over my father's death. That is good to hear. Then, here is. Sumir conjures a card and hands it to Zhou Yi. He quickly scans the info on it, especially his ranking and credit. Let me quickly explain the school rules. First up, we have the ranking system. Each school year has its own ranking bracket. The stronger you are, the higher you climb. For freshmen, since you came in first, you're officially the strongest freshman, but it's only temporary. In 1 month, we'll hold the freshman tournament, and the ranks will be completely reshuffled based on that. Starting today, you'll be a prime target, because everyone wants to steal your spot. Zhou Yi proudly replies. Sumir just smiles and continues showing Zhou Yi around, giving him the grand tour while explaining the details. Next up is the credit system. All new students start with basic credits linked to their student ID numbers. You can use these credits for food, purchasing gear, potions, skill books, and anything else. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy whatever you want, even S-class skills and top-tier resources. First is credit missions. You can use your student card to browse and accept suitable quests on the official website. Finishing those gets you corresponding credits. The second way is receiving a fixed month. This university has about 1,000 students, and the competition for those leaderboards is absolutely cutthroat. Also, this university has 3 separate secret dungeon realms. The first is the underground Goblin City, which is restricted to levels 17 to 21. Second is the Distorted Forest, for levels 23. The third dungeon is Purgatory, restricted to levels 28 to 31. Not only do you have to meet the level requirements, but you also need to spend a set amount of credits just to enter. Before you reach those levels, you can hone your skills in the training zone, sparring with either real. In this place, the strong hold absolute power and take all the best resources. That is the harsh law of survival. The young man leading the group greets Sumir politely before continuing to guide his pack of freshmen along. As they pass by, several students stare directly at Zhou Yi and start whispering among themselves. Who is that guy getting a personal tour from a beautiful teacher? Seriously, the rest of us only got grouped up under. Maybe he used backdoors or nepotism? But then, a know-it-all in the crowd steps in to correct them. The top scorer of the entrance exams always gets a personal teacher to handle their admission. It is partly to help them get used to the campus quickly, and partly to make the school look more attractive to future. So that means he is indeed this year's top freshman. Hey Bai Xiaosheng, what is his background? Give us the details. The crowd of freshmen, including the white-haired girl, eagerly waits as Bai Xiaosheng reveals that is Zhou Yi. Just like anyone else hearing about his class for the first time, they are completely dumbfounded. Are you sure about that? A paladin is literally just a support class. Didn't you say the runner-up was Shen Lingfeng, that level 14 berserker? How could a mere support player ever— Hey, what are you guys saying? Don't believe me? The reputation of Bai Xiaosheng is not just for show. One of the girls cannot help but squeal at his looks, whispering that he is handsome enough to be a celebrity. Hearing Zhou Yi's insane stats, the white-haired girl glances over, quietly sizing up. Lu Jing spots the white-haired girl staring intensely at Zhou Yi and immediately gets consumed by jealousy. He raises his voice on purpose, calling the top rank a complete joke with zero real substance. Of course, Zhou Yi hears the insult and instantly locks eyes with the speaker. Here we go, Lu Jing. I am Lu Jing, a level 13 Retribution Knight, ranked 38th. I highly doubt you have what I want to challenge you right now. But their guide quickly intervenes, telling him to stop wasting everyone's time with pride. The guide pats Lu Jing on the shoulder, silently calling him an idiot. He only gets 1 credit for guiding these. Lu Jing brushes his hand off and snaps, "Sorry, senior, I will keep it under control." The guide only gets angrier. This idiot doesn't get it. The ranking was decided together by the principals and teachers of the 5 major academies. Hearing Lu Qin's bold challenge, the freshmen immediately start buzzing, eagerly waiting to watch a good show unfold. This is going to be good. Let's wait a bit before we head out, bro. Is Lu Qin trying to use the top ranker as a stepping stone to boost his own name? Since Paladin isn't exactly a power, you have to love his confidence. Zhou Yi crosses his arms, asking Lu Qin why on earth he should even bother. 100 credits. If you beat me, they are all yours. If you lose absolutely nothing. Zhou Yi looks at Lu Qin's arrogant face, glances over at the crowd of freshmen, and thinks to himself, to secure some future peace, he must accept this challenge. But since he wants to make an absolute example out of it, that's how they'll actually remember. So Zhou Yi raises the stakes to 300 credits, offering to fight him. Hearing that, Lu Qin's face instantly pales, while the other students start whispering, I am ranked 40th and only have 4. Lu Qin is ranked 38th, so he probably doesn't have much more. Losing that many credits would be absolute disaster. Sticking his neck out on the very first day of school, is this guy just some brainless side character in a comic? Lu Qin is starting to get cold feet, but the moment he sees Ji staring intently at Zhou Yi, 300 it is then. Let's head to the arena. You've got some guts, but honestly, there's no need for that. If I can't make you kneel within 3 moves, I lose. Regardless, the entire crowd still herds over to the arena. Sumir personally steps up as the referee. As soon as the 3-second countdown ends, Lu Qin charges ahead, launching his. He calculates that both Retribution Knights and Paladins are hidden classes, but Retribution Knights focus pure. Meanwhile, Paladins are mostly just supports. If he strikes quickly before the Paladin can even cast a buff, at that moment, Lu Qin glances down at the white-haired girl standing below. Surely, she'll finally have eyes. Hyping himself up, Lu Qin swings his sword, unleashing his blood slash skill directly at Zhou Yi. But Zhou Yi dodges it effortlessly, delivering a brutal kick straight to his gut that sends him crashing down. How boring. Zhou Yi sighs, feeling deeply disappointed. He actually expected a challenge, but this guy couldn't even. The male student guide quickly runs over to check Lu Qin's severe injuries, reporting to Sumir that he has 5. Got it. Bring a priest over to treat him. As she speaks, Sumir takes both of their student cards to process the transfer, eventually handing 300 credits have been successfully transferred to your student card. This lightning-fast battle leaves the watching. A Retribution Knight's blood slash is notoriously difficult to block, yet he shut it down with just 1 kick. Is this really the strength of the top ranker? It's on a completely different level. Their strength stats must differ. Now things are getting serious. The white-haired girl can't sit still any longer, stepping forward to challenge Zhou Yi. Seeing her at the door earlier, he realized she doesn't just carry a demon bloodline, she also has powerful inheritance gear. Seeing inheritance gear for the first time, he really wants to test its power. Using his appraisal skill, weapon is the Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality: 3-star inheritance. Race requirement: human. Class requirement: swordsman. Effect: unknown. After a brief pause, Zhou Yi agrees to the match, knowing this next. So, Zhou Yi decides to draw his Mystic Light Warhammer to deal with this white-haired girl. Weapon: Mystic Light Warhammer. Quality: SSS gold. Stats: +18 Constitution, +24 Intelligence. Effect: boosts all light skill. Source: Lucky Draw System. This time, even the 2nd and 3rd year students gather to watch. They mock them, saying it's just a couple of fresh rookies. Li Dongsheng, an Aurora Society department head and level 29 archer, happens to walk past. Spotting Sumir, he walks over to greet her and decides to stay to watch. 3, 2, 1. Start. The moment while the white-haired girl unleashes her rapid shadow slash at lightning speed, Zhou Yi counters with Tempest Strike. He slams it down, triggering a massive shockwave that knocks his enemy backward. The moment their attacks clash, a massive explosion erupts, sending both of them skidding backward from the sheer. This guy is a monster. Gritting her teeth, the white-haired girl steps up her game, infusing her weapon with dark energy. She unleashes a massive, shadow-infused slash directly toward Zhou Yi to end this fight. Seeing the incoming attack, Zhou Yi doesn't even flinch, letting out an excited shout instead. Yes. Finally, someone who can actually go toe-to-toe with me. Bring it on. Lift the enemy up. With the enhanced multi-thrust skill activated during his forward dash, he unleashes. Next is the triple slash, sending a heavy wave of energy directly at the foe to trigger a violent shockwave. This shockwave lands multiple hits, sending the target flying, before he follows up with a mountain splitter leap, slamming. The attack hits multiple times, with the final strike guaranteed to knock the opponent flat on the ground. Both of them keep trading high-level skills, matching each other blow for blow in a stalemate that just. Down below, the crowd watches with their jaws dropped, trying to track these two blurs moving at near lightning. Are we sure these two are actually just regular students? Li Dongthang mutters, watching the intense clash. If the Soul Swordswoman doesn't pull out a trump card soon, she's going down. The tour guide looks skeptical. Really? They look pretty evenly matched to me, he says. But Li Dongthang notices how the paladin is absorbing every single blow. In the beginning, she only needed to block one out of his 3 heavy strikes. Now, when the paladin swings twice, she is forced to use her blade to block both. In heavy weapons, the second he spots a tiny opening, Zhou Yi will make his move and completely suppress her. Plus, he is not even trying to save his stamina. He is either incredibly reckless or has complete confidence in. From start to finish, his war mace has been shutting down the Soul Swordswoman's movements, watching Zhou Yi land one heavy, crushing blow after another. Someone in the crowd mutters that he has zero mercy. This paladin is a total beast. Warm-up is over. With that, Zhou Yi immediately activates his Courage Grace, Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, and Guardian Grace instantly. A massive pillar of light. Talk about an insane amount of pressure. Is this really his peak form? While the white-haired girl hesitates, Zhou Yi summons the Spear of Victory and points his hand directly. Seeing that he needs time to cast his skill, the white-haired girl immediately uses Phantom Slash to close the. But Zhou Yi just smirks, muttering that he knew she would pull that move. In a flash, he swings his massive mace. Cornered, she can only close her eyes and brace for impact. But after a tense moment, absolutely nothing happens. Want to keep going? The white-haired girl slowly opens her eyes, only to find Zhou Yi holding back his weapon, casually look. I'm done. Your offense is pretty overwhelming, and continuing is pointless. But Zhou Yi calls her out. He knows she kept her strongest sword skills, and that dark attribute energy deep inside her body completely hidden. She beams with a bright smile, admitting she got caught, but explains she just wanted to test her limits without revealing her final. Besides, you didn't go all out either. I watched your exam video, so let's add each other online and spar again sometime. Once they finish swapping contacts, Tumini continues showing Zhou Yi around the campus grounds. She can't help but feel pretty excited about what's to come. On day 1, he didn't just score 600. This new school year is going to be incredibly lively. The freshman dorms are located up on a scenic mountain peak. The regular student dormitories are built around the base and the lower slopes of the mountain. But get this, the specially recruited elites get their luxury housing right at the very top. Even better, these special dorms are actually private individual villas, where the exact level of luxury. Tumini gestures toward the massive mansion standing directly in front of them. Scanning her card to step inside, Tumini suddenly remembers something, and tells Zhou Yi, by the way, I heard a scouting squad spotted one in the Gale Mountain range, but because a high-level magic beast was guarding it. This intel is about 6 years old, so I really can't guarantee if it's still accurate. Armed with this lead, Zhou Yi spends the next few days researching everything he can find about the Gale Mountain. It turns out this massive mountain range emerged right after the game world of Eternity merged with our reality. It's a vast territory packed with rare treasures, exotic herbs, and deadly beasts. Even with Zhou Yi's current level, if he runs into any high-tier magic beasts, his only real option would be to run for his life. But luckily, after completing his college entrance exam achievements, the system rewarded him with a life-saving trick that lets him cheat death itself. No time to hesitate, he just needs. Zhou Yi scrolls through his computer searching for the best matching skills, and right then, a notification pops. The system confirms he is the top-ranked student from the special admissions program. Now, all highly effective, so he buys it. Next up, a long-range spear skill. Free stuff really is the absolute best. Just like that, Zhou Yi snaps up every single overpowered skill available for free. Too bad there is still one thing: he has to spend his college entrance exam reward points on a full set of wild jungle. Everything is set. Zhou Yi immediately heads to the Gale Mountain range to find the extreme frost. While searching the peaks, he suddenly witnesses an earth-shattering explosion nearby. Driven by pure curiosity, he immediately rushes over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, ever since Zhou Yi texted that he was heading to the Gale Mountain Range, he completely fell off the grid. She tells her, "I met this really unique guy. Yesterday I challenged him to a duel, and during our fight, I unleashed a bit of my succubus power. He was totally unfazed. Not even a single glance." Her friend is deeply impressed, saying his willpower must be absolutely terrifying. Jiang Churan just mutters a soft agreement. Jiang Churan casually agrees, then decides that she will also make a trip to the Gale Mountain Range. Now get ready. Deep inside the Gale Mountain Range, a brutal battle is about to erupt between a pack of demons. This badass team features engineer Zhou Rao, summoner Wen Tianrun, gunmaster Zhou Dan, and sword. First up, Zhou Rao drives her tank while tossing out small bomb-rigged discs directly at the demons. A few survivors frantically charge forward, throwing themselves at the tank. Wen Tianrun quickly activates her powerful summon ice elemental skill, conjuring a massive ice wall to block the demons, but she fails to notice another beast leaping through the treetops at lightning speed. Spotting the danger, Zhou Rao yells, 9 o'clock. Zhou Dan immediately fires her gun, instantly vaporizing the beast. With that handled, she sweeps her machine gun around, shouting, "Now is the time." Right on cue, Su Qing. Zhou Rao laughs happily. "We did it." Wen Tianrun turns to celebrate with Zhou Rao, but her face suddenly goes completely pale. She shoves Zhou Rao aside and casts a spell, raising a defensive ice shield right outside Zhou Rao. However, the fire spell incoming from the deep forest is simply too destructive, instantly shattering when Su Qinglian rushes over. "Are you guys okay?" But when Tianrun screams out a warning to watch her, the other three girls quickly look behind Su Qinglian. Talk about a total nightmare. Another pack of savage demons charges forward, ready to roast them alive. They had used all their trump cards just to kill 4 demons, and now they are really going to die here. Just as the 4 girls resign themselves to their fate, Zhou Yi charges out of the forest on his white. The holy light gathers and the storm descends, bringing the ultimate wind of judgment. As Zhou Yi finishes speaking, a giant sword plunges from the heavens, stabbing right into the entire area is engulfed in a sea of flames, but Zhou Yi gently pats his pet. Understanding, finally, Zhou Yi walks over to the completely stunned squad of girls, using his holy magic to heal their injuries. Su Qinglian cradles the unconscious Wen Tianrun in her arms, looking up with a smile to say, "Thank you, Junior Zhou Yi. I did not expect you to recognize me." He replies, "The Qingluan squad is the second-ranked team in school. Of course I know you." Hearing this, she tells him, "Junior Zhou Yi, even though your light magic is highly effective against demons, they are extremely dangerous, so you should head back to the outpost with us." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, the freshman exam starts in 3 days, so he will have to return for the Lotus after it is over. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Yi agrees to go with them. Zhou Rao nods in agreement and immediately begins chanting her metal screaming spell, "Speed, Soul, Phantom Roar, let the fierce machine shine. Assemble." As her magic circle flashes, a giant robotic spider vehicle suddenly. No time to explain. "Get in," Zhou Rao urges. Su Qinglian watches her teammate put on this dramatic. On their way back, Zhou Yi asks her, "Tothan Lian, is the Gale Mountain Range supposed to be a home for demons?" Tothan Lian honestly replies, "Our squad has been in the Gale Mountain Range for over 2 months, and this is our very." Hearing this, Zhou Yi begins to speculate. This means these demons either came from the deepest parts of the Gale Mountain Range, or an otherworldly rift open nearby. She agrees they must hurry back to base to warn the military. Hearing that, Zhou Yi gets a bit startled. Doesn't the military have mages monitoring this entire area? To give some context, the Gale Mountain Range is packed with beasts. At the entrance of the Gale Mountain Range, there is a military supply base, where army mages are constantly. Tothan Lian frowns at his question and replies, "We have mages, sure, but the level of these beasts is." Zhou Yi gets even more confused hearing that. After all, a level 30 silver demon beast is definitely not low level. Reading his mind, Tothan Lian explains that the mages mostly monitor the deepest zones, tracking high-tier epic and legend. Since the demonic energy on these low-level ones falls below the mage's detection threshold, the military mages probably missed them entirely. But saying this out loud, even Tothan Lian starts. The moment our base forces spot any demons, they will wipe them out instantly. Besides, if a rift can handle level Sending them like this is basically a suicide mission that just exposes the rift's location to us. Whatever. This is not for us to worry about, we just need to report back. Right then, they hear a swarm of demons howling. Food! Food! Right then, a bright beam of light pierces the sky and slams down, exploding near Zhou. Demons! Someone's trapped over there. Sensing the energy, Zhou Yi's eyes go wide. Zhou Yi urgently yells, "Go on ahead, I'll catch up." Ignoring their warnings, he charges straight toward the... He could never forget this distinct energy signature. Why on earth is she here? Turns out, Zhou Yi's group isn't the only squad that noticed someone was in deep trouble. One of them hesitatingly speaks up against all those level 20 silver beasts. "That poor girl won't last much longer. Should we help?" After a tense moment, another replies, "We shouldn't. We are trapped here ourselves, and we can barely if she somehow escapes this on her own, she is bound to become an absolute genius in the future." But unfortunately, it is highly unlikely. They all turn their worried eyes toward the blast. Covered in bloody wounds, Kung So Nian is desperately struggling against the beasts. Fighting them off, Kung So Nian grits her teeth, thinking my buff has a strict time limit, and they are just surrounded. These demons roam in groups of 10 across the plains. Even if I kill the 8 in front of me, others will. If my ghost power fades before I can break this siege, it is all over. With that thought, Kung So Nian's eyes turn deadly cold. Just as she prepares to unleash her final skill, a sudden bolt of lightning crashes down from above. Kung So Nian whips around toward the approaching footsteps. Guess who's here riding a majestic white horse? Wait, my bad. He is actually riding a massive white wolf like a complete badass, yelling to the stunned Kung So Nian, "Kung So Nian." Behind Kung So Nian, a demon opens its mouth, letting out a terrible screech. The ear-splitting noise is so intense that Kung So Nian instantly covers her ears in pain. Kung So Nian screams out a warning, "Zhou Yi, run away." That is the demon race's berserk state. She panics inside, knowing their power has doubled, and Zhou Yi, if she uses self-destruction, there is a 90% chance she can kill it and save Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Zhou Yi sweeps in on his white wolf right behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist to pull her up on. Startled, Kung So Nian gasps, "Zhou Yi!" Right then, a demon lunges forward with a punch, but sitting on his mount, Zhou Yi turns back and raises his hand, chanting Light's punishment. Instantly, a massive storm of lightning rains down from above, obliterating the entire area in front of him. He casually laughs. No wonder everyone wants to become a mage. Clearing monsters from a safe distance feels pretty amazing. They quickly form a massive circle, trapping the two of them right in the middle. A total of 180 demons can be easily cleared with a group attack skill. But they are scattered right now. Pressing 2 fingers onto Kung So Nian's forehead, he quickly speaks. "Kung So Nian, go lure those demons to the left, and don't be aggressive," leaving her feeling pretty skeptical. No response. Zhou Yi silently stacks a massive chain of powerful buffs on her, starting with Dawn Blessing, Weapon Blessing, and then Divine Grace. She gasps in shock. These are high-level Paladin Legion buffs. She quickly checks her status window. Level 16. Swordfighter class, with a dual demonic physique state active. Seeing her strength, speed, constitution, and intelligence all boosted by 25%, he has zero time to worry about her reaction. Before she can even finish speaking, he leaps off the wolf, draws his weapon, charges the nearest pack, and slams. Behind him, Kung So Nian also dismounts. She watches Zhou Yi in awe, amazed that a 25%, as far as she knows, no level 16 wait, no. Even a level 20 paladin couldn't pull this off. Right then, a separate pack of monsters begins closing in. Without waiting for a command, the white wolf charges forward and sinks its teeth into the nearest beast. No time to overthink this now. She needs to follow his lead. Steeling herself, Kung So Nian's expression turns. She draws her weapon and leaps into the fray, while Zhou Yi blitzes through the field at high speed, shattering several monsters. Suddenly, a monster manages to sneak right behind Zhou Yi, raising its weapon to cleave his head wide open. Just as the strike is about to land, a glowing purple whip suddenly lashes out, striking the beast's arm and disarming it instantly. Zhou Yi glances back to find Kung So Nian skillfully controlling the purple whip, keeping the swarming horde at bay. Shadow Whip gathers dark energy into your hand to form a whip, striking enemies for heavy. Having a holy class around really does lure the demons right in, he thinks, seeing the massive horde gather. Now, with a quick murmur, Zhou Yi casually casts holy protection over both Kung So Nian and her white wolf. A protective barrier instantly surrounds them, and he calls out Kung So Nin. Stay inside here. This B+ ranked Holy Protection skill shields all party members in a designated range. The incredible shield lasts for a set duration, and with that taken care of, Zhou Yi roars out Holy Cross. The Holy Cross skill summons a massive sacred monument right behind you, dealing constant light element. At level 7, its area of effect spans 200 meters. The giant cross summoned by Zhou Yi suddenly unleashes a blinding golden radiance that sweeps directly over the... A second later, roaring golden flames erupt and engulf the monsters, burning them alive as they let out... Her eyes go wide and honestly, wouldn't you be just as stunned? Once the onslaught clears, most of the horde is completely wiped out, leaving only a few high defense... Light gather, storm descend, let the divine light storm rage on. This skill conjures a massive tempest of pure holy light at a targeted location, dealing constant... The moment Zhou Yi speaks, giant blades of solid holy light begin condensing high in the sky. These massive glowing blades rain down violently, forming a perfect, inescapable circle that A second later, a ferocious tornado erupts in the center, sweeping up the beasts and shredding them into tiny... Over in the nearby bushes, a hidden party watches with their jaws dropped, utterly terrified and wondering if this guy is even human. One member nervously asks if they should go say hello, leaving their captain staring in silent, deep Aside from him at level 26, his 5 teammates are only level 24, meaning they would easily get crushed even in a 6-on-1. This kid is just too monstrous, especially considering how incredibly young he is. Ultimately, the captain decides to lead his party out to meet Zhou Yi, knowing he absolutely must... But before they can even take a single step, a bizarre mechanical vehicle comes speeding toward Zhou Yi from the distance. As it screeches to a halt, Chu Dan along with Chu Niu, On Tianyuan, and To Thanglian jump down. But the moment they take in the absolute devastation around them, all 4 of them freeze for 5 seconds. Zhou Yi merely glances back at them, casually pulls out a recovery potion, and drinks the entire thing down. The system chimes in, "Congratulations. You have reached level 17, gaining 15 free attribute points and..." Another ping. "Congratulations, you have reached level 18, earning 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points." Zhou Yi, level 18, Exp 1324 out of 42,000, Strength 160, Constitution 162. Because of his class level cap, his earned experience is completely frozen, or he would have gained so much. My mana pool has grown, but with all these high-tier skills, it is still not enough. Once I get back to school, I will ask my teacher, she might have a fix for this. Finally snapping out of their shock, Chu Dan and the girls jump off their mechanical spiders. Su Qinglian approaches him. Chu Dan chimes in, saying, "Zhou Yi, your actual power is way beyond anything I could have ever imagined." Before Zhou Yi can even reply, Jiang Shuren suddenly collapses, hitting the ground hard. The worried, "I guess she just overexerted herself," entering a temporary weakened state. Hearing this, the girl... Meanwhile, Su Qinglian stares intensely at Zhou Yi, asking, "When you were wiping out those demons?" Zhou Yi rubs his chin, thinking for a brief moment before replying. "The strongest one I took down was only a gold." "Is there something wrong?" Su Qinglian frowns, quickly explaining. "Demon armies have supreme commanders, just like our human military does. If there is no command, we cannot stay here any longer. We need to head back to the base right now." Zhou Yi immediately agrees to her plan. Hiding in the nearby bushes, a scout watches Zhou Yi and the others pack up. He whispers to his captain boss, "They are leaving. Do we make our move and head out now?" The captain hesitates, starting to reply, "Yeah, let us, but before..." You can feel the panic here. An oppressive, invisible weight suddenly slams down, crushing... "Boss, what is happening?" The captain peers outside, his face pale with pure horror as he gasps this dense... That is a demon. Up above, the entire sky bleeds into a horrific crimson as a massive, pulsing membrane and then, the membrane tears open, allowing a massive, terrifying dragon to squeeze its way through. Riding on the beast is a humanoid figure radiating waves of dark energy. Thanks to appraisal magic, monster, demon, level 30, his growth quality, legendary. Skills, unknown. Notes, unknown. As for the mount, it is a fire dragon, level 24. Quality, gold. Meanwhile, at the military base, warning monitors flash a violent red. Alarm, 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 emergency. Analyzing data. Analysis complete. A level 4 otherworldly invasion has begun. The Gale Mountains. Longitude 111.454, latitude 15.305. Watching this in horror, the monitor officer grabs his radio to broadcast a base-wide alert. This is confirmed level 4 otherworldly invasion. All Legion members must assemble immediately to prepare for battle. All warriors and knights of the Snow Dragon Legion, Snow Dragon Priest units, prepare for emergency healing and make absolutely sure your mana pools are fully charged. Logistics teams, begin the rapid distribution of mana cores and mana crystals to all combatants. Mages, lock onto coordinates 111.454 east, 15.305 north, and activate the massive teleport. Within seconds, the entire Legion stands in flawless, orderly lines inside the giant golden arena. A soldier marches onto the raised platform to report directly to the Snow Dragon commander. Zhou Yi reports to the Grand Commander all units are fully assembled and awaiting your combat orders. Drawing his blade and pointing it forward, Zhou Yi roars, "We are the sword that cuts through all thorns." Below him, the soldiers echo the battle cry with a thunderous roar. Satisfied with their fierce spirit. Wait, watch this. Just a few minutes ago in the dark demon lair, the commander sits proudly on his throne. He looks down at the endless demonic horde and declares every demon in this elite legion was personally handpicked and screened by me. In the 6 months since we arrived on this blue planet, we barely lost 10 soldiers. Yet, in our final hours here, 100 of our brothers were hunted down and slaughtered. In just but before we leave, we are going to raise absolute hell. The demon army roars with excitement. Thank you for your... Back in the present, the Supreme Commander rides high atop his fire dragon, glaring down at Zhou Yi. There is absolutely no forgiveness for you. I will rip out your souls and burn them in the deepest pits of hell. Olemus, son of the devil, unleashes his summoning skill. A silver demon appears, followed by a gold one. T'Thon instantly activates her appraisal skill to scan a legend tier demon, a gold death knight, and a silver level dark mages. T'Thon steps in front of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, the Blue Phoenix squad will cover you. If you get a chance, break through and run. Chu Dan steps up next. Yes, Zhou Yi, you. Chu, Dan, and the others move forward to help. In their hearts, they know Zhou Yi is the most. A talent like his is absolutely worth protecting, even if it costs our lives. Suddenly, a massive golden magic circle lights up the sky, catching everyone's eyes. It is the elites. They are all level 30+ class awakeners. Led by a level 51 commander, we are finally saved. But while the girls celebrate, Zhou Yi only frowns. Something is off. But wait, if they teleported, why did they not land right on us? He gets his answer almost across from them, the demon commander suddenly laughs. Loudly. Laugh it up, humans. This magic barrier is wrapping around us. Your little legion cannot get inside. That is impossible. She looks up only to realize that the massive army standing on those gold outside the red shield. Tu Vu Chu turns to Vuong Luong. What is going on? Why is our landing point so far off? Vuong Luong touches the barrier to sense its power, then replies grimly, "This is the dark demon barrier. Once activated, the space inside is completely locked down, and any external attacks from the outside, we would need the strength of at least 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise, we just wait for it to run out." Tu Vu Chu frowns, asking how long that will take, and Vuong Luong answers 5 minutes. Hearing this, Tu Vu Chu closes his eyes, sighs deeply, and gives a grim order log all their names. Once the battle ends, tell their families to come collect their bodies. Vuong Luong quietly nods, "Yes, sir." At the very same moment inside the dark barrier, a system alert flashes, announcing the arrival of... This is an achievement quest, eliminate the demon, or face the penalty. There is no failure penalty, but success grants an S+ tier reward, liquid luck. Zhou Yi smiles. Suddenly, a brilliant gold light wraps around Zhou Yi, and he slips past Chu Dan to take the lead. T'Thon grabs his arm, screaming out, "Zhou Yi, stop, look ahead." The demon commander glares directly at Zhou Yi with holy energy this thick. "You must have slaughtered my kin. To show you proper respect, I will personally tear you to shreds, and make sure your end is filled with pure ash." With that, the commander charges forward on his fire dragon. Zhou Yi brushes T'Thon off. Right then, the fire dragon opens its massive jaws, blasting a deadly wave of magic straight down at him. T'Thon screams in panic, but Zhou Yi stays dead calm, swinging his giant hammer to unleash a... Get ready for this clash, as their magic slams together mid-air. Zhou Yi's gold strike completely rips right through the dragon's blast, slicing clean through one of its massive... And the demon commander goes down with it, falling in mid-air. With a massive crash, the dragon slams into the dirt and lies there completely motionless. The commander, seizing the opening, Zhou Yi vanishes and reappears right behind the demon, swinging his heavy hammer. Sensing the danger, the commander quickly spins around and swings his heavy sword to block. but he only chips Zhou Yi's shoulder guard, knocking it away. Before he can even recover, he raises his blade to deflect the blow, using the massive force to propel himself backward. Looking at the shattered ground where he stood just seconds ago, the demon commander screams in disbelief. What kind of cheat is this? This human is only level 18. How does he have the power to match me? Zhou Yi does not even rush to follow up, simply leaning his hammer aside and cracking his knuckles with a smirk. You hold. Oh, and by the way, you are actually the first legend tier monster I have faced. Cursing the arrogant human, the demon commander lunges forward with crazy speed, thrusting his dark sword straight at Zhou Yi. Grips his weapon and leaps high to dodge. At the same time, he strikes down with a massive claw. Raising his hand high, Zhou Yi calls out Judgment of Light. But the stun duration is brief. Right before the lightning strikes down, the demon commander snaps out of it and conjures his flame. Seeing that massive shield absorb every single bolt of lightning, Zhou Yi quietly speaks to himself. Even Judgment of Light could not take him down, he thinks. It seems standard attacks are not. That means his only option is the skill rewarded by the system after the grand exam. Meanwhile, the demon commander barks an order to his legions, my beloved soldiers, tear him apart for me. Hearing the command, the demon horde roars and charges straight at Zhou Yi. But he does not even spare them. A holy light suddenly erupts all around him. His body begins to drift upward, releasing massive waves. Everyone on the battlefield is completely frozen, unable to tear their eyes away from him. He raises both hands high as a massive vortex tears open the sky. Slowly, a colossal hand reaches out from within. Why does it feel like some terrifying absolute entity is descending? The demon commander mutters right as that giant hand slams down on the commander and his minions, shaking the earth to its core. Violent winds tear the ground apart. Su Qinglian whispers in complete disbelief, "Am I?" Meanwhile, Jiang Churan feels her succubus bloodline trembling with fear. Outside the red barrier, "Have we identified the trapped students?" he asks, and Wang Liang replies. They are all students from Suhang University, and the one who used that skill is this year's top scorer, the paladin Zhou. Shu Yuzhou sighs with deep regret, a top scorer, huh? But the gap in their levels is simply too massive. If only Zhou Yi had a bit more time to grow, that single attack would have vaporized the demon. And honestly, after surviving Zhou Yi's devastating attack, the demon commander stands tall, his body radiating an even more terror. Absolutely furious, the commander roars, "How dare you insult a supreme being? Flame Demon Legion charge. Flame Curse Legion cast your spell." Instantly, waves of bloodthirsty demons swarm in from all directions, launching a coordinated strike on Zhou Yi. Turning to the demon currently healing his wounds, the commander sneers he is nothing but a level 18 paladin. The healing demon agrees, stating that after so much intense fighting, his mana reserves must have run completely. Without any mana left, facing our 3 legions, we can easily crush him to death through sheer numbers alone. Grunting in satisfaction, the demon commander glares back at Zhou Yi, who remains trapped right in the center of the battlefield. Showing no emotion, Zhou Yi realizes that using the Hand of God has completely drained his remaining mana. Since his gear regenerates mana too slowly, he must rely on himself. Suddenly, a massive skill. The Holy Divine Art is a one-time secret skill of the paladins. It costs 0 mana to cast and cannot be interrupted. Upon activation, the caster gains a portion of the God of Light's power, scaling directly with their physical and all 4 core attributes receive massive boosts. The level of all divine and light skills temporarily increases by 5, while health, stamina, and mana. This effect lasts for a set duration, after which the caster enters a severely weakened state. A second later, a brilliant pillar of light pierces through the red barrier, shining directly down upon Zhou Yi. "What on earth is happening now?" the commander mutters, looking up to see Zhou Yi enveloped by a goddess with 3 glowing feathers drift down from the heavens. Any demon they touch instantly burns into ash. Reaching out to touch a feather, Shu Yuzhou gasps. Standing right beside him, Wang Liang, the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, cannot help but, "What exactly is the Divine Descent, Commander?" "It is the peak ultimate skill for divine class holders. I once saw a high priest cast this legendary skill. With just a single move, he restored our entire legion back to their absolute peak. Thanks to that move, our army held off 3 demon legions while waiting for backup. This divine energy is as vast." Down below, the demon commander and his spellcasters watch in sheer horror, their eyes wide. He screams in disbelief, "This is impossible. He is just a level 18 paladin. So how on earth can he channel actual..." Right behind him, his demon mage quickly shouts out a warning. "Your Highness, once that God Descent technique is activated, only matching divine energy. If we let him finish this ritual, our entire legion is completely done for. But hey, It is just a— How long does it take the dark barrier in the valley to set up the recall magic circle? 1 minute, the mage replies. Understood, the mage answers, before shouting out to the crowd, all demons, listen to my command. Offer everything you have to our great lord. Right after that, he becomes the very first one to sacrifice his own soul. Great Demon King Alima, I, Roskin, willingly offer my entire being out of absolute respect for you. Great Demon King Alima, I, Bacta, willingly offer my entire being out of respect for you. Just like that, and just like that, their souls are completely devoured by the Demon King. Watching the dark energy around the Demon King grow stronger and stronger, the goddess sneers in disgust. What miserable, holy night, I bestow my divine energy upon you. Speaking through him, the goddess raises Zhou Yi's hand. Watch this. Zhou Yi's eyes glow as a blinding beam of light shoots from his hand, aiming right at the soul-absorbing demon. The ground violently shakes as an earth-shattering explosion erupts, sending a massive wave of dust everywhere. But the moment the dust settles, everyone watches in shock as the Demon King somehow struggles back onto his feet. He is even charging up a colossal fireball. This is his ultimate innate skill, compressing the element of fire. Its surface temperature can hit 15 million degrees Celsius. If my people had not sacrificed themselves, grinning inside, the Demon King screams, "Die, holy night." He hurls the massive fireball straight at Zhou Yi, but once the smoke clears again, Zhou Yi is still standing right there, completely unharmed without a single scratch. That is when he finally realizes they are not even in the same league. Without wasting a second, he turns tail and bolts toward the magic circle to escape. But Zhou Yi is not about to— Heretic, in the name of a god, I hand down your sentence. Execution. Zhou Yi waves his hand, summoning a holy beam from the sky that obliterates the Demon King. Mumbling a few delirious words about returning to the sacred realm, the Demon King finally takes his last breath. Watching him fall, the remaining demons panic like a headless snake, screaming out, "What do we do? Our king is dead, the magic— This is finally over now." Zhou Yi mutters those last words before passing out completely, his body falling straight from the sky. Kung So Nin and the Tweet Long Legion deputy commander quickly shouts, commands healers, "Step up. Quickly check Zhou Yi's vitals. Squads 1 and 2, search the entire mountain immediately for any— The rest of you, charge with me." Man, my chest feels so heavy, I can barely breathe. It feels like I cannot move a muscle. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I actually about to die? Panicking at the thought, Zhou Yi— Turns out, he is just in a hospital room, and there really is a 50-kilogram weight pressing down on his chest. Kung So Nin rubs her sleepy eyes and gasps, "Zhou Yi, you are awake. You have been out cold for 2 days and nights. Oh, and thank you for saving my life." Kung So Nin suddenly plants a quick kiss on his cheek, then runs off. "What a girl," Zhou Yi mutters helplessly. Right then, the system screen flashes daily quest of 200 push-ups is still in, 200 squats incomplete, and 200 sit-ups also incomplete. Sleeping for 2 straight days made me miss out on those daily rewards. Let's see if this achievement reward— Check this out, the demon slaying quest is fully cleared, and his brand new rewards are finally delivered. Congratulations, you have unlocked the legendary S+ rank innate skill, Death Resistance. With Death Resistance, your body can literally cheat death and rapidly recover from any damage you take. Drinking this boosts the user's luck for a full 12 hours. Wait, an innate skill that heals damage automatically. Almost every class has a healing skill, but the actual effects vary wildly. But being an S+ rank trait with a crazy name like Death Resistance means it is bound to be something special. Eager to test it, Zhou Yi summons a sharp knife, stabs himself straight in the chest, and pulls it out to watch. Fully healed in just 2 seconds? Incredible. This means standard damage won't even slow him down during a chaotic fight, boosting his overall But what happens with a truly severe injury? Grinning at the thought, Zhou Yi summons a massive battle axe. But after thinking it over, he decides not to act foolishly and puts the axe away. Luck, huh? How much does it boost? Does he just walk outside and instantly stumble upon some legendary great— Or maybe he helps some random old lady who turns out to be a tier 3 class holder, or buys god tier gear, a potion with endless possibilities, so he decides to save it for later. But just as Zhou Yi goes, the A-grade Holy Flame Halo condenses a blazing ring around his body, granting him the powerful ability to manipulate. It increases fire and light damage for himself and nearby allies by 20%. With the effect— Holy Flame Halo, what exactly is this? A divine scripture grade skill. Zhou Yi recalls his clash with the Demon Lord back then, specifically the S+ grade Divine Angelic Protection. The Divine Angel binds to the user, greatly boosting his overall affinity with the light element. All of his light and holy skill effects are multiplied massively. The A-grade Holy Flame Halo condenses it boosts the fire and light damage of himself and his nearby allies by 20%. This specific effect only lasts for a set duration. Since the Holy Flame Halo is a light element skill, it gets boosted by that divine angelic protection. Once activated, it actually tacks on an extra 40% damage to all of his light and fire skills. If he uses Wrath of Light alongside Holy Flame Halo, does not that basically turn him into a dual element light? As Zhou Yi gets lost in his thoughts, a sudden knock on the door snaps him back to reality, revealing a complete After taking a seat, the visitor introduces himself. He is the vice commander of the Tuet Long Legion. He says, "Classmate Zhou Yi, thanks to you taking down the monsters in time and destroying the portal. Otherwise, we would never have captured so many demon prisoners." Zhou Yi humbly replies, "You are far. Do you need something from me? The commander actually wanted to thank you personally, but since he is swamped, I am even though that final strike of yours totally destroyed half of the Dark Valley. The traces of the demon the Legion finally uncovered the secrets of the demons. The commander already went to report this to the higher-ups." Saying this, he pulls out a small sphere. Once activated, look at this. The entire room transforms into a massive holographic vault. These are the treasures the Tuet Long Legion built up over hundreds of years. Vung Lung generously offers. Zhou Yi looks through them in absolute awe. He wonders, are there actually high-grade S-tier treasures in here? After searching for a bit, Zhou Yi speaks up. "Vice Commander Vung Lung, does the Legion inventory? Let me look that up for you." Vung Lung taps around on his device, then points to the screen. "Is this the one?" "Exactly," Zhou Yi shouts in pure excitement, and Vung Lung replies, "All right." On the outside, Vung Lung tries to look completely fine, but inside he is crying a river. He thinks, "I definitely need the commander to pay for this. The Lotus is at headquarters, so you must wait a few days. If you get bored, I can arrange a group to go hunt monsters in the mountains with you," Vung Lung says coolly, but the moment he steps out of Zhou Yi's sight, he cannot help but grin. Sending the young Legion members to hunt beasts with Zhou Yi will definitely build some strong bonds. Once Zhou Yi becomes a top-tier powerhouse, the Tuet Long Legion gets some reflected glory. He thinks that, but as Vung Lung is feeling smug, Zhou Yi's next words instantly splash cold water all over his master. He says, "Sorry, I have to head back tomorrow for the freshman tournament. You can just send the Lotus to my dorm." Ah, he totally forgot the kid is still a student. Vung Lung sighs and replies, "The Lotus will arrive. If you ever run into trouble, you cannot handle around the Fong Mountain range. Make sure to contact the Tuet Long Legion." With that, he leaves. Zhou Yi collapses onto the sofa. He thinks Zhou Yun is finally saved. He seriously should thank that weird demon lord guy. Without him, I would never have had the chance to get this extreme frost lotus from the Tuet Long Legion vault. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Yi says to himself, "It is almost 12. I need to finish today's daily quest." Over at the Thon Lone Squad, To Thon Lian barely steps out of the shower before her teammates swarm her with pleas. They beg her, "Captain, can we invite Zhou Yi to join our Thon Lone Squad?" To Thon Lian, Zhu Dan laughs and says that with his strength, soloing magic beasts would be way more efficient, but you never know. Plus, is not the captain just as eager as us to recruit him into our squad? Wen Tianrun teasingly chimes in, claiming he saw the captain sneakily visiting Zhou Yi a few back then. She indeed invited him to join her team, but he politely declined her offer. Su Qinglian felt disappointed, but she knew better than to force him. But before leaving, she could not help but say that to thank him for saving them back at the Gale Mountain Range, she had with that, Su Qinglian planted a quick kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek and walked away with a bright smile. Talk about a pretty special reward. Seriously, girls these days are just getting bolder and bolder. Meanwhile, Shu Yuzhou is busy delivering an urgent report to his superiors. According to their investigation, this recent demon invasion is quite different from 3 years ago. The files show these demons have mastered traveling through medium rifts, forcing the boss to ask if he is totally sure. Shu Yuzhou confirms that up until now, these otherworldly beasts could only invade Blue Star by passing. Since those massive rifts are pretty rare, the actual threat of a full-scale invasion has always been relatively low. But wait, medium rifts on Blue Star are completely countless. If these otherworldly creatures can actually bypass constraints and utilize medium-sized rifts, that is exactly why they double-checked this terrifying report multiple times. But luckily, hearing this, the horned man in charge immediately hands down urgent orders. Since that is the case, they must quickly draw up a solid counter-strategy. He orders Representative Duong to quickly alert all major military legions nationwide, urging them to. Then, he tasks Representative Truong to attend the upcoming international summit to report this. Wang Wei, the principal of Suhong University, Asks Commander Shu if this critical intelligence true. Confirming it, Shu Yuzhou displays Zhou Yi's photo on the screen, introducing this teenage hero as he scored top in the province, entering Suhong University as their star freshman. By casting a divine descent spell, he single-handedly crushed the demons and destroyed their teleport. Everyone else is completely stunned, finding it pretty rare for a sacred knight to top the provincial exam. Hailing from Suhong and carrying the surname Zhou, could he be from the legendary Frostbone Zhou clan? The high-ranking official then turns to Wang Wei, asking Representative Wang to keep a close eye on Zhou Yi. If the boy turns out to be a real talent, let us know instead of keeping him all to yourself. Shu Yuzhou deeply envies Zhou Yi, since gaining the favor of these top-tier experts essentially guarantees a direct path. 2 days later, the freshman tournament officially kicks off and you know things are about to get wild. Attention all students. The freshman grand tournament will begin promptly at 10 a.m. Please make your way to the gymnasium and assemble without delay. As the clock ticks down, the Dean of the War College stands representing the judges panel, alongside and the Logistics Academy. He introduces himself as Wu Mang, warmly welcoming all. This year's freshman tournament will be divided into 2 main stages. In Stage 1, students must challenge dungeon trials, with clear times and difficulty deciding their initial ranking. Each person gets exactly 3 chances to challenge those ranked above them to steal their spots. Why have Zhou Yi and Jiang Churan still not shown up? If they do not arrive soon, they will be disqualified from the tournament, and she regrets telling him about they are doomed, and Sumier is not the only one noticing his conspicuous absence. Other students quickly spot that Zhou Yi is missing, and the crowd begins whispering, wondering if anyone has actually seen. Some assume he simply forgot about the event, which is pretty likely considering he has not stepped foot on campus for a whole month. Either way, it is great news, instantly taking out their toughest competitor. Hearing the gossip, Shen Lingfeng smirks in the crowd, mockingly thinking that Zhou Yi wasted a whole. And now, the coward does not even have the guts to show up for the tournament, letting a golden opportunity slip. Up next, the opening stage of the freshman tournament begins as the Silver Tier Dungeon Challenge finally unlocks. As No Mong finishes speaking, the massive dungeon gates slowly creak open, and a wave of dark, shadow. This year's freshman class is easily the largest and most powerful in the Academy's entire history. To let everyone showcase their maximum potential, this trial dungeon doesn't just feature the usual, easy. Hearing this, one student gets incredibly hyped, amazed that they actually unlocked the legendary Abyss difficulty. No wonder the dungeon gates are wrapped in those crazy dark flames. It makes sense now. Abyss mode is supposed to be. And get this, some cocky kid actually thinks he's just going to stroll in and sweep the entire Abyss tier. With that, the students pack their gear and prepare to step inside, grabbing their top-tier potions, armor. Move out, Ingo Mong orders, and the dungeon system details immediately pop up on screen. Dungeon instance, the Fobong Nest. Recommended level is 12 to 19. Difficulties range from easy to nightmare and abyss. Party size is 1 to 6. Warning, this pitch-black, eerie forest is home to a pack of highly aggressive and savage Fobong monsters. Rumor has it, a human body wouldn't even make a decent snack for a tiny Fobong. Right after, watching the screens show almost everyone bravely choosing either nightmare or abyss difficulty, Ingo Mong. But just then, Ngomong spots something incredibly strange. Where on earth are student 001 and 003? Tomir Ni hesitantly reports to the director that 001 and 003 went to the Fong mountain range to train. Ngomong furiously snaps back. This freshman tournament decides their whole future path and resources. They are so young, yet they rely on their high rank to act completely arrogant, showing zero sense of responsibility. Tomir Ni tries her best to defend Zhou Yi, quickly explaining that the director has him wrong, and he's not that kind of. But before she can finish, No Mong waves his hand to cut her off, growling that students like him need a right on cue. Zhou Yi comes sprinting in, carrying Kung So Nien on his shoulders. Apologizing to everyone for being late, he and Kung So Nien immediately lock in their choice for abyss difficulty. Instantly, they are teleported inside the dungeon. A system notification flashes. Confirm. Warning. The monsters in abyss difficulty are completely rabid, so make sure to use your escape scroll at the right moment. Hoping this actually lives up to hype. As he speaks, Zhou Yi instantly activates a massive chain of buffs: Dawn's Blessing, Gift of Courage, Divine. These level 17, silver tier beasts use Guardian Hair Attack and Rage. Beside them are level 18 Fobong warriors with Defensive Aura and War Stomp skill. Zhou Yi quickly scans the roaring horde charging at him, silently hoping they can actually push him to his true limit. Excitedly leaping high, He swings his massive hammer down. Meanwhile, Hung So-nin unleashes her rank B skill, the Swift Shadow Army Breaker Slash. Swiftly swinging her weapon, she unleashes multiple waves of sharp sword energy to completely shatter enemy. At the same time, Shenling Feng channels intense fire magic throughout his entire body to this single target strike deals massive damage, instantly obliterating any monster that gets in his way. Over on the other side, another top student uses his rank C Whirlwind, Heart-Shattering Pierce, spinning high into the air. The judges closely watch the students' progress on the big screens, nodding in approval as they give their first evaluations. Honestly, this year's freshman class is looking pretty. The Fobong Nest is easily the hardest trial dungeon the academy has. In previous years, new students would get, yet they are holding. Seeing this, Ngomong orders the tech crew to pull up camera 001. He wants to see what student 001 achieved after wasting a month in the Fong Mountain Range. The camera cuts to Zhou Yi, showing him surrounded by thick smoke and ash, while a system notification flashes. Literally just 5 seconds. This absolutely mind-blowing result leaves the director of the Elemental Academy, Chu Hoa-dung, gasping, and Tong Qi, the Weapons Academy's director, makes a pretty loose guess, suggesting that maybe Zhou Yi's. Seeing this insanity for the first time, Ngomong doesn't jump to any hasty conclusions, keeping his. After all, there are plenty of ways to maximize skill damage. Intellect stats, massive buffs, and legendary treasures. It is a fight we cannot quite measure yet. Even with all my combat experience, I can't. What kind of skill is that, anyway? Zhou Yi clearly did not waste his month of training. This kid is serious. Zhou Yi has no clue he is making the judges go wild, while he is just completely locked into the fight. The moment he yells punishment of light, thousands of lightning bolts crash down, obliterating the beasts. He sends them straight to the afterlife. Then the system pops up, congratulating him on beating stage 2. Clear time is 1 minute 23 seconds. Keep moving. Zhou Yi fires off his Spear of Victory, clearing stage 3 in 3 minutes 29 seconds, finishing the Abyss dungeon in. The system crowns him as the top record holder for this dungeon. His rewards are a B+ skill book for Hammer of Repentance, 13,000 experience points, and 25 stat points. This brand new skill lets him swing a holy hammer at his foes, dealing absolutely massive holy damage. As the very first to clear it, he unlocks a rare talent achievement, letting him choose one of 3 buffs. First is Focused Aura A-, boosting reaction speed by 30%. Next is Swift Walk, also an A-. It raises his combat movement speed by up to 50%. And finally, there is Steadfast Guardian, which bumps his overall shield defense by another 30% when equipped. Zhou Yi is pretty shocked by this. Who knew clearing a dungeon could actually unlock a brand new talent? For any player, their overall strength is heavily tied to their talent. He only managed to unlock the holy. This must be an exclusive reward for silver tier dungeons and above. He broke all kinds of records in the bronze dungeons earlier, but never got anything quite as crazy as this. Having 3 options is pretty convenient since he does not have to worry about wasting it. He starts doing the math. Steadfast Guardian is great for a tank holy knight, but that is not really his style of fighting. Swift Walk is pretty decent, but it still falls short compared to the raw utility of Focused Aura. In a real fight, the delay between spotting an enemy and launching a counterattack is usually a massive danger. The stronger the foe, the faster they strike, making faster reaction times absolutely priceless. Focused Aura stops his critical spells from getting interrupted, giving him a game-changing edge when things get. Suddenly, a dark portal radiating pure ominous energy swings open, displaying a message that the Abyss dungeon is. Do you want to activate the side portal? Even with that nasty, disgusting energy leaking out, he hopes this bonus portal will give him a nice surprise. Outside, everyone is losing it. Zhou Yi's flawless run has the judges absolutely stunned and whispering, and everyone weighs in based on their own expertise, praising his brutal combat style and his incredibly his quick thinking and high adaptability prove that opening this Abyss dungeon was worth every single second. He is incredibly versatile, showing off both destructive magic and tactical genius. On top of that, his physical buffs and close-range combat skills are just as shockingly. But because his Holy Knight skills are so balanced, leveling them up will be insanely expensive, which Ngomong nods in agreement with the tactics dean, Trung Lung, admitting that it really is a major problem. He plans to guide him once the freshman tournament wraps up, prompting Tong Qi and Chu Hoa-dung to jump into. They remind him that Zhou Yi has not even picked an academy yet. That guidance is better left to the headmaster of whichever school he picks. They all agree that absolutely nothing, since he is a master of elemental spells, he belongs in our elemental academy. And just like those words immediately draw everyone's focus, with one of them noting how incredibly impressed everyone is with this kid. It is a shame I arrived late and missed seeing him go all out. Wung Hui says with a smile. Back inside the portal, a dark and dead landscape stretches out before staring at a massive mountain of dry bones. He wonders if some twisted evil god ritual took place in this creepy. Staring at a grim skeleton sitting on a throne at the peak, he reminds himself that since a god of light, these dark entities are not just gods of shadow, but the ultimate masters of chaos and destruction. Absolutely wild. The difference between these two is massive. Worshipping the gods of light or darkness only requires pure loyalty, but serving an evil god is a different story. The infamous Blood Abyss incident years ago was caused by a high-ranking third-tier professional. He secretly plotted to sacrifice an entire medium-sized city to his god, causing tens of millions of lives to vanish in a single night, instantly boosting his own level from 54 to 89. Even though the army and holy messengers eventually put him down, those millions of swallowed souls could never be brought. Ever since, the nation of China has strictly banned evil god worship, executing anyone caught on the spot. Of course, humans are not the only ones serving these dark deities. Beasts, elves, and even angels can fall to their corruption. Zhou Yi keeps this in mind as he steps onto the glowing. Instantly, thick purple smoke wraps around the skeleton on the throne. And just like that, the monster awakens. It is a level 19 ghost bear. This boss is an evolved spirit form, freshly fueled by an extremely rare, sacrificial ritual. The boss speaks. You smell delicious. Human. Too bad. I am an immortal spirit, immune to physical attacks. Normal players would probably lose their minds facing this final boss. But Zhou Yi just rests his heavy hammer on his shoulder. Get ready, because he immediately unleashes his divine storm. He summons a violent tempest of concentrated holy light directly on top of the beast, dealing pure foolishness, the boss scoffs. But before it can even finish, the vortex sucks it in and shreds it to pieces. But seconds later, the monster completely reforms itself, mocking him as it stands tall. But against the absolute, eternal protection granted to me by the great Lord Xia, all your effort, watching the holy energy around Zhou Yi grow even thicker. The boss smirks with holy light this thick. You must be getting ready to use your ultimate trump card. But it is completely useless. Once you blow your big cooldown, how much mana will you even have left? Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi sneers. He slowly raises his hand toward the arrogant beast with a cold, mocking. Instantly, a massive sphere of pure light blasts directly into the monster, making it shriek in absolute. Yet even as it disintegrates, it still acts tough. I already told you. You can never truly kill me. What? Annoyed, Zhou Yi stands his ground and fires a relentless barrage of holy spheres. Blast. The run took only 1 minute and 12 seconds. System message: you earned over 7,000 experience points. You have reached level 19. Received gold tier item, Bear Monster Warhorn. Turns out, that whole. So you just have to completely drain its dark energy reserves to finish it. Before leaving the dungeon instance, Zhou Yi looks back, lost in deep thought about what just happened. The very second he stepped inside, he had sensed a faint, violent pressure lingering in the air. It was not elemental power, but it felt incredibly similar to his own divine skills, which is why he figured it. And when the ghost bear resurrected the first time, that strange, ominous energy noticeably dropped. That is exactly how he realized the boss actually had a strict limit on its revives. The correct strategy was to repeatedly slay the ghost bear, forcing it to exhaust all the While Zhou Yi has already wrapped things up, the other students are still desperately struggling with their exam. While many get absolutely wrecked by the boss, a few elites manage to pull through. Shen Lingfeng is one of them. This side boss is definitely the hardest part of the run. You literally have to put it down 10 times to finish it. Lucky for him, his recent level up helped him clear the whole thing in under 8 minutes. Thinking of his grand success, Divine Hand? Can Zhou Yi actually use an S-tier skill? No Kuk Kun. The director of the Logistics Academy can barely hide his excited grin. Meanwhile, the other instructor. Did Zhou Yi just stumble onto some crazy shortcut? Yeah, right. Like any other freshman could pull off a stunt like that. That is true. It looks like our little holy knight is hiding some pretty serious secrets of his own. An S-tier skill is definitely not something a kid from such a poor, backwater region should ever have access to. Before the teacher can even finish his sentence, the principal lets out a very meaningful cough, instantly warning him to Still, they are incredibly baffled as to why the principal is covering for a mere student. Meanwhile, his level is seriously off. How on earth is he level 19? Hearing this, the crowd immediately erupts. Level 19? Seriously? Back when the exam ranks dropped, Zhou Yi was only level 13. Even an abyss-tier dungeon shouldn't. This guy is terrifying. I actually know some of the inside story here, Feng Hui speaks up to explain. Right after registering, Zhou Yi went on a trip to the Gale mountain range, bringing back quite a massive haul. He was already level 18 when he entered. Since he wiped out the Flame Demon Legion all by himself, this freshman tournament is— if the freshman tournament wasn't the sole basis for distributing resources, he probably wouldn't have even bothered. The moment Shen Lingfeng steps out of the dungeon and spots Zhou Yi already waiting outside, he's why is he here? Did he actually clear the dungeon before me? Thinking this, he immediately tries to reassure— no way, he must have failed the bonus stage challenge and was forced to retreat early. Carrying the glory of the 8 great clans of Jiangnin, I absolutely cannot lose to some poor loser, Shen Lingfeng tells himself, deactivating his skills to return to his normal state. Then, he glares coldly at Zhou Yi and walks past without a single word, leaving Zhou Yi pretty confused. Right then, a loud scream echoes from just a short distance away. Zhou Yi quickly turns his gaze toward the sound. Watch out, Zhou Yi shouts, dashing forward like lightning to catch Kung Sonyan. Zhou Yi, big brother, you really cleared the stage faster than me, didn't you? Kung Sonyan says while naturally— big brother, Zhou Yi looks at Kung Sonyan, utterly confused. I'm only older than you by a few months, so shouldn't— Kung Sonyan casually replies. Fine. Since it's just a minor detail anyway, Zhou Yi— just then, a whole crowd of students starts falling out of the dungeon portal, just like Kung Sonyan did. You've got to admit, they aren't lucky enough to get caught by a handsome guy like she was. Plus, it seems they had a pretty— the moment they hit the real world, they immediately start groaning in pain and begging for help. The medical team rushes to help. Hurry up, Tomir Ni urgently orders as she runs over to treat. An hour later, every single student has finally made it out safely. Ongo Mong closes the portal and announces that Phase 1 is officially over, and it's time to release the rankings and clear time. Shen Lingfeng is smiling smugly, but the moment he reads the leaderboard, his face completely— Rank 1 is Zhou Yi. Dungeon clear time, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rank 2 is Shen Lingfeng. Dungeon clear time, 13 minutes 35 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 7. Rank 3 Kung Sonyan. Rank 4 Tong Hatlan. Rank 5 Tun Feng. Did he really clear the Abyss dungeon before me? Plus, he was faster by a whopping 15 minutes. Look at how this completely breaks Shen Lingfeng. He— cursing in his heart, Zhou Yi, you stole my top scorer spot in the grand exam, and now you've stolen the top title of the freshman tournament. No matter how you did it, in the up— Shen Lingfeng glares at Zhou Yi with pure hatred, swearing to absolutely crush him under his feet. Zhou Yi has no idea what Shen Lingfeng is thinking, but he is definitely distracted by his ridiculous behavior. Next, the free challenge of Phase 2 officially begins. With a simple clap of Ngomong's hands, a series of— everyone gets exactly 3 challenge attempts, with a 5-minute rest period provided after each of their battle. Phase 2 is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't really suited for fighting monsters, but it is quite perfect for dueling other actual players. I challenge Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng screams as he leaps straight onto the arena stage, staring down Zhou Yi with— bring it on, Zhou Yi, let's see who's stronger. Hung Sonin quickly shares some key intel with Zhou Yi. He is Shen Lingfeng, ranked number 2, from the prestigious Jiangnin family. He possesses— because you showed up, his dream of taking the top spot in Tohang completely shattered, which is why he hates you so much. He's clearly way out of his depth but completely lacks any self-awareness. What a guy, letting hatred— Thinking this, Zhou Yi leaps onto the stage. I hope you go all out, Shen Lingfeng says. Holy Knight versus Berserker, Shen Lingfeng arrogantly boasts. The moment the referee screams go, he immediately unleashes his power. Down in the spectator stands. Seeing this, Wang Hui immediately reads Shen Lingfeng's plan, which is a classic Berserker signature. Wu Mong nods in agreement, immediately activating his Blood Frenzy and Red Flame Fist to launch, aiming to shut down Zhou Yi's buffing capabilities. Zhu Huayang remarks that Shen Lingfeng truly lives up to with his incredibly decisive combat decisions. Yet even with that genius battle strategy, the moment he realizes his attack did absolutely nothing to Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng gasps in utter shock. How on earth did you cast Holy Light's Protection already? Holy Light's Protection is a B+ grade skill that blocks physical damage. It is the exact skill I wanted to avoid. As Shen Lingfeng laments, Zhou Yi replies with a smirk, smart move, but casting my defensive shield only. Zhou Yi gloats as he pulls out his repentance hammer. He boasts, I hoped you would show me something better, so I deliberately did not strike first. Sadly, you cannot. With that, Zhou Yi swings his hammer high and smashes it straight into Shen Lingfeng's face, Crash. How can this guy possess such terrifying power? While Shen Lingfeng is still dazed, he suddenly realizes that Zhou Yi has already closed the distance. With that massive hammer ready to strike, he cannot dodge. He desperately refuses to lose. But unlike last time, he activates his flame dragon body, blocking Zhou Yi's heavy strike with a single hand. Instantly, Zhou Yi remarks that the flame dragon body must be the hidden power of his bloodline, all while effortlessly dodging Shen Lingfeng's insanely high-speed barrage, while a few curious thoughts start. Jiang Shiran was like this, and now Shen Lingfeng too. It seems these powerful class users always have some insane bloodline trump cards up their sleeves, which even with your bloodline power activated, you are still no match for me, Zhou Yi yells, catching Shen. But things are different now. Shen Lingfeng somehow dodges the attack, catching even the confident. He growls that his flame dragon bloodline has absolutely no limits in close quarters combat. Today, I will show you the true power of the flame dragon body dragon breath. With that, Shen Lingfeng, unbelievable, he actually used dragon breath, the ultimate skill of the legendary flame dragon bloodline. Since Shen Lingfeng was forced to play his trump card, and Zhou Yi has no special bloodline, this could put our main character. Is Zhou Yi going to lose? Jiang Shiran is already worried, and hearing the crowd's doubts only makes her panic. Up on the stage, Zhou Yi activates his holy flame halo, completely absorbing giving Shen Lingfeng a sudden, ominous feeling. Looking into Zhou Yi's eyes feels like a mere refusing to accept the harsh reality right in front of him. Shen Lingfeng desperately fires another blast of dragon. It is utterly useless. Your flames can never escape my absolute control. Zhou Yi gathers all of Shen Lingfeng's fire in his bare hands, then swings his hammer to redirect the massive. He cold-bloodedly declares the fight is over, while Shen Lingfeng yells that beating him with his own flames is nothing but a dream. Watch me reclaim control of my fire, Shen Lingfeng screams, desperately using his dispel skill. With Shen Lingfeng knocked out, Zhou Yi wins. As the referee officially announces the verdict, the medical team immediately rushes onto the stage to treat Shen Ling. That arrogant berserker got completely dominated from start to finish. But what is truly terrifying is that imagine if he went all out, how crazy would things get? With a higher level and elite combat instincts, crushing Shen Lingfeng is actually pretty standard. But still, while the crowd is buzzing with excitement, Wu Mang gestures toward the stage with a grin, sounding extremely. Look over there. Another top provincial scholar just stepped up. A petite girl in Taoist robes is challenging Zhou Yi. She bows. I am Song Shaolan, level 17 spiritual Taoist. Guide me. A spiritual Taoist is an exceptionally rare, specialized class in the Xia Kingdom, well known for. After discovering that Xiao Yun's mysterious illness was actually caused by a bloodline awakening, the high priest had previously suggested using a sealing spell to keep it under control, making this unexpected encounter incredibly. Zhou Yi, you definitely haven't used your full strength yet, have you? Once we start, could you let me experience your absolute peak power? Don't worry. Down in the crowd, many students finally realize the truth. It is just unbelievable. When did Zhou Yi even reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use my appraisal skill to inspect him. Exactly. When Zhou Yi fought Tham Shen Lingfeng, he did not even use his buff skills at all. That is seriously. Isn't Tong Halan the wealthy heiress of the Tong family from Guiyun province? They are the only. Hearing her words, Zhou Yi smiles with deep interest and says, no need to hold back. I will do as you wish. Then it is a deal, Tong Halan says with a polite cupped hand gesture and a smile, and then their duel officially begins. Zhou Yi quickly activates his skills, Dawn Blessing, Grace of Courage, and Guardian Grace, leaving Tong Halan. Zhou Yi says this is my absolute peak form. So now, let's just enjoy our battle to the fullest. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yi fires a beam of light straight at Tong Halan. Seeing this, she knows. Tong Halan looks completely serious as she starts casting her spell, the Hammer of Repentance. A series of talismans float into the air, forming a barrier to shield her from the incoming light beam fired by Zhou. Next, she grabs another talisman and chants a quick spell, causing the incoming light beam to explode. Using the thick dust cloud to block his vision and fall back, Tong Halan realizes Zhou Yi is no. While she is frantically looking around to locate him, Zhou Yi's cold voice suddenly echoes right behind her. Speaking, Zhou Yi swings his hammer down, but Tong Halan reacts with lightning speed. She instantly spins around and uses a talisman to summon a protective shield, barely blocking Zhou Yi. But a terrifying question lingers in her mind. When did he even get behind her? Honestly, even though all her passive defensive gear activated, she barely managed to block that strike. Making up her mind, Tong Halan fires several fireballs to buy time, then chants a spell to summon it. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smiles with pure amusement and says, "Interesting. I did not expect to see the Taoist bean." At Tong Halan's command, the entire army of bean soldiers charges forward all at once. Zhou Yi throws a few quick strikes and easily demolishes the army, but they instantly regenerate. These soldiers are not hard to deal with, but they have a self-healing ability similar to ghost bears. This is getting a bit troublesome. It looks like the only way to destroy them is to cut off their mana supply. As he keeps fighting, Tong Halan can only watch him in utter disbelief. This makes no sense at all. Her bean soldier formation is strong enough to trap a level 30 class holder, yet Zhou Yi is handling them with complete ease. While Tong Halan is lost in thought, Zhou Yi flashes behind her like a gust of wind and swings his hammer. "I surrender," she yells. Zhou Yi wins, but he stops his attack with a confused expression. "Didn't you want to have a real match with me? We are simply not on the same level, so I completely accept this," Tong Halan says with a cheerful grin, though she secretly thinks to herself, "No way. This is not the only sparring match. If I keep pushing, I will just end up trashed like Tham Shen Lingfeng. I will ask for your guidance next time." With that, Tong Halan leaps off the stage. Zhou Yi twirls his hammer, looks down at the crowd, and coldly, "I am right here, waiting for anyone to challenge me." Honestly, who can blame them? Nobody wants to get crushed, so they all make up cheap excuses. Kwang So-nian looks up at Zhou Yi with a wide grin, muttering as expected of Zhou Yi. To me, physical strength that crushes agile warriors, and intelligence surpassing top mages. Nearby, a doubtful teacher asks the male colleague standing right next to him, is he really from a completely normal, resource-starved family in the north? He is already sitting at the top of the freshman rankings. The word genius is not even enough to describe him. This kid is a At the same time, Gomang notices the tense expressions on the academy dean's faces, thinking to himself, the second round is wrapping up, and now it is time to recruit new students. It is obvious that Zhou Tumini also realizes what is at stake, so she turns and whispers quietly to Ngomang, "Dean, we can relax. I have already made preparations. We absolutely must recruit Zhou Yi, no matter what it." Seizing the chance while Shen Lingfeng is still weak from his brutal clash with Zhou Yi, Meanwhile, poor Shen Lingfeng's rank takes a massive, completely unstoppable nose. He is absolutely furious but completely powerless, silently swearing that once his body fully heals, they are going to regret ever crossing him. 30 minutes later, the chaotic free challenge round finally wraps, and just like that, the massive tournament officially wraps up. Now check this out. With the official rankings completely reset, everyone's dorms and crucial credits are about to be reallocated. But if you ended up near the bottom, there is no need to worry just yet. The Academy offers plenty of ways to earn points if you work hard. Now, it is time for the big Academy intro. To start things off, the 5 deans will briefly explain the core teaching philosophies of their respective. Wu Mang takes the lead, stepping up first to pitch his own war academy. Even though the dark era of massive beast invasions is over, countless professional warriors. Our main goal at the War Academy is building raw, practical combat power to keep you alive. That is the ultimate battle motto of our War Academy. Next up, the Elemental Academy only accepts specialized magic classes. Their dean Then comes the Weapon Academy, focusing purely on absolute mastery of physical arms rather than. Join us, their dean urges, because your raw physical body and a cold blade are all you need for ultimate power. Meanwhile, the Tactics Academy focuses on shaping future commanders and master strategists. No matter your class, join us. We all know it. On the battlefield, a genius tactician dramatically lowers the casualty rate. Good logistics is everything. It is the absolute backbone of victory. Welcome. Join our Logistics Academy. We are definitely not famous for combat. But here, you will master the most. Once we grow strong, those proud combat classes might end up begging us for help. The fat logistics dean laughs heartily. Slap. Wu Mang clears his throat to restore order. Now that all the department intros are fully finished, students can log into the portal and finally lock in their. Jiang Sharan turns to him, asking Zhou Yi, "Which department are you going to pick?" Zhou Yi stays silent, staring intensely at his phone. That is when Wu Mang steps forward with a direct offer. Wu Mang promises, "If you join the War Academy, I will become your personal mentor." Zhou Yi is instantly quite. Each personal mentor can guide one elite student, giving them absolute priority access to the very best. On top of that, he is throwing in 3 incredibly rare A-rank skill books and an A-rank resource token. Seeing this, the other deans instantly jump into the race to recruit this absolute prodigy. One yells out, "Zhou Yi, picking a mentor is a huge deal, so you must think it over. If you choose the Elemental Academy, I will personally guarantee you a full set of legendary grade gear. Before anyone can react, the Weapon Academy Dean literally teleports right. He promises that if Zhou Yi joins his department, any outside resource that boosts his physical. Wu Mang complains from above, shouting, "Hey, back off, I pitched him first." The other retorts that first come doesn't matter, it is all about showing real sincerity. Meanwhile, talk about a wild scene. Zhou Yi gets this funny feeling of déjà vu while the other students look on in pure. 3 legendary deans are literally fighting over him. Is this the insane level of special treatment? It is enough to make anyone jealous. Being a personal disciple is like being a chosen heir, granting you ultimate, unmatched priority, but these offers are borderline insane. While A-rank skill books are already incredibly rare, the elemental Old Chu and Old Song are clearly going all out for this kid. The Weapon Academy makes sense, but why on earth is the Elemental Department trying to recruit a holy knight? While Wu Mang is busy cursing his rivals, the Chancellor suddenly steps forward, dropping an absolute. Every principal turns to stare at Principal Veng Hui in absolute shock. I am going to perform. What exactly is this bloodline fusion technique? It is a forbidden spell that literally. This taboo magic will grant you a pretty special bloodline, and it is going to majorly boost your physical stats. Every single time you level up, you will get way more free attribute points and extra skill points. Principal Veng taking Zhou Yi as his disciple instantly has the entire crowd whispering. Honestly, whipping out a forbidden spell on day 1 is just insane. You have to understand Principal Veng Hui's top disciple. If Zhou Yi officially becomes Principal Veng's disciple, he will instantly shoot straight to the top using those massive connections. Hearing all this, that bastard is just too lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would be the top freshman, and I would have a powerhouse like Principal Veng Hui. Who knew Zhou Yi's charm would be this incredibly strong that even our principal couldn't resist stepping in? This kid is just full of endless surprises. Veng Hui chuckles. This is a reward from the commander of the Tuet Long Legion, who specifically sent me to deliver it. Shen Lingfeng recognizes the item instantly. A gold medal, how is that even possible? Even the Thumb family, one of the. What does Zhou Yi even have to deserve such an incredibly rare medal? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is that the Medal of Honor? Tong Harlan gasps in absolute shock. Hung So Nin excitedly adds, it is actually the Golden Contribution Medal. My dad has fought on. It honors the outstanding contributors who smash through every obstacle to push the Trung Har civilization. Reading the details on the medal, Zhou Yi can't help but wonder when on earth did I make such a massive contribution. Almost as if he can read the boy's mind, Veng Hui speaks up to explain. I know all about your performance at the Kuangfang Mountains, and you absolutely deserve this golden contribution. But even commanders of the demon army can't easily get this medal. Could there be some sort of hidden secret behind all this? Still deeply curious, Zhou Yi accepts the gift and politely says, "Thank you, Principal." Chu Hoa Dung laughs and teases him why so distant. Zhou Yi. Why still call him Principal? Catching on instantly, there is no time to lose. Let me take you. With that, Veng Hui unleashes his spiritual power to whisk Zhou Yi away. Hung Ngomong smiles. My dear Hung So Nian, if you agree to become my personal disciple right now, I promise to treat you just as well as I treated Zhou Yi. Hey, Old Tong, are you intentionally trying to get in my way here? Humph. Since the principal already recruited Zhou Yi, there is no way I am letting you steal. Zhou Yi is taken straight to Veng Hui's private villa, a high-security place mainly used to store some of his most. If anything happens in the future, you can find me here. First, let me take you to choose the essential ingredients for. Zhou Yi secretly guesses this villa is the principal's ultimate private vault. But wait, it might be located way outside Tohang province, or maybe even far beyond the Trung Har nation. Suddenly, a magic array materializes right in front of them. Veng Hui channels his elemental power. Casting this bloodline fusion will cause a pretty fundamental shift in your core power. And although most people get distracted by the flashiness of a forbidden tier spell, they completely. For ordinary folks like us, our bloodline potential is extremely limited. As you level up, the stat gains from each upgrade slowly start to weaken. That is why so many. Hearing this, Zhou Yi is genuinely shocked. What? Is it possible that even at your incredible level, teacher, you still worry about struggling to rank up? Once a class user steps into the third transition, every single level requires an absolutely massive amount of experience. Right now, I am level 64, and the extra-dimensional creatures of my rank are mostly. I have prepared 3 distinct types of primordial blood for you. They come from the Angel, Titan, and Giant. The bloodline fusion technique will bestow a pretty top-tier bloodline on you. So you only need to choose one of these three options. This angel essence, for example, is the angel race is the divine offspring of the god of light, meaning fusing their materials gives you. As for the Titan race, they believe the thunder god was born with absolute mastery over lightning. Merging this bloodline will ramp up the power of any thunder skill the more times you cast it. Then there is the giant dragon clan, direct descendants of the dragon god with the purest bloodline around. Keep in mind, these are all high-tier legendary races, sitting at level 60 minimum. Even with his system helping out, Zhou Yi still feels pretty clueless about this massive world and hates. Weighing his options, a hesitant Zhou Yi turns to his master Weng Hui and asks teacher, "What do you think I should choose?" Imagine standing in front of three legendary, ultra-rare bloodlines. I bet most of us would totally freeze. They would just follow their gut and blindly pick one on the spot. Staying totally calm and asking for guidance at a critical moment like this proves just how level-headed this kid really is. He explains that while the Titan and Giant Dragon bloodlines are insanely strong, they will but considering your incredibly close bond with the God of Light, the Angel bloodline is easily your best bet, since it might trigger a massive upgrade way beyond anything you can. Ultimately, after carefully weighing his choices, Zhou Yi decides to trust his master smiles and says, "It looks like this one fits you perfectly. By the way, you are my 5th disciple." Zhou Yi speaks up. "Master, I still have one question. Why did you actually award me that outstanding contribution medal? Just wiping out that evil army alone definitely should not have earned me such a highly precious medal." Weng Hui gets dead serious, admitting, "I won't hide it from you. Wiping out that evil legion in the the military discovered that dangerous otherworldly monsters can actually invade our world through these Hearing this, Zhou Yi instantly realizes how terrible the situation is. If that is true, does it mean— Exactly. The initial sweep across the nation has already uncovered over 100 otherworldly monsters. Luckily, those interdimensional beasts are mostly low-level grunts, so our defense forces can still ease. Across the entire nation, several elite legions have already been deployed to purge these Soon, the Academy's system will start issuing special cleanup quests. As my disciple, clenching his fists tight, Zhou Yi nods with fierce determination. "Yes, master," he says. Weng Hui then hands a glowing cube to Zhou Yi, telling him, "Take this teleportation device and use it tomorrow at 9 a.m. to head straight back to my place." The next morning, Zhou Yi opens his system interface, staring at his earned rewards and wondering which one to claim. His master did mention that bloodline refinement depends heavily on raw constitution and basic luck. Thinking fast, Zhou Yi decides to claim the S-rank luck potion, a legendary item with some seriously crazy luck. Drinking it grants maximum good luck for 12 full hours. He hopes this S-grade divine serum he got from— He prays this luck potion will get the job done. Chugging down the serum, Zhou Yi goes ahead and pops open his random loot chest. Boom! He scores an S. Grown directly from the ancient remains of a colossal dragon, this mystical fruit permanently boosts your physical— And honestly, you cannot make this up. He actually pulled an S-rank legendary treasure. Usually, his random chests only contain complete garbage, but chugging that S-rank potion— With his meeting with Master Weng Hui coming up fast, Zhou Yi quickly activates his teleportation device. Arriving there, he overhears Dean Chu Hoadung asking Principal, "Are you really letting this go?" Angel corpses are incredibly hard to find, and refining their raw bloodline is pretty much an impossible task. A single drop of that divine bloodline out in the real world would spark an all-out war among elite legions. Weng Hui calmly replies, "I have been waiting for someone truly worthy of this blood, and Zhou Yi is my chosen— No regrets at all." Zhou Yi steps inside, greeting them warmly, "Master, Dean Chu." Weng Hui looks him over with a warm smile, remarking, "Great, it looks like you have success— Come over here. This is the custom refinement ritual I set up for you. Now, take off your shirt and sit right in the center of the mat." Zhou Yi immediately complies. Weng Hui then turns to Chu Hoa Dung Din Chu. "Please activate the spell formation." Chu Hoa Duong gives a quick nod and activates the magic circle, kicking off the bloodline fusion process. In an instant, Zhou Yi is enveloped by a brilliant light. This light element energy glows golden, but suddenly, the deep blue light of pure frost sweeps in, and Chu Hoa Duong watches in absolute shock because this chilling ice energy is just way too terrifying. It turns out Zhou Yi has some secret, hidden bloodline, and look at that, the entire villa is instantly buried staring at his own casting hand completely frozen solid. Chu Hoa Duong is left totally If Zhou Yi had actually chosen to become a mage, this insane level of frost power— I already knew Zhou Yi's little sister was awakening an ice bloodline, so I figured he might have something similar. The angel bloodline is supposed to be top tier, meaning it usually crushes any lower quality bloodline, so I ignored it. But right now, These two bloodlines are actively clashing and fighting for dominance. Since his frost power is, Wang Hui frowns, thinking to himself that human bloodlines from other races usually come from the earliest players of the eternal game. Once the game and reality merged together, players with the highest ranking classes were the ones who got to fully. For Zhou Yi's frost power to actively fight off a top-tier angel bloodline, it means his ancestors. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way a descendant like him could trigger such a terrifyingly powerful. If that ice bloodline was not blocking the way, the angel energy would have easily integrated into Zhou Yi's body. It is a brutal deadlock. Even if his frost bloodline gets crushed in the end, there barely will be any angel energy left over. Wasting this much angel blood means the final result will be worse than just eating a single grade A herb. Now, forcefully stopping the ritual now will just cause his energy to backfire, instantly ending his life. Chuhua Duong sighs. Just praying Zhou Yi has enough luck to survive this. Zhou Yi grits his teeth, enduring the absolute agony of these two clashing bloodlines, when the system notifies him that the gate of consciousness is active. Suddenly, Zhou Yi finds his subconscious drifting into far in the distance, a glowing angel smiles, and welcomes him. My son, you have finally arrived. Is this my spiritual zone? Zhou Yi wonders. Before he can even process it, the angel speaks again. Only true, divine power. You will no longer be bound by human morality or restricted by silly rules, and you only have to. So, tell me, are you willing to accept this divine power? It is sickening. Hiding beneath her hood is not a gentle face, but the terrifyingly cruel smile of a demon. Zhou Yi wonders why the moment he looks at her, he gets this intense urge to summon his holy light hammer. Do not be afraid, my son. Just accept this glorious blessing. You will wield a level of power you have never. And here is where it gets incredibly satisfying. This fake angel reaches out her hand, only to get smacked. Zhou Yi rests his hammer over his shoulder, feeling a wave of relief. He thinks this is much better. Always trust your. Meanwhile, the real female angel Hang Du is watching all of this play out from afar. She lets out a soft chuckle, earning a weird, questioning look from her maid. Hang Du just smiles. It is nothing. She waves her hand, secretly wishing that this young kid does not disappoint her in the trials ahead. Back in the consciousness, the fake angel holds her bruised face and screams out in rage, "What do you think you are doing? How dare you strike a divine being? God will strike you down and leave absolutely nothing of you behind. Kneel before me right now and beg for mercy, and maybe I will consider forgiving your sins on behalf of God." No thanks, Zhou Yi says, pointing his weapon right at her face. The fake angel growls this brat has The evil smile creeps back onto her face as she reaches out with her sharp, wicked claws, clenching her fist tightly in the air. Instantly, thousands of dark chains wrap around Zhou Yi, trapping him as countless glowing red eyes. The fake angel laughs with pure satisfaction. Listen to that sweet, beautiful sound of struggle. This is the consequence of disrespecting Lord Exia, she sneers. But Zhou Yi struggles, yelling out, "You little brat," she sneers. "You actually caught my master's eye." She claims her master specifically sent her to cleanse him, telling him to accept the blessing so the great lord can guide him. Right after that, a corrupted power starts gnawing at Zhou Yi's consciousness, while a thick, pitch-black, instantly recognizing the signature of the evil god, Wang Hui pours his own energy in to keep the magic circle. He wonders how this dark presence could exist inside an angel's bloodline unless those angelic remains belong to someone. But the barrier violently repels Wang Hui's extra energy, making Chu Hoadung's face instant. Oh no, Chu Hoadung warns. Zhou Yi is in grave danger because this corrupted force will stop it. Suddenly, Wang Hui cries out in relief, "Wait." The angelic aura around Zhou Yi is actually growing stronger instead of fading, as his frost and angel. And check this out, utilizing both ancient bloodlines, Zhou Yi shatters the fake angel's chains. Shock, she was supposed to devour this kid's soul. So where did this blinding divine energy suddenly come from? Now, Zhou Yi transforms into a warrior of pure light, with massive icy wings. He draws a weapon from his back and plunges it straight through the fake angel, making her illusion vanish to reveal the hideous truth. The demon laughs mockingly, asking Zhou Yi if he is just scratching an itch. "Your pathetic struggle," he sneers, "is nothing but a minor inconvenience to my master's grand plan." With that, the beast hurls heavy iron chains, but they only smash through a solid wall of conjured ice. Before the surprised monster can even react, a magic array glows beneath his feet, sending massive. The minion just laughs, saying he accepts the gift, but human energy is merely a speck of light. As a devout follower of Lord Ia, he claims that the dark energy he commands is something a mere mortal like Zhou Yi. The monster swells to a colossal size, thousands of eyes across his grotesque flesh-fire beams of destructive light, but Zhou Yi casually calling him a cowardly insect. The beast wraps heavy chains around Zhou Yi to lock him in place before unleashing his... But he never expected Zhou Yi to easily shatter those chains and deploy a protective shield. Completely... What? The demon stands shocked but quickly recovers his composure, once again unleashing a massive barrage. Watch this. Zhou Yi gracefully weaves through the attacks, closing the distance to the monster's main body. He then strikes with a single, highly concentrated finger blast to completely vaporize the demon. As a glowing orb of light slowly descends from the sky, Zhou Yi retracts his power and reaches up to receive it. In the real world, a massive pillar of light beams directly onto Zhou Yi, leaving Chu Hoa Dung. The sacred angel energy has entirely wiped out the corruption, and the way his a majestic angel manifests to gently embrace Zhou Yi from behind before slowly fading away. This marks the official end of the brutal fusion process. Chu Hoa Dung strokes his long beard with... He says that receiving a blessing from the god of light at such a crucial moment is what saved his life. Unable to hide his pride, Vung Hui smiles and asks his prized student how he is holding up. His power seems to have leaped forward, and as Zhou Yi prepares to answer, a series of system screens flash before his eyes. He got a special bloodline, a six-winged angel, and the divine sigil of light. With the divine sigil of light, his affinity with both light and ice elements is insanely high. As this lineage evolves even further, his mastery over other elemental magics will also continue to rise. He also unlocked B+ tier magic immunity, which gives him a pretty solid chance to completely resist enemies. This includes cleanses and other non-damaging debuffs, meaning his six-winged angel lineage actually passed down to... Zhou Yi reads it aloud, leaving Chu Hoa Dung staring at him with eyes wide in shock. A six-winged angel, the master exclaims, meaning your fusion is a massive success. Rank plus, once his level rises, the innate talent inherited from his legendary bloodline will grow. It can actually evolve up to S+ rank, and he even unlocked an S+ secret bloodline technique called Angelic Divine Body. Zhou Yi stammers, completely stunned, as he reads the rest of the notifications. The S+ tier Angelic Sanctuary Bloodline Secret Art unleashes a portion of the bloodline power. Just keep in mind that before level 50, this angelic bloodline energy is not yet fully absorbed and refined. Once you trigger this secret art, your body enters a pretty weak state. Now, why don't you try using this secret art, he says. Let me see just how much your actual strength can increase. Following Wang Hu's instructions, Zhou Yi begins circulating his energy to trigger the secret art. That elemental energy fluctuation is absolutely massive. Wang Hui activates his spiritual energy to inspect Zhou Yi, nodding in approval. Good, Zhou Yi, how do you feel right now, he asks, and the kid feels incredible, his entire body filled with both light and ice elements act as his loyal partners now, allowing him to control and command them at will. This power is so overwhelming that the security system in Wang Hu's villa starts blasting out alarms, screaming, high-level elemental energy detected, now activating Tier 3 defense protocols. The six-winged angel truly is the ultimate darling of elemental energy. Hurry and deactivate the secret art. If you keep going, the room's defense system will actually... Zhou Yi quickly pulls back his power, and the villa's automated system instantly returns to normal. Right then, Zhou Yi suddenly feels unwell and casts a healing skill, making Chu Hoa Duong worry. Are you hurting anywhere? He asks. Because even though the secret art boosts your strength massively, Wang Hui explains. The bloodline secret art can indeed skyrocket your combat power, but the six-winged angel's energy, for someone at your level, it drains too much energy, so keep it as your ultimate trump card, he says, while he is completely speechless. Having a six-winged angel bloodline, 2 major evolution talents, and an S+ tier, and judging by how your own bloodline reacted just now, I bet the ice bloodline in your little sister isn't any weaker than yours, is it? If you want her to awaken her bloodline in the best possible way, turn that extreme ice lotus into an extreme ice. Tahang University has a dedicated alchemy department, so you can order the refinement directly through the school system. The moment Zhou Yi leaves, Chu Hoa Duong stops smiling, turning serious as he asks the principal, why on earth was Zhou Yi targeted by the evil god's energy? If anything bad ever happens to him, it would be a devastating loss for Tahang University, and honestly, Zhou Yi barely survived thanks to the blessings of the light deity. I will launch a full investigation and leave absolutely no... Back at the dorms, Zhou Yi keeps thinking about how to refine that extreme ice pill for his little sister. Aside from the main ingredient, the Extreme Ice Lotus. He also needs an A-tier treasure called Ice. The Snow Dragon Legion will send over the Extreme Ice Lotus pretty soon. But as for that Ice Prism Grass, Zhou Yi calculates his rewards. The bronze medal gives 500 credits, silver gives 1,000. Since he has more than enough credits now, he can probably buy it easily from the campus department store. Just then, Tumini arrives under Dean Nigo's orders to deliver the resources promised by the War Academy. And get this heavy pressure doesn't come from a level up, but from the raw majesty of his pure bloodline. Tumini can only marvel silently, while Zhou Yi looks quite surprised to see her, asking if he didn't already. So why exactly is Dean No still sending him all these resources? Tumini explains that Principal Vuong Hui is his personal mentor, but his regular. Plus, these resources are directly allocated by the War Academy for all the top freshmen, she says. But wait, Miss Tu, aren't you a mage class? He asks. Is a mage not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Tumini cracks a quick joke before handing the actual resources over to Zhou Yi. He gets the A-tier treasure Heaven Mountain Dragon Root, the A-tier Ice Prism Grass, an A-tier Chaos Short Sword, and B-tier White Bear Breast, along with B-tier Wind Chasing Secret Tendon and B-tier Earth Dragon Blood enchanting materials. Plus 3 C-tier skill books, containing Frostfinger, Ice Beast Bodyguard, and the Blade of Light skill. Even with so many items, only one thing catches Zhou Yi's eye, the Ice Ridge Herb. This Ice Ridge Herb can be combined with the Polar Ice Lotus to refine a Polar Frost Pill. Talk about perfect timing. It is definitely his lucky day. Once he gets that Polar Ice Lotus and some extra. After Zhou Yi signs off on his package, Tumini speaks up now that business is done. It is time for her to teach him a lesson about his growing power. Training in the Gale Mountains is totally fine, but heading into the inner zone is just pure, reckless, foolish. She warns him to always make sure he can protect himself before taking action. Saying this, Tumini, many talented students graduate from Suhong University every year, but those who actually go on to become shiny. He needs to realize that countless geniuses face unexpected dangers out there and lose their lives way too early. She tells him not to mind her nagging, since staying cautious is always best. Of course, he can never tell to. Besides, the danger level of entering the Mad Demon Ravine is completely under his control. Zhou Yi carefully chooses his words, promising Tumini that he will take her kind advice to heart. He also asks her for a favor, wondering if she can recommend some safe spots for real combat practice now that calling him a total monster. Tumini sighs and leads Zhou Yi to a massive room filled with training robots. She explains that he can activate these training droids for real-time combat and even adjust the difficulty level. These training machines feature 10 different combat modes, from level 1 to level 10, and their collective fight. At level 10 combat mode, a single robot can easily overpower a level 20 expert. Additionally, his entire trial will be recorded in detail, with flying drone cameras capturing. They will also monitor his vitals and combat stats during the fight, generating a detailed report once the. Even though he can pause the simulation at any time, she strongly advises him to start with the lowest difficulty first. Since she has a class to teach, she tells him to take it slow and avoid pushing his limits too hard. All that is left is to issue commands to the visual orb to begin. The moment Tumini steps out, he orders the visual orb to boot up the level 7 combat mode. Immediately, the system confirms his command. The execution program has responded. Combat monitoring is now active, and 50 training droids have finished. Warning: Level 7 combat mode is officially starting. Before the visual orb even finishes its. But for our local dodging expert, this wild onslaught is basically nothing but child's play. Easily slipping past their heavy attacks, Zhou Yi starts fighting back using the icy frost power. With one punch, he completely obliterates a massive training droid. It seems his icy energy is pretty useful. Smirking to himself, Zhou Yi unleashes a freezing blizzard, wiping out the entire robotic army with just one. The system congratulates Zhou Yi for clearing the level 7 combat test. Your statistics show 50 levels. Total evaluation is excellent. This frost energy is honestly quite amazing when it comes to locking down his targets. Since level 7 turned out to be this ridiculously easy, now let's see how he handles the real deal, as Zhou Yi orders the orb to jump straight to level 10. Considering the extreme damage to the standard droids, the level 10 combat mode activates the emergency protocol. Instantly, the machines begin to morph and upgrade. Level 10 combat mode initiates. Transcendent tier training droids are now taking over. These transcendent droids boast stats equal to a standard level 25 professional, while also unlock. If the battle threatens your safety, please order an immediate ceasefire. Hearing this, Zhou Yi gets even more after a 3-second countdown. A droid suddenly attacks Zhou Yi using frost energy, catching him completely off guard. This skill uses the properties of light and ice to manifest solid crystal clones of himself, making it impossible for enemies to tell real from fake, before striking with Holy Light Spike to shatter the robot. But to his shock, the machine copies his exact move, launching it right back to disarm him. Could the visual orb have synchronized his personal combat data with the droid? The system confirms it attack system sync. Weapon optimization process is now completely finished, and the system is back online. Zhou Yi stares in shock as the cannon barrel transforms into a mechanical wolf, wondering if the Tempest Wolf can realizing a head-on fight is his only option. Zhou Yi shifts gears and obliterates the robot wolf in a single punch. Meanwhile, on the other side, after agreeing to become the personal disciple of Dean Tong, I have received a massive amount of. My last attempt at the level 7 combat challenge ended in failure, but today I am trying once more. Kwang Sonyen scans her fingerprint to enter the training room, but a sudden system notification. The system apologizes, stating that the training robot has sustained severe damage and she must return. This training zone is strictly for freshmen, and normally, nobody can even clear the level 6 Even for Big Brother Zhou Yi, clearing level 10 would be incredibly tough. Who on earth is currently in there? Back to Zhou Yi, who activates his angelic form and unleashes holy light chains to completely with his opponent completely pinned down. Zhou Yi uses his true sight of light to expose their hidden abilities, and the moment he discovers the robot's core weakness is the energy engine on its chest. Now watch this. Zhou Yi aims straight for that chest plate, delivering a devastating punch. That the level 10 combat challenge has been successfully cleared, and the access rights are now fully restored. But because the training ground is completely destroyed, the system advises him to return next week for any future challenge. With level 10 conquered, Kwang Sonyen wonders what kind of absolute monster is actually training inside. A baffled Kwang Sonyen cautiously steps inside, only to hear the system congratulate Zhou Yi. His overall rating is outstandingly excellent, with his peak physical damage hitting over 27,000. His magic damage peaking at 56,000, and single skill burst hitting over 106,000. Realizing he needs to urgently form a contract with a battle pet to fight alongside him, Zhou Yi suddenly hears. Kwang Sonyen runs over to Zhou Yi with an excited look, asking him if he has already completed his bloodline fusion. She asks how he got so strong in just one day, and Zhou Yi casually reveals he finished the fusion this morning, unlocking. With admiring eyes, she tells him that is absolutely amazing, noting that the divine descendant bloodline is incredibly rare, while her own phantom bloodline is mere. Zhou Yi just chuckles and asks her to guide him to the pet market, hoping to contract a loyal beast and Kwang Sonyen naturally and happily agrees to lead the way. An hour later at the pet market, sellers are hyping up a silver-grade blazing tiger cub that grows to level 20, costing just one. Another merchant offers a level 19 dragon-horned rhino with dragon bloodline for 210 points. After showing Zhou Yi around the bustling market, Kwang Sonyen asks him if any of these beasts. Zhou Yi looks thoughtful, explaining that he once tamed a tempest wolf back on Gale Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating Ma Zi, he fell unconscious and missed the window to contract it, so he now hopes. But get this, just as he finishes speaking, a merchant nearby starts shouting, advertising a rare tempest. A bespectacled young man quickly approaches them with a wide smile, welcoming the two students to his stand. He introduces himself as Lu Tri-Hawk, a third-year logistics student and a level 22 beast breeder. He offers them a look, and Kwang Sonyen gives her advice. She notes that breeders have highly reliable life skills, and since he is a fellow Suhang University student, his beasts are bound to be of much higher quality than those sold by shady street merchants. So Zhou Yi agrees to check. Lu Tri-Hawk then proudly holds up a cub with striking, different-colored eyes, explaining that with its mother being a silver-grade beast, his appraisal skill has officially confirmed that the cub inherited that. He offers to sell it for 60 points, but Zhou Yi feels a bit underwhelmed. When Zhou Yi asks for a gold-grade beast, Lu Tri-Hawk explains those are incredibly rare throughout the entire market, but promises to. He says he will contact Zhou Yi the second any gold-grade Tempest Wolf cub becomes available, even if it costs a premium. So Zhou Yi decides to inspect the silver-grade pup first, gently picking it up. The cub immediately takes a liking to him, whining affectionately in his arms, but Kwang Sonyen warns him that the pup. Hearing this, Liu Jixue feels a bit uneasy. Gale wolves are naturally much smaller than other magical beasts, and their pups are usually around this. Remember, there is no such thing as a useless pet, only a useless owner. and I can see its future. Once the deal is done, Lu Jixue grins from ear to ear and this magic pet contract scroll is free, so the total is just 60 points. Now you can form a contract with this Gale Wolf pup, and later keep it inside your contract space right by your side. Lu Jixu is absolutely thrilled right now. In this entire litter of Gale Wolves, this one has the worst stats. Luckily, he already paid his academy points up front. If a weak pup like this suffered a rank drop during the contract process, it would have been a real nightmare to Zhou Yi whispers, "Come on, I know you can grow stronger," and then begins forming the contract with the little Gale Wolf. Thanks to the fortune elixir he drank, which grants 12 hours of incredible luck, the magic effect is still very much active. But watch this. That defective Gale Wolf pup suddenly transforms into a god-tier magic pet. Is this purple light signaling the birth of an epic-tier magic pet? How could anyone buy an epic-tier beast at a market like, "Hey man, will you sell that Gale Wolf pup? I will offer 1,000 points." Zhou Yi truly has a brilliant eye for this. It turns out this little Gale Wolf pup was actually a degenerated epic-tier beast. Once it received his mana, Zhou Yi scratches his head with a sheepish grin, thinking an epic tier. It looks like I completely underestimated that fortune elixir. All these gasps of admiration make Lu— Damn it, he curses. I actually sold an epic tier magic pet to a freshman for dirt cheap. By the way, Zhou Yi, you haven't named it yet, Jiang Shuran reminds him. Zhou Yi thinks for a second, and while Jiang Shuran and Zhou Yi are playing with Xiaohui, Lu Jixue suddenly backtracks. Sorry classmate, but a small mistake got this sold at a silver tier price. If you want to keep it, pay 1,500 more points, or cancel the contract and return it. I will refund you 300 points. Make up your mind fast, and if you want to play difficult, don't. The surrounding crowd starts whispering. Obviously, Lu Jixue didn't check the pup's rank carefully. Lu Jixue has the backing of the powerful Lu family. And his family is a long-term partner of the academy. This means big trouble. No matter how you look at it, seriously. Have you ever heard of someone selling something and then demanding to take it right back? Zhou Yi releases his power, his face turning deadly serious as he says, "Stop dreaming your pathetic dreams and get lost." With just a single glare, Zhou Yi terrifies Lu Jixue, making him question his entire existence. He's clearly just a freshman, so how can his mere aura be this incredibly overwhelming? Watching Zhou Yi step closer, Lu Jixue trembles in fear, stammering out, "Brother, it is my fault. You can just take this Gale Wolf pup. Know your place, and you better hope I never see your face around here again. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences." With that, Zhou Yi and Jiang Shuran turn around, and the soft feeling of the fur makes Jiang Shuran absolutely thrilled. "Zhou Yi, you can visit any time." Just then, some bystanders finally recognize Zhou Yi. "Wait a minute. Isn't that the top?" That's Zhou Yi, the personal disciple of President Wang Hui himself. Word is he even got a gold contribution medal. Lu Jixue always acts like a bully because of his family. "Make way, please move aside." "Oh look, is that Lu Wucheng arriving in person? Is he here to back up his little brother?" Liu Wucheng pushes through the crowd straight toward Lu Jixue. Spotting him, Lu Jixue immediately complains, "Brother, you have to get justice for me. But before you useless trash. Do you have any idea what a freshman with a gold contribution medal actually represents? Consider yourself lucky that he let you off. Stop being an eyesore around here, and get as far away from me as..." Holding his heavily swollen cheek, Lu Jixue wonders what on earth he did to deserve this. How did he trigger such a terrifying powerhouse? But anyway, let's head back to our main character. As expected of an epic, while Zhou Yi is testing Xiaohui's abilities, the Snow Dragon Legion arrives to deliver the free— I really did not expect the 2-yet-long Legion to be this efficient. I left the Guangfang mountain range less than 3 days ago, and it is already here. The Extreme Cold Ice Lotus is finally in my hands. Once the Extreme Cold Pill is crafted, remembering his instructor Wang Hui's advice, Zhou Yi immediately schedules an appointment with an alchemist. "We have scheduled an appointment with S-tier Master Alchemist Ha Dian for you." Because the S-tier ingredients and security needed to refine such rare treasures are highly valuable. Please proceed. Getting the notification, Zhou Yi quickly heads to the alchemy department. Sadly, Master Ha Dian is currently— If there are any questions, I can answer them for you first. An S-tier extreme cold pill. As Zhou Yi speaks, he places the raw ingredients right on the counter, an S-tier extreme cold ice lotus, and even an A-tier ice ridge herb. "You look like a freshman. So how did you get so many rare treasures?" Zhou Yi just smiles humbly. "It was only pure luck. Since you have the extreme cold ice lotus and ice ridge herb ready, You just need to pay an extra 800 credits for the S-tier just leave your contact info, and once my master finishes crafting the extreme cold pill, I will. Once they exchange contacts, Zhou Yi heads straight to his classroom. There, he happens to overhear two students talk. Apparently, strange otherworldly creatures have been spotted in several places. Seriously? You've not heard? Tons of legions and guilds are getting recalled from the front lines. A buddy of mine in the military leaked it. Word is that signs of these alien beasts are popping up all over the country. Honestly, it looks like these. As Zhou Yi stands there, someone suddenly taps his shoulder. Tong Halan. You in this class too? Of course, my mentor is Dean Nomang himself. So, it looks like we are going to be classmates. Tong Halan extends her hand with a playful grin, asking Zhou Yi to look out for her, which he politely agrees to. She laughs, saying that with how strong he is, teaching him would be impossible, but he can always ask her if he ever needs any. Just then, their beast studies teacher walks in, and she is none other than the gorgeous Tu Ni. Before we begin our lesson today, she says, I have a few very important announcements to share. Just like the rumors say, alien creatures have indeed appeared within our borders. Even though facing this looming threat, the military forces have officially entered a Tier 3 state of readiness. At the same time, school resources across the nation are being doubled. Because of this, our Tuhang University is increasing monthly student resource distribution by 7. Additionally, completing university-assigned missions will now reward you with far more credits than. The locked Abyss mode for our 3 main dungeons will be opened, but you must spend your credits to purchase Abyssal. Hearing this, the classroom erupts into chatter, with students realizing the government is pouring in resources to Finally, Abyss mode is open. Now I can get my hands on way more resources. Even the credits and mission rewards got a massive boost. It looks like the university is planning something huge. Everyone, please calm down your excitement for a moment. Standing at the podium, Tu Ni snaps her fingers to release a wave of energy, instantly silenced. No matter how resources change, as students, your only job is to focus and grow stronger. Zhou Yi as he smiles to himself, she tells the class to turn their attention to today's lesson. A few hours later, the class wraps up. Having reached level 19 and secured the extreme cold ice lotus, there is no need for. Instead, that abyssal level goblin dungeon is the absolute perfect spot for him to grind some fast. While lost in thought, Zhou Yi suddenly spots Kwang So Nian standing just a short, asking Tu Nian why she is here. She mentions hearing about the buffed dungeon rewards and wanted to invite him to join her. What a coincidence, I was thinking the exact same. Once they teleport to the lobby, Kwang So Nian asks him what difficulty he plans to challenge, and he replies. She quickly waves her hands, saying Abyss difficulty is far too brutal for her, especially since their strength gap is wide. Zhou Yi gently holds her hand to comfort her, telling her not to worry. Once he clears the Abyss level, they can team up and try it together, so they agree and wish each other luck on their respective run. Kwang So Nian replies bashfully before turning to walk away. Just then, a new arrival people whisper, asking why Chi Minhin is here. It has been forever since an expert took on this dungeon. Did you not know? Breaking this Abyss dungeon record is the only way to earn a legendary talent achievement. It is true, without a rare opportunity, getting a talent achievement is impossible. No wonder Chi Minhin is a level 23 mage, ranked 86th on the Earth board, muttering that he has to go challenge the Abyss dungeon. Zhou Yi checks out Chi Minhin's stats and silently thinks. He then selects the Abyss difficulty goblin dungeon and steps right in, sending massive shockwaves through the lobby. Haha. A level 19 Holy Knight actually dares to challenge Abyss difficulty? He really does not know his limits. Those 400 academy points of his are definitely being thrown right out the window. Standing nearby, Chi Minhin scoffs internally, thinking that the recent resource adjustments have. A system alert blares. You have chosen the Abyss difficulty. 400 points are deducted to exchange for. Please note that the monsters in this Abyss level dungeon will become far more aggressive as the difficulty scales up. If you find it too hard to cope, crush your Abyss magic stone to instantly escape the dungeon. Why is this place so ruined? Is this the absolute devastation left behind by the goblins taking over and While Zhou Yi is lost in thought, a lone goblin attempts a sneak attack from behind. But with a casual look at that map density, an entire legion of goblins completely surrounds Zhou Yi and charges at him all at once. These are level 22 silver tier goblin warriors, possessing the ambush and heavy slash skills. He notes that there are quite a few goblins this time, but a stronger enemy only makes things more exciting. With a swift, another massive horde instantly spawns, forcing Zhou Yi to carefully plan his next move. It seems the trick here is dealing with wave after wave of goblin soldiers launching relentless suicide attacks. This will drain way too much of my mana. I must conserve my energy to make sure I have enough to deploy skills against the... Making up his mind, Zhou Yi decides to trigger his Radiant Mirage Slash. He swings his weapon at blinding... System notification. You have slain the goblin group, earning 11,236 experience points. It turns out leveling up gets significantly harder at these higher tiers. Even if I slaughter all these, hopefully, defeating the final boss will grant enough experience points to help me break through very soon. Zhou Yi continues pushing much deeper inside, and it does not take long before he encounters the final boss, a level 24. Warning. The Goblin King has led his tribe to seize multiple human cities. He sneers at Zhou Yi, welcoming the human. Angry that a human dared to slaughter his entire clan, the Goblin King roars for him to die, swinging him. This goblin is surprisingly powerful. Despite its massive size, its speed does not seem to be affected at all. Zhou Yi gathers his strength and launches a swift counterattack. But under the boss's active Iron Body status, any and all physical attacks are completely nullified. The boss also activates a shield to reflect back a portion of the damage, making Zhou Yi's previous physical strike. Zhou Yi quickly switches to spellcasting, conjuring glowing magic chains. He successfully binds the massive boss so it cannot move a muscle, then unleashes a powerful magic blast. Now that is how you do it. 10 minutes and 56 seconds to clear the entire Abyss difficulty dungeon. You have shattered the previous speed record to set a brand new dungeon clear time. Congratulations on defeat. 30 skill points and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King was an Abyss tier boss, yet he ended it in one shot, despite intentionally hoarding a massive mana pool beforehand. He had even prepared several other heavy skills just to deal with it, only for a notification screen to pop up. By setting a brand new dungeon clear record, you have successfully unlocked a rare talent. Level A, Fast Casting. Your overall spellcasting speed has been significantly increased, to the point so breaking the Abyss dungeon record really does reward you with a brand new, incredibly useful talent. With this new level, a talent boosting his casting speed, his overall combat power has reached a whole new level. It is time to head back. His only real pity is that he only almost hits level 20, but since he is loaded... Meanwhile, right outside the dungeon hall, quite a few challengers who chose the Abyss difficulty are already giving up, because they cannot take the extreme heat and they gather with other players to stare up at the leaderboard, gossiping like crazy. So far, absolutely nobody has... This Abyss difficulty is just way too brutal, he complains. The second I stepped inside, if I had not run away fast, I would probably be trapped in there forever. No wonder the sheer... Looks like we can only count on top-tier Earthboard masters like Chi Min-hien to save the day. Listening from the crowd, Kung So-nyeon secretly thinks to herself that she is lucky she only chose the moderate difficulty. Now, she can only pray that her big brother Zhou Yi can clear this stage safely too. I heard that they actually opened up the brutal Abyss difficulty for this year's freshman competition as well. But how many can actually clear it? Yeah, apparently there is some guy named Zhou Yi, a level 19 paladin leading. He even set a brand new record. While those two are talking, someone suddenly shouts out at the top of their lungs, "Look at that, the dungeon record just got updated again." The guy points at the leaderboard with eyes wide in absolute he gasps, "Is that really Zhou Yi sitting at the very top? Rank 1, Zhou Yi, Abyss difficulty, 100%. This record is officially confirmed as the fastest goblin dungeon clear at the legendary Abyss difficulty level." The crowd completely explodes. Somebody finally managed to break through and conquer the impossible Abyss difficulty. Who is this Zhou Yi guy anyway? Why have I never heard of him? Could he be a third-year senior? He is the top freshman, but even if he is strong, there is no way he took down a level 24 epic tier goblin. I am also a freshman in this competition. It has only been a few days, so how on earth did Zhou Yi grow this? Just wait a bit. Chi Min-hien probably entered the dungeon later than Zhou Yi, so he is just lagging behind a little. One young guy laughs confidently, secretly thinking to himself. Once Chi Min-hien steps out with a new record, Zhou Yi is definitely going to get knocked right down the leaderboard. But right at that moment, Chi Min-hien stumbles out of the portal looking like absolute trash, making his loyal... This Abyss dungeon is just too damn hard, he grumbles. I wasted so much gold tier gear and still failed. Then he notices that nobody is paying him any attention like they used to. Instead, everyone is gathered. Though he is a bit confused, he does not dwell on it for long. pulling out a healing potion to treat his wound. Only when his lackey tells him that Zhou Yi cleared the Abyss dungeon in a totally mind-blowing time does he choke on it. Look over there, Zhou Yi is finally out. No way. He is just a level 19 freshman. How on earth could he clear the Abyss dungeon? How could I have to get to the bottom of this. He only came out just now, so maybe he even used some kind of cheap cheat. Chi Minhyun furiously slams his potion bottle down, slapping on a totally fake smile as he walks, but before he can even finish his sentence, Zhou Yi completely ignores him, walking straight past him to Kung So Nian. She sighs, feeling like she is getting left further and further behind. Zhou Yi pats her head to comfort her, telling her not to worry because the Goblin King is actually quite easy, and promising to teach her. Besides, he is definitely not short on academic credits now, so he can carry her through a few more runs until she masters the key mechanics to tackle the Abyss mode herself. Meanwhile, Chi Minhyun is left sitting miserable in the corner all by himself, forced to accept that under Zhou Yi's blinding spotlight, he has already become a total has-been. As they fight, he keeps boosting Kung So Nian's strength, while pointing out the goblin weaknesses so she can wipe them out easily. Everything goes perfectly smoothly until an Abyss-level boss is absolutely no joke. She wonders how on earth her big brother Zhou Yi cleared this so easily. It looks strong but actually has incredibly weak magic resistance, so you can easily take it down with some. Hearing this, Kung So Nian eagerly steps up to fight the boss. Capitalizing on its low magic defense, Kung So Nian decides to test the magic power of her. The demonic energy packed within that slash is bound to detonate the second it hits the target. It was supposed to deal shadow damage to the enemy, but instead of killing the boss, this move actually buffs. The boss slams its foot down, sending a massive shockwave across the ground. The tremors push back its enemies and can even stun them. Zhou Yi unleashes his raw power to block this sudden. She replies, "I am okay, brother Zhou Yi. It is all my fault. I could not control my new magic power, which let the boss absorb it and grow even stronger." He tells her not to blame herself and to let him test another skill. With that, Zhou Yi casts judgment. To be honest, his skill is simply not as effective as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi mutters, "This is getting pretty. Let me try once more, and if we cannot beat it, crush your abyssal crystal immediately. Do not forget this is just. Check this out." Zhou Yi summons magic chains to restrain the giant boss, but the beast effortlessly shatters them into. Watching this go down, Jiang Shiran feels even more guilty, believing it is all her fault. She made things. What can she do? This overwhelming negativity triggers the inner witch sleeping inside her soul. Yes, if you could fully master the demonic power within your Yi demon bloodline, you would not have to watch brother Zhou Yi struggle like this. Only by gaining more power can you actually help him out. The voice whispers it is time to release your true power. Get stronger. Like a hypnotized puppet, right in front of her, after his failed attempts. Zhou Yi is about to activate his angelic form to protect Yang Shuran, when suddenly, the dark slash cleanly severs the arm of the boss. Zhou Yi gasps out her name in absolute shock, but now transformed into a seductive witch, Jiang Shuran smirks. Meanwhile, the confused boss screams out, "Instead, it is actively eating away at my own power." She smiles, "Do not worry, this is only the appetizer." Then, Jiang Shuran forces more magic directly into the boss. "I want it. Give it to me now. Give me even more mana. You look absolutely sickening right now." Kung So Nian looks down on the boss with pure disgust, then wipes it out in one single strike, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 20. It takes him a moment to spot the change, his cold gaze narrowing as he asks, "Is that really you, Kung So Nian?" The demoness suddenly freezes, slowly shifting back into her. Kung So Nian quickly stammers, looking extremely embarrassed. "Brother Zhou Yi, everything that just happened was because of the wild demon power in my succubus bloodline," she insists. "I thought you were completely possessed," he says, but she reassures him it is impossible. "How about we team up and clear this dungeon a few more times, Kung So Nian? Once you get used to that demon energy, I know you can solo these abyss-level dungeons easily. Besides, we are old friends with the Goblin King anyway, so he should be pretty understanding, right?" That is just how students are. The boss is only there to get beaten, but if students want to maximize, Zhou Yi flashes a sly smirk as he speaks, a look so devious it probably makes the deceased Goblin King. Outside, the crowd is still reeling from Zhou Yi's incredible victory, when suddenly, you guessed it, the one who pulled it off is none other than Zhou Yi. Seriously, Zhou Yi again? Is he seriously not going to let anyone else pass this dungeon in peace? He actually cleared it even faster this time, which is completely terrifying. But out of nowhere, another new record pops up. First place, Kung So Nian, completing the Abyss difficulty with a perfect clear. Her time of 9 minutes and 23 seconds officially crowns this as the fastest run of the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. Is she not just a freshman who was only supposed to challenge the hard difficulty? Yet here she is, soloing the... Well, Kung So Nian is the second-ranked freshman, and under Zhou Yi's guidance, she is clearly performing far beyond... Right now, Chi Min-heen's lackey holds his head and sighs, saying he finally understands how his brother feels. Once you realize the massive gap between yourself and a true genius, that feeling of helplessness is pretty hard to take. And so, Zhou Yi and Kung So Nian each solo the Abyss-level dungeon one more and team up for a final run before heading back to the lobby, where she excitedly mentions that the Elemental Academy is host. Zhou Yi smiles and says that sounds absolutely perfect, since it is a great chance to relax a bit, so they head straight to the Elemental Academy and take in the beautiful sights. Zhou Yi is quite amazed they do not call it the Elemental Academy for nothing. When even the streetlights run, she admits she did not even notice they had been clearing dungeons all the way until nighttime. She thanks him for the huge haul from the Abyss-level dungeon, but Zhou Yi just smiles and says her effort was the key. Well, he smiles warmly as they walk, but stopping in front of a massive stone statue, he cannot help but ask who it is. She explains it is Ma Ge Wei Wang, known as the Guardian Spell God. He once single-handedly stopped several brutal invasions from the otherworldly army, which is why unfortunately, during the final decisive battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-class demon, and ended up sacrificing. Since his soul was completely shattered, there was simply no way to bring him back, making him a truly great hero. Realizing he lacks historical knowledge, Zhou Yi asks if she can briefly explain the Dark Era to Kung So Nian begins by explaining that to understand this history, they must start with the Golden Era from 80. Starting in the year 254, many incredibly talented awakened ones rose to power, which is why that year with legendary figures like Gale Sword, Saint Thuong Binhai, and Scorching Blade Saint Li Thiu Duan. But get this right, when everyone was preparing to launch a massive counterattack, the Dark Era suddenly descended, bringing the most frantic and brutal invasions of otherworldly creatures. Facing these terrifying threats, the powerhouses of the Golden Era sacrificed their precious lives after 30 long years of relentless warfare and the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of millions of awakened ones. But now that these otherworldly invasions are starting up again, she quietly fears that her worries might not just be. Zhou Yi gently pats her head, reassuring her that the creatures appearing this time are only crossing through minor dimensional cracks. Besides, we are no longer who we used to be, so even if the darkness falls again, those otherworldly monsters will be the ones suffering this time. Kung So Nian bursts out laughing at his words, and agrees that after resting and building up their strength for so long, right on cue, fireworks shoot into the air, lighting up the sky, and she excitedly grabs Zhou Yi by the hand. She urges him to hurry to a better viewing spot ahead, and Zhou Yi simply nods and quickly follows after her. The next day, Zhou Yi takes a train back to visit his sister. While at home, Tuvan asks Sister Tin why her brother... Right as Sister Tin finishes speaking, Zhou Yi walks through the door, and she welcomes him home. Tuvan rushes over to hug Zhou Yi, who catches his sister, and says with a bright smile that he was pretty worried about... Sister Tin smiles, "You are finally back." Zhou Yi smiles and greets her, saying it has been a while, and Sister Tin immediately asks how long he plans to stay this time. He replies it will be about 3 or 4 days since his main reason for taking leave is to complete Tuvan's final treatment. Tuvan looks a bit sad at first, but quickly cheers up to ask if her amazing brother brought any special gifts for his adorable little... He proudly replies that he specifically brought her a rare reward from clearing that tough Abyss-level dungeon. He pulls a mysterious horn from his inventory, and you will not believe how strong this is, instantly summoning a... Tuvan claps her hands in excitement, cheering that he is indeed the best brother ever, because that sounds insanely... Zhou Yi pats her head, promising that once she is fully cured, she will definitely become just as strong as he is. A few minutes later, Secretary True guides Thoi Liat Na to Zhou Yi's mansion, and the young man welcomes both of them and Secretary True explains that after reaching out to her, though Lietna traveled from the neighboring city overnight, though Lietna chuckles and tells the secretary that someone of her current standing would never dare ignore an invitation. Zhou Yi humbly insists she is overpraising him, thanking her for traveling so far to help, but she quickly replies he not only secured the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus but even successfully refined it into a far more an Extreme Frost pill? Secretary True cannot hide his utter shock. S-class pills like this are— Zhou Yi just scratches his head with a sheepish grin. He says it is all thanks to a Tier 3 alchemist. They really need to hurry up and start the final healing ritual for his little sister. Right. First things first. But a moment later, Tuvan anxiously grabs Zhou Yi's shirt and asks if this is— He tells Tuvan not to stress. Just relax. Once she swallows this pill, her legendary frost bloodline will finally awaken, and that freezing— With that, Zhou Yi hands over the extreme frost pill. Tuvan takes it and steps inside the magic circle with a— Hearing her, Zhou Yi immediately unleashes his support spells, including Dawn Blessing. He piles on protection and courage blessings to keep Tuvan safe, making things as easy as possible for Even though Thoi Liet Na is a Tier 2 priest, she feels her holy light purity is somehow still inferior. While Thoi Liet Na is lost in thought, Zhou Yi urges her forward. He asks her to activate the formation next. Nodding, Thoi Liet Na unleashes her energy to power up the array. And then, watch this. A massive wave of freezing energy explodes outward, forcing everyone to step back. A Tin panics. Zhou Yi tells her not to worry. He immediately deploys his Holy Flame Halo, neutralizing the freezing shockwaves. He is pretty confident that thanks to the Extreme Frost Pill, this will be the very last of his sister's icy outburst. Though Liet Na closely monitors Tuvan's state and lets out a relieved sigh. She tells them the hardest part is finally over. Now, they just have to wait patiently for the bloodline awakening to Soon, the intense— Tuvan smiles brightly and says her illness seems to be pretty much gone. Zhou Yi tells her to quickly check her personal status page to see if anything changed. She tests her power and gasps. She says her frost bloodline actually gifted her a new talent for controlling the ice element. Now, she feels perfectly connected with ice itself, giving her complete control to shape it however she wants. Wait, is getting a new talent from an awakening even possible? Usually, a standard— But since she is Zhou Yi's little sister, she awakened a pretty rare version of the frost bloodline. Zhou Yi smiles with pride. He silently realizes that both of them have gained massive benefits from— He wonders if their ancestors were actually powerful class users who wielded the legendary frost bloodline. But even if that is true, their family must have fallen into ruin a long time ago. He asks Thoi Liet Na to give his sister one more thorough examination, just to be absolutely certain. No problem at all, Thoi Liet Na happily replies. Right then, Secretary True steps up to congratulate— The mayor highly values her potential. He even sent over a massive pile of cultivation resources just for the two siblings. Zhou Yi shakes his hand. Since Zhou Yi has to head back to school soon, he asks the secretary to watch over his sister. Tro politely says, watching Tuvan laugh and play with Ah Tin. Zhou Yi suddenly asks if she has thought about what class she wants to pursue. A class? She immediately chooses mage. Zhou Yi nods, agreeing that the role is actually— Once she hits level 10, he promises to hunt down a rare, hidden mage class book to help her advance. That's awesome, she cheers, before suddenly whispering that she can already feel a dark, ancient power awakening inside. She claims the day they unleash this forbidden force is drawing near. Dark power? Talk about a total mood. Though Liet Na frantically rushes over to examine her again, wondering if she somehow missed a dangerous symptom during the initial scan. How could she possibly have dark energy? Suddenly, Zhou Yi remembers their childhood days before they had real power. She used to tell him not to let the darkness tempt him, declaring they must seal it away for world peace. That was literally just 3-year-old Tuvan babbling. Back in the present, seeing her about to start that Chunabu act again, he drags her off to experience real ice, while she screams for a tin to save her life. She yells that her brother is turning on his own family. But watching her go, Secretary True chuckles. Zhou Yi just sighs, telling everyone she is not usually this embarrassing. While Secretary Zhao and Ah Qing try to defend Zhou Yun's childish behavior, the moment her awakening wraps up, Zhou Yi wastes no time proposing a quick martial arts sparring match. She yells out, "Brother, I will summon spirits to freeze everything in my path." With that, Zhou Yi smiles and says, "Looks like you are completely recovered, which means I can start planning your training schedule." Zhou Yun immediately tries to slip away. She whines, "Oh, brother, I think the cold energy inside me is acting up again, so I cannot train with you." But Zhou Yi is having none of it. Here comes the brutal training sequence we all knew was coming. After a brutal high-intensity session, Zhou Yun collapses onto the ground, completely exhausted and groans. She sighs, "Saving the world is your job now." Zhou Yi just shakes his head. "You are truly a handful." Zhou Yi summons Xiao Kui and tells her, "This is a magic beast I just contracted, so he will be training alongside you." He adds, "Just make sure you do not get beaten by him, or else that would be pretty embarrassing." Zhou Yun happily agrees, "No problem. With this little guy around, I will definitely put in some serious work." She petted him gently and whispered, "Follow me, Xiao Kui. Let us sign a dark contract and become." Seeing Xiao Kui look completely miserable and reluctant, Zhou Yi cannot help but burst out laughing. He thinks to himself, "Hang in there, Xiao Kui. I will remember your sacrifice." A few days later, as Zhou Yi gets ready for school, Sumir suddenly shows up at his house, making him ask Miss Su. She explains the big national freshman exchange tournament is starting soon, and the team competition requires. She says, "I came here to have you finalize the official roster of the team representing our academy. Since you took first place in the freshman trials, the heavy responsibility of being team captain falls on. Plus, as the captain, building this entire squad is completely up to you." After Zhou Yi happily agrees, she hands over some files. "These are the profiles of the top 10 freshman rankers. You must pick 4 teammates from this list." But Zhou Yi does not even hesitate for a second. He says, "Miss Su, I am just picking the top 4 highest-ranked students." But she immediately scolds him, "You are being." These team matches often drag out into long wars of attrition, which really tests the squad's long. Because of that, having a skilled healer to keep everyone healthy is a pretty critical factor. Even though you are a holy paladin who can cast various support buffs, your raw healing power simply cannot compare to a dedicated priest, so you definitely need to add one to the squad. Zhou Yi confidently waves it off. "No need, if we just smash through the enemy quickly. Healing." He confidently states, "Miss Su, I am completely sure I can win the gold in the individual tournament. And once I activate my angel bloodline during the team matches, I can take on their entire team by myself." Talk about absolute peak confidence from our main character here. With him on the team, they can easily crush every rival academy without needing any support, forcing. She sighs, "Fine. Since you are so confident, I will submit this final roster to Dean." She then asks, "By the way, did you resolve your sister's bloodline issue?" He replies, "Yes, it's completely handled." "I really have to thank you for telling me about the extreme ice lotus," he says, and Sumier smiles warmly in response. Zhou Yi suddenly remembers another matter and asks Miss Su, "Do you know where I can get a hidden class change scroll?" She blinks. "A hidden class scroll. Is that for your little sister?" Zhou Yi nods and answers her honestly. "Ever since learning that alien monsters are coming through those rift portals, I have been feeling this constant, heavy pressure. I need to make sure Zhou Yun gets strong enough to protect herself when things inevitably go south." She smiles. "You really look out for her. Those scrolls actually exist on our school portal, but buying them is not going to be." Although her parting words leave him pretty confused, the moment he logs onto the academy portal, the harsh to buy a hidden class scroll, a student must be at least level 25 with an overall evaluation score of grade A or higher. They must also complete an A-rank school mission and rank in the top 10 of the Earth Board, or top 100. No wonder it is so tough. The requirements to buy one of these scrolls are absolutely brutal. Even the cheapest class option listed on the site costs a whopping 20,000 academy points to purchase. It looks like there is no quick fix for Tuvan right now, but I will do everything I can to Just then, Zhou Yi receives a brand new quest from the system. Detecting that the National Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin, the system is now releasing the official. His rewards will depend entirely on how well he performs in this National Freshman Tournament. Reading the details, he smiles. Big time. The rewards from his last 2 quests gave his overall strength a massive, almost unbelievable. It looks like he has to go all out this time to secure the absolute best ranking and grab those. Meanwhile, the Academy Deans are holding a meeting to discuss the strategy for the upcoming National Freshman. The roster for the team battle has been submitted with Zhou Yi at the helm, so he lays out the details for everyone. The captain is Holy Knight Zhou Yi, followed by swordsman Kwang So Nian. Taoist Tong Ha, hearing Dean and Go speak, Ngo Kak, can immediately questions why there is not a single priest in the. Tong Kai agrees, completely. Running a team like this is way too risky. After all, without a priest supporting them, their margin for error is practically zero. While the other deans worry about the roster, Chu Hoa Duong sees it differently, saying he actually thinks this setup is. He believes that with Zhou Yi on the field, bringing a priest along is just completely redundant. Secretly, he knows that after witnessing Zhou Yi unleash his fused bloodline, absolutely nobody. Honestly, even without any teammates, Zhou Yi could probably win this entire team battle all by his defensive stats are incredible, and his offensive skills hit harder than almost anyone else. It is like he is playing 3 roles at once: swordsman, tank, and support. The quiet dean of strategy, Trong Long, finally speaks up, agreeing that Zhou Yi already. Tongkai hesitates, but after a moment, he decides to let the motion pass. He is just hoping Zhou Yi will unleash a level of power that leaves everyone absolutely speechless. Dean Engoma declares the roster officially approved, meaning their team setup is locked in and it is time to focus on training. He turns to Dean No, leaving the upcoming team training entirely in his hands. Even though these fresh faces are incredibly strong, their teamwork still needs a lot of polishing before they. No problem. He will have Tu Mini notify everyone to gather at the War Academy in 3 days. And with that, while Zhou Yi is grinding his daily quests, he receives a message from Master Wang Hui about this is his first official lesson. And honestly, there is a huge chance he will learn some crazy new skills. But first, he needs to claim today's daily reward, opting to go for the skill points. Option 1 gives 15 attribute points, Option 2 offers 15 skill points, and Option 3 is a random skill book. Option 4 is a random chest, but Zhou Yi grabs the points and instantly feels power surge through his body. By simply finishing his daily tasks, he can stack up stats and skill points. Piece of cake. With the system backing him up, widening the gap between him and everyone else is a breeze. The next day, Wang Hui, spotting a pack of level 23 forest magic wolves ahead, Zhou Yi asks his master if he should clear them out. This is actually a leveling zone owned by the Tianvu Guild that Wang Hu founded, so there is no need to worry about them. Sure enough, watch this, a massive dragon suddenly tears through the sky, letting out a roar that sends the Seeing Zhou Yi freeze, Wang Hu explains that it is a level 62 epic dragon. It belongs to his senior disciple brother, keeping all the other magic beasts in this forest in check. Wang Hui smiles, proudly mentioning that his top disciple actually caught up to him a long time ago. He is already level 64, and his actual combat skills are likely even superior to his master's. That is exactly why Wang Hui felt completely safe handing over the entire Tianvu Guild to him, leaving Zhou Yi. Reaching level 64 by age 30 is practically cheating, but Wang Hui laughs, saying that if he keeps working hard, his master is confident he will easily surpass his senior brother in the near future. Wang Hui smiles. Watch closely, he says, I am demonstrating a special skill just for you. Mixing Holy Light with Shield Bash, Wang Hui summons 2 massive glowing barriers right before his eyes. Then, the 2 shields slowly close the distance. And the moment they collide, boom! An earth-shattering explosion levels the entire area, leaving Zhou Yi completely stunned by the little Nier, he says, this is the first skill I will teach you. Just link your consciousness to the cover of the book and use your skill points to learn it. Got it, Zhou Yi nods. He closes his eyes, follows his master's instructions, and successfully learns the 2 walls slowly pull together. Then, they smash into each other, triggering a mass. This hits any nearby enemies with devastating amounts of holy attribute magic damage. Even better, allies can pass through the walls freely, but enemies are completely blocked. Reading the details, Zhou Yi cannot hide his burning curiosity about this rare paladin legacy skill. How do you know a paladin skill, master? Wang Hui smiles, explaining that Holy Light Shield. I inherited it from your senior sister back then, he says, and now I am passing it down to you. Learned it? Good. Cast it now and let me see what you can do. Zhou Yi does exactly as he is told. Though the power is still weak, Wang Hui nods. For your first try at level 1, this is already highly impressive. I specially picked this skill to prepare you for the upcoming You can use the shield walls to split the battlefield, completely cutting off the enemy movements. Now that you have got the skill down, it is time for some real-world combat training, and things are about to get. Glaren will command the surrounding magical beasts to launch an all-out attack on you. How much experience you end up getting from defeating them is entirely up to your own hard work. Nope. At his word, Wang Hui signals Glaren. The mighty dragon unleashes a deafening roar that echoes through the forest. Hearing the sound waves, every beast in the area immediately turns feral, locking their bloodthirsty eyes. A beast hiding in the bushes lunges straight for the back of his head. But Zhou Yi anticipates the strike. He then combines all his skills, chain-casting everything from light element buffs to ice attacks. Zhou Yi single-handedly. Seeing Zhou Yi completely exhausted and gasping for air, Wang Hui smiles and teases him, pushing yourself. I did not expect you to completely drain every last drop of your physical strength and mana. Are you not worried about more monsters showing up? Well, you still have me here, right? Zhou Yi chuckles, chugging a stamina potion. He silently thinks to himself honestly. A system notification flashes. Congratulations, you have reached level 22, gaining 20 free attributes. Zhou Yi immediately dumps all his new points into Holy Light Shield, instantly upgrading it from level 1. Not bad at all, his master says. I estimated you would take down maybe 100 beasts, but you ended up It is all thanks to your guidance, master. Without you, leveling up this fast would have taken me months of hard. Zhou Yi says with deep gratitude. Veng Hui nods but warns him to stay alert, reminding him that he chose to form. As my student, you must keep completely cool when the pressure is on. Never drop your guard. Rest easy, master. With me on the team, this year's championship trophy is already ours. Over at the Gale Forest rest stop, the speakers blare with the official announcement. The National College freshmen, with 218 academies competing from across the country, who will take the crown? Wait. Am I seeing things? Tuhang University does not have a single healer on their roster. That is an extreme setup that only Chu Nyu and Chu Dan happen to be walking by. Hearing the two girls gossiping, they walk over to peek at the roster. Look, Zhou Yi is indeed the captain, and Kung So Nian is the vice-captain. Now get this. Scrolling through the comments online, Chu Dan bursts out laughing. They claim a team without a healer is doomed to fail. It is honestly just too funny. Chu Neo laughs along. After all, these online critics have absolutely no idea how terrifying. The other two girls size up Chu Nyu and Chu Dan, asking with a highly irritated tone, who do you think you are? Sitting nearby, To Thon Lian notices the argument heating up and gently turns to On Tian Yuan. Tell the staff their bill today is on me, she says. Let them enjoy their tea. Deep down, she knows that as long as Zhou Yi is on the field, a missing healer means back to the main action. After his lesson with Wang Hui, Zhou Yi spends the entire day grinding against training. Since reaching level 22, these training bots are just way too easy for him. Because of that, his training efficiency has hit rock bottom, but just as he is about to call Su Mir for advice, this special prep is for the friendly tournament players. So she tells Zhou Yi to head over to the War Academy Hall immediately. Along with his old friends Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan, two brand new faces are also waiting in the hall at a level 18 mage. While the students are busy introducing themselves, Wu Mang quietly casts his appraisal. Honestly, under Wang Hui's personal guidance, it is pretty wild how fast this kid has been leveling up. Hearing this, Jiang Churan spins around to stare at Zhou Yi in disbelief. Did you seriously level up again? Thanks to the teachers, I just got a bit lucky, Zhou Yi says. Wu Mang cuts in, all right. Time is tight, so I will keep to help you prepare for this nationwide freshman exchange tournament. I will be acting as your I will guide your team battles, but we will run specialized training for the solo and survival matches. For today's drills, I want to mainly test your coordination and see how you cooperate as a unit. To start off, your 5-person squad will have to conquer an abyss-level goblin dungeon together. And do not worry about the entry cost. The academy will cover all the academy points needed for this high-tier run. Tang Lingxi realizes why Miss Su kept pushing her and Wei Tiexin to reach level 18 so quick. Since everyone is quite strong and they are teaming up, even an abyss-level dungeon should be a walk in the park. Plus, she thinks, stealing a quick glance at Zhou Yi, sitting right next to her, this guy cleared an abyss dungeon completely solo, so you already know there is no way they can fail. Noticing her stare, Zhou Yi turns and flashes a bright, sunny smile. But Tang Lingxi, after getting briefed on the details, the 5-man squad immediately enters the dungeon gate. With a serious look on his face, Zhou Yi speaks up, this is our team's very first time fighting together, and call all our tactical plays. The others immediately shout back, no problem at all. Wei Tiexin will anchor the defense and draw aggro, while Jiang Churan and Tang Lingxi split up to handle. Song Xiaolan will provide backup power from the back. And as for the support role, that is me. The second Zhou Yi finishes handing out assignments, the goblins spawn in. Wei Tiexin charges. The sheer power of that slam catches her completely off guard. Her skill effectiveness has somehow shot up by. Is this what having a broken support teammate feels like? Tang Lingxi watched Zhou Yi cast his spells and is totally blown away. No way. How is his casting speed this? In literally less than a single second, their captain managed to pop off 3 massive buffs. Shaking off her shock, Tang Lingxi quickly unleashes her destructive spell, placing a heavy, slow effect. Jiang Churan seizes the opening, leaping forward to slice through the monsters with her sword. Churan, Tiexin, watch out for an ambush, Zhou Yi shouts. The warning barely leaves his mouth before, thanks to his quick call-out, Wei Tiexin deploys her shield wall in time, perfectly blocking the sudden. But Jiang Churan senses something is off here. This dungeon is totally different from before. How are there? It is a level 23 goblin archer, a silver-grade monster armed with sneak attack and rapid-fire skills. Checking out the monster data, Zhou Yi just grins, it seems, because we entered with a larger party. The goblins have upgraded their attacks to match. Saying that, he activates his light punishment. I will deal with these annoying snipers first, leaving the rest of them to you. After all, he only joined this dungeon run to build up their squad's chemistry, so soloing the whole thing would totally— You got it, Jiang Charan and Wei Tiexin shout back. Seeing everyone give their all. Meanwhile, watching the live feed of his students in combat, Wu Man cannot help but nod in pure satisfaction. Compared to the freshman tournament, Zhou Yi's casting speed has easily doubled, with some of his active skills now activating in the blink of an eye. Sumir guesses that after he conquered the Abyss-level dungeon, the talent choice he picked must have been heavily focused. Honestly, Zhou Yi's growth speed is nothing short of terrifying. Just after entering the Ngomang chuckles and speaks up. That is why he wants to test Zhou Yi further, so he secretly cranked up the dungeon difficulty just for them. Inside the dungeon, thanks to flawless teamwork, the overwhelming wave of goblins gets absolutely— Hung So Nian gives a cold snort, unleashing her shadow/skill to shred the incoming beasts with high speed. The others are not slacking off either, instantly unleashing their own powerful skills. Tong Harlan rips a talisman apart to summon the 5 lightning strike on the monsters, while Dung Lin He, she unleashes an icy tornado that sweeps through the pack, shouting for Ver Tixin to deliver the final blow. Nodding in agreement, Ver Tixin leaps high into the air, executing a rapid succession of aerial kicks. By the time she lands, the monsters are completely wiped out, all thanks to the massive stat boosts from their buff. Steamrolling these goblins feels absolutely amazing, leaving her incredibly hyped up as she looks over at Dung Lin. She asks if that was really all of them, to which Dung Lin Hai softly nods and confirms. According to her, Tiobach told her there are no more goblins nearby, while Zhou Yi laughs and the upcoming boss fight is the real deal, so they cannot afford to let their guard down. Ver Tixin cracks her knuckles with a confident smirk, asking why they should worry when Nir Kaz buffs double her strength. With his support, clearing this entire dungeon is going to be a total breeze, and Tong Harlan happily chimes in. Exactly, classmate Zhou Yi could probably solo this whole dungeon easily, and Dung Lin Hai nods in full. She admits she deeply respects their captain's power, which only gives Zhou Yi a headache as he wonders if they are— Hung So Nian stays quiet, merely giggling on the side. And soon enough, the group arrives in front of a massive— Ver Tixin asks if the final boss is waiting inside, and Zhou Yi confirms it. He agrees, but with every step closer to that massive door, a sudden bad feeling creeps in. You can tell something is serious. Making up his mind, Zhou Yi pushes the heavy doors open, and as they step inside, a colossal boss— It calls them fools, revealing itself as the level 25 Goblin King 2nd generation. With epic potential and unknown skills, this monster is the newly crowned leader of the Goblin clan, replacing the deceased former king. Dung Lin Hai gasps at the level 25 epic boss, while the beast sneers about having special guests. It cackles about preparing a special welcoming gift for them, raising its weapon to conjure and hurl an absolutely colossal— Why is a basic fireball spell this insanely strong? Still in complete shock, Dung Lin Hai stands completely frozen, staring blankly at the incoming inferno as Ver Tixin She rushes over to shove Dung Lin Hai back, instantly raising a protective barrier to intercept the massive fireball. But the defense is completely useless, as the barrier holds for less than a single second before deep crack. It is absolutely impossible to block, and the moment she speaks, the shield shatters completely, leaving her entirely gritting her teeth. Ver Tixin curses silently, knowing her captain's buff doubled her strength. Yet even with her combat abilities fully doubled, she can barely manage to withstand a single basic attack from this monstrous— The boss cackles wildly, shouting that they should not rush because this is their final resting place, and they will— Without pausing for a second, it continuously conjures even more fireballs and hurls them ruthlessly toward the— Dealing with just one fireball nearly wiped them out, so facing an absolute barrage of them plunges everyone into— But get this is exactly when a true captain proves his real worth. Zhou Yi commands everyone to fall back immediately. Stepping in front of the group, he channels his ice element to summon a massive frost wall, far thicker than Dung Lin Hai warns him to be careful, as this is no ordinary fireball attack. But as the warning leaves her mouth, the massive fireballs smash into the ice wall, losing almost all energy, and, with a quiet shout, Zhou Yi draws the miniature flame directly into his palm, crushing it into nothingness, while admitting its power is on a completely different level compared to the previous king, prompting Tong Harlan to step forward. She offers to lead the charge this time, swiftly weaving hand signs to summon a storm of glowing talismans that's chanting for destiny to guide her spirit. She commands her divine talismans to detonate with absolute force. As the word explode leaves her lips, the talismans burst into a massive blaze, completely swallowing the boss, but a second later, the boss literally inhales the flames into its mouth. It crushes the remaining talismans in its palm. Song Xiaolan yells in disbelief. How could it have absolutely no effect at all? Tang Lingxi looks grave as she speaks up. Sister Lan, let me try my magic. Let us see if this works. With a surge of energy, Tang Lingxi summons a barrage of blazing fire arrows, launching them straight at the boss. Let it take. Jiang Qiran lets out a battle cry, unleashing her demonic blade skill and sending multiple slash waves. Their attacks fuse together as they fly straight into the boss, triggering a violent explosion that sends a massive shockwave. Yet, the boss remains completely unharmed, now shielded by a glowing shroud of dark purple energy. Pretty amusing. But this is where it ends. The boss sneers, opening its mouth wide. A tiny purple orb rapidly forms in front of its jaws, feeding on the surrounding dark energy and swelling. Tang Lingxi cries out in utter despair. The level gap between us is just too massive. It seems like we have zero chance against this absolute monster. But look at this, right when everyone else completely Do not be afraid. I am here, Zhou Yi says, instantly raising a golden barrier to block the monster's devastating beam. With his words, the boss's ultimate attack is completely neutralized. Wei Tianxin then speaks up. Zhou Yi smiles, placing a reassuring hand on Wei Tianxin's shoulder to stop him. A level 25 epic boss is indeed a bit too much for you guys right now, he says. So leave the rest. This powerful skill exposes the enemy's exact weaknesses and hidden abilities right away. It guides his next strike. In truth, this Goblin King is only one level higher than the last one. If I activate my S-rank Bloodline secret art, my combat power will multiply several times over. This blatant targeting is almost certainly a special test intentionally left by Principal Wu. Since that is, behold the form of the Divine Angel, my true power. With that, Zhou Yi instantly transforms into a divine angel, wielding holy light in his left hand and frost power. Principal, the difficulty of this boss is far too high, she says. Is this level of challenge really necessary? Principal Wu Meng explains that while their current strength is indeed impressive, they cannot get complacent. Other academies also have elite prodigies, and in the upcoming exchange tournament, the geniuses from Modu. Therefore, I need them to face defeat so they understand how brutal this tournament will be. Sumire quietly repeats defeat. Then she lets out a light chuckle. Principal, you are seriously underestimating Zhou Yi. Wu Meng smiles back, hoping the kid actually slaps his face. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, oh, amusing, you actually turned into a glowing little bird. Kid, show me everything you have got. I will grant your wish, Zhou Yi retorts. Immediately, the boss scoffs. Brat, you talk quite big, but do not forget that you are the challenger here. It counters with its apocalyptic meteor fire skill, causing their powerful attacks to collide in a massive, shockwaves of raw energy instantly tear across the battlefield. Jiang Qiran quickly thrusts her. Song Xiaolan watches in absolute awe. Is this the true extent of Zhou Yi's hidden power? At this point, she finally realizes that Zhou Yi's power is on a completely different level. Turning to Jiang Qiran, she asks in shock, Qiran, has he ever shown you this form before? Jiang Qiran smiles softly. It is my first time seeing it too. It seems brother Zhou Yi is fine. As the smoke from their initial clash clears, both Zhou Yi and the boss stand completely unharmed. The boss grins widely, mocking him. Is that all you have got, kid? No matter what form you take, you can never. Chuckling softly, Zhou Yi summons his holy light chains, launching them directly at the boss. The holy chains tightly bind its massive limbs and torso. While the monster struggles in shock, now, the tables have officially turned. Zhou Yi follows up with his solar flame storm skill, creating a towering vortex of fire that Instead of relying on single attacks, his relentless combo deals massive, overwhelming damage to the— Damn you! The boss roars out in intense agony. Zhou Yi merely smirks at its pain. Do not worry. Zhou Yi charges forward instantly, plunging his bare hand straight into the boss's roaring mouth to release a Moments later, as his skill dissipates, the boss appears once more, black blood dripping from its jaw. It seems you are still holding back. I failed to push you. For that, I am truly sorry. Zhou Yi smiles and admits it really is a shame, because I wanted to try my— I guess that will have to wait until next time, but seeing you are on your last breath, I will go ahead and send you on your way. With those final words, Zhou Yi points two fingers, gathering raw energy and blasting it straight at the boss. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, No Mong cries out in absolute terror that kid is a monster. Zhou Yi's current strength is honestly just too terrifying to believe. Turning to To Mir Ni, Ngo Mong asks Miss To, do you happen to have Zhou Yi's regular combat data from the To Mir Ni smiles and replies, yes, as it happens. Right before coming here today, he ran a quick test at the train. He easily cleared the level 10 trial, and get this, it took him just 6 minutes and 12 seconds to pass. Hearing this, Ngo Mong chuckles, no wonder you and old Chu have so much faith in him. To Mir Ni smiles back. Well, it is the perfect chance for him to prove his real strength right back in the dungeon as the boss crumbles from his final strike. A system notification instantly clear time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds, and now, the dungeon clearance rewards are being distributed. Instantly, a golden light wraps around Dunglin Hai as she levels up, prompting her to gasp. Vertishin is just as stunned and yells out, I got 8,000 experience points as well. Just one run through an Abyss tier dungeon gives more rewards than a whole week of hard training outside. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi cancels his transformation, reverting to his normal self. As a personalized system, congratulations on gaining 11,236 experience points. Congratulations on gaining 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Zhou Yi tells himself. Just then, Hung So Nian runs over and asks with deep concern, are you hurt, brother Zhou Yi? Zhou Yi stands up. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he tells them, I am fine, just drained of energy. Let us go check what kind of loot the boss. Together, they walk over to where the boss fell and find a glowing golden chest waiting. This is it, guys. First is a gold tier weapon, the Flame Staff, requiring level 24. Next is the Fire Spirit Shield and the Flame Demon Ring. Both are gold tier equipment requiring level 24. Ver Tai Shin shouts out in absolute delight, are not these rewards a bit too insane? They are all gold tier gear. Zhou Yi chuckles, looks like our luck is pretty solid this time. Does anyone here have a use for these 3 items? The other 4 share their thoughts. Starting with Ver Tai Shin, who admits the level requirement is way too high for Dunglin Hai, shakes her head. Fire attribute scaling does not suit my build, so they are useless. Hung So Nian adds these items do not really fit my class, or Harlan's class either. Tong Harlan suggests classmate Zhou Yi, you did almost all the heavy lifting this time, so you should definitely. Zhou Yi does not argue, keeping the loot as he smiles. That is a pity, but I will hold on to them for now. Once we return, I will auction them at the academy, trade them for academic points, and split the credits evenly. No matter what, you deserve at least 70% of the cut. Without you, we could never have cleared this dungeon so easily. Tong Harlan speaks up. Looking slightly embarrassed, he is right. You were the key to bringing down the boss while I barely contributed at all. Zhou Yi just laughs, an even split is fine. This way, none of you will have to worry about school credits. Standing nearby, Hung So Nian smiles warmly and tells them, just take it and do not worry about it. After all, brother Zhou Yi is the last person who needs academic points. Alright then. Once the loot is settled, Zhou Yi reminds them with a grin, remember, our goal is not just winning. Ver Tai Shin nods with fiery determination. I will not let you down, brother Ni. I am going to train. Tong Harlan chimed in, classmate Zhou Yi. I will also give it my all, captain. Me too. Zhou Yi smiles with satisfaction. Excellent. Everyone's determination to work hard is the absolute key to. I believe our squad will definitely win a glorious victory in the exchange match. As Zhou Yi and his team, congratulations on successfully clearing the abyss-level dungeon I custom-built for you, says Ngo Mang. The prince. Ngo Mang continues showering them with praise, saying their performance is absolutely outstanding, and especially Zhou Yi, who gave him a massive surprise. Zhou Yi just chuckles awkwardly, scratching it. Ngo Mang then asks Zhou Yi how he feels about taking first place in the upcoming exchange match. Zhou Yi clenches his fist with absolute certainty. First place is definitely going to be theirs. Excellent. That confidence is exactly what is needed to win. Tumai Ni chimes in, suggesting that since initially, we can put Zhou Yi in the support role, keeping his true power completely hidden. Then, at the crucial moment, he will go all out, catching. If they pull this off, securing first place in the exchange match will be a guaranteed lock. Ngo Mang smiles in agreement, excited to let those other old fogies finally see how terrifying Zhou Yi really is. Tumai Ni points out that their squad coordination is still a bit rough around the edges, and they need way more practice. Ngo Mang agrees, planning to start a special training program tomorrow to target. That is enough for today. Everyone should head back and get some rest. But here is the catch to keep their motivation high. The instructors have prepared a few punishments. If we tell you now, it will ruin the surprise, says to Ni, adding they have other business to attend to and must leave first. With that, Ni and Ngomong leave. Zhou Yi tries calling them back, but Ni pretends not to hear, vanishing in seconds. Since it has come to this, let us train as hard as we can to face the challenges of the exchange match. Dong Than and the others nod. Time passes, and on a normal day, a crowd gathers right outside. A random bystander sighs, complaining that the nightmare-level goblin dungeon is just way too difficult. Another bystander agrees, saying he already tried twice and failed to clear it both times. If nightmare level is already this brutal, it is hard to even imagine how insane the abyss level must be. Lin, hi, do you think we can beat this abyss dungeon? And finish it in under 10 minutes? The two bystanders gasp in absolute shock, turning. The speaker is a young black-haired girl in the group. This is Zhou Yi and his team, here to tackle the dungeon today. Answering Wei Tixin's question, Duong Lin Hai, we have been training together for so long, plus we have our captain's insane buffs, so 10 minutes should be a piece of cake. Wei Tixin agrees, mentioning that Principal No Mang even gave. Duong Lin Hai chuckles, saying she cannot wait to see it. As Zhou Yi and his team step inside, the first bystander asks how they can treat an abyss-level dungeon like a speedrun, wondering who these guys actually. The second bystander replies that this very group is indeed the elite team chosen to represent their academy. The bystander gasps in disbelief. Freshmen? I thought our academy's absolute top team was only level 19, yet the lowest level in this group is all. That young man from earlier actually looks pretty powerful though. Pointing to the leaderboard with a heavy sigh, he says, just look up. That guy is literally holding the #1 spot for the Overhearing this, another bystander curiously looks up at the leaderboard and immediately shouts in shock, Zhou Yi. About 7 minutes later inside the dungeon, the boss sneers, get lost, you little brats. The massive boss unleashes its devastating meteor strike directly at Zhou Yi's team. Wei Tixin laughs with pure excitement, yelling, I have been waiting for this, now shatter into pieces. With a loud shout, her fists glow with fierce red energy as she charges forward, punching the boss's attack. She thinks to herself, thanks to my master's guidance, I finally have the strength to completely crush your attacks. Suddenly, the boss's deep voice booms out, the weak are destined to stay weak, do not think a little progress means you can get. Wei Tixin gasps, turning around only to find a massive fist hurtling right toward her face. Tixin, fall back. Zhou Yi barks an order, dashing ahead of Wei Tixin to punch the boss's. A split second later, the boss's entire arm is twisted into a pulp, making it scream in pure agony. As the beast screams about its arm, Zhou Yi turns to Wei Tixin with a grin, telling him he did a pretty amazing. Now, let's work together. Team up and take this monster down for good. Dung Lin Hai also smiles and tells Wei Tixin to take a quick breather while they handle the rest of this mess. The boss roars in absolute fury, screaming that they are all going to die, but look at this, before it can even move. Right after, a massive surge of lightning flows through those chains, shocking the beast and making it howl. Holding one end of the chain, Zhou Yi smiles and asks if it hurts now. Tong Harlan chiming in makes it clear no matter how loud it screams, they aren't letting it off the hook. Not a chance. Her expression turns dead serious as her hands quickly form hand signs, unleashing a massive swarm of sealing talismans that. Right after, Dunglin Hai speaks up, shouting for the beast to taste this deadly technique that Koto personally taught her. Lightning magic erupts as a massive, blinding bolt of thunder strikes straight down from the heavens, blasting right into. Finally, Kung Sun Yin charges forward with a loud cry, delivering a devastating final slash that sends the boss's head flying. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss Tier dungeon in 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Commencing the distribution of your. A short while later, the group finally exits the dungeon. Ngomong immediately walks up to praise them, saying it's pretty impressive that they broke the 9-minute mark, and that even. Surprised, Zhou Yi asks director Ngomong why he came all the way out here. With a serious expression, Ngomong replies that he is here to let them know the official date for the exchange match has been. He adds that tomorrow, he will be taking everyone to the host school, which is none other than Thon Kin University. Hearing this, Tong Harlan cheers with excitement, thrilled that the long-awaited exchange match is finally about to start. Kung Son Yin clenches her fists, excited that all their brutal training has led to this exact moment. Wei Tixin grins, saying that after all that practice, they can finally put up a real fight, while Dunglin. As for Zhou Yi, he cracks his knuckles with a pretty eager smile, whispering quietly to himself. He's already sick and tired of beating up boring dungeon bosses, and he's incredibly hyped to finally clash with the top genius. The next day, exactly as promised, Nomeng arrives to take Zhou Yi's group to the exchange match venue. For safety reasons, he will be guiding everyone through the school's exclusive private teleportation array. This will take them directly to the exchange match venue at Thonkin University. Over at the portal, after exchanging brief pleasantries, the principal addresses the gathered students. He tells them that, as the absolute finest freshmen, they carry the school's honor on their shoulders. Having already won 4 consecutive titles, he deeply hopes they can bring home that 5th trophy, which prompts. With that settled, Weng Hui gives the order for Chu Hoa Dung to activate the teleportation magic circle. Just like that, the group instantly lands right inside Thonkin University, and you can totally see how did they get here so fast, especially since the two schools are supposedly over 2 million kilometers apart. To Mir-ni giggles, explaining that they are pretty lucky director Chu Hoa Dung cast his magic. Still, only a powerful third-turn mage has the immense capability to deploy this kind of ultra-long distance. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the area, warmly welcoming the teachers and students of Tohang. As the speaker expresses their great honor, Ingomong happily steps forward to greet Trin Verngshuan, a legend. Since his old friend has arrived, Trin Verngshuan insists he had to personally guide them to their quarters. After his warm reply, Trin Verngshuan glances over at Zhou Yi and the others, noting that this new he mentions hearing rumors that their school has some seriously powerful freshmen on the roster this year. Once they agree to meet in the arena, Ingomong finishes greeting his old pal and turns around to instruct his students. The opening ceremony of the match is set for the 10th, and the battles will officially kick off right after that. Following a month of brutal training to their limits, there will not be any extra practices over the next few. They are free to relax, but he warns that Thonkin has recently seen a massive influx of tourists coming in. This means enemy spies might try to slip in, especially since foreign race demons tend to target humanity's top. With his warnings finished, he tells them they can go out and have fun, but they must absolutely stay safe. After everything is settled, Zhou Yi and his group are guided by a robot to their private rooms to rest. Welcome. You have entered the residential area of Thonkin University. If there are any issues, please feel free to ask me for help at any time, the support robot says. But Zhou Yi thinks, no thanks. Though this university's Zhou Yi simply stands by the window admiring the city view for a while before opening up his system interface, spending all his stored experience points to easily hit level 23, gaining 20 free attribute points, and he is still quite a way off from level 24, and since most of his skills are only C and B rank, he knows after he might even learn rank A+ skills, like the Pearl of Light that can massively boost his allies' stats, while the Pearl of Darkness delivers devastating damage to his enemies. But as for his third-class advancement, thinking about that, whatever, he is better off focusing on completing his current system achievement quest first. And just like the 157th National Freshman Tournament of Trunghar Country officially kicks off, with the overwhelming and chaotic energy inside the massive arena leaves Zhou Yi in absolute awe. No wonder every single student dreams of making it to this National Freshman Tournament stage. Honestly, an epic scene like this is totally mind-blowing. Standing beside him, Kung So-nin adds that today is just the opening act, and by the finals, while Zhou Yi and his team are enjoying the view across the battlefield, the Vindung University squad is not having a good time, muttering that they are just incredibly unlucky to draw Tohang right. After all, Tohang won the championship last year. Whoever faces them has to accept their fate, but hearing his teammates complain, Brown Hair snorts. They ranked in the top 30 last year, so they should at least be able to put up a decent fight. Meanwhile, whispers break out across the spectator stands as people notice that the paladin standing in the back is actually level 23. That level is high enough to totally dominate, though luckily he is just a support, because if he were an attacker, he would. It looks like Vindung University is completely doomed in this matchup. Now everyone wants to see if Vindung can force the Star Squad from Tohang to reveal any of their hidden trump cards, and on the stage, even though he is secretly terrified, he still talks big, muttering that while Tohang team definitely has some skills, level does not mean everything when you are on the battlefield. As both teams take their positions, the battle stage is generated, defensive shields rise, and the 3-second countdown ticks down to 0, and just as the Vindung students prepare to rush in, he warns them to play defensively, first to see what kind of tricks the opponents have up their sleeves. Right at that very moment, Brown Hair watches the young paladin on the opposite side casually raise his hand, unleashing a brilliant halo of light that envelops the entire Tohang team. sending their combat stats. The crowd is absolutely stunned to see him cast several powerful buffing skills in just a matter of seconds. You can't even make this stuff up. Paladin Zhou Yi is proving exactly why he is captain. And even Tring Viren Chuan is visible. He tells Old Ngo that their young leader is pretty impressive. With his massive growth, their entire team stamina has boosted by 50%, making Ngo Meng smile with pride. A paladin is a hidden class, designed specifically to dominate large-scale battlefields with heavy. Trin Viren Chuan stays quiet, thinking to himself, thank goodness his own school has a few tricks ready, otherwise dealing with Zhou Yi alone would be exhausting enough. Now let us see if Vin Duong defensive response is actually something worth taking notes on. Too bad that in the eyes of the Vin Duong team, Zhou Yi squad looks like literal demons, with one poor guy The terrified team gasps, "Captain, what do we do?" And though brown hair is completely pale, he tries to. Seeing how terrified they are, Zhou Yi smirks and tells his team, it looks like their opponents are pretty average, so they are going with the simplest plan, rushing into Hungsonian and Tomhatlan not together. Got it. Getting the green light, Dunglin Hai excitedly conjures a massive fireball, shouting, "Captain!" At once, Tang Lingxi unleashes a barrage of fire arrows, targeting the Yin-Yang University team with her long. This sudden onslaught forces the Yin-Yang University squad to grit their teeth and throw up a defensive light. The Yin-Yang captain struggles to hold the line, scoffing that they blocked it, and it looks like their opponents are nothing. But wait, his teammate turns pale, warning the captain that another wave is already here. Right before their eyes, Wang Tiexin charges in with sharp eyes and her air-shattering strike, a heavy punch that not letting up, Jiang Churan leaps down, unleashing a flurry of slashes with her demon blade followed by a sudden burst. Under this relentless barrage, a massive explosion erupts, and their overwhelming team attacks seeing them completely defenseless on the ground, the system chime announces the official end. This round officially concludes with Suhong University declared the winner, as the system floats high to thank both. Just wait a moment, the next team battle is about to kick off. Right after the match ends, Jiang Churan starts complaining, sighing that her opponent is a warrior but her turn is way down. Song Xiaolan sighs right next to her, groaning that she has it even worse as slot 45, wondering when she will actually. Hearing them complain, Zhou Yi excitedly chimes in to say that his turn is the 6th match, against a swordsman. It looks like his luck is pretty solid since he gets to go in the second wave, leaving Jiang Churan and Song Xiaolan. Up in the stands, spectators start whispering, noting that Zhou Yi did not even have to raise a single finger in their previous match. Some wonder what his actual strength is, questioning whether a support class Holy Knight can really survive. Others guess that Zhou Yi must be hiding his real power, since he is their team captain after all. Soon enough, Zhou Yi's match is called, and the arena instantly erupts into cheers for both Zhou Yi and his opponent. As they step onto the stage, the system introduces the 9th match of the solo tournament, pitting both fighters. Please prepare, as the match is about to begin. This time, Zhou Yi's opponent is Liu Cheng, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. Liu Cheng smirks, thinking his opponent is just a support class after all, making him feel incredibly. Behind him, Liu Cheng's teammates are gossiping excitedly, pointing out that his opponent is actually the legend. They laugh it off, saying a support class Holy Knight stands absolutely zero chance, and that Liu Cheng will easily crush. Without keeping the crowd waiting, the system begins the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Immediately, Liu Cheng lunges forward to strike first, mockingly telling Zhou Yi that if he surrenders, but Zhou Yi just chuckles calmly, completely unfazed by the threat. He asks how his opponent can even stand before him and spout such ridiculous nonsense about surrender. Infuriated, Liu Cheng unleashes his raging fire strike, screaming at the kid to stop being so arrogant. This shocking speed makes Liu Cheng gasp in disbelief, though he still sneers and tries to regain control. He boasts that it all ends here, but suddenly freezes up as his feet are completely locked in place by thick ice. Looking up, he sees Zhou Yi closing in with a raised fist, forcing Liu Cheng to curse at this dirty trick. But the swordsman quickly channels a fire spell to melt the ice, breaking free from the frozen trap. He lunges forward with a furious strike, but to his absolute horror, Zhou Yi blocks the sharp blade bare. Talk about a jaw-dropping moment. Zhou Yi casually blocks the blade before delivering a brutal punch to his gut. Screaming in shock that this is impossible, Liu Cheng is blasted backward, flying dozens of meters down below. The bewildered crowd panics, desperately asking what just happened, and how their teacher sighs deeply in disappointment. The teacher sighs, pointing out that since the opponent is Suhong's captain, Liu Cheng clearly. As the thick smoke finally clears, Liu Cheng is revealed standing with his face covered in blood. His beaten body cannot even budge an inch anymore, prompting the system to quickly step in and inspect him. Ruling that Liu Qiang is unable to continue fighting, the system officially declares Zhou Yi the winner. Zhou Yi pulls back his fist with a sigh, scoffing at how weak his opponent was for failing to block a single one of his. Up in the stands, the crowd erupts in shock, marveling at how a single terrifying punch completely some even laugh, whispering that this might not even be a fraction of Zhou Yi's true power. Outside, Instructor Chu Nok of Thon Kin University gasps in surprise. Dean Trin beside her smiles and says, "Miss Chu." Putting it that way, Chung Yi almost became a student at our academy. Chu Nyok sighs regretfully. Yes, if I had known sooner, I should have fought tooth and nail. Level 19 archer Halan watches Chung Yi with interest and slowly speaks. Chung Yi seems to be that special guy Tune Yen mentioned. His strength is pretty impressive, and melee combat and magic are all quite highly advanced. Meanwhile, level 18 priest Chu Hu Bak watches anxiously. She thinks to herself that Chung Yi's, but check this out, suddenly her bracelet glows, making her gasp, wait a minute. This is the family treasure reacting. Could he actually be an awakened one of our frost bloodline? Noticing her sudden sigh, startled, Chu Hu Bak quickly covers her bracelet and replies, I am fine. She quickly makes an excuse to leave, telling her friend sister Lan, I suddenly have urgent business, so I must go back. Her bizarre behavior leaves Halan completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Chu Hyobak quickly runs to the moment the phone rings, Chu Hang quickly answers it. He picks up and asks Hyobak, is it not your tournament day today? Why do you have free time to call your father? And why are you using the secure corporate line? Hearing her father's voice, Chu Hyobak gasps out in a rush. What is more, his last name is also Chu. The purity of Chung Yi's frost bloodline is easily over. Hearing this, Chu Hang completely freezes in shock and asks anxiously, are you absolutely sure it is a frost bloodline with such incredible purity? Chu Hyobak replies, there is an Chu Hong calms himself down slightly, pushing up his glasses as he tells her, all right, find an opportunity for me to meet Chung Yi. I will start running a background check right away to see if this Chung Yi really originates from our own Chu clan. Hanging up, Chu Hang stands by the window, a rare wave of hope washing over him. Chung Yi and his right now, over on the right arena, the massive crowd erupts in cheers, chanting Chung Yi's name, while the left side roars back even louder for Lai Ham. Beside Lai Ham, a classmate chuckles, brother Ham, do not go easy on him. Lai Ham grins wickedly and, standing nearby, Nui Hop suddenly pipes up with a warning, little Ham. You had better be careful. Chung Yi's strength is the real deal. Even I can sense an extremely Lai Ham instantly locks in, his expression turning serious as he nods, brother Nui, I understand. Right after, Lai Ham unleashes his energy, prompting his classmate to stare in absolute awe as expected. With that level 18 Gale armor active, Chung Yi probably will not even be able to touch your shadow. Tung Fuang chimes in, laughing, yeah, let's just hope Chung Yi doesn't end up crying like a baby. And here's where the hype goes totally off the charts. The crowd erupts into deafening cheers. Go, Chung Yi, go. Chung Yi of Ma Do University, go Lai Ham. Right then, Chu Hang arrives on the scene, sighing in relief. Chu Dongni looks around in sheer excitement, noting that this massive arena is easily. Suddenly, Chu Hyobak sneaks up behind them, and Chu Dongni is quick to spot her, turning around with a happy shout before throwing her arms around her older sister. Hugging her back, Chu Hyobak asks in surprise, Dad, Dongni, what are you doing here? Chu Hang calmly answers, we are here to invest. He is highly likely from our main lineage, scattered during the Dark Era. When the elders learned the clan patriarch ordered me to come verify it immediately. And it is a perfect chance for your little sister to witness the strength of this top freshman from Tu Hang. Suddenly, Chu Dongni pouts her lips and scoffs, humph, he is just a support class paladin. Dongni, that attitude is completely wrong. What is wrong with being a paladin? If Chung Yi's bloodline purity genuinely exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to inherit one of our. Hearing this, Chu Dongni asks with wide-eyed excitement, sister, is it true that our main lineage is 70% bloodline purity for this Zhou Yi guy actually that insanely high? Suddenly, Chu Hang scolds her, Dongni. I told you before we got here to show Zhou Yi some respect. By seniority, he is technically your older brother, but Chu Dongni just scoffs back in annoyance. Even if he belongs to our clan, if he wants to be my brother, he needs the power to back it up. Chu Xiao, all right, now that Dad is actually here with us. We can just test Zhou Yi bloodline purity to find out, so let us just focus on watching his match. Chu Dong. Right then, the system announcement blares out. The first match of the third round of the singles tournament is finally started, calling both competitors to the field. Li Xin from Mado University versus Zhou Yi from Suhong University. With Li Xin the guy confidently brags, "I originally planned on wearing light armor to finish you off in a flash. But my captain warned me you are tough, so I am going all out," to which Zhou Yi just casually replies, "Oh." Zhou Yi studies Li Xin for a brief second, realizing their captain must have actually detected his hidden power. It looks like that Mado University captain is pretty sharp, but then Zhou Yi locks eyes with Li Xin. "No, he is 5 levels below me. If I use even a single light of punishment, this guy is probably going to pass out instantly." This is Li Xin, from Mado. The level 18 fighter stands completely ready to clash, but the moment he meets Zhou Yi gaze, tomorrow's team match is against the massive powerhouse Qingjing University. I really need to hold back here without showing too much of my raw strength. Making close combat skills being limited like this is no fun at all, but the system warns them to get ready now. The match officially kicks off. 3, 2, 1, go. Immediately, Zhou Yi casts Grace Protection. That bright beam hits Li Xin directly, forcing him to cover his eyes while growing even more dismissive of Zhou Yi. You sure look fancy, but it is nothing more than cheap showmanship." Li Xin immediately charges straight forward, launching a pretty cocky low kick, but Zhou Yi casually blocks the strike. "Is that really all you got?" he thinks, before immediately countering with a brutal, light-infused elbow strike. The impact forces Li Xin to raise his heavy armor in panic. "Damn, it hurts so bad. Why does my..." That block does not last long before Zhou Yi completely blasts him away, slamming his body hard against the barrier. Seriously, check this out. A pure fighter is getting completely manhandled by a support class. Honestly, you live long enough and you see everything. What is even happening here? Zhou Yi actually injured him. Li Xin has an A-rank Steel Bones talent, meaning his defense should theoretically be way higher than Zhou Yi. Dragging himself back up, Li Xin asks, "Are you sure you are not from some elite martial arts fan?" Zhou Yi just waves him off. "No, not at all. My physical stats are just slightly above average." With that, he unleashes a devastating, rapid-fire combo of Holy Fist strikes. Li Xin can only grit his teeth to defend, cursing that this relentless pressure makes it totally impossible to escape. Zhou Yi heavy barrage forces Li Xin back step by step, until Zhou Yi coldly murmurs that it is time. Staring at the massive fist hurtling toward him, Li Xin panics. There is no way he can block this. Out of pure terror, Li Xin screams for him to stop, and yields hearing this. Zhou Yi instantly redirects his strikes. The absolute force of that redirected punch still blows Li Xin away, crashing down with his heavy armor completely. Zhou Yi secures the victory here, advancing to the next round of the singles tournament with total ease. He scratches his head, thinking, "Man, holding back is way harder than I thought. I went way too heavy right from the start," but the entire arena is already stunned by his display. The crowd goes wild. Who knew a Holy Knight support class could fight like an absolute beast? A support class beating an elite fighter barehanded makes zero sense. Zhou Yi close combat slaughter ability. Walking over to Li Xin, Zhou Yi kindly decides to help his opponent out by casting Holy Light spell. As the medical team arrives, Zhou Yi apologizes. "My bad. He surrendered pretty late." Passing by the head nurse, Zhou Yi casually adds, "I did cast some quick healing spells to stabilize his condition, so I will leave the rest to you now," leaving the nurse total. But when the nurse looks at Li Xin's battered body, she instantly freezes in shock. The poor guy is trembling so much it makes... These injuries are pretty brutal. Li Xin groans in absolute agony. It hurts so bad. The two nurses quickly rush to start first aid. After inspecting the damage, the nurse warns him that a deep wound like this is going to take at least 2 or 3. It is hard to believe a holy knight like Zhou Yi could actually cause such a massive, devastating explosion. Once the fight wraps up, Chu Xiaobai boasts to her father, "See, I told you Zhou Yi is incredibly strong." Watching the match, Chu Heng nods seriously. That heavy armored opponent got blown away by a single... That is seriously monster-level strength. It seems the Frost bloodline in their family but this crazy display of strength still does not sit well with Chu Donger. She pouts and huffs in frustration. "Fine. I admit his strength is pretty impressive. Are you happy now?" Her adorable attitude makes Chu Heng burst into laughter. It looks like Zhou Yi's raw power actually managed to win over. He turns to Chu Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, do me a favor and arrange a little meeting between me and Zhou Yi." Chu Xiaobai nods in agreement. Right then, the system announces the next match between Jiang Shuran. The hype is real here. This fight is hitting a fever pitch, and a winner is coming up fast. Watching from the stands, Zhou Yi realizes Jiang Feng is actually quite a bit weaker than Li Xin. Xiao Ran should take this easily. Sure enough, Jiang Feng is already on the defensive, thinking how crazily over she feels herself hitting her limit, wondering if she can even survive another couple of blows. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuran keeps rushing forward, unleashing an absolute barrage of attacks. She mutters, "Let us wrap this up quickly." Jiang Feng looks at the oncoming attack in sheer terror. It is the Shadow Slash. Jiang Shuran unleashes countless lethal blades, strikes right through Jiang Feng. Finally, Jiang Feng collapses under the sheer force of the blow. The system declares she is congratulations to Jiang Shuran on advancing to the 4th round of the singles tournament. The crowd is absolutely stunned by Su Hang's dominance. They whisper in disbelief that Jiang Feng to think Suheng University has someone this crazy strong besides Zhou Yi is just wild. Tomorrow's big team clash against Qingjing University is bound to be a pretty wild showdown. Down by the arena, Zhou Yi approaches with a huge grin. "Xiao Ran, you did great." That Jiang Shuran smiles politely. "It was mostly luck, and my opponent just was not very strong anyway." She then starts teasing him, "Though if I had to fight you, I would probably just surrender immediately." Zhou Yi nervously scratches his head. "Quit joking. There is no way I could ever fight you." Suddenly, Zhou Yi turns around, looking pretty confused. "Do you need something else?" Catching her breath, Chu Xiaobai introduces herself. "I am Chu Xiaobai of the Tianlun Chu family. With such an incredibly high-purity frost bloodline, you must be one of our Chu clan members." Zhou Yi is completely baffled. "Frost bloodline? Tianlun Chu family?" But she explains the Chu family and my Jiang family are actually both pretty ancient, powerhouse clans. They have ruled over Tianlun province for hundreds of years with deep roots and a terrifying amount of power. But word is, the number of Chu clan members awakening the Frost bloodline has been dropping pretty fast, and get this, the family is totally desperate to find someone with that rare bloodline. If you join them, you might score tons of premium cultivation resources. But Zhou Yi shrugs it off. "No thanks, I do not really need any of that. Besides, you claim I am part of your family, but do you have any real proof of that?" She pulls out a glowing gem, actually. "My dad is here too, and he brought our bloodline appraisal stone. If you really carry our blood, this artifact will resonate the moment you lay a hand on it." Zhou Yi reaches out his hand. "Fair enough, let us see what happens." The instant he touches it, a blinding surge of energy erupts, and Chu Xiaobai screams, "Your purity is over." Zhou Yi just smiles. "Well, I definitely feel a strange connection to you through this bloodline. Who would have thought that entering a simple school tournament would actually lead me right to my family roots?" Once the bloodline evaluation wraps up, Chu Hyobak speaks up and asks. She stammers out, "Classmate Chung Yi." "No, brother, Chung Yi, my dad wants to meet you for a bit." "Sure," Chung Yi says, turning to Huang Sonyan. "Go ahead and head back first, Chunyan. I need." Huang Sonyan smiles and replies, "Okay, but brother Chung Yi, you really do not need to feel any." She adds that the Chu family is only big in Tianlan, and still cannot compare to her own Huang family. Shortly after, Chu Hyubak leads Chung Yi to meet Chu Hang. Approaching the room, Chu Hyubak pauses and says, "Brother Chung Yi, my father and sister are already inside." Chung Yi cannot help but feel a sudden wave of bitterness. Back when Tu Van fell gravely ill and now that his bloodline is awakened, they suddenly show up at his doorstep. He truly has no idea what to even say to them. Suddenly, the door swings open. Chu Hang steps forward with a smile. "You two have finally made it," he says. Chu Hyobak greets him. Chu Hang then steps directly in front of Chung Yi to introduce himself. "Hello, young friend." Chung Yi shakes his hand politely. "Hello," he says. "I am Chung Yi." Chu Hang smiles, saying he has long heard of the young man's reputation, and meeting him today proves he is true. And watch this. His necklace starts glowing, making Chu Hang lose his composure, and gasp. Regaining his serious expression, Chu Hang explains that Chung Yi's father and he share the same great-great-grandfather. He adds that Hyubak is his distant cousin, expressing regret that his father passed away so early. Chung Yi, getting straight to the point, Chu Hang eagerly says, "Chung Yi, you just need to return to the main family lineage. Our entire family will unconditionally pour all of our resources into you, making sure you..." Hearing this, Chung Yi raises an eyebrow. "A hidden class? But I have already chosen the paladin path. Is it even possible to change classes at this point?" Chu Hang beams with excitement, assuring him not to worry since they have already secured a top-tier class. Besides, with a highly pure ice bloodline like yours, you are the only one who can truly unleash the Chung Yi quietly weighs his options. The ultimate support class currently inside of him is already permanently bound to the paladin path. Guided by the holy light, he has grown to the person he is now. This hidden class they are hyping up is simply not even worth mentioning. After thinking it over, Chu Ni calmly. Stunned, Chu Hang slowly nods. Well, putting it that way is not entirely wrong. But if you change classes, the vast archives of the Chu family library will open up countless legendary skill books for you. You will gain massive resources. Never have. Chung Yi just shakes his head, declining the offer. Gaining massive resources sounds pretty nice. Hearing this blunt rejection, Chu Hang completely panics and scrambles to throw in even more perks. All your current skills will reset, your skill points will return, and none of your raw stats will drop even. On top of that, within 6 years of joining our main branch, we can absolutely guarantee you reach level. Chung Yi remains firm, replying that none of those conditions hold any real appeal for him at all. He can easily secure massive resources directly through his academy, so leveling up his power is never a concern. Plus, he genuinely prefers his current paladin. A paladin is merely a support class, while our family hidden class is objectively a top-tier damage-dealing position. He asks what else there is to hesitate about. But wait, calling it just a support class completely strikes a nerve. He snaps back, if you truly think a paladin is just a support, it only proves how incredibly shallow you all. It just so happens that our match against Thonkin University is tomorrow, and I am going to prove to you what a real paladin can actually do. With that, Chung Yi turns and walks away. Goodbye for now, classmate Hubak, he says. Let us see each other on the battlefield tomorrow. Chu Hubak quickly calls out to stop him brother Chung Yi. Wait. Seeing him walk away, she immediately, Dad, why did you not try harder to stop him? She asks. Chu Hang replies coldly, just let him go. Once tomorrow opens his eyes to the absolute dominance of Thonkin University, it will not be too. Behind them, Chu Dongni raises her hand from her seat to speak. Wait a second, I have a different opinion. She pokes her head up and says, Dad, you guys are being way too soft on Zhou Yi. Do we really need to waste this much effort just to persuade him to join the Chu family main branch? Chu Hilbak awkwardly steps in. This is all because Chu Hong is helpless, so we should just let Dad explain. He seriously explains the ancestor of our Chu family was the very first Frost Bloodline Awakener. Under our ancestors' leadership, the Chu family rose to absolute dominance, but everything changed completely when the Dark Era descended upon the world. Chu Hung explains that when massive hordes of otherworldly demons invaded, their legendary ancestor immediately. But during a deep strike into the enemy territory, the ancestor vanished without a trace. Without his protection, every single third advancement elder ended up buried alongside the strongest other. Even though 5 third advancement elders managed to resurrect themselves using powerful revival spells, Chu Hung leans back in his seat and mutters, ever since that dark day, the awakening rate of the Frost bloodline in our descendants dropped drastically, to not even 1% of. This eternal curse is incredibly overbearing, and simply passing down the bloodline is not enough to purify. With no strong successors left to carry the torch, our family looks powerful on the outside but is actually incredibly vulnerable. And returns to our main family branch. We will mobilize the entire clan resources to train and nurture him. Honestly, his future strength might even reach the godlike level of our legendary ancestor. He seriously points out that right now, Zhou Yi is riding high on a massive winning streak in the individual. But once he faces the powerhouse team from Xinjiang University, he will finally realize that only our family. Chu Dongni asks curiously, Dad, what if Zhou Yi actually wins? Chu Hong completely hesitates. Chu Heelbok steps over, rubs her head, and playfully scolds, why are you siding with him? Tomorrow is my match. Chu Dongni whines in response, hey, I was only talking about a what-if scenario. Now look at this. The next day, the arena is packed, and getting a ticket was basically impossible. One fan asks his buddy, hey bro, did you also come specifically for this Suhang versus Xinjiang? Nobody expected the third round to feel like such an intense, high-stakes final match. Everyone is gossiping, wondering if Zhou Yi can keep his miracle winning streak alive against the monsters of. Xinjiang has the massive home court advantage this time, so things are looking pretty bad for him. Sitting in the back, Chu Dongni gloomily worries, my sister's team definitely has the upper hand, but suddenly, the arena system blares out the announcement next up. Please welcome the powerhouse teams of Xinjiang and Su. The moment both teams step onto the stage, the massive crowd completely erupts, screaming out the names of both universities. Right as he steps onto the battlefield, Zhou Yi immediately summons his mystical heavy warhammer. Watch this, a massive glowing warhammer materializes and slams down, leaving the entire crowd. Wait, a warhammer. Suhung Captain Zhou Yi actually uses a heavy weapon. Well, but his entire aura has completely shifted. Another fan agrees, yeah, even from hundreds of. Chu Dongyi stares wide-eyed, the sheer aura radiating from Zhou Yi today. Why does it feel 10 times stronger than his previous matches? Chu Hung asks with growing suspicion. Just then, the level 22 warrior Li Uyen frowns. Wait, what is Zhou Yi doing standing so far at the front? Does he seriously plan to play as the main damage dealer? Harlan, their level 19 archer, replies based on his insane performance in yesterday's solo matches, playing their level 18 priest. Chu Hyubok chimes in, remember, Zhou Yi's level is actually the absolute highest. Lord Chao, their level 20 mage, scoffs in absolute annoyance. A paladin who can do some damage? Their level 22 mechanic, Vung Hin, sneers in agreement. As a team captain, having only that much Li Uyen speaks up seriously. Last year, we only got suppressed by Suhong because of their team coordination. In the end, everything went down the drain, and we lost first place. He coldly stabs his sword into the floor. He warns them with an absolute serious look, our opponent is still Suhang. So lock in and give it 100%. Make sure you go all out on them. Even if you end up leaving them injured or crippled, it is worth it. Outside the arena, Principal Tring walks over with a smile to chat with Ngomeng. Hey there, Oldeno. Zhou Yi has to act as both support and damage dealer. Can he really handle it out there? Ngomeng just laughs. You do not need to worry about that. Everything on the field is decided by pure strength, and I have complete faith in him. But Ngomeng's sheer... Normally, a first-year student has quite limited skill points, so trying to do everything is never... Could this old Ingo still be hiding some kind of secret trump card up his sleeve? On the stage, Zhou Yi seriously tells his team that once the match starts, just follow school. Everyone else can just adapt on the fly. Vung Taishin eagerly laughs with you going all out. We can finally... Even if our opponent is Thankin University, we can easily take them down. But Zhou Yi quickly turns back to warn them we still need to be careful. They came in second place last year. If anyone gets hurt, just get close to me, and I will cast a healing spell on you. The team shouts back in agreement as 3, 2, 1, the match starts. Zhou Yi yells, I am heading in first. The moment he charges forward, a massive wave of buffs activate at once. Divine Grace, Guardian Blessing. On the big screen, the caster commentates that against the powerful Thankin University, Tohang University, he decides to launch a direct charge right at his opponents. Hold on. Look at this, with both sides being pretty evenly matched. Shouldn't he be testing them from a distance first? This shows Zhou Yi is pretty incredibly confident in his own power. He can actually cast spells while... Seeing this, Li Uyen gets pretty damn excited. He flashes a wicked grin and mutters, are you in that much of a rush to die? Perfect. We have got our strongest long-range... Behind him, Harlan has already drawn her bow back. In an instant, she fires off a suffocating arrow, sending it screaming. Facing the danger, Zhou Yi does not even flinch as the arrows keep hurtling straight at him. Harlan grins excitedly. My A-grade suffocating arrow can lock onto targets, completely sealing off. Without a tank teammate to shield you, Zhou Yi, let us see how you plan on blocking this attack. Just as they are about to hit, Zhou Yi mutters how annoying. Then, he casually crushes the arrows. His unbelievable move leaves Harlan utterly shocked. Wait, what? He crushed my suffocating arrow with his bare hands? That is an A-grade skill, enhanced to level 8. Next to her, he says a paladin in a damage roll only gets decent defense, but this ends right here. Once Lord Chao finishes casting his spell, let us see how you block it. Right then, a massive surge of power. He unleashes that raw force immediately and yells, take this, Zhou Yi, my absolute strongest attack. A fiery bird manifests the ultimate fire phoenix. It locks onto Zhou Yi and spits out the sphere unleashes a raging inferno called Phoenix Breath. Zhou Yi quickly leaps backward to dodge the searing. Not stopping there, Lord Chao immediately follows up with ultimate fire phoenix, Flame Impact. As the blazing phoenix rushes toward him, Zhou Yi stands there and calmly asks, is that just a bit of fire? Lord Chao snaps angrily, you are still not running? Looks like I will be the one taking you down. Up in the stands, the crowd gasps in awe. He is definitely one of Thankin University's top. A powerful skill like that is pretty much impossible to block. We will see how he handles this, but charging in. Up above, Chu Yu chuckles softly and says, honestly, running away would be his smartest move right now. With his speed advantage, he still has a chance to retreat and Tomir bursts out laughing. Running away? Chu Yu snaps furiously. Tomir, what are you laughing at? Tomir casually responds, sorry, but hearing you think a simple A+ skill could actually force Zhou Yi to run just made me laugh. Chu Yu snarls, just wait until he loses, you will be crying soon enough. Tomir casually replies, oh really, I hope you actually have the power to back that up. Now watch. This next move is going to stun everyone. Chu Yu asks in utter confusion, wait, what is happening? Suddenly, a massive wave of power. Zhou Yi's current status is revealed as Holy Flame Aura, an A-grade skill. This boosts the light attribute for himself and nearby allies, absorbing 20% of fire skill damage. Zhou Yi proudly gives his command. He calls out Sacred Flame Halo, absorb it all. Lu Zhou screams in absolute panic, how is this even possible? Just like that, the phoenix is completely tamed. Unbelievable. Watching from behind, Song Xiaolan proudly declares it looks like Qingjing University has Jiang Churan then adds, even Shen Lingfeng with his flame dragon bloodline could not lay a scratch on Zhou Yi, let alone with the phoenix firmly in his grip. Zhou Yi chuckles, sorry about that, I guess I had to let you guys down. With my Sacred Flame Halo skill, I can manipulate the fire element too. Up in the stands, people scream in pure disbelief, my god, I think I just felt the presence of a deity. This is terrifying. Zhou Yi really deserves to be called a literal god. Zhou Yu is just as shocked, asking in sheer frustration a divine skill. How could it be a divine skill? How on earth did Zhou Yi even manage to get it? Su Mei smiles and replies maybe Zhou Yi is just pretty lucky. After all, it is quite normal for geniuses to— Zhou Yu refuses to back down, do not get too cocky. We still have plenty of trump cards left. Su Mei just shrugs. Su Mei's indifferent attitude drives Zhou Yu absolutely crazy. Meanwhile, Zhou Donger is staring at Zhou Yu. She asks father, what is a divine skill? Why does everyone seem so incredibly excited? Zhou Heng answers because a divine skill is the most unique. He explains that you cannot learn it through any skill, and it cannot be passed down through any regular form of inheritance. Only awakened who receive a divine blessing from the gods are worthy of obtaining this kind of gift. It is pretty obvious that Zhou Yi's Sacred Flame Halo was directly bestowed by the god of light himself. Zhou Heng looks back on the past, explaining that the Zhou family once held the ice bloodline. Naturally, their clan had many devoted followers of the ice goddess, but once their bloodline was cursed, he hangs his head in defeat and says that is why awakened blessed by gods hold a level of potential we can barely— The terms we offered before might actually be pretty insignificant to someone like Zhou Yi. Zhou Donger turns to him and mutters, so basically, our entire trip here was completely in vain. But Zhou Heng firmly replies no, we still have a shot. Once the match is over, I will find Zhou Yi to negotiate. Back on the arena stage, Lu Zhou stares at Zhou Yi in complete shock. Watch this reaction. How can this be happening? My ultimate fire phoenix, gone just like that? Seeing Lu Zhou spacing out, Li Yuan pats his shoulder to comfort him, saying, though I do not get how Zhou Yi did it, do not lose heart, Lu Zhou, let us try attacking with a completely different elemental skill. He immediately snaps out of it and nods. Li Yuan raises his sword high, shouting out his orders. Song Xiaolan, keep using your long-range magic to stop Zhou Yi from advancing any further. We absolutely cannot let him close the distance on us so easily. Song Xiaolan answers with a volley of arrows. Lu Zhou eagerly prepares his next strike, flashing a sly grin as he yells, do not get too proud. In an instant, a massive stone wall rises up, completely cutting off Zhou Yi's line of sight. Lu Zhou screams, Obsidian Fortress. Right beside him, Song Xiaolan's arrows rain down from the flank in a gale. Zhou Yi narrows his eyes, thinking to himself, do you guys really think this is enough to keep me from advance? Nice try, but you are still way too naive. Zhou Yi stands his ground, raising his hand to cast his holy— Immediately, a radiant shield materializes, deflecting every incoming arrow. Watching this, she gasps, that is a rank AC Holy Light Mind Shield, and its level looks pretty high too. Even Song Xiaolan cannot help but praise his defensive move. Zhou Yi's defense is pretty solid, but at least— Hearing that, Zhou Yi nods in agreement. This indeed messes up my combat rhythm a little. Looks like I also need to use a long-range skill to Suddenly, Li Yuan senses that something is terribly off and yells out in warning. Bad news, retreat now. But right at that moment, Zhou Yi unleashes a massive fire tornado. Looking at the sacred flame storm, Li Uyen leaps backward and warns everyone to get away. Since the Harlan quickly dodges, feeling pretty terrified deep down because a sacred flame storm at this level is insane. If anyone gets caught in that, they will be instantly eliminated from the match. Suddenly, Li Uyen looks— Oh man, is he really still trapped inside that absolute nightmare? Sure enough, Lord Chao is using every bit of his strength to hold on inside the storm, angrily screaming and wondering. The elemental spell he released is way scarier than my own magic. Seeing Lord Chao still holding on, Zhou Yi— After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix, and I will completely consume you. As the flames grow hotter, Lord Chao's protective shield completely cracks and shatters. Zhou Yi coldly yells out. Inside the raging tornado, Lord Chao screams in helpless agony. His magic staff. Once the storm clears, Lord Chao is left completely charred. He collapses in agony, weakly begging someone to save him. Zhou Yi is getting more fired up, but mutters with a hint of disappointment. Zhou Yi says he could not finish him off in one shot, but promises he won't be this lucky next time. He yells out, "You arrogant bastard." He tells Healbach to quickly heal Lord Chao, while he steps up to deal with Chu. Healbach quickly acknowledges the order. Zhou Yi raises his heavy mace high, saying she arrived at the perfect time. A beam of golden light shoots straight toward Li Uyen, a devastating radiant slash. But Li Uyen just right as the strike lands, Li Uyen quickly activates his defense with the giant Aegis shield. Seeing the massive shield hovering in midair, Chu Healbach gasps that is the captain's signature defense. The radiant slash slams directly into the Aegis shield, triggering a massive explosion. Once the smoke clears, he cannot help but admit to himself that Zhou Yi's raw power is pretty terrifying. No wonder even Li Ham, with his literal steel defense talent, could not withstand a few punches from this beast. Suddenly, Li Uyen's eyes flare with fire as he crazily screams out, "But I am no pushover." He quickly launches a counterattack with a wrath slash. Zhou Yi casually shatters the strike with his mace, seeing his signature attack completely wiped out in a single second. Li Uyen stands frozen, wondering how this is even possible, and how he blocked it so easily. Normally, this single slash of mine can easily take down a gold-tier beast of level 20. Refusing to accept defeat, Li Uyen charges forward with his sword, screaming that he does not believe this. He snorts, "Then I will just beat you into submission." Their attacks clash with absolute violence, unleashing an incredible shockwave. But surprisingly, excitedly, he says it feels amazing, proving he is worthy of being Thon Kin's captain. He adds that Li Uyen is the very first person his age to match his raw strength. Meanwhile, Li Uyen struggles. If things keep going like this, his stamina is going to completely give out pretty soon. A second later, Zhou Yi blows Li Uyen's sword right out of his hand, mocking him for failing to even hold onto his own. "Are you seriously out of energy already?" Zhou Yi charges straight at him, yelling for him to get the hell back. Li Uyen panics. It is bad news, and there is absolutely no time to dodge this. Talk about a clutch save. A magical shield suddenly appears to block that fatal blow. Having his guaranteed hit blocked makes Zhou Yi pretty annoyed, but he has absolutely no time to complain. He spins around, quickly activating his holy light protection. But the giant horn of this centipede robot within seconds, his defensive shield completely shatters. Furious, Zhou Yi strikes back, yelling at landing back on the ground. Zhou Yi is secretly pretty impressed. Realizing the sneak attack of this mechanic, his level 9 holy light protection was completely shattered by a single stab from that horn. Panting heavily, Li Uyen struggles back to his feet and quickly thanks his teammate Vung Hian for stepping in. Vung Hian casually replies that if he did not step up now, they probably would have lost the entire match. He tells Li Uyen to leave Zhou Yi to him and go handle the others, slowly revealing his skills, and keep his true strength hidden. I never expected that Zhou Yi, all by himself, could actually push our entire team to such a miserable state. Wang Xuan continues to summon another robot, and this time it is a total beast, a level 21 silver grade GX100 Wasp droid. Then comes another wave, the level 21 silver tier DS light rocket droid, and the level 22 silver tier BT200 Ranger. Zhou Yi thinks in shock, Wang Xuan is only level 19, yet the level of these droids is around 21. Up in the stands, Wu Mang glances at Dean Cheng with a smirk, and says, "Dean Cheng, it looks like your Qingjing University is hiding some trump cards as well." Dean Cheng confidently replied, looking down proudly at Wang Xuan. He explains Wang Xuan possesses the S+ grade Heart of Mechanics talent. Wu Mang notes with interest an S+ talent, so that is how it works. The victory of this team match. Back on the stage, Zhou Yi suddenly smiles and speaks, "Is this a mechanic's swarm tactic?" His eyes burn with pure excitement. Honestly, you can't help but love how hyped he is to face this entire army. Wang Xuan furiously commands his droids to charge forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, "How dare you run straight into my mechanical army to seek your own death?" The droids immediately unleash a hail of high-speed bullets. Next, the Wasp droids launch aggressively into the air. Finally, the long-range tanks in the back open fire. Zhou Yi instantly activates his shield to block the oncoming assault, Gemini Mind Shield. Staring coldly at the endless wave of bullets, Zhou Yi suddenly commands, "Go." The shield immediately moves. Right after that, Zhou Yi immediately unleashes his Holy Light Cross skill, a massive glowing cross material. The droids immediately begin to short-circuit from the electricity, and within seconds, they all explode into tiny pieces. Watching his droids blow up, Wang Xuan curses in rage, "Damn it, my machines are built with fireproof." Suddenly pulling out a holographic keyboard, Wang Xuan yells, "I have plenty of droids at this level." He quickly strikes a key, and another massive wave of mechanical soldiers begins to assemble. Wang Xuan shouts in frustration, "I do not believe your mental energy is not depleted yet. Keep charging." Meanwhile, over on the side of Zhou Yi's teammates, Wang Tiexin easily smashes through the droids while haha, Wang Xuan has absolutely no idea that Brother Yi is a master at handling these exact situations. The timing is perfect. His ultimate skill is ready to deploy Divine Storm. Seeing the activation, Wang Xuan desperately commands not that terrifying skill again. Fall back immediately, but it is a step too late. The Divine Storm is already unleashed, completely wiping out every single machine on the Wang Xuan grits his teeth in anger. The fight just started, and I have already lost 1/3 of my forces. Damn it. He takes a deep breath and mutters to himself, "It seems my swarm tactics are completely useless again." Wang Xuan quickly summons a colossal mechanical beast to the arena. "Get out there, HX Arbiter." The massive machine appears with a jaw full of sharp teeth, looking like a mechanical At the same time, the massive claws surrounding the HX's chassis begin to rise. Wang Xuan screams like a madman, "Arbiter, initiate fusion." Instantly, the HX opens a hatch, pulling him inside. As the fusion proceeds, the HX's physical frame swells to massive proportions, scraping against the arena's protect. The moment it makes contact, the system blares an urgent warning area, limits exceeded, immediately upgrading the. Just look at the crowd reacting to this absolute monstrosity. Everyone is literally gasping in sheer panic. Calling this absurd is an understatement. This is the first time an epic grade mechanical creation. Finally, the true monster stands, revealed the epic grade, level 23 HX Arbiter. Up in the crowd, a girl stares at the arena, constantly muttering about how this year's freshmen are all absolute monsters. Seeing Wang Xuan bring out his ultimate weapon on stage, Li Yuan cannot help but burst out laughing. "Haha, Brother Xuan." Li Yuan sneers at Zhang Shiran, "You guys are absolutely dead meat this time." But Zhang Shiran, she furiously swings her blade at Li Yuan and snaps, Brother Zhou Yi will never lose to the likes of you." Dodging backward in a panic, Li Yuan scoffs, "Is that all you've got? Why even bother?" Meanwhile, Wang Xuan shouts from inside his giant HX mech Zhou Yi, "Prepare to witness the overwhelming destructive." A barrage of heavy missiles erupts from the machine. Zhou Yi tracks them in midair, completely calm and unflinching. As he silently calculates it is a blanket bombing, a head-on clash is impossible. In the next instant, Zhou Yi, he quickly weaves back and forth to dodge those incoming fireballs. Looking at the flames behind him, Chun-Yi mutters if they have anything new. Completely unaware, another fireball is hurt. Fortunately, Chun-Yi twists his body just in time to dodge. The second it passes him, that fiery staring at the massive blast radius, Chun-Yi feels a wave of relief that was too close. Wang Hian keeps spamming attacks and mockingly asks if he has finally run out of places to hide. Pressed into a corner, Chun-Yi has no choice but to pull out his mace, smashing the incoming fireballs to pieces. Right then, HX suddenly reaches back and draws a massive sword, ruthlessly swinging it down to slash the very ground. With just one single strike, the earth splits right down the middle as Wang Hian taunts him from inside the arbitrator. He sneers, "Chun-Yi, is running all you can do?" He unleashes a barrage of slashes while shouting, "Is everyone at Suhong University a total coward like you?" He immediately fires back, running away. "Fine, let's settle this with a head-on clash." Seeing Chun-Yi fall for the bait, Wang Hian mutters to himself one little taunt, and he loses it. He quickly pulls down a lever, his heart overflowing with absolute disdain. If someone with so little composure can be the captain, then Suhong University is clearly on a massive down. The arbitrator slashes down again, but this time Chun-Yi doesn't dodge. He swings his mace, knocking. Right after, Chun-Yi pulls out his absolute ace card, activating God's hand to unleash a blinding light. It feels like that radiant glow is absorbing everything nearby, causing the arbitrator to crackle with electricity. The arena's monitoring system frantically issues warnings. What is going on? The protective barrier's energy is suddenly, the system operators outside the stands order the emergency protocol to launch, sending backup drones. They quickly rush inside the barrier. Every monitoring drone is powered by a high-grade light magic stone, designed to restore the match's defensive barrier. Over by Li Uyen and Huang Sonyan, that massive flare catches her attention. Seeing Li Uyen, Huang Sonyan looks toward the Linhai path and yells out, "Retreat!" Meanwhile, near Halan, arrows are whistling. Tong Halan and Vuong Taishin hastily retreat. The moment they hear Huang Sonyan's command, they exchange. Sensing the sudden abnormality on the field, Li Uyen barks out an order, "Stop chasing them." But Lu Chao snaps back in frustration. "They're obviously terrified. Why shouldn't we pursue them?" The Tsingjing University squad quickly groups up. Lai Uyen stares at the source of that surging energy, and look at this, a colossal glowing hand emerges from that light, sending shockwaves of panic through the crowd. What on earth is that? Inside his cockpit, Wang Hian trembles in pure terror at that terrifying, godlike. Wang Hian's face turns completely pale. Even though it is only 1 grade higher than his A+ rank arbitrator, the difference is like heaven and earth. But then, excitement takes over as he shouts, "No, I can't back down before we even clash. It's just a god-tier skill. I don't believe you can beat me." Moving as one with his activating the arbitrator's limit breaker mode, the serrated teeth on his blade rev up to maximum speed. Losing all composure, Wang Hian goes wild with his controls, unleashing a relentless barrage of countless energy slashes fly straight toward that giant hand, making him believe he has successfully shut it down. But a burst of radiant light instantly shatters his hope as the colossal hand slams down heavily on the arbitrator. The devastating shockwave erupts with terrifying force, leaving the entire arena in absolute shock and panic. Screams echo everywhere from the massive impact. Down in the arena, shattered metal pieces of the robot fly straight toward Zhou Yi. Coldly bats them away. After that devastating strike, the arbitrator lies shattered. With Wang stunned, Halan whispers, "We lost." Meanwhile, writhing in pain from his injuries, Wang Hian he calls out Zhou Yi's name in a trembling voice, but is met only with the cold back of his opponent. The entire stadium erupts with excitement. Holy crap. That holy light is insanely powerful, like a nuclear explosion. Everyone chants Zhou Yi's name over and over as he calmly walks off amidst the roaring cheers. Hearing those chants, Dean Trin sighs in defeat, facing that god-tier god's hand. Artsingjing University. Deep down, he is hurting. He honestly thought having Wang Hian meant the championship was practically guaranteed. After watching the match, Principal Trin cannot stop sweating. Nobody expected a total freak like Zhou Yi to show up, mastering close combat, support, and magic. Principal Trin turns to leave, but before he walks away, he stops to tell No Mong that Tohang University has an incredible prospect, especially since he has been teaching for. Out of all the geniuses he has ever encountered, Zhou Yi shines the absolute brightest. Hearing this, up in the stands, the crowd goes wild, chanting for Tohang University and Zhou Yi over and over again. The cheering is absolutely endless. Watching this unfold, Kung So Nian feels completely. I love this kid's confidence. Vung Taixin struts over, laughing at how easily they crushed their rivals. Tong Harlan raises an eyebrow, pointing out that without Zhou Yi, they could never handle someone like Vung. Dung Lin Hai nods along, agreeing that without Zhou Yi, they would definitely lose to that level 23 epic robot. Feng Tixin laughs out loud, pointing out that even though everyone is imagining life without Brother Nier, they actually have him right here. Kung So Nian giggles, noting that with the arena expanding next year, this freshman exhibition match plus, with the live broadcast blowing up, the name of brother Zhou Yi is about to echo across the. Zhou Yi lightly teases her, telling her that she is getting way too informal these days. Meanwhile, inside a private room, a woman watching the live broadcast remarks that Zhou Yi is actually pretty. She proudly declares that a genius like him is exactly the kind of talent their Thienvor guild needs. Although his level is slightly low, they should wait until his second awakening before sending an invitation. Since Thienvor is the top guild in the country, even their support staff must be level 30 after their second awakening. However, after this battle, his stats will. She instantly disagrees. Staring at Zhou Yi with complete fascination, she smiles and points out that because their old guildmaster is here, even if they cannot recruit him immediately right now, she remains absolutely confident that this cute little junior brother of her. Over at the hospital, everyone inside Vung Heen's room is filled with extreme anxiety. Doctors discuss frantically while the recovery and concentration spells are cast without a. Every healer must report their mana usage before it completely drains. Everyone is desperately working together. The second team of priests prepares to swap out and relieve the exhausted first team. Damn it, how is this holy light spell so incredibly violent, and why is it constantly blocking their dispel magic? Li Uyen sighs deeply, pointing out that if the arena's defensive barrier had not triggered just in time, Brother Hien might not even be alive right now, and they definitely would have been severely injured too. Li Uyen steps forward to apologize to the principal, admitting they lost and let down everyone despite the. Principal Trin waves his hand, telling them not to blame themselves because Zhou Yi is simply too over. And now, their Thonkin University team can only settle for third place in the tournament, leaving everyone. Third place, they protest that even though they lost to Tohang, they can still easily crush Mado University. They argue that losing to Mado University as well would be a massive, humiliating stain on their school's reputation. Principal Trin looks at Vung Heen, noting his severe injuries and how all 200 of his their university simply has no fighters left who can actually stand against Mado University's pup. And just like that, the rivalry gets personal. Vung Hian lies in his hospital bed, absolutely burnt. Sure, he is strong, but after the second awakening, his mechanical heart will finally unleash the true power of an Vung Hian tightly grips his bedsheet in pure rage, swearing they will have an ultimate showdown when that day comes. Meanwhile, back in the room, Chu Hong sincerely bows his head to apologize to Zhou Yi, admitting he never knew a paladin could play support while simultaneously packing such an insanely powerful inherited legacy. Of course, in all his years he has only ever seen Zhou Yi pull off such a feat, making him a true once-in-a... But Zhou Yi just calmly steps forward and exposes the ugly truth. Zhou Yi tells Mr. Chu to cut the fake talk and get straight to the point, making Chu Hong laugh and admit that he says frankly that he already reported to the family, and both the Patriarch and the Elder Council gave a joint. As long as he returns, the entire clan will use every resource to nurture his talent. Though Zhou Yi, seeing his confusion, Chu Hong immediately steps in to explain. He points out that the Chu family has massive numbers, making the yearly resource distribution. It all comes down to capability within their vast clan, which is divided by factions. Chu Hong pushes up his glasses with a serious look, explaining that normally, these two massive factions would never work together, but for Zhou Yi, they have completely joined. This massive clan power play leaves Zhou Yi a bit dazed, but honestly guys, having sure, going back to the main branch might bring some drama, but with Principal Vung Hui as his master, even without the clan, he can still secure plenty of high-tier resources and level up. Most importantly, he reminds himself that he possesses the ultimate cheat weapon, his game system. Making up his mind, Zhou Yi delivers his final decision. I am sorry to disappoint you. This response completely crushes Chu Hong, who asks in pure despair if there is really no hope left for the Seeing the older man looking so utterly defeated, Zhou Yi tries to comfort him. He mentions that he actually knows someone with the Frost bloodline who might consider taking on one of their clan. Chu Hong, sighing, literally bangs his head against the wall, muttering that the three hidden classes of just having the Frost bloodline is not enough. It requires a very high concentration, and Zhou Yi points at him and asks, what if my younger sister's Frost bloodline concentration is at least 3 times stronger than yours? Would that be enough? Here, he grabs his hands in absolute excitement, asking if his sister really awakened the Frost bloodline too. Suddenly, Chu Hong starts shaking with laughter, his crushed spirit instantly coming back to life. Laughing like a madman, he screams that this is just too perfect, and he can finally witness their clan. He asks in disbelief if her Frost blood concentration is truly over 3 times higher than his. That would mean a bloodline density near 10 points, letting her choose any of the 3 hidden Frost classes. Seriously, this guy is losing his mind. Zhou Yi quickly steps in to tell him to hold his horses. Since choosing the clan path completely, Chu Hong nods frantically, agreeing to absolutely everything, and eagerly asks when they can finally go and meet. Hearing this, Zhou Yi starts weighing his options, knowing that joining the clan himself would not give him many benefit. He cannot change classes, and his system and teacher Vung Hui already give him plenty of but for his sister Chu Van, it is a completely different story. Even though he can supply her with cultivation resources, it can never compare to the full, undivided back, since the clan failed to help when their parents met with disaster, letting Chu Van reap all these massive. After thinking it over, Zhou Yi decides to call Chu Van, feeling slightly anxious about how she is. He had left Tio Hui to protect her before his match, and hopes she did not torment the poor thing, but she answers As soon as the call connects, Chu Van is hugging Tio Hui tightly, screaming out for her brother, making Zhou Yi smile. She excitedly spins Tio Hui around, laughing and cheering about how his match was an absolute masterpiece. She mentions that tons of girls at her school are totally obsessed with him now, begging for his contact info. Chu Van keeps rambling, saying she will never share it because her future sister-in-law absolutely has to be strong, like she needs to have broad shoulders, toned arms, incredibly firm skin, and powerful, muscular legs to match his level. She laughs, saying this dream girl should easily lift a massive sword but still weave delicate embroidery. Getting serious, Zhou Yi tells her that some people from the Chu family came looking for him a while ago. He explains that their main branch has 3 legendary hidden classes, the Frost Archer, the Bone Ice Swordsman. Both the Archer and Swordsman roots rely on inherited physical martial arts techniques. While the Frostbinder is a pure mage class, and with her incredibly high Frost blood concentration, she stares seriously at the 3 images before making her final choice to become a mage. Brother, I am going with this one because ice magic fits me perfectly, she says. But Zhou Yi, she must move to Tianlan province and train at the family clan grounds for at least 3 to 4 years. You need to think this through, he warns. But Chu Van answers firmly, stating she has already made up her mind. With her big brother shining so brilliantly, there is no way she is going to lag behind him. By utilizing the family resources, she realizes she will finally stop draining her brother. Once her choice is finalized, Zhou Yi promises to accompany her to Tianlan province as soon as his work here wraps. Their heavy conversation comes to an end, and Zhou Yi heads straight back to the intense battleground of the freshman tournament. The announcer system happily welcomes the massive crowd to the high-stakes 4th round of the National Freshman Exchange. Today, 8 elite geniuses will advance to the 5th round of the solo bracket. But first, the system announces the incredible rewards offered by the Harveem Alliance for those reaching. A rare S-rank magic potion appears on screen, leaving the crowd completely buzzing with excitement. Holy cow, another S-rank magic potion. The Harveem Alliance is insanely generous because even— Wait. Hung Sunyan turns to him with a surprised look. Brother Zhou Yi, last year's champion only got an S- potion, she says. Zhou Yi, she nods along in agreement that makes perfect sense. But wait, it gets even crazier when the system reveals the champion rewards. We are talking about actual S-rank legend. A magnificent weapon flashes on screen, a legendary tier gear crafted by the Alliance's Even Zhou Yi is completely blown away, knowing a legendary weapon is the absolute highest tier humans can. With stakes this high, every single competitor is absolutely desperate to win. He wants that crown, bad. The system summons everyone to the arena. Stepping forward first, Hung So-nin smiles and asks Zhou Yi to cheer her on. He tells her she is bound to crush it. Right then, Zhou Yi's giant opponent steps up, and they lock eyes. Suiting up in heavy armor, Fong Kung admits he knows exactly how strong Zhou Yi is. But I am no slouch either, he roars, drawing his sword. Secretly, he is thrilled. Brimming with absolute confidence, Fong Kung tells himself he has a hidden trump card. By dumping every single stat point purely into strength, his raw power is unmatched. Then, instantly, Zhou Yi charges forward with his massive mace. Fong Kung rushes him, laughing and asks. He strikes first, unleashing a pretty devastating heavy slash straight down. Their attacks clash. Within a fraction of a second, his rival's sword begins to crack. With an explosive boom, Zhou Yi's mace shatters the blade and slams directly into Fong Kung's arm. Crashing down in agony, he gasps, asking how this is possible when he put everything into strength. Yet Zhou Yi shoulders his weapon, casually asking if that is all he has got, while the entire arena erupts in shock. Seriously though, how on earth is this guy's base physical power so incredibly high? His ridiculous stats seem almost like a cheat code, leaving the rival team from Matone University unbelievable. In a pure clash of muscle, how did Fong Kung lose? Director To Thun notes that with gear, Fong Kung's strength hits 370 points. For Zhou Yi, he recalls that terrifying raw display, realizing that coupled with high magic intelligence, Director To turns to his star player, Nuri Herp. Asking him if he can win, Injury Herp pauses before admitting he has a 30% chance. Back on the arena, Fong Kung struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth to declare he has not lost. He rises, shouting that a true knight dies on his feet and never yields to defeat. Respecting his warrior spirit, Zhou Yi readies his weapon as Fong Kung charges with an air slash, meeting it. The devastatingly heavy blow lands directly, sending Fong Kung flying across the ring as he screams in pain. Below, the Matone University coaches immediately scream to call off the match, throwing in the towel. The system quickly processes the data and announces that Mato University has conceded, making Zhou Yi. Cheers instantly erupt as the crowd drowns him in screams, yelling, "Zhou Yi is the absolute." Looking over Fong Kung, the medical team can only shake their heads, saying, "Man, it is this." They rush to start treatment, arguing, "Just hurry up, he is the opponent of Zhou Yi." Then, one day after the match, the team from Tohang University gathers together in a single room to discuss. Ngo Meng starts the meeting saying, "Excellent, our Tohang University already has 2 players. Her advancement is a pretty big surprise. And though her chances of reaching the top 4 are slim, Tong Harlan happily replies, "I got it." Next he turns his attention to Hung So-nin, saying, "Hung, you should have easily reached the top 8, but your luck is pretty terrible since you have to face Nuri Herp, the championship favorite." No Meng seriously explains that the last 2 spots for the top 8 will be decided among the losers. "I hope you can seize this chance." He then turns to Zhou Yi, saying, "Zhou Yi, I have complete faith." Zhou Yi seriously accepts the task, saying, "Understood." Then, Ngo Meng continues his, "Our team has 2 matches scheduled for tomorrow. and both opponents are just average, standard tier universe. Looking at the bench warmers behind him, he adds, "So, you substitutes can finally go out there to get..." With the lineup finalized, Ingo Mong immediately starts walking them through the specific tactics for tomorrow's. Sitting nearby, Kung So Nian is lost in deep thought, knowing that the 4th round losers bracket, out of 70 players, only 2 will survive to enter the 5th round of the singles tournament. Just reaching the top 4 in the 6th round guarantees a portion of those ultra-rare, high-value Kung So Nian whispers to herself with absolute resolve. Even for wealthy schools, S-grade resource. Suddenly, a voice breaks her thoughts. "Zhou Yi, your true power is now completely exposed. With your insane strength, you could easily single-handedly wipe out any of those standard universe. But tomorrow's team match is mostly for their training, so just focus on protecting them and try your absolute..." Zhou Yi nods. "I got it." Suddenly, 2 girls walk inside, and the moment they spot Zhou Yi, they scream. And honestly, who can blame them? A whole swarm of screaming girls immediately rushes in to completely mob him. They squeal, "Classmate Zhou Yi, it is really him in the flesh. Oh my gosh, he is so handsome." Feeling totally flustered, Zhou Yi stammers, "Who are you guys?" They instantly reply, "We are your biggest fans." He asks blankly, "An autograph?" Immediately, the hyper fans pull out a mountain of his photo. "Thank you so much, God Near, you are seriously handsome." "God Near, we will always support you. Do your best." "Oh my God, look. Classmate Zhou..." "God Near, you must take good care of yourself. Please do not get hurt out there." Looking at those embarrassing photos, Zhou Yi's face turns completely black as he mutters, "Is this really me?" Inside Kung So Nian's mind, a dark spirit whispers, "Are you going to let them steal your precious Zhou? If you do not keep up with his pace, he will leave you behind forever." Kung So Nian silently steals her resolve, knowing she must seize one of those 2 spots. She whispers. Seeing her get successfully provoked, the spirit is absolutely thrilled, while Zhou Yi suddenly feels a strange... He turns around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly got this weird, creepy sensation of being watched so intense. And now, the real tension begins. The 4th round losers bracket officially kicks off, as the fighters look around in confusion, asking, "Why a forest? Do they change the arena every year?" Another competitor quickly speaks up. The 4th round arena is simulated from real battlefield data, provided by our teachers and military. Holding a magical staff, a nearby girl cautiously scans her dark surroundings before adding more detail. To make the experience mimic a real, unpredictable war zone, they programmed randomized set. The girl continues explaining. "And that is not all. The monsters we have to face also change completely." Kung So Nian cautiously treads forward, quietly observing that the surrounding environment is incredibly damp. Suddenly, a fighter asks, "So, what should we do now?" "We have to." But before they can finish, the system pops up and welcomes the students to their next dungeon, the False Forest Labyrinth. It breaks down the rules, explaining that every 30 minutes, mysterious monsters will spawn around. There will be 3 waves of attacks from these beasts, whose only instinct is to devour, so they must destroy them before... In the end, the top 2 students with the highest kill counts will advance to the 5th round singles match. Before starting, the system notes that this trial is pretty safe and has absolutely 0 life-threatening... There are no return scrolls allowed either. But hearing this, everyone lets out a sigh of relief as one student laughs. Another agrees that there is nothing to worry about, since they have practiced in similar dungeons countless times without... Jiang Shiran silently watches her classmates, knowing these random spawns are bound to make everyone feel... Then, the system announces that the first wave is starting, and a thick purple fog suddenly sweeps across. Staring intently, Jiang Shiran watches the creeping purple fog. But even as the smoke fully clears out, she cannot see a single beast, though the leaves nearby... She wonders why they are not showing up, when suddenly, a guy behind her clutches his neck and groans that it is incredibly... He curses in frustration, asking why it hurts and itches so badly, which instantly makes Jiang Shiran... A strange purple growth sprouts right on his skin, forcing him to scream about how itchy he is, and the more he scratches, screaming in pure agony, he desperately charges straight at Jiang Shiran, begging her for help. He begs her over and over to save him, but before anyone can react, the poor student is officially defeated by the unseen monster. The system chimes in, announcing that Lin Shu from Dechang Academy has been devoured and is disqualified. Deeply suspicious, she cannot see the monster at all, wondering how it could possibly hide its physical... What is happening to them? Watching classmate after classmate fall to an invisible enemy sends the entire group... How did this happen? Where on earth are these hidden monsters even coming from? Honestly, how are we supposed to fight something we cannot even see? Amidst the mass hysteria, only Jiang Shiran remains quiet, knowing that she absolutely cannot lose. Are they invisible? Or Or do they just not exist? To infect so many targets so instantly, these beasts must be highly contagious. But what is their actual meaning? Watching the purple speck start to sprout on her skin, Jiang Shiran narrows her sharp eyes in realization. Without missing a single beat, she immediately summons a burst of flame to incinerate the disgusting purple growth. Once it burns to ash, she immediately figures out the trap, declaring that she finally gets how this. Jiang Shiran shifts into her demonic form, raising her voice to warn the others that the air is filled with invisible. Once they land on you, they grow instantly, so cover your bodies with fire skills right away. The others quickly follow her lead, activating their defensive flame spells to shield themselves. But those with one curses, yelling that as a warrior he has no fire skills and begging his classmates to help him. But this is a competition, and in a fight for survival, there is absolutely no room for friendship. Soon enough, those helpless students without any fire magic are rapidly overwhelmed, and the system of Next, Zhao Xiaoji of the Lumion Academy has also been devoured and kicked out of the match. Immediately after, Lu Ban of the Ivy Academy is also swallowed and forced out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuran realizes that burning the stray spores does not count as a kill, meaning she must find. Right then, giant purple mushrooms sprout from the tree trunks, baring their sharp fangs while she lunges forward while shouting that the monsters are in the trees, and she instantly slices through one. System alerts confirm her first kill, but look at that, way more of them keep crawling out of the trees. Without a single hint of fear, she flies forward, unleashing her blazing black flames. The system chimes with another kill for Jiang Shuran of Suhong University. As the freshman team tournament kicks off, both teams are declared in position as the arena shifts to construct the battlefield. Shields up! The team match between Suhong University and Meigao University begins right now. The moment those words echo, both squads charge forward fiercely, neither side willing to back down as they collide. A red-haired warrior immediately unleashes his signature storm, sending massive swirling cyclones of pure right across from him. The cloaked guy retaliates with a water attribute counter. As the two attacks collide, but just then, Damveer leaps in, extending his sharp claws to rip the cloaked guy's water blade right. He mockingly sneers. Your water blade's hardness is completely gone. But while Damveer is still. Fortunately, Zhou Yi raises his shield just in time to protect him. Zhou Yi firmly warns him, Damveer, do not let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Keep an eye on. Then, Zhou Yi turns to the blonde girl behind him and yells, Trung Tiern, your job is to shield. Listen to your surroundings. We cannot let a slip-up like this happen again. Terrified by the scolding, Trung Tiern squeezes her eyes shut and screams, Understood! Meanwhile, they are actually using us as training tools. The blue-armored guy yells in absolute rage. Brothers, his team responds with one loud, resolute roar, No way. Giving the order to attack, the blue-armored guy barks, Charge! Take him down! Instantly, both sides clash in a wild. But right here, wait for it, Zhou Yi's phone suddenly pings, making everyone freeze mid-fight. Hung Sonyan happily texts Zhou Yi about her victory, saying she successfully advanced. Seeing Zhou Yi show such blatant disrespect by ignoring them, the cloaked guy gets incredibly furious. Playing on your phone during a match is pure disrespect. I am going to teach you a painful lesson. The system announces. In this round of the college team tournament, Tohang University. By the next morning, news about the freshman tournament has already spread absolutely everywhere. After the individual fourth-round qualifying matches wrap up, the fifth round kicks off early the next morning. That very afternoon, the sixth round will slash those four competitors down to the final two. The two finalists are none other than Zhou Yi and Nguri Herp. A popular streamer immediately Hey guys, today is the highly anticipated final showdown of the solo tournament, witnessed by The streamer puts on a dramatic, heartbroken face as he talks about Zhou Yi's background, an orphan from a poor Yet, he climbed his way up all on his own, ultimately making history in the Holy Knight College Then, the streamer shifts his voice to talk about Nguri Herp, a top-tier genius from a century-old lineage. Looking super excited, he continues. Who will finally claim the ultimate solo champion throne? Let's find out together. Your favorite. After watching Queen Heech's video, the entire crowd starts gossiping and discussing the match. With God Zhou Yi fighting Vung Heen, this team battle is going to be incredibly intense. This match against Nguri Herp will definitely be a total sweep. Did you not watch Nguri Herp's battle? His fighting style is incredibly brutal. Personally, I don't think this match is going to be an easy win at all. It's a shame our goddess Kung So Nin ran into Nguri Herp in the semifinals. Otherwise Tohang University. And then, out of nowhere, the quiet blue sky is completely shattered by roaring helicopter blades. The crowd quickly scatters to make room as the helicopter descends. The moment the doors slide open, as soon as the Tohang University team steps out, waves of massive praise wash over them. Goddess Kung Sonyin is truly stunning. What a goddess. God Zhou Yi, I will always support you. Tonghar, God Zhou Yi, please take a photo with me. Sign an autograph. No matter where Zhou Yi walks, deafening cheers. Suddenly, someone spots another helicopter approaching and yells out, Mado University has arrived as well. The deafening cheers instantly shift over to Mado University, with everyone chanting, Muri Herp, Muri Herp. Dean To walks over to greet Dean Ingo. Good morning, Dean Ingo. Today, the solo champion and runner-up will be decided between our two schools. Competition comes. Nomang politely replies with a grin, Good morning, Dean To. But deep down, he sneers in utter contempt. With Nguri Herp's actual power level, do you honestly think? By now, Nguri Herp has already spotted Zhou Yi from across the field, silently muttering. At long last, the final battle is about to begin. Stepping onto the stage, Zhou Yi flashes a strangely eerie smile as the system broadcasts, Welcome to the arena where the battle is about to begin. Spectators, please find your seats and enjoy the match. The 5-second countdown hits the big screen, and the crowd goes absolutely wild with endless cheers. Go out there and tear it up, godlike Zhou Yi. Nguri Herp, do not lose to him. Show Sohang University. So many people here, hey, who stepped on my foot? Meanwhile, Chu Hung watches the stream with Elder Chu. Only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Elder Chu lets out a sigh and asks, That Nguri family kid has been a prodigy since childhood, raised on elite resources. Chu Hung replies with a serious look he can. I analyzed all of Zhou Yi's previous exams and his growth speed is insane, and his power completely outclasses his peers. Chu Hung stares intently at the screen and continues. Nguri Herp is indeed the most outstanding star of his generation, fully worthy of being called a genius. But in Zhou Yi, and here's where the hype really kicks off, the countdown hits 0, and Zhou Yi instantly triggers his divine blessings. Courage blessing, holy light cross, holy protection, and weapon blessing. Seeing this, Nguri Herp leaps into the air with rage, swinging a massive strike at Zhou Yi, the two massive forces crash together, triggering a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. Nguri Herp frowns, glaring intensely at his opponent. Zhou Yi remains dead silent. With sharp, narrowed eyes, Nguri Herp dives straight down for another attack. Nguri Herp's eyes turn completely bloodshot, roaring like a beast as a menacing red aura erupts around his body. He unleashes a barrage of lethal, fiery slashes, but Zhou Yi casually dodges every single blow. Dodging the strikes, Zhou Yi quickly recognizes the move. It is Berserk, the signature. This skill boosts all 4 of the user's base stats to a crazy degree. But there is a major catch. His entire body plunges into a severely weakened state. But on top of activating Berserk, he also this acts as a combat buff, adding devastating fire magic damage to every attack. Nguri Herp charges forward with terrifying speed. Ready for combat, Zhou Yi admits that this guy is indeed the top freshman from Mao University. Furious, Nguri Herp screams out Thunder Slash. A brilliant, fiery. It is an A-rank warrior skill that unleashes a rapid-fire slashing attack at blinding speed. The higher the skill level, the more raw power it packs, and the faster the slashes become. At its peak, it strikes as fast as actual lightning. Nguri Herp smiles wildly, knowing. With a ferocious roar, Nguri Herp slams his sword down on Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi blocks the strike with his hammer, sparks flying in a massive clash. Nguri Herp grinds his teeth. Nguri Herp presses down harder, remembering that his heavy blade weighs over 1,000 pounds. With Thunder Slash boosting his strike, the kinetic energy produced is terrifying. He is absolutely confident he can. Zhou Yi shows no fear whatsoever, but he realizes he is slightly outmatched in raw power. Going toe-to-toe with a sudden surge of power, Zhou Yi shoves him back, sending Nguri Herp flying. Zhou Yi's weapon glows gold as he activates his B-rank, level 9 Holy Light Cross. Golden energy shapes it. Nguri Herp grins with complete confidence. I already prepared for this exact move. Dropping to one knee with a menacing glare, he roars, battle craze. Red and golden auras violate. Just look at Dean To's face. He's completely stunned as these two monstrous powers collide. The shockwave of the collision is massive, but Nguri Herp stands tall, now enveloped in a dense protective energy. A system notification pops up in front of Zhou Yi, displaying Nguri Herp's awakened talent. It is an S-rank talent. While active, it boosts his basic stats and cuts all incoming damage by 80%. However, once the skill wears off, All of that suppressed damage will double and rebound on Nguri Herp. Nguri Herp charges right at Zhou Yi, who realizes his opponent is trying to end this match as quickly as possible. That battle-crazed talent only lasts for 2 minutes max, so stalling for time until it runs out is his. But even with that 80% damage reduction, Zhou Yi is confident he can break through. He calmly blocks every single. The two weapons clash together, sending a massive, deafening boom echoing out. As Nui Hop charges at Chung Yi, he thinks to himself that playing a long, drawn-out game against a paladin. That is exactly why, right from the jump, he decided to pop his battle frenzy, talent, and rage skills, pushing his physical limits to the absolute. A huge blast rocks the arena, and the shocked crowd starts buzzing, wondering how he could possibly choose a. With Nui Hop at his peak, the smartest move right now is just to stall for time. But Chung Yi going head-on shows crazy confidence in his own strength, and the fans are shouting, "I trust Yi." Nui Hop blurs forward with a slash, but Chung Yi slips back to dodge. Raising his hand, a massive sigil appears in the air as a giant golden arrow forms right behind Chung Yi. Cloaked in a violent red aura, Nui Hop grits his teeth and roars out, "Bring it on!" A massive explosion erupts, and Nui Hop laughs mockingly, shouting, "Your swift victory is totally useless against." Chung Yi calmly taps his forehead to cast his spell, saying, "You are celebrating a bit too early." Judgment. Fierce, rapid lightning bolts rain down, relentlessly hammering Nui Hop as he struggles behind him, gripping his heavy blade tightly. He blocks the lightning, thinking that even with 80% damage reduction, it still hurts like hell. Looking up as the sparks begin to fade, he calculates that each lightning strike summoned takes at least 1 second to cool down. Stamping his foot down, he realizes that if he can just exploit that tiny window between strikes, Nui Hop is utterly blindsided, panic written all over his face. How is this possible? He had studied every single skill his opponent ever used. Could his Judgment of Light spell actually be level 20? Lightning crashes down on Nui Hop in a savage barrage as the commentator drone shouts in excitement, "Such fury. I really have to emphasize this point. You are currently watching the finals of the National Freshman Championship, and the crowd is covering their eyes. One girl screams and covers her face while Wang Hien sneers. Down on the stage, Nui Hop howls in agony, staring at Chung Yi in sheer disbelief. Nui Hop thinks to himself, why does a mere 10 meters feel so impossible? Chung Yi looms like a giant, making him feel incredibly small. It feels like a single. Nui Hop screams out, "I do not believe this." A dark red glow starts swirling in his palms. Gritting his teeth till his eyes roll back, he unleashes his secret art, Heaven Shadow Blade Wall, triggering a massive. The giant blast sends thick clouds of dust everywhere. But Chung Yi stands tall and unfazed. A red flash scrapes past, leaving a tiny Countless blades begin to rain down right in front of Chung Yi, who calmly observes this weaponized chi. Legend says the ancestor of the Nui family found enlightenment in the demon realm, blending soul and magic to forge tens of thousands of blades, capable of wiping out an entire city of demonic beasts. In an instant, tens of thousands of dark, ominous red swords align right before Chung Yi. Chung Yi just smiles and says, "Looks like I can finally stop playing around with you." Suddenly, the massive wave of swords begins raining down at lightning speed. Chung Yi calmly raises his, "If I just use my previous moves, the audience is going to be disappointed. So let me show you a fusion skill that I created all by myself." Now watch this, a freezing blast sweeps over the entire area as Chung Yi stands dead center of a mass. As he takes a single step forward, thick frost immediately spreads out from his foot, completely encasing the camera drone zips by as the announcer screams out in excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, Chung Yi's We can no longer see what is happening inside the ring, and the crowd goes wild. Someone curses in total shock. What kind of crazy ultimate is this? Since when does he use ice magic? With a face full of sheer panic, the elder points forward and yells to Chu Hang, "Did you see that?" Even with such thin ice element energy available, Chung Yi extends his hand, and those tens of thousands of swords stand frozen, bound tight by golden threads. As Zhou Yi clenches his fist with a sharp, golden beams pierce right through the ice, shattering it instantly as Zhou Yi grabs the wrist pendant, ice shards fly. Nguri Herp gets blasted backward, crashing down extremely hard while spitting out. The thick wall of ice slowly melts away as the loud announcer declares that the unconscious Nguri Herp, he won. Zhou Yi secures the victory, and the entire crowd goes absolutely wild. First place goes to Zhou Yi, who proved far too strong, as the announcer congratulates him while they delivered an absolutely spectacular, peak showdown for all the amazing fans watching. And honestly, this is easily the most spectacular clash we have seen in 10 years. Victory is his. Zhou Yi raises his hand with a calm smile as fireworks erupt. The overhead broadcast confirms the solo division is officially over, with team battles and survival matches. Ingomong smiles and notes that despite his youth, he actually pulled off the Ngori family's secret technique of body energy. In any of the previous tournaments, that kind of overwhelming power would have easily landed him the tops. Too bad he ran into Zhou Yi. Nearby, Hung So-Nyeon twirls her hair and laughs happily. It is simple. Based on what he expected, Zhou Yi should have needed his angelic divine body to bring down, yet he only used a single judgment of light and combined wood, light, and ice elements. Ngomong claps Zhou Yi on the shoulder to praise his great work, celebrating that Suhong University. Tong Harlan chimes in that is right. We won the team matches 4 years straight, but never captured the quadrennial. He did it. Brother Zhou Yi really made us proud this time. Vung Tai-shin confidently says our team battle the day after tomorrow is going to be against Mado University. Now that Ngori Herp is severely injured, Mado University poses no real threat to us. Be quiet. Tong Harlan warns him to stay humble and not let it get to his head. Hung So-Nyeon hugs Lin Hai and giggles brother Zhou Yi. Looks like little Hai was wrong earlier. Blushing, Lin Hai pulls her hood down to hide her face. Well, classmate Chu, I only meant. But Zhou Yi scratches his head. Fast forward to this crazy world where reality and the game merge, bringing magic beasts, strange plants, and specialized chefs into existence. This new profession has introduced thousands of incredible culinary creations, transforming the dish. Deep inside the bustling East District of Qingjing City, there is an incredibly famous food street, where literally anything from the sky or deep underground can be turned into a mouth-watering delicacy. Satisfying every hungry customer, a vendor calls out to the crowd, "Try our roasted dragon meat. Fresh Wolf King blood jelly, formulated to boost energy and rejuvenate your youthful glow. Deep-sea monster fish balls, crafted from level 30 deep-sea overlord fish, yielding an unbelievably springy." Tong Harlan links arms with Lin Hai and tells Vung Tai-shin that it looks delicious, while pure perfection. From afar, Alung spots Hung So-Nyeon and is totally captivated. He tosses 2 skewers to his buddy, adjusts his hat, and rates her a perfect 100 out of 100, leaving his flirting with a goddess like her is a once-in-a-lifetime chance we cannot miss. But when his friend warns him she already has a boyfriend, Alung Zhou Yi suddenly turns with a terrifying glare and bloodshot eyes, instantly freezing Alung in fear, mocking him for giving up. The friend laughs, but Alung just points at Zhou Yi, trembling and stuttering. This food paradise lives up to the hype. We have been walking for an hour and have not even seen half of it, as Tong Harlan. It is massive. 6 main streets connect right here. Of course it is huge. So you two find us a table while we head off to grab some delicious street food. Vung Tai-shin scratches his head and says, I want to rest too. Tong Harlan shoves him from behind. Rest your head, let the couple have their moment, unless you want to be a third wheel. Standing behind them, Lin Hai turns to look at the sign for 50-year-old Black Lotus wine. The shopkeeper happily explains that this special Black Lotus brew boosts agility, with each 800 ml. Hearing this, Hung So-Nyeon points right at the bottle, telling him they want one. The shopkeeper immediately brings out the bottle along with 2 tiny cups, telling them the olive wine costs 2. Just then, a phone chimes, confirming the transfer of 200,000 credits. They clink. Chung-yi says cheers. Before Hung So-Nyeon completely downs her drink in one. Setting it down, she looks pretty confused, muttering that the alcohol level does not seem very high at all. 10 minutes later, her face is flushed red as she slurs, asking why on earth there are 2 Chung-yi standing there. Chung-yi looks at her, asking if she is really drunk already. She just giggles, happily pointing and counting. He sighs. For a level 19 class holder, this should be nothing. Normal drinks would never get them drunk, but this olive wine is brewed from D-rank spiritual treasures. The proof is. He stands. Chun-yi says it is getting pretty late. The others are not back yet, so we should go find them. But Hung So-Nyeon reaches out, whining that before she can finish, a sultry voice rings out, calling him handsome. Holding a glass, a strange woman looks at him with a seductive smile, asking him to buy her a drink since her. Pointing to the table, he says there is half a bottle left for 100,000 credits. Pay up. The girl laughs, telling him he is incredibly interesting. She suggests they find a. Hung So-Nyeon looks completely flustered, her long hair falling over her eyes as her lips part in disbelief. Angrily pushing her away, Hung So-Nyeon shouts that she is getting way too close. The woman just. Since you two are not actually dating, you really should not be blocking his luck with other women. She notes to herself that Chung-yi is this year's strongest rookie, and Hung So-Nyeon is merely his. Too many people assume she is already his girlfriend. But she can see they are not together yet, just a dense boy and a young girl experiencing her first love. Breaking the ice will take them forever, and honestly, You just know she is going to ruin everything right now. If she can get Zhou Yi to fall head over heels for her, all his future resources will belong to her. Am I right? Blushing with fury, Huang Sonian stutters in anger, but Zhou Yi suddenly reaches out and grabs her. Surprised, she stares down at their joined hands. Zhou Yi, he leaves, pulling her through the crowd, leaving one last brutal comment. Besides, he thinks she is pretty average anyway, so it is hardly a loss. The woman is left speaking. Suddenly, she stops. He turns back to look at her. Looking up with a deeply flushed face, she confesses that she likes him, leaving Zhou Yi completely cheeks burning. She admits that she really should not be saying this right before his big match. But she simply hates seeing so many other girls constantly surrounding him. Honestly, whenever they get close, she lunges, throwing herself into his arms, asking to be his girlfriend. Passing out in his chest before he can answer, Vuong Taixin freezes mid-bite, totally stunned. Tong Halan, Vuong Taixin, and Lin Hai all stand there with wide eyes. The next morning, her alarm blares. Vaguely remembering her confession from last night, she suddenly, blushing, she peeks her head out. Ngomon spots her and calls out that she is up quite late today. Vuong Taixin waves, while Lin Hai, Tong Halan, and Zhou Yi all look over at her. Zhou Yi quickly looks away, shoving food into his mouth while the girls narrow their eyes at him, pulling out a chair. Was it seriously just a dream? You can practically see her blushing as she blankly picks at her. Acting completely normal, like nothing happened, Zhou Yi watches as the girls whisper and look over. Carrying her last night, Zhou Yi had looked at the group, asking them to pretend they saw absolute. Looking down at the sleeping girl, he explained the truth. Her family is an ancient clan that existed long before the Eternal Game actually descended on this world. Over centuries, they became one of the absolute strongest powerhouses in the country. Sure, staring up, he looks at the sky and quietly continues. But an achievement like this is nothing to the Zhang family. I do not want to put Xiaoni in a tough spot. Once I possess absolute power, any faction or family will be nothing but dust. It is only a matter of time. Song, Brother Yi, a true god of war, I will support you forever. From now on, I am the head shipper for you and Sister Nian, making Zhou Yi break into a cold sweat. Putting down her chopsticks, Wu Mang speaks up. There are 10 universities and colleges, and each university and college will have to play a match against all 9 of the other schools. A total of 45 matches will be played to determine the top 3 based on victories. Today is our 9th group. As long as we win this single match, the group division championship will be ours. I hope we can stay humble and completely crush Mo University. Everyone shouts back in unison that they Wu Mong happily raises her hand. Looking at Sun Chao, she says Sun Chao, as a substitute player, standing nearby, Jiang Feng adds that as a summoner, Sun Chao will bring massive support to their team. Everyone on the field must make protecting her the top priority. Dean, to speaks up as the team leader, Wei he is still heavily injured and unconscious. Our representative team's overall strength has dropped significantly, and even with Zhou Yi here, getting first, Dean, thinks to himself, I never expected us to have such an all-powerful freshman. If we look at our entire team's total power as 1, then Zhou Yi alone represents a 2 or even a 3. Actually, he is a total monster. You just know he can easily sweep every top-tier university. Clenching his fist in support, Dean too says, but I still must say, even if we lose today's match, we cannot lose the honor of Mado University, letting other schools. I need everyone to give it their all. Can you do it? And they all shout back in unison, we can. Leading the way is Dean 2, followed by 5 Mado University students with an imposing aura. Is Mado University going to end up in 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, their captain was also relying on their incredible coordination and super strong power. The team members defeated their opponents. Coincidentally, back then it was also a match between Mado University and Suhang University. Touching her face, Sun Chao wonders if using that method could help Mado University turn the tide from this With a drone flying overhead, an announcer's voice echoes the highly anticipated team match between Mado University. But before the match starts, let me announce the rewards from the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance for the. First of all, for the 3rd place team, every single player, including all of the substitutes, will receive a for the 2nd place team, every single member will obtain a set of custom-made 4-star gold-grade equipment. And for the crowd below gasps in shock. Wow, that is incredibly generous. So jealous. These rewards are over double last year's. Seriously, how rich can they be? We definitely need to watch. I will risk it all against you rich folks, Zhou Yi thinks. resting his chin on his hand to calculate. The solo champion's legendary grade weapon is worth more than epic grade gear, but it still does. A full 7-piece equipment set contains a top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring. And each university team plus their substitutes has a total of 10 members. Combining 70 pieces of epic grade equipment has enough raw value to forge 2 legendary grade weapons. Wang Tiexin smiles happily, hands folded confidently. This time we hit the jackpot. Now, please welcome the representative team of Suhang University and the representative team. Both sides step forward as the crowd cheers for Suhang University Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Go. With both sides in position, Zhou Yi's team is full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, start. Sun Xiao's team looks cold and tense as Zhou Yi's group charges forward. Zhou Yi holds a hammer, while Sun Xiao closes her eyes and raises her hand to cast a spell, gathering a ball of glowing light. Pushing her hands forward, she chants, summon the infant dragon spirit Rigius, summon the bee swarm, summoning giant serpent beast Hadita, summoning hell guardian beast Cebius, and summoning spirit lion. Roaring loudly, they charge right at Zhou Yi. Lion King Kamala roars loudly, unleashing a highly powerful strike of golden energy directly from its. She reflects it back. Instantly, a bee swarm charges forward with curled-up tails. Tong Harlan pinches her fingers to cast a spell, sending talismans flying out. They stick right onto the. Over here, Vung Tixin clashes with Hadita. Kung So Nin spins her weapon quickly in her hand and charges forward. Kung So Nin lands several quick slashes on Cebius. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi dodges the storm of fear. His sharp eyes narrow as he thinks not bad at all. Real combat truly makes people improve. Dung Feng and the blonde girl hape in absolute shock. Yet Ton Qiu calmly continues to cast her son. With just a few quick moves, Zhou Yi blows away everyone in front of him. He punches hard toward Ton Qiu. Watch this closely. She snaps her eyes open. Piercing, glowing light fills the room. A massive giant hand suddenly appears to block the heavy hammer. Zhou Yi frowns in annoyance as the giant hand. Ton Qiu grimaces, trying her best to resist. With blood-red eyes, Lung Vian Tiu holds off a heavy strike. It punches down, forcing Zhou Yi to grit his teeth as the ground cracks. A roar. A green circle. Lung Vian Tiu fires deadly projectiles. Red eyes glare. The beast grabs Hadita's neck, squeezing hard until its black blood sprays absolute. Lung Vian Tiu rips off Hadita's head and tells Ton Qiu there is no need for these tricks. Why did you even summon me? Ton Qiu shields herself in fear and tells it to fight. She points at Zhou Yi. Check this out, a level 24 monster, Lung Vian Tiu, with a legendary grade rating. Lung Vian Tiu is a legendary beast with an innate mastery over fire, making it extremely rare. As Lung Vian Tiu roars, Zhou Yi looks on in shock at this legendary. Lung Vian Tiu tells Ton Qiu, fine, now face your death. Terrified, she waves her. Debris flies everywhere as Ton Qiu shields her face. As Lung Vian Tiu leaps up, Vung Tish, Linhai raises her staff to cast a water shield, creating a blue barrier. But Lung Vian Tiu, Tong Harlan steps up. She chants her spell and yells out. Earth is the foundation, ground energy, the source, spirits of the 4 directions. Hear my command. A giant rock rises. She thinks that water shield is an A+ defense skill. Back in the solo match, it easily blocked consecutive attacks from the assassin of Thun. One quick hit, and the beast easily shatters that massive stone. Vung Tai-shin rushes in front of Tong Harlan, casting a shield wall that creates a red barrier. Tong Harlan turns, saying, luckily, Zhou Yi's buff boosted my skill, more than doubling its. Otherwise, Lung Vian Tiu would have smashed my defense already. This legendary beast. What should we do now, big brother? Zhou Yi raises his hand high, casting a sacred light shield as a claws out. Lung Vian Tiu slashes violently right at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi looks at everyone, telling them leave this fight to me and get off the stage. Tong Harlan. Vung Tai-shin speaks up, are you kidding me? This is not some Ma Do University student. This is a legendary. It does not know how to hold back. Zhou Yi looks at her, asking, do I look like I am? I have a way to deal with the Zich VM Appa, but once the fight starts, I will not be able to protect any of you. Hung So-nian looks at him with worried eyes, saying, Zhou. Lin Hai speaks up, although my power is very small, I hope I can still help in some way. Tong Harlan's eyes widen. We are a team. Suddenly, the beast punches down. Zhou Yi explains fighting a legendary beast means one wrong move could cost you your life. Even if the priest revives you, a revival still costs you 30% of your stats and leaves you weakened for 3. Have you ever considered those heavy losses? Zhou Yi gently places his hand on Hung So-nian's head. I know you are worried that I cannot handle this creature alone, but the truth is, Having you here on the field, Zhou Yi looks gently at Zhang Churan, his eyes filled with warmth. To him, this beast is just another legendary creature. Down below, the shock, it feels like a legendary moment from 7 years ago is repeating itself. Magic Capital University sub, Summoner Sun Chao, has just summoned a legendary tier beast who will take home the team championship title. On the other side, the red-haired opponent smirks sinisterly. A legendary tier beast is just too overpowered. Zhou Yi is absolutely finished. Much like gear, a beast's aptitude is ranked from bronze, silver, and gold to epic. Different tiers mean completely different power levels. Take a basic charge skill used by a common bronze. It might only hit with E or F rank impact. But once a legendary tier creature unleashes that the destructive power easily climbs to A rank, or sometimes even triggers a devastating S-rank blow. What's truly terrifying is their insane resistance to negative status effects. These monsters are incredibly hard to put things in perspective. The terrifying Goblin King from Suhang University's Abyss Dungeon. Wait, a legendary tier beast in a student tournament? This is absolutely insane. The announcer gasps in pure shock. Wait, what is happening? Why are they forfeiting? Glowing runes light up beneath the feet of Songxia, Lan Lingxi, and Wang Tiexin. Zhou Yi glances back at Zhang Churan. She instantly gets the message and announces that she forfeits too. Strange rectangular barrier shards begin to materialize all around Zhang Churan. Standing firm, Zhou Yi shields her. Zhang Churan stops in her tracks, looking back to yell, "Good luck." Zhou Yi leaps back to dodge as the beast roars furiously, dark red energy swirling around its mass. The arena floor shatters as debris flies through the thick smoke, followed by drops of fresh blood. Enveloped in brilliant golden light, a transformed Zhou Yi stands tall with a massive hammer in hand. Now, let me see just how powerful your legendary beast really is. Dawei stammers in shock. Wait. Sun Chao mutters in disbelief. How did Zhou Yi manage to injure a legendary beast with just one single... Glaring at Zhou Yi, the Lingyan ape speaks human. I can feel a highly advanced bloodline aura. The beast thinks to itself that the Lingyan ape clan are natural-born legends, absolute kings. Deep inside my oldest memories, my mother warned me about a few supreme bloodlines that we must absolutely never offend. But on this human, I am sensing that supreme bloodline aura for the very first time. Honestly, fortunately, he is just an incredibly lucky human who simply happened to fuse with a supreme bloodline, raising its fist as energy surges. Now watch this. Here comes his ultimate move. The beast leaps high, its eyes glowing crimson as a brilliant green energy gathers. A chained weapon manifests in its hands, featuring spiked ends linked together by heavy, glowing links. As the Lingyan ape grips its weapon, Zhou Yi calmly gestures, "Come on, show me what you got." Zhou Yi raises his hand, unleashing a brilliant golden chain of holy light. The Lingyan ape quickly... Zhou Yi immediately unleashes a holy light burst, triggering a massive wave of vibrant green energy. The blast sends the Lingyan ape flying backward. It quickly drives its weapon into the ground to halt the slide. Zhou Yi looks at it, quite surprised it has 0 scratches. Up in the stands, Elder Zhou panics, yelling out, "Stop the match immediately. We cannot..." Zhou Heng quickly runs off to find Wu Mang, while Elder Zhou screams behind him, "Even if we completely offend..." Dean Cheng says anxiously, "Teacher Wu, please, just forfeit the match. If Zhou Yi dies here, our country will lose a future powerhouse," and others in the crowd quickly. He is bound to become an unstoppable leader. Losing him over a school tournament is just... Rushing inside, Zhou Heng begs Teacher Wu, "Please forfeit." The Zhou family is fully prepared to Another observer next to Wu Mong agrees, saying they must never hold Zhou Yi back for some temporary... Hurry up and make the call, Teacher Ingo. No Mong scratches his ear, asking who they think. What is Zhou Yi's true power anyway? The Tohang University principal stood with his hands behind. Ingo Mong stares at the screen, knowing that past level 20, whether you are human or beast, the power gap between, even with the same raw talent. A level 26 magic beast is in a whole different league than a level 24 one, leaving a pretty wide 2-level gap. So he says out loud having Zhou Yi win this is simply impossible. Hearing this, Chu Hong Pan Lung Vientiao raises his weapon high, red eyes glowing as he strikes down, while Zhou Yi, striking him directly, Lung Vientiao roars out in intense pain. The beast thinks this holy power is making his limbs go completely numb, but Zhou Yi just calls for another strike of his. Roaring violently through the pain, the monster blocks the next hit, screaming out, "Human, let me see what you have got." Floating above, Zhou Yi thinks his Light of Punishment is currently an A-rank skill at level 14, boosted by... Once he transforms into his angel form, his core attributes get a massive 2-fold boost. With this kind of buff, The light of punishment he summons could easily one-shot epic-tier goblin bosses, yet, hitting this monster directly only deals a tiny bit of temporary damage. It heals almost instantly, looking completely untouched. Staring at the unbothered Lung Vim, in a flash, the beast leaps right in front of Zhou Yi, golden energy burning in its eyes as holy chains wrap around. Furious, the beast glares up and roars, "What an annoying joke." Looking at this, Zhou Yi reminds himself that he has already fought and beaten a legendary tier demon before. But back then, his opponent was heavily countered by his light attribute, making it You can see him planning ahead here. He must adapt quickly if he wants to win this legendary fight. His movement and attack speeds are getting much faster, proving his natural resistance to light magic is No wonder humanity suffered such devastating losses during the Dark Era. These beasts are simply on a Dodging the rapid-fire strikes, Zhou Yi spreads his arms to invoke his divine blessing spell. Blessing of protection, covenant blessing, blessing of courage. Zhou Yi recalls he normally casts these buffing skills before, but casting these buffs while already in his full angel form is what truly unlocks his ultimate peak. Lung Vim Vien Tiu leaps high, shattering the arena floor and sending debris flying everywhere. Li Hum gasps in shock at how much stronger Zhou Yi can get, while the teammate nearby notes, "After all, if the summoner dies, their beast vanishes instantly." Tung Feng speaks up. As the lion roars, Tung Feng yells out, "Stay focused and protect Tiokio and Li Hum at all costs." The trio gets into combat stances. Right then, Zhou Yi steps forward, his body glowing with. Nearby, Ngo Kang unleashes his own power, his body instantly igniting into blazing armor. He slams his two weapons together to combine them into one. It instantly transforms into a giant, towering staff, and at that exact moment, a colossal. Watch this, that massive hand slams down with so much force it triggers an instant, massive explosion. The shockwave leaves the surroundings in absolute ruins, sending the terrified crowd running in pure panic to find cover. Right then, a Tier 3 mage from the Harveem Alliance steps forward, opening her spellbook to cast. Within seconds, the gathering water forms a swirling circle of rapid, violent currents. It hardens into a protective barrier, blocking the raging, fiery blast. Seeing this, a black-haired celebrating their survival, a pink-haired girl happily claps her hands, saying they are safe now since a Tier 3. The guy in the t-shirt next to her groans that he was scared to death, admitting he was just wondering if the priests could resurrect them if they died. Right at that moment, wearing a deadly serious expression, the Tier 3 Harveem Alliance mage quietly flips through her spell. Anticipating a fierce battle today, the Harveem Alliance had actually boosted the arena's protective barrier. This level 7 barrier is strong enough to absorb a full-force attack from any peak Tier 2 mage. Yet, as she grips her spellbook, she gets lost in her thoughts, realizing a single attack from an event like this hasn't happened in a whole 100 years. It seems our Zhongxia Empire, a true honor for Zhongsha, and an honor for all humanity. Suddenly, a foot stops. Moments later, the Lanyuan flame fiend emerges, its face twisted with pure murder. It gnashes its teeth, exhaling heavy smoke and fire while thinking. Damn it, it's relying on flowing through its flesh. These elements keep destroying its healing ability. Curse these wretched. Furious, it slams both fists into the ground, shattering the earth beneath it as it roars out. How could a great fiend like me be defeated here? But in an instant, Zhou Yi lands a devastating punch right to its face. His body is tiny compared to the giant Lanyuan flame fiend, but the impact is massive, sending the beast reeling back. A split second later, he leaps forward with a fierce kick, yelling out, "Die!" Zhou Yi's powerful strike. And check this out, a blinding golden light rains down, exploding rocks and dirt into the air. Suddenly, a terrifying bird and a roaring lion manifest. A booming voice demands, making Sun Chao closes her eyes, deactivating her magic, and slowly whispers, "We." Her voice echoes across the entire arena as she admits defeat. Hearing this, Dean sighs in relief while a moment later, the announcer's voice booms over the broadcast. The winner of this team match is Suhong University. Let us all congratulate Suhong University. Give it up for their star player, Zhou Yi. Without his insane clutch performance, the crowd erupts, chanting, "Zhou Yi, God Yi." The announcer continues, stating, he then officially announces the final rankings of this team tournament. First place with 9 wins and 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, Mado University. Third place, the spectators cheer wildly, chanting Suhang and God Yi. Suddenly, a brown-haired spectator. It is hard to believe that Zhou Yi is only 18 years old with such terrifying combat power. Zhou Yi will definitely secure his spot among the top elites of the Zhongxia Empire in the future. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out, "Zhou Yi." It is his white-haired teammate, Jiang Churan. She runs over to check on him, asking how he feels after using that taxing angelic form. Seeing this, an orange-haired student grabs the cameraman. Quick, focus on the lovers. The screen shows the stream has already reached 50,000 active viewers. Zhou Yi gently pats her head and whispers, "Sorry for making you worry." He is still a bit drained, but this sweet, the viewers write that they are definitely a couple, and there is no way they're mistaken. Another begs them in the chat, "Please stop feeding us dog food. My single heart is literally aching." Others declare that God Yi belongs to everyone, while praising Fairy Charan's stunning beauty. Suddenly, angry comments instantly flood the screen, demanding to know who has the nerve to block the view. "We were just getting to the best part. Streamer, get this guy out of the way, and I will gift you a major rocket." The culprit is Wu Mang. He flashes a wide, terrifying grin as he effortlessly crushes the camera with one bare hand. He warns them that private streaming is strictly banned after matches, asking if they need a physical lesson on the rule. Their faces go completely pale. Can you blame them? Then, Wu Mang turns his sharp head back to the villa first, and I will explain the final survival match to everyone there. A bit later, the survival trial is the absolute final stage of this team tournament. Every player from the 10 academies will enter an open dungeon, standing with his hands behind his back. Unlike the simulated dungeon from the individual rounds, the survival match takes place in a fully open. Because of this, everyone will have to deal with sudden, highly unpredictable events. Even if you are extremely powerful, bad luck right at the start can get you eliminated instantly. He displays a projection where defeating monsters adds 100 points. The core rules of this game are killing different tiers of magical beasts will earn you points. Furthermore, if someone surrenders, he adds that eliminating a student from another school steals half of their accumulated points. After 7 days, the academy with the highest score wins. Next, he begins detailing them. This dungeon instance is absolutely massive. Every day, competitors are only allowed to search within a. As the tournament rolls on, the searchable zone will steadily shrink down. Everyone has to reach the new zone before the timer runs out, or they will be automatically disqualified. There is one more crucial detail you guys must remember. Your entry points are completely random, and if you ever hit the border, Ngomong looks pretty somber as he warns them that the void is filled with endless, dangerous spatial tiers. It instantly shreds a powerful third-tier class user. The team responds in unison, understood. Later that night, a pair of boots slowly steps forward. The man walking through the shadows is Principal Toe. He arrives at a base as the heavy automated doors slide open, revealing an oppressive room so quiet you can hear people. A quiet voice breaks the heavy silence. "Principal Toe, you have finally arrived." He walks over to the table and asks, "Why are all the Tohang University instructors gathered here? What is the plan?" Principal Tring calmly responds, "Principal Toe, unless an absolute miracle happens, the champion of this group." He pauses for a brief moment before asking if they can really just accept that, as the scene suddenly shifts. Now watch this. A green-haired girl casts magic right under a hovering livestream camera drone as the host's voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament, this epic survival. Since this grueling challenge will run for 7 full days and 7 nights, they are not having a live audience. Let me introduce the mysterious dungeon instance chosen for this ultimate survival match. A solid, rugged stone monument slowly emerges from the thick smoke as the commentator. This is absolutely no ordinary dungeon. According to highly reliable sources, this place is an ancient. Host announces 10,000 beast ruins. Staring at the massive gate, all the contestants are filled with raw excitement as an eager voice speaks up. Nobody knows exactly when this historic beast war occurred, but we can definitely be sure of one thing: it is savage. High-level magical beasts lurk throughout the vast wilderness. He continues, every single inch of soil and every single rock has the potential to hide a forgotten divine weapon or bury legendary heavenly treasure. Only those who are smart and brave enough will ever uncover its deeply buried secrets. Hearing this, one student happily exclaims, "Divine weapons and heavenly treasures, if I can grab them," since they are letting everyone roam freely in this instance. The military has definitely swept through it completely, so how could any real treasures be left? Right on cue, brave contestants, grab your weapons, stand firm in your beliefs, and bravely face the upcoming challenge. We will be waiting for your legends to unfold. Spotting Zhou Yi, the black-haired guy worries, praying he does not. Just the broad shoulders of the guy in the t-shirt radiate an intimidating majesty, while another figure appears wearing a long, giving off a wealthy, powerful vibe. It is Zhou Yi and Ingori Herp standing back to back. Here's the catch. Zhou Yi realizes that even if they have physical contact, they cannot lost in thought, He suddenly hears Ingori Herp walking away and instantly snaps his head around. Humph! He immediately channels his energy to boost his movement speed. Using his 1,000-mile walk technique, he vanishes instantly, making Zhou Yi mutter, "You fool." You're summoning a massive hammer. A menacing grin spreads across his face as he mutters, "Rabbits must always be fattened up." Meanwhile, deep inside a quiet forest, a soft green light glows around Harlan as she closes her eyes to focus her sense. Suddenly detecting a red figure leaping through the branches, she holds her breath, perfectly pinpointing north, 1,000 meters out, a male, but she cannot tell which school he is from. Harlan opens one eye, with a sharp release, the arrow flies, making the target instantly recognize it as an elven arrow heading straight for him. Ingori Herp quickly dodges and yells, "Harlan, it is me, same side." Staring ahead sharply, he catches the arrow as it freezes in midair, while Harlan sighs, "Thank goodness you spoke up in time." She asks why he is running so desperately, making him scratch his cheek nervously before muttering, "Wait, did you run into the Tohang University?" Then he thinks to himself that he cannot really admit he uses teleportation every single time he gets anxious. After that, they move out. As they walk, she tells him that her plant empathy skill only lets her search within a 10-mile radius, and he understands and replies that since they made a promise, sticking together and moving out as a team actually sounds like a great idea. She agrees. Meanwhile, in another area, a black-haired guy watching the match on his tablet looks completely strange. Why would someone from Madu University choose to team up with someone from Qingjing University? Hearing this, his glass-wearing friend reading on the bed calmly replies that because everyone is at a besides, this dungeon is incredibly dangerous, so cooperating right at the start is actually the smartest. This survival game gets much wilder as it goes on. Today is only the first day. And here is the absolute kicker: on the 7th day, their tracking devices will start showing everyone. The other guy nods along as the logic clicks. Meanwhile, back in the battlefield, a massive swarm. Zhou Yi activates his power. He gestures with 2 fingers, commanding them to die. He wipes them out in the blink of an eye, racking up a quick bonus of 100 points. A moment later, a pack of green beasts rushes forward, roaring that some wild brat dared trespass on their turf, screaming. The very next second, Zhou Yi's right arm glows with a brilliant blue energy as he speaks with total calm. Instantly, the charging monsters are completely frozen solid. None of them can move an inch. Snapping his fingers as he walks away, the ice shatters into pieces. Next, he clears out massive swinging his giant hammer backward. Zhou Yi crushes a lurking spider with absolute ease. The system alerts him of another 1,200 points. Having cleared the field, Zhou Yi smiles and taps his blue wristband, thinking to himself that now that the tough guy is dealt with, he should check his total score. Looking over the interface, he realizes a single mecha master is basically an entire army. They can scout ahead to avoid elite beasts, hunt weaker prey, and even split their forces to attack multiple targets. No wonder Dean Wu said that this survival match is the ultimate playground for mecha masters and summoners. The leaderboard pops up. First is Zhou Yi with 15,792 points. Second is Wang Xuan. Tapping the screen, Zhou Yi checks the rankings of Shuran and Shalan. Jiexin and Ling Shi are exactly as he expected. Ninth is Jiang Shuran with 2,049 points. 10th is Wang Jiexin with 2,017, and 11th is Jia Lan with 2,000. Even though Tan Wei and Zhang Ti are not quite at Jiexin's level, they are still easily above average. Why are their scores so incredibly low? You can tell something is seriously wrong here. Tan Wei is at 72nd with 540 points, and Zhang Ti is 81st with 470. His finger pauses. A look of complete disbelief washes over Zhou Yi. Has Tan Wei really been eliminated? Indeed. The screen confirms they are out. He ponders that there are only 3 possibilities: the dungeon, beasts, or other player. Since the play area has not started shrinking yet, they could not have been eliminated by the system for failing to reach the safe. Zhou Yi recalls his friend's fierce determination when taking down a massive monster snake earlier, deep in thought. Although Tan Wei is just a backup member, his combat strength is actually pretty solid. Out of everyone here, he easily ranks in the upper middle tier. He is always incredibly cautious, and if he ran into some overpowered beast, he definitely had the skills to escape. Suddenly, a dark feeling washes over him. Could other players be teaming up? Zhou Yi immediately picked. In this dungeon, you must watch out for more than just rogue beasts. Weaker factions will absolutely they grab every chance to strike, hunting down isolated players from rival academies. Especially right at the start, everyone is completely isolated, making it pretty much impossible to coordinate with allies. Because of that, a coordinated ambush like this should only be happening much later in the game. Suddenly, the announcer's voice echoes out, warning all players that the dungeon's borders are about to shrink. You have exactly 3 hours to reach the designated safe zone or face immediate disqualification. Moments later, in another dark corner of the dungeon, something dashes through a deep ravine at blinding speed. That guy gasps in panic. What terrible luck. That's Zhou Yi. He immediately bolts, running as fast. He has to push himself to the absolute limit just to reach the safe zone before the timer runs out. The situation with Damvi has to wait for now. Suddenly, a blue light flashes from the mountaintop. Zhou Yi activates his speed skill, rushing to the mountaintop where Duang Linhai is. Right now, Duang Linhai is launching water arrows to attack an orange-haired girl. Suddenly, Duang Linhai whips around in shock as he swings a massive strike, mocking her as an annoying side character. She quickly conjures a shield to block his hit. A split second later, she counterattacks with stone spikes. Then, a massive spiked sphere appears right above him. It crashes down, crushing Gokong. Duang Linhai frowns in pure irritation and scoffs seriously. What a pain. Didn't your teacher? Besides, did you really think I have a bad memory? Just then, Lak Thang leaps into the air to launch a surprise. Duang Linhai braces herself for combat. Did you really think I forgot there were 2 of you? She slams her magic staff hard into the ground. As the enemy moves to strike, a swarm of rocks suddenly Lak Thang gets trapped inside a solid sphere of rock, while Ingo Kong remains completely crushed. Catching her breath, Duang Linhai pants, are you two going to surrender? Or should I just beat you half to death? And just like that, someone starts slowly clapping from the shadows. Duang Linhai spots Lai Qin lurking in the corner and gasps in shock. There is still another one hiding? He locks eyes with her and casually applauds. He never expected So Hang University to actually produce such an It seems like Miss Duang's talents have been overshadowed by her teammates all this time. What a shame. The second he finishes talking, his pack of hounds instantly charges straight at her. She yells at him to shut his mouth, but at that exact split second, another hound suddenly materializes right behind Duang Linhai. It sinks its teeth straight into her arm. Watching this, Lai Qian shouts in pure delight, yes, rip her arm off. He gloats to himself, knowing that without her staff, her spellcasting speed and power will drop drastically. She is already at a massive disadvantage, and can never defeat me. But showing zero fear, the moment she finishes speaking, a glowing magic circle suddenly materializes right next to her. This sends Lai Qin into a total panic, as he screams, how is this possible without a staff? Immediately after, the violent shockwave blows Lai Qin away while completely disintegrating both of his hounds in an instant. Right after the smoke clears, player Lai Qin of Thanthuang University has been severely injured and knocked unconscious. With Lai Qin officially eliminated, Duang Linhai secures an additional 1,050 points. At the same time, Duang Linhai collapses onto the ground, coughing up blood and gasping, oh no. Seeing her vulnerable state, one of the cheap shot artists immediately moves in to finish her off. Ngo Kong flings a sharp dagger directly at her without hesitation, but out of nowhere, a foot intervenes, and of course, the savior is none other than Zhou Yi, roaring in anger, you are dead meat. His single kick unleashes an absolute explosion of force. Duang Linhai desperately tries to open her eyes and calls out to Chu. Summoning her absolute last bit of strength, she mutters those final words before passing out. Big Brother Ngi. Player Ngo Kong of Nok University has been knocked unconscious from severe injuries and is officially, with Ngo Kang out, Zhou Yi claims an additional 1,240 points. While Zhou Yi is quickly healing Duang Linhai, he suddenly glares over at someone lurking nearby. He spots Lak Thang trying to sneak in for an ambush, but his terrifying murderous glare instantly freezes him, and once again, the system announces that player Lak Thang of Triu Duang University has forfeited, awarding. Zhou Yi realizes these 3 bastards are from different schools but banded together just to eliminate Duang. A moment later, he carefully carries Duang Linhai to a safer spot to rest. Suddenly, his AI wristband vibrates with a notice rank 69, Chuang Chiet, with 680 points. Duang Linhai gets the exact same notification, rank 69, Chuang Chiet, eliminated. She grinds her teeth, and Chuang Chiet must have been surrounded and jumped by these shameless, dirty cowards as well. She then turns to look at Zhou Yi with Big Brother Inji. This entire situation is incredibly suspicious from top to bottom. Our entry, how on earth did they gather so quickly on the very first day? And how did they track our people down so accurately to launch an ambush? Zhou Yi shares his thoughts. His words make her scream out in pure fury. This is straight up cheating. How dare they pull a stunt like that in a national tournament? However, Zhou Yi adds that if this is just a special skill belonging to one of their members, but if they are relying on underhanded, dirty tactics behind the scenes. His eyes flare with pure killing intent as he declares he will completely ruin their reputation. Suddenly, hearing this, Zhou Yi gently tries to comfort her. Those 9 academies teamed up to weaken my force over the last 6 days, which basically means they targeted all. Then on the final day, those cowards will target me. This massive ambush is an absolutely he confidently declares it. Face to face with absolute power, any cheap schemes they throw, for everything they are doing today, I will make sure they pay it back tenfold in 6 days. His absolute confidence makes her face flush with embarrassment as she silently calls him her amazing second brother. Once she calms down, he quickly shoulders his sword to leave, but reminds her not to get worked up because her drink some magic potion and rest here tonight, he says, while I go and wipe out all the beasts around this area. Days later, the tournament reconnaissance plane announces that it is November 20th, 2064. This is the final day of the survival match for the National Freshman Exchange Tournament, where 74 contestants will. The exact location of every single contestant is now being displayed on their personal smart wristbands. Let us wait together to witness the birth of a true powerhouse, as the crowd begins buzzing with excitement over this. Just think about it, the final day of this survival match is about to go wild. After 6 days of intense combat, Sohang University only has Zhou Yi, Duanglin High. With 71 fighters left from the other 9 academies, their numbers advantage is massive, making it. Right now, the recon plane shows a large group waiting in the middle of a vast desert area inside the secret realm. Someone yells out that Zhou Yi and Duanglin High are heading straight toward their current position. Ni-hop glances at the map and immediately barks orders, stating that Kwang So-nyen is in the northwest. She is pretty strong, but she is nowhere near a monster level like Zhou Yi. Plus there are Halan, take 5 people and regroup with the team over there, he commands. We absolutely must. The 47 of us here will handle Zhou Yi together, to which Halan instantly agrees without any hesitation. With the group set, Ni-hop loudly rallies the remaining fighters, estimating based on Zhou Yi. Remember, this upcoming battle is going to completely decide our final rankings in this entire. Everyone needs to be at 100% focus and fully prepared, he shouts. While elsewhere, a sharp sword. Kwang So-nyen is easily blowing away the other contestants, completely wrecking anyone who dares to charge at her. Halan is also on the scene now, calling out that it has been a really long time since they last had a serious. She draws her bow toward Kwang So-nyen and speaks. She tells her to consider this a case of bullying for now, promising a fair duel once the match ends, but Kwang So-nyen her dark energy starts exploding outward as she proudly claims that because Zhou Yi has always handled all the heavy lift, prepare yourself, because today she is going to show them her real power. Seeing her transformation, Halan is completely shocked to recognize the full transformation effect of a succubus. She can barely believe her own eyes, shocked that Kwang So-nyen has mastered her succubus bloodline to such an incredible degree. Even with 24 fighters on their side, they will have to go all out in this battle. She quickly fires off an arrow to support the other contestants attacking Kwang So-nyen, while shouting out her. Deep in the desert, 2 massive beasts are fighting each other fiercely, but they suddenly scatter in total terror. Ni-hop and Wang Hian wait patiently, when suddenly a powerful shockwave hits, kicking up clouds of. He mutters Chuning's name, and the very moment he says he is here, a massive giant steps forward. Standing right on top of this towering giant are none other than Zhou Yi and Duanglin High. The second way he spots him, he smugly says, Zhou Yi, you should feel pretty honored. He boasts that to deal with one guy, 47 top-tier players from all the elite academies have gathered in this. 47 elite players, yet he bluntly dismisses them as nothing but a pathetic, unorganized mob. This blatant insult hurts their pride, forcing the furious fighters to angrily scream back arrogant. Zero fear. Zhou Yi simply retorts with an incredibly smug smile, what is wrong, did I say so? Is there even a single one of you who is not already my defeated opponent? Pointing directly at them, he challenges the crowd for using sheer numbers to eliminate over half of his Suhong universe. Without your massive numbers, you cowards probably wouldn't even have the raw guts to stand face to face with. Bring it on, you weaklings. Even together you are totally useless. His mocking words push their. Meanwhile, he calmly makes a chilling declaration. I will show you that no matter how many ants gather, they can. No hesitation here is where the battle finally explodes, as Wang Xuan makes the very first move. Summoning the HX Arbiter alongside 2 of his allies, he boldly calls upon his blazing blade technique to. Following his lead, everyone else charges in, as Zhou Yi leaps from the giant's shoulder. Right then, his system screen displays a rapid series of courage blessings, right before he crashes down onto the ground with a loud. Instantly, he charges forward with weapon grip tight as his active skill interface lights up. Activating Dawn's blessing, he easily cuts down countless players with one sweep, sending a crowd of opponents. His overwhelming skill makes one shocked player cry out. His speed is pretty insane. But right after that, another fighter insists that no matter how strong he is still just a freshman. And how can one rookie survive? Suddenly, several giant summoned beasts block Zhou Yi's path, but he does not hesitate for a second. One beast reaches out, its fist colliding directly with his, but Zhou Yi's explosive power completely vaporizes. Still, they attack. The other players refuse to halt their relentless, massive onslaught. Activating their angelic barrier, light shield, and magic defense, they quickly stack up multiple defense. Seeing his block, the pink-haired trio smugly boasts, there are still 6 layers of defense left. We managed to hold you off. But this only makes Zhou Yi laugh as he asks them held me off. He points directly at them and smugly says this is only the beginning. And right then, watch this, a colossal... The moment this terrifying hand manifests, Wang Xuan's face turns completely pale, and the rest of the players freeze. Snapping out of their shock, they desperately scream at each other, dodge it, run, get out of the way. You are completely dead. But while the crowd scrambles to escape, Wang Xuan bravely stands his ground. Wei, he frantically screams, Wang Xuan, what on earth are you doing? Yet his system keeps flashing bright red. Wang Xuan grits his teeth with resolve. Even if the success rate is pretty much 0, I still have to try. He recalls this is the exact countermeasure he formulated during their match review. As he begins fusing, during our last fight, I studied the raw impact force and attack range of that giant god hand 100 times. Assembling the shield, he analyzes that while the divine hand looks incredibly solid, its energy distribution is... By assembling every machine part into a distributed force barrier, he just might be able to withstand this. The very moment Wang Xuan finishes assembling the barrier, Zhou Yi's massive divine hand is already right on. No fear. Wang Xuan yells out, bring it on. But the divine hand slams down, easily crushing his defensive barrier like it presses down so hard that the entire ground shatters, sending thick dust swirling into the... Standing tall like a supreme deity, Zhou Yi demands your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be killed. The fiery strike charges straight at Zhou Yi as Wei. He screams out, Flamelock Chamber. After unleashing that massive strike, Wei he pants in absolute exhaustion, thinking that if right after him, the other fighters charge forward one by one, screaming Gale Slash. Unsheathing their blue-silver swords, they prepare to gang up on Zhou Yi. Wei, he confidently smiles to himself, our team is fully prepared. Even if we cannot eliminate Zhou Yi. Watching them all swarm him, Zhou Yi sighs before blocking the massive strikes with one hand, shouting, with zero hesitation, he unleashes his wrath on every single player of the Light's Great Cure faction. After getting utterly crushed, Weng Hin bitterly admits to himself that his opponent is way stronger than before. He originally expected an epic, balanced showdown, but this was just a total one-sided stomp. Staring at the system prompt, asking if he wants to surrender, he realized they are about to become a national... Nomong lets out a smug laugh, staring up at the giant broadcast screen as he sighs with satisfaction. A 9-school alliance just to take down Tohang University Principal Trin went all out. Hearing this, Principal Trin puts on a completely blank face. Principal Ngo, he says, what on earth are you talking? Ngo gets annoyed by the acting and snaps, there are no outsiders here. Stop playing dumb. He then lists off the entire lineup behind this massive gang-up and delivers his final Nui Hợp from Mo, Hạ Lan from Thanh Kinh, Lý Kiến from Thanh Thương, Ngô Khang from Yaki. Even a fool could see what you guys are planning with Loc Thung from Trio Dung on the list. Then, normal schools would never have the guts for this, and Mado University is comfortably in second. They have no reason to wait, unless the host, Thon Kin University, is pulling the strings. Who else has the power to use? Principal Trin starts to feel anxious as he thinks to himself. Thon Kin University held every advantage in this tournament, but still got crushed. To save any shred of face, flashback to their secret meeting to handle Zhou Yi, where he slammed his hands on the table and demanded answers. Principal To, if Tohang University sweeps first place in all 3 major events of this term, the man refuses to back down and instantly fires back Principal Trin. Do not use those empty excuses with me. My Mado University was always third in the past. Hearing that, Principal Trin immediately puts a highly tempting offer on the table to seal the deal. If you join us, Thon Kin University is willing to share. I will hand over a share of S-tier resources as a clear sign of our good faith in this alliance. Grabbing this golden opportunity, Principal To demands exactly 2 shares, refusing to... With the deal closed, he lays out the strategy to the gathered school heads. Tell your students not to target each other. If you can cooperate, do everything to make it happen. Ideally, we need to eliminate every single Tohang student except Zhou Yi within the first 6. If anyone bumps into Zhou Yi, run away immediately. Wait until everyone is grouped up before trying to fight him together. But check this out, watch how fast these corrupt school leaders start sweating as he calls them out. You guys are usually such big shots, so why is everyone staying quiet now? He then turns his gaze directly he remarks mockingly that Principal Fernhack is supposed to be a highly respected man of morals. Since you always play the perfect gentleman, are you not worried this shady business will completely destroy your precious reputation? Like a sly old fox, he replies without a shred of hesitation. Principal Ingo, why would you say that? Working together in this match is a completely reasonable strategy, and we definitely did not violate any. Suddenly, Ngomong's voice turns cold and sharp. Do you honestly think a few cheap tricks can stop? That is just hilarious. Anyone with eyes can clearly see Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength. He is not someone you can defeat with these A true powerhouse never fears a challenge, and no matter who targets them, Tohang University is. Meanwhile, one of the participants desperately slams the teleport button, only to get a flashing red warning. System error, please wait patiently. This completely terrifies Wung Hin as he screams out what? Right then, all the students defeated by Zhou Yi are groaning in agony, screaming that they surrender and begging to go. Why is the teleportation failing? Wung Hin suddenly gets a terrible feeling that something has gone horribly wrong. Wait, what is that? A bizarre spatial rift tears open, revealing a pair of massive. Up in the monitoring room, the principals are staring at the screen in pure shock as Ngomong gasps. Panicking, Principal Trin yells out a desperate command to initiate a forced recall and bring all the students back, but the teleportation circle suddenly malfunctions. The operator yells back in a panic that terrifying news immediately sends a wave of absolute panic through all the gathered school heads. Every student inside this secret realm represents the absolute brightest future for our great Xia country. Losing them here would be a pretty devastating blow, and since this is being broadcasted live nationwide, exactly, no matter what it takes, we must save every single one of those kids. Even Ngomong is visibly sweating, wondering if Chung Yi will actually make it back alive, when suddenly, talk about a worst-case scenario. The frantic deans scramble in panic, demanding a reconnection immediately. They shout over each other in sheer disbelief, right at the most critical second. What is going on? Did you catch that weird-looking beast creeping up behind Chung Yi just now? No, I completely missed it. Whipping his head around at the warning, he barely evades the monster as it grazes past him. He wastes no time summoning his, but the creature vanishes into thin air, leaving him totally baffled as he mutters, "It is gone." Down below, Wang Hian safely lands his massive mech. Stepping out, he is immediately confronted by Chung Yi. The second he touches down, Wang Hian reveals the name of this terrifying anomaly, the Void Beast. He adds that this monster has been sealed inside the secret realm for ages. It has not surfaced in decades, living only as a myth in legends told by veteran classes, slipping freely through tiers in space, phasing between reality and illusion like a true ghost. Catching it is almost impossible. Its most terrifying power is tearing apart space to create a deadly but look at this, before he can ask how it broke the seal, a blood-curdling scream echoes nearby. The towering void beast materializes, driving the terrified examinees into a complete panic. Screaming to run from the monster, the crowd scatters while Chung Yi winds up, throwing a pretty devastating punch. Feeling the immense pressure of his fist, the void beast snaps its eyes open, instantly teleporting right in front. The painful deep cuts force him to grit his teeth in agony. Right then, another dimensional rift tears open, pulling Chung Yi inside. But he does not free. He launches a heavy counterattack straight into the swirling portal. As he struggles against the rift, the void beast prepares to ambush him from within the darkness. With the terrifying attack ruptures the air, surging forward with absolute fury. It blasts horizontally like a roaring bolt of lightning. Yet, the beast effortlessly redirects. Sun Yen quickly grabs hold of Chung Yi, pulling him away from the massive blast radius. The heavy, brutal shockwave blasts them both back, slamming them hard onto the freezing ground. Gripping her bow tightly, Halan yells for the team to regroup and coordinate their attacks on the giant beast. Amid the rising white smoke, Sun Yen slowly pushes herself up off of Chung Yi. Looking down weakly, he barely manages to ask if she is doing all right. Asking why Chung Yen came here, she sighs in relief, saying she made it just in time, before gently explaining she realized the others could not escape the secret realm. Sensing that a major accident had occurred, she rushed here, but right then, Chung Yi spots a The void beast seems to target a new victim, but thankfully, a sudden burst of golden energy blocks this massive clash triggers an earth-shattering explosion that tears the ground completely apart. Standing too close, poor Halan gets caught right in the blast, prompting a terrified Sun Yen to scream her. Chung Yi uses this brief opening to give her orders, telling Chunyan he is poisoned and needs time to purge. Fueled by this advantage, the rampaging void beast grows even more wild. Right now, only An Kiet stands directly in its path. As its razor-sharp claws crash down, stumbling backward, the helpless youth can only helplessly stammer out that he is useless. He stutters in terror, but the monster is not done. Another giant hand sweeps across the area, clear. Right at this do-or-die moment, a familiar voice suddenly rings out. Yelling to get out of the way, they prepare to activate their skill, Bewitching Sound, forcing An Kiet to instantly. Furious, the void beast roars in frustration, cursing them as foolish trash who do not know their. Trong Sam is forced to constantly dodge, struggling against an enemy that completely outclasses him. Where on earth did this thing crawl out from? He desperately struggles to hold his ground, knowing that things are turning completely against him. The beast mocks them with a booming laugh. They are nothing but weak ants, foolishly trying to challenge them. Chun Yi quickly activates two critical skills on himself, self-healing and death resistance. This void beast's skills are bizarre. The second you step close, it tears open space-time rifts to keep everyone at a distance. Long-range attacks fail too because the moment it senses them, it flees. The entire battlefield has dozens of players gather around, yet they are completely helpless against the raging monster. In the middle of the chaos, a pink rope suddenly wraps around Olivia to pull her back. Her savior is. After handing Olivia over to Lin Hai, Sonyen immediately bolts in the opposite direction. Taking charge of the injured girl, Lin Hai tries to comfort Olivia, who screams that they are completely doomed. Lin Hai desperately tries to seal Olivia's frozen arm, pleading with her to stay calm. It is useless. Olivia whimpers in pure dread, crying out that they are all going to die. Lin Hai softly tries to reassure her, clearly holding massive faith in Chun Yi. She begs her to hold on because Chun Yi is strong and will save them, but Olivia cannot hear her. Hearing Olivia ramble about how different this is from what they were told, Lin Hai grips her good arm. But Olivia is too far gone, hysterically screaming that things were never supposed to turn out like this. And here is the shocking truth. What Olivia reveals next leaves Lin Hai completely frozen in place. Meanwhile, the brutal clash between the players and the void beast continues raging in the distance. Countless dazzling flashes of magical attacks erupt all over the battlefield. The more Lin Hai listens, the more her face tightens with dread, her eyes wide with pure terror. Out of nowhere, a razor-sharp strike slices clean through an innocent player, ripping them in half. Realizing the danger, Lin Hai turns and rushes off immediately, desperate to save what she can before the chaotic battle peaks when Sonyen is suddenly caught right in the monster's mouth. She is trapped between the beast's razor-sharp teeth, and by the time Chun Yi, Ha Lan, and before Chun Yi can react, the beast unleashes a violent earth-shaking shockwave to halt their advance. Chun Yi desperately charges forward, heading straight toward the massive black hole in the distance. Lin Hai calls out to him from behind, frantically trying to explain the real situation. She reveals that the principal of Thon Thuong Academy had secretly placed tracking bugs on them. Using the female parasite, they can easily locate anyone within thousands of miles, that is how the players from all 9 schools managed to regroup so quickly. Chun Yi suddenly turns his cold gaze toward Wang Hian, who instantly panics and claims he knew nothing about it. Wang Hian insists it was just a coincidence. Lin He continues, explaining these parasites. This is why the beast cornered them, mistaking them for thieves who stole its treasure. Realizing Sonyen is in extreme danger, Chun Yi stares at his glowing hand, formulating a plan. He asks Lin Hai to help him gather every single tracking parasite, including the female host. Sensing his dangerous plan, Lin Hai gasps as a massive surge of life energy erupts from Chun Yi. He failed to protect Sonyen. But to find her, he will tear this realm apart. His burning golden eyes show absolute resolve. He will act as the bait. Just then, another voice cuts in as Tonkyu struggles to stand, telling Chun Yi that he knows how to seal the void beast. He explains his family possesses a special sealing technique capable of binding entities that far exceed their own, but great power always comes with an equally massive risk. The moment this spell activates, it instantly drains every drop of the caster's magical energy. If the caster cannot survive the sudden, brutal shock of having their energy ripped away, they will Tonkyu looks down in deep shame, quietly admitting that he is simply too weak to cast it. Ling Shi angrily yells out at him again. Then why are you even bringing this up? But with things pushed to this absolute dead end, Zhou Yi can only desperately cling to his very last threat. Following the method Sun Xiao provided, Zhou Yi immediately takes action, sending the spirit butterfly. Almost instantly, several of those eggs explode into pieces. As the dust clears, the space ahead suddenly distorts, and having achieved his goal, he clenches his fist. Now, in his transformed state, he is ready to face this challenge. Since Zhou Yi is not actually a summon, ultimately, he calmly makes his final decision. He says, "I will gather all my magic into this eyeball, turning it into a summoning tool." Zhou Yi teleports rapidly with his hammer, swinging it fiercely while telling him, "Take this to activate this." It gasps, "How can he still fight me for this long?" But the beast is blindly confident, even sighing for him. "Too bad, your struggles against me are totally—" The resulting shockwave sends his golden hair blowing back, while the void beast, taking that devastating hit, it cries, "How can you?" But Zhou Yi swings his hammer, roaring, "Do not run." The beast bursts out laughing, "You fool, did you not realize that you cannot catch me at all?" Just as, even with its apparent escape, the beast anxiously watches, but Zhou Yi catches up. Man, exactly as the void beast feared, Zhou Yi decisively swings his massive weapon, smashing it into total pieces. Even the dimensional space belonging to the beast is completely shattered. This guy's pent-up rage has finally exploded. It roars. "Just because you happened to run into me once, do you think you can get smug with me?" The cosmic membrane lunges forward like sharp blades to tear him apart, screaming, "Arrogant brat." At that critical split second, he suddenly remembers, "Zhou Yi, listen to me carefully." What Sun Qiao had carefully warned him was that a summoner's mana can help him traverse dimensions or summon powerful. You can not only unlock the seal, but also trap it in the rift. But my mana is limited, and I cannot. Zhou Yi seizes the moment, unleashing both his Holy Light Hurricane and Light's Punishment to protect. The more dangerous things get, the faster his mind races. Once you enter the turbulent space-time flow, you have to fight for every single second, constantly attacking the. Ignoring his growing exhaustion, he still unleashes his ultimate Holy Scroll combo. Enduring, the Void Beast, initially having the upper hand, naturally grows careless. The beast barks, "Kid, do not be smug. I will get you back for this humiliation." But internally, he raises his hand as the Light's Punishment finally blazes brilliantly to life under his guidance. Forcefully condensing the magic array, he traps the beast's body and soul, slowing. But this victory came at a massive cost, leaving Zhou Yi completely exhausted. As using his angelic device, a mystical light slowly takes shape alongside his soft whispers, fueled by the relentless use of his. Only when the beast realizes its movements are restricted does it freeze in shock, gasping, "You!" His fingertips, bathed in holy light, gently twitch as the heavenly spirit runes instantly form. Completely drained of energy, Zhou Yi lets himself fall, suddenly catching brief flashes of his memory. From the high expectations of winning a 5th consecutive championship for his academy, to Chu Ran, all these vivid memories suddenly stir his sleeping heart. He sees Chu Ran landing to watch him, and in her succubus form, gently pressing her lips to his. Amidst the ecstasy and heavy breathing, his vision is suddenly drawn to Chu Ran, who gently holds an alluring heart. At that exact second, he snaps awake, his eyes flashing a strange crimson red. A domineering Zhou Yi immediately unleashes his skill, pouring in all his power to lock down the void beast. It panics, asking itself, "What is this?" Golden holy runes flow one after another, turning into countless glowing chains that tightly bind the void beast. It cries, "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." At the same time, the system prompts that he's faced with this reward. Zhou Yi only focuses on his interrogation, demanding, "Hand over Chu." He stammers out a confused question, "Who are you?" But then he screams when the guy makes a move. "Ah, my eyes. Okay, are you talking about that girl?" Haha. She is completely fine, still doing incredibly well. Over in the frozen zone, unnoticed by him, a bud suddenly stirs. Each petal, shaped like Lin Hai, who was waiting anxiously outside, suddenly turns her head. Finally, her long wait is over. The surrounding students swarm him with frantic questions, asking how little Nian is doing, and if Chun Yi really Meanwhile, the faction that wanted to take him down starts to hesitate. The teleportation portal is active again, should they still make. Taking So Nian from him, she stammers in confusion, asking why her second brother suddenly leaped forward to build. With his massive hammer instantly pointed straight at the sky, Vuong Hian yells in sheer shock, His classmate nearby quickly pipes up, asking what he wants. But his only reply is the battle continuing. They grunt, wondering if Chun Yi has lost his mind. Meanwhile, he confidently shoulders his weapon and how can they handle this? Left with no choice, they take the only option. One admits, pointing out that they were never enemies to begin with. The announcement of Tan Q from Ma Dou forfeiting flashes on the screen. Halan quietly explains, admitting that she was just trying to show him a little bit of care. Even the Nyak Ki Tru Duong University player helplessly admits that God Engi has an insanely— Look at that leaderboard. Go Chungi's point score skyrockets, absorbing everything up to nearly 50,000 while the others— They complain that with everyone else gone, there is no point in fighting anymore. Once the crowd disperses, second brother, Lin Hai cries out, supporting Son Yen while anxiously checking on his injuries. In response, he whispers that his mana is completely drained, and if they had decided to strike while he was down, he wouldn't have survived. Though his eyes are starting to lose focus, his determination burns as bright as ever. After all, the survival match absolutely has to end in first place, and that top spot indeed belongs to Chung Yi. Right behind him are Kwang Sonyan and Duong Lin Hai. Seeing the system officially he mutters that as team captain, he did not let Tuhang University down. At that very moment, the real Tuhang University clinches first place with 500,000 points, while Thon Kin University third place goes to Ma Dou University with a massive point gap. This national college freshman, the host delivers a deeply heartfelt and sincere message to everyone. Many of these legendary prodigies have grown to become the pillars of the nation. And you all, but the students are too busy gossiping among themselves, excited that tomorrow they get to choose an epic tier gear set. After struggling through 20 brutal days of combat, they can finally relax. One student says, as for Chungi, the moment he finishes resting, he gets straight to business, reading the system alert. Along with 50 free stats and 50 skill points, his heart leaps with joy. God-tier talent, God-tier, something he thought would be nearly impossible, has finally turned into a sweet victory. This 20-day tournament required placing first in every single event just to complete the quest. It was honest, he never expected the quest rewards to be this ridiculously generous. Chung Gi just cannot— an S+ tier swordsmanship talent, an S tier skill, plus a supreme heavenly treasure, are— Naturally, he claims it. Instantly, a brilliant light envelops every cell in his body, a sensation so magical he is— A high-level, ultra-pure energy gradually gathers right above Chung Yi's head, only dispersing once. He feels slightly dazed, as if waking up from a long slumber, facing a blurry, chaotic void. First thing in the morning, Chung Yi draws his sword to test his newly upgraded strength. Even though he barely exerts any effort, the surrounding ground is utterly devastated. Standing in a haze of dust, power like this is just totally beyond belief. What is more, it seems the sacred sword heart has gifted him another ability. Examining this new gift, this is a special offensive sword chi that only manifests once you reach a certain level of swordsmanship. Going far beyond his expectations, he quickly raises his hand to catch it. Normally, only professional players training day in and day out have a shot at triggering this kind of sword chi. A blinding flash of light instantly cuts the air in half. Before, he barely scraped by, but now he feels like a true swordmaster, learning more. For example, the system's sword flash skill. Combining a normal strike with it can make the damage hit 8. That powerful slash carries intense pressure, shattering the stone wall as his mind quickly calculates. Once the sword flash skill ranks up, the damage will double and go even higher. Yet, Zhou Yi does not get carried. But in the end, all of this is pretty much just theory. If only he could spar with a real swordmaster to calculate the upgraded power his divine sword heart provides. Son Yen asks in surprise if he called her over in such a rush just to spar with swords. His request for her help makes perfect sense. As a direct descendant of the Hung family, she always kept her duty in mind and trained without ever stopping. After 10 years of relentless dedication, people started calling her a genius sword prodigy. She thinks that while Zhou Yi is obviously stronger overall, she has absolute confidence in her own tactic. The match is finally starting, and you can feel the tension. He warns Son Yen to give it everything she has. Showing zero fear, she seriously takes a stance and tells Zhou Yi to watch out before swinging her weapon to launch. The impact is so terrifying it snaps his practice weapon in half. But this is exactly the moment Zhou Yi has been waiting. While she is still suspended mid-air, he makes his move, causing panic to flash through Son Yen's eyes. Realizing it is real sword energy, she lands safely and wonders if Zhou Yi's talent with the blade is actually as but before she can even recover, the next attack suddenly closes in, forcing Son Yen to the shadow magic sword bursting with wild energy immediately strikes back. They trade blows back and forth, locked in an intense clash for dozens of rounds. They are so focused, they do not even notice Ngomong arrive, leaving him wondering if he is dreaming. He wonders since when Zhou Yi could wield a longsword so skillfully, closely observing how every single Meanwhile, Hung Son Yen's sword moves are incredibly fast and unpredictable. Thanks to his years of experience, the dean notices even more. Hung So-nin actually seems to be if it is not because of her high-level skills, then Zhou Yi must be intentionally holding back his raw strength and just like that, her weapon flies. The dean instantly calls the match. If that blade had actually made full contact, the resulting shockwave could have completely shattered her arms. He easily catches the precious weapon So-nin always carries, leaving her completely out of breath and panting. She admits defeat and asks him to stop, prompting Zhou Yi to gently ask if she is okay. Reassured by his concern, she says she is fine and just out of energy. The dean then approaches with praise. He asks why Zhou Yi never showed off these incredible sword skills during the tournament, prompting a quick reply from greeting Dean Ingo. He scratches his head with a silly laugh, claiming he just wanted to keep a backup option, though his mind is the requirements for a new talent are incredibly harsh, needing both a high-level dungeon record and suddenly revealing a brand new talent out of thin air would definitely look pretty suspicious. Realizing he cannot easily fool the old man, Zhou Yi quickly changes the subject, asking Dean Ingo. The dean explains he is here to bring everyone to the Alliance victory banquet, adding that he also has grim crime scene images flash through No Mang's mind. Feng Hak is dead. When Alliance investigators from the Shayan class union finally found Feng Hak, he was already dead in his. According to his student's confession, Feng Hak claimed those insect eggs could track people down. Because of this, it is clear that the devious dean had planned this all along, luring students into the laundry room to hide those. Unfortunately, that is where the trail goes cold, and the dean admits they have hit a dead end. The student knows absolutely nothing else. As Zhou Yi wonders if the clues are completely gone, he tells him not to worry, since the Alliance is thoroughly tracking everyone Feng Hak met over the past 10 years. They expect results in a week, but since the banquet is starting, they should head over first. Along the way, at the victory feast, the top guilds of the Zhongxia state will show up with one goal, recruiting. No Mang takes the lead, using his insider knowledge to break down this glamorous banquet. To reel you in, they will offer some pretty lavish perks, like money, girls, power, and high-tier resources. Sure enough, recruiters immediately swarm them the second they arrive. Accept these terms, and you, as your team mentor, I do not mind you guys joining any power, but you absolutely must easily make your. Right then, a sudden round of applause echoes through the hall to grab everyone's attention. Fengdu raises his voice to deliver the opening speech. You are all elite students from the 10 best universities in this National Freshman Exchange Tournament. That is why every single one of you gets a reward from our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. Then, each person is handed their own individual item, a sleek bank card resting in your hands. Inside is 20 million Zhongxia dollars provided directly by our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. This handout immediately sparks quite a bit of curiosity, and on top of that, that is the highest possible rank outside of our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance core members. The crazy perks Fengdu is listing out sound absolutely irresistible. Inside any salvation base in the Zhongxia state, buying gear or potions gets you a 20% discount. Naturally, if any of you want to become core members of our Xiaoyan Alliance, you can contact me directly. Hearing this grand speech, Zhou Yi can only marvel silently. 20 million per person, and with 100, the crowd around them starts whispering 2 million Zhongxia dollars. They never handed out this much cash before. This is enough to buy a B+ tier resource, which is an absolute steal. His rational mind quickly catches on, realizing this is the most direct way to flex their raw. Rewards for the top 3 in the solo, team, and survival matches will be officially distributed tomorrow. Finally, Fengdu raises his glass to toast the guests. Let the victory banquet officially begin. Eat and drink your fill, he calls out, and the crowd roars back. Now, look at Ngo Mong. Cheers to Suhong University for taking first place in this massive exchange tournament. The players immediately dive into the festive atmosphere, clinking glasses as Domvir happily joins the fun. Second brother, we only grabbed first place in this exchange tournament because of you, so let me toast you. A toast is well deserved, because if not for Zhou Yi, our school would have easily landed dead last among the 3 major universities. Right on cue, let me toast you too, Zhou Yi. And another girl chimes in, me too, me too. Almost everyone in the room wants to take this chance to say hi, leaving Zhou Yi feeling pretty awkward and are you guys trying to get me completely wasted? Just then, the familiar, booming voice of he respectfully cups his hands, using this meeting to offer his deep gratitude, admitting that without Zhou Yi, you saved my life, so if you ever need me, I will gladly face death to help. He slams down his drink right away, sealing a gentleman's oath to never back down from a promise. Watching this play out, So-nin is quite amused, teasing that Zhou Yi has somehow managed to recruit a. Right after that, Vung Hin shoves Trung Sam aside to push his way to the front, yelling that he feels the exact same. Heelbar quietly watches from the back, and honestly, she's completely stunned as she asks her dad if she has just seen. Why does the holy aura around Zhou Yi feel so much stronger than before? Chu Hong firmly confirms that it is absolutely not an illusion, stating that his aura has already completely. This crazy news leaves her completely speechless since it has only been a few days, and even her dad finds it hard to believe. Such a clear change proves his power has leveled up yet again, showcasing a truly terrifying growth. As the party wraps up, we fast forward to the next day when a highly advanced aircraft suddenly lands right on campus. The massive high-tech machine touches down smoothly in front of all the students as the cabin doors slowly slide open. Once everything is settled, Feng Du calls out from the cockpit to ask if they are all boarded. He explains that they must head directly to the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance headquarters to claim their. The headquarters is hidden away in the Dinsun district of Thon Kin City, completely restricted to. Dam Vi sits inside, absolutely thrilled to see such high-tech gear for the first time. They are all the latest Sun Yen sits up front, knowing all the details. These X-1000 Yulin jets are made by with a top speed that hits 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. Her explanation gets the curious Dam Vi even. Exactly. That is the one. With a price tag reaching nearly 1 billion. Meanwhile, Feng Du finishes prep and warns them to hold on tight. But the second they launch, Dam Vi, flying faster than an X, changing their mind, he gets bounced around in every single direction. Seriously, it is moving so fast all you can see is a streak of leftover light. By the time the jet finally grinds to a halt, the poor guy has cartoon stars literally spinning around his head. So Nian deals with the exact same rocky landing, but with one major difference: she ends up falling right on. Snapping out of it, she scrambles back to her seat with a bright red face, while he awkwardly tries to mumble some. No way. That is fast. Dinsun is 20 kilometers away, but they made it in 20 seconds. Just like that, they arrive at the security checkpoint, where the massive base is operating smoothly. Feng Du steps up as their tour guide, explaining that the Dinsun ground area has 40 total entry gates. Any outside fighter jet entering the Dinsun area must undergo a full security scan, which means they have to wait in line. Automated drones fly over right away, scanning every inch of their ship. Beep. Registration number 00638. This Havium Professional Alliance vessel holds. Inside, the grand and massive headquarters stretches out before them. So Nian gazes out the cockpit. Feng Du warmly explains, yes, that is the floating island of Thon Kin University. Besides schools, many guild armies and factions build their headquarters right here on the floating Dinsun platforms. Standing behind them, Chung-Yi silently studies the mechanical floating island belonging to the Havium Professional. It radiates a massive surge of magic energy, with every single machine outfitted with top-tier defense mechanisms. Feng Du officially welcomes them once more, telling them this is the main headquarters. Suddenly, a voice gets Wang Hian's attention, asking him to move aside, but as he turns around, brace yourself. A giant dragon. One of the nearby students happily explains the situation. Keeping a legendary beast with an average level of 60 as a pet means its owner is definitely a powerful third. To claim your rewards, you all need to head to the headquarters office, and the staff members will guide. One by one, the students are guided. A staff member calls out student Wang Hian, please follow me. Student Kwang So Nian, please follow me. Student Wei Hop, this way. But as for their star performer, since you swept first place in the solo match, the team match, and the survival match, she says, follow her. It is a pretty long walk, so they start making small talk. You had the absolute best performance in the entire exchange match, and the Havium Alliance highly values your potential. She asks if he is interested in becoming a core member, but he politely declines right away. He says, I currently have no plans to join any faction. She replies, do you not even want to hear our... He answers, there is no need. He is smart enough to spot the catch. Even if there are few rules, there will... Plus, as a first-year student, he has no desire to bind himself to any organization yet. Leaving. Geniuses always have their own plans, she laughs, telling him there is no rush. Reaching a secret vault door, your rewards are split. 3 different categories. First, for winning the solo match, you get a custom-made legendary grade weapon. You also receive a custom-made epic grade armor set. And for winning the survival match, she leads the way inside, continuing to explain how things work. Right now, I am taking you to meet the highest-ranked Grandmaster Blacksmith in our alliance, Master Kai. This is the forging room of Master Kai Quan. The heavy door slowly slides open, releasing a blast of intense heat. Master Kai Quan. Feng Du steps forward to introduce them. Our solo champion has arrived. The massive, intimidating aura radiating from the old master, a deep voice echoes, you must be Chung-Yi. Standing tall and totally unfazed, he politely replies, "Master." The master's sharp eyes scan him from head to toe, sizing him up. Seeming pretty satisfied with what he sees, very good. You are currently level 23, and since you get new gear every 5 levels, I will craft you a level 25 legendary weapon. Tell me, what kind of weapon are you looking for? Zhou Yi quickly steps up with his request. I want a longsword with attribute boosts, focused heavily on... Watching them talk, Feng Du is silently amazed, her shock mixed with a deep respect for how smoothly he... You see, Master Kai Quan possesses a pretty terrifying eye technique, and any ordinary class holder, but our all-around champion doesn't even flinch, standing before the legendary master without losing his cool for a single... At that moment, Zhou Yi speaks up again, adding a few specific details about his ideal weapon. He doesn't need flashy effects, just a perfect fit for his paladin class and enough raw, but he has already calculated everything. While gold-tier weapons boost 2 of the 4 core, legendary gear scales all 4 stats. But as a frontline paladin, he needs to focus on... For his hybrid build, strength and intelligence are absolutely vital. Kai Quan considers this carefully. I have watched your battles, the master says. Your style is sharp, aggressive, and completely overwhelming. A longsword is the perfect fit. Suddenly, he excitedly summons a blazing solar holy... Now here is the crazy part. Feng Du recognizes it instantly as a rare drop from the Sanctuary Ruins dungeon. This epic tier material produces fewer than 10 pieces a year. It is like they are sharing a psychic link. She and Zhou Yi gasp in absolute shock. The solar holy light stone. Kai Quan goes full professor mode, explaining that this legendary stone is a holy treasure. Any weapon forged from it will instantly cleanse and vaporize undead, demons, and dark beasts with pure. Wrapping up his explanation, he focuses his mind and begins summoning the legendary meteorites. With a loud shout, a massive pile of rare ores rises from the bubbling magma. Gold-tier meteorite, epic spirit fragments, a gold-tier dragon soul core, and even legendary tears of the Holy Spirit. With a wave of his hand, blazing fire whips the stones into a wild vortex, adding the heart of flame. Finally, the eye of the storm. Kai Quan focuses his soul, weaving rapid hands. Under thousands of degrees of sheer heat, the volcano erupts violently. The earth-shattering explosion purges the surrounding evil spirits, leaving them screaming in agony. It is too hot. Using masterclass forging techniques, he channels the molten essence into a towering pillar. The fiery vortex sucks in the remaining dark spirits, coating the massive hammer with the crackling power of the... Just look at that blinding orange glow. Both Feng Du and Zhou Yi can't help but stare in absolute awe. Heavy strikes shatter all impurities. Kai Quan pours the glowing liquid into the mold, cooling its inner core to solid perfection. Before pulling the hardened, the blade shines like a mirror, radiating a razor-sharp, blinding light. He skillfully hammers the blade, carving intricate runes that pulse with raw magic as he molds this legendary... Next comes the water tempering, plunging the hot blade into water to cool it instantly. Runes flash as divine magic flows through the steel, embedding the fierce soul of the war god straight into the blade. Infused with unstoppable battle intent, he begins the final shaping phase, slamming his heavy hammer down. Blazing sparks fly in every direction, forcing Feng Du to quickly raise a magical barrier to protect them. With the masterpiece finally finished, the master lets out a relieved sigh. Beautiful. The newly forged radiant holy sword glows with a majestic golden aura, looking sharp enough to slice through reality. Like a bullet, Kai Quan flings the sword at insane speed, leaving nothing but a blinding, supersonic trail of... Zhou Yi catches it perfectly out of the air, immediately feeling its immense weight as he raises it to inspect the blade. Exhausted and catching his breath, the master gasps out instructions for the very last step. This legendary weapon must accept you as its master, so release your energy and suppress it. Closing, as their powers merge, blinding arcs of lightning explode violently from the sword. Right then, the system reveals his special bloodline, the Angel of Six Desires. Zhou Yi starts examining the weapon closely, from its mirror-like blade to the solid, sturdy wooden hilt. He feels deeply satisfied, marveling at how 4 major attributes and 3 special effects make, especially that massive boost to his initial attack speed. It means in real combat, when his opponent swings once, watching his expression, Master Kai Quan easily reads his mind. It looks like you are pretty happy with how it turned out. Zhou Yi is totally stunned by the old blacksmith's sudden, exhausted state. But the tired forging a high-tier weapon requires a massive amount of mana, so looking like this is actually pretty common. Feng Du leans in and whispers softly to him. Creating a legendary weapon takes a massive amount of complex work. Only someone with any normal blacksmith would need at least 2 or 3 months to do it. Turning his back to them, the master gives them one final, friendly warning before saying they should leave. So if you want to upgrade its star tier in the future, You must use holy attribute items, or you will definitely ruin its raw power. Chung Yi bows deeply. Thank you. Feng Du quickly pulls him away, changing the subject to get him moving. Next up, they need. Meanwhile, Kai Kwan happily dives straight into a pool of boiling lava. But get this, the next situation for a group of bunny girl tailors surround him to take his measurements, greeting him warmly as student Chung Yi. They tell him they are the team handling his epic tier gear. Then, a playful purple-haired girl lifts his Chung Yi quickly pulls his shirt down and explains his exact needs. He needs light armor designed to boost both strength and intelligence. The professional tailor got it. The gear will be ready in a month, and a special escort will deliver it straight to your school. With business done, the girls start whispering about his slim waist, great muscles, and how adorable and innocent he is. Seeing this innocent lamb completely lost among hungry predators, Feng Du cannot help but sigh. This fresh-faced student is totally at their mercy. She snaps her fingers, shifting focus to his survival. Suddenly, a holographic screen of information floats around them. She tells him he can choose any single item. Chung Yi carefully reads through the dense lines of text. Facing countless high-value items, he keeps a cool. These are all S-tier, life-saving treasures. Any single one of them could easily make top-tier players fight to. He decisively points at his chosen item, stating he wants this one. Feng Du actually quite respects his quick. Still, she is a bit curious, noting that while the spatial leap stone is a great escape tool, why not choose a resurrection item instead? He does not hesitate, confidently insisting that he definitely wants. Those resurrection tools are indeed pretty rare. But since he already has a resurrection crucifix from the system, this spatial leapstone actually serves a different purpose. She hands over the box containing the mysterious green gem, telling him it belongs to him now. Just when you think he is safe, an agonizing voice starts screaming inside his head to let it out. Noticing his sudden, strange expression, Feng Du speaks up and asks him what is wrong. The look on his face instantly turns pretty pale and uneasy. He brushes it off with a casual smile, saying he probably just needs some rest. She hands over her card with, "All right, the rewards are all yours, meaning my work here is officially done. Of course, if you are not quite satisfied with your new epic gear or legendary weapon, feel free to contact. The other students are probably waiting for us in the main lobby, so let us head out." Soon, he is back at the gathering. The Hubok sisters spot his familiar figure and run over excitedly, calling out his name. He turns to ask if they should find a private place to chat, but they smile and tell him there is no need. This afternoon, all exchange students and teachers will teleport back using the magic array of the holy. I also have to go back to the clan with Dong Yi. Meanwhile, in a dark, overlooked corner, if you ever have time, please bring Tuvan to Tianlan province. You are both descendants of the Chu family, so the clan will definitely groom you well. It is a win-win. He says, yeah, once Tuvan graduates in 6 months, I'll take her with me. Wish you all the best. After their brief meeting, Chun-Yi stands there seeing them off, waiting until everyone has completely disappeared from sight. He suddenly glances up with a sharp look. In a flash, he appears right on the branch where that strange bug. Scanning the area reveals absolutely nothing suspicious. Chung-Yi frowns slightly, wondering if. Suddenly, a voice calls out from below. Brother Ngi, we are heading to the market to grab some local specialties. A bit later, Chung-Yi returns home and slams his door shut. His mind is racing. Could his old injuries still be Suddenly, an agonizing headache strikes, feeling like massive, invisible teeth are literally devouring his brain. A sudden voice echoes inside his head, "Human, let me out." Under the floor, glowing patterns erupt as a bizarre silhouette begins to materialize. Things are getting pretty wild now. Chung-Yi knows exactly why this void beast is acting up, but he still warns it we signed a contract. Unwilling to yield, the beast roars out in pure, bitter fury. It snarls, "I have lived for thousands of years, yet I must obey a wet behind the ears kid?" With Chung-Yi does not hold back, instantly exposing the beast's crimes. He says you injured 63 people, killed 10 others, and cost the Havium Alliance a fortune to repair. The void beast stubbornly snaps back, "Himpha, threatening me is the only trick you have up your sleeve." Realizing this creature just is not listening, Chung-Yi begins to lose his patience. He warns the Alliance's third-turn mages can easily wipe a high-level beast's mind, turning you into a mindless. You might not fear death, but your flesh and blood will still fetch a pretty high price. Angered, the beast. But then, surprisingly, he offers it an S-rank space leap stone, saying, "During our battle, you got pretty badly hurt. I cannot take you to a healer, so you need this to recover your energy." The void beast pauses, staring closely at the stone as complicated emotions flicker in its eyes. He pauses briefly before laying down his conditions. Just 1 year. Your energy is highly useful to me. Help me obediently for 1 year, and I will dissolve our pact to grant you total. It snarls, "Why should I ever trust you? But why waste time explaining? Chuni simply threatens it, either trust me, or choose the path of death. With those words, Chuni pulls out another item. The void beast cautiously takes the token, holding it like a priceless treasure. Just as he turns to leave, the beast calls him back, swallowing the stone while offering a sudden warning. It mutters, there is something you might actually want to know. The void beast slowly adds to Diep told me about when they first came, and then comes a terrifying reveal that shifts everything. Whoever took it was not even human. Meanwhile, the bustling market is packed with vendors shouting, get your blazing blade here, built-in fire effects. Do not hesitate, we have got special sales today. Buy a set of armor and get a free nail clipper. Real deal. Over at one of the stalls, Sonyen is happily browsing jewelry, while Nadia eagerly shows off her wares. Nadia enthusiastically pitches the items, saying, my lady, this hairpin features frost. The main gem is even infused with the raw power of wood magic, which dramatically speeds up healing, making it the perfect fit for a powerful and absolutely. Suddenly, Chuni walks up from behind and gently slides a lovely hairpin into Sonyen's hair. Surprised, Sonyen gasps, Chung-yi, what are you doing here? I thought you said you were not. He smiles warmly, explaining, I finished my business early, so I came to buy some local souvenirs. Watching the adorable chemistry, Nadia quietly squeals to herself, oh, they look so good together, I am Right on cue, a sudden voice interrupts them, calling out Miss Kwong. 3 pairs of curious eyes instantly turn. The speaker is none other than Vuong Hao, who grins and says, what a pleasant surprise. It must be absolute. Awkwardly, Sonyen does not even recognize him, asking, who are you again? Shaking off the embarrassment, he says, you have a short memory, Miss Kwong. I am Vuong Hao, grandson of Vuong Bathian. He claims to be the 3rd-generation genius of the Thunder Prison Vuong family. Hearing this, Nadia, who brags about being a second-class genius during their first meeting. Unaware of how silly he sounds, he keeps, a year ago for Kung Sonyen's birthday, I gifted her an ice soul sword. But she got sick of it, and now Vuong Har is back, lingering like a ghost. Zhou Yi gets the hint and comforts her, suggesting they go check out a nearby snack street. He wraps an arm around her shoulder to leave. Bastard! Vuong Har roars in anger as he summons a crackling lightning ball. How dare a lowly commoner lay— He screams out his furious order, kneel down before me. He hurls the lightning ball straight at him, but before it can even touch a single hair, a barrier blocks it. He is pretty surprised at first, but using his scanning eye, he checks Zhou Yi's stats. Turns out he is just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell, a trash class with a very low level that he can easily— Hung Sonyen flares up over the insult to her boyfriend, but Zhou Yi refuses to let a girl fight his battles and steps up to— I will personally play with you. Zhou Yi sets a 3-move limit, stating, if you can even touch my clothes, I will apologize, but if you fail, you must kneel. He warns him that any broken gear must be paid for. As the nearby crowd rushes over to enjoy the drama, Vuong Hao grits his teeth. A vicious gleam flashes in his eyes, wondering how this trash dares to challenge him, as he goes all out with a deadly— Unleashing his thunder rainstorm, a barrage of lightning strikes down from above, but none can penetrate Zhou Yi. Just look at him standing tall, like an absolute god, completely unscratched and safe from that crazy attack. The crowd starts whispering in mockery, laughing at how he overestimates himself when he cannot even scratch the guy. Witnessing this, Vuong Har starts to feel somewhat panicked, but he stubbornly scoffs that the turtle shell is pretty tough. He claims he probably dumped all his stat points into defense, but deep down, he is furiously cursing. Damn it. He did not expect this defense to be so troublesome, but as a famous second-rate genius, but what you just saw was only the appetizer. This swift lightning leopard shadow is my ultimate killer move, and I will show you what happens when you offend me. Under his command, the beasts charge straight at Zhou Yi with blinding speed. Facing this, Zhou Yi finally draws his weapon, the Divine Soul Salvation Cross, and launches. In the blink of an eye, both beasts are completely obliterated, forcing Vuong Har to shield himself from— How is this even possible? What is his actual background? And here is the best part, Zhou Yi just stands there completely relaxed, reminding him there is one move left. He furiously racks his brain but cannot recognize the guy, convinced that he has never seen him. He is just a trash-class holy knight, so there is no way his strength is above mine. Refusing to give up, Vuong Har slowly draws his sword, declaring that he does not believe this next strike can be blocked. Like a flash of lightning, he lunges straight at Zhou Yi, unleashing his deadly thunderlight slash. Zhou Yi reacts in a split second with his holy light cross, bringing down a colossal beam of light from— Standing tall, he looks down at his face-planted opponent with nothing but absolute disdain. A lightning genius is apparently only worth this much, and it takes minutes for Wunghar to crawl out of the pretty. Working at a nearby stall, Nadia suddenly blinks in realization, wondering why that guy looks so familiar. She definitely feels like she has seen him somewhere before, whispering Holy Night to her colleague before finally remembering that this is. Her colleague gasps, saying no wonder, no wonder. And that girl by his side is indeed his famous girlfriend, Kung Sonyen, which Wunghar easily overhears. A freshman. Is he really just a first-year student? Watching the couple walk away, Wunghar swears revenge, thinking that Zhou Yi can keep his life for now, but as for that particular woman, his burning hatred runs even deeper. He curses Kung Sonyen as a loose woman who played him, swearing his big brother will never let her off. As Zhou Yi and his team walk inside, students lining the hallway whisper in excitement. That is the representative team of Tohang University. And look, Zhou Yi is even more handsome in person than on. Others praise goddess Kung Sonyen for her stunning looks and figure, while Ingomong smiles warmly and thanks the representative. Cheng Tian is absolutely burning with rage at the thought of being their stepping stone. This term's exchange matches really put your Suhong University on the map. He can't even wipe the massive grin off his face while humbly joking that they all just became stepping stones. The other dean quickly adds that competition comes second while friendship is always first, laughing along in agreement. He says they can't delay any longer because the mages are already rushing them to prepare the teleportation circles. The mages shout in unison to activate the spell, and Song Helen is first to wave goodbye to her new friend. Xiaoran smiles and waves back, saying see you next time as everyone uses the final seconds to say their goodbye. One yells he'll win next time, while another tells him to keep dreaming. In a flash, they vanish through the portal and instantly reappear at their home campus, where he loudly welcomes home Suhong University's little heroes. While the students greet him, Dean Chu, the principal flashes a satisfied, proud smile. Dean Song Yi also praises them, smiling as he says their championship is currently dominating. Next up, the principal steps forward to hand out rewards. Since these exchange matches are designed to test each academy's teaching power, it is only natural that they're great. He calls up 5 substitute members who, despite not being starters, proved their worth and he announces each sub gets 5,000 academy points, and honestly, their minds are completely blown. To understand how massive 5,000 academy points really is, here is a simple breakdown. An Abyss-level Goblin dungeon costs 500 points per entry, meaning this is enough for 10 full runs. Regular students would have to grind school quests for at least a year to get 5,000 points. But the Song Helan, Wei Tiexin, and Tang Lingxi, praising their outstanding performance before awarding. The 4 thank the principal together, and then comes the final and most important name, Team Captain Zhou Yi. He took first place in both team and solo events, crushing elite rivals like Wang Xuan and Wei He. On top of that, he turned the entire tide to save his team during the survival test. So Principal Wang Hui, hearing that insane number, his eyes instantly light up. 100,000. The crowd is shocked because that many points is worth 3 billion Zhongsha coins, but Zhangzi frowns and snaps back. That amount can buy several S-tier god rank skills from the Academy Vault, which regular money can't even dream of. Completely blown away, Huang Bin blurts out that with 100,000 points, even a normal pig. Seeing how stupid his friend sounds, Xuqiang angrily slaps him hard on the head, demanding to know what nonsense he is. He asks how he could dare compare Brother Yi to a pig, while the guy rubs his painful head, desperately whining. It is completely wild, but he absolutely deserves every single point. Zhou Yi smiles happily, already planning how to spend his new wealth since he was almost out of points and has a new dungeon coming up. The Academy's Twisted Forest dungeon is restricted to levels 23 through 26, so he decides to run it later. With the rewarding ceremony finished, Principal Wang Hui dismisses them, promising the Academy never forget. After the crowd disperses, Zhou Yi steps forward to call out to his teacher, who stops and asks what is on his mind. Zhou Yi hesitantly says he has a question to ask, while the principal already has a pretty good idea of what. He asks if this is about Feng He, the dean of Qingkong University, and Zhou Yi slowly nods in However, Wang Hui has no intention of telling him the truth. The secret involves too many dangerous things that even high-level masters like Dean Wu Mang are. But Zhou Yi counters by asking what if he is already deeply involved in this entire mess. And as the principal turns around, Zhou Yi calmly explains that the Void Beast's companion creature personally told him everything. The one who captured it was not actually human, asking if this is somehow connected to Feng. Staring at the rift, the principal gasps, admitting he thought the bloody battle was just to drive the beast. Realizing he can no longer hide it, Wang Hui sighs and pulls out an ancient leather book. He tells him that Feng, he is actually a pseudo-human, leaving Zhou Yi completely As the principal flips through ancient pages of lost script, he explains that pseudo-humans are grotesque. They are created by the Chaos Seed evil god, wearing a normal human appearance, but with a demon heart monsters serving the dark deity. Speaking in a calm tone, Vuong Hu explains that but wait, there is more. Death and chaos are the two things the evil god craves most. Zhou Yi recalls the rumors he heard about Feng He being dead, but his master explains that was just the public cover. During the investigation, Feng He transformed into the evil god's servant, attacked the investigators, and he asks Zhou Yi if he knows why Feng He chose the exchange tournament to make his move. Zhou Yi answers with because the tournament gathers the most elite new students in the Zhongxia Empire, and any incident there would cause massive chaos. But Vuong Hui shakes his head, adding that the biggest reason is that beneath the myriad beast wasteland lies the weakest point of the evil god's seal. It is called the Wasteland. 1,000 years ago, a massive beast war raged on this land. But the real trigger for that war was the descent of the Chaos Seed evil god. It was the Chaos Seed evil god tried to descend into the human world through the rift in the wasteland. The beast, Zhou Yi, frowns, hanging on to every single word of this warning. Besides causing chaos, Feng He is likely using void beasts to locate the seal's rift. And out of nowhere, look at what happens right under their feet. Vuong Hui lets out a sigh, mentioning that decades ago, the Tianyu Guild acquired he planned to give it to him later. Now, he has to hand it over immediately. A moment later, at the entrance of the Tianyu Guild resource vault, he guides the young man forward. This vault is the heart of the guild, housing rare skills and century-old divine artifacts. Secured by 2 level 60 legendary beasts guard the door. They are green-leaf earthwalkers. Magic-suppressing runes are carved into the door, designed to absorb and amplify any unauthorized. Even a powerful third-turn class holder cannot hope to force his way inside. Sensing their presence, Vuong Hui smiles. He calls out to his friend, Old Yang. Looks like you are on guard duty this month. Yang Ba chuckles. He replies, my shift ends tomorrow, so you came at the perfect time. Let us grab a. Standing beside them, Zhou Yi quietly sizes the man up, noticing that despite suppressing his magical energy is still stronger than the Dean, proving he is a high-level third-turn class holder. Yang Ba instantly catches on, asking if he wants it for his new student. Nothing gets past Yang Ba. Vuong Hui smiles and introduces them, confirming that this young man. He tells Zhou Yi that this man is his old brother-in-arms, so he can just call him Yang Ba. Zhou Yi bows politely, greeting him. Yang Ba smiles, admitting he recognized the kid after watching his matches. Calling him a young hero, Zhou Yi rubs his neck, saying he is far too kind, while Yang Ba activates a skill and shares some wisdom. Being humble is great, but do not overdo it, or people will think you are weak and bring trouble straight to your. Vuong Hui cuts in before his friend goes too far, teasing him that kids hate his constant lecturing, which is why they avoid. Yang Ba just huffs, muttering that if the younger generation refuses to listen to their elders, he pulls a thick book out of a glowing magic circle, turning around to hand it over to Zhou Yi. Yang Ba tells him to take the book, while Vuong Hui chimes in, suggesting he spend his spare skill. Zhou Yi nods and immediately checks his character status. With his daily quests piling up and rewarding him generously, he has accumulated a massive hoard of points. Instantly, the book dissolves into floating pages of pure light, rushing straight into his mind in his mind's eye, a majestic, six-winged angel stands proud, holding a brilliant golden sword. The system notifies him that 100 points are consumed to learn the S-grade skill, Holy Thunder Heavenly. As a flashy display of holy energy shatters the dark illusions, the system screen updates, consuming another 100 skill points to teach him the S-grade skill, Blade of Divine Punishment. At level 1, he can summon Divine Lightning to code his weapon, delivering blindingly fast slashes that deal. Right after that, countless glowing golden chains manifest, burning through exactly 100 of his precious skills. Having learned the S-rank divine skill called the Heavenly Thunder Prison Lock, he can now manipulate. While Duang Ba and Vuong Hui are chatting away, Chun Yi floats silently in mid-air right behind them. In an instant, a blinding light erupts with him at the very center, unleashing thousands of violent, jagged. This sudden, unexpected bombardment completely ruins the surrounding area, kicking up a massive storm of dust. Even the giant golden lion lets out a tense growl, staring warily at the blast. Chun Yi glances. His thunder damage instantly spikes by 20%, catching even the owner completely off guard. Seriously, 3 god-tier skills in one book is a total jackpot. Once the blinding lightning finally fades away, Vuong Hui steps forward with a smile. Looks like you got a pretty good haul. Since they are of the divine Scion race, Any skill that these angelic beings learn must be ranked at least above. Nobody understands his current power better than Zhou Yi himself. His energy is surging, and his elemental, with so many top-tier abilities mastered, it is no wonder these divine scions are so incredibly overpowered. He explains that A+ is actually considered low-tier for the divine scions, who even possess books above. Wait, is S+ not the highest level anymore? The older man just pours some wine while explaining the truth. S+ is indeed the peak for human class holders, but the divine scions wield skills far beyond that limit. Now that you have learned your new skill, I will have one of our young members show you around the guild headquarters. With a quick snap of his fingers, a pair of elegant high heels appears nearby. As Ngugung Tam remembering her past request, he smiles. Deacon Uy, did you not say you wanted to meet my star student? I brought him right here for you. This elegant, gorgeous woman is actually one of the 3 great deacons of the Thean. She gracefully reaches her hand out to introduce herself first. Hello, student Zhou Yi. I am My name is Uy Ngung Tam. I actually tried to find you at Thonkin University, but sadly, you had already left. He politely shakes her hand while wondering why she was looking for him. Vuong Hui speaks up, explaining she cannot resist when spotting a prime talent. Duongba quickly warns her though. Zhou Yi is just a freshman, so do not stress him with guild affairs. The old guild leader and I are going to catch up, so show him around. Ngung Tam immediately obeys their instructions. Understood. As she leads him away, she introduces the basics, explaining that the Thien Vu Guild, most of the guild members' families are safely settled right here. This place was originally just a wild mountain forest, but after decades of constant growth and 5 massive expansions, looking out at the gorgeous scenery from the castle wall, she eagerly adds that they are already planning their 6th. Right at this moment, watch this. Zhou Yi suddenly pauses and looks straight up. His eyes widen in pure shock at the unbelievable sight before him. A massive, majestic silver dragon is slithering. Every heavy step it takes shatters the rocky ground beneath its claws until it finally finds a comfortable spot. Staring at this breathtaking sight, he honestly feels like he is dreaming. He cannot believe his eyes. A legendary Eastern dragon, a mythical beast you barely even see on television broad. It has watched over us for 32 years, but keep your distance because it has a pretty nasty temper. Taking her advice, Zhou Yi stops staring and shifts his focus to the crowd gathered down below. Watching the endless line of adventurers, he cannot help but ask what they are doing. She explains that those are our headquarters features 3 dungeon types, gold, epic, and legendary, allowing all our elite members. She then generously offers the newcomer a chance, asking if he wants to try a run using her personal access. Eager to test out his new gear and freshly unlocked skills, Zhou Yi gladly accepts, leaving poor kid, you seriously have no mercy whatsoever, do you? The moment he teleports inside, a warning screen flashes. You are now entering the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon. Seconds after landing, hordes of vicious native monsters lock their eyes directly onto him. This raid requires levels. Located on the border, this place is entirely consumed by a dark plague. Anyone who steps inside, their first major obstacle is a massive zombie wave. Those ugly creatures rushing in are just level 20 normal zombies, equipped with skills like pounce and bite or claw. There are also level 22 intermediate zombies that can use a roar skill. That is when Zhou Yi finally channels glowing. The lightning shoots forward, slicing through the zombie horde like a game of Fruit Ninja. That move was actually the S-rank level 1 Divine Thunder Apocalypse posture, giving him 50% abnormal. It boosts lightning skill damage by 50% for 14 seconds, which leaves him pretty satisfied. This posture can, even the skill's drawbacks are fully put to work by Zhou Yi. Though this level 1 posture lasts for only 14 seconds, that is honestly more than enough time in a real life or death fight. Each strike gets way more violent than the last, unleashing a massive vortex of golden lightning. He is pretty. A quick notification pops up. Congratulations, you have cleared the very first trial. He killed 200 zombies in 35 seconds, unlocking the path to Stage 2, Mutated Village. If he levels up further, he will clear these monsters even faster next time. Stepping through the teleport gate, Zhou Yi instantly covers his nose from the horrific smell of rotting flesh. The second, his vision is completely cut off. To better watch his step. Eerie sounds echo all around as the blinding light quickly vanishes. Unbothered by whatever is watching, nameless shadows hiding in the dark still whisper excitedly, saying the second gate will test him with legendary weapons. They yell out to kill him because his level is so low, just another piece of trash looking to die. Some of them mock him as a smelly, useless holy knight, warning that their hungry babies will soon tear his body to. They do not get to celebrate for long before Zhou Yi swings his sword, shouting at them to get lost. As the dark mist fades, their hideous bodies are revealed. Level 25 zombie hounds, leaping forward with a rapid. One of their heads takes the full force of his glowing blade. But they are not fighting alone. Something behind is pulling. Meet the level 25 zombie butcher, armed with powerful whirlwind and savage roar skills. Just look at this beast. It holds a massive, razor-sharp cleaver, waiting to strike. But this big guy's perfect timing, because his newest skill is the S-rank level 1 Divine Thunderblade of Heavenly Punishment. This summons holy lightning to coat his weapon for lightning-fast slashes, dealing some massive bonus. Without a single moment of hesitation, he slashes straight ahead, cleanly cutting the attacking zombie. He gives himself some praise right after that strike. Not bad. Its body was definitely tougher than the first. The ground is literally split in half, leaving the zombie horde totally divided as they stand frozen, staring. Right after, they start whispering to each other, planning out a strategy in their own weird tongue. Suddenly, another monster triggers its own savage roar skill. Using itself as the center, it drives nearby allies into a blind rage, forcing them to charge. Sure enough, the frozen horde gets insanely hyped, yelling out that Holy Knight has a pretty awful stench. They claim today is his death day, mocking him as a weak human who has no idea what he is getting into. Zhou Yi just stands there wondering why they are talking so much garbage. He is not going to waste time. He uses his S-rank sword flash skill, slashing at lightning speed to deal massive amounts of. But look at that, a zombie hound starts mutating at dizzying speed. Its fangs grow so massive that its flesh rips apart, splitting its head into two creepy halves. Instead, he leaps high into the air, executing a beautiful, sweeping parabolic slash. This sends that mutated hound flying far away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura radiating from a level 2. Zhou Yi spins around just in time to block the strike while the system displays info on its plague breaths. Once a player breathes in this toxic gas, they are immediately infected with the plague. They will lose a fixed chunk of health every single second, leaving them totally helpless and eventually paralyzed. With some incredible precision, he expertly flips his weapon sideways and cleanly slices off the monster's head. Zhou Yi is pretty annoyed as he shakes the gross slime off his hand. When the cold, robotic voice of death resistance active, any physical damage he takes will heal up at an extremely rapid pace. He begins. Previously, I relied on my heavy warhammer for ranged attacks. But when things get up close and personal, he drops it, activates his pure white blade skill, and switches to taking down 20 monsters in a minute is way too slow for him, not satisfying at all. Maybe he should save his blade of heavenly punishment for stronger monsters to get the absolute maximum value. No hesitation, he quickly forms a hand seal on his forehead, focusing his mind to unleash. In no time, his divine storm skill whips up an absolutely massive, raging tornado. Countless enemies get sucked straight into that violent vortex. He easily wipes out the butcher zombies. Zhou Yi steps right into the portal the moment the notification pops up, congratulating him for clearing stage. Clearing it in just 1 minute and 50 seconds opens up the path to the third stage. The system tells him to keep moving forward into the taboo pathway. He looks ahead, thoughtfully staring at the dark. A level 45 zombie priest struts down the stairs, speaking in a highly manipulative tone. You probably. Getting closer, the priest skillfully throws out some bait, whispering that it is totally fine. The gods welcome all lost souls. But Zhou Yi is pretty skeptical about this whole speech. Gods? Zhou Yi questions. The priest keeps whispering to reel him in. Yes. Under the guide. Then, the priest slowly spins an empty, beautiful illusion. Life is inherently fragile and short, but follow our God, and you will receive immortality. This is a supreme honor, putting you way above ordinary mortals struggling with death. Finally, come, drop that narrow sword of yours and join us on this path. Together we will enjoy the endless blessings of eternal life. And honestly, for a second, it almost looks. Thinking the young man is falling for the trap, the priest lets out a deeply calculating smirk. Yes, young man, this is the exact miracle everyone dreams of. But Zhou Yi suddenly speaks up. Wait, the priest smiles, ready to hear him out. But he definitely did not expect a sudden, brutal sword slash. Zhou Yi spits out, I do not care about your glowing blade, nor your disgusting slimy lies. Living forever, looking like a rotting monster is just selling your soul. You are better off dead. Realizing his holy preaching has completely failed, the priest instantly snaps, screaming, you foolish. Even though his body is literally cut in half, he still commands his followers. He tells his maidens to go show this kid what happens when you offend the gods. The dark nuns immediately summon their weapons. They line up in 2 rows, 10 spears raised high, ready to strike at any second. Staring down this intense murderous aura, Zhou Yi just grins and grips his wooden staff tight. Sparks of electricity erupt all around him. That ordinary piece of wood instantly transforms into the collision triggers an absolute earth-shattering explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But check this out. While those confused nuns are still looking around, wondering where he went, he drops right back. The last surviving nun can only watch in absolute horror as her squad dissolves into ashes. She lets out a furious, animalistic screech. Chungi just strolls up to her, looking pretty amused. "Oh, so you guys can actually make noise," he says, before instantly putting her down with one clean slash. Seeing how insanely fast they died, he cannot help but criticize them. They certainly put on a good show, but with just a single spin of his sword, Chungi slaughters dozens of elite zombie maidens. His blade weaves through the air in beautiful, deadly arcs, slicing clean through their limbs. These relentless, storm-like attacks absolutely tear through the enemy lines. Watching the slaughter from the sun, he mutters, "Look at this lightning. All of this flesh and blood will be used to fill the cracks of this world's sins." Even on the brink of death, the fanatic remains incredibly stubborn, declaring our screams of agony are just the higher the pitch, the deeper our sacred altar descends into the fires of hell. Chunyi steps firmly across the ruined, decaying floor. Behind him lies a massive pile of charred smoke. With a dark expression, he coldly issues a direct challenge. "Your turn next." The priest, suddenly, his eyes flash with pure cruelty. Thick, black smoke begins to gather, rushing. Chunyi pauses for a split second. But before he can even make a move, dark tendrils of death energy, snapping back to his senses, Zhou Yi quietly studies the magic circle drawn around him. And deep doubt relentlessly flood his heart. Just when did they set up this array? Thinking back on that way too easy victory, Zhou Yi realizes those fake attacks were actually just a cover. No wonder their dense onslaught felt pretty weak. It was all a distraction for this undercover setup. Suddenly, Zhou Yi stares down in shock as a swarm of cultists constantly crawl out. His face tightens in absolute confusion at this bizarre and creepy sight. Zhou Yi looks down as his expression turns dead serious. His body suddenly grows incredibly heavy. The crushing pressure suffocates him. It is as if some massive hidden beast deep underground is slowly. The force binding Zhou Yi is a spell called Touch of Decay. It is an area skill that takes 10 seconds to. It targets their mind and willpower. As the system warning ends, he instantly takes double damage, cutting his by 100 points. He immediately triggers his skill. Golden light flares, shattering the tentacles. Thank goodness, this magic immunity blocks some of the rot. Zhou Yi stares at his arm, pretty shocked to see nearly half. He goes quiet. From across the battlefield, the priest keeps trying to entice him, "Young man, accept the divine blessing." In complete contrast to the arrogant priest standing near the devil gate, our hero remains half stuck in the array. He does not even care about the dark energy trying to grab him again. Zhou Yi sneers, "You just keep repeating the same lines. Are you some kind of robot?" Inside the red glow, the holy flame light wheel condenses behind Zhou Yi, the crown of sacred fire itself. It grants fire manipulation, buffing his stats and fire skills while boosting his squad's light attribute by nearly 40%. Hold on, look at this. A massive pillar of fire crashes down, engulfing him and the array as the cultists burn to ashes, looking like wild fireballs scattered across the field. He summons the Spear of Victory, launching glowing light arrows straight at the priest. But a dark shield, it grants complete physical and magic immunity, while reflecting a portion of that damage back as Zhou Yi does not back down. He swings his blade, unleashing a sword flash directly at the barrier. Against this crushing power, the priest's barrier slowly cracks, leaving the arrogant guy completely raising his hands to defend himself. He screams out, "Great Asia, show your divine wrath and punish this pathetic ant." Mid-swing, Zhou Yi hears that name and immediately stops to think. Asia? Now watch this. The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together. He spots the three-eyed statue leaking golden light. How could that entity be here too? He pauses his strike, staring right at the priest who is currently transforming in a gripping his divine sword tight. Zhou Yi carefully analyzes the situation. Even though he absolutely cannot let this dark ritual succeed. Since this shield absorbs massive damage and reflects it, he must use one devastating, heavy. He swings his blade for a mighty divine lightning apocalypse stance, roaring out, "If one strike is not enough, then take another." He follows up with the divine lightning blade of heavenly punishment. This brutal slash instantly his headless body collapses into the black mist, while his half-mutated head flies away. His face the head crashes down, splashing terrifying black fluids everywhere. But Zhou Yi keeps his guard up. Immediately, the dark remains suddenly merge together, forming a monstrous shadowy entity with glowing red eyes. "You arrogant brat, if you refuse to submit, then I will devour you on behalf of my lord." Zhou Yi laughs mockingly. "You look a lot better like this than you did before." Furious, the mutated priest, our hero does not stand there taking hits, swiftly dodging each projectile. Zhou Yi moves like a blur, slipping past the explosive red energy bursting from the dark sphere. He calmly scans the chaotic area before weaving his hands to cast his holy light heart shield. A massive holy circle appears above, shooting a beam of brilliant light straight down. Then, lightning surges from his words, pinning the thrashing priest firmly to the ground. Still conscious. "Let me go, you absolutely wretched bastard." Even pinned down, he refuses to submit, screaming with deep rage, "You will pay for what you have done." Zhou Yi coldly crushes the priest's delusion. "Stop dreaming that your evil god can save you, and prepare." He raises his hand to deliver the finishing blow. Unleashing his ultimate skill, chains of the heavenly prison. Thousands of golden chains. "Let me go," the priest screams. "Lord Asia will definitely rip you to shreds." A system screen pops up, revealing the details of his S-rank divine lightning skill, chains of the heavenly. It locks the enemy dead in their tracks. Looking at the glowing golden screen, Zhou Yi analyzes attack, defense, buffs, debuffs, and crowd control. There are also summoning and crafting types, but among these, crowd control skills are incredibly rare, even as the priest struggles desperately against the in actual combat, as you can probably guess. A solid crowd control skill completely. Zhou Yi smiles at the priest's helpless struggling with a powerful control skill like this in your pocket. You never have to worry about missing those slow, high-damage attacks that are normally easy to dodge. Even trapped in his cave, the wrath of Lord Asia will burn you to ashes. He shrieks, "Your soul will be tormented in agony." He just wonders, what on earth is this Lord Asia you keep talking about anyway? The creature's eyes stretch wide, dark blood vessels spreading horribly into its iris. It stares. Lord Asia is the supreme god of boundless power, slaying 10,000 foes with a single wave of his hand, while the loyal will receive eternal life. Zhou Yi contemptuously kicks the priest's hideously mutated head. "You are a deformed monster," Zhou Yi says. The priest instantly screams back that he is ignorant, as his painful past flashes. Years ago, he was just an ordinary, nameless priest living in a peaceful little village, loved and treated like. He worked tirelessly to heal their sicknesses, but then, a terrifying plague swept through the entire valley. The villagers begged him to save them, but he was just too weak to save anyone. He desperately ran to the city time and time again, begging high-ranking priests to come and save his. Ignored and chased away by those arrogant elites, he swallowed his pride and ignored the shame, pleading for just an ounce of their mercy. He even knelt before the twisted high priest, desperately begging for help. But the brutal reality was, they refused to help, calling his villagers mere ants who were not worth. "I am back," he shouted. "We are saved." From that exact moment on, even as dark energy rotted his flesh and stained his entire abdomen black, he collapsed beside a cursed villager, gripping his cross and praying with all his might for some kind. And get this, the corpse suddenly explodes, knocking him flat onto the dirt as he realizes he was brutally played from the start. He and the surviving villagers buried the dead, weeping in a state of absolute, unending grief. But the plague only grew worse as more people died, their desperate cries echoing in his ears. "Please, I am in so much pain. Please have mercy on us," they begged. In that dark hour, he absolutely hated his own. Helpless tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling with sheer desperation. But at his absolute lowest point, a mysterious and dark power chose him, allowing him to easily ban. The villagers no longer suffered, and even the dead were brought back to life. Every single face once twisted in agony now wore bright smiles, completely free from the torment of disease. Staring at those soulless husks, the priest truly believed he made the right choice. This monstrous body was just a tiny. Even up to this very moment, he remains a fiercely loyal fanatic. "Lord Asia has chosen us," he screamed. "I will spread the glory of Lord Asia to the ends of the earth so everyone can receive his divine blessing." Zhou Yi sighs in utter disgust at such blind and mindless worship. This guy is completely Without hesitation, he swings his blade, cleanly slicing the priest's body right down the middle. Even on the brink of death, the priest desperately clings to his devotion, praying to his god. "Lord Asia, reveal your power, save your loyal servant, and destroy this enemy." Zhou Yi, "Are you still holding out hope for that evil god of yours?" he asks coldly, delivering the final, brutal truth. "He abandoned you a long time ago, and today is the day you die." Yet the priest still screeches, "How dare you insult Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you down to the depths of hell with me." He answers those arrogant words with a faint, mocking smile. Self-destructing is not going to be that easy. Before his opponent can even move, Chuning-yi throws out his magic chains to shut down the plan. Then, his voice rings out like a judgment. "Holy crosslight." The seal instantly activates, locking down the helpless. He writhes in pure agony. Still, he begs a god who never answers Lord Asia. "Please save." But the stone statue remains silent as black liquid splatters everywhere. followed by a system alert confirming the power fades as Zhou Yi lands softly back on the ground, and the reward chest instantly displays his hard-earned loot. 12,323 experience points, a high-grade healing potion, mana recovery. He grabs the items and casually notes that it is pretty decent, even though the experience points are not quite enough. But wait, he senses something pretty wrong. That creepy evil energy has not completely vanished yet. He kicks a weapon up from the ground, catches it mid-air, and strides toward the stone statue to end this once and for all. Time to end this ugly thing, he says. A brilliant golden beam pierces forward, instantly shattering the system rings out again, congratulating him for destroying the evil god statue and granting a surprise. Red text flashes with a description of the new item, a divine crystal, which is an ancient relic containing holy energy. This rare relic helps holy classes unlock their second job promotion inside dungeons. Take a close look at this glowing piece. It is actually his very first time holding a second-tier job promotion item. He knows he needs to run this dungeon again. Outside, Nungung Tam immediately walks over to praise. Pretty impressive, she says. Clearing this on your first try in 10 minutes and 25 seconds puts you right in the top. Zhou Yi tosses her the loot and immediately tries to negotiate with her. These are all yours, Deacon Wei, but I need to go back in right now, he says, making her worry since he just cleared it. Why would you do that? She asks. This place is no joke and absolutely drains your stamina. Remembering the top speedrun records, Zhou Yi clenches his fist and says that first run was just, this time I am going for the absolute fastest clear record because I am pretty sure I can completely smash it right now. She tilts her head to think before warning him that the top 10 players are all at level 30. If you want to rewrite the board, you should probably wait until you are level 27. Zhou Yi is completely unfazed, telling her not to worry because he has a plan, leaving her with no choice but to let him go. Alright, just be pretty careful in there, she sighs. And you can keep all the loot this time to protect yourself. Wait, Aunt? You are here? Trinmin gasps as he suddenly shows up, leaving Nungtam wondering when he even got back. Scratching his head awkwardly, he complains that spending 2 entire months clearing out those nasty extra-dimensional monsters. Zhou Yi happens to overhear their conversation from a distance. He wonders if clearing those extra-dimensional beasts actually refers to that spatial rift. Stepping quietly into the back at the Gale Mountains, he had realized low-level dimensional monsters could actually cross over. His teacher mentioned the military immediately raised the threat level and deployed a full legion to purge the surroundings. Outside the dungeon, Ngungtam worries, asking if they suffered heavy losses during the battle. Trinmin's face falls as he remembers his fallen comrades. Our team had over 12 people, but only 8 made it back. Even with the military shielding us, it was pretty close. I might not have made it back at all without them. She goes silent for a moment, sighing heavily at the thought that losing a third of the team is just devastating. Crossing her arms, Nungung Tam scolds him for not calling his mother yet, especially since he kept such a... He gives her a weak smile, joking that he only did it so he could come visit his favorite aunt. If she finds out he took this mission in secret, she will absolutely blow a fuse, he says. But she refuses to help, forcing him to clasp his hands and beg his aunt to cover for him just this once. He begs her, pointing out that he returned completely safe and sound, but she completely ignores him as her jaw... She asks why Zhou Yi is still standing around, but he casually replies that he has already cleared the dungeon and walked out. Unbelievable, right? She completely loses it, covering her mouth as he proudly points to the fresh God Breath domain, nightmare difficulty, first place Zhou Yi at level 23. With a clear time of just 1 minute, smiling smugly, he tells her to take a look, leaving Ngung Tam to mutter in absolute disbelief that he is only level 23. Yet Zhou Yi quickly demands a new challenge, calling out to the administrator that he wants to... She lets out a heavy sigh, her eyes filled with helpless frustration, as she mutters that he is an absolute... Go ahead and take my card to run it as much as you want, Trinmin says, unable to hide his utter shock. He stammers, wait. Are you really Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman from Tahang University? 2 months have passed, but his legendary run in the Divine Breath Realm is still talked about every... Holy crap, the abyssal record for the Divine Breath Realm just shattered at 1 minute and 29 seconds. That is unbelievable, since most of us are still stuck on the first stage. This shows the terrifying power of Chairman Vung. Right away, someone else in the crowd chimes in with pure admiration, asking if anyone saw his nightmare difficulty Divine Breath run from a few days ago. He cleared it in just 59 seconds, which is absolutely mind-blowing since even second-tier class holders these past 2 months have been amazing. Once Principal Vung Hui found out he was clearing the Thenvor Guild dungeon, he handed over his own, with no point restrictions holding him back. He naturally had to level up as fast as possible, finally reaching level 29 after 2 months in the... Zhou Yi silently plans out his next move. He decides to contact Master Vung Hui to obtain the Paladin promotion letter. But right then, his phone suddenly— it is a summon message from Principal Vung Hui, popping up right next to the cute keychain So Nian gifted him. A rare beast pet blind box from Ninhan City, which took him forever to pull, sits on his phone as Zhou Yi. He greets his master, and Vung Hui immediately praises him, saying that gaining 6 levels in just 2 months. He walks over, pats Zhou Yi on the shoulder, and asks a mysterious question. He asks if Zhou Yi knows why he did not just boost him to level 40 or even 50 by hunting wild. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replies that a class holder boosted to the 3rd tier without real combat training. He seriously adds that only those who survive brutal, life-and-death battles on their own can ever— Vung Hui casts a spell, making a brilliant golden light flash as he nods in agreement. He praises Zhou Yi for understanding this, then places the promotion letter right in front of him to explain that many weaklings level up using their parents' resources, but they rarely survive once they reach the 2nd or 3rd. Since he is already level 29, Vung Hui tells him to prepare for his 2nd promotion. A 2nd-tier paladin becomes an Apocalypse Knight, heavily boosting Holy Light control and patch, but with his crazy baseline stats, this will be insane, so Vung Hui hands over the letter to reveal the The system screen flashes right in front of Zhou Yi, confirming that the Paladin promotion letter is active. He calmly closes his eyes, focusing on absorbing the surging power from the promotion letter directly in— Watch this, the system requirements pop up. The requirements are a level 29 Paladin, 100 Holy Crystals, and 100 Repentant Thoughts from evil cultists. Zhou Yi scratches his head, realizing he needs thoughts of repentance from cultists who worship evil gods. Then Vung Hui nods, explaining that he must use a very specific skill to force them to produce these repentant thoughts. It has to be used within 30 minutes of their death, or their souls will completely fade. Zhou Yi looks serious, asking how his master even knew he had this particular skill, and Vung Hui just chuckles. He says since Zhou Yi cleared that specific dungeon, he definitely obtained it, and surely a powerhouse. Touched by this, he silently realizes his master had already planned out his 2nd promotion long ago. After he confirms it, Vung Hui explains that he only needs to complete the 4th task to finally trigger his— He advises Zhou Yi to check the school network, where a recent quest involving evil cultists has just been— It has a high chance of dropping repentant thoughts, so he should check it out. And Zhou Yi simply nods in agreement. Once he gets home, Zhou Yi immediately logs onto the school website to look up the quests. Tahang University is known as one of the top 3 elite academies. The total student population is quite small, with barely 5,000 students across 4 years, which is not even a third. He presses search while analyzing the screen. Since Tahang University's entry standards are few students mean a massive variety of tasks, and they all offer valuable academic credits. The results pop up instantly. The combat objective requires him to hunt down a fleeing level 34 cultist. Meanwhile, the investigation mission takes place in Longfang City, Sungsan Province. Reporting any cult— Chunyi strokes his chin, lost in thought. He needs 100 penitence wisps. The combat quest is out of the question, so he looks up the location of Moving fast, he searches for the place. It is not a massive city, but its local Uyen fruit specialty probably— If cultists are indeed active there, his chances of gathering those penitence wisps are pretty high. Chunyi clicks to accept the mission, but a sudden warning flashes on his screen. It is officially and get this, 2 students have already completely vanished. He is asked if he wants to proceed, realizing— Frowning, he recalls the system. Just like dungeon difficulties, university missions are split into easy, normal, dangerous, and high crisis. A cautious glint flashes deep in his emerald eyes. This tier comes, but none of this is enough to make Chunyi back down. It turns out anything involving cultists is never straightforward. He needs to make some serious preparations. Summoning his void-leading butterfly with a wave of his hand, the creature bows respectfully, asking if its master has— He says nothing, silently activating his positioning skill as a glowing magic circle materializes. This skill utilizes the void-leading butterfly, channeling mana to mark space coordinates. Chunyi instructs the butterfly that if they run into any unmanageable danger, they must utilize its incredible— This gives him an extra layer of security for his upcoming mission in Longfang City. With everything set, Chunyi walks out of the campus. He figures buying enough mana recovery— From a distance, 2 female students gasp as they spot him, screaming out that God Ngi is actually alive. The other student smiles in sheer admiration, whispering that he truly deserves to be called the leader of this. This intense aura of his is something even the 4th-year seniors cannot compete with. Inside the War Academy Dean's exclusive alloy training room, Ngo Mong is busy tearing through a mid-fight, he asks, to me, if it is true that Chunyi accepted a high-crisis mission and left camp. She explains that the mission is located in Longfang City, Sungsun Province, and directly involves the cult. Smashing a few robots aside, Mang chuckles, noting that a cultist mission means the kid is gearing up for his second. That kid has some serious guts. However, the name of the destination rings a strange bell in the back of it. He mentions that he remembers hearing another dean bring up that specific Longfong City case. Checking her record, but after 2 level 26 and 28 students vanished, it was upgraded to high crisis. The academy estimates it requires a second advancement professional to handle. Clearly, something major is being covered up there. It might trouble ordinary students, but for Chunyi, it is basically nothing. With those words, he decapitates his metallic opponent and leaps forward. He continues analyzing, noting the kid has spent 2 solid months grinding inside the Thianvu. At level 29, Chunyi will not stand down even against a second advancement opponent, especially since he has so many trump cards hidden away. Obliterating the remaining horde, Ngomong decides he gives to me a final order. Remind him when he gets back that he still needs to file his leave paperwork. Meanwhile, this direct line from Tahang to Longfong stretches over 100,000 kilometers, passing through several. To get there, he has to start from Nin and University's teleportation plaza. Teleport 12. Chunyi leans his exhausted head against the glass window. From here, he only needs a quick 2-hour sub. Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a new message asking if he has arrived yet. He texts back that he will be there in about an hour. The other side quickly replies, telling him to make sure to call once he. Bak Na, sitting right next to him, speaks up after noticing his phone charm. She asks if he is also from Nin An. Chunyi friendly confirms, asking if she is from there too. With a big, bright smile, she opens up to him. She says you could practically call me a Nin, unlocal. My grandmother lives over there, and I spent my childhood growing up in that place. Now I only visit during summer break. After all, Tuhang province is pretty far from Songsan. Chunyi casually asks if she is visiting She mentions having some business to handle, then asks if he is sightseeing. Meanwhile, his skill reveals they are completely oblivious to his appraisal. Bak Na keeps chatting, saying that is right, we are heading to Longfong. I am Bak Na, and this is Lu Kiet. Your level is too high, so I cannot even appraise you. Judging by your aura, you must be combat class, right? After Chunyi hums, she boasts that her intuition is always pretty spot on, adding that she really admires combat classes. The difference in presence between lifestyle and combat classes is just massive, after all. So getting spotted makes perfect sense. Eager to build a strong connection, Bak Na proactively holds out. She asks him to add her as a friend, offering a neat discount, since she and her bestie are both pharmacists. Whether he needs mana potions, healing elixirs, or recovery drafts, she promises 20% off. He accepts and thanks her. Finally, their high-speed train rolls into Longfong City. Stepping off the train, Bak Na sighs about how incredibly fast time flies. Grabbing her luggage with Lu Qi, she tells him to hit her up whenever he needs anything. But she is talking so much that she bumps straight into a passerby, and right on cue, this absolute weirdo steps up to shamelessly pitch his creepy cult to the girls. He apologizes to the beautiful lady, immediately urging her to look at how the Holy Spirit sect can bring endless happiness. Pressing on, he lectures Lu Qiet about their church's upcoming special event, claiming it will display. He invites her to check it out if she is curious, not even sparing Chunyi from his pitch. He praises Chunyi, claiming his striking presence proves he shares a unique destiny with the gods. Knowing it is just cheap flattery, Chunyi still glances at the flyer handed to him. But the moment he reads it, this flat response makes Tavan turn pale, forcing him to quickly step back. He snatches the flyer back and quickly runs away, calling out a final, hurried blessing that the Holy Spirit. Lu Qiet apparently knows pretty much nothing about the Holy Spirit sect as she looks at the paper. She wonders aloud if religious culture is always this popular in Longfong. But Bak Na grabs the flyer and throws. Confused by her friend's sudden reaction, Lu Qiet asks what is wrong and if something is off. Bak Na explains, sharing a disturbing experience her own family went through. She says it is normal not to know, but her brother worked here for years and warned her that religious cult activity. Back then, the Holy Spirit sect was a mysterious group, with many members claiming they got. But here is the really creepy part: their faces stayed identical, but their personalities completely warped. Bak Na shares a sad example, saying her brother's once gentle friend turned incredibly aggressive and his constant rage terrified his family. And though the cult claimed it was just proof of loyalty, she knew some. After hearing the eerie story, Lu Qiet raises a question: what even is this miracle then? But Bak Na has already tossed the flyer into the trash, responding with a totally exhausted look, asking why we should not mess with this stuff, she says. Who knows what is really hiding in there? Meanwhile, Chunyi, even though he briefly saw the God of Light's consciousness back at Mount Kung Fong, he knows these miracles are this might be the perfect clue to track them down. since cults always disguise themselves as. Before long, darkness completely blankets the entire city of Longfang. By 8:30 p.m., bright neon lights from the Hohenduang Mall light up the street. A massive people whisper, wondering if they will actually witness a miracle tonight, with others admitting that is the sole reason they. Someone claims their neighbor's mental stats jumped by 20 points right after experiencing the miracle, dramatically blending into the sea of people. Koman scoffs at how they are using miracles just to lure gullible followers. Standing beside him, the pretty capable Tuang Thuong obviously notices this too. Muttering, despite the quiet banter, he keeps his focus entirely locked on the mission. Tru Lin stands nearby, quietly reminding them to record every single detail of how the cult fakes these miracles. Koman, we only need clues of their fake miracles, so do not dig too deep. A single slip-up on an A+, since a level 19 specialist is calling the shots, how could he dare to disagree? He promises to listen. Getting the satisfying answer she wanted, she immediately turns to ask her own level 18 machinist. She asks Tuang Thuong if his microbots are deployed yet, and he grins back, telling her to relax because the entire room is already. Wuhan, currently casting an appraisal spell, suddenly chimes in and asks why he cannot see that. Chung Yi is standing right in her line of sight, but the screen keeps showing errors, prompting the other three to. They realize they cannot see his level, and when asking Koman, his screen is just as blank as Trio Lin's. Since they cannot inspect him at all, it proves this stranger must be at least level 20, leaving Tuang Thuong. Why would a routine meeting of the Holy Spirit Church attract someone above level 20? Wuhan asks. Before, he carries a sacred divine aura, so could he actually be a core member of this Holy Spirit Church? While they are whispering, Chu Ni suddenly shoots a freezing glare right at them. Watch how fast they panic here. Their blood runs completely cold. Tru Lin instantly orders them to stand down, warning that his. Wuhan quietly nods. The other men simply submit. While they are sizing him up, Chu Ni is analyzing them too. These four pretty clearly are not ordinary citizens, but they are none of his business. His real target is. Suddenly, a ringing bell sharply cuts through everyone's private thoughts, and the entire room falls. A church representative steps forward, welcoming everyone to this special gathering of the Holy Spirit Church. Priest Letuvien greets them, saying they are all blessed to be here, and he will guide them to divine grace. While Chung Yi, one level 18 and two level 17s are pretty weak, so he decides to see what they are up to while Tuvien keeps preaching. The Holy Spirit Church worships the Divine Lord, whose teachings bring light and salvation to all. In their Lord's eyes, everyone is equal. He paints a beautiful dream for the followers, promising that true devotion. Everything is free, from training dungeons to precious resources like mana potions and rare herbs that boost. Finally, he drops the ultimate bait, promising that the church will give every single member 8,000 credits. This bombshell drives the crowd wild as they realize working hard all month only pays 4,000. But plus they get free cultivation resources, which might actually change their fate and make them real powerhouses. Tu Vien keeps whispering sweet lies. He claims this is their Lord's profound love for everyone, freeing them from the worries of daily life. His next words act as a cue for his two assistants, declaring that the divine power of their Lord is truly limitless. Now, as your priest, he promises to personally demonstrate the incredible and majestic power of. He steps up to a mysterious statue to perform, telling the crowd that this is a rare, blessed opportunity. Witness divine glory. Feel his vast grace firsthand. Chung-gi carefully studies the object, unable to appraise it, but he can clearly feel a pretty dense magical. Trulin's group also has their eyes on the holy statue, realizing the scammers are about to fake a miracle. Tu Vien stands before it. He raises both hands high, shouting out to the Holy Spirit Lord to reveal his divine power. Seeing the eager faces below makes him shout even louder, calling for his devoted followers to witness this. Instantly, his assistant rings the small bell. As it chimes, the statue glows with a soft golden light that quickly turns into a blinding glare. He stares in shock as this fake miracle manifests as a goddess wrapping the followers in her arms, while that cry triggers absolute chaos, with people shouting that it is a real miracle and claiming this holy light. The glowing figure begins chanting strange incantations. You can tell they are totally hypnotized by. They ask each other if they hear that weird sound because the miracle itself is speaking. Koman's team is also enveloped by the chanting, and Wuhan is completely frozen as if paralyzed by a. Suddenly, Trulin stares at her hands and trembles, gasping that she has somehow successfully. Right beside them, Koman laughs hysterically, shouting about having so much free money. These resources are plenty to make me the strongest warrior, and even Tuang Thuong won't escape my clutches. Mom, I have finally become the top mechanic of Trung Ha, enough to make our whole family proud. Vu Han helplessly stares at the expanding divine manifestation. Her mind control immunity necklace can only trigger once every half hour. She must wait for the cooldown, wake a teammate, and force a way out. Since Chuni also escaped this is pure hypnosis. Can you believe this is how the Holy Spirit sect recruits followers? Tu Vian is highly satisfied with the miracle. Proving the sacred relic gifted by the Lord Bishop, he immediately commands his followers to begin acting, noting they have already wasted too much time and the other side is waiting. The hypnotic bell rings out again, sound waves spreading everywhere. Soon, golden ripples cover the entire hall, and as the chiming fades, deathly and 5 strangers emerge from the rising black smoke onto the altar, as Tu Vian bows respectfully to greet the Lord Bishop. Chuni's eyes narrow, identifying them as cultists. Immediately, Feng Lai opens his mouth with a sharp question. He asks Tu Vian why it took so long, prompting him to quickly explain that there is a good reason. Spreading the glory of the Holy Spirit sect simply took some time. The bishop coldly warns him not to waste time on expendable items next time. Feng Lai then touches the statue and receives the Divine Lord's blessing. Overjoyed by the sudden reward, Tu Vian eagerly thanks the bishop for his recommendation, while Chung Yi when these cultists conceal their dark powers, they look completely normal, making them hard to spot. But as a holy knight blessed by light, I am highly sensitive to evil. Their dark aura. On the altar, Feng Lai continues his fanatical preaching. He chants for the eternal spirit to receive the sacrifices. Watching this, Chung Yi realized there must be someone higher up. So I will wait to gather more intel. Defeating 5 cultists is never going to be enough. Before the glowing statue, the cultists spread their arms and chant in unison, proclaiming the spirit. Hearing the fanatical chant 5 times, the creepy statue grins widely with sheer satisfaction. The brainwashed followers below react with absolute ecstasy, like parched land receiving rain. Chuni feels the crazy atmosphere and gasps. This thing is literally drawing out their souls. The fanatical chants now echo from every believer in the room, making his mind spin with realization. Souls are the absolute key to resurrection, whether for a priest saving lives or an expert surviving. Normal people have fragile souls, but regardless of power, the soul is vital. Chung Yi, they trapped everyone under tight mind control. But this bizarre illusion is actually draining the soul force. He can still remember the terrifying stories of sudden changes in people. Those who join seem normal, but their personalities completely flip. Finally, the dramatic shifts in their behavior must be due to their souls being fractured and hollow. Chung Yi watches the golden waves draining from the dazed believers, deeply troubled. Seriously, what on earth does that creepy statue want with all these harvested souls? Triolin entered with strong resolve, but now her soul is being eroded. Vu Han pulls her back frantically. If they keep waiting for Triolin, they will all die. They cannot just sit around and perish. Desperate for her to wake up, Vu Han decides to unleash her ice magic. She summons the ice spirits to freeze her friend. Seeing the frost take hold, she gasps but her relief is shattered as the ice instantly melts away, proving completely useless. The freezing magic is broken and she fails. Her desperate move immediately catches Tu Vian's eye. He swings his arm, unleashing a wild wave of demonic power to launch his black flames. Seeing the deadly energy rush, but surprisingly, more than just 2 people escaped the hypnotic trap as Lunium swiftly throws out her rage. The sturdy golden barrier locks into place right in front of Vu Han. Successfully blocking the magical stream, she decides to press her advantage now that their covers are blown. Living up to his name as the Holy Spirit Bishop, he casually waves his hand to brush the deadly strike aside. Having dealt with her amateur attack, he wastes no time exposing her true identity. He calls out her skill light magic. You are from the Holy Cathedral. Even though Lunierm is a level 25, my light magic is already level 15. No joke. This spell once easily killed a gold tier level 26 explosive bear. Feeling her strength heavily suppressed wakes her, but now this evil cultist blocked it with a mere wave of his hand. It is bad. His power is way beyond. Easy come, easy go is just a song, and Feng Lai has absolutely no intention of letting her escape. He sneers, you dared to disrupt my ritual, and now you want to run. Do you think you can just come? He casts a swamp spell, sending sticky mud crawling up from the floor to bind her tightly in place. Lunierm quickly takes a step back, but Feng Lai has 2 cultists flanking him who launch wind. A bright golden aura wraps around her, as she calls for the power of light to gather by her side. It creates an unbreakable defensive shield, but surrounded and attacked from both sides, She is in a... There are actually 2 mages among her 5 opponents. And if there had been only one, she could have shredded her teleport scrolls while they chanted and escaped. Now with her plan completely ruined, the holy power gathers into a pure light to cleanse all the evil in this world. Yet she feels pretty hopeless, especially with their melee fighters closing in. If any of those physical attackers, she frantically unleashes spells to break their defense. No luck. Their barrier holds tight. At 58 years old, after changing her class to a hidden class, a light mage, but the Holy Spirit cultists are not about to just stand there, and their fierce counterattack forces her to... Having finished her 4 years of training, this was her very first real mission outside. She initially thought she could dismantle this evil cult ritual all on her own, but is she really going to pay with her life? Zhou Yi sighs as he watches this struggle, and unable to stand it anymore, he unleashes his hammer of... And here is where things get absolutely wild. The silent Huan Dongmal suddenly shakes violently as Lunirm falls to her knees, staring blankly. A massive ruined trench now splits the building. Vurhan struggles to protect his comrades. Is it over? Were they all just killed? Tuviern frantically points in a direction and warns that there is another intruder, carrying an incredibly dense holy light. Fenglai is definitely not blind, and demands to know if Zhou Yi is a high-level knight from the Holy Cathedral. Lunirm trembles as she tries to stand up, already piecing the situation together in her mind. 2 mages and 1 warrior, all over level 25 with magic support, yet they were wiped out in an instant. Could he be a second-tier class user? It seems the Holy Cathedral has indeed been keeping a... Fenglai naturally hates being lectured, waving his hand to order his remaining 2 cultists forward in a completely foolish move. Zhou Yi does not even care about the leader, let alone these 2 minor minions. With a single swing of his sword, he cannot believe his eyes. Defeated in just 1 single blow? That is impossible. His cunning... Without hesitation, he kicks his pawn Tuviern forward to block the knight and clear his escape route. The poor guy never expected to be betrayed like this, knowing he is being sent straight to his death. Zhou Yi does not mind a target delivering itself, coldly delivering a final slash to end his life. Hearing the command, it instantly darts through the portal of death before it disappears. Luniem timidly approaches him, addressing him as a respected high-ranking clergy. Honestly, standing next to him makes her realize that up close, his concentration of holy light is... He is basically the physical embodiment of holy light, and she can even feel the warm, soothing aura. Zhou Yi asks with curiosity why someone from the Mado branch would show up in a place like this. Not hiding anything, she expresses her gratitude. Thankfully you were here, sir. Otherwise I would have been in pretty serious danger this time. He turns to walk away, casually replying that it was no big deal. She quickly follows behind him to ask which... Zhou Yi makes hand gestures and speaks frankly. I have never seen such a massive amount of holy light energy. With a sudden rumble, Lunirm is left completely bewildered. Wait. He is not even a member. She looks at the ruined altar, destroyed by a simple snap of fingers. Blinking, she tries to confirm that thick holy light aura again besides the high clergy of the holy light. A wild, daring thought suddenly pops into her head. Could he be the Holy Son? Lunirm frantically searches. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter titles are reserved exclusively for the absolute peak genius. It is a massive privilege, granting them access to the absolute highest level of resources and training that raised to be invincible among their peers. They can even defeat higher-level enemies to survive threats from their identities stay hidden until they officially debut, known only to high priests. She asks my lord, should we wake everyone up now? Of course, he has no intention of dealing. He shakes his head. No need. There is already enough chaos. Let the security bureau handle it. As waking them, Zhou Yi walks toward the corpse of a dead cultist and explains the security bureau has plenty of experience. She runs after him, eagerly kissing up. You really do think of everything, my lord. He presses his hands together. He casts his special spell of repentance, invoking the holy name to awaken the soul. Instantly, dark shadows of death energy begin to twist and rise into the air. Next, twisted souls float in mid-air as a sorrowful voice echoes through the room. I am guilty. Zhou Yi extends his hand to recall the magic, clenching his fist as his mind drifts into deep thought. Only 4 souls, that is way too few. I let the bishop escape so my tracking butterfly could lead me to more cultists. By now, it should have caught up with him. Standing behind him, Lunirm quietly watches, and her power is nothing compared to the Holy Sun, and training with him would make her so much stronger if only he would notice. While they are lost in thought, look who decided to finally show up. The security bureau. They storm inside, loudly shouting at everyone to raise their hands, drop their weapons, and cooperate with the security. Standing right in the center of the squad is a tall, imposing man, Captain Vung Har of the Security Bureau. He approaches Lunierm and politely introduces himself. I am Vung Har, captain of the He politely asks what happened here, addressing her as a respected professional. She reflexively raises her hand. After that, she quickly explains everything that happened. The Holy Spirit cult is an evil sect that gathered ordinary citizens here to extract their souls for a dark. Looking deeply worried, Vung Har asks if she was the one who stopped the soul extraction. Luniem frantically waves her hand. She turns around to find Zhou Yi, but he has vanished. Confused and a bit sad, she complains, "My lord, how could you just abandon me and leave like this?" Meanwhile, Captain Vung Har takes full charge of the scene, ordering the first squad to evacuate the citizens. The second squad searches the area to collect evidence, leaving no suspicious item behind. Meanwhile, his commanding voice echoes as the third squad begins treating the wounded, prioritizing those in critical condition. The victims who were hit by the magic show clear signs of brainwashing. Confused citizens start asking who these soldiers are and demanding to go home, while others wonder if they were just attending us. They look around in confusion, wondering where they are while complaining about severe body aches and massive headaches, feeling as though Tung Thung rubs his eyes nearby, groaning about how much his head hurts. Once he finally regains his senses, he approaches his teammate to ask if they actually succeeded. Looking at him with sheer pity, Vorhan sighs and asks what on earth he is thinking. She explains they were hypnotized, and she only escaped thanks to a magical tool. But they faced 5. He stammers, level 25. How did we even survive? She replies that a second-turn priest wiped out the entire. Tung Thung lights up with absolute joy, shouting, a second-turn priest boss is here? That's right. My scouting robot must have recorded his entire battle on video. We can upload it online, and it will definitely cause a massive sensation. He immediately brings out the robot to show Before they can even process it, the whole place violently shakes. The wounded soldiers just stand there, complete. In another location, a heavy darkness covers the entire area. Right in the center, a dark Fong Lai spits out in frustration, his voice dripping with absolute hatred. Damn it. Who on earth is that guy? How did a powerhouse like that show up in Longfong City? He stumbles forward, his mind spinning with. Is he from the Holy Light Cathedral? No, that is impossible. I have always kept a low pro. They were all hypnotized with zero traces left behind. Where did things go wrong? Fong Lai kicks open the sacrifice ritual was ruined, and we lost 4 disciples. The master is definitely going to. He grows more panicked by the second. What should I do? Elsewhere, under the heavy influence of raw magic, a glowing blue butterfly flutters out of nowhere. Look at this. Zhou Yi tears the crack open to reveal his handsome face. He uses spatial map. This tears open a portal directly to his destination, letting him teleport there in the blink of an eye. Back in reality, Doc Fong spots the familiar figure and immediately calls out High Priest Fong Lai. He does not hold back, demanding answers right away. I felt the life force of 4 valuable cult. Fong Lai quickly drops to his knees to beg for mercy. Something went horribly wrong with our target. A powerful user of holy light interfered, ruined the sacrifice. That guy is insanely strong. I was no match for him. Hearing this, Doc Fong just looks down on him. Then how are you still breathing? Fong Lai frantically begs for a way out. This worthless servant deserves. Please spare my life, master. I will make up for my failure by finding even more sacrifices to replace. It speaks coldly. You are completely useless, always failing. Hearing this, the old man starts Master, I truly gave it my all, but that mysterious guy was just too strong. In reality, Zhou Yi has already disguised himself as one of their own apostles. This is definitely their headquarters where over 100 cultists gather. This evil plot goes way beyond just. Doc Fong does not want to waste any more time, so he lets it slide enough. Your excuses are completely useless. Luckily, even though the sacrifice was interrupted, the ritual is complete, so our master plan remains. A terrified Fong Lai stammers out, Master. Do you mean the sacrifice was actually a success? But it was clearly cut short, and the soul power our master needs is still incomplete. Could we have It snaps in anger, you absolute idiot. Do you think we are holding these sacrifices all over the city for no reason? Is it just for that pitifully small amount of soul energy? Running out of patience, it turns to another priest. This servant obeys. Lin wears an evil smirk, slowly explaining, Master, this is our grand plan for world destruction. Every single one was placed at a key location in Longfong City, with each sacrifice activating a critical. As he explains every detail, Zhou Yi listens closely, making sure not to miss a single word. Get this, connecting these nodes creates a massive magic circle over the entire city, called the Chaos. To pull this off, We infiltrated our disciples into every level of society, spreading the. He continues to spill more dark secrets, explaining how they recruited greedy people to expand. This drug slowly targets the mind, making people weak and incredibly easy to control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi is deep in thought. No wonder those class users were so easily brainwashed. But what is their ultimate goal in activating? Meanwhile, Tulin's voice continues to echo in his ears. We have dug secret underground tunnels linking all the sacrifice spots, setting up magic runes to channel. Tonight, the magic array has activated, and the souls and life force of everyone in the city are being constantly drained, channeled through the tunnels directly to the sealed location of the Lord of Chaos. The lives and souls of everyone in this city will awaken the great Lord of Chaos. He will bring endless chaos and darkness to reshape this world. The Lord of Chaos is about to wake. Hearing this, the Lord of Chaos is an evil god. Zhou Yi secretly prepares his magic, swearing waking a demon with. Feng Lai immediately scrambles to admit his mistake. My lord, please forgive me. I knew absolutely nothing about this, he begs. But mid-sentence, he suddenly raises his voice and screams. Who goes there? He barks. Startled, Chuni watches with wide eyes as the enemy aims a deadly spell right at him. Luckily, he raises his defense just in time to escape completely unharmed. As the smoke clears, Chuni drops into activating level 1 Divine Lightning Apocalypse form, which instantly boosts his abnormal status resistance while increasing his lightning skill damage by 50% for 14 seconds, unleashing a lightning-fast sword flash. Feng Lai recognizes him instantly. It is you again. Without hesitating, Tulin charges forward to cast. His Shadow Rift Slash condenses pure shadow energy into a crescent blade, easily slicing through solid. Chuni refuses to yield. Activating his S-rank level 1 Divine Lightning Heavenly Punishment Blade, he summons Sacred Light. Also recognizes him. Chuni, it is you again. Talk about a small world, he sneered, who ruined the ritual back at the Hoan Duong branch. He actually dared to sneak into headquarters and delivers a brutal slap right to his face. You absolute idiot. Letting yourself be followed like this. I seriously want to end your pathetic life right now. Feng Lai painfully rubs his burning cheek, calling him a brainless fool who only became a bishop because of family bloodline. Look at how pathetic you are. Without my mercy, you would be an insect for life. Yet you brag that he will not return, when you yourself would. Meanwhile, the other two continue their brutal clash, the violent collision of yellow and purple magic triggering shock. After a fierce exchange, they finally break apart, with Chung Yi quickly backing away to maintain a safe distance. He uses his magic eyes to analyze his opponent, but he cannot appraise him. Internally, you can tell he is a genuine second-tier expert. Chung Yi has definitely met his match. Tulin does not waste a second, swinging his massive sickle to unleash an ultimate attack. His Shadow Sickle Strike summons deadly black crescent blades from multiple angles to slash his target. He spins his weapon so fast it forms a glowing magic circle, looking absolutely legendary. He glares at him, offering a rare bit of praise. A mere level 29 Holy Knight actually blocking 3 of my strikes. Then, he coldly prepares to finish him off. But this is as far as you go, he sneers, pulling in every living thing nearby while inflicting a devastating, continuous dark corrosion effect. Tulin's dark magic acts like razor-sharp blades, flying outward and tearing up everything in their path. At the very center, a pitch-black void forms, ready to swallow everything nearby. Chung, as things get worse, he summons Holy Protection, stabbing his sacred sword deep into the floor to anchor himself. As they remain locked in this fierce struggle, the surrounding ground shatters, sending rocks flying. Tulin mocks him with pure arrogance. My dark vortex even devours light itself. Your desperate struggle. A first-tier Holy Knight is somewhat impressive, but compared to a second-tier, you are just an insect before a dragon. Although his divine angel protection can shield him from most of the dark corrosion, this black vortex is continuously draining both his mana and physical stamina at an alarming rate. With his eyes burning with dark flames, Tulin confidently raises his voice to taunt him. In the face of absolute power, how much longer can your tiny candlelight possibly hold out? Chung Yi. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light flashes behind Chung Yi. He quickly devises a strategy. Dragging this out is a losing game for his mana and stamina. Right here, you can see Tulin start to hesitate, completely shocked by a holy light that is way too pure. Could he actually be the secret weapon of the Holy Light Temple? Even though his level is incredibly low, but no matter who he really is, there is no way he is leaving this place alive today. Anxious to end this quickly, Doc Fong yells out Bishop to stop him right now. But it is all activating his A-rank Focus Aura, level 11 Holy Halo, and S+ rank Angelic Divine Body. He summons a blind. Witnessing this incredible display of power, Tu Lin is utterly terrified, unable to believe his eyes. This dark vortex is fused with chaotic origin energy, powerful enough to swallow a level 50 powerhouse. This is impossible, he screams to his cultists to kill him at all costs, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers. The cultists might be weak individually, but their massive crowd is more than enough to completely drain his stamina. Tu Lin barks out an order as chains of dark agony suddenly burst forward, aiming to seal and bind our hero. Next, a massive water array surges forward to drown his opponent, but Zhou Yi calmly draws his shot. But the battle is far from over. A relentless wave of cultists rushes in, and with way too many small fry crowding the field, Zhou Yi stands, summoning dual light shields on both sides using his level 11 skill. He ruthlessly knocks back the incoming cultist, and honestly, watching him dominate this entire battlefield completely solo is just pure satisfaction. Seeing himself completely overwhelmed, Tu Lin quickly retreats on defense and counters with a dark shadow triple slash. He just stretches casually, as a brilliant burst of holy magic explodes outward, effortlessly blasting his opponent back. Soon, the battlefield grows quiet as Tu Lin gets smashed hard into a wall, prompting Doc Fong to curse. Fong Lai can only tremble in terror, muttering, "Are you kidding me? How do we even fight a monster like that?" Zhou Yi clenches his fist, feeling the raw power flowing through his body. Luckily, his divine... In reality, his strength is actually close to level 40. Add in how holy light completely counters evil forces, allowing him to easily suppress higher-level foes, but looking down at the absolute coward kneeling on the ground. He barks out a question, "Bishop Fong, what on earth are you doing?" As a terrified Fong Lai stammers, completely, "There is no way he is level 29, he must have some hiding gear, so please Lord, I will wait for a chance." Zhou Yi takes advantage of their distraction to charge straight at them, prompting Doc Fong to crazily, "You absolute coward, go up there right now and block him for me." But the coward remains completely rooted to the spot, protesting, "Lord, I am just waiting for the perfect..." Focusing his divine power, his sharp hawk-like eyes lock onto the targets as he charges forward, aiming his weapon right. Doc Fong grabs his own ally by the head to use him as a meat shield, leaving Fong Lai to take the blade directly as he gasps. Coughing blood, the boy falls as Doc Fong coldly tosses his body aside, calling him a completely useless waste. Witnessing this absolute lack of humanity, Zhou Yi speaks up to question him, "Was that guy seriously your own son?" Doesn't matter either way. Dying for the Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor of his life. Leaving Zhou Yi complete to discard your own family members for some imaginary evil god, you have truly lost your mind. But the villain just replied, "When chaos descends, billions of beings will be my children. So stop fighting, and do not die in vain." For hearing the monster speak his name, Zhou Yi cannot help but ask, "You actually know who I am?" And Doc, first place in the National Academy Freshman Exchange Tournament, with a performance that was honestly beyond him. "I have heard of your fame since that tournament." But as they speak, Zhou Yi suddenly senses a dangerous presence shift. It is a sneaky ambush from Tu Lin, but Zhou Yi blocks it just in time, only to sense a sudden "This is bad," he thinks. And in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi completely teleports away from the enemy's tight. He suddenly reappears right above Tu Lin to deliver a devastating blow, using his special Void Beast Leap ability. Next, thousands of invisible fists strike him directly as he unleashes a level 9 B-rank punch. Watching this massive, flashy display of power, Doc Fong simply breaks into a loud laugh. "Haha, you really did steal the Void Beast, saving me all the effort of finding it myself." And he unleashes a level 16 A-rank Light of Punishment skill, instantly vaporizing Tu Lin on the spot. But a major question still lingers in his mind: how on earth did they know he had tamed the Void Beast? After putting the clues together, Zhou Yi confidently points a finger, "Dean Fong Hak. You are..." Stepping out from a dark magic array, Dean Fong Hak gloats with absolute satisfaction. "The Lord of Chaos will rebuild this entire world, and I shall rule over the new world as its ultimate leader. If you had not disrupted our ritual earlier, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened months ago, but today, you and the Void Beast will both feed him one as a sacrifice." Zhou Yi stands facing him without a shred of fear, though his mind is racing. This evil god, Feng He, is a level 49 Tier 2 assassin, but his pressure easily outclasses level 52 Principal Wu. Even after activating Angelic Patrol Realm for a massive power boost, going head-to-head with him is... Suddenly, thousands of sharp stone spikes erupt from the ground, instantly sealing him. Zhou Yi, watching the bloody scene, Feng He laughs with glee. "Keep struggling. Every extra minute you drag this out, 5 souls become food for the Lord of Chaos." He spreads his arms. Luckily, Zhou Yi defends himself in time by casting Holy Light Protection, a level 13, but the enemy attack suddenly redirects, changing its trajectory. He tracks it with his eyes, but his reflexes are too slow. The strike tears into his right arm, sending blood. Zhou Yi stares at his slowly healing shoulder. It's not normal corruption. The dark god's power is taking. The throbbing pain forces him to carve out the corrupted flesh, while Feng He laughs maniacally. Laughing wildly, a massive shockwave of energy erupts from his mouth, blasting forward. Yet, this sudden surge of destructive force cannot make Zhou Yi take a single step back. With just a single sword, our hero deflects the sky-splitting blast amidst a cataclysmic. Now watch this. He teleports in a flash to lock Feng He from behind, leaving him totally helpless. On Zhou Yi's command, a massive pillar of light slams down like divine thunder right onto Feng He's head. That is light punishment, a level 16 A-rank skill, but Feng He raises a shield just. You wanted to bind me and use light punishment for a fatal blow, right? His thin lips spew those. Your tactics are quite decent, but too bad you forgot I was once the War Academy's principal. From the corner, chains pulsing with a deadly red aura surge forward like living entities to turn the tables. They quickly yank him away to free Feng He. Zhou Yi is dragged toward a stone table as the villain's mocking voice rings in. These basic combat tactics are literally things I taught to my own students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi is focused on something far more critical. These abyssal chains are forged from condensed chaos. They specifically counter holy attributes, and once they wrap around you, they not only seal all light skills, but also slowly drain your life. As Feng He kneels, and meanwhile, Zhou Yi is pinned to the stone slab, his limbs chained and stretched in all directions in agonizing. This is bad. These cursed chains actively suppress holy power. Thick lightning crackles across the sky as a dark omen. Feng He gleefully grabs Zhou Yi's face, digging. With a sadistic grin, anticipating a new era of human suffering, he licks the fresh blood off his hand. Feng He senses the evil energy rising in the air, bringing a manic spark of life back into his life. Suddenly, massive boulders begin falling from the heavens like a violent storm in the dead of night. Insane as it sounds, both remain untouched, as if the falling rocks are deliberately avoiding them. Zhou Yi watches as faint red shadows materialize around him, the wronged souls of the dead, wandering aimlessly. Feng He grows ecstatic, like a lunatic lost in a chaotic trance. Whispering, "Listen." Deafening lightning strikes, shaking the entire palace. Bodies lie scattered across the ground in a grim. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi can only watch this horrifying scene unfold in complete shock. Hundreds of spirits drift past his stone table. Among the strangers, Zhou Yi spots two. Both of them stand silently with the others, waiting for the dark energy to completely envelop their souls. The swirling dark mist transforms them into lifeless stone statues, standing like silent pillars around. Zhou Yi is furious at the subhuman cruelty of the being Feng He worships, calling him a beast. This is a necessary sacrifice, and a fool like you could never possibly understand it. Trapped in this chaos, he silently plans his next move. Though he could simply let the void beast teleport, every single person in Lingfeng City will die, meaning he has to stop this madman at all costs. Even if he is completely outmatched, he will never run away like a cowardly deserter. Zhou Yi secretly summons a glass vial of golden liquid innate earth milk, S+ rank, which choking back tears, he quickly gulps down that strange liquid. Negative resistance plus 100%, recovery speed plus 100%. To Feng Hak, struggling hard, Zhou Yi completely ignores the mockery. A brilliant halo glows behind him, boosting his fighting spirit and calling upon divine power to. Seeing his enemy's sudden confidence, Feng Hak panics, demanding to know what he is planning. But our hero just repent, Zhou Yi mutters, activating a skill to drain the remaining spiritual energy from the fallen. Exhaustion washes over his face as he collects repentant intent 104 times. Inside Zhou Yi, two opposing energy currents are forced to collide head-on in a violent clash. The agonizing pain of this reckless move forces him to cough up blood, but the holy heavenly. On top of that, the Ice Corp's army begins answering Zhou Yi's call. These two clashing energies refuse to merge, sending massive shockwaves ripping through his entire. Zhou Yi grits his teeth, forcing his body to absorb both wild currents, while a stunned Feng Hak watches. Wait, what on earth is he trying to break through here? Feng Hak wonders as his wicked mind quickly realizes this is the second. Realizing his plan, Feng Hak covers his face and laughs hysterically at the forced second advancement. Mocking him, he acts like an expert on this secret technique, mocking the man who is gritting his teeth to endure it. Normally, a second advancement requires a massive amount of rare resources and magic. You need extremely rare and highly precious pills to strengthen your physical body and boost power, along with. But right now, the abyss chains are suppressing your holy power, leaving you entirely alone with. The brutal clash between his two internal armies makes Zhou Yi's nerves twitch painfully. The power raging in your body will spiral out of control. Like a pack of wild horses, they will violently tear through your physical body, tearing you to shreds when you fail. His face lights up with twisted amusement, seeing his enemy writhe, and even with his supreme confidence, Fong Hak still prepares a spell to cast on him. You are way too unpredictable, kid, so I won't even give you a 1 in a million chance to succeed. His mind is a total blur, barely holding on as the internal war rages. The two energies secretly merge as Fong Hak arrogantly sneers, telling him to just rot and die. The ultimate clash unfolds in complete silence, finally marking the end of his agonizing. The guardian angels slowly dissolve, transforming into a flurry of glowing golden leaves. These two opposing armies are now fusing together, ending his pain and granting Zhou Yi the sweet. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the exclusive skill of the Adjudicator. Adjudication descends, Divine Summon, and Divine Origin Restore are active. Thanks to his epic power-up, Fong Hak takes a massive whirlwind head-on and slams straight into a stone wall. Zhou Yi unleashes a heavy strike through the air, sending a wave of raw energy slamming right into him. His body instantly freezes, paralyzed and unable to fight back as the sheer impact of the blow sent. Even the ancient pool itself takes a devastating hit from Zhou Yi's absolute rage. After being launched into the sky, Fong Hak finally crashes back down to earth like a sack of bricks. But instead of getting angry, his mouth twists into a deeply disturbing, creepy grin. It is useless, he sneers. Do you really think a second advancement Holy Knight can actually hurt me? A thick wave of black mist erupts to patch up his body, helping him struggle back to his feet using pure dark energy. He instantly summons a swarm of restless spirits, boasting he has eaten countless ants like Zhou Yi. Shut up. Your last words are way too noisy. Zhou Yi counters as he raises his hand to form a mass. This is his S-Class Adjudication. Descends level 1, channeling divine punishment through. Once the skill ends, his overall stats will be severely depleted, falling by 40% for 2 whole hours. Yet his fiery eyes lock onto Fong Hak as the villain charges. You are guilty, and I will judge you, our hero declares, playing the judge to decide the fate of this A death sentence strikes as lightning pours down like a furious rain of wrath, targeting the filthy traitor. And the more he gets hit, the more Fong Hak seems to enjoy provoking Zhou Yi. He sneers, you will never succeed, because my master's power remains. The heavy air suddenly, just like all the other corrupt souls, he sacrifices his own body to serve chaos. Look at those pitch-black magic chains fly out of nowhere, wrapping around his body so fast that the shapeless chaos growls in a deep voice, submit to me. Destroying this world together is far better. Thick malice seeps into his body like poison through his skin, forcing Zhou Yi to cough up a mouth of dark. The jagged ground fills with piles of skeletons echoing with painful wails. Turning this a voice screams, suffering is the truth, join us. Red eyes glare out from an absolutely expressionless face. Zhou Yi finds himself trapped in a twisted reality that even he can barely recognize. Luckily, his strong will helps him regain control of his mind as chaos squeezes him with tentacles, screaming for him to become. The holy power inside Zhou Yi flares up violently, causing a sharp backlash of agony in his mind as he uses his incredible combat skills to break free from the trap. Empowered by holy light, this mental pollution is far more advanced than mere hypnosis, but he still plunges his greatsword straight into the heart. The monster picked the wrong opponent. The deep wound leaves a lingering pain that makes the shapeless beast writhe. The open gash exposes the vital core of chaos. The beast shrieks, how dare you? Zhou Yi ignores its meaningless rage, replying coldly, why would I not dare? After all, I am a holy knight. His quiet voice cuts right through the roaring clash of demonic tentacles and his holy sword, ready to subdue, and the intense radiance of his divine power quickly makes the squirming tentacles dissolve into the wind. A massive explosion erupts, as the trembling evil energy destabilizes the beast. But look closely, a demonic blade silently rises from deep underground. Hearing a strange sound behind him, he turns in confusion, but before he can even process what has happened, that lightning-fast attack splatters his fresh blood right onto the monster's jagged white teeth. Its disgusting tongue licks up the sweet blood, and tasting it immediately snaps the mental chains that were keeping its wild. It growls in satisfaction, I am the Lord of Chaos, a true god, and a god cannot be killed by a me. Our final outcome was decided from the very beginning. Become my slave and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Zhou Yi listens to those filthy words as his battle intent flares up, healing his body while he smiles coldly, let us make a deal. You can use me as a punching bag, and I will teach you what real god-slaying power is. Besides, stop. He flashes a mocking smirk at the beast at best. You are nothing but a weak clone of the evil god. That is why a mere human like me can easily hurt you. So keep boasting and everyone will laugh at your face. The monster suddenly senses something is terribly wrong, Stuttering in absolute disbelief, this is simply impossible. Holding his head, Zhou Yi mutters to himself that his physical body can only hold out for 2 minutes, and he summons his miraculous holy power with a cold wave of his hand, creating a towering pillar of light that an entire army of celestial holy soldiers appears fully combat ready at his command. A legendary. This contract technique, belonging to ancient angel legions, this summon requires him to sacrifice 30% of his total. Keep in mind, keeping these angels summoned will continuously drain the mental energy of the host. The soldiers watch the battlefield in silent focus. Seeing this massive army, chaos begins to panic. It shrieks, "You lowly creations will never be able to stop me." With a silent command from Zhou Yi, the army opens their closed eyes to begin purification and execute. Their legendary celestial headquarters descends onto the battlefield, unleashing an explosion of holy light. Massive stone structures are reduced to mere dust under the sheer weight of this terrifying power. The violent shockwave ripples out into the endless forest, causing the giant trees to shake non-stop. Right in the very center of the massive crater from that earlier explosion, Zhou Yi drops to one knee on the hard ground, his body absolutely battered and covered in glowing golden. Acquired the core of the evil god's power status damaged. Rank cannot be evaluated. Suddenly, a mouthful of dark blood spurts from his mouth as he heavily whispers to himself. His battered, broken body completely collapses onto the icy stone floor as he weakly gasps. In this empty wasteland, only dust swirls around, making it feel like the entire world forgot him. High above, the cold moonlight and brilliant stars silently watch over his lonely, aching back. You would think he is about to drift into a long sleep after such a brutal fight, but even with his bones yet, in his current state, even just turning his body over is an absolute luxury. System warnings blare repeatedly, vital signs unstable. Please seek immediate medical treatment. Zhou Yi stares blankly as the warnings flash before his eyes. Critical life limits breached, heart rate current, blood pressure 50/30, 17 bone fractures detected, internal organ damage reaching 63%. Treatment highly recommended. Gathering every single ounce of his remaining strength, he prepares his ultimate. Blinding light surges into his trembling palms for his spell, Divine Recovery. Meanwhile, in another room, "Wake up, Barkna, please wake up." Fortunately, Barkna is slowly showing signs of consciousness. Her head is still groggy from the deep slumber as she mumbles, "Aren't we still at the hot springs? Why are we suddenly here?" She quickly fills her friend in on the chaotic situation, because this is a true miracle. Right now, outside, a massive pillar of brilliant light erupts, tearing straight through the clouds and releasing They dance and hover around the bodies of unconscious citizens scattered all over the streets. This incredible phenomenon is actually the level 1 tier 5 spell Divine Recovery that Zhou Yi just summoned. It purifies the corruption, saving every single person whose soul has not yet departed the area. Once the skill ends, he will enter a state of depleted divinity, dropping all his attributes to 0 for 10 whole days. In the pitch black night, the Void Beast speaks directly to Zhou Yi. "You forced your second-class transition. Why not let me carry you away? You could have just run, hiding in the back like a coward. But then how would you be any different from those evil cultists?" Gasping heavily, he weakly mutters before deciding on that second transition. I remembered my school's memories of him wearing that brilliant, shining armor flood his mind, making him feel incredibly humble. He remembers swinging his heavy weapon with perfect skill, driven by honesty and sheer bravery. That glowing cross, a symbol of his eternal faith in justice, was deeply engraved right onto his. He finishes with an epic strike to the ground, fulfilling his duty and acting with absolute honor. Even with a mouthful of blood, Zhou Yi holds onto his deepest conviction, pursuing absolute righteousness. He gasps. Breathing becomes pure agony. "If I feared death, I would betray my original oath. What use is power if I abandon my morals?" A bright blue magic circle immediately sparks to life right beneath Zhou Yi, targeting Tohang University. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the high cliffs above Boss. What on earth happened down there? A battle of this legendary scale is far beyond anything we could ever fathom. But I am absolutely certain some legendary powerhouse gave their life tonight to protect our entire city of Long. And just like that, our heavily injured protagonist successfully teleports right back into his quiet. Panting heavily, he watches as his system screens turn flashing red. Soul damage, his divinity is fully depleted, and every single attribute is locked at 0 for the next 10 days. Just before his vision completely fades to black, he weakly whispers one last precious name. The final text he spots is a countdown timer at 239:55. Sometime later, his visions. This time, the red system alerts are gone. Zhou Yi slowly opens his exhausted eyes. He slowly sits up, climbing out of the heavy biological pod. Dozens of medical tubes fall from his body as he realizes he has been unconscious for 2 whole days. You are awake. How does it feel to touch the very edge of death? Ruining an evil god's sacrifice all by yourself, should I call you brave or just incredibly reckless? Golden veins still ripple along his body, forcing him to cough violently as he struggles to catch his breath. He calmly explains the details. Your entire network of meridians is completely shredded. Standard healing spells can only mend your outer physical body. That is exactly why I had to. He does not forget to give a stern warning, adding a heavy threat. Inside this spring are you absolutely must absorb everything. Do not dare waste a single drop. But suddenly, Zhou Yi cuts his master off. He yells out in pure disbelief, "Wait, this is clearly just..." Wang Hu just flashes a totally silly smile to brush it off, telling him not to sweat the minor details. Suddenly, his expression turns dead serious. His hand expertly pulls up a holographic screen. The operations captain from the Longfang City Security Bureau did not just preserve the battlefield. Together, they both lock their eyes onto the glowing projection floating in midair. Looking at these energy fluctuations, the direct discharge frequency matches your holy power perfectly. Anyone looking closely can trace this straight. So, I announced to the public that I handled Longfang City. But Zhou Yi instantly objects, Master. Even so, Wang Hui firmly insists that his student is too young, and his level is too low. Bragging about his achievements right now would only draw the absolute wrath of the evil god's fanatical cult. Those lunatics never spare anyone who poses a threat. That is why I used my authority to classify your files as a triple. Once you reach your 3rd-class advancement, all this glory will naturally be handed back to you. His handsome brow furrows in discontent. Tanqi recalls the intense life-and-death struggle from that. Master, after I defeated that evil god, I discovered its true form was merely a crystallized. Zhou Yi gladly hands it over, letting Wang Hui inspect the dark object freely. But look closely, this is the evil god's true face. It looks completely unremarkable, yet it ruined so many. Just lightly touching it makes you feel the sheer despair of countless souls, weeping with pure. They are gathered in a sickening, writhing mass of raw tragedy and pure horror. Staring at this horrifying sight, his inner fury reaches a boiling point. How dare a mere fragment cause such. Wang Hui instantly gathers a massive amount of energy into his palm, causing the surrounding space to In a single flash, he successfully wraps a glowing shroud of energy over the entire cursed crystal. Hong Lin's hands freeze mid-pruning the moment he hears that familiar name, Wang Hui. He quickly Why on earth did Wang Hui go there? Yulin immediately reports the truth. Our insider reports that Wang Hui's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, went to Longfang. Midway, he noticed the Fanghack group's movements and contacted Wang Hui, who just arrived. Hong, go and order all of our branches to go completely dark. Do your absolute best to avoid ticking off the military. His subordinate immediately bows. Here comes the twist. Why does the name Zhou Yi sound so familiar? Yulin's next words make him snap back. 2 months ago, that same Zhou Yi ruined the Fanghack plans during the freshman tournament. Back then, we even suspected he tamed a void beast and monitored him for a while. The old man finally. So it is him I remember now, that brat with a bit of talent. The corners of his mouth slowly curl into a deeply scheming. Then let's prepare a welcoming gift our little young friend will never forget for the rest of his life. A firm acknowledgement echoes back. At that moment, the beautiful rose is ruthlessly snapped off its stem. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thamshen Lingfeng stands completely alone under the pouring rain, staring up at a brightly lit high-rise villa. That brat lives in a rundown dump like this, with zero backing from a powerful family. How on earth did he cultivate such bizarre, abnormal power? It makes no sense. Right at that moment, this instantly grabs Thamshen Lingfeng's attention as he mutters, "Wait, who is there?" The next second, a piercing screech erupts, tearing the quiet night apart. Roar his eyes wide. Inside, a pretty tall dark shadow looms, actively threatening Chuvan's safety and life. He sneers, "Women and children are my absolute favorite. Smelling their fear is truly incredible." That raspy voice comes from a mouth full of even white teeth, looking incredibly creepy. "You two fit." Luke Bin instantly gathers dark energy in his palm and charges straight ahead. Double the fun, But wait, something suddenly crashes in out of nowhere, triggering a massive collision that kicks up thick dust. His brain stalls completely. He fails to process this sudden intervention, causing his entire. It is none other than Shen Lingfeng, unleashing his fully awakened power to save them in the nick of time. Shocked, the enemy gasps out the flame dragon bloodline. Furious, Luke Bin at Shen Lingfeng is completely ready to clash back at any second. Meanwhile, a sudden realization strikes right through Zhou Yi's mind like lightning. As if he just sensed some, he decisively rips off the medical tubes, slowly floating in the air as biofluid splash. Just a second later, Zhou Yi is already fully dressed again. In a very stern voice, he commands initiate space teleport, locate Chu Van. His face is dead serious. Tu Hui's health is rapidly dropping, meaning Chu Van is in deep trouble. He snaps. The void beast shuts its eyes, concentrating on the spiritual array, and a butterfly shape quickly glows. It warns him beforehand to avoid any trouble later on, saying, I will do everything I can to protect, but as for how much damage you will take after teleporting, just pray for yourself. Suddenly, the space around. Instantly, Zhou Yi dives straight down into the void. The extremely tense, violent clash between Shen Lingfeng and Luke Bin comes into view. He asks if she can stand up, and Chu Van hesitantly nods. She says yes, so he immediately tells her to run and find her brother. Having met an equal match, you brat, you really do not know when to quit. Ruining yourself for a girl, is it really worth it? Shen Lingfeng takes a heavy breath, asking himself. Without hesitation, he fires a massive stream of flames right through his enemy. You have no say in this. Luke Bin takes the full force of the dragon's wrath, his body instantly disintegrating into pure dust. All that is left is his agonizing scream echoing in the night. Slowly, the scorching heat. Shen Lingfeng wipes the warm blood on his chin, the stinging sensation snapping his mind wide awake. And there it is. Chu Van immediately throws herself into her big brother's arms. But he is not fully recovered yet, his face suddenly turning quite pale while she frantically tries to explain. She cries, you are finally here. That monster was scary and hurt Tu Koi. Chuni gently pats her head to comfort her, telling her not to fear because he is here. Then, his eyes lock on. Why on earth is Tom Shen Lingfeng even showing up here? Still, he has enough breath left to mock them, sneering that the savior has finally arrived, and her big brother. He jokes, I actually thought your little sister was going to end up roasted. Chu Van steps right between them to defend him, telling him not to speak about her brother like that. But Shen Lingfeng, he scoffs, little sister, those words really hurt, since I risked my life. She remains completely. She insists, I will definitely repay you, but you cannot speak about my brother like that. Ever since we were kids, whenever danger strikes, my brother always stands in front of me. He is the best old. He clutches his bleeding chest wound, groaning, hey Chu, at least your sister actually knows how to show a little gratitude. But from you, I do not get even a single word of thanks. Blood slowly drips onto the cold ground. He sneers, is this really all the manners a holy knight possesses? Chu Van tries to argue back again, but Zhou Yi places a firm hand on her shoulder to stop her. He says, little Van, he is just pretty jealous that I have such a great little sister, so he is acting out. Even though Thom Shen Lingfeng saved you, this could easily be a classic pity play. It is the typical sour grape psychology of wanting something you can never have. Right on point, which only. You bastard. He is so mad he is literally spitting blood, rambling about how jealous he is. He laughs, asking how he could ever be jealous, but pushing too hard makes him lose consciousness. The exact moment Shen Lingfeng loses his balance and falls. A sharp spike impales his abdomen, pinning his entire body midair. Thick, dark. Zhou Yi stands there, frozen as he watches this entire horrific scene unfold from start to finish. Suddenly, a weak voice calls out once more. Zhou Yi, stop wasting time and save me. I have not logged out yet. Do not just stand there like a statue. But he only replies with a sharp, provoking remark. Shen Lingfeng, you can still talk back after being hurt like this, so your injury must not be that bad, he says. Actually, I am way more curious about why you showed up at my house in the first place. Now here is the crazy part. Shen Lingfeng keeps his mouth shut as memories flood back into his mind like a movie. There is a popular trend lately called walking the path of memory lane of a hero, he says. It turns out Shen Lingfeng had heard about this trend from some popular discussions, which is visiting a power. If we learn from them, won't our overall strength increase? What on earth is that? Don't lie to me. Why would I? Everyone is doing it. He coughs heavily, while quickly making up a random excuse, asking if he cannot just pass by, or if he thinks getting praised everywhere he goes. He silently tells himself that he can never reveal such an embarrassment. Meanwhile, Chu Van panics as Zhou Yi's body suddenly feels incredibly heavy. Brother, what is wrong with you? Zhou Yi is completely dizzy from physical exhaustion, but he still manages to offer a I'm sorry for scaring you, he says, his arm covered in gold veins leaking thick fluid as she calls his name in panic. Brother! A sharp, agonizing sound pierces right through the dead, heavy silence. Seeing Zhou Yi lying motionless with countless wounds covering his body, Chuvan is utterly terrified. Her tearful eyes slowly spill over, as heavy drops stream down her cheeks. Utter panic strikes. She grabs the nearby phone like a lifesaver, her voice trembling. What? Chuvan dials. Her tears fall non-stop as she sobs, begging him to answer the phone and stop scaring her. And just when you think things cannot get any worse, a loud, teasing voice echoes from right behind her. Zhou Yi, this room of yours is actually noisier than a battlefield, the voice says. It turns out the newcomer is Veng Hui, who walks over, takes the phone from Chuvan, and tells her to relax. Right then, Sonyan rushes in from outside, calling out Zhou Yi's name in a panic. She quickly helps Zhou Yi sit up and hands him a vial of strange green liquid, anxiously pleading with him to drink this. Veng Hui does not waste any time either, quickly channeling his energy to treat Zhou Yi. Kid, you really know how to cause trouble. I just pulled you back from death, yet you jumped into a chaotic space. I am not a healing type user, so I can only help you stabilize your injuries for now. After some intense treatment, Zhou Yi finally— Master, Sonyan, why are you guys here? Veng Hui grimaces in clear irritation, explaining that the Void Beast knew you were heavily injured. Since I was with Sonyan at the time, we just followed it back here. This aura is identical to those cultists in Longfang District, but instead of tracking you down, they targeted— I guess they do not know what happened in Longfang District. They just targeted Chuvan because you showed your face, so they wanted to take it out on Chuvan. Veng Hui urgently delivers bad news that the military has seen. The enemy is in the shadows while we are exposed, making it impossible to stay here. You must head to the Chu family household immediately. Zhou Yi completely agrees, realizing this is the perfect chance. Despite feeling a bit annoyed, Veng Hui is still worried about Zhou Yi's injuries and tells him, your body is simply too heavily injured right now to undergo any form of teleportation. Your only choice is taking the nearby public Sky-class airship to the Chu household, which is we can reach the Chu family territory in 48 hours, so I will notify them to head over to Skyport to pick you. Hearing this, Sonyan immediately speaks up. She is going too because this time she must protect Zhou Yi. As they are busy discussing, a weird voice suddenly echoes. Veng Hui notices the strange sound. We have no idea how deep the Holy Spirit sect has penetrated. So you guys must disguise yourselves as normal tourists, keeping a low profile and staying. That weird sound echoes yet again. This time, Veng Hui's gaze finally lands on a damp corner. Hey, can you guys not see me? Did I completely disappear? Did I become completely transparent? Or are you just treating me like air? Because I am injured too. Veng Hui walks over, looks him up and down, then chuckles as he slaps his forehead. Look at my terrible memory. Wait, aren't you the kid who got totally crushed by Zhou Yi back in the freshman tournament? Shen Lingfeng lets out a forced smile. Thanks for caring, Principal. Before long at Skyport, Zhou Yi is sitting in his usual wheelchair, flanked by Chuvan. Seeing Zhou Yi sitting there so comfortably, Shen Lingfeng immediately scowls in protest. I am officially objecting to this. Why does he get to act like a young noble in a wheelchair, while a flame dragon descendant like me plays his— Unshaken, Sonyan looks straight into Shen Lingfeng's eyes, her voice turning ice cold. An extra mouth just brings more risk. I never wanted to bring you along in the first place, but you kept whining. Shen Lingfeng immediately jumps up at her words, his tone dripping with sheer frustration. Look, the principal got urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to join this mission. Do you think I actually— Before he can finish, Chuvan happily cuts him off. The airship is here. Though a thick mist completely blocks their— It takes quite a while for the thick fog to slowly clear, finally revealing what lies ahead. Look at that, a massive, unimaginable spaceship towers right before their eyes. From the massive vessel, a glowing golden tentacle slowly descends to the ground, moving gracefully like a silk ribbon. Spotting it, Chuvan excitedly rushes forward, shouting out that it is a giant flying octopus. Her eyes shine as she points forward, excitedly telling Zhou Yi to look because the tentacles are actually glowing. Sonyan calmly explains that it is just the glow of magic energy currently being charged. The vessel only stopped here to refuel, and it needs a full charge of magic energy before it can take off. These tentacles act as boarding stairs, but in battle, they turn into defensive shields or even within moments, they step inside the vessel, finding themselves in a breathtakingly luxurious world of high-end Just then, an urgent announcement blares over the ship speakers. Attention passengers of the Sky vessel, the boarding gate is closing immediately, so please have your Noticing Zhou Yi looking a bit pale, Sonyan worries his injuries might be acting up again. She quickly supports his arm, gently asking if he wants to head back to his room to rest. The takeoff can cause some motion sickness, but the rooms have specialized magic barriers to block it out. He teases So Nien, asking if she is treating him like a little kid who needs protecting. So Nien blushing furiously as she stammers that she didn't mean it that way, she was just worried. Zhou Yi has no intention of letting her off the hook, teasing her further. You worry about me getting hungry, protect me from the sun, and even force me to take my medicine. Looking straight at her, he gently but firmly says that he knows his own body, so she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, a flashy girl struts over, her eyes locked onto Zhou Yi as she gasps about how gorgeous. Boldly, she reaches out to caress Zhou Yi's face, marveling at his skin being whiter than fresh snow. Her greedy gaze is filled with infatuation and pity, as she coos about feeling totally heartbroken for him. Why not come with me, and I will hire the best priests to heal your broken body. Hearing this, all three of Zhou Yi's companions look absolutely shocked, their faces frozen in. So Nien snaps out of it first. Eyes flashing with pure rage, she immediately whips at the woman with terror. Furious at the groper, So Nien glares with fire in her eyes, telling her to take her dirty hand off him. That glamorous woman looks closely at her carefully manicured hands and sighs softly with a touch. She smirks and speaks in a highly teasing tone, saying the little bodyguard actually made a move. She only wanted to invite the young master for a chat. But since your master has not even spoken yet, why are you— My, young master, could this female bodyguard actually be your secret lover? Jiang Shiran grits her teeth, looking ready to tear her to pieces, while Madame Hong mocks that she barely touched him. Little sister, if you like men, just say so, since big sister here understands that feeling best. Just as Jiang Shiran loses control and prepares to charge again, Zhou Yi grabs her arm tightly, whispering her— Zhou Yi glances at the prominent warning sign hanging ahead and gently reminds Jiang Shiran of the— He warns her that she is trying to provoke her, so she must not fall for it. After calming Kung Sunyan down, he turns toward the gaudily dressed woman with a polite, casual smile. He says if the madam loves to play, she should head down to the third-class cabin where the entertainment suits her better. While his mouth speaks with polite respect, his mind is totally on guard against the dangerous woman. He plays it cool to mask his caution. Right now, she is still closely observing the four of us, and her— Meanwhile, the flashily dressed woman is plotting her own next move. To her, the third-class cabin is just filled with talentless, dirty workers. Is this brat annoyed? She fires right back. The young master sure knows how to ruin the mood, completely killing all her fun. Before walking away, she leaves them with a chilling warning. Everyone calls her Madame Hong, and there is pretty soon, she promises, he will serve her, completely willingly. Everywhere Madame Hong walks on this ship, the staff quickly bow down to flatter her with deep, fearful— So Nien turns around to say something to Zhou Yi, but he quickly cuts her off to ask Shen Lingfeng a pressing question. That bracelet on her wrist looks pretty strange with all that moisture on it. Have you ever seen anything like it? Shen Lingfeng speaks up immediately. He has seen it before, as it is the symbol of the notorious— Hung So Nien has been away, so she definitely does not know this group is a massively wealthy syndicate. On the surface, legitimate. Secretly though, they run highly illegal, dirty— Now get this, they actively target beautiful class users with rare bloodlines, kidnapping them to sell off as— These poor victims are either kept like pets in the mansions of twisted nobles, or brutally tortured. This woman calling herself Madame Hong is likely a high-ranking manager in their twisted syndicate. Word has it that their boss has eyes and ears absolutely everywhere. With such a complicated web of connections, even my own father warned me never to mess with them, telling me as for the secrets he kept hidden inside, there is also the director of Tianlan province, the Mermaid Trading Guild, Tianlan, and the Chu family clashed 3 years ago, and the Chu family lost. Shen Lingfeng is completely torn inside, filled with hesitation over whether he should tell Zhou Yi about— After listening to Shen Lingfeng, Zhou Yi deepens his thoughts, trying to piece together these scattered clues. She intentionally provoked Su Ran just to force out her trump card and size up their worth. Out of the four of— If anyone wants to target them, capturing Chu Yun would be the easiest way. After thinking— Since they are on this ship for 2 days, Zhou Yi asks Shen Lingfeng to stay glued to Chu Yun, and Madame Hong is ruthless, so she will likely strike back somewhere else. Zhou Yi is deeply worried she might— Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng nods eagerly, telling him not to worry, since keeping an eye on one little— Meanwhile, their spaceship glides in absolute silence, cutting through the endless, glowing silk of the galaxy. A lone cleaner slowly pushes her utility cart, moving quietly down the empty hotel corridor. But watch this. Right behind her, a sinister crimson light suddenly flares up, tearing through the eerie glow lights up the entire space before sliding down the hall, seeking out Shen Lingfeng's room next. Like spreading blood, the vivid red light slowly creeps in, swallowing every single corner of the dark room. It turns out the intruder is none other than Madame Hong, her eyes scanning over them like a venomous, "Young master, I have arrived." Her greedy gaze lands first on Zhou Yun, instantly recognizing his pretty. Next, Madame Hong glances over at Su Ran, another young girl who is a remarkably rare beauty. After that, Madame Hong steps closer to Shen Lingfeng. She shamelessly runs her hand over his abs, offering a vulgar and degrading comment about his body. This brat looks pretty average, but with that sturdy build, he can easily dig ore in the mines for 10 whole years. That comment hits Shen Lingfeng like a splash of cold water, leaving him utterly humiliated. Hurling fierce curses at her, he immediately swings his leg and kicks Madame Hong hard in the stomach. Witnessing Shen Lingfeng's violent reaction, she merely sneers, her face dripping with pure, cold contempt. The fury inside Shen Lingfeng still burns hot, showing no signs of cooling down. Charging forward again, no one is backing down here. You can feel the absolute tension as they clash head-on. Right at that moment, a strange streak of light erupts and rips through the night. Gritting his teeth and Madame Hong dodges the lethal blow with lightning speed, using her soft silk ribbon to tightly bind her up. Meanwhile, Su Ran wakes up and joins the fray. Out of nowhere, a wild wolf suddenly leaps out of. The moment it attacks, the wolf's snout is instantly bound shut by her silk ribbon. Su Ran screams. She is pretty terrified. With Xiao Kui trapped, Madame Hong finally puts the pieces together, snarling bitterly. Very well, so you were. Madame Hong gazes coldly at her enemy, whose hand is cloaked in fire, as she mutters the flame dragon bloodline. Her sharp eyes then shift to Su Ran and Xiao Kui with a smirk, and as for that incubus bloodline, just then, Zhou Yun walks in supporting Zhou Yi, offering a respectful bow to thank Madame Hong. Thanks to Madame Hong's magic tool, the security system of the skyline could not detect what was happening. This does not seem to bother Madame Hong at all. Instead, she just sneers coldly. So what if you made your move? You are still a wet behind the ears brat, and today I will show you what true. Not giving Madame Hong a chance to act, Shen Lingfeng instantly charges forward at a terrifying speed. Being pushed around is not her style, and realizing she was used sends her into a fury. Gritting her teeth, Madame Hong commands Blood Silk Puppet, true form, cripple the redhead but leave the faces of. Shen Lingfeng hurls a flaming punch right at her, roaring out, "You are taking this way too far." But unfortunately, his fist only strikes a thin piece of silk, which instantly vanishes, and leaves. A split second later, the silk reconstitutes into a human shape, silently appearing right behind his back. Ready for a counterattack, the puppet unleashes a devastating and incredibly precise strike. But look at this, Su Ran capitalizes on the opening, unleashing a swift phantom combo strike. But to her horror, the moment she gets close, the silk puppet binds her tightly, locking her in place. Her entire body, from her limbs to her torso, is wrapped in white silk like a cocoon, leaving her entirely unfazed. Madame Hong lets out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with mockery as she stares down Su Ran. "Little beauty, how does it feel being trapped by my silk?" As the puppet readies its razor-sharp threads to strike Su, a heavy, pretty fatal blow is aimed directly at Su Ran's fragile back. Madame Hong turns her gaze toward Zhou Yi, crossing her arms with a smug look as she waits to enjoy the "Young master, do you have any cards left to play? Use them quickly, because my patience is wearing thin. You have really crossed me this time, so I will turn you into a specimen." Zhou Yi struggles to stay calm. He analyzes every single detail. He knows he is their absolute last. Defending takes too much mana. She is forced to resist. At this rate, she will be completely. My master's tool can break this space. But the backlash? It will blow a massive hole right through the security forces will swarm us immediately. It is better to wait. We can trap her much more safely. Meanwhile, Su Ran is barely holding her own against the relentless, brutal onslaught of the silk puppet. Suddenly, her eyes glow with a deep crimson light, as if some hidden primal power is finally waking up. Madame Hong reaches out her hand, surrounded by a magical, seductive pink mist as she whispers, "Stop." Son Yin is panting, heavily. Her ragged breaths warn them to get back. Instead of backing down, Hong Funyan actually takes a step closer, her voice dripping with mockery, as "You and I are one and the same. Besides, think about Zhou Yi, he is still pretty badly hurt right now. Shen Lingfeng is just a useless loudmouth. Only you have the power to actually protect Zhou Yi." She asks if Son Yin is really that selfish to ignore Zhou Yi's life. Meanwhile, Son Yin, no. Seeing Son Yin like that, she just pushes harder to convince her. "Zhou Yi literally risked his life for you before. Now that he is trapped, are you seriously going to pretend you can't do any? Look at him, he can't even stand, yet he still wants to shield you. She mocks him with a nasty sneer. What about you? You can't even break free from this cheap silk. How do you expect to protect him? Are you going to stop holding back and unleash your true succubus power? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi quietly activates his treasure. Get ready. A massive, deafening explosion suddenly rips through the silent air. The silk puppets get blasted straight into the sky. At the exact same moment, a creepy, bizarre, a pretty familiar figure steps forward, possessing all of So Nian's innocent beauty blended with Hong. She smiles gracefully. It has been a while, Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, he stands there frozen. Suddenly, he realizes the girl standing before him is actually that strange, creepy presence that has been hiding. Even Hong Funyan is shocked, totally stunned. Her pure-blood succubus face is twisted in disbelief. Her eyes flash with pure greed as a creepy smile creeps onto her face, whispering that they are absolute top-tier specimens. Zhou Yi is frozen in place, completely stunned by the insane scene unfolding before him. Chu Yun and Xiao Kui stand utterly speechless, completely paralyzed by the sheer scale of this. After completely taking control of her devastating new power, Su Ran asks coldly if she was the one trying to hurt Zhou Yi, mocking her as just a measly level 30 puppet. She completely exposes Madame Hong's true rank, revealing her to be a mere level 30 puppet master. Madame Hong snaps back with absolute arrogance, sneering that she is just a succubus bloodline. Does she seriously? Right after speaking, she whips out countless sharp silk ribbons to slice So Nian. Honestly, seeing So Nian cornered, Chung Yi screams out in pure panic. But in response, So Nian just curls her lip. Now watch this, her hand gently but decisively touches those incoming ribbons. With ultimate confidence, her slender, graceful legs move like a flash, instantly ripping those. So Nian waves her hand, spitting with pure contempt that mere bugs belong in a cage. Watching this terrifying wave of power explode, Madame Hong suddenly realizes what is actually happening. To be precise, what she is witnessing is actually the Death Abyss magic pattern domain. This is the innate skill of a pure-blood succubus. Inside this domain, the enemy's combat abilities. Chung Yi stands completely frozen, his eyes wide with utter shock as he realizes. So Nian, realizing she is in deep trouble, Madame Hong frantically unleashes countless silk puppets to somehow block. Not a single trace of panic appears on So Nian's delicate face. Instead, she calmly she makes a gentle gesture as if controlling something completely invisible. Instantly, wait, what is that? A giant stone hand suddenly bursts out. It brutally squeezes her throat. The grip is so tight that Madame Hong's face turns bright red. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, she asks weakly, demanding to know what So Nian has done to her. So Nian's eyes sparkle with absolute amusement as she watches Madame Hong crumble right in front of her. She mocks her, saying she is just helping her remember her youth, pointing out how adorable she looks right. This is exactly what makes people absolutely terrified. It forces dark, obsessive memories back. Madame Hong falls into a state of absolute, utter despair. Driven nearly insane by the agony, she screams about memory searches and mental seals destroying her brain. Screaming like a maniac, she curses her for acting innocent. A pure-blood succubus is truly a What if the kid you care about so much actually discovered your true colors? Hearing those bitter words, So Nian does not even flinch, wanting to end this game pretty quickly with her next ult. A strange and eerie energy suddenly surges outward, spreading and binding Hong Funyan tightly within. Hong Funyan's face completely pales as her eyes widen in sheer terror, showing her absolute and total shock. Seeing her enemy's terrified expression, So Nian cannot help but let out a cold, amused smirk. So Nian treats Hong Funyan's pointless taunts like a cheap comedy act, sneering in response, "What's the point? In my domain, what I say goes." Looking quite bored, So Nian decides to speed things up and issues a cold, "End this now." The power So Nian unleashes grows incredibly intense, shaking the surroundings and shattering everything into. Her youthful beauty quickly fades away, giving way to deep and heavy wrinkles. In an instant, her skin is covered with cracks like a crumbling porcelain doll, looking utterly exhausted. Wait, what? Turns out the one who just collapsed was only a decoy puppet for Hong Funyan. Hong Funyan is still sitting comfortably, puffing her pipe and blowing out smoke, stretching her body to shake off some. The twin flame dragons of the Chu family analyzing the newcomers. A sudden thought flashes through Hong Funyan's mind. Could they actually be related to Chu Jiatinlan? Pondering for a moment, she orders her subordinates to tell the old man that she will personally choose this year's tribute. On the other side, So Nian remains quite elegant, her sweet voice lingering playfully, as Shen Lingfeng and Chu Van feel like something is totally off. So Shen Lingfeng quickly blocks her path. "Don't go there, she is dangerous right now." So Nian, acting very strange, stubbornly clings to Zhou Yi. She whispers that she has waited so long, but Zhou Yi barely registers it, staring coldly as he quietly, "Since when?" So Nian steps closer, putting a finger to his lips to gently silence his words, asking if this will make him remember. A sudden memory of their intimacy flashes through Zhou Yi's mind, showing he suddenly realizes she was the one who stood by him when he almost turned into a demon. Stunned, Zhou Yi keeps his eyes locked on her as he stammers out his thoughts. He stammers that she kept him alive to fight the spell and tame the void beast, making So Nian's eyes. She cries out happily that Zhou Yi finally remembers her. Suddenly, Shen Lingfeng rushes in from behind with an overwhelming aura, roaring in absolute fury for her to let go of Zhou. Instantly, So Nian counters with a lightning-fast punch, her eyes flashing with cold, murderous intent. Warning him, she wonders why the little flame dragon is angry, since they are teammates. Head spinning from the blow, Shen Lingfeng struggles to snap back with bitter anger, telling her to stop pretending. He growls that she is not So Nian at all, asking if she thinks he doesn't recognize a monster when they— Mid-argument, he suddenly freezes. Look at his face, he is looking at something absolutely terrifying. In horror, he watches So Nian raise her fist, loaded with destructive power, ready to smash him to pieces. Her voice is bone-chilling as she asks if he wants his tongue ripped out for a snack, leaving Zhou Yi completely He screams for So Nian to wait, thankfully allowing Shen Lingfeng to dodge her deadly strike just in time. So Nian has absolutely no intention of letting him go, pursuing Shen Lingfeng with terrifying, godlike This time, he takes the full blow and gets sent flying, his face contorted in agony, yet he sneers as she grabs him by the— He mockingly asks if his words made the monster angry. Zhou Yi watches them in complete panic as So Nian unleashes her rage, brutally punching Shen. Her eyes remain locked onto Shen Lingfeng like a wild predator cornering its helpless prey. Calling him foolish, her grip tightens as she aggressively twists Shen Lingfeng's hair. Glancing at the strange, monstrous entity lurking right behind him, So Nian cannot help but sneer with— She scoffs that his pathetic claws couldn't even scratch Hong Funyon. Yet he thought he could hurt. From behind, Zhou Yi yells for her to stop, throwing a glowing object hard into the space between them. A bright, golden halo erupts, revealing his divine shield that absorbs energy without consuming any of his mana. Instantly deploying the holy shield, it easily blocks both physical attacks and magical energy. Using it once means it has to be recharged with the origin energy Principal Wang Hui gifted. Zhou Yi struggles to stand up from his wheelchair, his voice soft and almost pleading. "Xiaoran, do not hurt him." Wiping away the fresh blood still on his lip, Shen Lingfeng frowns and warns Zhou Yi in a deeply— "Zhou Yi, I only did this to save you, because if you get bewitched by that succubus, the principal's— Let me tell you, she is not the Jiang Shuran, you know. The dormant consciousness in her bloodline has taken over. If this entity does not disappear, the real Jiang Shuran's life will be in serious danger." But the girl in front of them immediately admits it without any hesitation, saying that yes, she is not— That weakling cannot even protect herself. She was crying like a pathetic dog when she begged me to come out and save you. Hearing those cruel words, Zhou Yi grits his teeth and tightly grabs her wrist, and growls at her to shut up, because deep down, he knows Shuran better than anyone. Zhou Yi roars that she only let her bloodline power run wild to save him, which is why she is mocking her. Xiaoran is the strongest girl I have ever met, and I will always support and understand every single choice she makes. After those emotional words, Zhou Yi slowly lets go of her hand, his eyes filled with mixed feelings as he thanks her for saving him 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once during the freshman tournament, and once just now, promising to repay her 3 times over, but he begs her to let Xiaoran return, pouring his heart out without a single shred of hesitation. He demands to know how to send her back to where she belongs, making the girl pause in deep thought before finally speaking. Calling him an unexpectedly lucky guy, Shuran suddenly leans in and plants a soft kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek. She whispers that this is his first repayment, while Shen Lingfeng quickly covers innocent Zhou Yun's eye. Right after that, her figure begins to fade into thin air. But before she completely vanishes, she leaves Zhou Yi with one last chilling warning, stating the price to summon her is something Shuran cannot afford. Hearing those words, Zhou Yi frowns as a heavy sense of dread begins to creep into his chest. She only loses control to protect him, but what could this terrible price actually be? A moment later, hearing his name, Shen Lingfeng jumps slightly and asks what he wants. "Can't you see my face is almost completely disfigured? Teaming up with absolute disaster magnets like you." Ignoring his complaints, Zhou Yi gets straight to the point and asks what this mixed bloodline consciousness is all. Shen Lingfeng pops his dislocated shoulder back into place and admits he doesn't know the exact details either. His grandfather once told him that high-tier bloodlines are basically like having a sealed old monster inside you. If the host is strong, it helps, but if they are weak, it becomes a demon aiming for possession, a term completely. Shen Lingfeng confirms it immediately, asking how else he could explain Jiang Shuran suddenly. Some rumors suggest this invading consciousness is actually just a crazy split personality that suddenly managed. Others claim the bloodline hides the remnant soul of some ancient ancestor, waiting to seize the body for rebirth. While Zhou Yi gently lays Shuran down on the bed, Shen Lingfeng warns that, while repeatedly drawing on bloodline power that far exceeds her own level has consequences. She could either go completely insane, permanently transform into an entirely different person, or even. Hearing all of this leaves Zhou Yi feeling deeply unsettled. From what he can tell, the price for her help is handing over control of Shuran's body. He ponders and asks Shen Lingfeng if her recent distraction is because she can no longer suppress that split consciousness. Still, Zhou Yi desperately asks Shen Lingfeng if there is any known way to get rid of this invading. And honestly, the answer is exactly what you would expect if he knew. He would have done something already. But then, Zhou Yun steps up from behind and asks him if he knows how to save Shuran. Feeling cornered by the siblings' intense questioning, Shen Lingfeng rubs his temples and snaps back that he is no miracle. He suggests going back to ask the patriarch of the Zhou family, since those old geezers have seen it all, and if they cannot fix it, they should try the Jiang family. The giant Jiang family has a massive enterprise and can easily solve a small problem like this in a minute. An airship security squad quickly rushes toward the scene of the fight with tense looks on their faces. The moment they arrive, they barge straight in, as a heavy, commanding voice echoes through the room. The guard roars out who is still fighting here and disrupting the peace of the sky vessel. You better tell me the truth right. The sky vessel is not some playground where spoiled rich young masters can just do whatever they want. Both Chu Yi and Chu Van stay completely silent, mostly because neither of them has any idea how to explain. Now watch this in perfect sync. They both point right at Tham Shen Lingfeng. Completely agree. Before he can even protest, the guards swarm in and drag him straight outside. Tham Shen Lingfeng struggles and screams, asking if they have a conscience, crying tears. He groans about being framed, wondering why he has to take the fall for the guy Kwang, so Nian beat up. He vows to dismantle her wheelchair once he gets out, as time quietly slips by until a familiar announcement: the sky vessel has docked at Skyport, so please line up in an orderly fashion. And look who it is, our locked-up buddy from a few days ago shows up looking perfectly fine, clearly paying a. Looking down at the crowd, Tham Shen Lingfeng mutters to Chu Yi. Chu Hong is actually a big deal in the Chu clan, so sending him to welcome you means you have got some serious clout. Sure enough, a small group is waiting down at the docks, with a young girl waving enthusiastically. But no, Chu Hang quickly whispers for Hu Bok to keep it down, reminding her that Principal Vuong ordered this mission to stay strict. Nodding quickly, Hu Bok falls back as the figures walking down the ship's ramp finally come into view. Chu Hang steps forward with a warm, beaming smile, greeting them warmly. He tells him to rest up in the car, but this overly familiar nickname catches Chung Yi completely off guard. Sorry to bother. In no time, the luxury car speeds off at an incredible pace, leaving behind nothing but a massive cloud of dust that, unbelievably, Lady Hong has tracked them all the way here, her greedy eyes locking onto Chu, the top freshman from Suhong University and the personal disciple of Wang Hui himself. It turns out the Chu clan was hiding a monstrous genius like this, and if she can somehow recruit. Kwang Sonyen takes a close look at her surroundings and immediately recognizes the rare item, whispering that it. Chu Hang bursts out laughing, praising Miss Kwang's sharp eyes before mentioning that this was exactly what Principal. Inside this special protective barrier, absolutely no one can eavesdrop on their thoughts, prompting Chung Yi to pull. Chu Hong waves it off modestly, claiming it is his duty, while secretly signaling his partner with his other. He silently urges Hu Bok to stop stalling and take action already. Catching the hint, she turns to Chu Van with a warm smile, introducing herself as her cousin Hu Bok. Watching quietly from the side, Chu Hang begins plotting his next steps. Even if Chung Yi refuses to class change into the hidden ice class, letting Chu Van train with the. If they can win her over, pulling Chung Yi in will be a breeze, while Chu Van politely thanks her new cousin for the lovely. Seeing Chu Van's genuine excitement as she unwraps the present, Chu Hong feels incredibly smug, calculating how Chung Yi's genius talent, backed by both. If they can keep him close, the Chu clan will easily reclaim its spot at the very peak of power. Refusing to waste any more time on pointless small talk, he cuts straight to the chase, explaining in a low, serious tone that the clan's power is split down the middle. The old patriarch controls the Ice Dragon Tower, holding the inner sect inheritance and all. On the flip side, the Elders Council, led by Chu Feng, controls the outer disciples' resource. The two sides are constantly at each other's throats, and the old patriarch fears someone might sabotage. Lowering his voice, he warns that this escort mission had to stay strictly between himself and Hubach. Even the elite temple guardians have absolutely no idea about the secret path they are taking. Chunyi just smirks, thanking him for the trouble, before asking what kind of place this mysterious ice dragon. Chu Hong quickly explains that it is the sacred ancestral burial ground of the legendary ice dragon, Shuangna. With immense pride, he goes on to explain that their great ancestor once braved the extreme northern ice. So, Shuangna's entire body was tougher than Huyenthiet, and its breath could crack an entire glacier. The ancestor spent a whole year inside that glacier, fighting the beast 49 times. He finally used his own blood to seal a contract and tame it as a mount. When the demons invaded, during that final snow demon battle, Shuangna stayed behind to protect the clan's retreat. It used its massive dragon body to block the demon cave. When the ancestor returned, the beast was dead, but saving it was incredibly difficult. Fearing its soul would fade, the ancestor fully intended to return and free Shuangna once he discovered a way to resurrect. But in the chaotic battles that followed, the ancestor vanished without a trace, leaving his partner behind. Eventually, Shuangna's body and spirit merged to form this secret realm. Inside the carriage, and look there, the wheels crush the first layer of thin ice, pulling us right into the frozen wasteland. Chu Hang continues, staring into the distance. In today's ice dragon abyss, the outer walls are made of the central ice pillars are its bones, and the frozen lake is its blood. The secret realm has 3 trials. Any descendant of our Chu family can enter the ice dragon abyss to face reaching the central zone or the 3rd floor grants them direct entry into the inner sect. Hearing this, Chunyi interrupts him to ask if Shuangna's soul still actively tests humans. Of course, in previous years, every single Chu family descendant could enter the ice dragon abyss, but their ice bloodline purity was too low, so most of them could only access the outer edges. When I was 30, I reached the 3rd floor only for the beast's remnant soul to break 3 of my ribs and toss me. But once those ribs healed, my bloodline purity shot up by 15%. Chu Hong explains this to make sure reaching the 3rd floor guarantees massive rewards, but it also comes with real danger. Shuangna no longer recognizes our bloodline. 50 years ago, a rank 3 elder entered. Chu Hong warns him. Chunyi, you must reach the 3rd floor. If you want to tame Shuangna's lingering spirit, you must display the same life-risking conviction as our ancestor back then to make that dragon bow its head. Looking thoughtful, Chunyi murmurs that he understands. Chu Hang then asks when he plans to enter the ice dragon abyss. If you are not feeling well right now, there is a secret base nearby where you can temporarily rest up. Chunyi stays silent, checking his system interface. His divine exhaustion state is active, 3 minutes and 52 seconds left. He's cutting it incredibly close. The carriage finally stops. Chunyi calmly tells him there is no need. He will enter the abyss right now. They step out together into the bone-chilling cold. So Nian quickly approaches Chunyi, her heart filled with worry for. She shyly asks if she can go with him, but Chunyi gently declines, telling her to wait outside. He then turns to Shen Lingfeng. Before Chunyi can even speak, the guy already knows exactly what he wants. Shen Lingfeng promises to take good care of the young girl, while Chunyi turns back to thank Uncle Hang for his invaluable. He walks off alone, mentally preparing for the danger ahead as the system alerts him. His stats are fully restoring as the debuff clears. Chunyi, Class Arbiter, level 30, with 12,000. A faint sword begins to take shape in Chunyi's hand, the blessed weapon known as Dawn's Blessing. Gripping the blade, he marches forward with ultimate confidence, radiating a massive wave of power. Butterflies flutter around the massive blocks of ice, where scaly, blue-skinned monsters with each creature holds a sharp blade in its 2 hands, and they are gathered here in massive numbers. These are the Ice Snake Men, level 25 monsters of gold grade, wielding a deadly icy breath skill. They strike in coordinated swarms. Chunyi finally arrives, casually swinging his sword to warm up. 10 days without being able to move freely has made my bones feel incredibly rusty. Sighting their prey, the vicious Ice Snake Men instantly charge forward, baring their sharp fangs like a Unfazed, Chunyi chuckles and says they will make perfect warm-up targets. In a flash, Chunyi slices cleanly through the first wave of snakemen. Zhou Yi unleashes his ultimate skill, Holy Storm. He creates a massive tornado, dragging all the ice serpents. In the middle of the freezing snow stands a monster, its head completely frozen solid. It coils like a frozen dragon, completely motionless. This level 55 gold tier Ice Abyss serpent possessed. Zhou Yi's tornado surges toward the beast. With a look of absolute determination, he roars out punishment of light. His holy light erupts, swallowing the beast whole. Its gigantic body crashes down right behind Zhou Yi. He doesn't even flinch, casually walking away. By morning, the heavy blizzard finally stops, leaving the sky bright and clear. Zhou Yi is still here, walking along. The void beast suddenly appears to explain. It explains it is because of the frost bloodline inside his body, as ordinary ice mages would have frozen solid. He shows his gratitude, saying, "I never got to thank you properly for calling my master last time." The void beast flatly replies, "Just stop causing trouble and we will call it even. Because if you die before our 1 year..." Suddenly, a horde of monsters surrounds them out of nowhere. But Zhou Yi and the void beast just keep staring at. The void beast strikes with void slash, unleashing sharp light beams that slice right through the surrounding monster, and completely wipes them out. Knowing the beast protected him, Zhou Yi politely thanks it, but the void beast coldly. But the danger is far from over. The monsters from earlier aren't fully dead yet, and they use their colossal. The ice right under Zhou Yi shatters. He struggles to stay upright. Just as he begins to fall, he leaps onto another sinking chunk of ice. Faced with this, Zhou Yi dives straight into the abyss. And get this, look what's waiting for him down there. Lin Han spots a crowned skeleton, its skull glowing with an eerie blue light. It sits there with majestic authority, looking like the absolute leader. Zhou Yi silently mutters to himself, "Demons." The falling ice blocks crash down right in front of the demon horde. These armored skeleton soldiers are level 35 with legendary aptitude, possessing skills like Bone Rain, Ice Coffin Prison, and Bones. They are the remains of a fallen demon army, killed by the ice dragon during the demon invasion era. Sensing the movement, the leader awakens, its colossal body glowing blue. Zhou Yi emerges from the icy debris. Analyzing the situation, the void beast warns that fighting over 200,000 demons is basically suicide. Besides, you've only reached the second floor of this secret realm, so you need to preserve your strength. As the skeletons search around, one of them speaks out, "There's an intruder." Unfazed by the warning, Zhou Yi, he activates Divine Grace and Blessing of Dawn, controlling dangerous beams of radiant light in his hand. An incredibly powerful aura erupts from his body. Zhou Yi confidently declares the ice element concentrate. With that, Zhou Yi commands his power to spread, sending flashes of light streaking across the gloomy sky. Sensing the imminent danger, the leader roars a warning for everyone to stay on high alert. Suddenly, his energy coalesces into a violent vortex, and a colossal hand emerges from the center. The giant hand crushes the demon horde instantly. But wait, it gets crazier through the thick blizzard. Zhou Yi doesn't stop his onslaught. His eyes flash as he yells, "Freeze." His energy rapidly forms a massive, swirling. A blinding light shines from the center as countless razor-sharp icicles rain down, completely surrounding the demon. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yi unleashes Holy Storm once again, summoning a violent wind that sweeps up. The howling gale rips through the demon horde, tearing them to pieces and sweeping away countless skeletons. The furious leader barks in rage, "You coward hiding in the shadows. Our race's battle spirit will never die. So how dare mere ants like you provoke us?" The surviving skeletons begin banging on their shields, and with every strike, strange soul fragments fly into them. Along the towering stone walls, rows of skeleton warriors line up, glowing with an eerie blue light. Suddenly, the skeletal remains fuse together, assembling into a single, terrifyingly colossal. This is bone symbiosis, an innate skill formed by the fallen demon army over centuries. It channels power into the fallen, sharing life force to resurrect them. Staring at the massive monster, could it be that these bone demons are absolutely impossible to kill? But honestly, he received no notification that killing the Frost Abyss bone demon would actually grant him. The giant eye on the forehead of the symbiotic skeleton glows as it mutters, "Found you." Zhou Yi shows off his skills and bravely draws his blade, saying, "Legendary tier is no joke, but I do." Zhou Yi struggles, "I cannot kill him." On the skeletal hand tower, the light continues to shine as bright as 100 suns over the land. A swarm of tiny armored skeletons suddenly begins plunging downward on command, each one wielding a complete. As the mini-skeletons freefall, he slashes his sword through the air in a zigzag pattern. His gaze remains intensely cold and serious, while the symbiotic skeleton watches the entire clash. Zhou Yi leaps high and lands right beneath the wooden bridge, rushing toward the symbiotic skeleton with an icy. Stopping right before its massive eye, he raises his blade as the creature suddenly opens its mouth with some dark intent. Ignoring its move, Zhou Yi leaps straight into the air, determined to slay the symbiotic skeleton once and for all. Suddenly, he freezes midair as cold sweat begins to drip down. Zhou Yi remembered the past. his eyes filled with sorrow and regret as he stared blankly at his surroundings. Cries echoed around him that Tatu was collapsing and they needed to rush to Tri Temple. As Chung-yi walked in a daze, the man walked up, slapped Chung-yi on the shoulder, and spoke. Chun-yun tried to resist, but Chung-yi looked back in confusion. His attention was grabbed by the tall man kept shouting, urging everyone to buy time for the great Shuangya. And check this out, a swirling pinkish-purple portal suddenly appeared, shocking everyone nearby. It was a demon teleportation gate, and armored skeletons armed with warhammers came pouring out of the vortex. The knights showed no fear, bracing themselves for a brutal battle as they bravely yelled out together. Children of the Chu family, hear my command, fight to the death, and never let the demon clan escape our Tianlan. A knight was blasted away by a heavy hammer strike. Yet the tall man kept fighting fiercely, roaring. Just then, a massive blue and white dragon materialized high in the sky. His voice still echoed loudly, swearing to die with Thranlan. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing it fired the blue beam directly at the earth, restoring peace and causing the crowd below to erupt in cheers. Lord Zhuangya had arrived, saving them all. But Chung-yi could only watch with a mix of shock and dismay. So does this mean I am currently standing on the same battlefield where the demons invaded 100 years ago? Zhuangya twists its body through the radiating light, gliding down to glare directly at the gathered knights. Suddenly, a barrage of flying swords strikes Zhuangya right in the underbelly, forcing a painful roar from the dragon. Writhing in pure agony, Zhuangya thrashes and sends the nearby knights flying as onlookers watch. Just look at that in the distance. An armored skeleton swings a massive, multi-meter sword. It makes its move, skewering several knights with a single sweep of its blade. Watching this, you demon trash, as the armored skeleton flies away on a black crow. He screams again, drop dead. Before the beast can escape, Shuangya bites its crow's wing, sending the skeleton. The useless crow is bitten in half as Yuangya ruthlessly spits it out to the ground. The dragon looks down at its own bleeding sword wounds before turning its gaze back up toward the sky. A pink vortex opens, revealing the face of another skeleton. Staring closely, Shuangya senses its mind races. If they break through, the entire Tianlan territory will be turned into a demon wasteland. Every single living soul will be reduced to mere nourishment for the demon clan. Determined to protect innocent lives, Shuangya stomps down furiously, shattering the ground. If the demon tide cannot be stopped, it thinks as it takes flight, I will sacrifice my own dragon body to end this. Zhuangya charges directly at the armored skeleton resting calmly inside the swirling vortex. Plunging deep into the portal, the dragon drags itself and the skeleton inside as the rift seals shut, releasing. Watching this, Chung-yi has to shield his eyes as the shockwave shatters the very ground beneath his feet. The glowing portal slowly shrinks away, while everyone watches the closing rift, unable to look away for even. After a moment, the portal fades away and completely vanishes, making everyone cheer that the teleportation gate is fine. The crowd goes wild, shouting that Lord Sungya has successfully repelled the demon race. They successfully secured the Tianlan line, but Zhou Yi just stands there lost in thought, remembering. Around him, the cheers keep echoing, chanting long live Lord Sungya, because as long as he lives, looking at the chaotic battlefield, he feels a quiet sense of relief, glad he did not. Suddenly, a voice from behind makes Zhou Yi whip around, seeing a handsome man run toward him shouting out Suungya. Zhou Yi snaps out of his memories just in time to see a massive, razor-sharp blade swinging straight for his head. He barely raises his weapon to block the massive, heavy strike. Retreating instantly, he lands safely on the ice, but the blinding light radiating from the beast makes him grimace. A strange blue glow radiates from deep within the pile of bones, and what he sees inside completely shocks. Dragon scales, Zhou Yi mutters with a clever smirk, realizing why he did not notice sooner that these. Staring closely at the loose, rattling bones of the monster. He stays silent for a moment before letting out a confident smile, knowing his theory is correct. These beasts were the ones responsible for Sungya's tragic death, so how could the Chu family ancestor ever? As sunlight bathes the now motionless skeletal remains, his steady voice continues to break the cold silence. Breaking them only triggers a looping curse of infinite resurrection, fueled and controlled entirely. They were essentially refined into eternal tomb guardians to protect Sungya, programmed to violently. Zhou Yi mutters aloud while walking forward. Even a Tier 2 expert would struggle against this brutal war of attrition, which explains why. But if you completely stop attacking and act entirely harmless, these brainless monsters naturally lose track of. Trudging through the thick, heavy snow, he ponders the sheer genius behind it all. This is a brilliantly complex way to get revenge, using the enemy's own bodies as a barrier and trapping them. This kind of vengeance is honestly a fate much worse than death. The freezing wind bites hard against his face, forcing him to squint, but it cannot stop his swirling thoughts. Just you wait. One day I will definitely surpass your strength. Standing on the snowy peak, Zhou Yi looks down at Sungya's massive skeleton and leaps. But watch this, he crashes heavily into the jagged rocks, groaning in pain as he struggles to catch his breath, completely baffled. A massive, faint projection of Sungya begins to materialize, speaking with an incredibly majestic voice. He demands to know who he is and why he broke in, asking if the trash who locked him in this icy crevice sent him. Struggling to stand, Zhou Yi calls out his name, but Sungya just bares his massive fangs in a furious. He snarls, asking if he came to mock him, claiming a level 30 weakling is not even worthy of facing his claws. He curses him as a parasite who only knows how to steal the Dragon Clan's power, saying his blood's growing even more furious. The dragon roars that they all just want to watch him go completely insane. He rants about their selfish greed, accusing them of wanting to turn his body into a weapon, while Zhou Yi desperately cutting him off instantly. Sungya spits out the name with sheer hatred, cursing the very mention of the Chu. Flying into a wild rage, the dragon launches an attack, roaring, asking how much longer they. He threatens to rip the trash to pieces, unleashing a devastating strike that Zhou Yi barely manages to dodge, leaving him. The dragon fires rapid energy blasts from its gaping maw, forcing him to dodge frantically while desperately yelling. He reminds him that he destroyed his own core to close the demon portal back then, making him a true hero. But the dragon completely ignores his words, immediately snapping back with furious accusations. He roars that it is nonsense, declaring his dragon core is his very heart, and he would never rip it out himself. His attacks grow faster and more violent, blasting the icy ground below into a million pieces. Screaming that he will tear all liars apart, the dragon rages, while Zhou Yi pushes through the pain to desperately calm. He begs Sungya to just calm down and listen, but the beast simply whips its massive tail, roaring at him to get lost. Zhou Yi gets blown far back but manages to keep his footing, quickly realizing that Sungya has completely lost. Its mind is completely in chaos right now. Truly fitting for the contracted beast of the ancestors. 100 years later, this lingering dragon soul, covered in wounds but refusing to yield, he knows his own rank and strength are currently lower, but there is no way he is giving up now. Since he made it all the way to Ice Dragon Abyss, he refuses to go back. Chun-Yi reveals a glowing crossmark on his forehead, shouting out loud to provoke the beast. Want to vent your anger? Then bring it on. Fight me until you finally remember. He summons a brilliant golden aura, and the massive powers of both Chun-Yi and Shuangya slam violently into each other. The beast unleashes another massive blast directly at him, sending a blinding cloud of white snow flying. Charging through the white smoke, Chun-Yi raises his sword and yells, "Come on, if my Chu family ancestor." And look at this guy, while sword slashes rain down in a flash of light, Shen Lingfeng is casually enjoying it. Munching on the exclusive Chu family popsicle, he mentions that she has been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights. She is practically turning into a waiting wife statue. Irritated, So Nian glares at him through the glass. Shen Lingfeng's face drops, and he grinds his teeth while teasing her again. "You really are acting like Kwang So Nian." Suddenly, Hubok bursts in, throwing the door open and crying out, "This is bad. You guys need to leave immediately." The two ask her in absolute confusion, "Has something terrible happened?" But she does not answer, rushing. "While she is still not here yet, my father told me to get you both out of this place as fast as possible. Where is Tuvan anyway?" Losing his patience, Shen Lingfeng demands to know what she means and tells her to. Hubok grabs Son Yen by the hands, her face filled with anxiety as she says there is no time to explain. "Just follow me right now." But Son Yen calmly rejects the plea, stating that if she does not explain. Besides, Chun-Yi is still down in the Ice Dragon Abyss, so I absolutely cannot just. Shen Lingfeng agrees with Son Yen and immediately chimes in. "That is right. I, Tham Shen Lingfeng, am no useless coward either. Just tell us what is wrong." "No, that is not what I mean. But this is simply something you cannot handle. If you do not leave now, it will really be too late." Meanwhile, Chu Hong unleashes a direct strike. He says, "Seriously, Madam Hong, the territory of the Tianlan Chu family is no place for your insolence." Shen Lingfeng and Son Yen change their power forms, while sharp thin threads wrap tightly around Madam Hong's. She sneers with absolute contempt. "Chu Hang, to suppress your frozen veins, you cannot even muster 30% of level 40 power, yet you think you." Shielding Chuvan behind his back, Chu Hang tries his best to stay calm, stating that even in heart, he knows Chun-Yi is at a critical moment of breaking through inside the Ice Dragon Abyss. There is no way he will let Madam Hong ruin everything, even if his frozen veins end up damaged. He must stall for time until Chun-Yi emerges. He conjures a path of ice rushing toward Madam Hong. "Where do you think you are going?" Madam Hong casually leans her shoulder against the doorframe, her voice echoing. Talk about a massive plot twist. Hu Bok, Shen Lingfeng, and So Nian are completely frozen in shock. You are still alive. Half an hour earlier, inside a spacious, luxurious room with a Madame Hong, along with a few others and an elder who is the Chu patriarch, are sitting and talking. Patriarch of the Chu family, here is this year's Han Tui Tin. Another voice responds, thank you for making. Madame Hong simply replies, I will just send someone to retrieve it. Beside them are shining treasure chests containing the Han Tui Tin, a rare consumable item of epic grace. Another elder, third elder, Chu Fong of the Chu family, calls out, bring them in. A line of attendants brings forward various treasures, including the heavenly mystery snow silkworm thread. This thread grants the equipment a stealth effect, while the profound ice jade is used for weapon refinement. He continues speaking to her, noting that according to last year's promise, all these rare heavenly treasures are. Madame Hong scoffs lightly, shifting her posture slightly before replying in a mocking tone, just these things alone are. Your Chu family hides your best treasures and refuses to hand them over, showing that your request for the Han Tui Tin. Chu Hang quickly stood up to reply, Madame Hong, what do you mean by that? Every single year, in her hands, she held a powerful treasure called the Frost Cleaver. It required level 30, giving a physical attack boost of 350, plus 120 ice. He secretly thought to himself that Madame Hong was incredibly greedy, raising her demands every year, and wondered what. She snapped the treasure right in half, complaining that she was sick of flashy garbage, and declared that this year, if the Chu clan patriarch agreed, she would supply enough frost essence for the entire year, prompting the Standing nearby, Chu Hong grew suspicious, sensing something was completely off. Right before Madame Hong, he questioned her back, a living person. But who? She calmly replied, Chung-yi. Hearing this, Chu Hang, what? Trying to regain his composure, he told her that she must be joking, because humans cannot be traded like goods. But anxiety consumed Chu Hang as he wondered why this woman was targeting Chung-yi, even as she shamelessly laughed it off. Trading one kid to save the whole clan? Honestly, you have to admit that is a massive bargain. The Chu clan patriarch immediately shut her down, telling Madame Hong to leave, because Chung-yi was there. Since he was absolutely off limits, Madame Hong did not even bother to look back. Casual. Seeing her threat, the elder turned to the patriarch, reminding him that just last year, 3 children. Patriarch, if our frost essence supply is cut off. The elder worriedly thought about how the Moet Merchant Alliance owned the entire frost essence mining vein. Due to their thinning ice bloodline curse, the Chu family did not just need the frost essence to boost their blood, they also desperately needed it to keep their bloodlines from freezing completely. Because of this, the Chu family was forced to trade massive resources to the Moet Alliance. Finally, the patriarch snapped, say no more. Even if our bloodline ends, we will never be cowards. Unwilling to accept this, the clan elder argued back, but patriarch, even if you do not care about us old men, you must think about the young children in our clan. Chung-yi is a genius. Yes, but he is still far too young and cannot save the entire Chu family. Furious, the patriarch stood right up and shouted back, our family must survive to rise again. But if everyone. The old man lowered his voice, stating that Chung-yi had never even been protected by the clan, so they should not. The elder raised his voice again, begging that the kids could not wait. But the patriarch remained firm. He thought to himself, what fools. Madame Hong was forcing a choice between Chung-yi and the family because she saw his limitless potential, knowing that. Madame Hong's expression turned incredibly cold as she spoke very well. Since the Chu family is so determined to protect, she stood up to leave with her servants, spitting out her final threat. Your supply of frost essence is officially. Back in the present, Madame Hong says to Hu Bok, thank you, little girl, for leading the way here. Razor-sharp threads from Madame Hong's hand wrap tightly around Hu Bok's neck, choking her until she completely loses consciousness. As she lies motionless on the floor, the wicked woman recalls past events and mutters, the Chu patriarch, did he think I was completely blind? So Nian rushes in out of worry, but Shen Lingfeng, charging Madame Hong's loyal minions, charge straight forward. Their silk ribbon bodies cannot hold Shen Lingfeng back as he unleashes a series of rapid, relentless. When the others lunge at So Nian, she slices them into 100 tiny pieces. You have to love those incredible combos. Shen Lingfeng unleashes his magic, creating a blazing wall of fire to shield his allies. She mockingly boasts, we haven't met in 3 days and you've already learned to work together. This is getting interesting. And Madame Hong silently notes that the succubus girl and the fire dragon both show signs of breaking through. She speaks aloud, you both are quite talented, but unfortunately for you, even treasures can be turned into nothing. Supporting Hu Bok, So Nian silently worries that having to defend her friend is seriously holding back her fighting ability. Wasn't this evil woman completely destroyed during their last encounter? So why is she here at the Chu Manor? Hu Bok is unable to warn her, and as the deadly thread crawls closer, So Nian still fails to notice that. Before she can react, The threads wrap tightly around her body as Madame Hong's chilling voice rings out, asking. Their combat experience is honestly just a little lacking, and now even Shen Lingfeng gets tightly bound. She continues, proudly calling herself the young miss of the thick family. A genius who is somehow also useless, born from your own families. Warm-up is over, so now she will As the ropes pull So Nian away, she asks the succubus girl where her previous power went while Shen Lingfeng gets. She mocks that her blood silk really likes the little fire dragon's flames. Both are pulled high up, Madame Hong sneers that they are still pretty lacking to fight above their level, before turning dead serious and demanding to know. He ignores her words completely, roaring out to let him go or he will burn her to actual ashes. Madame Hong slowly walks toward the curtain, noting that since they will not speak, she knows Chunyi went into the Gale Mountain. With her as bait, she is pretty sure Chunyi will show up, making him scream in anger not to touch the girl. And now she is exposed. Chu Van is hiding behind the curtain, and Madame Hong spots her. That chilling voice rings out again, asking if hiding behind the curtain lets her see her brother from afar. Refusing to give up, So Nian screams with all her might to lend her power just one more time, while this time Madame Hong is truly furious, and she is about to show them what real, absolute dominance looks like. Instantly, a massive army of puppets controlled by Madame Hong rises up all at once. Green cracks slowly spread across Chu Hang's face, and he sighs that this is truly troublesome since she didn't hesitate. As the giant puppets close in on them, Chu Hang grabs a heavy chain and leaps high into the air, shouting to Kwang So Nian and Tham Shen Lingfeng to take. Seeing them try to flee, Madame Hong screams at her puppets to leave them alive. So Nian holds Chu Van protectively while Shen Lingfeng grabs Hu Bak, both of them shouting in agreement. Meanwhile, Chu Ni holds a glowing sphere of raw power, glaring at the massive beast before him as he charges, unleashing his Holy Scroll combo attack. Chu Ni quickly dodges to the side just as another massive wave. Chu Ni thrusts his hand forward to counter the beast with a single, ultimate strike, roaring for evil to yield to his whole. Right before the impact, the monster can only stare at Chu Ni's closing figure, weakly calling out to its long lost. A single punch carrying absolute earth-shattering force rains down as he invokes the hand of God. Silence falls over the battlefield, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of swirling dust as Chu Ni lands smooth. The giant beast weakly asks who he is, and Chu Ni does not hesitate to reveal his true identity. Proudly declaring that he is Chu Ni, descendant of Chu Pham, he sits down to let his body recover while starting. Atsenturiago, you sacrificed your life to destroy the demon teleportation gate for the peace of Tianlan, and my ancestor was none. After sealing your body and soul in this place, Chu Pham set out alone to find a cure for you, but he offers a simple invitation to follow him, promising a much better life ahead. Trapped here, your soul was slowly losing its sanity, so he had to use some aggressive means. Hearing the truth, the dragon closes its eyes and replies sadly that since its dragon core is completely shattered, 100 years have passed and its master is surely gone. So the dragon stares at Chunyi, asking if he came seeking the dragon. But get this, Suangya explains that he can see his cultivation foundation is deeply damaged, requiring pure. Merging with the dragon soul means experiencing the excruciating agony of 10,000 heart-gnawing ants. Your body will feel like it is literally being torn apart 10,000 times, and yet Chunyi does not hesitate. He is willing, because compared to physical pain, being too weak and helpless to protect the one he loves is the truth. Impressed by his resolve, Shuangya praises the Chu family kid's bravery, sending a massive stream of power directly to an orange vortex carrying tiny, glowing blue specks suddenly erupts, urging him to bring it on. His frozen blood vessels finally seem to be recovering, and Chunyi's entire body begins to emit a strain. Deep inside him, the ice encasing his veins starts cracking apart, making him grit his teeth and shut his eyes tight in sheer. Shuangya quickly tells him to hang in there, warning him that his meridians are completely shattered. If he had not found the dragon, he wouldn't have survived even a single month. But now, the glowing blue. Step by step, all the cracks and deep wounds inside him are finally being healed. Yet Chunyi is forced to endure absolutely excruciating pain, with blood pouring from his eye. That green light flows endlessly to heal Chunyi's heart. Watching this, Chu Van smiles, her face lit up. Halan's group feels the same, so Nian squints, looking behind her in utter shock. Look at that, the pitch-black night seems to rip wide open, revealing a faint shadow facing the massive dragon. A flood of system notifications pops up, confirming 100% integration with the Ice Dragon Soul. Now, 2 dragon horns sprout right from Chunyi's head, congratulating him for perfectly. His reward is the Dragon God Body skill. Duangya once told him to protect Thien Lan for both of them. Meanwhile, Madame Hong uses puppet strings to bind a young girl. She steps forward and casting a red silk ribbon toward Chu Van. Madame Hong coos sweetly. She coos for her good little sister to come over, promising she won't hurt her, as the red ribbon tightly binds Chu. Commanding her sweet child to lead the way to her brother, Madame Hong is suddenly shocked as a filthy, blood-stained "Get lost," Madame Hong snarls, glaring down with utter disgust at the battered man holding her back. This dying little flame dragon is pretty stubborn, still trying to play the noble hero to protect a girl. Tham Shen Lingfeng uses his very last ounce of strength to stop Madame Hong from taking Chu Van away. No, scoffing in disgust, Madame Hong tells him he looks like a pathetic stray dog who can't even save himself. It is honestly quite pathetic. But even on the brink of total collapse, Tham Shen Lingfeng, he snaps back, "What the hell do you know? Even if I die, I won't let you touch a single hair on her head." Madame Hong coldly commands him to let go, but Tham Shen Lingfeng screams back, "Never." Furious at how stubborn he is, Madame Hong stomps her boot right onto his shattered hand. Yet, by now, tears are streaming down Chu Van's face. Heartbroken, she begs him to let go and save himself, crying out that her brother won't blame him. Instead, he growls back, "I won't." Chu Van screams as Madame Hong completely loses her mind. She kicks Tham Shen Lingfeng backward with brutal force, calling him a lunatic, but he drags his hands across the ground. Chu Van screams his name in panic. Madame Hong strokes her chin, realizing this kid is This Chung Yi is proving to be incredibly valuable. Annoyed, Madame Hong snaps her fingers, scoffing at this reckless fool. She says she has no interest in him, so if he wants to die, she wraps her puppet strings around Tham Shen Lingfeng. His eyes bulge and his mouth gasps for air in sheer agony, while Chu Van screams for Tham Shen Lingfeng to run away. Seeing Tham Shen Lingfeng lose consciousness, Chu Van breaks down, weeping as she begs Madame Hong. She begs her not to hurt him, promising to go quietly. But right on cue, a massive, suffocating... Even Madame Hong is shaken by the sheer force of it, shivering at how terrifying this pressure feels. Before she can even finish her sentence, a colossal blast of energy slams directly into her. Chung Yi appears with golden wings and dragon horns, stepping in to save Chu Van, who gasps out for her brother. Gazing down at Tham Shen Lingfeng's heavily injured and battered body, Chung Yi whispers his name. Before calling out to Son Yen, he spots Hubok and Chu Hang unconscious on the ground, then gently exhales. Instantly, Chung Yi's eyes undergo a dramatic transformation, with one turning gold and the other a striking. He channels his power into a massive iron chain, summoning the holy lightning lock of the celestial. Licking her lips with wide, excited eyes, Madame Hong is thrilled to see Chung Yi arrive, as every single one of them shares her exact face, and she giggles that Chung Yi has finally come out to play. Obliterating any puppet that dares to get close, Chung Yi is suddenly surprised as Madame Hong sneaks up. She whispers for him to be a good boy and come home with her. Keeping silent, Chunaki stomps down. Instantly, a razor-sharp wave of force cuts right across Madame Hong's neck. Holding his sister close, his raw energy blasts the enemy away, leaving Madame Hong genuinely shaken. While her standard puppets are destroyed, a few of her high-level dolls manage to survive the blast, but even they are struggling to dodge Chung Yi's relentless attacks. Those level 20 puppets do not really matter, but the level 30 elite puppet and the level 40 guard, yet he somehow leaves my entire puppet army completely helpless. Thinking this, she immediately leaps forward, her eyes wide as she screams out in rage that this is absolutely impossible for a level 30. There is no way he can overcome a 15-level gap, which only makes her want him even more. So the deadly red threads rapidly weave together to form a giant sphere, trapping both Chung Yi and Chu Van in. Lady Hong remains pretty confident in this ultimate trapping move she just unleashed, holding her weapon and mocking that fighting above his level means nothing. With that, she and her elite puppet charge. Even while locked inside, Chung Yi does not show a single hint of fear, calmly invoking his divine storm. And just like that, boom! A massive blast completely shatters the giant cage. And only the small area. Lady Hong quickly realizes this raw power goes way beyond anything regular levels can measure. Forcing her. Seeing things turn sour, she decides to retreat first. But Chung Yi coldly steps closer and unleashes his. Cornered and desperate, Lady Hong frantically screams for him to wait, trying to throw out one final threat to save her. She warns Chung Yi that if he dares touch her, the Mome Merchant Guild will absolutely hunt him down. This is the guild's highest wanted token, and if she tears it apart, he will be pursued to the ends of the earth until he dies. Believing he will back off out of fear, she adds that surely he does not want his entire Chu family dragged down. But the dragon's murderous eyes stare right through her soul, making her tremble as she wonders what kind of monster this kid is. Realizing she messed with the wrong powerhouse, she clasps her hands with a fake smile, begging him to understand it is all just a misunderstanding. Bound tightly by the dragon, Lady Hong desperately pleads that she truly knows she was wrong. She admits she should not have touched Chu Van, hurt Kwang Sonyen or the others, and definitely should not. If he only spares her life, she will hand over all her Han Tui crystals, or even share the guilds in a mine? Chung Yi asks, completely skeptical. Lady Hong quickly nods, claiming that this legendary mine takes 1,000 years to yield enough Han Tui crystal. She urges him to think about how this mine would cure his family's frozen bloodline, allowing him to cultivate and asking why he should bother holding a grudge against a small nobody like her, before going even further to save her skin. She promises to become his loyal servant, ready to go through literal fire and water at his very command, but deep down, she is secretly scheming, knowing that as long as her puppet strings can make contact with her, she can instantly warp herself back to the safety of the guild's headquarters. If she can just stall him for a little bit. He purses his lips in silence, knowing a vile snake like Lady Hong would never suddenly beg for mercy like this, unless there is a hidden trap waiting. He immediately rejects her offer, stating that a true powerhouse never fears threats, and Lady Hong freezes, speaking in utter shock. Chung Yi swings his hand to unleash a massive tidal wave of pure energy, forcing her to hastily deploy a thread. She just stares in pure shock. Can you blame her? This is completely unreal. Just before the final blow lands, her mind races with the realization that he is no ordinary holy knight, but with Lady Hong finally taken care of, Chung Yi gently sets Chu Van down on the ground and uses his energy to shatter the binding threads around So Nian, catching her as she falls. Gently, Shen Lingfeng watches in shock, knowing he could not defeat this enemy even at his absolute best. Yet Chung Yi easily takes her down in just a few moves. He blankly stares as Chung Yi approaches. Chung Yi leans down, placing a hand on his chest to say thank you. He truly appreciates Shen Lingfeng, thanking him for risking everything to protect his younger sister. Shen Lingfeng smiles and bursts into a hearty laugh, yelling for him to hurry up and heal him because he is about to bleed dry. In another scene, the Chu patriarch stands deep in thought before a massive portrait, which depicts. Just then, someone calls out to the patriarch, who looks back at Chung Yi and notes that this is their very first official meeting. He admits that letting this disaster happen shows his own incompetence as their leader, leaving him deeply ashamed. Brushing aside the polite talk, Chung Yi gets straight to the point and he demands to know exactly why the Chu family needs these Han Tui crystals. The Chu family needs absolute, undisputed strength to protect Chu Van. Otherwise, clan leader Chu asks if Chu Hang was the one who told him. Chung Yi nods, saying Chu Hang mentioned it, but watching Chung Yi closely, the old leader is absolutely stunned. Despite just surviving a brutal battle, the chilling ruthlessness in his eyes, it is absolutely terrifying. Pampered greenhouse kids do. The leader explains that a curse has severely cut down the awakening rate of their ice bloodline. It also leaves their descendants with incredibly weak bodies, completely unable to survive the freezing back. Every single year, members of the family die from this agonizing frostbite. Chu Engyi's sister, Chu Van, only had the mildest case of this disease, which is why but for most others, they can only suppress the deadly frost by using cold essence crystals. The clan leader continues, explaining that Madame Hong exploited this exact weakness to demand more tribute. She literally tried to trade your life for those crystals, his cold, bitter voice echoing through the room. Before the old man can even finish speaking, Chung Yi cuts him off. No more. We stop paying today. Leaning on his cane, the leader sighs and tries to explain the harsh reality. Chung Yi, the powerful Mamet Merchant Guild, stands right behind her, controlling the only crystal mine. And here's the kicker: Chung Yi tells him Madame Hong is already dead. The old leader freezes, his face turning pale with sheer shock as he stammers out in absolute disbelief. What did you Shaking all over, he reminds the youth that she was a level 45 puppeteer with hundreds of deadly puppets guarding her. Even with a major breakthrough in the freezing abyss, it should be physically impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chung Yi calmly explains that she was far too arrogant to bring backup, and the icy abyss actually tripped, summoning Suangya right before the shocked leader. He adds that the most critical part was waking up his weapon. The old leader's eyes go wide as saucers as he eagerly asks if the sacred weapon still remembers their ancestors. Chung Yi speaks for it, saying it healed his body and helped crush Madame Hong. But since its dragon soul is still incredibly weak, he is keeping it sealed inside his body to rest. Here, he throws his walking cane straight to the ground in pure joy, suddenly dropping to his knees. Pressing his hands together, he bows deeply to the portrait on the wall, crying out to their ancestors. To earn Suangya's respect at such a young age is a feat even the legendary ancestors might not have matched. The younger generation is truly terrifying, the leader thinks with pride, never imagining the boy could actually pull off something so Raising his arms to the sky, he screams that the heavens have not abandoned them. Chung Yi picks up the cane, Awkward, helping the old man back to his feet, the clan leader just laughs it off. He apologizes for getting way too carried away. Suddenly, Chu Engi shifts the mood. Knowing the evil cult has targeted Chuvan, he realizes he cannot keep her by his side forever. If he can wipe out this guild for them, the Chu clan will become the safest sanctuary for her. Stroking his beard, he begins to tell the tale. Originally, the Mamet Merchant Guild was just a tiny. Its owner was a low-ranking warrior named Lu Xuan, barely scraping by smuggling random ores. Everything shifted during a brutally cold winter 10 years ago. A massive, historic blizzard hit Lu Xuan dragged a few partners into the frozen valley. 2 weeks later, he was the only one who walked out. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold essence, crystals, and black ice jade. He even had rare Lu Chang stones and legendary star silver ore that only appears once every. Handing a wooden box to Chung Yi, the leader explains that Liu Xuan claimed he found a rich. Plenty of brave souls tried to sneak in to find the source, but they either got completely lost or froze to death outside. Nobody has ever found that cave. If you think about it, this is just way too convenient. The leader gets incredibly serious, whispering that the real coincidence actually happened much later. 3 years ago, they could still buy a steady supply of crystals from passing traveling merchants. Prices were pretty high, but it was enough to keep the clan going. Then, that very spring, right when they were panicking, Madame Hong showed up at their doorstep with an offer. Back then, Lady Hong gave them an offer. Since they owned a mineral vein, she promised Ice Dragon would supply it. The catch was that the Chu family had to solve some minor troubles. Chu Ni muttered in confusion. Patriarch Chu looked back on those old memories and began to explain. To put it simply, they wanted the Chu family to suppress any small clans in Tianlan province, refusing to. He went on to explain that most small clans suffered from bloodline defects, so the chamber but the price was giving up their most talented children. Once those kids were handed over, those clans hated the chamber but feared having their crucial cultivation resources cut off entirely. So they took their anger out on the Chu family, the chamber lackeys. For 2 years, that clever play by the chamber was meant to leave us completely isolated without any backup. Hearing this, Chung Yi thought. He began piecing together their real plot, first monopolizing the supply routes, then offering low prices to show goodwill, using the Chu family to wipe out dissenters, and ultimately making the Patriarch Chu confirmed it. Exactly, and with every delivery, the chamber tacked on brand new conditions. We knew it was a trap, but with our children relying on cold essence crystals to survive, we had to agree. He pulled out a crystal and showed it to Chung Yi. Take a look. This is what they delivered last year. 3 years ago, the cold essence crystals were pure ice blue, but lately they have been turning black. Chung Yi reached out to take the corrupted crystal. Patriarch Chu kept explaining that Lady Hong claimed it was just natural impurities from deep inside. The moment Chung Yi touched it, a strange golden mist suddenly swirled around his fingertips. This is where it gets crazy. A dark aura suddenly followed right behind the gold, but the golden mist quickly. Chung Yi thought this demonic energy is faint. Yet it feels incredibly familiar. There is no doubt I have run into this exact same dark presence somewhere before. Patriarch Chu cut in to mention another detail. Lady Hong once dropped a very specific comment to him. Once the Lord awakens, lifting your Chu family curse will be effortless. Chung Yi guessed this Lord but the Patriarch immediately shook his head. To supply so much rare ore and make a level 45 puppet master like Lady Hong serve willing, Lu Tuyan is not worthy of that. Chung Yi clenched his fist. I know. Lady Hong is dead, and Patriarch Chu yelled out in protest. How can you say that? You are of Chu blood, carrying the same legacy as our ancestors. Patting Chung Yi on the shoulder, the old man insisted, your trouble is our trouble. We face this storm together. Chung Yi smiled, placing his hand over the old man's. I appreciate the sentiment, Patriarch. But turning around toward his Shen Lingfeng closed his eyes, complaining that they were taking too long, while Tixin called out. Big brother, the principal said you had trouble, and packed the 3 of us off to help. His allies were all levels 20. Not gonna lie, seeing them like this is wild. They made huge progress in just 2 months. Tixin laughed, patting his chest proudly. Of course, we follow you, so we cannot afford to fall behind. Halan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes teasing on the way here. Lin Hai said she wanted to ask you about ice magic, but why is she suddenly so shy now? Lin Hai, standing amidst the lush green garden, Chung Yi looked exceptionally handsome with a soft, flawless smile. He led the way, urging them forward. Time is tight. Let us talk as we move. The group quickly followed. Behind the chatting group, an old man leaning on a walking stick quietly watched them go. His gaze softened as he stared at Chuni, murmuring that the boy truly resembled their ancestor. The group chattered excitedly, should we pack snacks? And is Black Wind Mountain cold? I have some great boots for the snow, and don't worry, our family has serious cold resistance anyway. Chungi watched them, suddenly feeling like a bit of a third wheel. Then his eyes sharpened as he thought normally, I would have just snuck in alone. A map projected before him with a glowing path. After all, the demonic energy in Blackwind Valley could not, even if he runs into an enemy several times stronger than himself, he can still borrow the power of the Void Beast. A vivid memory flashes, a man gently carrying a young girl in his arms. Ever since he took down Lady Hong, the system has been pretty quiet, only handing out basic daily quests. A glowing golden system screen suddenly pops up right in front of him. Time to lock in. He and his teammates must expose the dark secrets of the Merchant Guild. The reward is insane, a single S+ rank skillbook for every participating member. Meanwhile, this thing is literally known as the ultimate support system. That means it never makes pointless moves, so maybe the quest itself is not what the system is really after this time. Images of his battered, unconscious allies suddenly flash through his mind. Total defeat. He thought he could protect everyone he loves, but forgot that true strength is the absolute foundation. A dangerous light flickers in his eyes. Fighting Lady Hong taught him a hard lesson, even the mightiest lion, and if you are completely alone when that happens, even the weakest stray dogs will come to tear you apart. Tishin shouts out, snapping him back to reality. Brother Ingi, if we don't move, it will get pitch black. Seeing his pale face, Son Yen steps forward, asking if he's okay. Chuni closes his eyes and mutters that he turns back to the group and yells, let's head to the teleportation gate. Right before the gate shuts, someone complains that they should have done this earlier, asking if they can get some food. Watching his allies walk ahead but still turn back to wait for him with warm smiles, he feels pretty proud. Tong Halan is showy but meticulous. Tham Shen Lingfeng acts tough but is and gentle Tunyin, they are all his dependable allies, the real reason why this mighty lion can finally sleep in peace. Real allies are never a burden. Fast forward 24 hours, and the surrounding scenery has completely changed. Massive mountains are covered in pure white snow, yet a strange, blood-red mist covers the air. At the end of the year, snow buries the valley, while a thick blood-red fog settles inside. A rugged military-style vehicle speeds across the deep snow. But what's truly bizarre is strangely, there are absolutely no guards around. It seems Lu Tuyen isn't worried about anyone finding the valley. Clad in heavy winter coats, Chuni's team gathers together as Son Yen quietly points out that this is the place. She mentions the public map only marks the valley itself, leaving the inside blank, but a calm Chuni already figured that. Chungi reaches out to summon a glowing blue butterfly, ordering it to locate their target. The agile little creature, his locating skill uses his own magic to fuel the void-leading butterfly, creating a glowing magical array. From there, the void beast uses its sharp senses to track the location, tearing open. Tai Shin blows hot air into his freezing hands, complaining that the freezing wind feels like needles. He thinks to himself it is actually 3 times colder than Ice Dragon Abyss. He activates a series of buffs, wrapping his entire party in a warm golden light with the blessings of courage, weapon enhancement. He casually warns everyone to keep their guard up and stay alert. Shen Lingfeng looks at the powerful golden aura wrapping around him, totally amazed. It is his name is Tham Shen Lingfeng, level 22 berserker. His strength is up to 204 plus 61, and his speed rises by 30%. His constitution and intelligence also surge by 30%. With his combat power instantly spiking like this, he cannot wait to test it out on some monster. And now watch this creepy, snake-like threads wriggle silently through the snow. Suddenly, Zhuang Linhai is yanked into the air, screaming for help. Tham Shen Lingfeng whirls around, a rapid pivot. Chu Yi leaps high into the freezing air. He catches Zhuang Linhai mid-air and pulls her close, while his other hand slices the strange threads with a brilliant. Zhuang Linhai blushes deeply, thanking Brother Ingi, while Tham Shen Lingfeng stares suspiciously at he growls, wondering what the hell those things are. They look a bit like Lady Hong's puppet strings. Chungi steps forward with a grim look, placing his hand on the severed thread to channel a surge of a massive shock. The electrical surge makes the threads shrink back instantly. Chungi turns to Tong Halan, telling her to scan the cliff wall with her spiritual magic. Harlan unleashes her technique, her entire body floating up as glowing talismans hover around her. Chant, the talismans shoot forward in that direction, sticking onto the cliffside row after row. Arranged in a Bagua diagram, the talismans burst into a blinding golden light. Harlan yells, "Open!" as every single person has pure worry written all over their faces. They all share one terrifying thought. Is this snowy peak actually the legendary vanished mountain? Meanwhile, what on earth are these things? Suddenly, some of those tentacles begin spinning rapidly in midair, forming a... Seeing the danger, Harlan draws a glowing seal in the air, chanting, "Hidden thunder, command the spirit." A massive golden talisman manifests right in front of her, completely blocking the oncoming barrage of... This is the spirit Taoist evil suppressing talisman. But right after blocking, black spots appear on its surface. With her barrier destroyed, Harlan takes to the air, desperately dodging the non-stop thrusts of those nasty... That sticky slime actually absorbs spiritual energy. She realizes, her spirit Taoist Zhou Yi watches the unfolding scene, visibly taken aback. The tentacles completely surround Zhou Yi's group, putting everyone on high alert while Shen Lingfeng looks totally shocked. Furious, Shen Lingfeng summons a massive fireball, his hair changing color and whipping around like raging... But it does absolutely nothing. The flames die out instantly, and those tentacles keep reaching forward. Shen Lingfeng clicks his tongue in frustration. Within the mass of tentacles, terrifying eyes, their bodies are wrapped in writhing tentacles with pitch-black faces and hollow, glowing white eyes. Taishin cracks her knuckles, excited to finally get some action. Beside her, Sonyin keeps a cold expression, her hand gripping her hilt, ready to draw her... But Zhou Yi stops them, waving his hand as a golden barrier and a system notification pop up. It is his S+ rank divine talent, Holy Sword Heart, and its holy light protection. He says, they seem terrified of the holy light. Sword in hand, he blazes forward like an absolute Having cleared out the majority of them, Zhou Yi quickly comes to a solid conclusion. Physical attacks work perfectly. They have no resistance to weapons. He loudly yells out, "Taishin!" Hearing their names, Tijin and Sonyin immediately rush forward, weapons drawn. He orders, Tijin breaks their defense from the front, Sonyin takes the rear, and we push in from 3. Zhou Yi then directs the rest of the group. You 3 stay inside this protective light barrier. Shen Lingfeng is not happy about this at all, pointing at himself, desperate to join the fight. He protests, "Hold on, I am a berserker, I do not just play with fire." He grins with excitement, while Zhou Yi walks over to Lin Hai and Harlan, saying, "Fine, Shen Lingfeng." He commands, "Lin Hai, Harlan, stay back and look for weaknesses." Turning around, Shen Lingfeng leaps forward, leaving bright golden trails. "Your boy is coming in hot." Leaping high, Tijin swings her massive battle axe down toward the eyes on those dark tentacles. As the sliced tentacles begin to dissolve, she lets out a satisfied, booming laugh. Aha! Right beside her, Shen Lingfeng and Sonyin are showing off too, skewering monsters like meat. He brags, "How is your boy's raw power?" While Sonyin cleanly slices the beasts in half, Shen Lingfeng and Taishin attack relentlessly, carving through the writhing, chaotic swarm. But watching closely, Zhou Yi quietly realizes they can never truly slice all these monsters and vines. Cut one down, and a new beast immediately crawls out of the mountainside. Suddenly, some dark shadow flies past Lin, but with her lightning reflex, she manages to catch a quick glimpse of it. Pausing, Lin Hai immediately turns to the battling Zhou Yi, waving and calling out, "Brother Ni." She says, "Brother Ni, I found this Tianlan Khan family token on a monster." Meanwhile, Harlan, looking at the items, he deduces they likely belong to small families who came seeking whatever the Black Wind Valley. This means those silver vines do not just devour magic and spiritual energy. They actually drain life force too, eventually transforming even their skeletal remains. Realizing the truth, the origin of these silver threads is deep inside the mountain. Every single monster has its cord anchored. From that stance, Zhou Yi unleashes a powerful vertical slash directly in front of him, but instead of target, he decides to sever those lines. His blade splits the earth wide open, carving a deep fissure as he mutters. The runed stone slabs on the surface start cracking apart and collapse in a massive, rapid landslide. Sheltered inside their protective barrier, Zhou Yi and his team remain completely untouched by the falling debris. Shen Lingfeng and Tijin freeze in absolute shock, their eyes widening as she gasps. Once the fog clears, they find themselves standing on ground littered with half-buried skeletal remains. Resting her heavy weapon, Taishin wonders, was that just an illusion? Zhou Yi steps forward, his figure casting multiple reflections across the frozen walls as he firmly, staring directly at his own reflection, he delivers his final conclusion: this is actually a disguised dungeon. Zhou Yi explains that Hukfong Kok is not a natural mountain range at all, but a massive hidden dungeon that merged with... The integration was so incredibly seamless that absolutely nobody noticed the truth. As the entire team... He continues his analysis actually, Lu Tuin knew. That is why the Merchant Guild left this place complete. The dungeon itself acts as the ultimate defense system, designed to digest any careless intruder into pure... Shoving his hands in his pockets, Shen Lingfeng scoffs, what a cheap trick. A realization hits Lin. Hi, so those monsters we fought earlier were actually former intruders. Zhou, exactly. The first stage represents the mountain. After dying here, you just become another rock. Look at this, a blinding glow erupts right beneath his fingers. He warns the team to brace themselves because stage 2 is the glassy ceiling above them shatters into sparkling shards, forcing everyone to instantly form a tight back. Shen Lingfeng warns these broken mirrors are trying to ambush us. Zhou Yi quickly orders Lin, hi, stack double earth. With a swift nod she complies, as the falling glass mirrors their tense, anxious faces. Zhou Yi stares straight ahead with a grim expression, trying to peer through the thinning fog to see what is coming. From the thick smoke, a mysterious figure slowly walks toward him, while elsewhere, Lin Hai finds her looking around in a total panic. She cries out, Zhou Yi, Harlan, where is everyone? Gripping her staff tightly, Lin Hai keeps her guard up, scanning the shadows. Suddenly, the scene shifts over, his shirt torn off. He clenches his fists and growls in anger. What kind of sick trick is this? Disgusting. Cut to Son Yin. She stands atop a transparent platform, gripping her sword and yelling into the void. At the same time, her blow crashes down, only to be blocked by an exact double of herself. The impact cracking, she spits out in absolute fury. Is this some cheap magic trick? This clone even copied my physical raw strength. The copycat facing her has the exact same face, but with completely lifeless eyes, hollowly repeating, with a face full of sheer disgust. Tai Shin snaps, absolutely disgusting. Yanking her axe back, she launches a lightning-fast punch with her free hand. But the copycat reactively seizing the opening, she fires a devastating back kick, completely catching the clone off guard. The copycat is sent flying back, smashing straight through several stone graves that shatter into pieces. Lying broken in the rubble, the clone blankly mimics her voice once more. What an absolute idiot. You cannot even read. Looking down with crossed arms, Tishin sighs. This fake can only mimic full. She cannot build momentum or adapt her techniques on the fly. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts. Trading blows with her duplicate, Tishin realizes something terrifying. You can see it too, this monster is. We cut back to Shen Lingfeng, where a blinding beam of light impales the ground. Unleashing his dragon scales, Shen Lingfeng gets forcefully pushed back across the dirt. Why did you stop copying and start freeloading off my flame dragon body? The clone lunges at him, but now fully transformed into his half-dragon state, his weapon erupts in searing hot flames. Today, I am going to show you the massive difference between the real deal and a cheap knockoff. A matching fiery spear instantly manifests in the clone's hand. Shen Lingfeng scoffs. He charges forward as his spear spins like a fiery drill. If you want to copy my skills, then the blazing drill swells with massive power for a devastating strike. Their spears collide, unleashing a blind. The sheer shockwave shatters the earth, sending debris flying everywhere. Out of the rubble, gripping his spear tight, Shen Lingfeng readies his strength for the next clash. With a fluid motion, he spins his spear to form a blazing ring of fire, blocking the clone's. The clone advances, slowly pressing his spear tip against the barrier. With a completely light, the spear plunges straight into Shen Lingfeng's chest, drawing blood. Suddenly, his body glows as Shen Lingfeng sneers. You can only mimic finished moves, but you can never keep up with the changing. Feeling absolutely zero pain, he reaches out and tightly grabs the spear deeply embedded in his own chest. As the clone stares blankly, Shen Lingfeng roars with fury. You brainless, stupid piece of trash. Behind him, a golden vortex erupts in blinding light as the dragon's form manifests. Die. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, paper talismans fly like razor-sharp blades. They trigger a massive explosion, sending thick smoke to blanket the area. Covered in wounds, Harlan holds a hidden talisman, scanning the smoke. Suddenly, she bolts away as the blast erupts. But look at that, the clone's lifeless face is already looming through the smoke. Harlan circles around, sneering. I thought you actually had some skills. Real Taoist talismans are constantly on the move. She bites her thumb to draw blood. Our magic requires channeling heaven and earth. All around her, falling raindrops begin to condense, glowing brightly as they float in midair. She declares, look at this rain, feel this wind. They are all part of my Tao heart. Waving her hand, a trail of golden light follows her. With majestic authority, she whispers, the mind is the. She yells out, you have no heart, so you cannot wield nature. Your copied spells are just empty shells. The glowing raindrops shoot straight toward the clone. Desperate to copy her, it bites its own hand, but this is totally impossible. The glowing rain impales the clone, forcing those hideous tentacles to writhe out in agony. Elsewhere, by a giant tree, an injured Lin Hai is slumped on the ground. Right beside her, The clone mockingly says, Lin Hai, stop struggling. Even if you copy my moves, you can never defeat. Clutching her staff tightly through the pain, she quietly thinks to herself, I am not struggling. I am simply looking down at her bleeding legs. She analyzes the situation in just 10 minutes. You went from copying sound to using active attacks, and now you are even laying traps designed specifically to counter me. Your growth speed is absolutely insane. But as a dungeon boss, there is always a way to break you. The clone fires a barrage, forcing Lin Hai to scramble. The copy gloats look at you, still running away. It hurls sharp icicles while whispering mockingly, Lin Hai, come to me so we can finally become one. Gazing at the icicles, she notices they have no runes. Suddenly, she gasps, I get it now. The smug clone struts closer to Lin Hai, leaning heavily on its staff and boasting loudly. She replies from the start, I doubted that any skill could perfectly copy decades of. It turns out you only copied my outer shell. You could never replicate my precise control. Blood drips from her wounds as the clone frowns in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Hai places her hand on the tree. A bright blue flame ignites behind the trunk. She explains, just like ice, a beginner can. True masters condense lethal water needles. Yet you wield ice without even the most basic runic patterns, proving your understanding of the element. Gripping her staff with both hands, she slams it down, sending glowing energy through the cracked earth. From the cracks, jagged ice shoots straight at the clone. Lin Hai yells a master mage harmonizes. Lin Hai gasps, her jaw dropping. Seriously, you will not believe what she sees next. Countless massive magic arrays of all types light up before her. A weak, fading voice. Given enough time, I am quite sure you could copy all of this too. Then, a blinding light suddenly bursts onto the scene. Why should I give you any time? She asks. Nearby, Zhou Yi is locked in a fierce battle against his own clone in a raging holy storm. Their swords clash head-on, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion that rips through the area. Right from the thick cloud of. Zhou Yi thinks in shock. He used Holy Light Cross just 0.5 seconds after his last move, and his force angle adjusted by a mere 0. Facing his duplicate, he notices that the mechanical stiffness in its movements has completely vanished by now. Even more interesting, throughout this clash, I can feel him actively analyzing my own weak points. With that in mind, Zhou Yi grips his sword and charges. An opportunity to train against. The two trade blows rapidly in midair, completely matched in sheer power. Neither backs down. But this. Why is that? He wonders. Turns out copying elemental attribute skills causes a noticeable. Zhou Yi grits his teeth, glaring coldly at the perfect copy standing right in front of him. The clone lands on the ground. Zhou Yi follows, telling him coldly that for someone who hates talking, he sure acts. Then he coldly asks, what exactly are you trying to get from me? The clone rubs his chin, looking totally blank for a second before flashing a wicked smile. He casually. But wait, facing Zhou Yi's power, the clone confidently boasts. I know everything about you, so you can never kill me. Zhou Yi just scoffs, asking, is that so? My homeland has an ancient saying, he says. Zhou Yi raises his hand, golden threads wrapping around his. Boasting too much makes it easy to bite your own tongue. Suddenly, a massive, gaping hole tears open right through the clone's stomach. You already knew this, Zhou Yi explains calmly. From the very start of our fight, this mirror has been reflecting me this whole time. Every single delay you experienced happened right after the mirror flashed. That means everything you learned actually came from how I observed and reacted to this mirror during battle, even though you tried hiding it with constant attacks to distract me and keep my eyes off the mirror. He coldly reminds him, do not forget that you came from me. I already know every single thing about you. Lin Hai looks over in shock as Zhou Yi slowly steps out from the rising dust. She immediately runs straight. Brother Ingyi, you are finally out, Lin Hai says, looking completely frantic as she quickly urges him on. Go save Sister Nian right now, Zhou Yi asks in a panic what happened to Tu Nian. Meanwhile, So Nian, the demonic clone, smiles, mockingly pointing out how she keeps holding back, taunting her for being too terrified to. With that much fear, can you really be called a genius? So Nian grits her teeth, feeling the dark, demonic consciousness beating like a wild pulse deep inside her. It feels like countless hands are trying to tear her apart from the inside. But then, another voice echoes in her head. Let me help you, it whispers. But So Nian warns herself, I absolutely cannot lose control again. But that mysterious voice just laughs, telling her she will never dodge the clone's next strike. So Nian fights hard to suppress her dark urges, desperate to stay sane so she can finish this mission. Zhou Yi will be so disappointed to see you fail. It keeps tempting her, whispering that it is her only real source. So Nian squeezes her eyes shut and screams, get lost, my power is mine to control. Hearing this, the demon draws her mind to control. Then why don't you try blocking me with those pathetic hands that are too afraid? She swings her blade with lethal force, but So Nian manages to slip past the demon's strike just in time. Despite that miss, the demon relentlessly presses the attack. See how massive the gap between our Smiling, she starts listing every single deep, dark fear that So Nian has been desperately hiding. You worry about way too many things, Chungi's opinion, losing control, while I fear absolutely nothing. Another slash. No matter how masterfully you wield swordsmanship or cast powerful magic, if you refuse to unleash your bloodline, you are basically no different from any ordinary warrior. The demon keeps pushing So Nian to her absolute limit. Right, she mocks. In your then she poses a cruel question, but if your kindness is being crushed by me, once I grind you to dust, will he even care about a weak, useless saint? So that mysterious voice echoes once again, telling him to look and see that this is the price for suppressing it. It wants to be let out, mocking the opponent as an ignorant clone who thinks having a tiny bit of demon power allows. Lin Hai worriedly tells Chuni that she can easily tear the clone apart or protect him instead. Now here is where things get interesting. After defeating their clones, they return to the starting point. So Nian is clearly much stronger than us, so why is she constantly being suppressed by her clone? Halan explains that the longer this drags on, the stronger the clone gets as it develops its own mind. Shen Lingfeng finds it completely confusing because he cannot hear their conversation, but he can clearly. Chuni silently watches, knowing better than anyone why she refuses to use her powerful bloodline strength. Fighting herself. She is battling her own shadow. She is not struggling due to a lack of raw power, but because past incidents of losing control make her too. Meanwhile, the clone has a massive advantage, since it has zero restraints and can unleash all its power. Shen Lingfeng furiously punches the mirror, shouting to let her out to fight. Taishin also watches. Tishin asks Chunyi what they should do and if they can just smash it. Chunyi stays silent. When he knows this mirror world is connected to So Nian's mind, so forcefully breaking it might end up. Stepping forward, he warns everyone that ordinary methods will not be enough to save her. He must force his way in. He orders everyone to get back, as far as possible. Right after, he transforms and completely shatters the mirror with his bare hand, leaving Lin Hai and the. He is forcefully destroying the copy's core energy source, literally breaking the dungeon's rules just to. Inside, the demon pins So Nian down and mockingly tells her to look at her pathetic state. So Nian coughs weakly, looking up in fear as a strange light suddenly begins to flash right next to her. That beam of light charges straight at them, vaporizing the demon instantly. So Nian slowly sits up in exhaustion. Chunyi reaches out to her with a warm smile, gently telling her not to fear because he is here. Hearing this, So Nian bites. But wait, look at this. The entire space around her suddenly shifts violently as cracks begin spreading across the air. Stunned and terrified by what is happening, So Nian grips her sword and forcefully shatters the barrier holding her trapped in. Yet the moment she finally escapes, So Nian immediately swings her sword to attack Chunyi. To avoid hurting her during this sudden assault, Chunyi is forced to block her incoming sword with his bare fist. One block. That is all it takes to send So Nian flying backward. The onlookers watch with wide eyes and open mouths in complete disbelief. So Nian crashes hard into the ground. Chunyi realizes with shock that his holy light is burning her. What on earth is happening to her? Her constitution shouldn't be vulnerable to holy light at all. Yet, So Nian charges forward with her. He tries using holy light to subdue her but quickly retracts it, realizing both lightning and holy energy are active. Instead, he raises his hand and releases a thick stream of green smoke. The green smoke quickly manifests into fine threads, binding So Nian's hands before wrapping tightly around her legs until her. This is the only way. He must restrict her movements without causing her any actual physical harm. Chunagi steps closer and begs her to look at him, but suddenly, the surrounding walls begin to dissolve into thin air. The strange sight leaves the group entirely confused as the floating debris begins to gather. A furious voice booms out, warning them that they have violated dungeon rules, initiating the ultimate deletion. It's the level 20 Silver Thread Spider, an epic boss that spits deadly razor-sharp webs. This beast attacks with shadow clones alongside a level 30 gold tier flame soldier wielding devastating war stampedes and magma. There is also a level 34 gold bone vine puppet and a level 23 epic bone warrior standing by. They slash mind and soul alongside a level 33 gold acid slime spitting dangerous, melting corrosion. Charging right into the terrifying monster horde, Lin Hai swings her sword to slice their bodies clean in half, but she quickly notices. Lin Hai yells out they are using silver threads to forcefully stitch themselves back together. Ha-Lan quickly pulls out a powerful talisman and chants her spell to unleash a devastating burst of pure. In an instant, the entire horde begins to burn. Tai Xin charges forward with her axe, swinging it hard to strike her target's head. She throws the weapon. Shen Lingfeng just smirks coldly. With bare hands, he grabs the beast. Chunyi quickly realizes these silver threads are all being controlled from one place. Looking at So Nian, just like the first stage, anyone who loses the selection is hijacked by the threads and turned in. Even though he managed to smash through the second stage's energy core, So Nian's mind is still trapped in that trial. Countless glowing silver threads are tightly wrapped, and with her succubus bloodline being pretty unstable, the system took full advantage of her weakness to hijack her mind. And whoever is pulling the strings clearly sees him as the ultimate threat. They're desperately throwing everything at him. He's the target. Chunyi summons his raw power to drag the mastermind out of hiding. Masterminds who rely on pure mental force to manipulate things usually keep their real bodies heavily guarded, never showing their faces easily, but to completely free So Nian, he has to force this final. He looks at So Nian, telling her, "Sorry, So Nian, but what I do next might make you quite upset." A giant stone wall slams into the ground, followed instantly by another right next to it. The walls lock together, forming a tight box to trap So Nian inside. Chunyi watches coldly before calling. Ha-Lan yells on it. She pulls out 3 talismans at once to do his bidding, chanting, "Let the heavens and earth be bounded. Let all enter." The 3 talismans fly in different directions, trapping So Nian inside a powerful restrictive barrier. Lin Hai fights off the beasts, yelling out, "Brother, there are too many. We can't hold them off much longer." Shen Lingfeng struggles as the numbers multiply, warning that these damn things can actually devour each other to evolve. Chunyi knows they are endless. If they keep fighting this infinite flood unleashed by the system, his team will run completely dry in under 30 minutes, while he is forced to waste focus protecting them. He closes his eyes, condensing a massive vortex of energy in his chest. No more holding. Chunyi shouts a quick warning. He tells them to get back, use their strongest shields, and keep their focus no matter what they see next. Shen Lingfeng, Ling Hai, Ha-Lan, and Tixin shout back in agreement. Shen Lingfeng grins, "Got it." Just right now, Chunyi is completely enveloped in a massive, swirling column of light. Watching from inside her box, So Nian can feel his overwhelming energy expanding outward like a shockwave. Under this crushing pressure, the surrounding monsters freeze, their flesh dissolving to expose the glowing silver Tai Xin gasps in pure shock. What on earth is that? They are not dissolving. They are merging into one body. Is the system seriously trying to fuse every single monster into one ultimate boss? Lin Hai warns her sensory magic is picking up a massive energy vortex at the center, easily twice as strong. Chunyi takes a slow, steady breath as brilliant beams of holy light pierce the sky. Activating his S-rank skill, God Summon Level 1, a pair of legendary giant wings unfold across. A silver-armored archer aims directly at the giant beast, while a massive army of holy knights materializes behind Chunyi. Shen Lingfeng points in utter shock. How did Chunyi summon something this high tier? Taishin gasps. Is this the ultimate? Lin Hai shivers. This energy is absolutely terrifying. Even the chaotic dungeon space itself seems to freeze for a split second. Breaking free from the momentary freeze, the colossal monster lets out another earth-shaking roar. Chunyi bites his lip, calculating that summoning an angel has instantly drained 30% of his total. Once this fight is over, he must level up his God Summon skill to drastically lower that cost. He orders his holy knights to eliminate the target, and instantly, a barrage of glowing arrows is unleashed. All those arrows converge into one single, massive strike, targeting the colossal beast directly. The monster raises its arm to block, but against this overwhelming holy power, it is instantly blown away. The blinding light continues, surging forward. Lin Hai gasps. This intense power has completely broken the Ha-Lan worries, knowing that Chunyi cannot hold out much longer. Summoning a beast of this level takes an absolutely devastating toll on my mental power. After finally taking down the monster, Zhou Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Turning toward Jiangchu Ran, he knows. With his mind made up, he walks straight toward her, releasing his power to issue a cold command. "Get out on the count of 3 or I will destroy this place." Jiangchu Ran bites her lip, staring coldly as Zhou Yi begins counting. 1, 2. Just as he hits the final number, a massive dark shadow looms right behind Jiangchu Ran, catching Zhou Yi. So, the dungeon boss finally decided to show its face. Staring at its blackened body, Zhou Yi immediately realized it is a corrupted level 50 heart devourer. boasting legendary potential and unknown skills. Staring back at Zhou Yi with dark curiosity, it notes that of all the powerful warriors who came here, he is by far the youngest. Yet his presence is far more imposing than the older ones. The Heart Devourer then uses countless silver threads. Zhou Yi grits his teeth, raising a hand to shield his eyes. Whispering close, the monster tells him not. Instead, the beast gestures behind itself, offering him a tempting choice instead. And honestly, you cannot blame him for freezing when a mountain of legendary treasures suddenly appears right. The Purification Star contains absolute pure energy, capable of cleansing any curse or negative. The heart-calming liquid suppresses chaotic bloodlines, stabilizing wild physiques, boosting all attacks with 50% fire damage. Then there is the Dark Iron Core, a dense spatial ore perfect for crafting teleportation boots. The Spirit Jade pulses with pure life essence, allowing defensive gear to automatically restore the user's health point. It even doubles the healing effects of support classes. Another item summons a giant. This barrier lasts 10 seconds, while another tool lets the user analyze any enemy's level and weak points for. Lingzi excitedly declares that if she fuses the dragon crystal into her gauntlets, a single punch would blow those. Helan is equally thrilled to spot gear for healing and defense, amazed by such a massive display of legendary. Zhou Yi contemplates silently, matching the Purification Star with his family's eternal lightning source. He feels his resolve wavering slightly, especially since the heart-calming liquid is clearly designed for Jiangchu Ran. Putting an arm around him, the beast murmurs that he is tempted, seeing how much she is suffering. Just one drop of this liquid will let her sleep peacefully, keeping her unstable bloodline from tearing her apart. These are just the appetizer, it coaxes. Prove you have conquered this dungeon, grab your rewards and leave this place. Staring at the glittering items, Zhou Yi realizes this is a trap. Stopping now would grant him. He remembers the life and death battles fought alongside his companions, their mission to expose the dark secrets. Zhou Yi confronts the Heart Devourer, stating these items are indeed tempting, but the monster has completely misunderstood. Drawing his sword, he unleashes a powerful slash at his foe, declaring he did not come to the Blackwind Valley or even to avenge his fallen comrades. Even the ancient curse of his own family cannot be broken by accepting handouts from a monster. Stunned, Zhou Yi retorts, noting the monster is far too familiar with everything about his life. Knowing even his family curse makes it highly likely that this entire setup is a trap targeted at him. As his body begins to transform, he mutters that he wants both the Purification Star and the liquid, coldly declaring the beast no more talking. He triggers his legendary dragon god form, cutting the boss clean in half with one swipe. Melding into the collapsing earth, the fiend summons a colossal stone titan to block Zhou Yi's path. Without hesitation, the monster slams a massive fist down, causing the surrounding cavern to shake and shatter into. Within seconds, everything around them gets swallowed up in the chaotic collapse. Zhou Yi quickly leaps to safety, avoiding the bottomless abyss. But he spots Jiang Churan. Falling completely defenseless, a panicked Jiang Churan cries out for him, causing Zhou Yi to. Screaming her name, Zhou Yi dives straight down to grab her hand, but his fingers only grasp empty air. He instantly realizes what is going on, muttering that they are trying to trick him with illusions. Furious, Chung-Yi directly strikes a blow at the Heart Eater, only to realize it isn't panicked at all. Instead, is that all you've got? It mocks. Chung-Yi's voice drops to a cold whisper as he tells it to try him and find. The Heart Eater unleashes a brand new technique, its eyes flashing with a bright white light that looks exactly like. It sneers that it originally wanted to reward him and let him leave, but he just refuses to listen. Different faces flash inside the Heart Eater's mind as it deletes the code, muttering that it has learned everything but suddenly, the Heart Eater notices something off. Wait, what is that? Chu Eungi steps out from behind with his allies, calmly pointing out that he never said this was a one-on-one fight. The soldiers backing Chun-Yi fire a relentless wave of arrows. Shuangna charges right alongside them. Every attack slams directly into the dark monster, burying it in a massive cloud of dust. In an instant, its figure starts fading. But wait, a violent explosion suddenly erupts. Out of nowhere, glowing glass shards float into the air. Honestly, this completely catches Chung-Yi. The mirror shards hover in place. Peering through one of them, Chung-Yi spots a vision of a mysterious. The image feels strangely familiar. As Chung-Yi reaches out to touch the shard, a sudden wave of brilliant golden energy. The timeline shifts backward. 10 years ago, in Hakfong Valley, a desperate man knelt before a terrible. Black, writhing tentacles slowly coil around the man as a chilling voice echoes from the darkness. It whispers that he wants to save his daughter. Though terrified, the man desperately tries to reply. The best priest in Tianlan said, she won't survive till spring, without thousand-year ice jade. Highly pleased, the monster chuckles. A blessing, it sneers. What a perfect choice of words. I can grant you enough wealth to buy medicine from the entire city, but you must do 3 favors for me in return. Hearing this, the man squeezes his shaking hands in terror, nervously asking what exactly those favors are. Countless glowing gems rain down from above as the monster demands he use this wealth to lure people to hack while the souls of the strong will become its eternal gatekeepers. The man looks up with sheer disbelief in his eyes, realizing the monster actually wants to slaughter them all. The monster laughs hysterically, pressing its razor-sharp teeth close to his face. It tells him not to worry, since, after all, who on earth could possibly resist the tempting promise of overnight wealth? Left with no choice, he returns home and tells his friend that black crystal ore has been found in the valley. His friend is skeptical, pointing out that anyone who goes there vanishes. Last year, the man quickly covers up, claiming they simply did not know the right path. He claims he found a rich vein but needs extra hands, offering them a clean 30% split, and just like that, the body count starts climbing. This is where his hands get seriously dirty. The sheer horror of his actions makes him throw up constantly, his tears falling fast as deep regret consumes his. He weeps that this is a sin, but the monster just scoffs, claiming it was their own greed that drove them here. It mocks him, asking why he thinks they came to the valley. To help him? No. Trapped in the cycle, he keeps luring more and more innocent people. He tells Elder Feng the price is highly negotiable as long as he helps spread the word. But shortly after, his servant panics, asking what's wrong. The North City Guild is demanding an 80% cut, threatening, without any powerful backers, relying only on these thugs will get them all slaughtered in the end. This news infuriates Lu Tuyen. Driven to the edge, his heart grows colder and more ruthless. They beg Boss Lu for mercy, calling themselves blind fools. They promise that from now on, they cry out that they will obey his every command. Lu Tuyen stands there, listening to their terrified scream. As they beg for their lives, his guilt fades away entirely. Now, when he stands before the monster, Lu Tuyen confidently presents a bold new business proposal to his master. He suggests building a merchant association. On the surface, they sell mined ore. But the monster naturally agrees and asks for a name. Lu Tuyen proudly reveals his choice, the Mermaid Merchant Association. Curiously, the monster asks why he chose that specific name. Without hesitation, Lu Tuyen explains, they look just like gods and sing beautiful songs, but they lure people to leap into the ocean and crash their During that voyage, I was the only survivor, clinging onto the wooden deck for dear life. Right after he finished speaking, the monster spat out what looked like human bones from its mouth. That guy got pretty. Before long, his business really started booming, and his assistant handed him the monthly mining report with all their late. Han Tui Tin has prepared enough tribute for the Chu family, plus 17 nutrient bodies right inside the valley. Quite pleased, Lu Tuyen grabs the list and mutters that he understands. He studied it closely and complained that the quality of these nutrients was a bit lacking, warning them that next time Lady Hong. The assistant bowed respectfully in agreement, but Lu Tuyen was not done yet. He demanded a price hike, raising this year's rates by. Now look closely, all these dark memories suddenly crash into Chu Ni's mind, leaving him pretty unsettled. Who would have thought these floating glass shards actually recorded 10 full years of karma with such crystal clarity? The shattered glass pieces kept falling rapidly, slowly swirling together into a glowing vortex right above Chu Ni's. A mysterious purple crystal instantly materializes in his palm. The blue dragon reappeared to explain that this is the core of the dungeon, and owning it means controlling the benefits of holding this mirror prison core are absolutely massive for him right now. Unlocking 30% of the dungeon control lets him manipulate its basic spatial rules, and Swangya, a personal dungeon, is essentially a literal gold mine, an endless money-making machine. Calling him incredibly lucky, the dragon tells him to focus his mental energy and bond with the zone, which as the heavy energy slowly flows into him, stunning rings of power swirl around his body. Nearby, Lin Hai is gently holding on to a weakened So Nian, both of them getting. The surging energy expands further and further, and as Chung Yi sharpens his focus, his inner vision begins to stretch even. He feels like he can easily perceive every single tree and blade of grass inside the dungeon without even. Just as he feels ready to control everything in this dungeon. Watch this, a tiny, unexpected figure. Chung Yi closes his eyes even tighter, completely immersed in his newfound sensory control. But the very next thing he senses is Chu Van standing right there in front of him. Why did she even come here? Turning toward him, Chu Van softly explains that she was just so worried about him that she searched the route. Speechless with a mix of anger and helplessness, Chung Yi can only stare at his sister, who immediately starts bowing. Seeing her apologize, Swangya chimes in to say that this little girl is quite brave and has some serious. Now that he can control the dungeon, keeping her by his side here means absolutely nothing can harm her. Facing this situation, Chun-Yi can only warn her to stay well-behaved, or he is going to send her straight back home. Right then, a massive system notification pops up, announcing that they have successfully exposed the dark. Every participating party member is awarded one S-rank skill book, as the system officially hands out the reward. Chun-Yi's friends are completely shocked to see Chu Van here, and Thamshen Lingfeng quickly scolds her for jumping into danger. He warns her that this place is incredibly dangerous, and is definitely not a playground for her to run around in. Before Thamshen Lingfeng can say more, Chu Ingyi closes the system alert and pushes his sister forward. Thamshen Lingfeng catches her and instantly agrees, asking why he even needs to say that, before Chun-Yi can reply, the item details flash open, revealing the level 1 S-rank Bloodwrath skill. Those blood beads will then condense into a destructive soul orb that can be hurled directly at opponents. It triggers a massive blood attribute explosion, and Thamshen Lingfeng is completely blown away to see a real S. Stunned, she mutters in disbelief, as Chun-Yi quickly hands her another skill book meant for the entire. Halan stares blankly at the text in her hands, completely unable to believe that this is really an S-rank skill. Lin Hai cannot hide her utter shock either, asking why he would hand over such priceless treasures to them, she asks if he even knows how valuable these are, since a single book easily costs 7 million on the black market. But Chun-Yi shrugged it off as nothing, explaining that these hidden clear rewards are simply split. Stunned, Thamshen Lingfeng immediately asks him, "Giving us this is absolutely insane. Even our powerful Shen family only owns 3 S." Harlan feels this reward is way too massive and precious for her. She tells him, "We only came along to do it is clearly insanely powerful." The level 1 S3 Absolutes Array summons a field that curses all enemies inside, slashing their health. "We ran this dungeon together," he says, "so the credit definitely cannot go to me alone." Lin Hai still feels like she does not deserve it because it is just way too precious. Even with class limits, selling this would fetch a fortune. What she holds is the level 1 S elemental. It summons elemental crystals that collide to trigger a devastating secondary explosion. This deals massive damage to any enemy. Hearing her worries, Zhou Yi gently pats her head. "Besides, the road ahead is only getting harder, and I cannot let you guys risk your lives empty-handed." On the other hand, Shen Lingfeng happily accepts his gift, saying, "This is awesome. Next time we fight, I will." Zhou Yi just coughs awkwardly. No words. Meanwhile, T-Xin hugs her new skill. "This is my very first S-rank skill book," she says. "So in our next run, I will definitely lead the charge." Harlan is buzzing with excitement too. "I will master this 3 Absolutes Array, and absolutely." Lin Hai feels the exact same way, nodding me too. Seeing this, Shen Lingfeng, "Just look at this. It absorbs enemy blood energy, and then uses it to trigger a massive explosion." Tai Xin immediately fires back, telling him mine vaporizes low-level mobs instantly. What she is holding is the level 1 S Wild Wave Earthshaker, a skill that slams into the ground. It sends out massive shockwaves that deal continuous heavy damage, easily vaporizing any low. Listening to their constant bickering, Zhou Yi cannot help but step in to calm them down. "All right," he says. "It is a deal, so let's master these skills before we face the big boss hiding. Watch me master this in just 10 minutes, he brags. Tai Xin instantly fires back, asking if it will only take me 5 minutes to learn, she snaps. Standing nearby, Harlan suggests they should also go. Suddenly, a small hand gently pulls on Zhou Yi's shirt, as So Nian looks up with a bright, happy smile to praise him. "It seems like you always pull everyone together. Seriously, who wouldn't want a leader like him?" Blushing at her praise, Zhou Yi chuckles softly. "Maybe it is just because we are teammates. Oh, and I almost forgot to give." He pulls out the heart-purifying liquid, an item capable of suppressing violent bloodline factors and stable. He hands it over to So Nian, explaining, "Your bloodline issue cannot be fully cured yet, so keep this with." Looking straight into So Nian's eyes, his voice turns completely serious. "Tio Nian." Hearing his heartfelt promise, So Nian is so deeply touched that tears begin streaming down her face. Seeing this, Zhou Yi completely panics, asking frantically, "Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong?" With teary eyes, So Nian leans her head gently against his chest, whispering softly, "No, I trust you." And now, we cut to a different scene. At the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Suddenly, this raw power lashes out and attacks the nearby researchers. Strangely, they seem completely unaware of the threat, continuing to step even closer to this. One researcher looks over at a well-dressed man, asking anxiously, "Boss, what do you think?" But the man remains perfect. The Crystal Dungeon Core and this Black Wind Valley have been linked for 10 years, and they have never experienced this. This is none other than Lu Tuyen, the man Zhou Yi met before, who remarks that with that legendary lore, anyone who dares to break in is nothing more than free nutrients delivered straight to our doorstep. But now that the energy has turned chaotic, Could some unexpected accident have actually happened inside the valley? Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure horror as a researcher is violently blasted back against. Everyone standing nearby is knocked flat on the floor as total chaos erupts in the lab. One of them cannot help but scream out, "This is bad." Sensing that a major disaster is coming, Lu Tuyen immediately orders his men to contact Hong Funyon, commanding her. The subordinate does not dare to question his command, quickly replying, "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, damn it, that holy night. If she had not always been this cautious, spending a massive fortune on rare resurrection items beforehand, she would. Unfortunately, those resurrection items can only reconstruct her physical body, totally failing to. Right now, controlling her puppet formation is completely out of the question, as she cannot even command more. For the next half a year, she must hide in her base to heal, and nobody is allowed to leave. But just as her boss orders her to immediately investigate the strange energy spikes in Blackwind Valley, and this news is like a bolt from the blue for Madame Hong. Heading to Blackwind Valley right now is completely beyond her current physical. Strange energy in Blackwind Valley? Could that Zhou Yi be up to something? In her current weak state, crossing. But if the Chamber of Commerce ever finds out that she is heavily injured, all the enemies eyeing her high position, like wild hounds smelling fresh blood, will instantly pounce. She has sacrificed far too much and fought way too hard to reach this high position, and she absolutely cannot let it all go down the drain. Yet, she cannot dare to disobey the direct. Swallowing her immense rage, she forces her broken body to comply. Her life is simply not her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is still focusing incredibly hard on absorbing this power. Strange, chaotic. The dark secrets of these creatures must be hidden deep within these memory fragments. Finding them means uncovering their absolute weakness. But check this out, something else entirely catches his attention. Driven by pure curiosity, Zhou Yi slowly reaches out to touch it. The instant he does, soon, Zhou Yi's own reflection begins to manifest within the shattered glass pieces. The surrounding scene turns hazy, completely wrapping around Zhou Yi on all sides. Zhou Yi keeps his eyes shut, drenched in sweat. Wisps of skeletal energy drift around him. While opening his eyes with a tense frown, he realizes the information is too chaotic. Worse, his sharp, jade-green eyes glow with intense focus as he tries to lock onto a signal amidst the raging storm. Zhou Yi filters out the noise. In the sacrificial memory shards, he witnesses a massive fragment right before him reveals a portal resembling a black hole, violently sucking giant rocks. Another piece shows a horde of grotesque monsters baring their fangs and roaring as their domain expands. Memory shards rush at him in a relentless stream, blasting past with a blinding light that forces Zhou Yi. He jolts awake, eyes wide and gasping for air, as if waking from a nightmare, with cold sweat dripping down his face. Clutching the stone, his eyes are filled with deep thought. Sensing his distress, Shuangya asks him what. Shuangya wonders why his face looks so pale, as Zhou Yi slowly speaks with a completely dazed look in his eyes. He mutters about a portal. Finally realizing why the demonic energy inside the Hankui crystal, Shuangya looks confused, asking what he means. Zhou Yi explains that a few months ago, he fought the demon clan. The strange energy in this place feels exactly like their demonic aura. Shuangya starts to understand, asking if he saw those very same demons inside this prison core. Just look at this absolute monstrosity on screen. A giant, toothy mouth surrounded by tentacles grins at. By peering into the mirror prison core, he discovered that this dark creature is actually an otherworld. It channels foreign resources to the Blue Star, prompting the Chamber of Commerce to willingly sacrifice the. These sacrifices are actually the fuel needed to open the true portal, where horrifying monsters pack the rift. Once it absorbs enough life force, a fully completed gate will emerge, allowing an entire army of the demon clan to pour through. Shuangya falls silent, remembering a tragedy from 100 years ago. Asking if he is scared, Zhou Yi keeps his gaze locked on the jewel. He replies that it is not. Tai Xin and the others have just gone through a fierce battle, and their newly gained powers are still unfamiliar, meaning their condition is far from peak. With absolute determination on his face, he tightly clenches his fist, muttering, "The enemy is not entirely invincible. It is just that both he and the others need more time to grow much stronger than." Shuangya completely agrees, but still feels a bit curious. Caution is indeed the. She asks how he plans to help them adapt, noting that they cannot build real skills by just sitting around. Raising the jewel to his face, Zhou Yi flashes a dark, subtle smile. Of course, he is not. Don't you think this entire glass dungeon is actually the most perfect training ground? As images appear following his words, he explains that they can start to control this place, or even spawn they can freely experience the raw power and mastery of their S-class skills. Hearing the plan, Xia laughs out loud, saying, "Now that is interesting." Zhou Yi walks over to his teammates and calls out, "Listen up, everyone. The plan has changed, and we are not going deeper inside for now." A confused Shen Lingfeng turns to ask why. "The monsters inside are incredibly strong. Way stronger than any enemy we have ever faced before. I do not want a single one of us getting hurt, or facing something worse, not because of under-preparation." He lays out his plan for the coming battle. Before the final move, they need training. Special. Taishin puts his hands behind his head in total confusion, wondering how they can even train in a creepy place like. On the other hand, Shen Lingfeng gets hyped up. His eyes light up as he clenches his fists, asking how this. An imaginary scene pops up, showing a completely expressionless Zhou Yi controlling a puppet to launch. "I will manipulate the dungeon's energy to spawn simulated opponents of equal strength to yours, or even a bit strong. The goal is simple fight in simulations, so close to reality that you must unleash all your potential to." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng gets so excited he literally jumps up with a huge grin, shouting. He shouts that it sounds awesome and he is going first, while Lingxi worriedly raises her hand to stop him. She points out that his wounds have barely healed, yet he is so eager to train. He just waves her off. Zhou Yi warns him with serious eyes. He warns him that this is no game. The pain and stress in here are completely real. Instead of flinching, Shen Lingfeng looks even more fired up and determined than ever before. Shen Lingfeng says he wouldn't have it any other way. Zhou Yi sighs in relief, happy to see he activates his power, causing the gem to float up as swirling golden light erupts in front of everyone. The brilliant light completely engulfs Shen Lingfeng's body. He stands there without flinching as the smoke shifts to a deep purple, eventually fading away to reveal his silhouette. Suddenly, a bandaged figure wielding a sharp sword lunges at him from behind, but a system screen pops up, revealing the simulation a shadow hunter. He is level 35, gold tier, with shadow step and a skill to dodge fatal strikes. Shen Lingfeng's hair shifts into fiery red, his ears growing pointed like an elf as massive horns sprout. In his beast form, Shen Lingfeng charges a fireball in his hand and unleashes a flaming punch. Seeing that, Shen Lingfeng's eyes briefly widen in pure shock. He swings wildly in every single direction, but the opponent is simply too fast, leaving him. And look at that speed, a sharp blade suddenly grazes his neck, drawing blood before he can even react. He cannot believe how incredibly fast this guy is, throwing another heavy punch that the bandaged enemy easily evades. Zhou Yi channels his power to keep the training array active, keeping his eyes locked on the magic screen. He realizes he can perceive every subtle detail of the battle, allowing him to adjust both the opponent and the. Shen Lingfeng clearly is not used to fighting shadow types, so he must first lower the environmental obstacles, letting him adapt before cranking the difficulty back up. Back in the heat of battle, as the fast enemy tries to close in, Shen Lingfeng breathes a massive. From behind, someone glares with slight disdain, wondering if this team is even ready. Outside, as more and more power floods into the golden gem, Zhou Yi turns to his group. Ha Lan, Lingxi, Taishin, and Shuran are completely enveloped by the energy, their faces filled with. As they get teleported away, only Zhou Yun is left behind, clutching her wolf pup. She looks around in complete. Both she and her pup look up at Zhou Yi with hopeful eyes, but he shuts her down instantly, saying in your cruelly rejected. She pouts her lips in massive disappointment. Left out of the action, Xiya looks over at Zhou Yi, asking him how it feels to operate a powerful glass core like this. Everyone's battles play out clearly right in front of him, and it is pretty magical. It feels like grasping a heavy key that fits just right. He stares at the object in his hand and shares how it is pretty weak, but he can definitely feel a deepening connection. Every single time he builds and maintains it, and the power he can control seems to have grown just a little. Shuangya is pleased but plays it cool. You actually have some talent. Remember, this is like once you can master it 100%, every single blade of grass in this mirror prison will obey your mind. Meanwhile, Chu Van is. Suddenly, she looks up with eyes stripped of all innocence and purely lethal as she chops off the snowman's head. As they keep chatting, we see what the true power of an instance master really looks like. Chu Yi looks at the majestic blue dragon, confidently promising, I will do it. Over here, she bends down to grab the massive snowball right against a thick wall of ice. Inside the ice, she catches a reflection of a group drawing closer. Her eyes go wide with panic. She tumbles backward in pure terror while her little wolf pup growls defensively. She screams out, brother! In a flash, Chung Yi is right in front of her, shattering the ice wall with one clean, effortless. With the threat shattered to pieces, he looks up and asks what is wrong. Chu Van scrambles up, That evil woman in the red dress, she is inside the mirror. Both of them stare at the block of ice as she insists the woman is inside. Over at the snowy entrance of Blackwind Valley, an exhausted woman draped in patterned red silk stands waiting. She quickly orders, 6 of you, go scout the path ahead, hide your presence, and do not get spotted. The snow heavily blurs the path ahead, making the valley look incredibly dangerous, as if something is lost. Sensing a pretty strange energy in the air, Madame Hong suddenly raises her hand to halt them. Hold on, she commands 2 of you go through the front, while 2 others circle around to sneak in through the rear cracks. The other 2 will protect me. Watching all of this, Zhou Yi smiles, knowing his mind is fully lit. His sensory range now easily covers the entire Blackwind Valley. It is as if the entire valley is rigged with security cameras. No matter what tricks she pulls, she is not getting. His cold gaze locks onto the intruders. So she actually managed to survive. Her breathing is extremely ragged. He turns around and gently pats his little sister's head. Her condition is incredibly weak right now. She is basically walking straight into a trap. Do not worry. Relieved, Chuvan looks up and asks what kind of game. Zhou Yi wears a thoughtful smirk as he says cat and mouse. Meanwhile, Madame Hong is keeping low, scanning the area. Something feels off. It is way too quiet. Her instincts scream that something is wrong. She feels eyes on her from every single angle, as if the entire She needs to find the source of this weird energy before she can report to her boss. Signaling her guards, she orders, go ahead and keep yourselves hidden, she tells them. The 2 wrapped guards sprint along the icy wall while Madame, looking at the massive sheet of ice split cleanly in 2, she realizes it looks like a single sword strike, leaving behind. From the ground, tentacles glowing with a faint yellow light begin to emerge. They squirm desperately, practically begging to be saved. She skids to a sudden halt, her boots. Yes, those are actual tentacles rising from the earth, wrapped in that bright golden glow. Madame Hong grits her teeth. Holy light, it is definitely that guy playing tricks. Looking at her glowing no, doing that would expose how weak she actually is. And she would fail the mission completely. It is much better to contact their hidden outpost. Finding Zhou Yi's exact location would be the best move. But against all hopes, her bracelet suddenly connection failed. She cannot believe it. Even the Merchant Guild's highest grade secure line is entirely blocked. Is it some kind of spatial interference? Impossible. Closing her eyes, she conjures. Puppet strings rely on a direct soul connection. They are completely unaffected by any strange energy barriers. Still, ever since she red threads suddenly cover everything in sight. 2 bandaged figures faintly emerge, their presence heavy in the air. Suddenly, a blinding flash of. Meanwhile, she suddenly coughs up blood in shock. Her spiritual link is completely gone. The 2 bandaged puppets leap across the cliffs, but a massive impact rips them apart like unglued strings. The remaining 2 are gone too. Does Zhou Yi actually have spatial magic, or is there more than one? Madame Hong gnashes her teeth, her hand clenching into a tight fist. 4 battle puppets wiped out in a blink, without even a second to react. In her current state, from above, a girl with braided hair looks down in surprise. Why is your face so pale, sister? Madame Hong spins around, demanding to know what she is doing here, as the girl lands smoothly on the ground. Just passing by to collect the sect tribute, Ankich says with a mocking look. Back when you were bedridden, I was the one who collected those tributes for you, so I will be taking over this. Furious, Madame Hong demands to know if she destroyed her puppets. Ankich looks annoyed, casually twirl. What are you talking about? I have no idea. But it looks like you are in major trouble. Go back and heal. There might be more than one intruder, so try not to die out here. Madame Hong grows paler, noting her tongue is as sharp as ever. Ankich just flashes a playful I guess I learned from the best. Ankich teases, as Madame Hong retreats with her remaining puppet. Fine. Go ahead and scout, Madame Hong mutters. Suddenly, a massive sheet of ice crashes. She scrambles backward in terror. And guys, look at Ankich's face. She is completely lost right now. Dozens of exact clones of Ankich rain down from the heavens. She barely dodges their sudden, aggressive assault. Since when did you have puppets like this? Madame Hong, you better explain this to me. Meanwhile, Madame Hong stands frozen, staring at her own pale, exhausted reflection in the terrified screams echo from the ice as she stares blankly. Please, Hong, I beg you, spare. We were best friends. Why did you betray me? You actually murdered your own people just to secure your high position. Nearby, Ankich struggles against the clones, who are howling and growing stronger by the second. These are different from her usual dead puppets. What kind of powerful masters did she sacrifice to? She repeatedly unleashes skills to block the puppet's strikes, but within moments, the clones start adapting. They instantly copy her moves and throw them right back. Enraged, a massive wave of power explodes. Glaring at the fake copies, she growls, "If I get beaten by a bunch of cheap phonies like you, how will I ever face the guild again?" She swings her arms, releasing a devastating wave of energy. Grabbing the nearest clone by the neck, she yells, "I have suffered just as much as you, Madame Hong." With one, get ready, because things are about to get dark. Madame Hong faces her past victims. Their eerie voices echo, "Ahong, do not let wealth blind you. Have you forgotten the simple cornbread we shared? Please have mercy on me. I swear I will not say a single word. I will leave immediately and never return to Tianlan province. Your men captured my fiancé and threatened, if you show mercy and spare my life, I will tell you absolutely everything. Do not do this. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If you kill me, he will become a— Please, for the sake of my child, let me live. Even if I have to sell my body, I just want to watch him grow up. At least leave my body intact so I can bow to my mother one last time before I die." Madame Hong, you actually murdered your own people just to keep your high status. Is the wealth Lord Lu gave you worth more than our 20 years of friendship? Finally, the image reaching out, she softly asks, "Are you hungry, little girl? Wipe the blood off your face and follow me. Your new name is Hong." Tears stream down Madame Hong's face as she chokes out "Mother." But instantly, the woman's warm face twists in pure hatred as she charges straight at— "I thought you were just stubborn when you were young, giving you all the best food and clothes. Who knew an ungrateful snake like you would betray even me? Every technique I taught you, you used right back against me." She shoots out streams of red cloth, wrapping them tightly around a massive skull to seize control of it. Madame Hong panics, screaming back at the voices of those phantoms. She yells that she now lives in a mansion. That little girl, a Hong, who begged for scraps of cornbread, died long ago in the freezing slum. She worked so hard to seize control of the entire trade in Tianlan province. So how could she possibly leave any loose ends alive out there? If you get to die with an intact corpse just to play the filial son, she sneers, then instead of believing your sudden, desperate plea, I would rather let you watch her pay the ultimate price for— Anyone who dares cross me always drags their loved ones down into the dirtiest, lowest lives. Do you think you have any right to bargain? This is no charity. There are no second chances here. You are dead. He became an orphan because a mother like you ruined him, so how is that my fault? Lord Lu gave me— But that was not a gift. I earned it with my own mind and ruthless tactics. That is far more real than the 20 years of— Call me ungrateful all you want, but you are the one who raised me this way. If I actually mattered to you, you would have helped me climb to the top back then, instead of clinging to your pathetic, peaceful little life. Do not tell me to stop dreaming." Screaming her final words, she forces the giant skull to unleash a massive wave of raw energy. The blast completely shatters the phantoms of her past, destroying the nightmares that haunt her. The raw power surges straight through the mirror, rushing outward. This is getting crazy. She gets blindsided from behind, nearly ending her right on the spot. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, right? Madame Hong completely binds her with the red cloth. The energy blast she unleashed earlier suddenly whips back around. The light flares, dragging her straight into— This place is completely desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How could I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a massive beast opens its jaws, ready to swallow her whole. She whips her, but the terrifying monster is already gone, leaving nothing behind but a single mirror. A mirror maze and illusions. She scoffs, nothing but cheap tricks to lock me away. Red threads slip from her hands as her eyes turn incredibly icy. She tells him that making her give up will never be that. These are level 35 guard puppets. She orders them to smash all these mirrors to pieces before they can make their move. But the mirror reflects the puppet's image, manifesting a dark clone that steps straight out of its shadow. Sensing the danger, the puppet glances warily over its shoulder. An intense, brutal clash erupts between them. The sickening sound of flesh and bone colliding. Nearby, Madame Hong panics as she watches her own puppets turn on each other. "Stop! Put down your weapon! You are my puppets!" she screams. "Obey my commands and halt!" Watching the armor on her puppets crumble to pieces, she shrieks at them to stop. She screams that they must freeze, but they ignore. They finally stop, but they are absolutely covered in deep wounds. Madame Hong trembles. Then, one of the puppets turns to face her, flashing a chilling grin before they all vanish into thin air. Her nerves are stretched to the absolute limit. She looks around in dread. This is not an illusion. It is. He can even hijack her own puppets. What kind of monstrous power is this? Madame Hong breaks out in a cold sweat. Her mind races. Zhou Yi has a level of control over Blackwind Valley that completely. Her only play left? To run. There is no way she is winning this fight. She must escape this place immediately and bring this crucial intel to the boss. He will know what to do. Madame Hong bolts back the way she came, desperately hoping the boss has a plan. Suddenly, the ground beneath her, she gasps as she looks down. The path is gone, replaced by a bridge of solid ice. The threads she uses to command her puppets snap instantly. After a rough fall, she finally crashes hard. Madame Hong stares up in utter despair, her puppet strings tangled and useless. He is just playing with me, she realizes. I am like an insect caught in his web, a toy in his hands. Zhou Yi, if you have the guts, face me and kill me, she screams. Do not hide like a rat. Outside, Zhou Yi uses his illusion control to watch Madame Hong squirm. He projects. Struggle all you want, he says. Feel the exact despair of the innocent people you used as sacrifices. He shifts the mirrors, forcing her to look at her ruined self. This hunting ground was specially designed for her. Madame Hong desperately tries to bargain, warning Zhou Yi that the merchant chamber's power is far beyond. Our leader still has massive trump cards, she pleads. Let me go, and I can beg Boss Liu to show you. He is not interested. At all. Losing her cool, she completely loses it and screams. Our powerful army is coming, she shrieks. You cannot trap me here forever. In her hand, a creepy, bizarre puppet appears. This is an explosive doll crafted by the. You cannot control everything, Zhou Yi, she sneers. Let us see how you try to stop this. Unleashing a massive wave of energy, she screams for the outside to hear that even if she dies, she will destroy this place. The violent blast leaves Madame Hong battered and gasping in the thick dust. Dazed and confused, look at her face when she finally looks down. She is absolutely horrified to find both of her legs are complete. Zhou Yi's voice cuts through the smoke, cold as ice, telling her she cannot die without his permission. You are a literal demon, she weeps. Just kill me already. He calmly fires back, asking her if watching helpless prey struggle in agony was not always her absolute. But when it is your turn to suffer, you suddenly beg for death. Talk about a massive double standard. Propping herself up with trembling hands, Madame Hong completely breaks down and asks a final question. If you can control the Blackwind Valley, then you killed that woman earlier, did you not? She hangs her head. Are Chu Heng and Chu Xiaobai still residing with the Chu family right now? Looking up, she speaks with absolute certainty, as if she can see right through his illusion, saying, the sharp confirmation hits Chu Wan hard, making her flinch in sudden fear for her own safety. Suddenly, chains glowing with an eerie green light erupt from the surroundings. Darting straight, the heavy chains instantly hoist her shattered, broken body into the air, wrapping around her like a tight. Zhou Yi's voice softens. His face remains blank as he looks back at his younger sister, calling her. He tells her to look away, promising to finish this quickly. But Chu Wan hesitates, then bravely steps forward. Zhou Yi looks at her in surprise, wondering what she is planning, while Chu Wan tightly clenches her fists. She admits she was terrified of her before, back when this monster tried to kidnap her and harm both her brother and Xiaoran. Placing a hand over her heart, she declares that if she stays afraid, this woman will be her nightmare forever. I cannot live in fear anymore, she says. Zhou Yi gently pats his sister's head to comfort her. He promises to stand right by her side, and his gentle gesture makes the young girl blush slightly. And here we go, he instantly teleports both of them right in front of the chained, bloodied body of Madame Hong. Madame Hong smirks with twisted excitement, asking if the little girl has actually come to face her. Madame Hong sneers at the two siblings standing before her, mocking how nice it must feel to be protected. Her face twists into a psychotic, maniacal laugh as she screams, "Do you even dare?" Her chains are too tight, way too tight, sending dark blood gushing down her legs. Several warm drops of blood splatter right onto Chu Van's face, but she wipes them away, trying hard. Chu Van calls her an ugly woman, quickly forming an ice crystal to declare she isn't afraid. Lady Hong just gives, "You think that cheap trick will work? Back then, you just hid behind Zhou Yi, crying like, and now you actually dare point a weapon at me." But Chu Van doesn't care. Her words don't affect her one bit. And check this out, she fires the ice crystal straight through Lady Hong, shattering her chains to absolute. Coughing blood, Lady Hong laughs insanely. "I am Lady Hong," she yells. "Zhou Yi." And she sneers, clutching a jagged piece of ice. "There is no way I'd ever lose to a little brat like you." Lady Hong hurls the sharp shard straight at Chu Van, screaming for her to die. Zhou Yi panics, but Chu Van doesn't even flinch. A sudden surge of raw energy explodes from her, instantly freezing the incoming. Zhou Yun warns him that she won't allow him in front of her brother again, instantly crushing the crystals into tiny. Right after that, countless ice crystals shoot forward and pierce straight through Lady Hong's body, spraying blood everywhere. Her eyes roll back in pure agony. But it doesn't stop there as tiny glass shards chase each other, tearing into. They quickly drain every last drop of her blood. The dungeon absorbs Lady Hong's energy, boosting control of the mirror prison core to 35%, registering a brand. Chu Yun softly whispers to Zhou Yi while her hand tightly grasps the ice crystal, saying, "Brother, I never want anyone to use me to threaten you again." Feeling his sister's lingering terror, Zhou Yi gently wraps his arm. "Yeah, it is all over now. You did amazing. Yun, you have really grown up." Hearing his gentle comfort, Zhou Yi keeps softly praising his brave little sister. While Lady Hong's body silently dissolves, Yun is no longer that helpless girl who always needs protection. Elsewhere, a massive map covered in countless red dots hangs on the wall, with a mysterious man sitting there. His voice is completely indifferent, saying, "I know, her value was gone anyway." And let's be real, this intruder is no ordinary target. Lu Xuan frowns at his compass. The dark compass is an epic tier item, forged from the bones of demons and pure abyss crystals. Its core is embedded with the remnant soul of a demon lord, allowing any wielder to fuse with that dark power. Staring at the dense lightning crackling over the compass, Lu Xuan calls out, "Dark deer." Instantly, a group of dark figures appears, kneeling on one knee to await his command. Their eyes prove they will do absolutely anything he commands. This elite squad includes a level 41 Dark Wind Elf, a level 43 Dark Stone Warrior, a level 42 Blood Swordsman, and a level 40 Shadow Assassin. Resting his chin on his hand, Lu Xuan coldly mutters that Blackwind Valley is in total chaos, and he has to clean. Our master is still deep in his slumber and cannot be disturbed, so eliminate the intruder with absolute. Lu Xuan raises his hand, and dark red pills materialize in the air before each of them, saying, "Use these blood essence pills to unlock your potential if needed." A blonde man steps forward. "Don't worry, boss. Our squad will make sure the intruder never returns." But Lu Xuan suddenly barks out useless trap. Lu Xuan stands up and waves his hand, sending a surge of purple energy to envelop the group. His deep voice orders them to hunt down the pest. Then, a blurry memory flashes, showing a place resembling the deep. Amidst the searing, flesh-burning flames, a complaining voice suddenly echoes from the dark. Behind Lady Hong, dozens of captives are bound tight, their hands tied behind their back. The next memory shows her kneeling with absolute devotion before a mysterious man, reporting this month. Then, the memory completely shatters. You can literally feel the fury rising as Zhou Yi curses that damn mom merchant. His cold, sharp blue eyes glow with a faint, chilling light, as pure killing intent. Suddenly, when that female assassin died, the dungeon did not absorb her, which means news of Lady Hong's death has definitely reached the Merchant Guild. Lu Xuan is probably already on his way here to wipe them out, and as for the guild's human sacrifice, he waves his hand to pull up his screen, knowing only his master can mobilize forces fast enough to stop and completely wipe out this evil guild. On the other end, Wang Hui answers almost immediately, asking Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi quickly reports the situation without holding anything back. "Master, it is an emergency. I have uncovered the core secret of the Mom Merchant Guild in Blackwind. The Mom Merchant Guild is using living sacrifices to feed dark creatures in Blackwind Valley. But they are still. He cannot tell his master the truth about the Mirror Prison Core just yet, so he has to frame the. With that in mind, Zhou Yi spins the lie without even blinking. According to the intel I forced out of Lady Hong, this dark creature is actually a growing portal. Once it fully matures, demons from the other side will pour out endlessly, and our nation will face the same deadly crisis from a century ago." Wang Hui listens without showing any emotion, coldly folding his arms as he asks, "What is the current state of?" He reports honestly that because it absorbed too much energy, it has entered a digestive hibernation, and once it is finished, the portal will be completely stabilized. After getting a clear grasp of the situation, Wang Hui nods and quickly orders the team. They will deploy elite units at absolute top speed to lock down Blackwind Valley. While that is in order, Zhou Yi clearly hesitates, still unsure. "Teacher," but before he can even finish his sentence, crimson lightning like fresh blood begins tearing through the sky. The radio transmission immediately glitches out, completely cutting off the connection line between him and Wang Hui, and just like that, the final boss arrives way faster than expected. The rest of the team reacts fast to this strange anomaly, gathering around at Zhou Yi's call. Sonyan looks. "Brother Nier, is this?" Instead of answering, he turns away and calls everyone to the prism, telling them to. Shown in the prism is Lu Tuine's group closing in from afar. Zhou Yi quickly lays out a careful escape plan. Listen up, everyone. Hear me. He is bringing 5 minions who are all over level 40. He is level 46 himself. The gap is massive. I will get you guys out of here first, and stay behind to wait for the military. Before he can even finish, Shen Lingfeng yells out in protest that he is not leaving. Scratch, if anyone leaves, take them. I am a man. My training is not meant for turning back and running away, nor leaving you here to play the hero alone. In your dreams. Shen Lingfeng, this is no time for tantrums. The gap between level 40 and 26 is too massive. But it is not just Shen Lingfeng. So Nian, usually so gentle, steps up too. The entire squad stands firm, united in their decision to stay and fight by his side. We are a team, and no one should face this danger alone. We want to help. We have all unlocked our S-rank skills, so staying here means we can definitely be of some help. Zhou Yi does not have a single sentimental bone in his body. His dead fish face just sags. Looking at this low-level but overly brave squad is giving him a massive headache. He stops holding them back. But fine, since everyone has decided to stay, I will have to adjust our battle plan. I will forcefully warp space to separate Lu Tuyen from his 5 minions, scattering them into different areas. Even though I will be supporting you, you must keep this in mind. This is not a drill, it is real combat. Use everything you have, but most importantly, your primary objective is simply to buy enough time until the army finally arrives. If you cannot take it anymore, call for help immediately and I will warp you out. Got it? Even with his long nagging, the squad is not discouraged. Instead, their spirits burn hot as they reply that it is about. By now, Lu Tuyen slowly approaches. Seeing the kids standing there casually drives him mad. You fools who do not value your lives, get out of my way. Zhou Yi spreads his palm to activate his own spatial cube, starting the process. Almost instantly, a strange and glowing barrier pattern begins to form right under their feet. Feeling the presences of his subordinates fade rapidly, Lu Tuyen recognizes the technique with "Get ready," because she is about to be dropped straight into a ruined wasteland. So Nian is already waiting there. Seeing her enemy appear, she leaps forward and swings her massive greatsword, but her heavy downward slash only cuts through a lifeless illusion, while the original body of An Kitch remains complete. This little rat turns out to be a girl. Smirking, she shows no fear, boasting nothing but absolute. What a shame. What can a measly level 26 even do to me? So Nian does not say a single word back. Spinning her massive blade, she thrusts it forward like a bullet, but only pierces through another decoy illusion. Still, she does not back down. Instead, her pinkish-purple eyes grow even sharper. With a quick flick of her wrist, she pivots and drives in another slash. This time, she actually connects. An Kitch is forced to grab the sharp blade barehanded, yet her voice still carries a trace of genuine So you can actually see through my chaotic shadow steps? So Nian stays totally silent. Simply, she grips her sword with both hands, swinging the heavy blade with full force. It looks like she is desperately showing off her clumsy moves, only managing to tear a piece of Yingji's clothing. Yingji, even if she is an assassin who doesn't rely on raw power, the sheer power of level 40 is absolutely staggering. Trying to go head-to-head against that is definitely. Watching from afar, Zhou Yi closes his eyes and sends a telepathic warning directly to her mind, screaming, her speed and raw power are way beyond yours, but you can use your succubus sensory skills to lock onto her location and an assassin's biggest advantage lies within their shadow hiding. Once she is stripped of her stealth, her combat effectiveness drops significantly. Driven to absolute rage, facing a barrage of razor-sharp steel shards flying her way. But check this out, Su Ran just slams her blade hard into the ground, warping time around her to. The flying shards slam right into her blade, bouncing off harmlessly. Suddenly, phantom illusions resembling her exact shape begin to summon, throwing the entire battlefield into absolute. This deadly technique is the Soul Sword Illusion Formation. To break it down, this level 1 spell summons power while also locking her enemies in place with a massive stagger effect, poisoning them slowly until the spirits vanish to unleash one final, absolutely devastating blow. So no matter how many mirror clones Yingji tries to summon, they all get sliced to ribbons by the relentless Soul Sword. The assassin is still talking trash, but her level 26 formation gets completely torn apart as Su Ran's Yingji freezes, staring down in absolute disbelief at the stinging pain in her chest. She stammers out. Every single second she spends trapped inside this circle, her speed plummets further. On top of that, she can feel the poison slowly eating away at her open wound, turning her face pale as a sheet as cold sweat pours down like rain. Cursing the brat for putting poison on her sword, Yingji suddenly dives straight into the ground. In the blink of an eye, she pops back up, showing off a perfectly healed body without a single scratch. She grumbles to herself that despite her high level, her assassin kit is completely countered, forcing her. Mumbling to herself, Yingji charges straight at Suran with everything she has. Knowing Suran is the heart of the spell, she screams that killing her will break the formation. She thrusts her hand straight. Even now, the assassin fails to realize her situation, arrogantly gloating about the massive gap in. Watch this. She gloats that low levels stand no chance, but Suran catches her wrist, pulling it away from her stomach. Suran grips her tightly, completely ignoring the blood soaking through her clothes. Suddenly, her hovering blade Suran glares coldly at her, ending this deadly game with her final checkmate move, declaring Sword Souls, return to silence. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the ground is completely torn up, covered in massive, deep craters. With an earth-shattering boom, Shen Lingfeng's wild dragon claws slam hard against his opponent's but he doesn't back down for a second, getting even more fired up as adrenaline pumps through his veins. He roars, "Let's see how many of my fire dragon strikes your trashy shield can handle." Instantly, Shen Lingfeng's opponent is a smug guy with light brown hair, firmly gripping his shield with one hand, while thrusting a spear with the other, calling his enemy trash. Shen Lingfeng quickly uses his dragon. In an instant, the entire battlefield is split between two wildly clashing colors of sheer, but Shikai's spear point is far sharper and deadlier than Shen Lingfeng anticipated. Even though he blocked slowly but surely, he finds himself getting pushed backward. Tiny cracks begin spreading across the dragon shield where the spearhead strikes. Sensing the danger, he warns Shen Lingfeng, that guy is a level 43 dark warrior. His physical defense and strength are maxed out, so fighting head-on is a trap. Burn him with dragon breath, wear him down. Sensing victory is already within reach, Shikai smirks arrogantly, putting on a fake show of pity for his. This is my first time running into someone even more brutal than me. His moves are incredibly sharp, leaving absolutely too bad for him. Tharkai flexes his muscles and drives his spear forward again. But if it is a contest of pure. Remembering the warning from Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng immediately shifts his line of attack. The moment he retracts his dragon shield, he slams a heavy punch into the ground, muttering that honestly, you can't blame Tharkai for being completely caught off guard by this wild move. The thick cloud of rising dust makes him freeze up for a second. Sensing a golden, once-in-a-lifetime, he opens his mouth wide, launching his attack exactly as Zhou Yi advised him. Instantly sensing the danger of the dragon breath, Tharkai thrusts his spear, forcing him to. Because of that, the dragon breath fades away. Tharkai grows even more furious. He pivots hard, using his heel as an anchor to launch his entire body forward. Brandishing his gleaming spear, he roars out that the opening was just bait, asking if he really thought combat at level 43 would be that simple. Sensing the threat from Shen Lingfeng, Tharkai desperately thrusts his spear forward with everything he has. Too bad Shen Lingfeng is harder to kill than a cockroach. He nimbly slips past every single deadly strike while shouting back at him, calling him a stubborn iron turtle, but that is just a front. He barely dodges several thrusts and grows deeply worried deep down inside. As this brutal battle drags on, the absolute gap in level and power finally shows, and then the worst happens. Shen Lingfeng loses his footing and is sent Surprisingly, Zhou Yi has been waiting for this exact moment, knowing his power is up, but his defenses are wide open. Hearing the warning, Shen Lingfeng struggles back up, wiping blood from his mouth. Praising the solid hit, he laughs defiantly as Tharkai relentlessly charges forward without giving him a single. The harder you hit, the better. Reaching his hand out, Shen Lingfeng prepares to return every single ounce of pain, mocking. Today, he is going to make him taste what real blood for blood payback feels like. Blinded by his berserk rage, Tharkai cannot even see the attack coming, as the entire battlefield. Blood rains down from the sky and surges up from the ground, covering absolutely everything. Following a loud shout from Shen Lingfeng, massive blood droplets the size of buns start raining. He cannot dodge at all. In fact, it is completely impossible as the thick blood droplets cling tightly. Feeling his energy slowly drain away, his pupils shrink in absolute terror as he realizes these. Popping the leech-like blood bubbles that are clinging to his body, his berserk state turns into absolute. He roars, demanding to know what kind of evil magic this is. But Shen Lingfeng just laughs satisfied. Calling him an iron turtle, he mocks that his hard shell is useless and tells him to taste his own power. Then he mutters the 4 words, blood-bathing wrath, which is actually a pretty insane ability. At level 1, blood-bathing wrath absorbs the target's blood energy to form These beads then gather into a massive soul blood orb that is thrown at the enemy to trigger a violent explosion. Instantly, all the soul blood beads stuck to Tharkhai's body detonate at the exact same moment, creating an Meanwhile, back in the original space, Zhou Yi is busy monitoring everyone across. The first 4 dimensions are progressing smoothly, thanks to his constant support, but suddenly, things are just when you think she is safe, a skeleton breaks her barrier and lunges forward to tear her apart. Fortunately, Zhou Yi spots this just in time. She is in grave danger. He immediately channels his power into his polygon orb to protect her from afar. Casting his guard of light, a radiant golden shield instantly materializes around Harlan, blocking this. Additionally, the holy light easily purifies the pale white skeleton, causing the monster to. Ultimately, the unlucky skeleton is reduced to tiny bone fragments right outside the protective barrier. Deeply grateful, Harlan refuses to give up and continues fighting for her friends. Thanking him and stating she can still hold on, she gets no reply, as Zhou Yi quickly shifts his mental energy is draining even faster than he expected. Thankfully, everyone else is out of danger for now. Over in the 6th pocket dimension, seeing that puts Chung-Yi at ease. Since she is safe, it is time to deal with the biggest problem here, and that massive headache is exactly what is playing out on the giant screen right in front of him. Right there, Lu Tuyen is going absolutely wild, tearing through the Van Quan army like it is nothing. To stop him from moving forward, and buy his allies enough time to take out the rest of the enemies, Chung-Yi has to summon P to help him summon the Guardians. Suddenly, hundreds of monsters of all shapes and they stretch their long, creepy arms through the shattered rocks, looking just like a writhing nest of hungry worms. The horde of Guardians just keeps growing, crawling out in every single direction until there is nowhere left to hide. And this massive army has only one simple objective, ordered by Chung-Yi: stop him at all costs. Yet, amidst all this terrifying chaos, we see a pair of boots casually walking forward without any fear. Lu Tuyen has his hands in his pockets, staring down at the writhing tentacles with pure disgust. His body, as the thick dust slowly clears away, the pale silhouette of Madame Hong gradually appears before him. Her eyes glow with a deadly, crimson light. She charges straight ahead, trailing streams of red energy and phantom clones known as the Red Shadow Guardian. Lu Tuyen sighs, calling out to Madame Hong that even in death she cannot seem to find any peace. Strands of purple spiritual energy instantly lash out, locking Madame Hong in place. The force slams her backward, crashing her body hard into the dirt. Lu Tuyen yells out for the coward hiding. With those words, a creepy compass appears in his hand as blood-red energy surges right up in front of his cold, indifferent. The mist condenses together, forming a massive, blood-red phantom titan right behind him. As Lu Tuyen raises his own hand to his shoulder, the giant phantom mirrors his exact movement. He swings his arm down with a loud yell, commanding the strike. The titan unleashes a devastating palm strike, blowing the entire area in front of him to absolute pieces. Amidst the shattering debris, Chung-Yi leaps high into the air, but another deadly strike is already flying his way. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts from his forehead, forming a powerful barrier that barely manages to block the. Lu Tuyen looks up, laughing that a level 30 brat actually blocked 50% of his power, making Chung-Yi. The glowing shield in front of Chung-Yi slowly fades away after taking such a heavy blast. Look at this in a flash. He leaps up right in front of Chung-Yi. Just as Lu Tuyen strikes, Chung-Yi instantly teleports right behind him. The villain frowns and turns. He asks if he should praise him as a once-in-a-century genius, or just a suicidal fool. Chung-Yi calmly replies that Boss Lu is far too kind, especially compared to his own grand work. Sacrificing living humans just to feed an otherworldly portal makes Chung-Yi's little tricks look like absolutely nothing. Secretly, he knew those monsters would never stop Lu Tuyen. Throwing them out there was only. The boss sneers, mocking that useless Madame Hong for spilling so many secrets to him before she died. Chung-Yi shoots back that a dying person will always try to trade secrets for a chance at survival. Clearly, the boss has no idea that owning the mirror prison core allows Chung-Yi to read past memory. He demands the core, promising a painless death or even a job, saying it would be a real waste for such a talent to. Transforming, he laughs and asks if being a dog made him forget his pride. Lu Tuyen ignores the insult, calmly telling him that only fools refuse to adapt. If he could awaken the demon race early, overrun all of Blackwind Valley, and make sure Chung-Yi does not survive. Fully transformed, Chung-Yi sneers that he would not dare. Everything your Chamber of Commerce does is just spreading wild rumors to cover up your secrets before your master. Chunyi adds that since his master is not ready yet, a mere dog like him has absolutely no courage. Hearing this, Lu Tuyen turns red with rage as veins pop on his forehead. He glares furiously. You arrogant brat, I will rip your soul straight out of your body and make you beg for a quick death. Right before Lu Tuyen can launch his attack, a golden array blazes to life above his head and unleashes a blinding. Lu Tuyen hurriedly throws his hand up, desperate to block the impact with his own energy. A glowing golden avatar manifests, raising its hand to summon a massive blade before hoisting it high in the air, ready to drop. That giant blade is aiming straight for Lu Tuyen, who is currently trapped inside his crimson barrier, and with glowing red eyes, he calls upon the hellish torrent, gathering dark energy from a massive area to form a weapon harboring a. As Zhou Yi watches, a blinding point of light suddenly ignites inside the crimson sphere, and this triggers level 5 righteous judgment, opening a holy magic circle as rain-like blades of light begin pouring. It strikes the trapped enemy before a righteous angel throws a brilliant spear of light, unleashing a. Lu Tuyen's deep voice echoes through the area. Making the first move shows excellent combat instincts. Too bad that in the face of absolute power, just before the devastating impact hits, Zhou Yi quickly clasps his hands in front of him. Shards of glass appear like a mirror, reflecting Lu Tuyen's face before being violently shattered by a sudden. With a lethal blow rushing in, Zhou Yi is forced to leap back, desperately trying to dodge. He finally touches down a safe distance away from the blast, clutching his chest in pain as a thin trick. Clutching his compass, Lu Tuyen sneers coldly, very impressive for a level 30 insect to actually manage to wound me. But this ends here. And look at this, he triggers a fusion. With a massive crimson entity looming behind him, Lu Tuyen gloats. Forcing me to use the power of my origin compass is something you can be proud of, he says, raising his hand to declare total. Zhou Yi's eyes go wide with pure shock as an overwhelming heavy wave of pressure comes crashing toward him. Lu Tuyen's palm strike hits his position dead-on with absolute, catastrophic force, completely. Once the blast ends and the heavy dust clears, he slides roughly across the dirt, hunched over and using his hands to keep from collapsing. Looking up, Zhou Yi realizes that a level 46 enemy with an epic. Even though my own class has a natural advantage against his dark energy, against a massive level gap like this, there is no real path to victory. Frowning with absolute resolve, over in that alternate dimension, she's losing ground rapidly as a lethal blade swings straight for her neck. He knocks the incoming blade away, barely diffusing the crisis as a glimpse of another dimension flashes. Along with Lu Tuyen's mocking voice, so you've been using the mirror prison core to maintain 5 whole mirror dimensions. Smirking, he adds, no wonder those dark forces couldn't break through your home turf defenses despite attacking for so. It will take them a long time to escape, but with you so heavily distracted, how do you expect to be? Standing up, Zhou Yi snaps back. That is none of your concern. Though privately he knows, with his mind utterly exhausted, he has to take one final gamble. He pulls back a portion of the mental energy maintaining those mirror spaces, focusing every. Lu Tuyen leaps forward with a massive red axe held high, roaring, today, I will show you the massive, world-ending He strikes down, shattering the very ground beneath them, and sending heavy stone debris flying everywhere. And look at this retreating just in time. Zhou Yi instantly counters with light punishment, summoning a cascade of gold. Brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes never stray from his target as his heavy iron chains slam into the ground. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Chains, S-tier, Level 3. Manipulating sacred lightning to construct a prison that binds the enemy directly in their tracks. After backing away to a safe distance, Zhou Yi presses his back against a massive stone slab, using it as a. But right at the center of those clanking iron chains, a brilliant crimson light is locking onto him. A devastating explosion shatters the prison Zhou Yi worked so hard to create, even reducing the sword in his. With a thin sweat breaking across his forehead, he extends his open hand to prepare his Hand of God technique. The giant hand manifests to block Lu Tuyen's devastating red blast, but the raw power is just too over. Zhou Yi grits his teeth against the searing pain, ignoring the blood in the air as Nya suddenly lunges forward from behind. I am here to help you, Nya bellows, as 3 massive forces collide, triggering a colossal explosion. Nya and Zhou Yi collapse to the ground. Zhou Yi reverts to his human form while Nya, he forces himself up, body trembling as he stares at Nya, crying out for Nya to come back. As Zhou Yi waits for Nya to retreat safely, Lu Tuyen flies over, mocking that a fading dragon. You are pretty decent, but too bad you met me. None of your trump cards are even worth mentioning in my presence. He glances at the shattered mirror shards floating in midair, letting out a puzzled hum. Each mirror displays a different dimension. In one, Sonin is impaled by countless feathers. In another, Harlan is not doing any better than her teammates, currently being grabbed by a bunch of skeletons and beaten. In the fourth dimension, Lindong is pinned to a wall by countless arrows like a target board. Titum also collapses onto the ruins after being stabbed by a sword, seemingly losing all consciousness. Lu Tuyen laughs. You cannot even protect yourself, yet you want to protect others. And honestly, this sheer helplessness is agonizing. Right now, he cannot save anyone. Zhou Yi digs his fingers deep into the solid ground, fighting that crushing weight as he screams out with fierce, divine lightning. Son of Revelation, S-level 3. Entering the Revelation stance. Lightning skill damage is boosted by 60%, lasting for 15 seconds. He dons his magnificent armor once more, leaping forward to strike at Lu Tuyen. His blow forces the villain to... The sheer impact shreds the surrounding stone to pieces, yet Lu Tuyen easily grabs Zhou Yi. With a casual counterstrike, the villain knocks the weapon right out of his hand, wearing a smug, triumphant grin. Seizing the opening, Lu Tuyen strikes Zhou Yi right in the face, completely crushing the mask he is wearing. He shoves a glass shard showing Lindong being impaled by countless arrows right in front of his eyes. Listen and watch. Feel your precious allies heading straight toward destruction, and experience true... With those words, Lu Tuyen shatters the glass with a loud crack, spiderweb cracks spreading all over the surface. Zhou Yi's eyes turn blood red with rage, veins bulging across his face, but he simply... Listen closely to this. A sudden piercing shriek shatters the tense air, completely catching Lu Tuyen off guard. A massive, towering gate appears out of thin air, etched with mysterious dragon carvings. He looks to the side in disbelief, face filling with dread because these energy waves are totally wrong. Zhou Yi watches the mirrors, shaking violently, as the mirror prison core energy becomes pretty much completely unstable. This sudden surge of energy blasts toward them, forcing Lu Tuyen to quickly release his grip and shield. Zhou Yi collapses on the ground. The wrist Lu Tuyen grabbed earlier has already turned a terrifying shade of blood. What a terrifying spiritual attack. It is pure, primal, and makes his very soul shudder. This must be a level 60+ entity. Meanwhile, Lu Tuyen stares in absolute panic at the new gate, muttering, the digestion period is clearly not over yet. How could it wake up early? Was it because of that energy just... My lord, please calm your anger. I simply have not finished preparing the sacrifices for you yet. The crimson... There is no response. Only endless black mist pouring out as massive tentacles begin to stretch forth. Whatever is inside seems incredibly desperate to break free. Zhou Yi gasps for air. The spatial barrier of the mirror prison core simply cannot withstand this level of chaotic energy. Every single dimension collapses into chaos, plunging everyone inside into the exact same pitch-black void. The space has been erased. Is your side dealt with too, Huitnern? At that very moment, those dark tentacles slam into the ground, tearing the earth apart into massive chasms. Each tentacle savagely smashes giant boulders, letting out an ear-splitting, screeching roar of hunger. The girls hide while supporting each other, staring up in absolute dread at the massive thing blocking out the entire sky. Debris flies everywhere under its heavy strikes as its colossal body struggles to crawl out of the abyss-like crack. Huitnern and Han Tui Tin watch in pure shock as the giant beast rampages, completely unaware that a tentacle... She screams in panic, begging her captain to save her. He watches in absolute terror, shouting her name, Feng Huin, while Lu Tuyen also stares and softly mutters. Reverting to his normal form, his gaze turns entirely emotionless. Claiming that being chosen by the master, he spins around, leaving the place to his servants, telling them to stay and protect the master while he runs back to fetch a fresh... Lam Suong blocks his path, exposing his treacherous scheme by asking if the boss is actually trying to abandon them. Standing on the teleportation array, he barks back, calling them insolent, claiming he is only going to fetch more food. Its massive tentacles multiply rapidly, completely blanketing the ground, demanding an even larger supply. He coldly orders them to slaughter those captives to feed the master. But one guy trapped in the tentacles desperately shouting to let him go. The Bloodblade crew scatters in absolute panic, desperate to escape the monster. Demanding to use the blood essence pill, he quickly shoves the dark red medicine into his mouth, clenching it. Once swallowed, raw energy erupts instantly, turning his eyes a fiery, burning crimson. He spins, aiming his spear as the chasing tentacles sweep up blinding dust storms, finally revealing the... And right here, the nightmare finally shows its face, an eyeless, noseless abomination with razor... Zhou Yi and his 4 companions stand frozen under the Colossus's massive shadow. Complete silence hangs in the air until countless glowing eyes suddenly snap open. Each bizarre eye scans the surroundings, hungering for pure and delicious prey, until one tentacle suddenly... Almost instantly, Zhou Yi is the first to react, moving with lightning speed. Sweeping So Nien into his arms, he dashes away from the strike, spinning around to shield her in a tight embrace. So Nien cries out as Zhou Yi grits his teeth, suppressing the taste of blood. Looking back at the shattered shield, he realizes the corrosive force is insane, rapidly draining. The beast Lu Tuan called Master goes absolutely wild, screaming and roaring about someone stealing its food. Its deadly tentacles target Zhou Yi and So Nian again, whipping forward to kill. Tiet Tom and Harlan panic, but they are too far away, helplessly shouting Zhou Yi's name as he reaches. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he faintly mutters a divine chant right as a brilliant blue light pierces the sky. Its blinding brilliance illuminates the battlefield as 5 massive pillars of light crash down from above, shredding. Dozens of green light beams follow, relentlessly striking the dark beast until its defenses are thoroughly shattered. Zhou Yi looks up in awe at the glorious sight unfolding before him. Finally, talk about a clutch rescue. A ray of hope shines as a massive warship pierces the fog. An authoritative voice orders all non-military units to disarm immediately and cease any resistance. Standing on the deck are Master Vung and Ham Son, arriving in the nick of time. The ship's hatch slides open with a hiss of white smoke, as 2 rows of white-armored soldiers armed with. They leap down from the vessel, displaying an incredibly calm and professional attitude. Once down, the elite soldiers open fire as continuous reinforcements pour in to assist. The captain steps forward, heading straight toward Zhou Yi's group, holding a glowing crystal orb with deep concern. He warns Zhou Yi that it's far too dangerous, urging them to cooperate and evacuate immediately. With a swift throw, he launches the orb, leaving a faint blue trail before it shatters, releasing a warm light that wraps around. 4 glowing barriers shield them, slowly lifting the group into the air. Holding So Nian close, Zhou Yi frantically warns them that the creature's energy is still surging. Right on cue, the colossal tentacles lash out in a frenzy, keeping the fighter jets from closing in. One by one, the jets are swatted down, exploding in the narrow sky. Once the thick smoke clears, bizarre monstrosities stand tall, glaring directly at the rescue unit. Their numbers inexplicably multiply by the second, charging in a mindless frenzy only to get vaporized by laser. Laser rounds tear through their flesh. Yet the reinforcement squad holds the line, showing zero fear. Fighter jets flood the skies once more, dropping heavy payloads that turn the entire field into a blazing. Ham Son takes direct command, Bark commanding the 1st and 2nd squads. He commands them to suppress the emerging beasts and seal the rift, while ordering the 3rd squad to sweep the surroundings. 4th squad, set up the barrier and completely lock down this space. Just as he finishes issuing commands, Master Vung approaches, warning Ham Son that the situation is far. He turns to look at him. Do not worry, even if that gate fully manifests today, I am going to shut it down. With that, he looks straight ahead and notes that his favorite student has arrived. Sure enough, Zhou Yi. As soon as he hits the deck, he looks at Teacher Vung and calls out in worry. The medical team immediately rushes over to help, quickly treating wounds and restoring the energy of the exhausted squad. A medic kneels down to examine So Nian and instantly frowns with deep concern. Do not move, she is heavily poisoned and the toxin has already reached her heart. His partner, clearing this poison completely will take at least half an hour. Zhou Yi looks down as So Nian weakly opens her eyes. Brother Zhou Yi, I am fine. You should go take care of your business first. Teacher Vung approaches them with his hands behind his back and speaks gently. Do not push yourself. Focus on healing. Zhou Yi looks at him. Teacher, that gate is still absorbing our attack energy. If we keep blasting it like this, I saw it clearly from below. Every time our artillery strikes it, the dark energy on the gate's surface grows thicker. Ham Son calmly steps in to ease Zhou Yi's worries. Kid, I completely understand your concern. His face remains totally blank, though his eyebrows furrow slightly deeper. But in my book, there is simply, if there is, we just blast it again. Zhou Yi tries to stop him. Wait, that is really not an ordinary portal, but Ham Son has already turned. Our firepower will switch to an unstructured saturation strike, with the elemental energy randomly changed. Lock down the barriers. Not even a single bug slips through. The fire support team loudly acknowledges his command, while the barrier division bellows their response with a roar. Every single soldier is pumped up and ready to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, a relentless storm of bullets pours down like endless rain, focusing entirely on a single target and just when you think it is over, the elemental fire shifts every second on Ham Son's command. Next comes a barrage of grenades, stretching the explosions into an endless chain. Behind them, under Ham Son's orders, they instantly begin their ritual. Colorful barriers stretch across the sky, releasing a full elemental barrage. Pillars of vibrant, endless blasts rip through the beast horde, completely shattering their ranks and forcing the monsters backward with overwhelming power. The massive explosions grow so intense that they completely cloud everyone's vision. Above them, The jets seem to lose connection entirely, spiraling out of control and falling in heaps. Then, another massive blast rocks the entire area, lighting up the sky with a blinding flash. Suddenly, right in the middle of this chaotic storm, Hoi Hung appears with his magical swords. He leaps directly into the fray against those pitch-black tentacles, completely shredding them with a single strike. He stands there, staring ahead with a tense expression, not even daring to blink for a single second. But right here, we can see him realizing just how hopelessly small he is against that monster. Hoi Hung's eyes shift to a glowing purple, reflecting a bizarre vortex that feels like it could swallow your soul. He stands there completely paralyzed, practically turning himself into a sitting duck for that frantic, blue beams shoot out wildly from the creature's gaping mouth in complete chaos. Yet every single one down on the ground, the soldiers clad in white armor cannot escape the same grim fate as Hoi Hung. Ham-sun looks in absolute horror as the monitor before him flashes a warning red. This ancient gate is reflecting every single one of our attacks right back at us. A soldier urgently, General Ingyu, the target's evolution speed is way past our predictions. Both physical and seeing the situation turn south, Teacher Vung speaks up Ham-sun. Standard firepower will not work. We have to destroy its core immediately. He falls into deep thought, recalling how they used to sacrifice. They would strike random spots and watch the reaction, losing thousands of lives just to pinpoint the core's exact location. Hearing his voice suddenly snaps Zhou Yi back to reality. Squad 9, prepare yourselves. We deploy in 1 minute to locate the core. He refuses. Teacher, is that core you mentioned the one causing those wild energy fluctuations? So that's the most unstable point, right? Teacher Vung quickly explains exactly. Destroying that core is all it takes to make the gate collapse. This is the hard-won experience the military gathered over hundreds of years. But the moment his explanation, I might actually know where the core is, he says, pulling out a glowing cube that floats right over his hand. This hell prison core has actually absorbed the dark energy of this gate before. There is still a matching energy signature left inside this core. Through it, I can faintly sense a Ham-sun crouches down right in front of him, warning him that a vague location is not enough. A space-distorting force field surrounds the gate, shifting every attack away so nothing can hit the core. It is practically impossible to land a direct hit. Zhou Yi stares silently at his hell prison core. Watch this, he offers to open a brief shortcut inside. He will step directly inside the portal to find the core and mark it for them. But he needs the military to unleash absolute maximum firepower as a distraction, keeping the enemy from notice. Teacher Vung instantly frowns in flat protest. It is too dangerous. Absolutely not. Zhou Yi looks back, saying, Teacher, we have no other choice. This gate is still evolving. And if Teacher, some paths simply require a pioneer to go first. Teacher Vung stares at him, his heart heavy, but behind them, Shen Lingfeng and Tixing step forward and boldly shout, Count us in two. Teacher Vung angrily snaps at them. How absurd, I do not agree. Your levels are far too low. Going in there is pure suicide, so stay put. Ham-sun looks at Zhou Yi, asking Kid, do you actually understand the risks of doing this? The dark energy inside that gate could easily wipe out your consciousness, turning you into a mindless beast. I know, he replies, but I must try. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Ham-sun pats his shoulder with a, if you actually make it back alive, I am treating you to the absolute finest liquor. With that, Ham-sun turns back to his battle monitors currently flashing with endless warnings. All forces, every single light attribute class, get to the front lines. Use purification magic to suppress its dark demonic aura and grab its attention. Moving as one, the formation shifts instantly as the light attribute mages assemble at the front line. In the name of holy light, they purify the dark aura, while the main artillery crews rapidly charge up. Their main cannons are fully charged and locked onto the gate's core. Wait for my direct command, then unleash total devastation. Under a barrage of heavy counterattacks, the frontline defensive barriers are already beginning to crumble. Water mages, reinforce the defenses. Do not let a single beam break through. Meanwhile, I will replenish and stabilize your holy energy, he says. So just go ahead and do your thing. The core rapidly absorbs the energy Zhou Yi feeds it, glowing brighter and brighter as sweat literally pours. Gritting his teeth, it is pretty clear that an overwhelming pressure is pushing his body and mind to the limit. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, with the light in them turning into a majestic, bright gold. And look at him go. He morphs into a blinding streak of golden light, soaring over the elite troops right. Zhou Yi casts his spiritual consciousness forward, searching for the core to shut the whole thing down. Forbidden spell of the earth, shield of the earth. From the gaping maw of the portal, A massive creature with towering horns struggles to force its way out. Now, Zhou Yi is nothing but a glowing humanoid silhouette, floating high above the smoky battle. He cuts a sharp arc through the air, soaring over the monstrous beast to venture even deeper. Finally, he discovers a colossal orb anchored by countless pulsing tendrils, surrounded by a dense horde of— But this orb is alive. The absolute second Zhou Yi dives in to strike, a massive, singular eye snap. Startled, Zhou Yi tenses up as that giant eye glares directly at him. Damn it, he is spotted. Sensing the intruder, the massive eye instantly shifts into battle mode to eliminate him, launching a swarm of pitch-black— The relentless onslaught makes it incredibly tough to dodge as those massive tentacles smash into the ground. They finally realize an intruder has breached their territory, and the entire pack rushes forward in a mad frenzy. Right then, the prison seal resting on Zhou Yi's chest begins to glow with an incredibly blinding, brilliant light. A thin barrier. It barely holds off the torrent of flames spat out by the monsters. Zhou Yi stays safe behind the shield for now, but those barrier layers are rapidly shattering under their attacks. His entire body shoots forward like a massive, golden-plated arrow straight toward that wide-open, staring eye. He lands a devastating strike right through the center of the sphere and the eye inside the portal. Suddenly, the gate begins to close as a brilliant golden pillar of light shoots outward at blinding speed. Hamsun flies across his console to keep pace, adjusting the coordinates for the realm-breaking cannon, and unlock. His finger hovers right over the launch button as the countdown numbers rapidly tick away. Look closely here, that eye goes completely berserk. It unleashes a massive shockwave of pure rage, violently dragging everything in the area back toward the closing. Everyone desperately holds onto each other for safety, while commanders yell for all troops to brace themselves as the dimensional— Total chaos. The shockwave tears their formation completely apart, knocking out their navigation. The brave soldiers plunge their swords deep into the cracked ground, anchoring themselves against the gate. Healers move in while the injured fall back, soldiers guard the front left, and mages pool their mana for the— Hamsun holds his breath, his eyes glued to the screen as the countdown hits 0 and he fires. On his command, the flagship unleashes its entire arsenal. A devastating beam of destructive light rips through the air like— The exact target? The giant eye that Zhou Yi marked just moments ago. Horrific monsters can only watch in absolute terror as the portal core drains their own life force. Zhou Yi is horrified to see the core devouring its own demon minions to block the massive attack. Hamsun screams at the top of his lungs, telling the troops to unleash full firepower and finish it off. The remaining class users squeeze out whatever energy they have left, struggling to stand up and join the fight. Every single bit of their combined power is funneled into this final, desperate strike targeting that eye. Thevung steps forward, forming hand seals with his eyes closed. When he opens them, his eyes glow. A layer of golden clouds parts in the sky, revealing Thevung's massive sword as the pressure becomes absolute. Can you even believe this? That stubborn core is still warping space to patch itself up and fix the portal. Zhou Yi forces his head up, completely mesmerized by the brilliant light of the sword spell Thevung is channeling. This is the legendary weapon of Thevung. Floating in the sky like a celestial god, he is— Declaring himself the guardian of order, he delivers divine punishment to evil in the name of the light. As his massive sword strikes the ground, the earth splits apart amidst rising dust, unleashing a holy purification— The ultimate strike. It pierces right through the core that was desperately trying to patch itself together. At that exact moment, Zhou Yi coughs up blood, splashing it all over the prison core in front of him. Brother Zhou Yi. Hamsun glances over, realizing Zhou Yi's consciousness was battered by the portal, leaving his spirit. He immediately orders the healers to assist him, preparing their highest-grade life support pod to stabilize. Begging Zhou Yi to hold on, Hamsun wastes no time and quickly barks out orders to coordinate the entire crew. He commands all troops to stay alert, confirming the gate is destroyed and ordering them to secure the area and treat the wounded. Just as Hamsun reported, the core is completely ruined, leaving a massive gaping crater right in the center. But they severely underestimated the beast, as thin, thread-like red fibers begin stretching from— The dimensional gate is dyed blood red once more, wrapped in countless creeping red threads as onlookers scream in disbelief. Forcing his trembling body upright upon hearing that voice, Zhou Yi desperately warns Hamsun it is using the flesh and blood of the demons to stitch a brand new gate together. Realizing the extreme danger, a brilliant gold light of purification rains down, sweeping across the battlefield in expanding rings to Even with his eyes shut, he grimly focuses every ounce of his energy to control his massive, surging mana. Responding to Thevung's absolute command, the domain of punishment expands further, raining down blinding rays. Those otherworldly monsters scream and thrash wildly under that blazing light. The rays pierce right— Do you humans of Earth really think destroying this is enough? More rifts will tear open everywhere, and we will reclaim everything that is ours. The core explodes. The demons following it cannot escape their fate of being completely purified. They scramble to escape, but not a single one makes it out. Finally, only a deep crater. Over in the medical bay, Chun-Yi lies inside a recovery pod while Son-Yen stands nearby, watching over him. Seeing Teacher Vuong walk in, she looks up to ask about Chung-Gi, but he already knows what is on her mind. Do not worry, he says. With the holy light boost and healing transfusion, he will wake up very soon. Finally, Chung-Yi slowly opens his exhausted eyes, struggling to force out a few faint words through his teacher. Tell me, are we actually? Teacher Vuong repeats his faint, confusing words with sudden shock. The plunderers, he summons a golden light in his hand, keeping his voice gentle as he tells him to close his eyes and leave everything else to me, he says, pressing his palm down as warm light flows from his hand into Chung-Yi. Once done, Teacher Vuong turns to Son-Yen, telling her to stay and watch him while he checks on the battlefield clean. She looks at him anxiously, promising she will stay right by his side. Meanwhile, the outside area is mostly cleared up. The wounded are healing, and the rest are split between. My old friend, we got lucky this time, he says, but it was mostly Chung-Yi who managed to pinpoint the. I only did my duty, Teacher Vuong replies, but how are the casualties? Ham-sun hands over 120 are wounded, with the mages taking the heaviest losses. But luckily, the planar portal was completely destroyed before the beasts could escape. It is a small blessing. Teacher Vuong looks at the list of the fallen and reminds Ham-sun to record their names, promising to just like that, the quiet is shattered. An emergency call flashes on screen. Captain Vuong, Captain Gu, we have an emergency. We just detected massive energy. Teacher Vuong remains completely calm, asking if any monsters have breached the perimeter yet. What about the civilian evacuation? Ham-sun raises an eyebrow, stating that the mine is abandoned and no beasts have been spotted. A 5-kilometer perimeter is locked down by headquarters order. Both unit leaders are requested to lead. He agrees instantly, saying they will move out now, but Ham-sun looks visibly hesitant. Old Vuong, in an emergency like this, that kid Chung-Yi has a dark energy sensitivity unlike if we could use him, but Teacher Vuong immediately cuts him off with an angry frown, saying absolutely not. Ham-sun stares at him, unsure of how to reply, while Teacher Vuong turns his gaze back toward the battle. Ham-sun, why do soldiers put on their uniforms and take up weapons? Is it not to give these kids a chance to grow up in peace? They should not have to carry the heavy burdens we are supposed to shoulder at just 9. Do you expect them to bear the weight of the entire world? Memories of young soldiers in uniform. 20 years ago, I led a student just like him, someone who could clearly perceive dark energy. That kid was only 25, and we treated him like some living sensor. In the end, we could not even retrieve a complete body. Teacher Vuong is resolute, a cold edge sharp in every single word. Chun-Yi is not some tool, he is the one who can actually change this entire war. That is exactly why we cannot treat him like a consumable item before his wings are fully grown. Right now, breaking the serious tension, Ham-sun suddenly chuckles and gives his old friend a friendly punch. Damn it, you are right, I was just too impatient. Let's go, we need to crush that otherworldly trash once and for all. Teacher Vuong straightens his uniform with a light sigh, telling him to watch his strength before ordering a full All active members must assemble within 5 minutes. Leave the local supply duties entirely to with sharp, predator-like gazes, the two veterans stare in the same direction as the next battle begins. While a new battle brews outside, a quiet, mysterious shadow stands silently inside the medical bay. Slender, black-gloved fingers gently touch the glass pod. Observing that he looks far more obedient, Miss Tin leans in close to the pod, quietly studying Chung-Yi's peaceful face. This moody look of yours is actually pretty popular with the ladies. Why, even my own niece was throwing a tantrum just. She keeps rambling, completely missing Zhou Yi's raising hand, as she adds that she basically told the girl to just. Seeing him groggily wake up, Miss Tin spins around in a panic, covering her mouth with one hand to hide. She turns back with a fake smile, asking if classmate Zhou Yi is finally awake, while he just stares at her. Did the teacher leave any instructions, he asks, and when she wonders how he guessed, he just grins playfully and since my teacher isn't here, and her trusted close aide who isn't even in the military is waiting for me to wake up, I bet she ran into some real emergency, right? Miss Tingnoi sits cross-legged, explaining that the whole situation at Black Wind Valley went way beyond the president's expectations. His initial plan was just to let you use the Chu family's Long Yuan ice to stabilize your never expecting you to get dragged into a massive war like this. He honestly feels pretty guilty about it. He hopes you can temporarily rest up at the Chu family estate, leaving all other matters until he returns. Lu Tuan has already been arrested by the military, and he will face a military court in a few days. while all the dark forces under his control have been completely taken over and dismantled by the military. Even though a few minor peripheral lackeys manage to flee, they can't achieve anything. So you really don't need to. The military has officially decided that all ownership and usage rights of the entire Blackwind Valley region. Here is the land deed, and the president mentioned that the resources here might just solve the immediate crisis facing the Chu family. Zhou Yi takes the deed Miss Tin hands over, realizing that the teacher must be referring to those lost frost. As expected, my teacher knows absolutely everything, he thinks. While she steps closer, looking at the deed, she bids him farewell, giving Zhou Yi a lingering flirtatious look as she brushes past him toward the door. Before leaving, she asks classmate Zhou Yi one last time if he's absolutely sure he won't join the cold determination. He has no interest, and she simply turns, her high heels clicking as she walks away. Zhou Yi crosses his arms and sighs in annoyance the moment she disappears. Pulling out the iron prison core, Sung-ya suddenly appears right beside him and gently whispers that on the road to the summit, even a lone wolf will run out of strength. So using external support, he quietly replies that the path he walks is exceptionally brutal, and he needs his eyes hardened with absolute resolve, absolute national control. Meanwhile, the scene shifts as Zhou Yi returns home to a warm welcome. In the Chu family hallway, his sister gasps that when he suddenly had Xiao Kuku bring her back, she thought something terrible. He gently hugs Chu Van, explaining he was only worried that the battle at Blackwind Valley would drag her in. Expressing his gratitude to Uncle Hung and cousin Heel Bark, they warmly reply that taking care of Van Ni is. Uncle Hong points behind him, mentioning that the arrangements from his letter are all set, and invites him to follow, to which he, young and innocent, Chu Van looks up in confusion, asking her brother where exactly they are going, and he gently pats her head, whispering that they are heading to the core of the Chu family's power to reclaim everything that belongs to her. Inside the grand hall, quite a few elders are gathered around a round table, demanding to know. The patriarch shares the shocking news that Lady Hong is dead, making them panic about what will happen to their Frost Star. After all, dozens of children in the clan are still waiting to suppress their bloodlines. Warning that this is a matter of survival, they urge the patriarch to quickly find a new path, while the third, who is he waiting for? Something about this whole setup feels incredibly off. Just as his doubts start piling up, a sudden noise echoes through the hall, drawing every single. The grand doors swing wide open, and several figures step inside under the shocked gazes of the crowd. Recognizing the newcomers, the third elder frowns deeply, his sharp eyes locking onto the young man who just. Zhou Yi walks right up to the patriarch with a polite bow, and the old man warmly welcomes him, telling him to take. Complying with the request, he casually pulls out the empty chair at the head of the table and sits down. Clasping his hands, he sits calmly in the main seat, silent. He slams his hand onto the table with a loud bang, angrily demanding how Zhou Yi dares to take that seat. Do you have any respect left for your elders? He roars, as the second elder beside him holds him back. Zhou Yi. It is true your bloodline purity is insanely high, but that does not give you the right. Zhou Yi leans his hands on the table, staring at them like an alpha wolf. I did not come here today to chat with you all. I want the Zhou family to promise me one thing. His bold words leave. Zhou Yun will be the next leader of the Zhou family, and the clan must pour all of its prime resources into training. In the future, Zhou Yun will have priority control over absolutely everything within the Zhou family. The third elder leaps up in rage, pointing straight at his face. Arrogant brat. The Zhou family has hundreds of years of heritage, so how can we let some returned branch member boss us around? This kid is just taking advantage of the situation. He thinks a tiny bit of talent makes him untouchable. He even wants to hand our entire heritage over to some little girl. But then, Zhou Heng calmly, her bloodline purity is actually 3 times higher than mine. Having her here changes everything for us. The Zhou family might actually regain its lost glory. Xiao Bai also chimes in. Little sister Zhou Yun is Zhou Yi is not playing around. Since Zhou Yun carries the Frost bloodline, she belongs to the main orthodox family. As for whether she, a crushing pressure suddenly explodes from his body, filling the entire room and instantly forcing. The sheer power forces the third elder to shield his face, but he still screams out, "Insolent brat, how dare you!" Zhou Yi's eyes turn icy and cold as he stares down the old man with absolute intensity. Terrifying energy erupts wildly from his body, leaving every single person in the room absolutely paralyzed. They all sit frozen in their seats, not a single soul daring to utter even a whisper. The crushing aura blasts the third elder backward, forcing him to spit out a violent mouthful of fresh blood. Now check this out, his energy actually materializes into a massive, shimmering green dragon, and the third elder's eyes finally fill with pure terror as he desperately yells out, "Zhou Yun is far too young, and making her the successor is way too reckless. How is that fair to all our other talented Zhou family disciples? I will not agree." Secretly, the elder is panicking. This kid just reached his second transition. So how is his aura? Zhou Yi speaks coldly. Let us end this argument here. Without crushing the outdated rules you rely on, none of you will ever truly. Sitting right in the center of the crowd, he boldly declares, I am the new rule. Nearby, the patriarch falls. The rapid growth of this young kid is honestly nothing short of terrifying. Zhou Yi continues every year. Our family pays a fortune to the Rain Chamber of Commerce for cold essence crystals. The sheer amount of crystal reserves in there is beyond your wildest dreams, and I am giving the Zhou family. Just send our most trustworthy clan members into Blackwind Valley to mine the crystals. With these massive, rich resources, our future generations will never have to worry again. And this is just the start. The patriarch immediately orders to follow Zhou Yi's plan. Heng, listen to me. Select 100 trusted clan members today to station at Blackwind Valley. We must train. Zhou Heng quickly agrees. The patriarch looks absolutely delighted and declares heaven has not abandoned us. The second elder is slightly hesitant, wondering if this is actually just another way of forcing them to submit. Using raw power to forcefully seize control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes turn icy cold. He fires back submission. The things I am offering you are things this world could never give you. Then, every single year, our family spends a massive fortune buying dungeon access for our disciples, just to get slots into. That is just how things work. Every major family in the country does the same. Why are you even asking this? Oh, you are not ready for this. Zhou Yi just smirks and asks, what if from now on, the Zhou family. Instantly, the entire room drops dead silent. But then, the third elder suddenly bursts, standing up abruptly. He sneers, I think you are just a delusional kid who has gone completely insane. 90% of our country's dungeons are locked down by the 3 great guilds and the military. Private dungeons are you seriously trying to tell me that you actually have one of those in your hands? Whether Zhou Yi is faking his inner energy or not, we are about to see. Right as he finishes speaking, the polygonal sphere floats up, radiating a brilliant 7-colored light all around, before suddenly transforming into a mass. According to Zhou Yi, this is a gold-tier prison mirror with normal and nightmare difficulties. It requires levels 15 to 35 for 1 to 10 players. I am setting up a permanent dungeon portal right here in the. From now on, any Chu descendant can enter this dungeon to train whenever they want. This is my Hyobak gasps, covering her mouth in pure shock. A private dungeon is a legendary resource that even the Chu Hung chimes in, explaining that just to send a few chosen disciples into public dungeons each month, the Chu family has to blow over half their profits. Having a private dungeon would mean everything, while Chu Van just stands. Han Tui Tin originally helped them in their darkest hour, but this private dungeon is a straight ticket. Right then, Zhou Yi stands up, declaring that the Chu family will now own an endless training ground. Before he turns his back, knowing they never have to walk on eggshells or spend a single dime on others ever again. Honestly, you have to love this call-out, he asks, if they still want to test his mental sanity. Only now does the old man realize that the mystical portal before him is absolutely real. This kid did not just grab resources, he completely altered the destiny of the Chu family. It goes far beyond anything they can comprehend. The elders quickly wave their hands, no need. We were completely. Lady Chu Van is the heir, and the old man agrees at 10,000%. Nier has outstanding talent and a broad. That is just how it is, absolutely deserved. The clan chief then declares, if there are no objections left, then starting today, Chu Van is officially the sole young mistress of the Chu family. Zhou Yi adds, crossing her path is crossing mine. Her word is absolute law. Cutting to the next scene, waves of energy continuous surge outward. Zhou Yi sits there channeling his inner. That means the basic stats for the simple mode monsters should not be set too high. The dungeon terrain is best set as a glacier region, fitting the Chu family. The ice wolves for stage 1 will be level. Upon dying, they will self-destruct, creating a small frost zone that debuffs and slows movement speed. Passing grades will directly depend on how many times they get frosted. To secure high marks, they must learn. For the second stage, the environment shifts into a constantly changing ice crystal labyrinth. Monsters here get a special ice armor trait, making direct frontal attacks almost completely useless. This forces them to find weaknesses and observe carefully. Let's put this one here, and that one right there. Talking to himself, he decides the hard boss will be the ghost shadow of Lady Hung, born from the. She exploited the Chu family for so many years, so using her projection to train their descendants. Now, check this out, the crystal sphere in front of him lights up, absorbing all the spiritual energy around. A chillingly cool aura radiates outward, making even the nearby spirit beasts roar in sheer delight. Nearby, the faint silhouette of a mysterious girl suddenly flickers. Zhou Yi is pretty shocked, realizing that with only 35% control, his accuracy is already this insane. He cannot hide his satisfaction. Just 35% allows him to craft dungeons like an absolute god of creation. If he ever achieves a full 100% mastery, could he actually rewrite the laws of dungeon leveling? Right at that moment, something hard slams directly into his head, making Zhou Yi let out a sudden cry of pain. It turns out Sungya hit him. You are building this dungeon to empower the Chu family, not to satisfy. Remember, a true powerhouse commands the power. They do not let themselves be consumed by it. Zhou Yi wipes his cold sweat. I got it. You are always right. Just then, the silhouette of a massive cat slowly emerges. Chu Van stares at him silently, her gaze running incredibly deep. Her older brother spots her and walks right over. Hey, Van Ni, those clothes look great on you, and tomorrow is the grand ceremony. Why do you look so worried? Lately, no matter where she goes, everyone smiles and greets her as the young mistress, asking for her favor. Pausing for a second, she asks, but can I really shoulder the massive weight of being the young mistress? I do not want to disappoint you, brother, or fail everyone else either. Hearing this, Zhou Yi is genuinely taken aback by her doubts. Gently pinching her soft cheeks, he asks Chu Van, do you know what the Chu family resembles? Holding his hand, Chu Van asks what it resembles, and Zhou Yi coldly replies a giant ship. It looks shining on the outside, but the inside is completely rotten, even begging Han Tui Tin, but we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family, because we are also just guests on this ship. If not this ship, there will be another, and in peaceful times, we might live quietly. But at Huck Fong Kok, compared to that, all the battles and trials I went through before were nothing but games inside the. When the real storm hits, every single person on this ancient ship will just run away. He patiently tells her that waiting and begging the strong for protection means your fate will forever remain in someone else's hand. Chu Van, we cannot simply be passengers on this ship, we must be the ones steering it. Individual. Chu Van also shares her own thoughts. But building a completely new faction takes way too much time and resources, while the Chu family already has a. And just like that, she finally gets it. Her brother is planning to completely take over their entire family ship. Zhou Yi does not hide it, that is right. But to make this ancient ship be reborn and follow my orders, as soon as he finishes speaking, he immediately closes his eyes. At this moment, a golden mark appears on Zhou Yi's forehead as he reaches out to gently touch Chu Van's forehead. Looking at the mark on her forehead, Zhou Yi speaks of her highly pure ice bloodline, seriously telling Chu Van, even if the patriarch and elders trust me, they will still worry about an outsider holding all the power. Chu Van, you are the perfect and only bridge connecting me to this family. As you are with you leading, we can completely unite and unleash the true strength of the Chu family. And form the strongest alliance with me. Hearing these words, Chu Van cannot hold back her tears as they begin. She looks at Zhou Yi with deep emotion and quickly replies, happily brother, I understand. Then, if I am always going to be the little sister protected behind your back while you constantly run around and struggle, then what is the point of me awakening? Brother, do not worry. I will become your absolute most reliable and powerful right hand. I can shoulder this heavy responsibility. Zhou Yi reaches out and gently pinches her cheek, saying great. Chu Van pouts and says brother, I am the young leader now, so you cannot pinch my face anymore. Zhou Yi laughs softly, alright, whatever our young leader says goes. Even Dongya silently wants just a few words, and he has this young girl completely fired up. Ready to conquer new territory for him. Elsewhere, a loud voice booms, inviting the Chu descendant, Chu. Two girls wait below, one looking quite anxious and timid, while the other seems pretty proud and arrogant. Now look at this spectacular entrance as Chu Van slowly walks in. The entire crowd instantly starts. She looks so young, but her aura is absolutely extraordinary. Haven't you heard the rumors yet? Her ice bloodline purity is actually up to 70%. But what is the use of high purity anyway? Managing a family is not just about bloodlines. Keep it down, her actual brother took first. He is even standing right over there, watching the outer disciples. She discovered an unclaimed dungeon and handed it over, which is why she is the young leader now. An unclaimed dungeon? Annoyed, Shen Lingfeng mutters that these cowards only dare to gossip behind her back. Standing nearby, Harlan chimes in Shen Lingfeng. I feel like you protect little Chu Van even more than. Stepping forward immediately, the young girl says Chu Van greets the patriarch. He speaks up right away today. In the name of the patriarch, I declare Chu Van as the young leader. Meeting the young leader is like meeting the patriarch, and all clan matters are under her command. just kneel to the goddess and pray sincerely. She quickly follows his instructions and drops to her knees. I, Chu Van, descendant of the Chu family, respectfully bow to the frost goddess as respecting the young leader is respecting the patriarch, and every matter within the clan will follow her absolute. Here I swear an oath to inherit our ancestors' wisdom, never disgrace my bloodline, and fearing no future dangers and seeking no personal glory, but only the prosperity of the Chu family. With my heart and soul, let heaven and earth witness my oath if I ever break it. May the frost devour me. And staring at the glowing marks floating around Chu Van, the patriarch immediately asks, "What is this?" The crowd starts whispering in a panic. Did the ritual fail? Maybe the goddess rejected her because of her mysterious background. Seeing Chun Yi rush forward, Sun Yen stops him and says, "Do not panic. This is actually pretty good news. But wait, look over there." She quickly points directly toward the altar, proving to everyone that Chu Van is somehow still kneeling peacefully before the massive stone goddess. She has not suffered even a single scratch. Suddenly, the stone statue itself begins to speak. Use this blood to freeze every obstacle in your path. Guard your sacred oath, and the power of the absolute frost will become your divine authority. Chu Van raises her hand as raw energy wraps around her arm, a massive snowflake sigil glowing brightly across her skin. Stunned by the sudden transformation, Chu Van stares wide-eyed at the majestic divine presence hovering before. The patriarch gasps in shock, a true miracle. This is the legendary S-rank talent awakening. He looks at Chu Van, unable to contain his curiosity. "Young master, what rank is your talent now?" Just then, the system screen flashes, confirming she has inherited the S-rank Frost Goddess legacy. This is the exact legendary talent of our founding ancestor when he first built our clan. The lost glory. Heaven has blessed the Chu family. An S-rank talent, the stuff of legends, is finally here. Our clan has a real hope of a grand revival now. Gathering her courage under their intense gaze. Fellow clansmen, I am Chu Van. I know I am young and my experience is pretty limited. To suddenly find myself in this high position is honestly pretty terrifying. Today, the goddess did not bless me because I am somehow special. She did it because our entire Chu clan desperate. From this day on, I will walk right alongside every single one of you. We have the resources. The crowd roars in approval, finally accepting her as they chant, "Young master, young master." So Nian smiles warmly, seeing how much little Van has grown. While Chun Yi nods, she always had courage. Standing tall, Chu Van begins channeling her powerful energy, suddenly unleashing a devastating, a jaw-dropping sight unfolds, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless. This is the entrance with normal to nightmare difficulties, requiring level 15 to 35 for parties of 10. She points directly to the massive sheet of ice. Chu Van speaks up. Behind this icy door lies the true foundation of our clan's future, the Mirror Dungeon Trial. It will serve as the ultimate whetstone to sharpen our skills. As your young master, my very first command is this. Her gaze turns sharp, commanding total respect. Regardless of your lineage or status, the top 3 can enter the clan treasury and choose any high-tier treasure they want. Those who make it into the top 10 will get priority access to our purest frost essence for cultivation. I, Chu Van, solemnly promise that all resources will go directly to those who actually work hard. And honestly, you can't blame them. Her bold words have completely won over the crowd, sending them into another round. The crowd erupts into excited murmurs. Wait, did I hear that right? Even outer disciples can compete? Before, we literally had to bribe the elders just to get a spot in any trial dungeon. Now, we can finally rely on our own strength to earn resources. Remember last year when we raided that dire wolf guild? Risking our lives only for 70% of our loot to get stolen is over now. We have our own diamond tier dungeon. Watching her people's spirits lift, Chu Van lets out a soft, relieved smile. The third elder whispers to himself. First, she secures her legitimacy through the divine baptism, and that leaderboard is a masterstroke. It completely shatters the inner disciple's monopoly. It motivates absolutely everyone to work hard. Watching her, Chung Yi realizes this young girl. He smiles to himself. The winds of change are finally blowing through the Chu family. Standing at the altar, Chu Van calls out, "Who will step up as our vanguard, the first to lead us into this new era?" Disciples start whispering, "You go first. We don't even know if this dungeon is safe yet. What if we get trapped?" While the men are still hesitating, a lone girl steps forward, calling out, "I will scout the way for everyone." Hubok leaps gracefully through the air, landing right in front of Chu Van. Before turning to enter, Xiao Bai says, "Young master, the Zhou family has been suppressed for so. I do not want us to fail in our generation, so you must save those top 10 rewards for me." By the others chime in, "Young master, let us enter the dungeon too. We want to prove ourselves." Letting us go together. Facing Zhou Yi's thoughtful gaze, the crowd shouts, "I want to show that punk from the Lin family exactly how." At the exact same time, he silently channels his inner power, Up in the air, a massive projection screen slowly materializes, sending gasps through the crowd as they realize a live broadcast? Is this not high-level military tech? Now they can record these fights, learn what kind of crazy background does our young master actually have. First up is Huang Fan, a level 18 fighter entering the easy difficulty trial as part of a 4-man team. Next is Uncle Ru Ran, a level 18 mage, joining the same 4-player run on easy difficulty. Then comes Momo, a level 18 assassin, ready for the 4-player trial on easy difficulty. And finally, Zhou Donger, a level 18 priest, rounding out the 4-player squad. Inside the trial, now look at this, a horde of vicious magic beasts is already waiting for them. Ru Ran warns everyone that they're moving at lightning speed through the mist. The wolves have no intention of slowing down as they charge straight toward the group. Staying focused, Xiaobai orders Huang Fan to use his ground-shattering fist to stop their charge. She tells Ru Ran to cast ice mist at the back to blind them, and orders Momo to stealth once the fog rises to take. Huang Fan quickly nods. Immediately following Xiaobai's commands, the entire team begins chanting. Leaping forward, Huang Fan slams down his signature ground-shattering fist, shaking the earth ahead of them. As the brutal battle rages on, even the frozen ground beneath them begins to shatter. Refusing to be left behind, Momo instantly dashes forward to join the fray. Momo's sharp gaze is even colder than the snow wolves themselves as she locks onto their critical weak points. Yet, when her blade delivers a deep slash, the beast takes 0 damage, leaving her completely stunned. A sudden explosion blasts her backward through the air, leaving her bleeding heavily from a massive, painful scrape running all the way down her. Just when you think Momo is about to collapse, a supportive voice suddenly rings out. Holy Light Shield activates. Momo finally realizes these wolves possess impenetrable barrier armor, and as she warns the team, a system alert pops up showing they are afflicted by frostbite, slowing movement speed by 30. From the back, Xiaobai quickly pivots their strategy, ordering Huang Fan to prioritize knockbacks and heavy crowd control. This will isolate the targets, while Ru Ran uses ice spikes to target the beast's legs and lock down their movement. Momo is ordered to flank them, focusing on executing low-health wolves before they self-destruct. Her reactions are incredibly fast, which is crucial since those massive, self-destructing explosions. Looking at Momo, after taking that first hit, she is now flawlessly predicting the wolf packs. The synergy between these 4 is truly flawless, leaving the patriarch watching with a highly satisfied smile. He realizes this stage is a true test of crowd control and flawless team synergy, He looks over at Zhou Yi, silently reflecting on the ice shields and deadly self-destruct mechanics. This dungeon design is incredibly ingenious. This is not just some simple leveling zone, but a brutal lesson. The 50-year foundation of the Zhou family's future might actually be forged right here in this dungeon. Could Zhou Yi truly be this selfless, offering up such a precious treasure just for his young master title? But the third elder refuses to believe it, muttering that the kid must have some hidden agenda he hasn't uncovered yet. Inside the trial, barely 10 minutes pass before the entire wolf pack is completely wiped out. Staring at the notification screen, Xiaobai is visibly stunned as the rest of the team cheers in excitement. They congratulate her. Incredible, Xiaobai. You leveled up already. I still need 1,000 more experience. She replies, I have to work harder next round so we can sync up perfectly. Honestly, I could never gain this. Xiaobai has finally reclaimed her lost confidence. Let us head to the second gate and get everyone leveled up. Outside, the crowd watches in awe as they cheer. Xiaobai actually leveled up inside. I saw it with my own eyes. If one run, time to risk it and level up. I need a solid party specifically looking for a tank who can also deal some healer looking for a squad, guaranteed win. But what do they want? The Chu family cannot live on charity. With their own custom dungeon, grinding experience is incredibly easy. The Chu family is about to. Chu Hong whispers to Chu Van Heelbach, leveling up like this is worth 10,000 words. Everyone is completely fired up. Chu Van speaks up to calm the crowd. Do not rush. The dungeon opens and the ceremony officially wraps up. Those entering the dungeon, go register your teams. Watch them cheer like crazy. The very first group goes in after Awesome. Thank you, young Master Chu Van. When dealing with frost wolves, we absolutely need to prioritize our high-level mages are searching for solid frontliners, while others want damage dealers who can blast enemies from the back. Standing in the back, Zhou Yi watches the excited crowd bicker. He channels his internal energy. He hands crystal mining to the third elder, and dungeon management to the patriarch. Then, he gives basic control of the mirror prison core to Chu Van. This perfectly balanced. They must work together to support Chu Van if they want their share of resources, while he holds the ultimate power. The only surprise was Chu Van awakening that S-grade ice goddess heritage. It was completely unexpected. S-grade talent costs a massive amount of resources. He needs to squeeze some benefits from his master next time. He remembers seeing a 10,000-year ice marrow. Back in his room, Zhou Yi sits on his bed and begins channeling his internal power once again. The system suddenly chimes in, "Congratulations on completing the SSS grade daily quest, rewarding you 20 plus 10 A-grade recovery potions." After a quiet sigh, he pulls up his status window to check his updated Zhou Yi calculates his progress. After days in Thian Law, his experience has only increased by the next level is still a long way off. Swiping across the screen, he checks the rest of his inventory. These standard A-grade and B+ potions are useless to him now, but they will make great rewards for the clan treasury. The stronger the clan grows, the more secure Chuvan's overall foundation will be. Sungya manifests, teasing that he actually thought Chuvan was the true core of this whole operation. Zhou Yi patiently explains that Chuvan needs reputation and the clan needs a public figure. She has administrative. Pausing, Zhou Yi asks Sungya if he noticed anything strange lately. He is growing stronger, yet his control percentage has stalled, even though devouring Madame Hung boosted it straight. He speculates that the mirror prison itself is actually an incomplete artifact that needs outside power to function. It has to devour powerful experts, merging their strength to slowly repair and complete its own missing structures. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. My rising control over the prison is actually just us raising its completion rate. Sungya agrees, noting it was a major waste, not letting the mirror prison core devour those black, especially Lu Twine, who was easily the most formidable opponent they had faced up to that point. If they had devoured him, the upgrade to the mirror prison would have been absolutely incredible. Sungya warns him not to forget that despite his low level, Lu Tuyen could borrow power from a demon. Without the military stepping in, that fight could have gone either way. It is fine to chase power. Do not let greed blind your judgment. Stretching his arms, Zhou Yi reassures the spirit that the enemy capable. Sungya scoffs, calling him nothing but an incredibly arrogant brat. Zhou Yi glances over, about to ask about the final gate of Blackwind Valley, but before he can finish, the butler says Lady Kung Sonin wants him to visit. Zhou Yi wonders why their butler would come this late. Opening the door, Zhou Yi immediately asks Uncle Fook why he is here. Stepping inside, the old butler he remarks that she is working hard in this tiny Chu household, likely having just finished her evening training. Kung Sonin replies that keeping up with her daily training is essential, then asks Uncle Fook if his journey was exhausting. She offers him some tea, while he pulls out a handkerchief with practiced ease. Wiping his tears, Uncle Fook explains that her mother deeply misses her, especially with the clan tournament coming up. There are so many things she needs to prepare back home, and he was specifically ordered to bring her back immediately. So Nian quickly speaks up. She obviously remembers the clan competition, but her mother never met. The second those words leave her mouth, Uncle Fuck stops crying and grins, suggesting the matriarch probably wanted. He adds that clan matters are piling up like mountains, begging her to understand and set off with him. Just then, Chungi steps out to ask So Nian if this man is indeed an elder from her clan. So Nian quickly nods, explaining that Uncle Fook has watched her grow up since childhood, while Chungi warmly shakes. Internally, he notes how incredibly strong this old man is. Uncle Fook keeps a polite smile, equally impressed by the boy, before So Nian quickly chimes in. Hearing this catches him off guard. Her mother? He gives her a warm hug and smiles, saying it is a good thing, and tells her to pass on his warmest regards to her. Uncle Fuck bows respectfully, praising Chuni for being so understanding, as Chuni quietly channels. Wait, did you see that? A cold gleam flashes through Uncle Fook's eyes as he frowns at the young man. Right then, So Nian senses something strange and looks down in confusion as a warm golden light begins radiating. She giggles, saying only Chungi would actually use holy light just to dry her hair. He laughs it off, warning her to be careful and call him immediately if she runs into trouble. While a highly impatient blushing in embarrassment, So Nian quickly agrees to change her clothes before they head out, but she stops just before. She promises to bring him back some spicy rabbit head, a famous specialty from Sichuan province. When laughing, she says it will make him breathe fire, and right after she leaves, Shuang Na appears, asking. Chungi smile instantly fades, replaced by a serious expression he cannot quite explain. Since both Sichuan and Thianlan have official government teleportation arrays, leaving in such a massive rush, looking over at Shuangna, he asks if he remembers what they were discussing earlier. He asks about that portal from before it claimed humans are the real plunderers, so having lived for centuries, the skeleton sighs, admitting his memories from before the eternal descent are nothing but a chaotic blur. He only recalls endless weeping and fury, unable to tell who was who. When another voice suddenly chimed in, seeing Teacher Vuong walking toward them, Chunyi immediately gasps that he is injured, to which the old man, he explains that the magic capital rift is temporarily sealed, but the steep price they had to pay went far beyond their worth. The light elemental mages suffered the heaviest casualties, because their holy light directly. Teacher Vuong then tosses a strange object over to him, explaining it is the core of a level 48 demon lord from the magic capital rift. He urges him to feel it. Just like that, a blinding, intense light suddenly flashes deep within Chunyi's eyes. Gigantic, towering beasts appear in his mind, before a sudden stream of pitch-black light shoots directly. Hold on, the dark energy suddenly charges straight at his face, and right after, two massive beams of light erupt. Paralyzed, he stands frozen by the horrifying vision, until he finally snaps and hurls the core to the ground. Teacher Vuong notes it shares the same energy signature as the Black Wind Valley demons, meaning they originate from they might even belong to the same faction, he says, looking upward to warn that these otherworldly demons are launching. Meanwhile, the elite military forces and top guilds have launched multiple expeditions deep into the demon world. There, they found empty ruins, looking less like monster nests and more like completely abandoned modern. Amazingly, these remnants perfectly match the lost ancient history of our very own Blue Star. Gathering hundreds of reports from these otherworldly ruins, the military is absolutely certain of this, with an ancient, powerful civilization from Blue Star actually launched a massive war of colonization. Chunyi asks what the eternal game even is then, wondering if their current reality is just a freak accident. Or Teacher Vuong sighs, admitting they still do not understand why the eternal game descended. Simply lacking the power to uncover the truth, the only certainty is that humanity has inherited it is a dark beginning filled with sin and hatred, he notes, staring intently while telling him to prepare. The world needs you, Chuna, the teacher says, summoning a glowing blue globe and telling him to look closely. Explaining that while the military and major guilds handle medium rifts, they simply have zero time to. Just last week, a small southern village was devastated by demon dogs pouring out of 3 rift zones. These minor rifts already wiped out half the village, and our defensive lines are slowly being overrun. At this rate, civilians will paralyze with fear long before any medium-sized rifts even break. Chunyi cuts straight to the chase. What do you need me to do? Teacher Vuong flashes a faint smile. The Hidden Dragon platform is off-limits to anyone without outstanding military achievements. But you and your team at Blackwind Valley proved you have what it takes to shut down these minor rifts. Now, the military is granting you access to Hidden Dragon, loaded with missions to clear out small-scale rifts. Looking at him closely, Teacher Vuong asks if he dares to accept it. Grabbing the token, Chunyi confidently he tells the boy, I already got your school leave approved, just make sure to return before finals. And remember, Chunyi smiles brightly, do not worry teacher, we definitely will not let you down. That very night, Chunyi heads back to his dorm alone. Teacher Vuong proudly texts him that he clenching his hand tightly, Chunyi watches the 2 frost blocks vanish instantly. The system immediately alerts that his identity has been verified, welcoming him to the login page. He silently following the prompt, Chunyi quickly keys his personal stats right into the interface. Sitting down on his bed, Chunyi watches lines of system text roll across the screen. He figures that these minor rifts are more dangerous than regular dungeons, but they are also the perfect grinding ground. More importantly, these rifts might hold enough raw power to feed his prison mirror. With a calculated plan in mind, get ready because his special hell training is officially about to begin. Late into the night, under a perfectly round moon, a group moves stealthily deep inside the forest. Staring at the emerging beast, they panic and whisper to each other, what is that thing? A monster. Instantly, the hungry beast lunges forward to attack. But out of nowhere, a blinding beam of light. One of the travelers collapses to the ground in absolute terror, but luckily, the beast is put down before it can touch them. He frantically looks around to see who saved them, letting out a heavy breath as the tension clears. Chunyi drops down from above, do not get greedy, focus on coordinating your moves. More beasts charge forward, enraged by their fallen comrade. Shen Lingfeng leaps into action, blood frenzy, activated body of the flame dragon. He unleashes his blazing red fist right at the beasts, roaring with excitement, go to hell. The entire team is fired up, calling upon thunder and rock spears to pierce their targets. Over on the other side, just as its fangs snap shut, a protective barrier flashes to block the blow. She immediately counters with an ice mountain slash. From above, Chunyi critiques her Halan. Add another half hour of mirror training to your schedule tonight. She quickly answers, yes, Captain. Shen Lingfeng tears a beast apart, praising the captain's sharp eye. Chu Engi calls him out flat. Your blazing red fist leaks 17% energy, wasting your stamina on those 2 useless moves. You are getting an extra hour of practice on power concentration. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng can only in just 15 short minutes, monster corpses litter the entire battlefield. Suddenly, all their dungeon absorbs the demon dog energy. Control authority of the prison mirror core upgraded to 36%. A new dungeon guardian is successfully recorded. The Hell Demon Dog has officially been uploaded into the data database. Satisfied with the results, Zhou Yi marks their next rift 50 kilometers away. As the squad departs, who on earth are they? Some kind of elite military unit? That was seriously insane. Those beasts were level 3 demon dogs, after all. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng slumps over, his eyes falling backward. He groans out, not a single drop of energy is left. I cannot even squeeze out a spark. His teammates sigh, Brother Ingi, these poison spitters are endless, we simply cannot kill them all. It is simply impossible to clear them. Our mental energy is completely tapped out, and my hands are shaking too much. But right then, a soothing wave of warm healing light washes over the entire team. Shen Lingfeng's strained face slowly relaxes as his breathing returns to normal. Stretching his arms with Zhou Yi sighs in relief, stating his stamina and mana are 85% recovered, with 27 poison marks remaining. The clearing time limit is 1 minute, or the whole team gets 2 hours of extra mirror prison training. Make 1 minute, Shen Lingfeng screams, charging the monsters, while Tong Halan flies right behind him, yelling back to, you cannot treat team members like pack mules. Tong Halan screams in protest, calling it total Tong Halan, your current path is off by 15 millimeters, meaning acid from the right lurker is about to hit your back. Without a second thought, Tong Halan obeys, instantly shifting her legs to dodge to the side. The highly corrosive acid melts a massive hole into the stone ground, leaving Tong Halan completely horrified. Zhou Yi glares at her with an icy, piercing look, making Tong Halan tremble in absolute terror under his cold stare. She mutters her thanks, while Zhou Yi finishes off the remaining beasts from behind and quickly rushes over to her side. He begins healing everyone, pointing out that their team's effective skill combo rate was under 40% during this run. Tai Xin, you blocked 17 avoidable attacks, relying way too much on pure defense and wasting far too much. Turning to Lin Hai, Zhou Yi notes that she cast spells from terrible positions 3 times, nearly hitting her ally Tong. And when Shen Lingfeng got surrounded, her slow crowd control forced him to waste a massive amount of his physical. Still, even when his mana was running on empty, Shen Lingfeng forced his fire dragon form to push past. He took down the soul mutant alone, saving the entire team from being dragged into an even deadlier draw. Zhou Yi tells him to remember this feeling of unlocking potential in desperate situations, as this take 5 minutes of rest, then we start today's mirror prison special training, Zhou Yi commands. As the exhausted, a whole month flies by, and you won't believe the luxury here, with even outer disciples of the Chu family sporting B grade, and the rumors are true. They have a diamond grade dungeon that both inner and outer disciples can enter whenever they please. One disciple brags about cutting his clear time down by a minute, earning an A-grade frost dagger. He shows off the A-grade frost-enchanted dagger, boasting that the patriarch rewarded him for beating his. With everyone grinding in there daily, the clan is bound to produce top-tier experts, signaling the unstoppable. They say Zhou Yi announced that even outsiders can enter, as long as they surrender 50% of their loot. This deal is way better than the predatory Wild Wolf Guild, so everyone rushes over to sign up immediately. And right on cue, a hostile aura flares up, putting everyone on alert as a giant truck crashes in. The driver clearly has zero respect, leaving Zhou Yi's group totally stunned as a menacing figure slowly. The thug Kak sneers arrogantly, demanding the Chu family manager get out here right now, prompting Hubok to step. She demands to know what the Wild Wolf Guild wants, but the thugs scoff, asking why she is playing dumb. He boldly claims that the Wild Wolf Guild has always ruled the dungeon business in Tianlan province. Before violence, your Chu family does not know the rules, and you are stealing our business, he spits. Sneering with pure contempt, he demands to know if they think they owe his guild a proper explanation. Hubok frowns, shooting back that the dungeon is the Chu family's private property, so they owe the guild absolutely. She asks where their sense of logic was when their guild monopolized dungeons and exploited every other faction. Hearing this, Kak mocks her openly, laughing hysterically as he declares that in Tianlan province, the guilds. He delivers an ultimatum to either hand over the dungeon or watch the Chu estate get flattened, prompting Hubok to channel her. Right then, a hand suddenly reaches out from behind, gently pushing Hubok aside. Shen Lingfeng steps forward, mockingly asking what stray dogs are. Kak glares at him, calling him a brainless kid who barely has hair on his chest, asking if he even knows who he is messing. Shen Lingfeng just chuckles, holding up 3 fingers, warning that he has 3 seconds to take his mutts and get lost. Completely losing his temper, Kak screams at his men to cripple this brat first, before swinging his own heavy weapon. Shen Lingfeng remains unfazed, muttering that he gave them a fair chance as he calls out for Tai Xin to join. She immediately unleashes her immovable barrier skill, striking with such overwhelming force that both of the Cat glares in fury, ordering the rest of his crew to charge all at once. On his command, 2 more goons from behind charge straight toward Shen Lingfeng, but Tong Halan keeps her. Activate the magic, heavy gravity, and slow talismans. Do your work now. Both thugs charge forward blindly, completely ignoring the 2 floating talismans heading right for them. But in an boom, the next 2 goons are smashed by Harlan, crashing straight into the dirt. Kak stands frozen in shock as he watches his crew get dismantled so easily, a cold sweat breaking out. He thinks, what is, but it does not stop there. A blurry shadow flickers behind them, and out steps Shen Ling. He launches a direct strike at his target. The thug stares blankly, realizing this guy is only level 27 before screaming in. Shen Lingfeng sneers in mock disbelief. Level 27. Level 27 is more than enough to ruin your day. Heelbach covers their face in utter disbelief. 1 punch, just 1 punch. A level 33 vice leader completely. Meanwhile, Kak suddenly shifts form, turning into a massive white wolf as he leaps forward with a furious roar. This tiny bit of damage is just a tickle to me, he snarls. Let us see if I can rip that smug little mouth right off your face. But right as he leaps, oh, you have got to see this. 2 talismans block him cold, pinning him down with glowing. It is too heavy, he groans, but refusing to back down, he bares his fangs. I still have my teeth. Lin Hai shuts him down immediately, casting her stone wall spell as a sharp peak erupts from the earth. Disgusting. Shen Lingfeng sneers. You love acting tough, do you not? Even a rich young master like me looks down on trash like you, he says, as Harlan and Lin Hai combine for. With a grimace, Shen Lingfeng punches his face hard. Useless beast. Blood splatters everywhere as Kak lies battered on the ground, closing his eyes in sheer panic and pain. Shen Lingfeng looks down at him, asking, you dared to mess with the Chu family with such pathetic skills? Seriously, should I call you incredibly naive, or just flat out stupid? Face down in the dirt, sheer terror grips his soul. He knows they cannot just be level 27, their combat awareness. This dungeon is paying off big time. But Kak still refuses to yield, muttering 4 against 1 is the only reason. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight, and he will hunt you down, he barks. But suddenly, a weapon comes spin. Just hand over the dungeon right now, unless you want our boss to completely wipe out your entire Chu family. The flying spear slams down, impaling the dirt right between his legs. As Shen Lingfeng looks down, he turns and asks, should we kill him? Standing nearby, Zhou Yi replies calmly, no. He looks at the thug, telling him to get lost and warn their leader to watch his territory very carefully. If you dare show your face around here again, I will not be the one dealing with you, our captain will. Meanwhile, and inside, listen to this, a rowdy crowd is shouting back and forth. We risked our lives and almost got our entire squad wiped out just to secure this thing. For you to demand 80%, boss. Under the old rules, we only hand over 70%, leaving the rest so the boys can buy potions and Vontae kicks him squarely in the chest, yelling out, shut your mouth, sending a shockwave of fear through the room. Captain Vontae looks on coldly. This dungeon belongs to our guild, this is our turf, and on either hand over 80% or prepare to stay locked in here forever. Everyone lies beaten and bloody, staring. His teammate quickly pulls him back, whispering, just let it go, Captain, it is not worth it. Last week, some guys tried to resist, and they were locked inside the dungeon and never seen again. Nearby, 2 thugs are grinning, plotting to tear that fire user into tiny pieces, wipe out every single but as soon as a small golden butterfly flutters past them, they suddenly cough up blood and collapse. Elsewhere, 2 guards are watchfully standing right at the entrance. But the moment that same golden light flashes, the screaming man is the leader of the Aklang Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. How dare they humiliate the Aklang Guild like this? This insult cannot be overlooked under any circumstances. Elder Ingon speaks up, warning that based on the description from their vice leader, they cannot underestimate the enemy. Baiknun chimes in, mentioning that news has just arrived from the Whitnern group. They flatly rejected the hit, claiming the target carries way too much risk. Both of them are level 32 cursed sorcerers and assassins. Loi Hai spits in disgust, calling them a bunch of useless. Boss, we should gather our crew under the cover of night and slaughter the entire Chu family, leaving absolutely nobody alive. VM Quang, the level 33 heavy shield warrior, is frustrated, muttering that backing down now is the absolute. He says, licking his fingers, I want everyone to know the exact price of crossing the vicious wolf guild. Simply killing them is too easy. Once we breach the Chu family, we are grabbing that Chu Heel Bak girl. Oh, and those 2 girls with Zhou Yi, the Tong and Dung girls, tee them up too. I want to show them a good time. Before he can even finish, a sudden golden light wraps tightly around his neck. His eyes bulge as he roars out, but instead of an answer, a massive spray of blood erupts from his mouth. He desperately clutches his throat. Zhou Yi and his team step out. He says coldly, looks like that lesson from earlier today was way too gentle. Stepping forward, Zhou Yi gives the order, wipe out all their core members. If these low-level small fry do not as for these bosses, I will handle them. Shen Lingfeng grins, I was just waiting to hear that. Ngonjia glares at him, saying, so you are Zhou Yi, just a tiny level 3, and you dare barge into my... Vontae charges forward first, channeling his internal power to activate his angel form. Ngonjia, my curse is being completely suppressed. How on earth is this holy energy so ridiculously powerful? The next devastating strike hits him head-on, an absolute holy punishment of pure, blinding light. In less than 5 seconds, Ngonjia collapses, his entire body charred black. Terrified, but watch how easily Zhou Yi swats him away with a casual flick of his hand. The man goes flying. Right then, Baxin tries to land a sneaky backstab from behind Zhou Yi, but just like her allies, she is instantly blasted backward. Zhou Yi leaps into the air, unleashing another devastating holy light cross. Even though Loi Hai desperately tries to defend, he is simply no match for our... Seeing his comrade collapse, VM Kwang flinches in pure shock. He glares at Zhou Yi. He roars out, Zhou Yi, pay with your life. A terrifying, ghost-faced fish creature lunges forward, soul-tearing slash. But looking at the massive summon, Zhou Yi only scoffs in pure contempt. He unleashes his inner power, striking right back. VM Kwang's weapon instantly shatters into pieces. This is impossible, he stammers, with this kind of power. You cannot be a level 3. Zhou Yi stares down coldly, asking, did I say you could leave? Before the villain can move, VM Kwang, tears streaming down his face, VM Kwang screams out in sheer terror, no, please no. But a solar... Watching VM Kwang collapse, Zhou Yi simply stares down with a completely expressionless face. He quickly gathers his energy. Absorbing this high-level power upgrades his Mirror Dungeon core control by 38%. The Dark Knight, the Shadow Assassin, and the Cursed Wizard. Plus a Heavy Shield Warrior. The system detects an unclaimed dungeon core, asking if he wants to merge. Wait, what's this? A blinding light suddenly shoots up from deep underground. As a glowing core, he stares at the core, feeling pretty surprised. He quickly realizes that even though it lost its master, a sharp, brilliant golden glint suddenly flashes across his eyes. Zhou Yi focuses his senses, and right before his eyes, his golden light blends together with that mysterious... After a tense moment, the two energies finally fuse together. The system alerts him that the integration is... He quietly reflects on the situation. His Mirror Dungeon core is powerful, but it can normally only summon one. Having a second one definitely gives him way more tactical options. But these dungeon layouts are strictly... If he shares this with the Chu family, other rival factions will immediately accuse them of wiping out the vicious wolf. He must keep this quiet, preventing those watching his family's rise from being pushed to some desperate... Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet cracks wide open. Before Zhou Yi can even react, staring at the treasures down here, Zhou Yi is pretty stunned, quickly casting his appraisal skill on them. He is able to see absolutely everything hidden inside those locked chest boxes. Zhou Yi quickly deduces that this hoard is far too massive for any normal guild. They must have... With a quick command to collect it all, Zhou Yi leisurely strolls through the cavern, looking completely relaxed. But as his foot accidentally presses a stone tile, a majestic sight suddenly opens up, and he is completely... At that exact moment, a mysterious golden silhouette suddenly dashes past, catching him completely off guard. Zhou Yi watches in awe, wondering what that golden armor could be. Suddenly, those empty suits of armor turn. Nearby, the smaller armor suits spring into action, taking aim and firing. Instantly, the system chiming in right on cue, asking if he wants to accept the Apocalypse Dragon Knight Legacy trial, to experience the true authority of war itself, and face the absolute terror of destruction. Zhou Yi quickly tells himself that whatever this legendary Dragon Knight Legacy is, he absolutely cannot let it slip away. The moment those words leave his mouth, a sudden wave of heavy energy erupts, forcing him to narrow. Zhou Yi feels raw power surging into his body. Is this the true strength of an Apocalypse Dragon? Zhou Yi readies his stance, daring the enemy to bring it on. Instantly, the massive beast lunges forward, its thick tentacles extend rapidly, wrapping tightly around his companion's body. Right then, a glowing weapon materializes in Zhou Yi's grip. Charging straight ahead, he swings with moving like a seasoned general. Zhou Yi unleashes a barrage of rapid slashes. Faced with this, the beast staggers, completely dazed as its tentacles get sliced to ribbons. With glowing eyes, Zhou Yi, answering the call, Shuangnia unleashes a massive wave of dragon breath. The demon beast is instantly pressing the advantage. he and Shuangya charge ahead. Raising his heavy blade high above his head, Zhou Yi. Just like that, the quest is cleared, and Zhou Yi is warped back to reality. Picking up the stone at his feet, he marvels at this world-shattering power. He remembers back to his fight with Lu Shu. Zhou Yi's face darkens. Normal knights wear armor forged by regular blacksmiths, which is nothing like his unique situation. No matter how hard he tries to force his potential, he simply cannot trigger that powerful state a second time. But get this, the system suddenly alerts him that a hidden legacy quest has been unlocked. A hidden quest, of all things. These hidden quests are incredibly rare, but they always hand out top-tier resources as rewards. Whether it is for this epic legacy or the Soul of War system rewards, he absolutely must obtain. He calmly walks out of the chamber, leaving a sea of defeated enemies scattered across the floor. Shen Lingfeng and the others are waiting outside, chatting happily. The moment they spot him, Shen Lingfeng, they wiped out the entire core group without letting a single soul escape, scoring tons of gear and potions. Shen Lingfeng is surprised, noting that this gear and medicine are actually quite good. Zhou Yi explains that leaving these small benefits to the locals will help completely dissolve the remaining influence of the evil. But more importantly, there is something else they need to see. Intrigued, Shuixin asks what it is, and he admits that the item feels a bit off, asking if they have ever seen anything similar. Xiaolan stares intently at the relic, her eyes widening as recognition hits. She quickly speaks up. Zhou Yi quickly presses her, demanding to know when and where. Xiaolan thinks back to when she was about 6 years old, remembering how a massive fireball suddenly crashed. Once the flames died out, they found this exact iron helmet inside, with patterns matching this stone slab. Back then, the clan masters were convinced it was a legendary treasure, taking turns to appraise it. Xiaolan explains that putting the helmet on gives absolutely zero stat bonuses, nor does it trigger, even though it seems completely useless. Its bizarre arrival convinced the masters that it was simply an unawakened artifact. Since then, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Zhou Yi mutters to himself, realizing that if Xiaolan is right, this helmet must be the very soul of war targeted by his hidden system quest. But sneaking into a prestigious family pavilion is not going to be as easy as raiding some bandit camp. And she asks if he is trying to get inside the pavilion to retrieve that helmet, and he quickly confirms it. Shen Lingfeng quickly chimes in, wondering if this is another task from the Hidden Dragon platform. Shen Lingfeng admits he thought they only posted minor crack missions there, while Zhou Yi secretly ponders he obviously cannot reveal the system's existence, so letting them believe this lie is perfect. Seeing she explains that their Grand Sect tournament is held once every 3 years, and the ultimate champion gets to pick any treasure they desire. Highly intrigued, Zhou Yi asks when it starts. Zhou Yi's face suddenly pales as he yells out in disbelief, "Tomorrow?" Meanwhile, in a completely different... Right then, Zhou Yi and his group quickly emerge from the glowing portal. Shen Lingfeng pales, covering his mouth as he groans. "This is our 5th teleportation array." Tai Xin sighs that their time is incredibly tight. Even Lin Hai looks completely exhausted, but Lan, I feel like every single person I look at is literally spinning around. Ha Lan tries to comfort him, saying, "We're almost there. The very next array leads straight to Lingzi Holy." Ha Lan smiles, adding that they only have 3 more arrays to go. Looking back, Zhou Yi commands them. Everyone immediately falls in line and replies, "Yes, Captain, we obey your orders, Captain." Zhou Yi quietly ponders to himself in order to make it back in time for tomorrow's sect tournament. They must keep using these long-range teleportation arrays back-to-back within a very limited time frame. Repeatedly tearing through space like this takes a massive toll on both body and mind. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, weaving diagonally through the air in a mesmerizing, magical The second they land, Shen Lingfeng clutches his face, totally overwhelmed by nausea. All right, everyone. The teleportation ride ends here. We have officially arrived at the Tiandao sect, a truly legendary place. This is the grand defensive barrier of the Tiandao sect, isolating them from the outside world. To show proper respect to our protective barrier, we must walk the rest of the way up on foot with pure sincerity. Shen Lingfeng just stands there, dazed. What on earth is she talking about? Zhou Yi calculates that if they sprint at full speed over the remaining 100 kilometers, they might make... Ha Lan chuckles, covering her mouth with a sly grin as she holds up a special jade token. "Just teasing, look how scared you are. But check this out, she's about to show off their VIP entrance." Channeling her inner energy, she commands, "Watch closely, the clouds are my path." The wind is my ally. This talisman is my guide, and spiritual energy is my ride. Ride the wings of heaven and earth. It soars high into the sky. Watching this magical scene, Lin Hai cannot help but gasp. It is absolutely... Halan hops onto the crane's back and waves them over. Hurry up. The flying crane talisman has a This is the exclusive VIP channel for spiritual Taoists. Once they hop on, the crane shoots straight into the heaven. Everyone is absolutely thrilled, realizing this flying crane is even faster than a spirit beast. Spiritual Taoists, this is pretty amazing, and way more comfortable than riding those miserable teleportation arrays. Zhou Yi gazes at Halan, a gentle warmth softening his eyes. He cannot help but ask her directly. Halan quickly averts her eyes, stammering, "Brother Yi, why would you ask that? Who wouldn't want to return to the..." But Zhou Yi presses on. "Ever since we started our journey, you've seemed much more cheerful than usual. Yet your smile feels totally forced, and whenever the sect tournament comes up on our way here, your eyes instinctively look away." Leaning closer to Halan, he points out that her cheerful behavior seems... Halan, is there something waiting inside that you are terrified of? She feels her face burning up, realizing he is completely sharp as a tack. Shen Lingfeng then chimed in. "The ultimate champion of the tournament doesn't just get to enter the Wangxiang treasure," Halan adds. "They also win the Jushao Thunder Art, the ultimate secret technique passed down by our founding ancestor. With this Thunder Art, even a low-level spiritual Taoist can craft top-tier talismans, spirit gear, and with just these secret creations, we can easily trade for massive resources from the outside world, becoming fully self-sufficient to focus." You can see why these spiritual Taoists are so highly respected. Zhou Yi is also totally amazed by the... No wonder Halan looks so downcast. She reveals that back when she was only 12, she actually won first place. The Grand Elders themselves escorted her to the Patriarch's statue to inherit the ultimate sacred technique. Every single person believed that Halan was destined to become the future pillar of the Tiandao sect. But what happened next completely shocked every elder present, leaving them utterly speechless. She remembers that, right in front of everyone, the founder's statue rejected her, meaning Song Helen couldn't inherit the 9 heavens. Song Helan felt deep sadness retelling this. All the elders came to investigate, but they couldn't find a single reason for it. It was as if her very existence wasn't recognized by the founders, and just like that, overnight, she went from a highly celebrated genius to the absolute strangest disciple. Song Helen doesn't cry, but her eyes go completely blank. Suddenly, a loud wailing. Seeing her sobbing teammate, Song Helen is stunned. "Ling Shi, what is wrong?" Ling Shi throws her arms around Song Helen, crying that they've lived together so long, yet she never knew how hard her life... "Song Helen, I will definitely treat you twice as well from now on. Maybe that old founder statue was just being... It couldn't even recognize real talent. You are the absolute best." Song Helen ends up comforting the crying. "It's all in the past, and I'm totally fine now. Just look at me. Aren't I doing pretty well right now?" Zhou Yi smiles and says that because her path at the Tiandao sect was cut off, she left to take the college and entering Suhong University. Song Helen smiles, saying it gave her a fresh start and let her meet everyone. "Oh, this is going to be good. Let's show the entire Tiandao sect how brightly the person they abandoned can..." After chatting for a while, their flying paper crane finally enters the massive teleportation array. As Zhou Yi's paper crane continues to glide forward, everyone is filled with intense anticipation. Right then, a mocking voice rings out, startling Song Helen. Well, I wondered who..." A figure riding a fire phoenix flies past, calling out, "Isn't this our Tiandao sect's once in a..." Who was personally shut out by the founder, Song Helen, junior sister Song, right? He is can't cut it at college out there anymore? Though Song Helen clearly dislikes him, she still maintains her manner. "It's been a while, second senior brother Chen," but Chen Lei sneers, telling her not to act so close since "I don't recognize you either. Tell me, did you fail out there and come crawling back to beg for our resources?" Shen Lingfeng loses his patience and strikes. Instantly, flames erupt, sending Chen Lei... "My phoenix's wings!" Realizing the danger, Chen Lei immediately screams out, "Holy Spring, come!" Just like that, a massive torrent of water instantly drenches the burning phoenix. Shen Lingfeng chuckles at his pathetic state, saying he looks just like a drowned chicken, which fits those... Furious, Chen Lei stammers out, you, but Shen Lingfeng keeps teasing him. "Wrong, it should be not you. His face darkens with rage, except for that guy on the left whose power is unreadable. They are... If the grand tournament weren't so close, he would have shown them his real power. Chen Lei then sneers again. "Song Helen, looking at your path, you're going to visit that stubborn master of yours, right? I advise you not to waste your... If you go now, you won't even find his shadow." Song Helen is startled, growing deeply anxious. "What happened to my master?" Tell me clearly. He just sneers in amusement, telling her to go see for herself. I don't have time to waste talking to you. Song Helen screams his name, Chen Lei. Zhou Yi quickly steps in front of Song Helen, coldly asking if he ever gave permission to leave. Chen Lei. Right then, glowing golden chains instantly shoot out, binding him tightly. Zhou Yi drags him directly to his feet, slowly stepping forward as Chen Lei slowly lifts his bruised face to Wrong move, buddy. Those freezing, predator-like stares lock onto him like a pack of wolves. Chen Lei grits his teeth as panic sets in. Are you kidding me? This pressure is scarier than the sect master's wrath. Zhou Yi asks coldly, staring down at him seeking what? Chen Lei trembles, immediately lowering. One wrong move, and he is a dead man. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura radiating from the three. Damn it, where did Song Helen find these monsters? A wise man always knows when to yield, so he must swallow his pride for now. Then report her directly to the sect master for punishment. Slowly and cautiously, he stammers, silly court. If you make a move inside the Tiandao sect, Chen Lei sneers with disdain again. Song Helen, if you want to know so badly, I will just tell you. After you went down the mountain, the sect master wanted Master Bao to take another disciple to pass on his legacy. As he speaks, her face turns completely pale. To make matters worse, all these years because of her, neither forging weapons nor refining pills. His cultivation made zero progress, as he spent. Furious, the sect leader punished him 3 months ago, banishing him to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion as a gatekeeper. He was forbidden from. Lin Hai quickly steps in to comfort him, saying that is all she knows. But Zhou Yi coldly snaps, get lost. Frustrated and unwilling, he has no choice but to turn around and leave. Harlan adds that back then, after the founder statue rejected her, the entire sect viewed her as an outcast. Ultimately, her master was the one who advised her to leave and seek her destiny in the outside world. Trenlor sneers, leaving behind a warning. He warns Tong Harlan that she let an outsider attack a fellow disciple, and only let it go out of respect for. With that, he violently throws his powerful attack straight toward Trenlor. He screams out, oh no, the Thon Twin Lai Wart Thuichia Lai Fu water guiding technique. Hearing this, she tells him, Brother Ing, I must go to the treasure pavilion immediately. He quickly agrees. And here is where the action shifts. They redirect their flying paper crafts, rushing to the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Landing. Harlan gasps, the Therp Nir Nguyen Thun Twa Lin Chern. The sect leader actually. She silently prays for her master to stay safe, promising she is coming to save him. Below, a voice booming with inner force orders them to halt. Harlan immediately fires back. I am. Lam Huyin shouts from below that in a sacred place like the Treasures Pavilion. Anyone who intrudes will be executed on the spot. At his command, the guards draw their talismans, channeling under Lam Huin's command. The talismans fly up in unison, weaving a giant energy net that surges toward their flying paper crafts. She nods with absolute determination. Instantly, her hands begin tracing rapid patterns through the air. Moving with breathtaking speed, her inner force wraps around her entire body, and she instantly draws. The moment they are summoned, the massive lightning net begins getting sucked inside. Harlan yells out, absorb. Lam Huyin breaks into a cold sweat, realizing it is the legendary panic fills his eyes as cold sweat pours down his face. In a flash, Harlan charges directly at him. She strikes him directly in the face, sending him reeling. Seeing their leader hit, the other disciples immediately. They lunged forward, shouting out, Su Lightning! And just like that, the battle erupts. Energy erupts in a massive blast as Harlan darts forward, slamming another lightning talisman right onto her opponent. A shocking blast erupts as a sharp blade suddenly slashes right past her ear. Lam Huyen has sneaked up right. No way. He swings his blade down with lethal force, but she calmly catches the steel with just 2 fingers. She delivers a devastating backward kick, sending Lam Huyen flying. He crashes down. He unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, but she easily avoids every single strike. Suddenly, she leaps high into the air, ready to strike. She bites her thumb, drawing a small drop of fresh dripping her blood onto the blade. She smiles, senior brother. Let me borrow your sword for a bit. Moving with blinding speed, she unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, leaving him completely helpless and unable. Pausing, she calmly tells them, brothers, I only want to see my master and do not wish to harm you. Please. Lam Huyen summons multiple blades with his inner force, yelling back, that is impossible. Stepping onto the stairs, she mutters, heavy pressure coin. Lam Huyen sweats, staring at the recognizing the technique trajectory, he screams out in terror, it is the 8 trigrams enemy trapping around. Run. Everyone get out of here right now. But the heavy coins have already manifested on every single disciple. With her talisman bursting into flames, she coldly chants the ancient spell, Cone Lone Spirit Veins Open. Instantly, a blinding pillar of pure energy crashes down, trapping them all as she calmly whispers. Placing her hand against the heavy stone wall, she stares inside, carefully calculating her next move. Desperate, Lumhuyan screams out a warning. The sect leader set up the Therpni Ngwinthantua link. Harlan uses 2 fingers to swiftly strike that wall, and within seconds, the glowing golden wall slowly fades away. Harlan gives them a cold glare at 8 years old. Lum Huyen lies on the ground, dripping with sweat, totally terrified as he thinks to himself, what a monster. But get this, as Harlan throws open the tower doors, she completely freezes. Things are scattered everywhere inside, where Tuet Nguyen lies lazily, chewing on a pastry while she glances toward the noise and lazily asks who it is. But then Tuet Nguyen suddenly springs up. She cries out, my sweet disciple, why are you just now getting back? Teary-eyed, Harlan looks at her and says, Master, I really thought, but Tuet Nguyen just laughs and playfully scolds her, calling her a silly child and asking if she looks like she is suffering. It is quiet here with no interruptions. She continues, as for resources, your master can just scribble a few talismans and refine a few items. Is not that enough to trade for some snacks? Watching this, Linhai whispers to Zhou Yi, asking if he thinks pointing out that cultivators who regain their youth are probably very different from them. Harlan introduces them, telling her master that these are the friends she met outside, people she would trust with her life. Immediately, Zhou Yi and the others clasp their hands, introducing themselves as Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng. Tuet Nguyen cannot help but praise them, a level 32 adjudicator, a level 29 berserker, a level 28 warrior. To reach such levels at such a young age is truly extraordinary, showing they are hardworking and driven young cultivators. She then pats Harlan on the shoulder with endless praise, noting that her disciple also reached level 29 in such a short time. She asks if Harlan suffered a lot out there, but Harlan humbly replies, explaining that it was all thanks to their captain, Zhou Yi, who constantly led them through training. Tuet Nguyen responds that the inner vault of the treasure pavilion cannot be opened by anyone without the sect master. That is an absolute rule. Harlan replies that she knows, which is why she wants to join the upcoming sect tournament. Upon hearing this, Tuet Nguyen takes a big bite out of the pastry in her hand. Hands on her hips, she boldly declares that her master will help her. The scene then shifts to a dark, below lies the majestic and sprawling central martial arena of the Heavenly Dao sect, with Dung Tu standing at the very top. Hands clasped behind his back, he peers down from above. The presiding master solemnly commands. Just as he finishes speaking, he prepares to channel his energy. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts in. As she yells, a sudden surge of spiritual energy shoots straight toward the heaven pool. Using that, Tuet Nguyen crosses her arms with a smug grin, declaring that she is registering on behalf of her disciple, Tong Harlan. The master points upward in shock, stammering that the third elder just used the heaven pool. Can you believe this? She actually threw the registration into the heaven pool, the ultimate arena for The third elder always does the most unpredictable things. Has Elder Bao completely lost her mind with age? Suddenly panicking, she mutters to herself about getting old and having shaky. She cries out that this is a disaster, it does not count, and begs the deacon to quickly retrieve her token. Zhou Yi crosses his arms and tells Harlan that when her token was heading to the Xuan pool, another force. Shocked, she realizes someone is trying to use the deadly heaven pool to eliminate her. Harlan looks at him. He answers that it came from the high platform, done with highly secretive execution. She simply replies that she understands. Dung Tu calmly steps forward, stating that with so many witnesses, the heaven pool has already been chosen. Looking down on her coldly, he demands to know how she, an elder of this sect, can treat their ancient rules, reminding the sect master that the rules only state where the token lands dictates fate. It never says a slip of the hand is forbidden. This was purely an accident, and how can an accident count? She demands to. The other elders quickly try to intervene, urging her to stop since the rules cannot be broken, and that her disciple should Everyone in the heaven pool is a second transition expert above level 30, so entering would be nothing short of suicide. They warn her that second transition experts can harness the power of heaven and earth, giving Harlan absolutely. Dung Tu coldly remarks that if Tong Harlan is afraid, she can withdraw immediately, and he will allow her to quit this pointless match. Tuet Nguyen looks at her with deep worry, but Harlan simply She speaks up firmly. If the token fell into the heaven pool, then it must be fate. This disciple is willing to accept this result. Stepping into the heaven pool for the fight, Harlan wonders who on the high stage is targeting her. With only the sect leader and her second, fourth, please, sect leader and martial uncles. Watch closely, and see for yourselves if this disciple has. The onlookers immediately break into a loud commotion, whispering that she has gone completely mad for actually accepting this. Just to show off, she throws away all self-respect, especially when the founding master already cast her out. Dongtu spreads his arms wide and declares, if your mind is made up, then we will grant your wish. And here we go, the battle officially starts the very second he stops speaking, as the Heaven Pool displays the first match. The first round of the Heaven Pool pits Tong Harlan against Loitrak, sending a shockwave through the crowd. Senior brother Loitrak is the sect leader's top direct disciple. She is absolutely done for. Once senior brother Loi strikes, opponents end up crippled or dead. She brought this on herself. Tren Lor smiles maliciously with pure satisfaction, wondering how Tong Harlan will ever wiggle her way out. Shen Lingfeng watches them with crossed arms, dismissing them as mere frogs in a well, while Lin Hai anxiously asks if Harlan smiles and says he is just the top rookie, nothing to fear, as Tuet Nguyen gently pats her head and tells Harlan nods with a smile and leaps onto the stage to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a massive bolt, Loitrak steps out of the lightning and sneers junior sister Tung, admitting defeat right now is your only way to save Faye. Harlan summons swirling talismans, telling him to cut the chatter and just bring it on. Loitrak instantly launches a massive strike, but she quickly slides backward. Keeping a sharp eye on her, Harlan leaps high and fires her talismans at him, but Loitrak easily deflects them with his crackling lightning whip. Below the stage, Zhou Yi rests his hand on his chin, analyzing the clash. He is using his wide attack range to trap Harlan, forcing her into a corner to fight back directly, but his spiritual energy is far too wild, wasting at least 1/3 of his power on this flashy, useless show. At level 35, his energy control shouldn't be this sloppy, unless Tong Harlan has completely thrown him off his game. Lin Hai silently cheers for Harlan to be careful, while Tuet Neng covers her face in shock, crying over her wasted talent. This materialized lightning consumes too much of his mental focus and cannot be sustained for very long. Bright blue lightning erupts beneath Loitrak's feet as he leaps high into the air, roaring out, "Let's see where you run." Now look at this. The crowd goes wild as senior brother Loi unleashes his ultimate killing technique. The Mad Thunder Prison, this power, speed, and angle are nothing short of textbook perfection. Dongtu analyzes the strike, noting that despite the terrifying momentum, the unfocused energy wastes. Right at that moment, Harlan raises a talisman, focusing intently on Loitrak as a wild sea of purple spiritual energy. Instantly, a massive and dazzling golden flower begins to bloom right beneath Harlan's feet. Tuet Nguyen gasps in surprise at her forced dissipation technique, realizing this girl has learned some incredible trick. Tuet Nguyen quickly analyzes the ongoing clash. The fierce lightning energy is caught by the rotating lotus petals, splitting into tiny, harmless sparks before dispersing. The second and fourth elders raise their voices in high praise of her defensive technique. Her energy is perfectly controlled, using pure skill to overcome raw force. What kind of lucky encounters did this girl? Loitrak roars in pure rage. Those are just cheap tricks unworthy of this stage. Konwin Earth. Obey my. As the spirit lock formation activates beneath Harlan, the solid ground beneath her violently shatters into massive pieces. Suddenly, a massive, jagged stone pillar bursts straight out of the earth right in front of her at blinding speed. The jagged stone molds itself into a massive, heavy fist ready to crush her. But as she channels her energy, Tuet Ngang crosses her arms, wondering why she is drawing a basic spirit-gathering talisman now. As Harlan wraps, the giant stone fist freezes instantly right in front of her glowing rune, and in the very next second, the massive fist completely crumbles to pieces, sending heavy debris raining down in every direction. The shocked crowd screams in disbelief, realizing she just used a simple gathering talisman to completely drain his earth. Isn't that basic talisman only meant for gently gathering energy during peaceful meditation? Who knew it could? Tu Yetnen coughs, explaining that she is not drawing worldly energy, but using a brilliant array. This clever technique is. The second elder cannot hide her utter panic. She used a spirit-gathering talisman to completely drain. With a twisted face, Loitrak screams out, "Cheap tricks!" He wants to see her try to block this next strike. He summons a swarm of talismans to attack, invoking the Nine Heavens Thunder Lord to hear his command. And a massive bolt of lightning strikes down, shattering the surrounding rocks and sending debris flying in every direction. Surrounded by a cage of lightning, Halan stands perfectly still in the circle, quietly channeling her inner energy to prepare. Heaven and earth align, mountains and marshes breathe, stars shift and merge, and instantly, Loitrak stares in total disbelief, and honestly, you can't blame him for wondering how she pulled this off. Appearing right behind him, Halan whispers that his thunder domain lacks sword intent to shape it and moisture. It only leaves wild, destructive thunder fire, throwing off the 5 elements and skewing his foundation. Infuriated, she releases a wave of talismans, calmly stating that the true way of arrays lies in mutual creation and destruction. The talismans fly straight up, looking as if they have their own consciousness. They target Loitrak's array directly with endless, deafening explosions. He looks up in horror. What evil magic is this? He demands to know, while Halan stands there, watching. She tells him coldly that his lightning only has form but no spirit. He only sees the raw violence of power. Furious, Loitrak bites his lip, staring at Halan with pure, burning resentment. Remembering the past, he recalls with a bitter heart how at 12, she defeated a level 15 opponent at the arena. Such a bright future. Ever since she joined the Heavenly Tao sect, everyone's eyes were locked only on. He trained bitterly for 10 years, yet it meant nothing compared to her rising as their future pillar. Yes, with her limitless potential, she easily snatched away everything that belonged to him, all the attention, the resources, and even their master's highest expectations. Recalling those childhood days, Loitrak bitterly admits that back then, he actually thanked the ancestors for once she was gone, his world was finally at peace, and he became the sole focus and only genius of. He risked everything, seizing every single opportunity to finally stand here. So why did she have to come back? Delirious with rage, Loitrak screams. She should never have returned, and she definitely should not look at him. Halan casts a cold glance down at him, while Loitrak lets out a wild roar as his robes violently. Invoking the nine heavens' divine thunder, he burns his own essence blood. His muscles swell, power surges. With eyes wide, Loitrak roars to summon the descending thunder dragon, a massive beast with. The watching disciples stand frozen in shock, whispering that this is the final form of the nine heavens' thunder. This is pure madness. A move like this could actually kill someone, but watch her, she doesn't even blink as she analyzes. Crossing her arms, Tuyetngen scoffs at the fool, noting that forcing this breakthrough has severely damaged. He will need a long time to recover from these hidden injuries after this. The second elder screams in terror, commanding Loitrak to disperse his energy immediately before he completely. Loitrak tells himself this is his absolute trump card, never meant to be used, but right now he only wants to see Tom. On the ground below, the scattered talismans instantly ignite with bright light at her command. They immediately fly into the air under her control. Closing her eyes, she guides them, chanting for the particle. Thousands of glowing talismans weave together, blanketing the sky, while Loitrak's face twists into an ugly. Laughing like a maniac, he orders her to turn into dust as the massive dragon surges forward to. Halan focuses deeply, weaving a hand seal for her spirit net bind, throwing up a massive web of talismans that completely. Within seconds, the net wraps tightly around the beast, trapping it. Inside a glowing sphere, Halan. Intense rays of light begin erupting from within the sphere, and as she glares at it, she raises her hand to command. Countless beams of raw spiritual energy flash inside, relentlessly tearing the trapped beast apart from within. Halan forms a 5-petaled purification flower with her hands, causing the once terrifying dragon to slowly. Below, the crowd watches so intensely they literally forget to blink. While Halan raises her hand, chanting for the 5 elements to reverse and return to their origin, a massive explosion erupts, leaving Loitrak to. Just a second later, he spits out a huge mouthful of blood. It seems Zhou has reached his limit. Clutching his chest, he coughs up a massive glob of dark, black blood. Song Halan steps closer to Zhou and says, "The dragon that ruined you was not some deep, mysterious." Up on the high steps, Zhou stands with hands behind his back, looking down grimly. He coldly looks down and slowly speaks. In this battle, Zhou declares Song Halan the winner. Below, Zhou Yi and his group cannot hide their joy. But then he adds, "But winning is useless." Zhou looks down with freezing eyes. "Song Halan, you were rejected by the founding ancestor of our sect. In front of everyone, he used thunder to reject you as his successor. This is heaven's will denying. Without heaven's favor, you have no place in our heavenly Tao sect. If not for the third elder." Song Halan tightens her fists and explains, "Sect leader, the truth about what happened back then is still unclear. Today, I was fortunate enough to win, perhaps proving that the 3,000 great paths do not just have the single road left by our ancestor, destroying the core foundation of our sect's techniques. This only proves you are on a wicked path. Our ancestor rejected you because he saw right through your true nature." Zhou flatly declares, "The Heavenly Tao sect does not accept your victory. But from now on, all ties between you and the Heavenly Tao sect are severed." Starting this very. The moment he finishes speaking, a wave of crushing pressure slams down, forcing Song Halan to spit out a mouthful of. Tuyetngen runs over in panic, shouting for her disciple. Ling Fong and Ling Hai cry out. Shaking with rage, the 4th elder tries to hold her back. "Senior sister, do not make a scene. Just follow the sect." Instead, She summons countless talismans, fully prepared to fight. You absolute piece of trash. A level 55 bullying a level 29 child. Her cultivation foundation is damaged. If you do not get out of my way, do not blame me. Cold sweat dripping, Ling Hai stares ahead, just in time. Zhou Yi forms a shield to protect Song Halan, who kneels and calls his name. He sneers with deep disdain. What a joke of a heavenly Dao sect. Who decided this heavenly Zhou Yi asks coldly. What exactly is this righteous path you speak of? Is it your stubborn, arrogant He points his finger straight at Yangzi and shouts. Song Halan used level 29 to defeat a level 35, using your own foundations combined with her own Dao. Do you plan to destroy everyone just by throwing around heaven's will? As the sect leader, you do not cherish talent or act with reason. Instead, you only know how to suppress. Are you truly protecting our ancestors' legacy, or are you just desperately clinging to your own absolute? Yangzi roars and unleashes an attack. Insolent brat, how dare you humiliate the sect leader and our great founding? Zhou Yi sneers. Looks like I hit a nerve. Are you getting angry because I spoke the truth? Staring at him, he says coldly, it seems the heavenly Dao sect is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites who break. Tu Yetingen bursts out laughing and praises him. Well said. That was a magnificent roast. Taking her battle stance, she yells, my disciple fought through endless hardships to forge her own path, yet you stubborn old fools do not even ask why. Immediately wanting to destroy her future, she screams, to hell with your heaven's will. Back then, in front of the ancestor statue, did any of you act? You only know how to blindly follow ancient rules, completely forgetting they were made to teach wisdom and truth. They were for guidance, not to help you hoard power and suppress others. Yangzi snarls, bow to yet again. You have repeatedly broken sect rules, disrespect. Holding a golden tower in his hand, he frowns and declares, today, I will use the 9-cycle The two elders behind him frantically shout, sect leader, please reconsider this. But Yangzi throws the 9. Tu yet again grits her teeth, thinking. The 9-cycle smelting tower is Yangzi's life-bound treasure. It can melt metal, refine all things. This old monster actually wants to kill us. She uses her inner force to push Song Halan away, yelling, get out. As Halan and Chungi land on the ground, she immediately shouts to him, Master, you have to speak up. Trust her. Tu Yet Ngen clasps her hands and yells out, trying to suppress me will not be that easy. Instantly, she forms hand seals to the 4 symbols mountain suppressing seal activates, summoning a massive wall that blocks the vibrating 9-cycle crucible. Duangtu scowls with contempt, scoffing at her pathetic talents. The moment he speaks, together, the fire dragon and the 9-cycle crucible violently slam into the barrier. A blinding flash of light erupts, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Tu Yet Ngen bites down hard on her, channeling her inner energy. She unleashes the Li, Kan, Dui, and Zhen arts, summoning the myriad phenomena The fire dragon claw slashes fiercely at the phoenixes, steadily gaining the upper hand in this clash. Duangtu remarks coldly, your talisman path has truly reached the mastery of 5 elements, creation and destruction. Performing this myriad phenomena spell so effortlessly, with absolute harmony, if you had focused. Sweat pours down Tu Yet Nenhen's face, but she bites her lip, refusing to yield. Raising his hand, too bad the 9-cycle crucible tower is our sect's ultimate treasure, containing pure yang laws. No matter how flexible your magic is, before primordial power, you are ultimately nothing but an egg. Instantly, the 9-cycle crucible presses down heavily, scattering those phoenixes in all directions. The relentless fire dragon viciously bites down on the phoenixes. The 9-cycle crucible successfully crushed, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Tu Yet Ngen falls backward, her body completely depleted of strength. Unable to hold back her tears, Halan cries out in grief, Master. Tu Yet Ngen turns her head. Your master is still a level 3 talisman venerable. This rusty old tower is far from enough to melt me down. Tossing an object toward Halan, she adds, all these years, your master spent time in the treasure pavilion reading every I tested everything, only to find this single item that shares a mysterious resonance with you. Keep it safe, take your friends, and leave the heavenly Dao sect. Never come back here again. Halan rushes forward, screaming in protest, no, master, your disciple will not leave you. The 9-cycle crucible crashes violently into the earth, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Look closely while Duangtu celebrates above. The item Tu Yet Ngen threw lands right in Chungi's hand. A sudden system notification alerts him, Soul of War detected, updating the hidden quest progress. He mutters to himself, this is the true goal of my entire journey. The Soul of War is trembling, but it is not. Chungi frowns, holding the helmet tightly, realizing it is searching for a vessel capable of bearing the He quickly puts it on, preparing for battle as a sudden surge of ancient energy erupts from the helmet. Zhou Yi declares, "I am your vessel." Instantly, an overwhelming pillar of power shoots straight into the sky. The onlookers stand frozen in utter shock, completely stunned. Ha Lan even stops. "Get ready for this." She turns around to find Zhou Yi fully clad in legendary battle armor. Fearless, he charges straight at the fiery dragons. They open their jaws wide to swallow him whole. Raw energy floods the entire space, forcing the mighty 9-cycle crucible to shake until another massive blast rings out, sending rocks flying. Duangtu clutches his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "This is impossible. What kind of power is this?" Tuyetingen slowly steps forward, declaring that she has. Looking at her now, Halan hesitates. "Master." She remembers how years ago, she had to endure all the cold after being rejected by the patriarch statue. Countless nights, she spent doubting herself, feeling helpless and confused about the orthodox lightning arts. Losing all those feelings, all those memories, suddenly shatter right here. A crack appears and she finally above, the elders panic, asking if the sect leader is okay, while Halan whispers to herself what truly is lightning. Looking at Tuyetingen, the onlookers whisper, realizing it absolutely refuses to be caged. Stepping forward, Halan rises. It is the power of heaven's judgment, rejecting all filth, championing. Nearby, Linhai and Taishin quietly stand to the side, watching Halan closely. Now, Halan's gaze turns ice cold as she calls out Patriarch above. "If you created this path with a see how orthodoxy is blinded by selfish desires, and how justice is twisted by sheer power." Halan's down in the crowd, everyone is utterly clueless, asking if she has completely lost her mind as Harlan. What does true lightning mastery actually look like? From across the distant horizon, a golden beam of light suddenly, violent winds start tearing through, forcing all the surrounding trees to shake and bend beneath the sheer pressure. And it gets crazier. Even the nearby spirit beasts seem to sense something terrifying approaching. The magic weapons in the disciples' hands start reacting, completely shocking everyone. They panic. What on? Right after that, they get the shock of their lives. "Oh my god, look over there, the patriarch, the legendary patriarch has actually..." Staring closely at Harlan, even Tuetngen can't help but look completely frozen in absolute disbelief. One disciple stammers, trembling as he mutters out, "P patriarch." Instantly, the crowd of disciples drop. The ancient patriarch doesn't look very pleased as he gathers his inner energy, channeling it directly toward Harlan. She stands dazed, staring straight ahead without blinking even once. But then, a sudden surge of terrified, Tuyetneng can't stop herself from crying out, "Lan Ni!" Cold sweat pours down Harlan's forehead as she fights the pain, feeling her entire body go complete. A booming voice echoes from the sky, "Foolish child, only by seeing power do you find justice. Have you finally realized the true meaning of lightning magic?" Right then, Harlan's entire body gets cleansed. He continues, "The heavenly Tao sect inherited my teachings, but they have slowly lost my very soul. Today, I will use my remaining Tao energy to prove your worth and carry on our legacy. Wield the light." Now, Harlan looks absolutely breathtaking, hovering in midair with an overwhelming pressure that the ground itself can't take this heavy pressure, cracking and shattering into pieces. Even Zhou Yi, fearing that this massive shockwave might injure his teammates, Zhou Yi rushes forward to shield them. Meanwhile, she respectfully bows. "Loikan Taoist, your disciple Tong Harlan." "Hold on, look at this." His remnant soul actually grants her a second-class advancement, matching his. The patriarch has manifested, personally passing down his legacy. Suddenly, his calling out for Huangdong, the sect master quickly drops to his knees, respectfully shouting, "I am here. But you were meant to protect our teachings, but power has slowly rotted away your heart and completely blinded your. Being stubborn and suppressing true geniuses has almost ruined our entire lineage. This crime must be severely punished." Dungtu's face turns completely pale as he stammers out, "Patriarch, please." But before the words can even leave his mouth, binding Dungtu tight, the patriarch declares, "You are sentenced to have your cultivation sealed and cast into the deepest. There, you will endure the cleansing of 10,000 lightnings for 10 years, and unless you fully repent, you shall." Terrified out of his mind, Dungtu begs for mercy, crying out that he knows his mistakes. Seeing this, their sect master is a level 55 heavenly master, yet before the patriarch's remnant soul, he is as helpless. The position of sect master will temporarily be managed by the elders, but any major decision requires the approval. Tong Harlan nods in understanding. The patriarch looks back at her, saying, "Your cultivation has reached level 50. The day your lightning mastery is complete, you shall take control of the heavenly Tao sect to glorify our teachings." The patriarch then slowly turns his gaze toward Zhou Yi. "This young friend carries incredible fortune, bringing forth the lightning of war to awaken my soul." Saying this, the patriarch slowly begins to fade away, feeling incredibly satisfied with how things turned out. Once the patriarch is gone, absolute silence fills the air as everyone stares directly at Harlan. Overjoyed, Tuet Nying rushes over and hugs her tight, crying out, "This is perfect, my dear Lan." Lin Hai and the others are just as thrilled, cheering that Harlan was incredible and looked so cool back there. At this moment, Harlan finally regains her long-lost confidence. Tears of joy fall as she looks at her map. She whispers, "It feels like I have finally found my path." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi slowly descends from the sky. As his armor is unequipped, the system interface immediately pops up in front of him. He has successfully completed the hidden legacy quest for the Apocalypse Dragon Knight's Soul of War. Who would have thought a Taoist girl would end up leading such a massive sect? Zhou Yi casually retorts, "And aren't you just—" He frowns, muttering, "What is that?" In the distance, a strange, thick mist suddenly begins to roll in. In front of them, a blonde girl with long hair flowing past her back stands facing away, while two little children's sweat suddenly pours down the woman's face, and she quietly mutters to herself. Sensing this strange aura, she quickly activates her skill to observe the situation. The Apocalypse Dragon Knight, the war walker I was most loyal to, actually perished. Channeling her inner energy into her hands, the girl instantly summons a pale yellow light. While standing, she murmurs in disbelief, "I never expected this broken legacy, lost for 10,000 years, to suddenly..." From inside the grand hall, that mysterious surge of power begins to drift far away from her. Echoing from the golden light in midair, her voice calls out, "Zhou Yi, if you can locate the second and prove you have the strength and luck to carry this authority, I will personally pass it down to you." Hearing those words, Zhou Yi freezes in his tracks, completely stunned for a few seconds. Seeing him stand there like a statue, Shen Lingfeng jokingly asks, "What's wrong? Did bird poop just..." Zhou Yi doesn't hide it and quickly speaks his mind, explaining that he felt like someone was staring directly at him. Shen Lingfeng gasps as he suddenly looks down at the helmet in Zhou Yi's hand. "Wait, why is it cracked?" He realizes that holding off the 9 turns melting tower was too much. Even a divine artifact would break. Zhou Yi starts panicking. "No, holy light energy won't fix this," and trying to force it. The hidden inheritance quest for the Apocalypse Dragon Knight is clearly supposed to be a chain. But why didn't the next phase trigger when he picked up the helmet? Watch this. Because the system finally... Now Zhou Yi has to find a way to repair it before the quest can reboot, and he suddenly connects the dots. It all makes sense now. The cracks are messing with the trigger mechanism, so he needs to fix this helmet first. Shen Lingfeng stares in awe, muttering that the helmet looks insanely cool even with those tiny cracks. But then, since the Heavenly Way sect specializes in forging and talismans, we can ask Tong Harlan once she settles this. Who knows, she might actually have a way to fix it, and Zhou Yi just nods, keeping his eyes on the cracked Time flies, and 3 days later, inside the Grand Heavenly Sector Hall, everyone stands in absolute silence. The founder's portrait hangs silently at the front, his majestic gaze seeming to stare down at the crowd of disciples gathered. Everyone looks up with intense focus and absolute respect, and it feels like nobody in the room dares to even breathe. Tong Harlan steps forward and speaks out. "Since our founder first established the sect, he laid down the path to unite. That legacy has stood for 100 years, but over the last 3 decades, our sect has strayed onto a dark path, and today's assembly is to change that." And right then, the Black Crest, she declares they will restore order and purge the corruption. And hearing this, the entire crowd bows low. At that moment, the second elder steps forward and unrolls a grand decree. He reads aloud to the crowd. "After 3 days of investigation by the Discipline Hall, we have fully uncovered the first, abuse of power and unauthorized diversion of sect resources. During his 37 years in charge, he took 70% of our medicinal pills and 60% of our talismans under the guise of all to secretly ship them to his family in the Loi clan. But that is not all. As the second sin is to boost the status of his Loi family in the outside world. Huyen Tu claimed that mixing different spell paths would hinder cultivation. He sealed away 42 sacred scrolls, ruining their legacy and leaving their path as a hollow name. One disciple whispers, "Back then I wanted to study feng shui, but I could never find any manuals. So they were locked up all along, which explains why we were only allowed to learn basic thunder magic." And Tuet Nen steps forward next, declaring the third sin is crushing rivals and hurting fellow disciples, adding that it was never a rejection by fate, but a cruel trick played by that old bastard. He wanted his own nephew Loi Troc to take over as master, so he had to get a real genius out of his way. Everyone yells out in anger. Another shouts that their father was banished to farm herbs for 10 years just for questioning the resources, while others, she had a rare spiritual summoning talent, an elite First Awakening prodigy. But instead, she got scolded for using heretical paths and forced to pass down her thunder cultivation. Falsifying records and disrespecting ancestral rites are already fully documented, and they will be posted on the bulletin board for 3 days for everyone to see. I know many of you were forced to go along with this. Today, the Hall of Discipline has set up a confession room. Anyone who steps forward or exposes others will face a lighter penalty. As she speaks, Halan gathers her inner energy, asking, her smile turning cold. Halan drops the threat severe punishment with absolutely no mercy. Shen Lingfeng and Lan is seriously cool. She has the absolute presence of a grandmaster, handling this like a pro. Honestly, who can blame her? Huyen Duangtu has played sect leader for long enough, treating the entire— If this happened in our Tham family, his legs would be broken and fed to demonic beasts. Once the sect I am back, she says. Lin Hai hugs her tight. Lan is so amazing, I am in total awe. I want to be cool like Lan Lan too. Shen Lingfeng is also curious, asking where that Tran Loi— He is the second disciple of Huyen Duangtu, so maybe I should go teach him a lesson. Halan explains that Tran Loi admitted to doing a lot of dirty work for Huyen Duangtu, so his cultivation has been— His memories erased, and he is expelled. It is probably happening right now. As for restoring the Iron Helmet, the absolute best artifact refiner, besides the now suppressed Huyen Duangtu, it is Elder Mo Chu, who lives in seclusion. Because he rejected Huyen Duangtu's ways, Halan goes on to explain 3 days ago. I told Elder Mo Chui about the helmet, and he just replied today, saying he can channel the Earth Core Thunderfire. She explains that the Thunderfire furnace in the Forbidden Area needs the spiritual power of at least 3 Elder-level experts. My master, the second senior uncle, and I can handle that. But Elder Mo Chui strongly emphasized one thing. During the actual restoration, the helmet is going to resonate violently with the intense Thunderfire, requiring someone with massive spiritual energy and a direct bond with the helmet to stand close by and stay— Who else but Chungi? And yeah, Shen Lingfeng is just as shocked as us. But she warns that this will be incredibly painful, like taking a piece of your own consciousness. And tomorrow, Halan quickly tells him for now, get some rest. The restoration is going to take a long time and drain a massive amount of your spirit. Soon enough, the group heads with Halan to the back mountain to meet the elder. The moment Mo Chui spots Chuni, he steps right up. So you are Chuni, he says. The young man bows respectfully, greeting Elder Mo Chu. He stares at Chungi, asking if the kid even knows how repairing this differs from a regular magic treasure. He humbly asks for guidance. Mo Chui explains that while a normal magic treasure only suffers physical damage that needs— According to him, this core Thunderfire is incredibly powerful and pure, incapable of destroying anything or forging laws, but it is too fierce and needs careful guidance to balance it all, which takes 4 steps. First, the barrier array blocks out any outside interference. Right then, Mo Chui shouts for the returning array to open, starting step 2 to connect the earth veins and stabilize them. The second elder is already struggling to hold his ground. Mo Chui shouts that step 3 is using lightning intent as a hammer to— After a quick glance, Mo Chui barks out the order, Miss Song, channel the lightning now. Instantly obeying, Halan concentrates her inner energy, chanting 9 heavens resonance. She blasts the energy straight toward the lotus, and the moment the power surges inside, the flower bursts. Mo Chui quickly seizes the perfect window and leaps high into the air. Gripping his heavy hammer, he swings it down. While hammer striking, he shouts to Chungi forth. You have to use holy light as your medium to balance the raging thunderfire and the conflicting wills inside the helmet. Mo Chu warns that even a tiny mistake inside the furnace, the Golden Knight helmet is slowly being mended by their combined efforts. But as he watches, Chungi— The crack is actually getting bigger. Mo Chui turns straight toward him and bellows, Kid, do not move. Before he can react, that massive hammer slams right onto Chungi's head, leaving him completely dazed as Halan— What are you doing? He quickly reassures them, do not worry, this old man's soul-guiding strike has sent 70% of his The helmet's spirit is actively resisting restoration, meaning someone has to dive into its core Before we can even process that, a massive explosion detonates like a raging volcano. Tuietnyang frowns and snaps, you crazy old man, you're literally gambling with his life, because if his— Looking up, Zhou Yi is completely stunned by the sight. This is the inside of the helmet, shattered, chaotic, and dripping with resentment. Zhou Yi speaks to it like a true friend, but fighting back will only destroy you entirely. Let me repair you and make you whole. Let me restore you to your former glory. Right then, a colossal warrior figure manifests. You mere mortal ant, how dare you mock the authority of war? Are you even worthy of claiming— The giant immediately raises his massive foot to stomp Zhou Yi to dust. Shocked, he braces with both arms to keep from being crushed. Outside, Harlan watches him. Second brother is bleeding. Mark True quickly holds her back. Do not go over there if you interrupt him now. His consciousness will be trapped inside forever, leaving him in a vegetative state. He has to fight this alone. Your war ended when your old master fell in battle. You need a new master now. Enraged, the war soul lets out a furious and arrogant roar, while the system interface suddenly a holy magic array unfolds, sending a shower of glowing light blades raining down from above. The blades strike the enemy trapped inside. Finally, the Angel of Justice hurls a light at, but the stubborn war soul still wants to stomp him to death. A blinding golden light erupts from above. Down below, Zhou Yi moves just in time, dodging. Not stopping there, the war soul charges again with overwhelming pressure. As he glares down, Zhou Yi lets. Suddenly, the system screen flashes before his eyes. Unleashing his level 5 grade B Holy Light Strike, the slash forces the terrified war soul. Light's punishment. This move brings down a volley of lightning strikes right onto the designated target. The lightning's true destructive power depends heavily on how well the caster assimilates with the light. This clash becomes incredibly brutal, and without wasting a single second, he launches yet another massive. Zhou Yi immediately coughs up blood, heavily injured from the sheer intensity of this brutal impact. Dropping to one knee, he catches his breath, wipes the blood away, and glares forward with a cold look. Suddenly, a blazing aura flares up right behind him as his true internal power finally manifests. As the war soul charges again, Zhou Yi glares right back and roars, "Then I will force you to submit to." Their attacks slam into each other over and over. Repentant Strike, Holy Fist Combo, Holy Storm, and Judgment Descent. Suddenly, the golden helmet begins to. Just feel that power. Outside, Harlan is left utterly shocked by these wild. Mark True immediately chimes in. Maybe the young Zhou Yi is using his own special way to pacify it. Gradually, the dark energy around the war soul begins to thin out as its aggressive momentum fades. It stays protection, judgment, purification, and an unyielding will. For all of these to coexist in such a finally, the ancient war soul fully accepts his overwhelming strength, declaring that he indeed has the true right. Instantly, the entire space starts to stabilize, and every single one of Zhou Yi's physical. Inside the forge, the shattered helmet has fully mended itself back to normal. The lotus right in front of him. He watches this incredible scene in pure amazement. Mark True cannot help but burst into a wide, joyful. It worked! The spirit is actively cooperating to keep the restoration perfectly stable. As the final step completes, a piercing pillar of light shoots straight up from the golden helmet, cutting through. One of the onlookers cannot help but whisper a sign from the heavens. It looks like our heavenly Tao sect is witnessing the birth of an absolute legend today. At long last, the golden helmet floats over to Zhou Yi, ready to acknowledge him as its master. The system panel flashes again, confirming that the restoration of the War Soul helmet is complete. Perfect restoration complete. The awakened item spirit has bonded with the host, unlocking the Thunder War resonance activated, achieving perfect synchronization with the host's raw will. Boosting the power and execution of all offensive skills. A hidden quest has also been triggered. Get this, it is Quest 2 of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight Inheritance buried deep inside the earth veins. Beneath the heavy dragon spine bearing thousands of pounds, retrieve the unyielding gauntlets. Head to the Black Rock. Mochwei smiles in deep satisfaction. Good job, kid. You did not just restore it, you actually made it bond with you. I have forged weapons for decades and handled countless rare items, yet this is my first time seeing something. She asks if he is okay. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhou Yi replies, I am fine. But the payoff was massive. Honestly, we only succeeded this time because the elders gave their absolute. Zhou Yi bows deeply to show his sincere gratitude. I am no expert when it comes to forging, so keeping this rare stone with me would just waste its potential. Mo Chui is completely shocked. Clutching the massive stone, his eyes nearly pop out. It is easily an S-class divine resource. To think you have such a massive chunk, this alone is enough. Smiling warmly, Zhou Yi says. And now, it belongs to you. Mo Chui happily caresses his new treasure and says, Young friend, if you ever need help with forging, just come find me. Mo Chui continues. Actually, since I have this amazing 1,000 gold divine astral ore now, I can strengthen the bond between you and this helmet spirit. The only thing is, it needs to be tempered. He casually nods. Xiaolan stands nearby and chimes in. Half a month? Then Brother Yi, he turns to look at Xiaolan, explaining that after fixing the helmet, he receives some highly precise guidance. Regarding the other armor components, she ponders hesitantly. Xiaolan replies, "That makes sense. High-tier artifacts often share a deep sensory connection." Zhou Yi smiles with a hint of guilt and says, "Thank you for always looking out for me, Xiaolan." But she simply, "Where exactly is your next destination anyway?" Hearing her question, Zhou Yi immediately answers, "The Black Rock Mountains, over at the Dragonspine Mine." Xiaolan is surprised, saying, "The Dragonspine Mine produces black obsidian, iron, and earth vein crystals." Just then, Shen Lingfeng glances at the girl standing right next to him and asks, "Tiexin, do you know any?" Tiexin smiles mischievously and replies, "The Dragonspine Mine is actually where my adoptive father." Fei Long ponders for a second. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor has quite a reputation, but is he really that? 30 years ago, he was already a legendary fist grandmaster across the entire lower continent. Pausing, Tiexin's eyes suddenly turn heavy with sorrow. Ling Ji immediately asks, "But what happened?" After that, his personality changed drastically. He went into complete seclusion and almost never meet. He set a strict iron rule. Unless the mine is facing total destruction, anyone who dares trespass will be. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng asks, "But we are not going there to make trouble. If we explain our request." Besides, surely he would not turn away friends of his own beloved adoptive daughter, right? Tiexin shakes her head sadly. "Shen Lingfeng, you do not know him. He is incredibly stubborn." Zhou Yi steps in and smiles. "Tiexin, I really appreciate you worrying about me. But I absolutely must make this trip. If we cannot get in, we will find a way. If he refuses to..." Tiexin then smiles and chimes in. "She is right. Rules are dead, but people are alive. So let us..." Hearing those reassuring words, Tiexin's expression softens completely, and a beautiful, bright smile. Zhou Yi ponders silently. A legendary martial emperor who lost his arm and went into hiding, combined with Tiexin. You just know there is a much deeper story here than some rumors about him having a strange personality. But regardless, since the system has issued a quest, I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip. Right then, Mo Chui speaks up. "I know that Martial Emperor, the ores from his mine are top tier." Xiaolan suggests anxiously, "How about we do this instead? I will bring a few of our heavenly Dao sect elders along with you. Given our sect's reputation..." Mo Chui waved his hand and said it is completely useless. Xuan Yangzi already led his people over there, promising to... Zhou Yi comforts her, saying the Tiandao sect needs her. And this is her battleground to prove herself. By standing firm here, the entire sect can become her greatest support in the future. The others quickly speak up. "We will head to the mine first to scout the path, so bring the Soul of War to meet us in half a month." Fired up, Helanru nods. "I understand. Brother Yi, you all can head out without any worries. I will definitely protect this place, master what I need to, and make sure the Tiandao sect supports you later." Before they depart, Ling Shi cannot help but shout out, "Good luck, He Lanru, we will miss you so much. Remember to eat well and not just draw talismans." He Lanru waves back, wishing them a safe journey and to stay in. Before leaving, Zhou Yi glances back and leaves a blue butterfly behind. As it flies forward, the blue light is instantly blocked. Zhou Yi watches and thinks to himself that however, the transition points have a tiny gap, which is perfect for the void-leading butterfly to mark the next set of... We might not need it, but being prepared never hurts. If something happens to the Tiandao sect or we need it... At this moment, He Lanru has her own private thoughts. "Brother Yi, I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to face any future challenge that..." And just like that, they finally arrive at their destination. The automated voice announces welcome to the Longji mine. Before departing, the driver reminds them to leave a 5-star review. Ling Shi feels slightly uneasy, as the Zhou Yi quietly observes that while the mine is quite massive, it is entirely too quiet. Not only are there no active miners in sight, but even the usual mechanical hum of the machinery is completely... Tai Xin takes the lead, pointing out that her adoptive father's residence is just ahead. "Stay close, keep quiet." But as she steps forward, Zhou Yi quickly pulls her back, calling out to Tai Xin. A warm golden light wraps around her. Zhou Yi activates a slow recovery skill infused with a powerful... He hopes this makes everyone feel better, offering to speak with her adoptive father himself if she feels too uncomfortable. "Do not worry, Brother Yi. I can handle this. My adoptive father is strict." But the group advances cautiously, keeping a close eye on their surroundings as they reach a small wooden cabin atop the stairs. Inside, the heavy dust makes Shen Lingfeng cover his nose. Tai Xin takes a deep breath and she raises her hand to knock gently. The soft sound echoes, instantly breaking the heavy silence around them. Wang Zhen flings the door open, startling Tai Xin. He looks behind her. "Tai Xin, you are back? And why did you bring so many people with you?" Hearing this, her face fills with visible anxiety. Tai Xin respectfully reports that these are her teammates from Suhang University, friends who have faced life. Zhou Yi greets Senior Wan, followed by Tang Lingxi, who also bows and introduces herself. Finally, Shen Lingfeng pays his respects. Wanzhen narrows his eyes as Zhou Yi begins to explain their actual. We are searching for an important relic tied to this mine, and we humbly request permission to investigate the area. Surprised, he asks if his surname is Shen, but then quickly refuses, stating the mine is a restricted zone. No outsiders are allowed, and your relic has nothing to do with me. Tixin, take your friends and leave immediately. Taixin pleads that the relic is vital to them, but Shen Lingfeng finds his attitude incredibly rude. We traveled so far only to get kicked out. This is just too much. Get ready, because Wanzhen's sudden killing intent forces Shen Lingfeng's blazing dragon body to activate. Is this old man seriously trying to kill me? Wanzhen mocks his red hair and arrogant attitude, calling him a spoiled brat who does not know his place. She explains that Shen Lingfeng is just blunt but holds no malice. However, Wanzhen refuses to. Enough! His massive pressure erupts as he commands them to leave immediately out of respect for Tixin. Keep pushing and things will get ugly. Zhou Yi steps forward to block the sudden pressure and warns the other. Be careful, he calls out, telling Senior Wan that he will take full responsibility for any offense. But aiming such raw, murderous intent at my friend without even hearing us out is completely unfair. This is unworthy of a great master. Please, calm down. Wanzhen is pretty shocked, thinking to himself that this kid actually managed to firmly block a strike packed with his. He readies another strike, sneering coldly. Suddenly the ground shakes, and a desperate Tai-Xin begs him to stop. Adoptive father, please don't. Shen Lingfeng swears as he cannot swallow this anger. The glowing chains wrap tightly around their waists, lifting them safely backward. They barely dodge the devastating strike, as a massive crack rips through the ground where they stood. That scared me to death, Tai-Xin? Your adoptive father is terrifying, but Tai-Xin is completely baffled as to why he is so furious. The old man is completely unreasonable. What did I even do? He genuinely tried to kill me just now, and I do. Zhou Yi recalls Wanzhen's harsh gaze. Something is wrong here. The older man's hatred toward red hair, noble family kid. This does not look like general dislike. It feels like he triggered a painful memory, meaning this grudge is likely. Turning to Tai-Xin, he tells her that her father's reaction might have a hidden cause. This is not your fault, so do not. Let us find a place to stay nearby for tonight, and we can worry about the treasure later. She nods, agreeing to follow. Zhou Yi carefully studies the wooden cabin. Tai-Xin, this mining camp seems way too quiet. Even after work hours, it shouldn't feel this completely lifeless. Tell me, was it always? Suddenly, the ground shakes as an eerie red energy sweeps over the area, making them all stare forward and out. The heavy wooden door creaks open, and Wanzhen steps out with a curse, muttering, "Damn it. Why does it have to be right?" Zhou Yi turns toward the noise echoing from the large mine shafts to the southeast. It is not beasts, those are deaf. Shen Lingfeng feels a cold chill, muttering about how sinister it sounds, while Tixin quick. Adoptive father, what is happening inside the mine? As he leaps forward, the group frantically yells to follow him. Wanzhen raises a massive fist, slamming it. Sharp, spike-like stones hide a dark cave entrance. A thick purple mist leaks out just as Zhou Yi. Oh, this is bad. He immediately senses highly pure abyss energy, and it is extremely corrosive. Suddenly, the stone barrier shatters, and long-bodied monsters wearing creepy human masks begin crawling. Seeing them, Tixin asks what those things are, while Zhou Yi instantly recognizes them as miners corrupted by pure. The corrupted miners hiss with pure malice, staring at them with starved, hungry eyes. Wanzhen throws another punch, blasting them back against the rocks. Cracks spiderweb across the monsters' faces as they slowly. Narrowing his eyes at the hissing fiends, Wanzhen warns the kids behind him to back off if they do not want to die. A crimson energy covers his palm as he thrusts it backward toward the group. The red energy erupts like a solid wall, forcing them to shield their eyes. Now, a massive. Tai-Xin cries out for her father, but as she starts to run, Zhou Yi stops her. Tai-Xin, wait. Your father knows these creatures inside out. If we rush in blindly, we might just end. He advises her to stay calm and watch, adding that they can still step in if he struggles. Hearing, she nods, agreeing with her senior, as Wanzhen stands alone against the corrupted miner horde. A heavy energy wraps around the monsters' necks. He plants his feet wide and clenches his fists, readying for an attack. Activating his signature skill, He unleashes a crushing punch that shatters the first charging beast. His devastating strikes rain down relentlessly, completely scattering the corrupted mob. Watching from the back, he throws one final, massive punch, sending shockwaves tearing through the air. Wanzhen pulls his hand back and mutters, "Damn it, my old injury is acting up again." But thankfully that was— As the monsters' bodies fade into dust, the ground suddenly begins to violently rattle. Lin Hai points at— "No way," she screams as the terrain rises, crying out that the entire mountain is actually alive. A massive rectangular stone block suddenly shoots out from the mountain's core, forcing Wanzhen to desperately block it with his— As the stone shatters, a far more powerful corrupted beast emerges. Seeing her father and the monster's lower bodies twist together as a brilliant, blinding energy erupts from the gaps between them. Zhou Yi steps right in front of the old man, telling him to leave the rest to him. Just as more massive stone blocks begin, he draws his S+ grade divine sword heart, feeling his blade mastery skyrocket as the raw power and a sharp flash of swordlight shreds those falling boulders into tiny pieces, letting Zhou Yi dash straight through the blade thrusts upward. Fast. Slabs shatter as he keeps slashing, spiderweb cracks spreading across the stone. A massive boulder rolls down. Check this out, he stands face to face with the corrupted miners, looking for the source. Zhou Yi unleashes his sacred thunder heavenly prison chains to bind the entire horde, waiting until they are completely— The corrupted miners scream in agony as sharp light slices through them, their heads flying off in a single— A massive explosion shakes the mountain peak, leaving Lin Hai and her companions staring in shock at the fate. Shen Lingfeng wonders what just happened while Tixin supports Wanzhen, but then Zhou Yi steps out to share some good news. Wanzhen stares closely at the weapon in Zhou Yi's hand, asking, "Is that sword crafted by Master Qi Quan?" Zhou Yi nods sharp eye. This is indeed the Holy Radiant Light Sword, a gift from Master Qi Quan. Wanzhen smiles to get— If I am not wrong, you must be this year's national freshman champion, and this blade was your ultimate grand prize. Zhou Yi admits it. Yes, I got lucky and won the tournament, and Master Qi Quan gifted me this blade. Hearing this, Wanzhen glances at Shen Lingfeng nearby, sighing deeply as he accepts the situation. Stating it is too messy to talk outside, he leads them toward his cabin, telling them to follow him inside. At first, it was just a few miners reporting weird noises and shadowy figures lurking deep. I went down to investigate but only found some minor lingering corruption, so I easily wiped it out myself. But later on, the situation took a turn when a highly pure, incredibly corrosive demonic energy started. Any miner exposed to that energy went totally insane, mutating and brutally turning on their own comrades. I put down the infected and destroyed the source of the energy, but somehow new corruption points just kept popping. More miners were infected and mutated, making it completely impossible to contain, so I had to evacuate. Now, this godforsaken place has only me and those former humans crawling around beneath the dark earth. Shen Lingfeng asks with curiosity, "But senior, didn't you request backup from the military or the Hunter Association?" His face instantly turns freezing cold at the question, completely terrifying Shen Lingfeng right on the spot. Wanzhen continues helplessly. "I reached out through the emergency channels immediately, but never received a single reply." Zhou Yi nods with respect. "Guarding this place all alone to stop the corruption is truly admirable, and I deeply He explains that he came here seeking an ancient artifact with clues pointing deep into this mine, proposing a deal instead, while Shen Lingfeng avoids Wanzhen's gaze, mentally groaning. Why does the old man dislike him so much? While Wanzhen tells Zhou Yi to go ahead. "Zhou Yi," replies Senior, "you have seen my skills. My holy light completely suppresses any demonic— Clearing out the entire mine and finding the root of this corruption is his plan. And here is the twist in exchange. He wants to search the mine, causing Wanzhen to suddenly stand up in shock. He notes, "You are quite clever, because even if I refuse, you will just find another way to force my hand," creating a reason just to force his hand. Zhou Yi smiles politely, claiming the senior is worrying too much as he only wants an honor. The old man eventually accepts very well. But just as Tixin starts celebrating, Wanzhen cuts in, pointing directly at them. He demands Tixin and that red-haired brat tomorrow. Wanzhen wants them to have a serious duel, causing Zhou Yi to frown in surprise while the two fighters turn completely pale. Even Lin Hai looks panicked for them, while Shen Lingfeng, unable to contain his short temper any longer, snaps, "You have looked down on me from the very start, and now you play this kind of game. Forcing me to fight Tixin makes absolutely no sense." Even Tixin is confused, asking his adoptive father. He argues that Shen Lingfeng is his trusted comrade, but Wanzhen remains cold. The duel with that red-haired— Zhou Yi calms Shen Lingfeng down, quietly analyzing the hidden tension behind this sudden demand. This is not just a simple test, since Wanzhen clearly despises Shen Lingfeng, suggesting a pretty deep grudge. If this fight is completely unavoidable, he must ensure everything stays controlled, so he asks Senior, sparring or a fight to the finish? The old man interrupts, making it clear, go all out in a battle of life and death. He will referee personally. Chun-Yi agrees to go all out, just as the senior wants. Deal locked, Wanzhen turns and leaves immediately. Meet tomorrow morning at the empty clearing east of the mine. He tells Tai Xin to follow him as he leads her outside. Looking down at her feet, Tai Xin casts a suspicious glance. Wanzhen asks what she can feel down there. Tai Xin closes her eyes to sense the energy. The foundation feels heavy and solid, but deep down, Wanzhen puts his hand down, confirming that this underground pulse is not just some lifeless thing. It supports all life and carries the raw emotions of the world. Golden energy suddenly surges from his palm. Now pay close attention. This move isn't meant for attacking. Suddenly, a massive wave of golden light. As he calls out his defense, she stands completely stunned. 4 massive golden walls rise up to enclose. This is the S+ rank Mountain Earth Barrier, summoning the Earth Spirit for absolute defense. He can control its power scales directly with the user's will to protect. Wanzhen waves his hand, sending golden energy surging outward. He explains that this earth energy can become the strongest shield. It will protect everything she holds dear, turning into a massive stone giant. Wanzhen continues. It can also become the heaviest wrath to crush. Passing that power to Tai Xin, he tells her its true core. It is not about how much spirit energy she has. Turning through her memories, Tai Xin silently vows to protect the things she loves. She pictures her companions who have stood by her side all this time. Instantly, she has her answer. It is the smiles, the sweat, and the warmth of fighting together. A powerful bond that means she is never alone again. It is the shared path that Chun-Yi talked about. The moment she thinks this, tiny gold particles begin to rising from deep within the ground. They spread out. Soon, they cover the entire vast rolling mountain range. Wanzhen is pretty surprised. Her strong will to protect could actually move the spirit energy of this entire mountain. Floating high in the air with the energy swirling around her, Tai Xin watches. A massive phantom of a guardian god emerges. He praises her for successfully manifesting the guardian spirit. Her starting point is even higher than his was back then. In time, she will easily surpass him. Curious, he asks if she wants to know why he is forcing her to fight that kid from the Tham family. He explains he lost his arm. It was cut off by the very brother he once trusted completely. A man he would have gladly given his life. He explains that 30 years ago, he and the Blood Dragon warrior Tham Thuong were completely in sync. They admired each other's talents and formed Tham Thuong was absolutely thrilled when they found it. With this mine, they could conquer the world. Wanzhen reveals that they had gotten lost in the wild mountains. Slaying demonic beasts for half a month, it was something valuable enough to drive any faction completely insane. But just as they were celebrating, demon energy invaded Tham Thuong's body. He lost his mind entirely and savagely attacked Wanzhen, who can you even imagine the shock? His arm was sliced right off, leaving Tai Xin completely pale as she hears. Frowning, Wanzhen adds that the wound was severely corroded by the abyss energy. Normal healing was completely useless. The only way to recover was to go to the Holy Cathedral and beg a bishop, but to get a bishop to help, they would have to honestly report how he got injured. Once he regained his senses, Tham Thuong actually knelt down and begged him not to reveal the crystal mine. He knew that if the news got out, neither of them would be strong enough to keep it. When Wanzhen refused, they framed him for betraying his brother out of greed, stealing all the loot, and running away. Heartbroken and severely crippled, he hid his identity. He fled to the Black Rock mountain range, which, bursting into tears at this tragic story, she apologizes to her adoptive father. She had absolutely no. Wanzhen tells her it is not her fault. The Tham family is one thing, but Tham Shen Lingfeng is another. He says he would never take his anger out on some young brat, but this heavy grudge has been suffocating him for 30 years. He wants her to win tomorrow's battle, not to get revenge for him, but to prove that the child raised in the wild by a one-armed man like him is far stronger than that. Hearing the whole story, Tai Xin hardens her resolve and says, "Foster father, in tomorrow's high-stakes battle, I am determined to give everything I have." Wanzhen smiles proudly, saying, over with Zhou Yi's group, Lin Hai hands him a warm drink, saying, "Shen Lingfeng, drink some warm water. I am just too angry to drink." Zhou Yi asks him gently, "Are you still thinking about Wanzhen?" Just mentioning this makes Shen Lingfeng furious, saying, "That old man tried to kill me the moment we met, and now I do not get why our leader agreed. It is obvious that old man is just looking for a fight. Can we not just sneak into the mine? At worst, we just force our way in." Zhou Yi warns that forcing their way in is the worst option, adding, "If I were hated for no reason and for Wan Zhen is Vertishin's adoptive father and the guardian of this mine. If we force our way inside, she will be the one hurt the most. I accepted this challenge not to make you suffer, nor to sacrifice anyone, but because I believe in you. I trust that our team." Shen Lingfeng shyly turns away, muttering, "Why are you suddenly being so cheesy? Who even wants to be your teammate anyway?" When the day of the duel arrives, they take their places. Lin Hai asks anxiously, "Brother, is everything really going to be okay?" Zhou Yi calmly tells her, "Trust Ver Taixin and Shen Lingfeng. This fight matters to both. Get ready." He warns them, "Since you are going all out, do not hold back, or else you are simply insulting your opponent." Once the match starts, Ver Taixin rushes forward while Shen Lingfeng prepares his crimson flame fist. She immediately deploys a solid shield wall to block him. Smirking with pure confidence, he aims. She quickly ducks to dodge the strike, then throws a sharp counterpunch right into Shen Lingfeng's ribs. After a few quick exchanges, Zhou Yi notices Shen Lingfeng's speed is much faster than usual. With a serious face, Ver Taixin strikes hard, but Shen Lingfeng dodges every move. Zhou Yi realizes these two know each other's fighting habits inside out, their muscle memory automatically reacting to counter. Fighting like this is just a test of pure stamina, and they will never decide a true winner. Now Shen Lingfeng activates his blood fury, boosting his attack and speed by 20% as he enters a hyper-focused state. Ver Taixin stomps her foot to activate her B-grade Earth Pulse Shockwave, channeling raw energy below. Feeling the ground shake beneath him, Shen Lingfeng frowns and quickly retreats, swinging his arms to shatter the income. The ground beneath Shen Lingfeng has turned into a shallow crater. Stunned, he stares at the girl standing. "Ver Taixin, when on earth did you learn this move?" She then makes a solemn declaration. "Shen Lingfeng, look closely. I am no longer that teammate who just casually spars with. I know my level is lower, my skill grades are weaker, and my combat talent cannot even compare to yours." Ver Taixin's voice grows incredibly sharp. "But this is the all-out battle we promised. The exact and this is the first fight where I, Ver Taixin, truly want to prove my worth. You can defeat me, knock me down, or even leave me unable to stand, but you are not allowed to hold back." Zhou Yi immediately realizes the meaning behind those 30 years, proving his theories were right all along. Wan Zhen and the Thumb family share an unresolvable grudge. Shen Lingfeng frowns in confusion at first, but Shen Lingfeng agrees. "My bad, Ver Taixin. You are right. This is a real battlefield, not a Flames erupt all around his body. So let us do this your way." By activating his Flame Dragon form, Shen Lingfeng's overall stats surge, boosting his fire skills by 40%. "Ver Taixin, be careful." Wan Zhen stands there with a dark expression. Their battle triggers memories of the past. Back then, we always had each other's backs, trusting each other with our very lives. Wan Zhen clenches his fists tightly and lets out a long sigh, while Zhou Yi remains deep in thought. The fully unleashed Flame Dragon form places a massive burden on the user's body, so he rarely ever. Watching Shen Lingfeng charge up his aura, Zhou Yi knows that Ver Taixin's words have truly struck a chord with him. And just like that, the real fight finally begins. Leaping high into the sky, he delivers a colossal blow. Ver Taixin knows this strike is entirely different from before. The power, speed, and killing intent are on an. Bracing herself, she quickly activates her Mountain Shield Earth Pulse, channeling power into her shield. Their clash is so violent that thick dust clouds rise high, forcing Shen Lingfeng to back away. The terrain crumbles. Chung Yi grabs Lin Hai and flies away, both shielded. Wan Zhen finds his footing on a stone pillar, a shield wrapping around him. Shen Lingfeng grins at his opponent now. Billowing dragon breath erupts from his mouth. As the earth pulses, a triple rock wall activates. Shen Lingfeng's blazing flame strikes right at the center, boring straight into the core of the giant stone slab. In an instant, the whole thing explodes into tiny fragments. Taixin charges through the thick dust using her shield strike to attack Shen Lingfeng. He triggers his. Shen Lingfeng's dragon scale ward shatters, and her sheer force shoves him back toward the wall. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that the strike actually had some real weight behind it. Taixin thrusts her fist forward, not over yet. Activating her rock fist mountain stance, she channels the earth's energy into both hands. Each punch. Shen Lingfeng keeps blocking with his barrier, but the shockwaves ripple down the cliff, causing the rock below. Chung Yi analyzes the battle, noting that Shen Lingfeng's main edge is his massive explosive power. He has to end this fast. On the flip side, Taixin excels at defense and sheer endurance, using her guard to completely wear down. Shen Lingfeng has his arms crossed as he struggles to hold his ground, while Taixin backs away, exhausted, and summoning his flames, he boasts that his S-tier blood wrath is a gift from Brother Ni. He spent all his skill points yesterday to max it to level 5. Now it is on a whole different level. As blood mist wraps around them, Shen Lingfeng explains that it draws vitality. When it detonates, it triggers 3 layers of devastating damage. Giant blood spheres float into the air and lock onto Tai Xin as he shouts that the first stage is a physical detonation. Cracks spiderweb across the surface, signaling the second stage a corrosive blood wave. She watches with worry as the dark energy creeps over her shield, completely enclosing her position within a massive. And here is stage 3 constant burn from the dragon flame. Watching this, Wan Zhen admits the red hair. Although he is quite annoying, his training has a very solid foundation. He confidently declares that if Tai Xin can actually block this triple-layered attack, then he will absolutely admit defeat. But check this out, his smug grin vanishes instantly. He freezes as Tai Xin slams her palms down, seizing control of the terrain. She whispers that the mountain has a energy surges from her hands, a vibrant red glow spreading across the ground. Wan Zhen instantly guesses her move, silently asking if she is really going to do it. Sure enough, the peaks resonate behind her as energy from the mountain radiates outward like a ring of blazing shockwaves. Looking down from the sky, a massive stone pillar shoots upward. But it is not just one countless giant they all bend inward, gathering toward a single point. Right in the middle, a pillar of golden light blazes where Tai Xin is standing. Wan Zhen is stunned. Simply having the skill level is not enough to trigger mountain resonance. It demands a highly profound affinity with the earth, combined with the absolute purest intent to protect. He stares at his granddaughter channeling this titanic power with her eyes closed, whispering that she only learned this half a day ago. Wan Zhen realizes it is not just raw talent, it is her heart. Because of her deep love, the mountains chose to answer her. Shen Lingfeng isn't scared. He's thrilled. Just in time, he conjures a roaring fireball. Floating high in the air, Tai Xin commands a giant. Shen Lingfeng roars, putting everything into this clash. Tai Xin grits her teeth, telling herself she cannot lose. The glowing fireball slowly transforms into a pitch-black orb, sending dark energy creeping deep into the. Zhou Yi frowns as he watches, instantly sensing that something is very wrong as the dark sphere swells and warps the. Recognizing the danger, he yells at Shen Lingfeng to get away. But the fighter cannot move a single. He realizes this damn thing is actually draining his mana, acting like a black hole pulling him inside. He looks back and begs Tai Xin for help. While bright golden energy ribbons begin to wrap Shen Lingfeng's entire body suddenly gets yanked violently backward. Tai Xin screams out, "Come back!" Luckily, he is safely pulled free from that dark sphere. Not bad at all. He weakly mumbles, "You actually triggered a spatial anomaly." These spatial anomalies form when massive amounts of energy collide in a tiny area, causing the. Tai Xin fires back. "We are not done yet. I blocked your attacks, so now let us settle this once and Shen Lingfeng instantly admits defeat Tai Xin. "I am completely hands down beaten by this ultimate move of yours." That spatial sphere begins distorting the very air around it, radiating a massive wave of dangerous energy. Zhou Yi uses his shield to block the repulsive force, as ominous dark blue gas streams start rising. The key in his pocket suddenly glows as he looks around alertly, while Tai Xin carries the completely exhausted. Wait, look at this. Wan Zhen is completely stunned as spatial rifts suddenly tear open. Could that energy clash? Zhou Yi frowns at his glowing red warning screen, showing a sudden emergency alert. Small spatial rifts, the threat level is being reassessed. Current count is 17. And the number keeps climbing as a brand new notification flashes: urgent emergency mission. A critical warning flashes in S-class, local disaster level spatial rift has been detected in the Black Rock Mountain. The rifts multiply to 25 and keep rising. Wan Zhen yells out in panic. Tai Xin, red hair, this is absolutely not something you kids can handle, so clear out and leave this place immediately. But before he can even finish, Zhou Yi takes off like a rocket, launching himself upward to rescue them. He reaches them, slapping his hands on their shoulders to encase all three in a protective energy barrier. Shen Lingfeng nods that he can, while Zhou Yi asks the other Tai Xin, "How about you?" She replies, "No problem." Zhou Yi immediately instructs Shen Lingfeng, 5 rifts just formed on the left. Block them before. Use your dragon breath to suppress that exit. Tai Xin, take the 3 front right rifts where the ground is weak and current. Seal it up first. Both charge into action, as Shen Lingfeng yells excitedly, "All right, you punks, your mass." He swings his arm, launching roaring flames right at the monsters clawing out of the rifts. His fire blasts straight into the stone pillar, scattering the demonic miners. Zhou Yi then yells up to Lin Hai, pointing to, "That is where the demonic energy is thickest, so use elemental domain." She immediately raises her staff. Understood. Glowing icy magic circles manifest as her level 6's elemental domain starts completely. She summons crystallized elements to smash into the rift, triggering a secondary explosion that deals Lin Hai points her staff forward. The elemental energy surges towards the rifts, which are currently crawling with a swarm of. He decisively swings his sword, slashing them to pieces. Having watched long enough, Wan Zhen finally makes his move, concentrating power at his fingertips. Seriously, this is absolutely wild. They didn't hesitate for even a single second, launching a perfect. Chunyi continues giving orders. Shen Lingfeng, 3 more rifts just popped up on the left. Use your drag. Watching them, Wan Zhen is highly curious. How can Chunyi tell that the Shen family brat still has any strength? His flame dragon form is clearly halved and he can barely stand, yet he is still fighting with everything he has. Wan Zhen realizes he is completely exhausted, but his body still forces itself to execute the direct instruction. He absolutely trusts Chunyi and will carry out any command without hesitation. To him, this level 30 squad acts like a group of highly precise war machines, systematically tearing through. But that priest named Chunyi is the one who truly sends a cold shiver right down his spine. At first glance, his movement patterns look completely ordinary and standard. But in reality, he is maintaining a highly strategic, triangular formation the entire time. This clever structure keeps his 2 close-range fighters, Tai Xin and the Shen family kid, well within. Chunyi shouts out Shen Lingfeng, the second rift on the front left, top right by 3 inches, fire your dragon. Wan Zhen is filled with absolute admiration. Even under this pressure, he still has the mind to observe the entire battlefield, delivering commands that are terrifyingly precise. Watching the flashing sword light, he realizes something is insane. Fighting in high-intensity melee, there is no way this is the capability of a level 30 youth. Could he have commanded Legion-level battles before? No, his age just does not match. But looking at the sheer focus on that young boy's stern face, Wan Zhen could only conclude one thing: this level of precision had to be forged through endless, hellish training. Watching them sweep through this place, he realizes the 4 of them coordinate flawlessly smooth like flowing water. This is the kind of perfect synergy only forged through countless life-and-death battles. Wan Zhen looks back at his own past. Did his old team ever have synergy like this? He feels helpless. Maybe they did once, but when confronted by that epic tier mine and their own greed, seeing them constantly support each other, Wan Zhen can finally breathe easy. My dear Tixin, you have found real comrades, a team worthy of watching your back. Then, the final blow is on. As the rifts fade, Zhou Yi announces that the area is finally cleared. And this is where things take a terrifying turn. A massive weapon suddenly tears through the expanding rift, slamming down with as thick dust billows up. Everything happens so fast that Shen Lingfeng is left completely frozen. Tai Xin frowns as she scans the area, while Lingxi grips her staff tightly, staring warily at a massive creature holding a giant weapon drags itself out of the rift, smashing its club down and destroying everything in sight. You bastard, he yells. Do you think we are invisible? Its stats pop up, showing a level 42 legendary grade. Zhou Yi frowns, whispering that it is a level 42 legendary demon. Lingxi wonders why it is smashing the mountain. Tai Xin guesses that it is digging for something. Suddenly, Zhou Yi looks worried. This is definitely not a. It has a clear purpose. Zhou Yi recalls the hidden quest that activated his inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Quest 2, the unyielding will buried deep underground. Beneath the dragon's spine bearing the unyielding gauntlets are located within the Black Rock Mountains Dragon Spine Mine, where pure, high, whether it is this abyss demon or the monsters in the caves, the one thing they are all searching for in Black Rock Mountain is those unyielding gauntlets. Watch this closely. The second he realizes where those gauntlets are, he unleashes his true form, draws his sharp sword strikes, slash down on the demon's scales, but they remain perfectly glossy and Zhou Yi realizes that as expected of a legendary monster, its outer shell is far tougher than he ever anticipated. Switching tactics, he summons a massive forbidden spell circle. The moment Zhou Yi orders a complete ban, the demon freezes as it realizes it cannot move. Is the world itself rejecting its very existence? System stats display the A+ strings of order, a skill manipulating space to form a domain of absolute order. This domain forces all enemies to weaken while altering the laws of space. The demon panics, completely. This is impossible, it thinks. I have been reduced to a newborn, but Zhou Yi coldly cuts in. In my domain, Zhou Yi says, you are just a stubborn rock that takes a little effort to break. A glowing core shines within the demon's chest as it desperately clings to power. For the will of the demon god, I cannot be defeated by a mere human, it roars, spreading its giant arms to welcome the chaos. Hail the demon god, it screams, as the ground violently shakes, knocking T-Sin down while Lingxi struck. Her back slams against the hard stone. The demon stares down coldly, demanding to know what the human has done. It cannot believe a lowly human is actually threatening its life. Unbothered, Zhou Yi calmly retrieves This legendary artifact provides powerful soul protection and grants him constant energy regen. It even converts a portion of incoming damage into massive temporary stat boosts. The longer the fight drags on, the stronger he gets. But as the demon's giant axe swings down, screaming for the ants, seeing him rush forward to help, Taishin grabs his arm and begs her foster father not to interfere. She insists their second brother can handle it. But Wanzhen strongly disagrees that monster is level 42. She tells him that she trusts him completely, and that they must retreat from this place immediately. Taishin knows that if her second brother gets serious, he might just level everything within 100 miles. Shen Lingfeng grins, pointing out that Zhou Yi really is nothing short of an absolute monster. Wanzhen looks over in shock. The giant axe is completely blocked by a glowing shield, the S-tier Hand of Destiny, which he can summon the Fist of Destiny to completely neutralize that devastating blow, while also reflecting that shockwave back to its source. A giant hand manifests, keeping Zhou. Bubbles of raw power surge toward the demon as dark energy slices through its body, making it stagger backward. Shen Lingfeng thinks to himself, just one blow dropped the demon from level 42 to below level 35. Honestly, how many crazy trump cards is this guy actually hiding? Furious, the demon slams its giant fist down, igniting a magic circle beneath its feet as it screams, "Let us," heavenly demon wail, burning up its remaining life force and mana to summon a phantom projection of the deep abyss. Every living soul nearby will suffer constant spiritual erosion and an instant, unavoidable death sentence. As the hungry demons surge out, he calmly replies today, "In the name of justice." Above its head, a magic circle containing overwhelming power forms, raining down 10,000. The S-rank level 5 skill Justice Judgment summons a sacred magic circle, raining down blades of light. To finish it off, the Angel of Justice hurls a light attribute spear, dealing absolutely a massive orb of light condenses on the ground, unleashing shockwaves like a hurricane that knock the other three off. Wanzhen is completely shocked by this absurd display, wondering if a paladin can actually reach this tier of power. He stops, energy swirling around him, seeing the demon flat on the ground. It shielded itself with its back, making him ask curiously, "Why are you so obsessed with this unyielding gauntlet anyway?" The demon struggles to speak. "How dare a descendant of thieves even ask me that? You lowly humans." The demon Zhou Yi finds this highly familiar and says, "This is exactly like the demon at the mid-sized rift in Blackwind Valley, though Master never told me much." The demon, he decisively swings his sword straight down. "Regardless of any past grudges, from this moment on, I will protect this world. Anyone who dares to threaten my home." Hovering in midair, Zhou Yi notices a bright golden energy rising from the ground. He shoots a chain. Zhou Yi pulls up a set of golden claws. Shen Lingfeng runs over excitedly. "You are a total beast." Suddenly, an insane pressure crushes down, paralyzing him completely. "You can just..." Nearby, Tishin struggles to speak. "What on earth is this?" Zhou Yi senses an intense wave of killing intent. From the distance, a dangerous aura shoots toward him, but the wings on his back. While the treasure in his hand glows, someone blocks Zhou Yi, shooting wild flames straight from their palm. The little angel calmly blocks the attack as an angry voice roars, "How dare you stop me?" The girl replies that she speaks for. "Does your action mean you wish to break the divine non-intervention clause of the Twilight Treaty and interfere?" The little angel adds a cold warning, "If you deliberately violate this, my master will immediately summon the Council of Gods. At that time, you will have to explain your..." The crushing pressure instantly vanishes, retreating back into the stone crater as a menacing voice echoes, "Tell Zero that when I fully return..." The little angel smiles gently as the dangerous foe retreats. Turning back, she bows respectfully to Zhou Yi, saying, "Esteemed class awakener, my master, the god..." Somehow, he has caught the eye of a literal god. He cannot wrap his head around it. But why? Is it because of the divine artifacts he recently gathered, or his absurd combat stats? Or maybe his... Zhou Yi immediately checks if the system was detected, muttering quietly under his breath about this angel's rank. The little angel floats up, casting a brilliant light that sweeps over him. He is instant. Zero suddenly appears behind him with a casual wave. "Hi there, do not be nervous. This is just my backyard." Startled by her sudden presence, he kneels down to greet her. Zhou Yi pays his respects to the goddess of light. He decides to play his part perfectly, acting like a lucky, devout believer to subtly feel out her Zero replies, "You may rise. I told you there is no need to be formal. as a table and chairs materialize nearby. She sits down first, telling him to sit and chat casually since she hates tedious etiquette. Zhou Yi, he sits opposite her. Watching her sip her tea, Zhou Yi follows suit and takes a drink. Just one single sip, and his eyes light up completely. Zhou Yi feels a strange warmth surging inside as pure holy energy floods his core, directly strengthening. This tea is likely worth far more than any SSS ranked treasure he has ever heard of. Zero finally breaks the silence, explaining that she saw him back in the Tempest Mountains when he used divine descent magic. She notes how such a weak body dared to channel a divine mind to attack a far stronger foe, calling him incredibly. Tapping her fingers on the table, she admits her real surprise was his second-class advancement during that hopeless. Going solo into the demon realm and smashing their portal proved he was no normal genius. She asks if any other hidden gaze has been watching him all this time, a question Zhou Yi already knew. It is clear she suspects some reality-bending force is at play, even if she does not explicitly name a. Zero is using this vague question to pressure him, while he quietly glances at the system screen flashing in front of him. Still, he knows if she truly saw through his secrets, she would be trying to kill him right now, not The system alerts him that absorbing pure divine light has skyrocketed his experience, pushing his. As long as she cannot perceive the system, there is no way she can catch him off guard. Zhou Yi carefully chooses his words, explaining to Her Eminence that survival was his only option. He tells her of his deceased parents and his terminally ill sister, explaining that taking even one step back meant fall. With no other choice but to fight forward, he admits that even after his sister recovered, he never dared to let his guard. Zero listens closely to his genuine confession, realizing that only absolute strength can protect what is precious and keep him from ever feeling that helpless again. He adds that finding the Apocalypse Dragon Knight relics was pure coincidence, a twist of fate, which makes her smile and approve, calling him a clever child. She notes how duty, faith, and bonds can drive mortals. She accepts his explanation, confirming that those relics he recovered, the helmet and the gauntlet, belonged to their original owner was Carlos, her strongest Apocalypse Dragon Knight and the champion of war, who gave everything. Carlos sacrificed his life to gravely wound the evil god. It worked. The other deities 10,000 years ago, the demon god and evil god joined forces, triggering a catastrophic war across. Zhou Yi listens quietly as Zero explains the heavy price they paid to seal the dark gods. They imprisoned them but could not destroy them completely, meaning a prolonged war would have ruined all of existence. To ensure their survival, the dark gods signed the Twilight Treaty, bringing a brief era of fragile peace. And right here, things get serious, because those relics resurfacing means a second war is officially on. Zero emphasizes that the authority of war has chosen its master, and yes, that master is him. She advises him to collect the remaining pieces of the Dragon Knight inheritance. Doing so will unlock the path to the demigod realm and the power of war, leaving Zhou Yi absolutely stunned. Still, he asks why the demons are so desperate to seize that unyielding gauntlet in the first place. He also wonders why they call humans thieves, and Zero explains the demons acted under their god's orders to create a god's. By wielding the authority of war, the demons hope to forge an ultimate weapon to destroy the heavens. As for the ancient blood feud between humans and demons, she states that humanity must uncover that secret themselves. As she stands up, Zhou Yi follows. Even gods keep secrets. Just how deep does this wrap? Zero stretches casually and offers him a special gift as proof of his incredible journey to this sacred place. Suddenly, her palm glows. Close your eyes, because this divine baptism is about to change his life. Zero explains that this life-changing blessing can only be received once, making his entire body feel weightless and light. It feels incredibly soothing as the lingering demonic energy and old battle wounds melt away. Even the unstable energy from his second-class advancement is completely cleansed, finalizing his soul strength is permanently boosted, granting him maximum resistance to mind control, soul corruption. Zhou Yi feels like a piece of raw iron tossed into a hot forge, with every single impurity slowly stripped away. With his life foundation fully restored and reinforced, his potential growth for all attributes is permanent. All attributes are increased by 25%. His energy system reaches perfect divine harmony. The compatibility and operational efficiency of the premium energies inside his body have reached absolute perfection. He is completely stunned. This is not just a basic stat boost, a fundamental, qualitative shift is happening as he reaches. His vessel is evolving to withstand an even greater core of power. As Chun-Yi slowly opens his eyes, now watch this, his absolute ceiling of future potential is pushed to a whole new level. This is a literal divine blessing, a gift that no amount of rare resources or high tier. But as he looks down, he instantly freezes. Realizing he is completely naked, Chun-gi awkwardly. Zero tosses him some clean clothes and announces the baptism is finished. And from now on, you are the chosen one recognized. The deity warns him to remember that this is both a blessing and a heavy duty, since the sacred relic chose you. Chun-gi bows his head respectfully and replies, "This junior will absolutely not let down your highness's recognition." As a golden aura spreads across the area, Zero vanishes without a trace. Seeing him return, Tiat Tam calls out. Shen Lingfeng says, "Chun-gi, it is great that you are okay, but why has your hair grown so long?" Tiat Tam asks. She gasps in disbelief, "You vanished in a flash. We thought you got sucked into the rift." Chun-gi calmly reassures them, "Do not worry. I just went to meet the god of light." The statement leaves all four of the supreme, all-benevolent deity who governs every single rule of light in the entire universe. Is he seriously talking about the ultimate focal point of faith for every sacred class? Tiat Tam reaches out to feel Chun-gi. Ling Hai is just as skeptical, suggesting you must have gotten hurt in the fight and started hallucinating. Let me check your injuries. Meanwhile, Wan Zhen stands quietly in the back, sensing that even though Chun-yi only disappeared for a few minutes, you can feel it too, his presence has become purely divine, proving that his meeting with the supreme deity was absolute. He finds it hard to believe that a young priest barely past level 30 was actually summoned by a god. Blessed with such divine grace, this kid is guaranteed to become one of the top powerhouses in Zhongsha within. Chun-yi walks up to greet the elder as senior Wan Zhen, while Ling He admires his long hair, whispering from. He speaks apologetically, "I am truly embarrassed for causing such a massive mess in your residence, senior." The other three are stunned by his politeness, but Wan Zhen waves it off warmly. "Do not worry. You cleared out the demon." A sudden crack. The mountain behind them splits cleanly in half. Chun-yi continues, asking for guidance, senior. "When I obtained the bracer, I received a clue pointing to the. It is called the Star Ascension Platform. Do you happen to know where that might be?" He replies, "The Star Ascension Platform. Well, it is quite normal that you have never heard of that place. That is a highly classified realm reserved exclusively for Zhongshia's heavenly board ranking wars." Chun-yi eagerly asks him to clarify, prompting Wan Zhen to explain, "When you first entered the academy, while they are called two separate rankings, the Earth Board is really just a playground for students and casual. The real battleground for absolute powerhouses is the legendary Heavenly Board." He emphasizes that the Heavenly Board ranks the combat power of second awakened classes, and the platform itself is hidden deep within a heavily fortified zone of Zhongsha. Its entrance is heavily guarded by both the military and the top three guilds, accessible only via a. Inside the realm, a unique set of natural rules suppresses the shockwaves to prevent combat damage. Intrigued, Chun-yi asks, "How exactly do they compete? Do you just have to defeat a certain number of?" Wan Zhen smiles, explaining, "The rules are simple. You challenge ranked fighters, and if you win, you take their exact. The loser drops. The bottom fighter is kicked off." Raising 3 fingers, he warns of 3 ironclad rules. Anyone who breaks them faces a permanent ban. The top 100 receive government-funded resources, while the top 10 gain access to the deeper levels. That equipment you are searching for is highly likely to be hidden deep within that area. Chun-yi then points out a flaw. The old man smiles warmly. What a perfect coincidence. The 4th-ranked fighter Mak Na is an absolute battle maniac. His lifelong goal is to clash with every elite warrior, so he basically lives at the platform year-round. Once you arrive at the platform, you can just go ahead and challenge him directly. Chun-yi bows, thanking him for the crucial info, while Shen Lingfeng eagerly urges him, "What are we waiting for then? The entry requirement is the second advancement. And among you all, only Chun-yi meets the mark." He pats Shen Lingfeng on the shoulder, advising him he wanted everyone to act together, but instead of rushing, they should use this time to focus on completing their breakthroughs first. He calls out to Tyson she is close to advancing, just needing a tiny bit more consolidation. "Stay here in the Black Rock Mountains, and in 2 weeks, you will complete your second advancement." She glances at Chun-yi, catching his subtle look, and readily agrees to stay behind, prompting Shen Lingfeng to. He's heading back to the Shen clan to use their secret method for his second advancement, promising to challenge her to a duel. Taishin calmly accepts the duel. Lin Hai then chimes in, telling her brother she wants to return to academy first. She is already level 29, and her instructors have been urging her to return and prepare for her second advancement. She only delayed it because she hated leaving them, but now that everyone is pushing for their second advancement, Chun-yi readily agrees. As they prepare to board their ride, he waves goodbye to Tia Xin and her grandfather. When the ride arrives, he informs them it is the nearest teleportation point. As the teleportation array begins to glow, Shen Lingfeng and Lin Hai wave goodbye to Chun-yi from inside. Finally, some peace and quiet, though honestly, he is not used to it being this calm. Behind him, the teleportation array to the astral forest realm is about to activate, so all travelers must immediately. As he steps inside, the system alerts flash the hidden quest. Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. You have unlocked the Unyielding Bracer. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank Divine Bear. You have received 50 free attribute points and 50 skill points. The left and right. Equipment passive, Undying Rule. All incoming damage is forcefully reduced by 30%. Immortal Battle. Well, the longer the fight lasts, the stronger your defense grows, boosting damage resistance by up to 50%. The next hidden quest is activated. Legacy of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Part 3 Breath of the Gale. Void traces are left upon the heavens. Retrieve the ultimate speed to shatter all shackles. Find the firmament. Teleported to a brand new location, he pushes open the heavy doors of a bustling tavern filled with light. Zhou Yi sits at the counter, and the bartender quickly asks if this is his first time visiting. He simply hands over a letter. Mentioning the Star Ascent platform, the bartender's eyes glow a bright green as a notification chimes, confirming the referral source. Approved by Zhenyue Martial Emperor, Wan Zhen. Reading this, the clerk freezes in absolute shock. His attitude flips completely to pure respect as he asks Zhou Yi's name, class, and level. He registers as Zhou Yi from Suhong University, an arbiter, level 31. That number makes the clerk freeze. Level 31? Now watch him try to talk him out of it. He warns him that the average tier for placement matches and ranking battles at the platform is level 35. Entering now means facing a double disadvantage in both level and combat experience. On top of that, he adds, even if there's no penalty for losing the first trial, his initial placement rating will be lowered. This means high-ranking elites can reject his future challenges due to an insufficient rating, which severely limits his. Most people wait until they are fully prepared to ensure a win. So he asks if Zhou Yi is absolutely sure. A bystander nearby hears this and pipes up, his voice dripping with mockery. He tells him to listen to advice if he wants to live, mocking him to return in 3 years. The tavern instantly begins to buzz, laughing at his arrogance. They gossip about how arrogant kids are after their second advancement, as if slaying a few weak monsters. They even call his recommender a complete fool for sending a level 31 kid here. Ignoring their laughter, Tsunagi tells him to proceed, so the clerk silently obeys. Understood. Please follow me inside. The onlookers scoff, muttering that the foolish brat will come crawling back in tears soon enough. As they walk, the clerk explains that the Star Ascent platform is a state-sanctioned arena. Zhou Yi listens closely to every word, quietly scanning his new surroundings. This secret realm is split into 4 massive main zones, starting with registration. Then the combat arena, the rest lounge, and resource exchange, all run by a built-in power scaling system. It suppresses any excessive power from high-tier players over level 60 to keep all the matches completely fair. Every day, thousands of elite fighters teleport in from all over the entire nation. They all share one single goal, carving their names onto the heavenly list, where higher rank means power. To climb or protect their spots, intense battles break out constantly. The moment he steps up, the guide politely explains that he needs to head to the main evaluation hall next for his very first combat. This test will generate a detailed official report on his starting potential, while also deciding his matched opponents for the upcoming placement fight. Nearby, a young guy grins widely. Your fights back at the National Freshman Tournament were absolutely incredible, and I have total faith in your strength. Good luck out there. Before Zhou Yi can even finish thanking him, he vanishes in a flash of golden light. He silently remembers his last loss to rank 330 was just a tactical blunder, and he will The arena organizers are totally milking everyone, charging 2,000 mid-low tier coins just for a Zhou Yi looks up and spots a massive crowd as an automated warning reminds players not to stand around block. People crowd the walkways as a massive leaderboard flashes on screen. Real-time heavenly list. Rank 1. Rank 3 is Mi Tinger, currently offline. Then Xian Lin, also offline, and Mo Ya, who is actively in a duel. The leaderboard flips pages, showing rank 1005, Lai Guang, currently locked in a fierce duel. Rank 1006 is newly promoted, 1007 is offline, Qi Song is offline at 1008, while Li Jingyan is idle, and Tan Huohuo is on Do Not Disturb. Nearby, a player clicks his tongue in frustration. His rank just dropped 2 spots again, so he needs to Floating guide bots drift overhead, broadcasting instructions for all class holders heading to. Right ahead on the left is the arena entrance, where anyone can watch the active duels completely free of charge. Zhou Yi silently notes that this place is way more organized than the messy adventurer guild. Having strict, clear. When Zhou Yi stops at the evaluation hall, Some nearby players instantly lock their eyes on this level 30. You just know some random guy is going to look down on him, and yep, he instantly calls him a total noob. Zhou Yi thinks, let's see where I actually stand, if we're going by the government's official rating standards. At the gate, a staff member calls out his name. Next up, Zhou Yi, please enter the testing zone. He immediately, as soon as Zhou Yi steps inside, the system updates identity verification complete. The floating screen displays a list of options. Please select your testing mode. Option A, basic stat scan, and finally, Option C, holographic combat simulation. Knowing exactly what he wants, Zhou Yi, it is the most realistic choice. As the holographic simulation loads, 3 enemy avatars, a system voice warns him to survive the simulated enemy attacks for 60 seconds. Your final score will be calculated by hits taken, reaction time, and energy efficiency. After a quick countdown of 3, the examiner watching from outside is completely stunned. Picking combat simulation right away, this kid must, but the status update on his screen tells a completely different story. Round 1 cleared, now generating round 2. Inside, Zhou Yi dominates. He easily grabs both holographic opponents, slamming them down hard. Their bodies instantly dissolve into thin air. At the same time, the system flashes round 2 cleared. His jaw drops. Completely open. 9 seconds and he is already moving on to round 3. Panicking, the examiner frantically taps on his console, wondering if the system has bugged out. He immediately, you have to see their faces. They are completely losing their minds as someone blurts out how strong he is. Did he just instantly wipe out 3 elite assassins? Can a level 31 player really move with that kind of insane speed? As round 3 begins, Zhou Yi observes his opponents. They are no longer acting individually. One simulated fighter swings a heavy sweep right at Zhou Yi, while a mage launches blazing fireballs, pure frost. A thick layer of ice spreads beneath his feet. Zhou Yi strikes first, throwing a heavy straight punch to obliterate the front enemy. Outside, the onlooker, controlling his power with terrifying precision, he does not waste even a single drop of energy. Notification update round 4 cleared. As round 5 loads, he stomps down and crushes a holographic. Just like that, round 5 is cleared. System alerts keep flashing. Round 6 done. Now generate. With a single punch, he blasts away the simulated enemies. Chung-Yi stands proud as the screen updates. 60 seconds flat. All targets destroyed. Evaluation complete. Now, he waits. Outside, the crowd holds their breath, waiting. Suddenly, the screen flashes with his detail. Class Arbiter. Level 31. Mode Holographic Simulation. Base stats Strength 806, Constitution 845, Agility 850, Intelligence 890. Strength and Constitution both S rank. Agility S rank, Intelligence S+. Overall rating triple S. This exceeds all standard measurement limits. The crowd is completely losing their minds right now. Honestly, a triple S rating? That is just pure madness. I have watched these tests for 5 years, and this is the first real triple S rank I have seen. 860 strength? Insane. What kind of monster is this guy? His stats are basically level 45 tier. Is the machine broken? Who could possibly believe these numbers? But then, the screen flashes. Calibration complete, and the result confirmed. Chu Engyi gets starting authority for the high tier zone. Instantly, a guild leader report this to the higher-ups immediately. We have an absolute monster of a genius here. We need him. System notice unlocked eligibility to challenge the rookie heaven board. Ranks 91 to 100. This sends shockwaves through the room. He skipped the beginner and mid-tier zones entirely and went straight to the top. No way. Back in my day, I had to grind from rank 2000 for 6 months just to get here. Meanwhile, Brother Chu, our Bloodbath Guild is showing total sincerity here. We will open our entire A-rank skillbook library for you. But please, what good gear does a tiny guild like that even? Brother Chu, our Thunder Guild has weight. The sharp click of high heels echoes. Ngung Tom steps in. Priority resources, one-on-one master training, 3 S-rank skill books of your choice, and full access. But as she looks at him, she freezes. Chung-Yi smiles and greets her long-time no-see, Deacon Tu. Ngung Tom laughs dryly. Why is it you, you little monster? Nearby, other members whisper. Suddenly, some guy remembers. Chung-Yi. He is the personal disciple of the former leader of the team. No wonder. So he is that top-ranking freshman. But even for a top rookie, these stats are just unreal. She quickly drags him away from the whispering crowd. Seriously, kid. You always manage to pull off the unexpected. How many hidden trump cards do you even have? Chung-Yi just smiles modestly. It is mostly luck and a solid foundation. Ngung Tam rolls her eyes, completely speechless at his modesty. She reminds him that the old president left orders. Even if he does not join them, he still gets full. She offers combat analysis on any top-ranked fighter. Just ask, and she will deliver. Chungi Nungtam leans in, asking what massive stunt he is planning at the Star Ascension platform. He does not even try to. He is targeting rank 4 on the heaven board, Mo Ya. She freezes, then laughs. Only you would aim. Leading him into the private Tianvu lounge, Nungtam pours a glass of red wine and offers it to him. Want a drink? She asks. Chungi politely declines, saying he is fine. Mo Ya guards the platform year-round. While he never turns down a fight, you cannot just. The platform has a 10-step celestial rule. She breaks down the basics on the heaven board. Every 10. Rule number 1 states, you can only challenge someone who is exactly 1 tier above your current standing. Thankfully, his triple S evaluation lets him bypass the low-rank grind, letting him challenge anyone, take them down, and you can move on to the elite tier. But if you want to reach Mo Ya fast, if you secure an overwhelming victory, the system grants you a one-time right to skip a rank. You can completely bypass standard rules and launch a challenge against much stronger opponents. Win that skip challenge, and the system grants you yet another token. It is a brutal fast. Chungi asks curiously, so as long as I reach the legendary rank, I can challenge Mo Ya right away. Ngung Tam shakes her head. She pours another glass of wine and explains that the immortal tier has a special rule. In other words, Zhou Yi has to break into the top 10 of the heavenly board before he can challenge Mo Ya. Swirling her wine glass, Ningxin adds that Mo Ya will definitely accept. Zhou Yi replies with a simple got it, but she warns him that the Star Ascension platform is not a place for death matches. It lets players reject unwanted challenges as many times as they want. But for anyone ranked, if you enter the platform and do not participate in any matches for 24 consecutive hours, the system will immediately. When that happens, your rank automatically drops by 10 spots, which Zhou Yi realizes is pretty fair. It stops people from stall camping to keep their rank. But Ningxin warns him that while rules are fair, she is worried because his triple S rank evaluation is already public, meaning a massive wave of players will now try to hunt him. Some want the fame of beating him, while others will be paid by rival guilds to wear down his stamina. They will spam him with non-stop challenge requests. Talk about a brutal gauntlet. But Zhou Yi just nods. Thanking her, he receives a special item from Ningxin as she teases him for being so cold to her. This represents the absolute highest level of authorization for a Tianyu Guild observer, letting him review recent battle. Taking it immediately, he thanks Sister Xiao warmly. She casually waves it off, saying the stronger you are, the more prestige Tianyu gets. But leaning close to Zhou Yi's, she asks if he managed to clear the entire assessment without activating a single one of his special combat forms. Ningxin admits she is already pitying his future opponents. Meanwhile, his terminal displays rank 92. Standing up, Zhou Yi says he has to go, but curiously asks Ningxin if sweeping his way straight to the top 10 today would. Grinning, Ningxin says flashy. If you actually pull that off, your name will be splashed across the national. Zhou Yi freezes up at her words, his voice naturally rising a bit in surprise. As he heads out, Ningxin immediately reports his arrival to her higher-ups, stating his assessment scored a perfect triple S. I just briefed him on the rules, and now he is already challenging rank 92. No, I am not worried about him at all. In fact, looking at the rapidly updating terminal of incoming challengers, Ningxin has a feeling that the ranking screen displays ranks 71 to 80, showing that 71st ranked Yan Jingchen is currently offline. 72 Corenzo is currently matching, while 73 Fongjin is busy. 74 Mohican is currently fighting, 75 Thunder Leopard is open, 76 Venus and 77 Loel are offline, and 79 Acela and 80 Shinmai are both active. Suddenly, a voice from his pocket suggests targeting rank 70. Acela is a level 41 alloy warrior. He has an old spine injury that causes a 0.3-second energy lag at full power, giving Zhou Yi an edge. But Zhou Yi, surprised by his bold pick, she simply sighs and pulls up the file for him. Level 41 Thunder Boxer, a Black Panther beastman with insane speed and heavy strikes, boasting a furious thunder dominate armor that doubles his. I really do not recommend him. He nearly crippled his last challenger a week ago. The beastman easily loses control once his armor is active, but Zhou Yi responds, I can manage. He directly addresses the robot terminal in front of him, requesting to use his leapfrog challenge right against rank 70. The robot immediately processes the request and sends the invite. A moment later, it chimes challenge accept. The match will start in 10 minutes, pitting rank 92 Zhou Yi against rank 75 Thunder Leopard. The surrounding crowd, what in the world is he thinking? This guy literally just finished a match, and now he is jumping straight into the elite. Onlookers start murmuring, pointing out that Thunder Leopard fights with a brutal, do-or-die attitude. Is this newbie trying to break a record? Or does he just have a death wish? Suddenly, his massive opponent arrives, landing right in front of Zhou Yi. The beastman proudly claims to have watched his previous match. The beastman asks why he is not curious about his reaction, but Zhou Yi counters, "You are probably going to say." Stunned by the snarky comeback, Thunder Leopard quickly shakes his head in denial. He snaps back that against his level 42 opponent last week, he only used 70% of his power. Before he yells that Zhou Yi is the first to make him go all out, as his massive body lunges straight forward. Telling him not to die too quickly, he strikes, leaving an onlooker to panic that Zhou Yi is totally finished. But our main character just calmly watches the lightning-fast charge, tilting his body back slightly. Loi Bao is in total shock. He actually dodged it. He fires off his lightning punch technique, but a single devastating punch hits Loi Bao square in the chest, forcing him out of his transformed state. Right, that monster used that exact same move on me. Did everyone see that? It was the exact same uppercut. Dude, lie down first. You're literally coughing up blood, Loi Bao stammers, completely speechless as Zhou Yi smiles warmly and says thanks for holding back. Loi Bao is blown back. Fight time 5 seconds. 1. With the system announcing a successful leapfrog challenge, Zhou Yi officially takes the 75th spot on the heavenly leaderboard. Earning a bonus leapfrog challenge right, the crowd erupts in absolute chaos. That guy got taken down in 5 seconds to take down Loi Bao. He didn't even use any fancy skills, just a single kick, and everyone remembers Loi Bao's insane lightning armor form from his last glorious win. Just last week, watching through his binoculars, Lam Nung sighs, "Man, I'm seriously jealous of the Thien Vor Guild for landing a and let me tell you, this kid's ambition is honestly pretty terrifying." Send word to the Stone Shield Thark Keen, he might be next on the hit list. His subordinate asks if they should. There is absolutely no reason to make an enemy of the Thien Vor Guild. Meanwhile, our main character did that gauntlet challenge strategy the sister mentioned start this quickly? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi commands the system. Looking over the hero rank rankings from 51st to 60th, he decides to burn his leapfrog challenge right. The 51st rank Thark Keen is available. 52nd rank Trung Trien Von is currently in combat, and 53rd rank Enla is 54th rank Vung Fifi is busy. 55th rank Medaland is open. A notification blinks, confirming Tharkeen has accepted, and the match is set to begin in 10 minutes. The matchup screen lights up, displaying 75th rank Zhou Yi versus 51st rank Tharkeen. Tharkeen? The guy with a legendary defense who literally tanked a mythical tier beast for 20 whole Yeah, the unbreakable rock shield, Tharkeen himself, the crowd murmurs. This is insane. These rookies today. Over in the recovery tent, someone hands a slice of melon to Loi Bao, asking if he wants some. But he's face down on the bench, he mutters. How did he shatter my lightning armor? How is that even possible? His name. Loi Bao snaps, I'm not eating. Right then, Tharkeen steps onto the stage with an incredibly bulky You are pretty strong, kid, but your run ends here. My defense is completely unbreakable. The moment the match statistics appear on screen, battle time 10 seconds, 2 clean hits, absolute domination, 100%. Leapfrog challenge successful, Zhou Yi wins. Officially ranked 51st on the leaderboard, as a defeated Tharkeen limps into the recovery room, Loi Bao sighs, slaps his hand to his forehead, and I completely understand how you feel right now. Meanwhile, looking at the main leaderboard, the crowd starts whispering. He went from a raw rookie to the legendary hero rank in under 30 minutes. The notification reads, we've seen geniuses before, but this guy is a total monster. Who's he even aiming for next? Is he seriously about to jump straight into the epic tier? Just then, Zhou Yi receives a stream of congratulations. Congrats on reaching hero rank. You are officially the 3rd fastest climber in the history of the Star Promotion Tower. The system representative explains that the top 2 were legendary 3rd awakened masters from ages ago. Plus, they had entire elite guilds backing them up, while you did this entirely solo. Defeating Tharkeen means the commander tier from ranks 41 to 50 is no longer a challenge for you. She highly praises him. Your performance today is already terrifying enough, so why don't you rest tonight and continue tomorrow? But a leapfrog challenge has been sent to 33rd rank Dai Duk. Awaiting his response, she sighs helplessly at that name. 33rd rank Dai Duk, the master of chains, a level 40. Just make sure you do not get pinned down. The system updates immediately. Dai Duk has accepted, and the match begins. The screen shows 51st rank Zhou Yi versus 33rd rank Dui Duk. Stepping onto the field, the veteran introduces, cupping his hands respectfully, he greets him back. Zhou Yi, teach me well. A mechanical robotic voice. Dai Duk slams his foot hard against the ground, instantly forming a massive magic array. Chains erupt from the magical seals, shooting straight toward him. Just as they are about to lock onto him, as those chains shatter, Wei Di unleashes a grand delaying curse, dodging the chains that are still trying to strike him. Meanwhile, his opponent cranks up the power, doubling the local gravity. He stacks mana seals, mental shock, shadow shackles, and a chaos curse, meaning even a simple blink. Zhou Yi just frowns, calmly observing the chaotic situation. Wei Di claims that Zhou Yi only won earlier because his opponents let him punch, but he never planned on letting him get close. A magic curse shield appears around Wei Di. That's when Zhou Yi speaks up, asking if any action really triggers them. Wei Di looks up in shock as a sword appears in Zhou Yi's hand, activating his angel form as a divine judgment, as the light of heavenly punishment slices the curse in half. His grand curse shatters as a beam of light flashes past Wei Di, triggering another massive, violent explosion. As Wei Di collapses, the system announces a fight time of 1 minute and 38 seconds. Zhou Yi wins, taking rank 33 on the heavenly board and rising to epic tier. Ningxin watches this in awe, noting that he defeated a level 45 spellcaster in just 5 moves. She remembers how he used to lie there unconscious, yet in just a few short months, he has undergone a— If the Blackwind Valley battle happened again, he would walk away untouched, while Wei decides that he had prepared 27. Each skill even had 3 different follow-up variations. Yet Zhou Yi shattered everything with just a single strike, leaving Wei Di standing up to admit he has never utterly defeated. Wei Di bows, and Zhou Yi humbly thanks him. Watching his opponent leave, Zhou Yi realizes that after level 40, combat is less about raw power and more— Although he wants to challenge everyone on the board, unfortunately, time is running out. You have to wonder if he is actually crazy enough to try jumping straight into the mythic tier next. Everyone knows the absolute lowest level for mythic tier is level 50, which is a completely different world. Yet Zhou Yi, his previous opponents are left completely speechless. While in a luxurious private room, his opponent this time is rank 11, the formidable Lu Ruyan. New information flashes on the main board showing that ranks 11 to 22 are in the legendary tier, with rank 11 Lu Ru. This includes rank 12 Wang Faxuan, rank 13 Zhang Kuncheng, and rank 14 Song Huidao, who are all, along with rank 15 Jia Ruoying and rank 16 Alex, but the system announces that Lu Ruyan has already accepted the match. The fight starts in 10 minutes, sending the arena into complete chaos as people yell that he must be insane to challenge Lu Ru. Is he really going against the gatekeeper of the heavenly board? The same Lu Ruyan who wiped out an entire demon tide? Epic and mythic tiers are simply on entirely different levels, making Lei Bao wonder if Zhou Yi actually— Wei Di believes that even if Zhou Yi does not win, he definitely won't get crushed, admitting that the kid probably— He admits that while it briefly looked like he had trapped Zhou Yi, the kid was actually just playing along to— Wei Di declares that this guy is completely beyond common sense, and right as Lu Ruyan steps onto the stage, rank 33 Zhou Yi versus rank 11 Lu Ruyan, as she coldly stares him down while Zhou Yi silently evaluates. The heavy atmosphere between the two of them instantly plunges into dead silence. He silently thinks to himself that this opponent is way too quiet, having faced countless experts who were arrogant. As Zhou Yi looks over at Ruyan, she feels completely different, just standing there doing absolutely nothing. He is certain it's not just her staring, but rather that no matter where he stands, she seems to track his every move, while the fans below go wild chanting her name, bragging about paying 10 times the price just to score. His friend laughs, thanking him and calling him the best, before asking who that random kid standing on the opposite side of the arena. The name sounds totally unfamiliar, but others warn that he is an absolute beast, earning a triple S grade on his first evaluation. Ningxin reports over her radio, confirming that everything is currently going incredibly smoothly on their end. The other side replies that the defensive barriers for this mythic battle must be maxed out, urging the Tier 3. The arena beneath them is strengthened with energy stones, erecting a massive 7-layer defensive barrier. Once complete, any attack below level 60 will be absolutely unable to penetrate the defenses. The announcement rings out, reminding them of the rules. Forfeiting, staying down for 10 seconds, or getting knocked. The robot announcer tells them to get ready, and their playful vibes vanish instantly. The moment the start signal, Nuyen raises her hand, blasting waves of blue energy forward, but Zhou Yi blocks every single shot with his shield, charging lightning right at his fingertip. He calls down a massive strike directly onto Nuyen. She charges straight through the thick dust cloud, completely untouched. Suddenly, her gun materializes in her hand. The glowing orb streaks straight toward Zhou Yi. A blinding explosion erupts right in front of her. Quite confident in her attack, a smirk plays on her lips. He triggers his B-tier Holy Fist combo, forcing Nuyen to quickly raise her arms and block. The impact is so intense it shatters the floor beneath them. She grits her teeth, pushing her power to Zhou Yi remains completely calm, maintaining his pressure before suddenly launching a swift kick straight at her ribs. Showing off some pretty insane agility, she slips right behind him, pressing her gun barrel directly against his cheek. Not over yet. He stands there completely unscathed, silently calculating that his own speed attribute after even a peak tier 2 reincarnator would struggle to keep up. And yet, she is actually moving faster than him. He remembers her devastating move that crushed the Type 2 Dark Gear. On top of that, all her attacks so far were B-tier skills, clearly trying to force him to reveal his trump. But wait, she suddenly leaps away, leaving explosive orbs floating all around Zhou Yi. They detonate in unison, sending massive shockwaves everywhere. But Zhou Yi stands inside his barrier without a scratch. Her twin guns spit out a continuous stream of bullets, all of them locking onto Zhou Yi. He smoothly sways to dodge them. She coolly analyzes his movements, 7 trajectories, dodge, no mercy. She immediately ramps up her fire rate. Seeing this, Zhou Yi counters by slamming his palm onto the ground. Golden energy surges as he activates. Looking down from above, she calls out to him. Neither of us are the type to be taken down by these basic moves, so show me your real strength. Launching her S-tier skill, massive ballistic rounds stream towards him. Deciding that he has tested her limits enough, Zhou Yi finally draws his sword. He unleashes a vertical slash that detonates the bullets in mid-air. Planting his sword into the ground, answering her challenge, he unleashes his next move as massive golden chains erupt from the ground, surging. Trapped, they instantly coil around her, sealing her inside a massive golden cocoon. Once inside, she quickly realizes that this energy cage is forged of both raw lightning and holy power. Though she is immobilized, she spots a weakness, but it is just a trap. A strange blue aura swirls before just 4 seconds inside, and all 4 of her core stats have already dropped by 1%. Realizing they will keep falling, she crosses her twin pistols to channel all her energy into one massive blast. Aiming straight down to shatter the central joint, she pulls the trigger without a second thought. A massive explosion. Can you believe she is actually breaking his trap already? A breach tears open as raw power surges out, forming a massive energy sphere heading straight for him. It is many. Zhou Yi summons a giant divine hand above him to block the impact. Breaking free, Nu Yen too slow. As the massive golden palm descends to crush her, she readies her firearms once more. 3 beams of pure destructive light pierce straight through the giant palm. The shockwave is so violent that spectators can barely stand, leaving a massive, sunken handprint crater. He frowns, realizing she just bypassed 3 of his S-tier skills in a row. It is clear that the gatekeeper, noticing his expression, she asks if she surprised him, before announcing that it is finally her turn to unleash an S-tier skill. Her weapon shifts dramatically, expanding and glowing with heat as it transforms into a massive, future. Several massive warheads lock on at once, carrying a dark, ominous energy as they fly towards Zhou Yi, who deploys. The system warning flares Phantom Flash, an S-tier bombardment with armor-piercing energy that completely ignores all. Wait, what? Surprised, he realizes his shield is useless as a massive explosion rips right through his defense. Glowing orbs hover around Nu Yen, crackling with raw, suppressed power. She claims that instant payback. Zhou Yi suddenly appears right in front of her face, leaving her completely blinded as her gun is loaded in an instant. But as the barrage of bullets flies in, Zhou Yi easily deflects every single shot. That is one incredibly dangerous S-grade skill. If his gear did not forcibly cut all incoming damage by 30. For the first time, Lu Ruoyan's calm face cracks. Surprise? Definitely. Gear that cuts 30% of all damage? How can that even exist? Meanwhile, her endless barrage gets completely shredded by. The staff warns that the barrier is fluctuating wildly, requesting 3rd advancement mages to reinforce it. High-ups approve the reinforcement, but the energy stones are draining too fast, giving them only 10 seconds left. While the staff scrambles to get extra approval, Zhou Yi grits his teeth as several stray bullets graze right past him. Lu Ruoyan narrows her eyes, aiming with absolute precision, but he suddenly lunges inside her guard and grabs her wrist. He drives a heavy punch straight into her chest. With a sickening crack of bones, Lu Ruoyan is sent flying. Landing hard, Lu Ruoyan realizes he is holding his own even while blind. His battle instincts are forced damage reduction gear? It is real. She needs to be 40% stronger to stand a chance. He is a total monster. Zhou Yi makes his next move. Since his accuracy has dropped, his only option now is a glowing circular sigil blazes on his chest as his S-grade Justice Judgment skill envelops the entire arena. Frozen in shock, Lu Ruoyan quickly snaps out of it and leaps into the air to dodge the blades. She grits her teeth, desperately weaving through the deadly downpour. Looking up at Zhou Yi, she realized if she keeps dragging this out, she will get torn to shreds. There is only one safe zone left, directly beneath. Slipping right into his blind spot, a faint blue light begins to gather in the palm of her hand. So he has damage reduction, does he? Fine. She will throw everything she has got into this next blow. A misty blue aura erupts around her as massive floating rocks materialize, locking around Zhou Yi while every single barrel locks onto him, priming to fire. The system alerts flash with her ultimate skill. This is an S-grade wide-area saturation strike, firing condensed energy bullets that can easily rip through almost. Once the energy charges to maximum, Lu Ruyan commands them to fire, launching a devastating wave of explosive Even with closed eyes, the blinding flash cuts right through. He snaps them open, releasing a massive shock. Every single gun barrel is cleanly sliced apart. Not one shot touches his skin. Are you seeing this? He literally froze every single energy bullet solid, completely shutting down the goddess. Her ultimate domain attack has never missed before, yet this guy just broke it. Is he not a priest? How does he use ice? A sword manifests in Zhou Yi's hand as a massive guardian spirit rises behind him, and he speaks. The holy energy on your body made it incredibly easy for me to pinpoint your exact location. Lu Ruoyan, a pillar of brilliant holy light crashes down. Paralyzed. She cannot even move. She curses under her breath. She is not physically bound, her survival instincts are just totally paralyzed by Looking at the incoming strike, Lu Ruoyan knows a direct hit means instant death. Yet Zhou Yi just stands there, looking. He calmly tells her it is over as his blade hovers inches from her face. Falling to her knees, she mutters that she yields. The system announcement rings out, confirming Lu Ruoyan's surrender. The winner is Zhou Yi, earning his mythic grade qualification. The entire crowd gasps in disbelief, wondering if the goddess actually lost, and that crazy priest pulled off the impossible. Hearing the deafening cheer, the legendary mythic grade gatekeeper was actually defeated? Unbelievable. A quiet voice suddenly whispers in Zhou Yi's ear, warning him not to move because his eyes look extremely dangerous. Lu Ruoyan warns him that her bullets do not just blind people, they actively corrode the nervous system. Yet he did not just survive it, he won, proving he is a terrifying opponent. Zhou Yi politely, without his gear advantage, he would have lost today. Lu Ruoyan shrugs it off, saying a loss is a loss. She then curiously asks if his next. She gives him a friendly warning that Mo Ya is easily twice as fast as she is, so he better prepare well. Watching the amazing duel unfold, Ningxin contacts her associate to report his massive victory. Meanwhile, the previous contestants he defeated are left in deep regret. Why did I ever dare to talk so big in front of him? Lei Bao thinks, glancing sideways at Dewey. Quiet down and just eat. Mythology rank tier from 11 to 22, rank 11. Now Zhou Yi can challenge rank 12, while Lu Ruyan can go ahead and challenge rank 13. Wang Fuxuan can challenge rank 14, Zhang Mincheng can challenge rank 15, and Song Huidao is cleared to challenge rank 6. Jia Hanying can challenge. Zhou Yi sits resting in a luxury room. A faint light glows around him. The updated buffs show slow healing, divine blessing, and glory of God. His stat window pops up, revealing all his details. Zhou Yi, Arbiter class, level 32, 11th on the heavenly board, with a triple S. Zhou Yi's record lists wins over rank 11 Lu Ruyan, rank 33 Black Wei, rank 51 Shijian. And check this out, after beating Xiao Yichen, his win streak hits 5, and the rewards start completely flooding his screen. For his win streak, he gets one Class A resource chest, and for reaching mythic level, one class that includes another Class A skillbook and 2 legendary materials, along with 4,000 points, an exclusive title, and hero tier rewards. Which means another Class A skillbook, 3 gold tier weapons, 3,000 points, an exclusive title, elite 1 gold tier weapon, 1,000 points, an exclusive title, and even rookie tier promotion rewards, like a Class B skillbook, 1,500 points, and an exclusive title. Zhou Yi thinks, these rewards. So Zhou Yi decides to ask Deacon Xiao to send everything over to Yuner later. Ningxin opens the door and walks into the lounge, bringing him a drink. In just one day, he shot. If anyone told me this yesterday, I would have thought they were completely insane, she says, gently. This is a special drink made by a second-class priest at the guild headquarters. It recovers 50%. Zhou Yi takes it and thanks her. Ruyan sits down opposite him and asks, you are a big celebrity at the Star Ascent. He just stares blankly, waiting for her to continue, making Ningxin sigh softly. What a boring man, she mutters. He looks down at the newspapers she brought, with his own face plastered all over the front. Zhou Yi is surprised a guide to defeat me. Ningxin reveals that someone actually took videos of his 5 matches. Sales are great, she says. Zhou Yi smiles and they think watching that means they can beat me? She explains that at least they will understand his style, but she knows without even asking that he has not revealed his real Zhou Yi quietly sips his drink. Suddenly, a new challenge request notification pops up. Challenger Mo Ya. Status accepted. The match is set for 7 p.m. tonight. Both fighters must arrive on time. He confirms the notification. Mo Ya has already accepted. Hearing this, Ningxin frowns deeply. 7 p.m. tonight, she warns. That gives you 3.5 hours to recover. Plenty of time for me to... Ningxin spills everything she knows about Mo Ya. He is a level 54 Shadow Blade, nicknamed the Shadowless, with a record of 200. She pulls up her tablet to show him. Every single one of those 22 losses was against the third-ranked expert. In their first match, Mo Ya lasted barely 1 minute, but in their latest clash, he held out for over... A battle recording of Mo Ya plays, showing his intense duel against the former 4th-ranked expert on the league. His opponent was a level 54 elemental mage, when Mo Ya was only level 51. You are not going to believe his skills. His signature S-class Shadowless step, he moves without leaving a single trace, only revealing himself when striking. His other skill, S-class, that move actually sliced clean through a legendary weapon of the same tier. His combat style is simple. Never let the enemy find you, and by the time they do, they are already dead. Ningxin adds that he has one more secret card, which he has only used once against the third-ranked ranker on the heavenly board. The domain was completely iced. I have a feeling that is his ultimate one-shot move, but it failed back then because his level was too heavily suppressed. Zhou Yi quickly replies, I understand, thank you. Ningxin continues, I have already sent you all of Mo Ya's public battle footage. Take your time watching them, I will leave you to it. But she stops to add, there is one more thing you should keep in mind. My scouts reported that an underground betting pool for your fight with Mo Ya has already opened. Strangely, Zhou Yi is quite surprised by this, but Ningxin reminds him that Mo Ya is ranked 4th on the heavenly board. Normally, in a showdown like this, placing your bets on the seasoned veteran is just common sense. Before walking away, Ngung Tom adds a quick note. The thing is, tons of people who watched your 5-match, even the most practical crowd at Thang Tin Dai is no longer just looking at levels and fame. Over on Macna's side, a massive crowd of reporters has already surrounded him. They are practically shouting over each other to ask if he has anything to say about tonight's clash with Chung Yi. Everyone wants to know his thoughts on the dominant rookie Chung Yi, especially since Chung Yi fought 5 back-to-back. Under these conditions, the press wonders if he has an easy advantage, making Macna scowl at the end. When asked for his final evaluation, Macna stays quiet for a second before giving a blunt answer, winnable, not. His incredibly brief response leaves the reporters completely stunned, just blankly staring at one another. As Macna walks away, they start whispering about how the mute dual blader lives up to his name. One warns, high-tier classes have super sharp senses, so what if he hears you? Besides, it seems like he just answered. The scoreboard flashes rank 4 Macna versus rank 11 Chuni. And just like that, Chuni steps onto the main stage. The announcer robot recites the standard rules: surrender, stay down for 10 seconds, or step out of bounds, and you lose. Lethal forbidden arts are strictly banned. Before the robot even finishes, Chung Yi charges right in. Macna is already striking from behind. Chung Yi spins around to counter, but his opponent vanishes once again. Chung Yi is getting tense, even with his holy light active at maximum power. He still cannot sense us. So what's the play here? He has to light up the floor to flush him out of hiding. Heavy chains materialize above Chung Yi and shoot out in every direction. Macna moves. Chung Yi scowls, frustrated that he cannot get a clean hit. Suddenly, the chains pinning down on one side, a barrage of razor-sharp blade light flies straight at Chung Yi, forcing his chains to snap back and form. He quickly triggers a massive burst of flame around his body, and the heat manages to catch Macna's fading shadow. Finally, Macna shows himself to face Chung Yi directly, asking a surprising question: just how. He continues, you know exactly where my shadowless step will land, how to force me out, and how to dodge. My attack habits, the angle of my daggers, you predicted it all. Honestly, how many of my videos did you? Chung Yi replies, every public clip since you hit the mythic tier, 43 matches in total. Macna smirks. Hearing this, the rookie points out that Macna probably did the exact same thing. But Macna counters. His eyes widen as Macna lists off clips from his high school exam, the National Freshman Tournament, and even internal training sessions totaling 217 matches back when he was barely level 10. Chung Yi is stunned. Macna explains that everyone has to start from somewhere weak before growing strong. Your combat instincts, movement habits, and skill preferences were certainly not built in a single day. He leaps backward, stating that truly understanding an opponent means looking beyond their absolute peak performance. He never underestimates anyone, not at level 10 and not at level 50. Anyone standing in this arena deserves my absolute best. This revelation leaves Chun-Yi completely speechless. Has this guy all just for one match? Manhwa declares that if Chun-Yi can predict him, then he can do the same. Round 1 ends in a draw. He admits he was only testing the waters earlier, but now that Manhwa is dead serious, he is going all out too. Manhwa is totally fine with that. That is exactly what he wants. With round 2 kicking off, they both lunged forward at high speed. Clashing midair, their raw power unleashes massive shockwaves that violently slam against the arena. Terrified staff members immediately report the failing state of the shield. Energy stone consumption is 3 times higher than expected, and 4 of our 7 defensive barriers have already shattered. The spectators are completely lost. They cannot track the speed of the fight at all. Looking down from above, 2 opposite forces. Wait, is this insane clash really something a level 32 player can pull off? Just then, Manhwa he realizes that despite being only level 32, this kid's raw power is monstrous. His defenses and elemental control are way above average. Still, Manhwa does not back down. Chun-Yi knows all too well that when Shadowless Step reaches a completely undetectable level, it becomes extremely tough to counter. He stands on high alert, warily scanning the area for Manhwa's sudden ambush. Zhou Yi furrows his brow, refusing to let his guard down. Raising his sword high, Zhou Yi realizes he still can't sense his opponent. With no sign of Manhwa, he wonders which direction. Suddenly, a shadow. Right behind him, Zhou Yi spins on his heel, barely blocking the blade. Manhwa looks absolutely confident. He swings his sword, unleashing a sharp wave of energy directly at his target. Startled by the speed, Zhou Yi ducks backward to dodge, and both fighters quickly create a safe distance. Without a single second of hesitation, Manhwa presses the attack. Charging forward, Zhou Yi blocks. Before he can recover, Manhwa flashes behind him again, bringing his blade down. Zhou Yi raises his arm to block. They lock blades in a tight struggle until Manhwa violently flings Zhou Yi back. Staggering, Zhou Yi, his eyes open, cold, deadly. Manhwa unleashes a terrifying glare. Crisscrossing waves of energy slash forward, forcing Zhou Yi to brace himself against the impact. A bright explosion erupts right in front of Manhwa. But Zhou Yi is already leaping off the enemy's energy wave. Outside, the staff gasp as the 3 protective barriers around Zhou Yi suddenly get wrapped in chains. He squeezes, chains tighten. Zhou Yi pulls them completely taut. The chains slam deep into the ground as Zhou Yi lands. Meanwhile, Manhwa recalls the 217 videos. There's absolutely no way he survives this continuous slashing combo. Unless, Manhwa thinks, Zhou Yi activates his immortal soul imprint, temporarily boosting all his basic attributes by 8%. Notifications flood the screen, activating Divine Thunder, Celestial Prison Chain S, Court of Order A. If he can't match his opponent's speed, he decides to use wide-range attacks to block every escape route. Condensing a fireball in his palm, Zhou Yi slams it into the arena, shattering the floor as destructive energy surges. Just as Manhwa prepares to strike, his entire body suddenly freezes. Zhou Yi keeps pressing. Look at that massive ice dragons rise up, backing Manhwa into a corner as his speed gets completely shut down. This guy is doing everything to force a head-on clash. Zhou Yi raises his sword high, linking it with the magic. He yells out, if the attacks are dense enough, you won't be able to dodge them all. His S-Class judgment skill rains down 10,000 swords, tearing the ground apart and sending debris flying. Manhwa uses his agile speed to dodge the falling swords, but the next blade pierces right through his side, landing firmly. Zhou Yi radiates an overwhelming aura. He raises his glowing weapon high once again. Pure energy surges from his chest into the blade, while chains rise up to bind Manhwa's thigh. Trapped, he can only watch. Manhwa sees the massive blast coming. Stamping his foot hard, Manhwa closes his eyes and raises his sword to gather a massive amount of dark. It is time for a head-on clash. Nungtum frowns as purple lightning and dark clouds suddenly warp the sky. She is terrified. Is he actually unleashing that forbidden move? Even Zhou Yi can feel the suffocating pressure rising. It far exceeds any attack he has ever faced as countless strikes begin to rain down from above. A notification flashes for the SSS class skill Heavenly Fall of 10,000 Blades, summoning a massive array covering 100, lasting 3 seconds. Every single slash tears through space itself. Manhwa waits in the shadows. His blade is the absolute law. But thinking about it, even Manhwa feels a bit embarrassed. What on earth is he thinking? Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the very space where No time. He must find him. Fast. Manhwa is completely hidden, but since the Heavenly Fall is still active, he must still be on the stage. 3 pillars of dark energy erupt from the floor as staff screens flash red with urgent warnings. Wall sealed, completely secure. The mage quickly reinforces the shattered barrier. Zhou Yi recalls that out of 43 matches, Manhwa used this ultimate technique in only 3 of them. In the first match, he took half a step back with his left foot before casting. The second and third matches were exactly the same. All 3 clips show the exact same habit to keep his balance, proving he is completely stationary while casting. He must still be in the exact same spot. Dodging the incoming slashes, Zhou Yi knows that if he gets close before the outside, someone anxiously wonders if he is really going to endure the full force of the heavenly fall. That is total self-destruction. Chungi is closing the distance fast, narrowing it from 50 meters down to just 1. Manhwa stands right there while still completely invisible, placing a cold hand directly on his opponent's shoulder. Chungi smirks caught you. Manhwa completely freezes up, unable to speak, as a massive hand covered. The crowd is totally stunned. Even the defensive mages maintaining the barrier outside are leaning in, frowning at the chaos. Then the heavy dust finally clears, revealing a massive, shallow crater carved right into the dirt. Chungi drops down, driving his sword straight toward his opponent's ribs. Everyone gasps in absolute shock. Both of them are complete psychos. Manhwa takes a brutal stab to the shoulder, but then he suddenly starts laughing out loud. Chungi drives the blade deeper, immediately cutting the laughter short. But something feels wrong. His magical energy is shifting. Manhwa smiles. I didn't want to show this, but you earned it. Here is where things get really crazy. Dark bubbles of magic suddenly float up, completely flooding the entire arena. Outside, the crowd is shouting, what's happening? We can't see a thing. Someone yells back, it is that move he... Back then, staff reported his magic levels spiking completely off the charts, easily breaking past the triple S. Nungtom frowns deeply, realizing Manhwa's ultimate trump card has become way stronger since they last saw it. Dark bubbles spill over the arena roof. Manhwa chuckles, keep this a secret for me. Chungi blocks his face to shield his eyes. Only when the bubbles start glowing with a vibrant color does he finally look. An entirely different dimension unfolds before him. The whole place is filled with cute decorations, it looks like a giant amusement park. Chungi freezes in shock, noticing tiny, childish footprints pressed. What on earth is happening here? Is Manhwa's supreme trump card seriously just an amusement park? Seeing him hugging a giant, shaking it off, Chungi immediately raises his guard. No matter how cute it looks, this trick is highly dangerous. Plus, this is an actual physical. Suddenly, his holy energy starts draining away. Chungi stands frozen, surrounded by dozens of stuffed. Their cute, innocent faces instantly turn twisted and demonic. Sharp, bloody claws swipe at. The stuffed bear explodes into pieces, followed by a swarm of hard candies flying at his head, which he easily blocks. With crushed candy covering the floor, he cannot help but wonder, why is Manhwa using such basic, weak attacks on him? Behind him, the carousel suddenly roars to life. The wooden horses accelerate. A screeching noise rings out. He blocks his ears. It is a mental attack, the immortal soul seal. While the bears swarm him, a system alert flashes, soul seal active, soul resistance boosted, mental damage highly. Sharp fangs sink directly into Chungi's forearm. Grunting, he swings his blade to slice the annoying. He shoots heavy chains from his palm to block the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light. Now things get really trippy. That bright beam hits Chungi, and suddenly, the creepy part goes completely. Chungi wonders, is Manhwa's actual trump card a playground? It does not fit his dark style at all. Still, Chungi refuses to let his guard down. This place is He looks at a deep gash on his arm. When did he even get this? His holy aura is supposed to cover his entire body, but as a pack of wild teddy bears lunges, he quickly slices them, and then that strange light flashes again. Chungi freezes up, remembering the look of absolute terror on He was just holding his opponent a second ago. Where is he now? Sinking into deep confusion, he stares at the unexplained wounds all over his body. Next to a giant toy, scanning the creepy park once more, Chungi spots several stuffed bears glaring at him with empty, glowing eyes. They instantly lunge at his legs, one sinking its teeth into his thigh, as a starlight beam suddenly bursts from. He raises his hand to blast the creature. Meanwhile, colorful bubbles fill the entire sky. The bubbles reflect his completely dazed expression. In an instant, his arms and legs are covered in blood. He looks down at his bleeding arm. Just a second ago, he was fighting Manhwa. Now he is suddenly trapped here with highly bizarre wounds that do not match anything Manhwa could have landed on him. His holy barrier is down by 30%, and his gauntlets show signs of heavy use. Staring at the star-shaped scars, he realizes plenty of enemies can hurt him, but the only person who would use wounds to draw clues on. This is not his first time here, and Chun-Gi just uncovered a terrifying truth. To be exact, he has been here countless times with his memory wiped, getting attacked the second he wakes up. With time running out, he has to use his own physical wounds as a reminder. Huge flames erupt right from his palm, engulfing the entire theme park as the system detects the aura of the Why is he so shocked? The Thuong Kung Chien Oa is not in the Heaven Board rewards, but on Mac Na? Chung-Yi pieces it together, the system mentioned Thang Tin platform, because Mac Na is always stationed right. Does Mac Na even know? Either way, Chun-Yi decides he absolutely must seize that Thuong Kung Chien Oa. As Chun-Yi's body slowly recovers, several toy bears start creeping out from under the rubble in the thick dust. Suddenly, something moves with insane, blinding speed. It is a toy train and model dinosaurs, all coming alive to attack. They charge at him, but Chung-Yi leaps high as the toys crash into each other, relentlessly chasing him in a This relentless, zero blind spot assault is just too similar to his own Kin Nuk Chi Hak. In that case, let his own Kin Nuk Chi Hak clash with this playground of yours. Glass shards fly forward as red ribbons tightly bind the bear's limbs, courtesy of a newly summoned mage who just stepped in. Next, more characters emerge from the mirror fragments: Lady Hong and the three evil assassins. Then come Bloodwolf, One-Eye, the sorcerer, and the heavy-armored shield warrior, all giving their absolute. The sorcerer channels power through his staff, trapping the toy bears inside a magic circle. Meanwhile, the assassins deploy their swift speed to hunt down the survivors. The shield warrior blocks a mass. Watching their flawless teamwork from above, Chung-Yi can see the entire park turning into pure, chaotic Just as Lady Hong slices down a huge bear, smaller ones rush to take its place. Their red eyes glow in the dark, and though One-Eye swings his sword to block the severed bodies of two bears immediately, he notices their regeneration speed is dropping quite a bit, and the newly spawned dolls are not only smaller, but their power field. The domain's energy is fading fast, meaning Macna cannot hold out much longer. Balloons float up from the ground as Chun-Yi checks his gauntlet with concern, but the unyielding gauntlet still cannot. The system is never wrong, meaning there has to be another layer. Ready for what comes next? This playground is only the first level, he says out loud. Mac Nya, I know you are here. Listing off the first level's features, Chung-Yi mocks, this domain of yours is pretty amusing, with pink candy, plushies. I always thought the fourth-ranked shadowless Mac Na of the Heaven Board was just a cold-blooded killer. In a teasing tone, he jokes that he did not expect him to hide the soul of a little princess inside. Standing right at the top of the carousel, Chung-Yi casts his gaze out into the distance. He moves along, adding that it actually makes total sense, since acting tough all day requires a private hobby. Do you love plushies or just the color pink? He asks, sitting on a wooden horse. Do not worry, your secret is safe with me. Mac Na shows up, frowning as he asks why he is doing this, since it is definitely not Chun-Yi's. I have studied 217 of your match videos, and you have never used such cheap provocation. You just wanted. Chung-Yi casually retorts, well, it worked, did it not? And immediately swings his sword to strike. Mac Na instantly retreats, moving with such blinding speed that he leaves nothing but a glowing afterimage behind. Chung-Yi closes the distance, forcing his foe to block as Mac Na remarks that fighting him is pretty fun, so you will be the very first worthy of entering that place, so I hope you do not regret it. But Chung-Yi silently as complete darkness swallows everything, Chung-Yi is suddenly dragged into a new layer. Here we go. Pushing Mac Na to the edge really paid off, and suddenly, a flashing light bulb reveals a hideous, menacing face. Deep inside its gaping mouth glows a faint spark, the unmistakable aura of the Thuong Kung Chien Oa. As Chung-Yi's footing shifts, the scenery warps instantly, and inside a quiet bakery, a little girl hugs her father and calls. She asks if her favorite strawberry cake is ready yet, but the man just stands frozen, completely stunned by his sweet daughter's voice. Asking what is wrong, Bao Ni gently touches his cheek, reminding him that she is his beloved daughter, the absolute Wondering if he is sick, a flood of memories suddenly rushes through his mind from the day he was born, taking his first steps, working endlessly just to get by, pouring his heart into selling tiny pastries. He is so content after opening a sweet bakery, then falls head over heels for a customer. She is a mystery lady buying pastries, her face totally blurry, and soon they get married until the memory He weeps in absolute agony over his wife's lifeless body. Suddenly, that tragic memory floods his mind while, Daddy, Daddy. The little girl bursts into tears, crying out for her father. He instantly recognizes his daughter, Bao Ni, as She leans down to ask if he is happy she picked him up, as massive information overloads his brain. He is 7-year-old Xiaoran living in Qingjing. His dad is a construction worker, and his mom works as a Though they are not rich, his parents love him dearly. His absolute favorite part of the day is together, they would play on the swings. He absolutely hates green peppers, always secretly picking them out of his bowl, but she always catches him, laughing and teasing that if Xiaoran does not eat his green peppers, he will never. He has a secret. He wants to become the strongest class user to protect his mother. The boy stumbles backward, his head pounding in severe pain. His mother asks in deep worry, "My baby, what is wrong?" Suddenly, the scene shifts to a day he is beaten half to death by thugs who shout, "You filthy beggar, how dare you block my—" Another thug agrees, yelling to teach this beggar a lesson. He can only curl up and take the beating, knowing nobody. 15 years ago, he actually had a home. His wife raised their child in the countryside, while he worked tirelessly at it. Though the work was grueling, sending his hard-earned money back home made it all feel completely worth it. But a sudden, severe illness wiped out all of his savings, leaving him helpless on a hospital bed. His wife's face grew colder daily. Once his illness cleared, their money was entirely gone. When he returned to the site, he found out the contractor had replaced him, and his wife had packed up their child and vanished. Zhou Yi is utterly confused, wondering if he is really a beggar, and why these memories feel so incredibly No, he cannot possibly be a beggar. Is he actually old Zheng? No, that is not right. Who am I? A sharp slap lands as someone yells like, "I care who the hell you are." The scene shifts to a magical fairy realm. Even as elves guide him, he is still lost in his identity. Even when the memory shifts to him getting stabbed to death by a man yelling, "A debt must be paid. Did you think you could escape?" An absolute onslaught of details pounds his brain, and here is where things get completely overwhelming. You are Wang Er. You have a daughter to raise. You are Xiaoran. Your mother is waiting. You are old Zheng. No, as Iris, protecting the forest is your sacred duty. You are Grom. For the tribe, you must fight. Imagine being Zhang Wei, still needing to hand in that project proposal tomorrow. Endless random names completely take over. Suddenly, one of his hands is bitten by a spirit. You are Li Tieju, a coal miner who dug coal for 40 years, and your lungs are already pitch black. Next is little Su Xiaoxiao, dead on a hospital bed at just 15 before ever visiting an amusement park. An old woman living alone in an empty house, waiting for her son for 8 long years, but he is never coming back. His shoulder gets bitten by another ghost. You are Zhao Dayong, the worker who fell off a construction site while Zhou Yi's heart is bleeding. Who am I? Who on earth am I? More dense information floods in. You are Lin Xuying, the woman kidnapped and sold deep into the mountains. You are Wang Jiangguo, a taxi driver who lost his job. On the day your daughter got into college, you broke. All those restless spirits swarm around him. You are Widow Zhou, the poor woman who sells tofu. Your son became an elite class user but refused to recognize his own mother. You are Lu Ergu, a street thug. You cannot even write your own name. You are Agel, a girl from the steppes dreaming of becoming a singer, but ended up from Li Tieju to Su Xiaoxiao, from Granny Chen to Zhao Dayong. They all echo. Suddenly, bright light erupts from Zhou Yi's forehead as a massive ice dragon emerges. Completely a voice echoes out, telling the kid to wake up. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhou Yi suddenly snaps back to his. The voice warns him that all of those memories are fake, and only his own life is real. He finally calms down. Only now does Zhou Yi truly realize how terrifying Mo Ya's domain actually is. It is not a who am I, after all, he wonders, staring at his body as his wounds slowly regenerate. The first level of his domain only causes memory loss. But the second tier forces memories of entire lifetimes onto you, each feeling incredibly real. There is hundreds of raw emotions and deep obsessions, each one feeling as if I had personally lived through. Staring at those tragic souls, he uses their real lives to completely crush mine. He forces me to be someone else, feeling their deep agony and regrets, only to lose myself in all this stubborn grief. Glaring at Mo Ya, Zhou Yi decides to completely. A freezing cold envelopes the area, and sharp stone pillars erupt from the ground. They freeze those illusionary bodies solid, sharp ice piercing straight through them while frozen faces shatter. Standing tall amidst the sharp stones, Zhou Yi steps toward Mo Ya, who is now half frozen. Maintaining this domain must drain way more than just your mana, right? He mutters in pure admiration. He sighs that Zhou Yi is truly the most terrifying person he has ever met, but Zhou Yi cuts him off, raising his. It is over. His heavy sword swings down. Both of them crash back into the arena, hitting the floor in a massive cloud of dust. Everyone is left completely shocked. Are they fine? Mo Ya actually lost. But Zhou Yi looks completely battered. What happened to him? The scan drone casts its light over them, confirming both are unable to fight as the system processes. The rapid beeping makes the tension suffocating as one girl gasps, covering her mouth. Supporting himself with his sword, he forces his body up. The system declares Zhou Yi the winner. This is absolute madness. Zhou Yi actually won. He just completely took down the 4th rank of the legendary heaven. A level 32 actually beat a level 54 Mo Ya. Ningxin smiles softly at his victory. Watching him stand there, whispers break out. They are saying Zhou Yi is Wang Hui's disciple from Tahong University. Wang Hui was a total monster. Starting tomorrow, the name Zhou Yi will spread like wildfire across the entire Zhongxia nation. Soon after, Zhou Yi is placed inside an energy recovery pod. The system chimes that treat Zhou Yi suddenly bolts upright, and hearing the noise, Ningxin quickly steps inside. Just think about this in a single day. An absolute nobody became a legend, completely breaking the national forum. You should see how they are losing their minds, she says, firing off rapid questions. Is Zhou Yi really with the Tianwu Guild? Where did Tianwu find this absolute monster? Leaning in closer, she laughs that she did not even say a word before they started imagining the wildest theories. Those old geezers spend every day trying to outdo our Tianwu Guild, but your single match is enough to make them jealous for a whole. It is about Sister Uwat, he starts, but she turns away, explaining that the old president was too busy to guide him. He always felt quite guilty, she adds as he steps out of the pod, saying he understands. While Zhou Yi gets dressed, Ningxin reveals that the old guild president has still been keeping a close eye on him. She holds out an envelope, explaining the old president asked her to deliver it to him, and he quickly takes the letter. The letter reads, Zhou Yi. By the time you read these words, you have probably already defeated Mo Ya. Rising from an absolute nobody to the top 4 of the Heaven Board in just one day, your growth speed has... But I am not writing this to praise you, because there is something critical that you absolutely must know. I discovered that Lu Xuan from Blackwind Valley is connected to the Holy Spirit cult in Longfang City. To make things worse, someone has been digging into your personal files. They are definitely an enemy. My real concern is the shadow organization backing him. Once they realize you were the one who crushed the threat of the Holy Spirit cult and Blackwind Valley, endless assassination. But if you were a guild leader yourself, the entire board would change. Messing with you would mean declaring war on the entire guild, though I am not trying to rush your decision. However, if you already planned on building your own power base, the time is ripe. No matter what choice, just call on me whenever you need help. Zhou Yi frowns, realizing that if Lu Xuan allied with the demon clan, if that is true, starting a guild is no longer just an option, it is an absolute must. Mung Tum asks curiously, what did your old... He replies he wants me to start my own. She is pretty surprised, though it is about time. With his current reputation, the moment he leaks the news, applicants would probably line up all the... Mung Tum offers to help, pointing out that the first batch is critical, so they should prioritize quality. Zhou Yi agrees. Time to get to work. The system suddenly rings, activating a new achievement quest. Requirement 1, create a guild, 0 of 1. Requirement 2, recruit 100 members, 0 of 100. With that, now, Zhou Yi stands outside a closed door, his hand gently resting against the cool metal doorknob. His expression is completely calm as he recalls what happened. After Mark Na's second domain collapsed, right there, he found the legendary weapon. Obtaining that mythical item completed the Warflower Firmament objective, which immediately triggered a legendary hit. Ready for this step 4, Holy Light falls into Eternal Night Abyss. The dragon soul whispers within the shattered ruins find the edge that severs fate. As the Apocalypse Holy Sword points, he ponders deeply. Getting the weapon gave him the clue for the next step. But where exactly is this? There are countless rifts in the country, making this search almost impossible. Zhou Yi sets the thoughts aside. Forget it. Present first. This is Mark Nya's hospital room. A voice calls from inside. Enter. As Zhou Yi steps inside, Mark Nya looks up and gasps, "Oh, it is you." Our protagonist quietly notes that Zhou Yi knows how the world works. Even if Mark Nya has no clue, he cannot just take it for free. He pulls out a few glowing books. These are a gift for you. Mark Na's eyes widen as he instantly recognizes an S-rank skill book, epic gear, and even mythical grade equipment. The treasures practically gleam in front of Mark Nya. Doing this makes Zhou Yi feel a bit better, treating it as fair compensation. Suddenly, Mark Nya's face falls as he sits frozen. Zhou Yi frowns, waiting. The guy's whole body is trembling. Mark Nya suddenly bursts out laughing. I can hear the gears of fate turning. He screams, I finally understand. Understand what, exactly? Mark Nya confidently declares, you defeated me. which proves you have the absolute right. In his crazy logic, gifting these rare treasures is simply Zhou Yi's way of showing off his sincerity and talk about a hilarious misunderstanding. Zhou Yi gasps in shock, while Mark Nya he solemnly declares I, Mark Nya, the embodiment of speed and the king of shadows, hereby accept. Zhou Yi desperately tries to correct him. Hold on, when did I ever recruit you? But Mark Nya cuts him off. The guy acts like he knows everything. News of Ngung Tum helping him recruit members has already I know your character well. You are playing an incredibly massive game here. You definitely do not just want to build some average guild. You want an organization powerful enough to completely. Mark Nya confidently lists off his strengths, and as the ultimate king of shadows, the physical embodiment of speed, I am the right-hand man you need most. This actually works out perfectly for He gives a forced laugh. Even if this guy's brain functions a bit weirdly. There is no turning back now, and this might actually be a win. Mark Nya seals the deal immediately. Silence means yes. Thumping his chest hard, he declares from today on, my blade is your blade, and my shadow will serve. When darkness falls, the two of us joined together will surely be unstoppable. They shake hands, officially sealing. Zhou Yi grins warmly. All right, welcome to the team. Mark Nya beams with endless confidence. I knew you would say yes. After all, who could possibly refuse the absolute loyalty of the Shadow King? Zhou Yi just plays along. Then he suddenly remembers, oh right, have you thought of a guild name? I suggest Shadow Sanctuary or Zhou Yi facepalms in defeat, declining politely. I have not decided yet, but I want something pretty simple. Mark Nya keeps rambling excitedly, throwing out names like Abyss Judgment or Blade of Destiny, until Zhou Yi The guy blinks, completely caught off guard. What was that? Zhou Yi repeats clearly our guild name, Holy Judgment. Mark Nya looks like he just achieved instant enlightenment, shouting I get it. Zhou Yi gets a bad feeling, wondering what did you. The eccentric warrior shouts passionately. Holy represents the sacred light and holy judges, while judgment means you want to tell the world that our guild will be a sword of justice walking the earth, passing judgment on all unfairness. That name is loaded with deep meaning, humble on the surface, packed with sharp hidden potential, and when the critic. Zhou Yi simply replies, it is just because I'm a paladin. Secretly, he wonders how this guy managed to dream up so much crazy. The guy completely freezes up. Wait, is that really it? Zhou Yi's next words slice right through the chest of. It is just a name. Keep it simple, direct, and easy to remember. Mark Nya is completely devastated by this. That hurts worse than death, Mark Nya groans. But Zhou Yi locks it in no changes. The holy judge, sitting up on the bed, Mark Nya says, since I joined, I should show my worth. He raises two fingers. I spent 10 years at the Star Ascension platform and gathered two main things. First, personal connections with I know them like the back of my hand. Take rank 87, an absolute defensive wall, with a calm, He used to be in a guild, but they were way too arrogant. They took on a quest beyond their limits, leaving fewer than 10 survivors. Now, he constantly searches. To recruit a guy like that, we absolutely have to show massive power and reliable protection. Then there is rank 63, Alice. She is a total genius but incredibly proud. The only way to recruit her is to beat her until she is completely humbled. There are other top rankers with massive power. I feel like they are totally underrated and just need a chance. Sooner or later, they will break into the top 100. Snatching them up early is the best move. He adds that he also knows some powerful retired pros who are ready to handle our logistics or act as coaches. With them, we can build a solid foundation. Zhou Yi is left completely speechless by this mass. I thought you were just a quiet, battle-crazy lunatic. But you are surprisingly detailed. Mark Nya smiles. Who is strong, who is weak, their weaknesses, and how to recruit them. This is just basic survival stuff. Besides, you cannot judge a book by its cover. You can never truly measure the deep ocean. I am not someone you can read in a single glance. But if you are tired of listening, let us move. So, what is the second thing? Mark Nya sighs, looking slightly emotional. I accumulated a massive, turned into supplies. It is enough to run a small guild for 6 months. You are young, so I guess I will have to help you out. Zhou Yi secretly celebrates. With these resources and his own savings, the guild actually has a solid start. Mark Nya proudly asks, is my welcoming gift big enough for you? Zhou Yi nods gratefully. It is more than enough. Way more than enough. Zhou Yi is extremely curious. With your incredible talent, you could easily join a top guild like. What is the fun in joining a finished product? Mark Nya explains that joining an established guild means following someone else's rules and constantly taking. Plus, Mark Nya leans in, inspecting him closely. The very first time we met, I felt this strange power. Zhou Yi is totally taken aback. An aura? Mark Na admits he cannot explain it, but just standing there doing absolutely nothing makes you stand out. You have this magnetic, staring at him like he is literally glowing. Mark Na reveals I even came up with a name for it. And with a proud grin, he drops the title the Overlord's Sovereign Aura. Zhou Yi feels like he just got struck by lightning. His face drops in utter embarrassment, but Mark Na is still grinning. A mix of royal grace and absolute domination. So we call it the Overlord Aura. Zhou Yi. Outside, sunlight pours over the hospital. Inside, Mark Na starts spreading out. Now, look at this. He actually drafted the official guidelines for their Holy Judgment Guild, copying the. Zhou Yi looks over the quest tiering, contribution points, promotion system, and rewards. Mark Na smirks, saying of course it is. But Zhou Yi steps in, wanting to adjust a few key things. He points out a major change members get 70% of the profits, and the guild only keeps 30. Most guilds split 40-60, and shady ones take even more, Mark Na warns. But Zhou Yi calmly explains his vision. A guild should protect its members, not just be a cash cow. They are the ones risking their lives on taking the lion's share is only fair. That 30% for the guild is plenty to keep us running and cover. He adds plus, the guild will set up a mutual aid fund. It covers members who are disabled or killed in action. This fund will make sure their families, even temporary members, get the same benefits as official ones. Mark Na asks in total disbelief, are you? Zhou Yi truly values every single person. These classes trust me with their lives. So, do you know how most guilds treat class users? Mark Na goes completely silent. Zhou Yi directly exposes the tools sent to die. Some guilds take dangerous missions and only recruit temporary members for them. If they die, they get a tiny payout. If they survive, they get used again. Zhou Yi shares, he recalls that painful past. His dad had a pretty low level, only able to join temporary adventure. They threw him on the front lines to take the hits. During a bad mission, a beast tide struck, shattering the formation. Mark Na listens in silence. Zhou Yi continue. I went to demand justice. But that guild claimed he was just temporary staff and did not pay a single cent. I will not let a. Zhou Yi concludes, when poor, focus on yourself, but when successful, help the whole world. That, Mark Na quietly repeats the saying. He knows it all too well. In his 30 years of life, with 10 spent, he watched geniuses fall, corrupt cowards succeed, brothers tearing each other apart, treating human lives like absolute garbage. He used to think the world was just like this survival of the fittest. Seeing Zhou Yi right now, the guy looks like a straight-up savior. With his insane talent and strength, he could easily just look out for himself. Yet, here he is, saying this. Mark Na carves those words into his heart, moved to the point of tears. If you can actually do this, I will. Mark Na speaks up, understood. I will write this into our rules, and no one will ever touch it. He shifts the topic, by the way. The Chu family must have plenty of talented kids. Should we prioritize recruiting? Zhou Yi flatly refuses. No, we cannot take even a single member of the Chu family. Mark Na is stunned. Zhou Yi explains my sister Chu Van is the young head of the Chu family. She needs her own people, her own team. The Chu family is her main support for the future. Mark Na notes it down all right. I will avoid after the new year, I will hand you a brand new guild. Zhou Yi is surprised by the timeline. Wait, the new year? Mark Na looks completely baffled. Do not tell me you had no idea the new year is literally in a few days. He replies that he has been so incredibly busy, he forgot all about the date. Then, Zhou Yi immediately announces, I need to make a quick trip back to Tianlan. Mark Na reassures him, I have got things covered. As he heads out, Mark Na calls after him, right, remember to bring back some Tianlan specialties for me after the holiday. With the main plans locked in, Mark Na collapses onto his bed in relief. This guild of ours is pretty awesome. Zhou Yi heads to the teleportation gate and steps right through. Now, he casually strolls down the streets. Last month, the Chu family shut down another corrupt guild. That guildmaster was actually a second transition class user. That is what they get for stupidly picking. The gangs around Tianlan are either wiped out or voluntarily surrendering. A shop owner chimes in while, most importantly, the Chu family is actually fair. My son is working in their mines. The pay is much. Someone at the next table agrees absolutely. Now that the Chu family is running Tianlan, we actually have some real hope for. Honestly, you love to see it. The old, run-down streets are now filled with quite a few brand new buildings. The Chu family guards patrol with high spirits, completely different from a few months ago. Seeing him return, Chu Van happily runs out to greet him. Brother. He catches her as she throws herself into his arms. He says, I am back. Chu Van's eyes tear up. You are finally home. She excitedly starts catching him up on everything. Last month, we completely wiped out the Black Tiger gang. Their leader tried to run, but I led my people and blocked. And that is not all. We raised the pay for the mining areas, so now tons of people are begging to work for us. He praises her. That is amazing. I heard all about it on my way back. Suddenly, Chuvan remembers, oh, by the way, it is my very first time hosting it, so please stay by my side, okay? Zhou Yi agrees without a second thought, of course. She wraps her arms around his waist. I knew you loved me the most. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, devastating beams of light are tearing a massive castle apart. Someone runs holding a baby, while behind them, panicked voices scream to get out because the palace people were corrupted. So Neen watches this cold and detached, as her battered follower drops to her knees begging, Your Majesty, please save us, save us. So Nien gently touches her cheek just as terrifying roars echo from outside. Leading them is a demon soldier. So Nien frowns at the sight as her vision blurs, leaving nothing but that spine-chilling laugh. Snap back to the present, where a girl is heavily bound, her wrists and all four limbs pinned tight by thick ropes. Hanging there suspended in mid-air, Sonyan's voice cuts through the quiet. Having another nightmare? How much longer can you last? 1 day, 2 days, and then I won't even need you to free me. I'll break out myself. The girl spits back before I die. I'll drag you down with me. Sonyin just lifts her chin. I was born and raised in Trunghar, and I will absolutely never betray my homeland. And that traitor from the Hung family will be torn to shreds sooner or later. Well, I wish you luck then. Let's check in on Zhou Yi, who's currently pushing his limits against hologram clones inside his mirror prison. Zhou Yi recalls telling his mentor yesterday about meeting the God of Light and the heavenly apocalypse, the actual, living God of Light? Keeping the system a secret, he explained how the deity summoned him and mentioned he was certain. His mentor cleared his throat, praising him as expected of my disciple. You are the only class holder. Vung Hui explained that even Tier 3 class holders usually only get to communicate with deities from afar. Getting a face-to-face audience is incredibly rare, but that spatial rift you mentioned is likely a medium or... He pulls out an envelope. The energy levels in small-scale rifts are just too low to contain divine tier treasures. With your current strength, you are more than ready to challenge a medium rift. Meet me after the new year, and I will take you to clear a medium rift to find your clues, Vung Hui says. I heard your guild has been established, so take this as a gift. Zhou Yi happily accepts, thanking his men. I have some business to attend to, let's talk next time. Zhou Yi politely bids goodbye, then curiously opens the envelope. Shocked by the contents, he reads the floating island land deed, which officially gifts the Sky Dome platform island, located right at the Har-VM Alliance headquarters. Situated in the 7th airspace at an altitude of 3,200 meters. The property features 1 main island, 3 sub-islands, along with a teleportation portal and a permanent B-grade defense barrier. With an independent mana core, Zhou Yi knows 90% of guilds in Trunghar can only scramble for tiny corners on The rest of the guilds? They either fork over billions of dollars or fight tooth and nail just to secure a tiny spot on their own. Yet here his mentor is casually gifting him an entire, fully independent floating island without a single care in the world. This entire setup must be worth at least 100 billion, a truly priceless present. This private island is going to be the ultimate recruitment billboard for his guild, and Mark Na will definitely be thrilled. Wondering how his old friends are holding up? Well, look who we have here lounging over at the Thumb Estate. You guys have no idea how creepy Blackwind Valley actually is. Someone serves him tea, which step inside, and you are immediately lost in a completely different world. Meanwhile, another sister, Shen Lingfeng, shares that they even visited the Heavenly Dao sect, that mysterious and secretive sect that normally, as an older sister gently brushes his bright red hair, he boasts now my close friend, Tong Harlan, is running. He is surrounded by 4 beautiful women, Shen Mei, Shen Ru, Shen Shang, and Shen Mu. Shen Mu curiously asks, is that Zhou Yi really that strong? Shen Lingfeng smugly replies he is decent. Shen Mei exposes him. You kept complaining he stole your top scorer title, so why do you respect him so much now? He quickly denies it. So you are basically his underling now? Blushing furiously, he immediately fires back. What do you mean underling? We are teammates. She pats him to calm him down. Fine, you two are teammates. Then Shen Mu chimes in. You should be the one leading Zhou Yi. He objects. 4th sister. It is not what you think. Shen Lingfeng feels deeply grateful, adding he saved my life multiple times, and thanks to him, I have grown way stronger. She counters, but you are a young master of the Thumb family, while he is a nobody. Suddenly, a call. This man is the head of the Thumb family. Shen Lingfeng bows deeply, greeting him as family head, then looks up into his Tham Thuong can feel it. The boy, Shen Lingfeng, has a totally different look in his eyes now. Sitting down, the old man says getting out there is what makes a real man, then asks what his plans are. Shen Lingfeng reveals his plan, saying he wants to enter the Forbidden Zone for a full awakening. The Tham sisters turn in complete shock, gasping in unison. Tham Mai quickly steps forward to question him. Are you serious, Shen Lingfeng? She asks. The others join in, begging him not to talk crazy. Do you even know how terrifying that forbidden ground is? Shen Lingfeng, she cries. I am absolutely not. Tham Mai warns him that the area is deadly, reminding him of their third grand uncle who entered years ago and never returned. After great uncle escaped, his dragon blood went wild, driving him mad for 3 years until he destroyed himself. And then there was their other grand uncle. When he walked out, they all thought he succeeded, but 7 days, just thinking about that horrific scene makes her shudder with dread. Crying, Tham Mai begs him not to go. Shen Lingfeng is heavily conflicted as they keep asking why he needs to risk his grandfather. Please, tell Shen Lingfeng he cannot go, they plead. If anything happens to him, our family is finished. But look, he is not backing down. Shen Lingfeng insists he must go, but Tham Thuong suddenly cuts them all off, yelling that enough is enough. He tells the sisters they have spoiled him since childhood, but they fail to realize that Shen Lingfeng is no longer the— Shen Lingfeng is completely stunned. Grandpa Tham Thuong pats his shoulder with reassuring trust. He says he knows Shen Lingfeng has his own plans and will not stop him, then orders the sisters that nobody interferes. Tham Thuong continues, speaking frankly even if the harsh truth might hurt. Once you are inside, your life is in your own hands, he warns, removing his hand with a sharp, challenge. If you fail, the family will at least find you a nice burial plot with great feng shui for your next life. Shen Lingfeng confidently promises that he will definitely not die before the stubborn old man does. Meanwhile, Chunyi gets an urgent update. Pulling out his phone, he reads a text asking for his immediate advice. His adoptive father suddenly wants to go to the Tham family. Chunyi wonders if Van Tian is seeking revenge. Summoning his sword, he knows if either the Tham or Wei family falls, it would be a massive tragedy, deeply hurt. If he goes, he might have a real chance to step in and make peace. Chunyi texts back, telling them to send the location. Right now, Tham Thuong, flames erupt all around Tham Thuong. Nearby, the 4 sisters watch with pale faces, completely alone in a corner. Tixin is just as worried. Wanzhen speaks up, asking if he has anything to say after 30. Tham Thuong counters, asking what he wants to hear: an apology, or an admission that he was wrong. He stubbornly insists he will never say those words, because if given another chance, he would do it all over again. Look at that force, the explosive shockwave pushes the sisters right back. Prepared to fight, Tham Thuong tells him to bring it on. Wanzhen slams his palm down, shooting sharp stones. Wanzhen charges, yelling about the past. We lived and died together, and I trusted you with my life, yet you had the nerve to betray me like this. It was you who severed my arm, letting it rot away until I had to completely cut it off myself. And it was you who sent hounds to hunt me down. Tham Thuong strikes back, unleashing blazing fire. The flames form a massive dragon behind him. He knows the secret of the mine cannot be leaked, or their Wanzhen asks if he was just the price to pay. Gritting his teeth, Tham Thuong coldly says yes. Furious, Wanzhen spits out that Tham Thuong is indeed a perfectly cold, calculating family head. Wanzhen stands atop a massive stone giant behind him, while Tham Thuong's fire dragon— Suddenly, a flash of sword light slashes right between them, shattering the massive stone giant. The fire dragon's mouth is clamped shut by a giant hand. The sisters watch in horror as Chunyi— Tham Thuong looks on in sheer disbelief. This kid can actually suppress my flame dragon force, who is he? But Wanzhen won't listen, yelling at Zhou Yi to get— Only now does he realize this kid is actually Zhou Yi, truly an extraordinary young man. Even a kid with pretty average talent like Shen Lingfeng somehow looks like a true successor after following him. He begs the senior not to lose his temper, warning Senior Varn that rage only makes things worse. Shen Shang must have done this on purpose, he silently thinks to himself. Shen Lingfeng might even ride his coattails to help the Thumb family take a massive step forward. But just at that, Zhou Yi snaps around in shock as even Shen Shang grows deeply anxious. While Wanzhen stares curious, Shen Mei screams the name of Shen Lingfeng in absolute terror. He is floating, lifted by a strange— He lets out a primal roar, His hands morph into sharp talons while dark dragon scales ripple across his. The demonic dragon has completely swallowed the mind of Shen Lingfeng. Losing all control, he opens his jaws. The four thumb siblings cower as massive boulders rain down, but a protective barrier quickly goes up to shield them. Shen Shang sighs in bitter disappointment. The complete awakening failed, and the demonic dragon has fully Tears stream down as Shen Mei begs grandfather, please save Shen Lingfeng. There has to be a way to save him. But he flatly replies, that is no longer Shen Lingfeng. It is the demonic dragon. The only way to stop it, refusing to accept it, Shen Mei turns to Zhou Yi. She begs him to save Shen Lingfeng, while another Zhou Yi, please save Shen Lingfeng. Shenru kneels beside her, crying out that Shen Lingfeng always said. Shenmu places all his hopes on Zhou Yi, begging him, you saved his life once before, please save him just one more time. Zhou Yi looks down at the four siblings kneeling at his feet, remembering how Shen Lingfeng said Zhou Yi was the. Zhou Yi looks up at the beast, and check this out, as Shen Shang tries to get close, the dragon swings its tail. As the beast breathes fire, he pulls Shen Mei up, telling her he needs to know what is actually happening. She explains that 120 years ago, the ancestor of the Thumb family captured a demonic dragon. Using a forbidden secret technique, he extracted the bloodline of the beast and fused it with his own. Before dying, the dragon left a curse. Its burning resentment would forever remain trapped inside their very, just waiting to consume anyone who awakens it. To minimize this danger, the ancestors passed down. The first path uses a tiny trace of dragon blood and rare materials to slowly awaken the power safe. The other is a total awakening, plunging directly into the blood pool to face the raw, unfiltered. Shen Lingfeng told us he had to get stronger to stand by your side. He desperately wanted to keep up with your step. Zhou Yi promises them he will bring Shen Lingfeng back. With that, he charges straight toward the rampaging. Right now, the beast has its massive fangs clamped around the arm of Shen Shang. But Zhou Yi fires a beam of energy, landing heavily on the ground. The dragon glares up at the one who interrupted its meal. Floating high in the air, the dragon opens its maw to blast a beam of energy. But Zhou Yi waves his hand, instantly swatting the beast aside. He controls his giant hand. A massive palm slams down. Before the dragon even recovers, Zhou Yi, heavy glowing chains wrap tightly around its body and pin down its massive claws. The dragon growls out broken words, death, as its hind leg kicks back, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zhou Yi stands firm above, his hand tightly gripping the chain. Suddenly, a dark rain of blood pours over the barren land. Look at those leaves, they are literally disintegrating. Standing safely behind the barrier, the group watches in utter shock, while Tixin quietly notices the thumb system. Shen Shang gasps in horror. The demonic dragon is actually devouring the earth vein energy of the thumb. As the dragon thrashes wildly, Zhou Yi calmly analyzes the situation, watching the blood rain. The sticky fluid flows back toward the dragon, raising a massive wall of boiling blood energy right in front of his. The ground where the others stand is lifted high above the bloody deluge. Suddenly, all that blood energy. One of the sisters is swept away by the rushing sea of blood, as her younger sibling screams out for her. The crimson liquid starts. Soon, the bloody fluid wraps tightly around the waist of another sister, dragging her down as she screams out, what? Shen Xiang holds her breath underwater, squinting through the crimson haze to see the floating bodies of her family as the Wan Zhen struggles to hold the line, yelling for Tixin and the others to run. But the siblings pull each other up, crying. Wan Zhen growls in frustration as the thick blood coats everything. He spits out a curse. Damn it, this stuff is clinging to us. Shen Xiang screams a warning. It is catching up. Meanwhile, Shen Mu prepares to settle the score with that idiot Shen Lingfeng. Once he gets back, I am absolutely not letting him off. While Shen Shang stands his ground against the rain of blood, Zhou Yi activates his array, sending down a mass. As it fades, Zhou Yi realizes this attack is fueled by raw resentment. Even his holy light cannot touch it. Breaking free, the Ma Long slashes with razor-sharp claws, and though Shen Shang tries to block, one crashing onto his back into the pool of blood. A vision of child Shen Lingfeng whining to him flashes before. Grandpa, carry me, he whines. But the child face twists, turning into Wan Zhen throwing a massive, terrifying punch. You traitor, Shen Shang, he roars, as another grandkid begs Grandpa. It is so dark here. I am scared. Visions of her blur before Shen Shang as his old sworn brother appears alongside them. Zhou Yi dives down to pull him up, grabbing Shen Mei as they soar. Senior Thumb, he warns, this resentment will corrupt. He presses on attacks. Do not work on resentment. Staying here will only get the entire Thumb family buried alongside. Please come with me, I will get you out. But the old man sighs, there is no backing out now. It is already bound to our family ley line. If we pull back now, the Thumb family is truly finished. Besides, Shen Shang knows it will never let us leave. He looks at Zhou Yi, this young man he just met. Forgive me, he whispers, then his energy explodes. Good child, run far away from the Thumb family, he says. Zhou Yi suddenly realizes what he is planning. Senior Thumb, Wang Zhen watches helplessly, screaming Shen Shang's name as the old man prepares to make his final, desperate charge. Shen Shang dives straight into the bloody pool, a blinding flash cutting through the haze as he slams down, shaking the earth. And what happens next, right before Zhou Yi's eyes leaves him completely frozen in shock? He shoots his chains down into the blood, wrapping around Shen Lingfeng, and pulling his limp body up into a tight. Zhou Yi calls out to him, deeply worried. Shen Lingfeng mumbles grandfather before coughing up a sickening wave of black blood. The foul blood splatters across Shen Mei and Zhou Yi's faces as he gently lands, setting the siblings down on the dirt. Wang Zhen walks over, completely stunned by the sight, while Shen Mei is finally jarred awake by the frantic voices of her sister. They cry out, their faces coming into focus. Shen Mei sits up immediately, asking if everyone. We are fine, they reply. Shen Mei looks around frantically for Shen Lingfeng, noticing Zhou Yi's hands glowing. He presses his glowing hand against Shen Lingfeng's chest. Terrified, Shen Mei rushes over, begging to know if he is all right. The youth replies he is barely alive and severely hurt. My skills can only stabilize him. We need a professional The sisters crowd around him in tears. What do we do? He is going to die if this keeps up. Shen Mei grips her skirt, forcing herself to stay calm. Now is not the time to lose our heads in panic. She quickly barks out orders. Shen Xiang, go find any survivors and coordinate rescue efforts immediately. Shengu, go search for medicine, grab whatever you can find, and bring it here. And get Shen Yi here right now. Seeing them freeze, she snaps, what are you waiting for? Move! They nod and scatter instantly. Look at him, his face is pale, and Zhou Yi delivers some bad news. This is bad, my healing speed cannot keep up with how fast his soul is dissipating, he says, while Shen Mei. Both of them pour their energy into Shen Lingfeng, making his face look slightly better, as Shen Mei swears she will Just then, a messenger arrives with the priest, Shen Yi, who quickly greets them. Lady Thumb, Master Zhou Yi, please leave everything to me, he says, as he channels bright green healing. A green sphere of light forms as Shen Yi maintains his spell, but Shen Mei looks on in absolute shock. Shen Lingfeng's condition is only getting worse, making her panic. Why is it not working? The wounds are not closing. Behind them, Shen Mu desperately urges him to try harder, but the priest sighs, Fourth Lady, this is already all the strength. Zhou Yi steps in, explaining that the raw shockwave of mana from Senior Thumb's self-detonation, along with the dragon corruption that was already eating away at Shen Lingfeng's mind, has left both his soul and basic healing spells simply are not enough here, he says, leaving Shen Mu in tears over how to save him. There is still one option left. Shen Mei gasps, we have to find a tier 3 priest who can cast a resurrection spell. But Shen Mu points out the reality, where can we even find a tier 3 priest at this hour? And by the time they get here, seeing Shen Lingfeng get worse, Shen Mei turns pale as Shen Mu reaches out to touch his body. I can no longer feel Shen Lingfeng's life force. The two sisters hold Shen Lingfeng tightly in their arms. Shen Lingfeng. Chuni makes up his mind, he has to use that item. Holy light begins gathering in his palm. Thamich stares in absolute shock as ancient incantations begin to materialize all around him. The runes wrap around Shen Lingfeng's arms, binding his body like bandages as he floats upward. The dark spots on his. The sisters are thrilled to see Shen Lingfeng's wounds rapidly healing. Chunyi catches his brother, who's. Hold on, did he seriously just use a resurrection scroll? Yes, and he doesn't regret it. He demands to know if Chunyi realizes how valuable that item is. Silence. Chunyi tells Thamuk her friend needs rest. She agrees to take him away. Thamuk walks right up to Thamich, her face dark with rage, and punches him hard. Her eyes are filled with. Supporting Shen Lingfeng, she coldly orders the scum to pack his things and leave the Tham family tomorrow. Tham Mai looks at him with deep guilt. Fewer than 10 people in the whole Zhongxia nation own such an item. Sobbing that she has no idea how to thank him, she accepts a handkerchief from Chunyi. He explains that tools are meant to be used, and keeping them locked away makes them no better than dirt. Hearing his deeply profound words, she is moved to the very core. Tham Mai promises that her family will repay this massive debt, but Chunyi gently reminds her that her family is still in. He tells her to go, and she turns, promising that she will grant him anything he wants once the dust settles. Chunyi watches her leave with slight worry. Walking over to Tishin, he notices her staring down at Wang Zhen. She mutters that her adoptive father has been standing there alone for so long. His mind must be in absolute chaos. Nobody knows if 30 years of hatred will truly vanish with the patriarch's death. Chunyi leaps down to. He stomps the ground hard. For 30 long years, he wanted nothing more than to look his former friend in the eye and ask what he was. Wang Zhen vents his rage. But he can never ask now. The patriarch is dead, truly gone. Chunyi speaks up, explaining that before Senior Tham passed away, He left a message for him. The floating rocks around them crash to the ground. Wan Zhen slowly turns, and Chuni delivers those simple words, "I am sorry." Now brace yourself for the crazy truth. The moment Tham Thuong woke up all those years ago, he desperately, but his father and the elders got greedy the moment they heard about a massive, epic-grade mineral mine. Ignoring his desperate pleas, they wanted it all for themselves. He begged his father to free Wan Zhen, who had literally lost. Before that, Tham Thuong was pinned to the cold floor by his father. The old man barked that keeping such a valuable mine a secret was a matter of survival. If anyone he sneered, asking if brotherhood was worth more than 300 lives. He then ordered his guards to drag his own son away. Tham Thuong was locked in a dark cell, forbidden from having visitors. Chuni explains that despite released a month later, all he found were the bodies of over 100 disciples, alongside what he believed to be Wan Zhen's corpse. Wan Zhen gasps in shock. His own corpse? Chuni continues, explaining that the old patriarch claimed Wan Zhen resisted fiercely, taking 100. Believing the lie, he took over his head 10 years later. But on his deathbed, his father cursed him. When the old man begged for a healer, Tham Thuong replied that as the leader, he could only put the family first. He told his father that he was old, useless to the clan, and shouldn't waste precious resources. Chung Yi continues the message, explaining that once Tham Thuong took control, he punished everyone involved. He had hoped his actions would finally bring peace to Wan Zhen's soul. He never expected to find out he had been lied, but 30 years of deep scars and misunderstandings can't simply be erased by a late explanation. He didn't leave these words begging for forgiveness, but simply to let him know he deeply regretted everything. Half the mine's ownership and 30 years of accumulated profits have already been signed over to him by Tham Mai. In the next life, he hopes he isn't born into this family, so they can finally stand side by side as true brothers. Hearing the tragic truth, Wan Zhen laughs helplessly. He screams to the heavens that Tham Thuong owes him. Tai Shin listens in silence as he repeats those painful words. 30 long years. Finally, calming down, Wan Zhen turns to look at the young man behind him, asking if sacrificing absolute. He draws a clear line, stating that for the Shen family, he is a hero. Wan Zhen turns around, saying, "I only hope, kid, that you never face a dead end like Shen." Zhou Yi vows with absolute conviction, "No, I will become so strong that I never have to." He says it like it is the only option. "I will choose everything." Wan Zhen laughs. "Bold kid." Cutting over to Shen Lingfeng, his mind is trapped in a pitch-black void. Where is this place? Patches of his skin flare red, while the crimson birthmark on his shoulder slowly begins to fade away. Shen Lingfeng realizes his flame dragon power is useless here. He curses, completely unaware. Swearing, Shen Lingfeng whips around to face the intruder, instantly sensing a suffocating wave of pure. A massive hand lunges to grab Shen Lingfeng, but he leaps back as the terrifying demon dragon fully reveals. Shen Lingfeng throws a heavy punch, but the beast coldly asks, "Did you forget?" He ignores it and, shocked, Shen Lingfeng mutters, "I hit him, but I got hurt?" The beast mocks, "I am." Clutching his bruised cheek, he barks, "What do you want? Quit lurking in the shadows and face me like a man." It sneers, "Did Shen Kang's self-destruction break your brain? Did you really forget?" But he roars, "Cut the lies about my grandfather. Show yourself, or I will beat you to a bloody pulp." The beast retorts, "Then let me help you remember." As he dares it to try, old memories flood Shen. He fell to his knees as a brutal realization hit. He had doomed the Shen family, forcing his grandfather to self-destruct. The demon dragon relentlessly poisoned his mind. "It was you. You killed your entire family because you insisted on a full awakening, helping me find." The Shen family's legacy was ruined by your hands. The dragon was mercilessly declaring Shen Lingfeng, "You are a sinner of the Shen clan, destined to watch your family scatter and tear each other apart." A suffocating pressure crushed Shen Lingfeng as the dragon commanded destruction, plunging everything into silent darkness. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a gloomy space. The chained demon dragon asked in disbelief, "Why? Why did you?" Trapped in heavy chains, the beast roared, "Shen Quan, we had a deal. You promised you would take me back home." He replied, "Yes, we did." Shen Quan sneered coldly, "And now I am going to send you to your grave." He produced a goblet filled with blood-red liquid, which generations of the Shen family ended up drinking. Everyone drank it, from young kids to grown adults. Can you believe even Shen Lingfeng himself drank it? Filled with 120 years of rage, the dragon screamed, "Generation after generation, your do you want to know what it feels like to be completely drained dry? Come and feel it. My blood burns inside your veins, and every single heartbeat of yours runs on my power. You bastards tricked me. Every member of the Shen family deserves to die. All of your glory is nothing but stolen goods. Do you remember how your father died? I personally blocked his power at the most crucial moment, leaving him. Shen Lingfeng has to admit it is right. Their power really is nothing but stolen goods. The chamber suddenly falls so silent you can hear blood dripping, drawing a narrow-eyed glare from the demon dragon. Back then, the dragon noticed a young man entering the cave. It was Shen Quan, who smiled. Do not fear. Later, as they were enjoying the cool breeze outside, the dragon asked, will you really take me back home? He promised, of course. Humans are very clever, and we have already figured out how to open rifts to other worlds. One day, Shen Quan asked the dragon, form a contract with me, become my beast pet, and I will take you home. Being naive, it agreed. You are good to me, so I trust you. But as the contract formed, heavy chains suddenly bound by the chains, the furious dragon roared, Shen Quan, what in the world is happening? He calmly bound the dragon with zero remorse. Back in the present, Shen Lingfeng coughs up blood. The demon dragon has completely hijacked his mind. It screams, Shen family, burn in hell with me. But Shen Lingfeng fights back, roaring. A familiar voice calls out, and guys, his second brother is finally here, launching power straight at him. He quickly grabs a glowing cable, pulling himself free from the brutal grip of the demon dragon. The energy rope stretches tight as the beast claws at him, screaming, he is mine, the Shen family owes me. Zhou Yi stays completely deadpan. He says, fine then, I will just kill you. Ma Long's eyes reflect the glowing. It warns him I am already in his body, so killing me means killing him too. The sword tip stops right in front of. He casually asks, do you really think I have no way to purge this little grudge of yours? Zhou Yi pulls out an S-tier purification scroll, holy water from the Light Palace, and top-grade extra. I did not kill you because I cannot. I am just too lazy to waste these items on a creature like you. Ma Long grits its teeth. It squeezes Shen Lingfeng with all its might, snarling, destroy me. The dragon mocks a normal human, a basic class holder with no dragon blood left in him. Would you still want him as a teammate? Shen Lingfeng freezes in shock, but Zhou Yi just finds it completely hilarious. He asks, do you think what I value is his Yan Long, bloodline? Zhou Yi continues, what he truly values is something else entirely. When I am in danger, he is always the first to charge in. When people talk trash about me, he gets angrier than I do. With or without dragon blood, he will always be my teammate. Shen Lingfeng blushes in embarrassment, muttering big. Ma Long exhales a puff of burning hot air from its nostrils. It releases Shen Lingfeng, growling, do whatever you want. Golden bands of light wrap around Shen Lingfeng, but he slowly walks over to Ma Long. He touches the dragon, saying, wait, Shen Lingfeng promises your remains are still down in the blood pool, and I will find a way to bring you home so you can finally rest. But the dragon has been betrayed before. It snarls, why should I trust you? Your ancestors lied to me. Shen Lingfeng does not bother to prove it. He replies, you have no other choice anyway. In front of Zhou Yi, you cannot fight, and you cannot run. He pats the beast, your only hope right now. Ma Long asks, what if you fail? Outside, Shen Mei stands right under a glowing golden sphere, holding her hand to her chest. Watching from behind, Tixin notes that she has been standing like that for 5 hours straight. She approaches to strike up a conversation, asking if she is worried about Shen Lingfeng. Shen Mei sighs. She looks at him floating inside the formation. They already used a resurrection scroll, so Tixin remains completely confident. She reassures her, do not worry, with Zhou Yi here, Shen Lingfeng will be perfectly. She explains that Zhou Yi mentioned how Shen Lingfeng's mana was being heavily compressed, which is a clear sign of an upcoming. Shen Mei reveals that his mother passed away when he was born, and his father died less than a year later. Only my 3 younger sisters and I were willing to keep him close, raising him ourselves. We protected him and watched him grow up. I admit he is quite spoiled, but he is truly a good kid. Realizing she is oversharing, she stops. She says sorry, bringing all of this up so suddenly. Tixin waves her hands, saying no way, I do not mind at all. She then gives Shen Mei a hearty pat on the back. She urges, all right, chin up, let us stay strong for Shen Lingfeng. But seeing Shen Mei wince, Tixin realizes. She laughs awkwardly, apologizing, sorry, my bad, I really do not know my own strength. Seeing Shen Mei smile softly, she asks with curiosity, what made you smile all of a sudden? She replies softly, have you noticed something about us? We barely just met, yet we keep apologizing, almost like we have been close friends for years. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupts from the healing zone. Here we go, cracks start forming on the golden. Shen Lingfeng's glowing red eyes snap open as the outer shell of the sphere shatters completely. Seeing Zhou Yi block, she asks, are you okay, Zhou Yi? Where is Shen Lingfeng? Zhou Yi mutters, Shen Lingfeng he. Shen Mei looks up, her eyes wide with absolute shock. Shen Lingfeng has taken on a wild, unique new... Is this really the power of the Ma Long? Shen Lingfeng spreads his massive wings, taking off into the air to test out this. From high above, a heavy dragon aura crashes down as a sphere of energy condenses in front of Shen Lingfeng's chest. It blasts violently downward, carving a massive crater into the earth. Testing his newfound strength, Shen Lingfeng... As he lands on the ground, Shen Mei calls out his name. He excitedly yells, "Sister, look at this! I did it!" Shen Lingfeng pats his chest proudly, repeating, "I successfully completed my second-class advance." Shen Mei pulls him into a tight hug, crying out, "You scared me half to death. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? I thought you would end up just like our ancestors." Shen Lingfeng gently pats her back to comfort her, whispering, "Sister, look, do not worry, sisters. I am incredibly strong now," he says, as they all rush in to hug him. "Shen Lingfeng, you actually did it. You are fully awakened and already at Tier 2. One of them gently scolds him. "Do you have any idea how worried we were? You almost lost your life out there." Shen Lingfeng smoothly replies, "Relax. With such amazing sisters watching over me, how could I ever afford..." Watching this play out, Shueishan instantly understands why his sisters spoil him so much. The kid is just a Zhou Yi smiles and nods in agreement, before Shen Lingfeng excuses himself for a moment and walks over to him. "Second brother, I know you used a resurrection scroll to save me," he says. Even in all of Zhongxi, Shen Lingfeng knows that without Zhou Yi guiding him out of the darkness, he would have been lost, though Zhou Yi calmly says he would have made... That deep trust genuinely moves Shen Lingfeng, leaving him speechless. Zhou Yi pats his shoulder, joking that his cockroach-like vitality makes him impossible to kill. Realizing this world has no concept of a cockroach, Zhou Yi quickly explains that it simply means he is incredible. Honestly, you have to love their dynamic. But Shen Xiang is just incredibly glad that Shen Lingfeng has found himself. She notes that his entire presence has completely shifted, which Shen Mai immediately steps in to confirm. Instead of his usual hot-headed arrogance, he now carries a sharp, quiet focus, looking exactly like a legendary blade that has... Walking over to the crater, Shen Lingfeng asks if this is where his grandfather fell, and Zhou Yi silently... Hearing this, he tightly clenches his fists, blaming himself for pushing so hard for his awakening. Zhou Yi tells him no, because whoever entered that blood pool would have triggered the demon dragon. It was bound to happen. Senior Shen chose to sacrifice himself to protect what mattered to him, so you should not carry that guilt around with you. Shen Lingfeng looks down in grief. "Why did you have to leave before me, old man? If only I were a bit..." Delivering his final message, Zhou Yi tells a surprised Shen Lingfeng that his grandfather chose the Shen family. Shen Lingfeng asks if he truly said that, and Zhou Yi nods, reassuring him that his survival is his grandfather's. The two stand in silent tribute where Shen Kang died, as Shen Lingfeng wipes away his tears, and quietly, "Second brother, I will not be returning to the squad. I promised the demon dragon I would bring its remains home within a year." Zhou Yi asks why he did not just leave, noting he had other ways to cleanse the dragon's hatred, but Shen Lingfeng admits he does not really know, as memories of the dragon's overwhelming, raw emotions resurface. He describes the crushing isolation, the betrayal, and the imprisonment. "Its entire lifetime of pain just flooded right into my head. I could barely even tell if those feelings belonged to me or the beast," he says with deep regret. For generations, the Shen men always died suddenly or ended up crippled in tragic accidents. And here's the crazy part, they never knew why, until the demon dragon revealed its ancient hatred had actually been learned. Whenever the Shens tried to use their flame dragon power in critical moments, this hidden curse would instantly... Shen Lingfeng cannot even blame the beast, knowing his own father died because of it. "I cannot judge the dragon for what it did, because if I were in its place, I probably would have done something far worse. So to atone for my family's sins, even if it cost me my life, I am absolutely going to bring it back home." Zhou Yi tells him firmly, "I already said you are my teammate. You do not have to carry this alone. And you certainly do not need to die. Besides, Instructor Wang Hui always takes on mid-tier. He might actually have a solid clue on how to return the dragon's remains safely. So why don't you come with me to find him?" Zhou Yi offers. Zhou Yi teases him to speak up since he barely heard him, making Shen Lingfeng snap right back to his usual annoyed self. He quickly adds that they will set off once he finishes wrapping things up here. Shen Lingfeng watches him silently for a moment, then bows his head to say a sincere thank you, which, looking at him, Shen Lingfeng vows to carry his new burdens proudly, silently promising his late grandfather that the Shen family is in. While the Shen sisters are busy directing the cleanup crew, Shen Mu suddenly rushes over frantically, calling for his oldest. Shen Mai turns to ask what is wrong, but upon hearing the urgent news, she drops her wooden box as her face tightens. Exclaiming how they could have possibly found out, she dismisses the messenger as Zhou Yi steps forward to ask what. Shen Mai explains that the Li family's young master is already at their front gates. Zhou Yi is surprised and asks about the Li family's background, and Shen Mai reveals they are one of Jiangning's three. Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng grinds his teeth in pure, unfiltered rage. It seems any stray dog thinks they can bully the Thumb family. Fuming, he roars, "Let me go, I will crush his skull." She begs Fong, "Do not be reckless, do not fight." But Shen Lingfeng refuses. He protests, "Sister, if we do not fight back, they will just keep pushing." Zhou Yi steps in. Zhou Yi warns him, "If you kick out the Li family today, the Trung, Vung, and Trier families will show up tomorrow. You can chase." Shen Lingfeng falls silent. Honestly, the tension here is crazy. This visitor is just testing them to see. Fighting him off now just proves to the world that the Thumb family is terrified. Weak. Once they show weakness, the next visitors won't be scouts, they will be a pack of hungry wolves. Shen Lingfeng asks, "So what should we do?" Zhou Yi already has a clever plan to let them in. Just then, a man steps out, carefully wiping off his clean leather shoes. This is the young master of the Li family, Li Wan. Shen Mei comes out to greet him, apologizing for the delay. But Li Wanqing just cold shoulders her. He spots shattered stone and sharp scales scattered on the ground. Instantly, Varnthine puts on a fake smile, not at all, but inside, he is gloating. Looking at this obvious ruin, the Thumb family is completely finished. His greedy eyes lock onto their assets, the mines, the shops, and even the 4 gorgeous Thumb daughters. Soon, Shen Mei politely guides him inside. "Follow me." Instantly, the young master begins his probe. He asks, "I heard Master Thumb is quite ill. How is he doing?" She calmly replies, "I'm afraid you have fallen. Our family head is perfectly fine. He is just in secluded training right now and cannot receive guests, which is why." Varnthan plays along, saying, "Is that so? I was quite worried. It is wonderful to hear he is doing fine." But in his mind, he sneers secluded meditation, more like he is already dead. He quickly pivots, praising Shen. He notes, "You are truly a heroine. Running this entire estate all by yourself must be incredibly exhausting." Shen Mei politely replies, "You flatter me. I am merely doing my duty for the clan. Besides, our family is full of talent. Even with our master away, every key player is right where." Secretly, one of Varnthan's men releases a wave of energy to scout the estate, but his probe is instantly stunned. The scout quickly whispers, "A private report. Young master, a powerful master has erected a..." Look at this twist. Varnthan is utterly shocked because his servant Afuk has an S-rank scout. What kind of barrier could actually block him? Is there a hidden master inside, or did they hire help? Eager for answers, Varnthan asks Thumb Teothu, "Have you had any special guests visiting lately? I heard many talented young cultivators have arrived in Jiangnin recently." Shen Mei she smiles, "Our estate is so remote, who would visit us? You must be joking." Meanwhile, Varnthan racks his brain. "If there are no guests, who is it?" Varnthan deliberately brushes against her. He says, "Seeing all these ruined buildings and debris on my way in makes me deeply worried. Did something dangerous happen? Our families are part of the 8 great clans. We should support each other. If you need anything at all..." Shen Mei steps back, smiling, "You worry too much. This destruction is actually wonderful news for us." He is totally baffled. "A celebration?" Shen Mei smiles, "Yes, our once-in-a-century genius broke through yesterday." Fierce winds whip up heavy clouds of dust, forcing Varntan to squint at the scene. Shen Lingfeng stands there, already half-transformed into a dragon. Scorching fire erupts from... Shen Mei proudly introduces him, "My younger brother, Shen Lingfeng, has just fully awakened his ancient... Once the Flame Dragon bloodline fully awakens, your training speed skyrockets. In our history, every single person who achieved this has been a monster. They all became legendary 3rd Realm Masters. She-Beams and my brother will be no different." Varnthan grinds, "A 2nd Realm Master at just a teenager? Unheard of." A monstrous talent like this is completely unheard of in Jiangnin. He forces a laugh, a true young... "I always knew the young master was extraordinary, but with such a massive celebration taking place, why on earth would your father choose to go into seclusion right now?" Shen Mei smoothly replies, "Yesterday, our father felt a breakthrough coming too. The bottleneck holding him back for years finally loosened up, so he immediately went into secluded cultivation." Varnthang gets increasingly irritated. This is quite a massive celebration for the Thumb family, but deep down, he is not buying it. Awakening bloodline power and a loosened bottleneck? Sure. Shen Mei is seriously tight-lipped. He cannot squeeze a single shred of information out of her. Varnthan still has no clue if Shen Shang is dead or alive. If he lets her play him like this, he won't. Suddenly, Afuk looks up, shouting out, "What on earth is happening?" Rocks on the ground fly up, and a massive... Wanzhen holds it up with one hand, noting his opponent's last strike held back too early. He tells his opponent to try again. Without a second thought, Shen Lingfeng agrees, eagerly rushing straight ahead. Wan Zhen hurls the massive boulder, slamming it right into Shen Lingfeng's wings, flapping them hard. Varnthan watches the whole display in utter disbelief. The infamous mad demon Shen. Just look at this madness, sacrificing all defense just to maximize pure raw offense and explosive damage. This Thumb family is seriously out of their minds. Raising her hand, Shen Mei shields her eyes from the rising dust, muttering Senior Varn is just tutoring my little brother, which is why things got pretty messy. It's really not right to bother. Did she really just drop the name of the legendary Trenyak martial emperor? It turns out Wan Zhen is an old buddy of the clan head. He agreed to come here and give Shen Lingfeng some real combat training. Varnthan's heart completely stops. Since when does Shen Shang have a legendary friend like this? Honestly, the Thumb clan barely has any top-tier. Rival families have been waiting for Shen Shang to fall so they can swoop in and grab a piece of the pie. But now, instead of collapsing, they suddenly have this absolute madman and a mysterious. Look at the ground though. Suddenly, golden drops of water fall right at Varnthan's feet, reaching out, Varnthan catches a few drops. What kind of power is this? The stress in his mind. Could it be a holy class user? To wield power this pure, they must be at least bishop level, or several strange seeds shoot directly out of Zhou Yi's open palm, showering down onto the ground.